Chapter 1. Traversing the Douluo continent, another world Lan. In the Douluo continent, located in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the Fasnuo province. Nestled deep within its borders stands a solitary peak, soaring into the heavens, known as Peach Blossom Peak. As the spring breeze softly whispers its arrival, all living beings atop the mountain seem to awaken from a deep slumber. Their eyes flutter open with joy. The mountains become vibrant, the waters below swell, and the sun's face gradually blushes with a rosy hue. The branches and leaves of the trees upon the peak gently unfurl, tender and green. With the ethereal aura surging through the mountains, the peach blossoms begin to bloom. At this moment, as dawn breaks, the mountain gorge is shrouded in swirling mist, ethereal and intoxicating. Gradually, a wisp of blue smoke ascends from the summit. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that a humble abode rests atop this peak. Constructed from the intertwining trunks of 4 peach trees, a small dwelling houses a slight figure. It is a child of 5 or 6 years, clad in a thin brown linen garment and draped in a blue cloak, tightly gripping 2 short blades, his eyes reflecting endless confusion. "Brother, it's time for breakfast," a gentle voice calls from within the dwelling. As she speaks, a little girl emerges, adorned in a flowing green dress. She possesses an air of purity, her delicate features framed by elegantly arched brows and sparkling eyes, complemented by her fair complexion. I could see the sound of her voice. The boy gazes up at the cerulean sky, his pupils narrowing slightly as he sheathes his blades. He glances back at the girl, his expression remaining frosty. "Wenji, you may eat first," he replies coolly. Having traversed the Douluo continent for several years, they have grown as close as siblings. However, the boy named Lan feels a heaviness in his heart as he observes the passing clouds, but he still cannot fathom the reason for his inexplicable arrival in such an unfamiliar world, where mountains stretch endlessly, devoid of any other habitation. Indeed, the boy's name is Lan, and the little girl, known as Wenji, possesses the full name Cai Wenji. Lan has always numbly accepted tasks, executing them with precision, never engaging in social interactions. With his formidable shark power, he gradually ascended to become an unmatched assassin under Cao Cao's command, and one knows the tumultuous emotions concealed behind his cold and efficient exterior, nor the resilient edge of his blade. Though Lan had never faltered in his assassin's career, an exception arose during a mission aimed at seizing the jade seal from Cai Wenji. In the pursuit of Wenji, they both found themselves marooned on a desolate island, where over time, a bond of friendship blossomed between them. Eventually, when Xiao Cao tracked them down, he sought to claim the jade seal from Wenji with murderous intent. However, by this time, Lan had developed genuine feelings for her. In a bid to protect Wenji, he turned against his lord, taking a fatal blow meant for her. Subsequently, the two fled by boat, but fate had other plans. They encountered a water spout and were tragically swept into its embrace. When they awoke, they had traversed to another realm. Upon arriving in the otherworldly realm of Douluo continent, Lan firmly believed that a water vortex had caused a temporal reversal, transporting him and Cai Wenji through space. His understanding stemmed from remnants of classical knowledge he had encountered in his mind. However, he was perplexed by the drastic transformation of his physical form. Moreover, it seemed that their fates were intertwined, as if they were born on the same day, of the same month, in the same year. One day, an unexpected electronic voice resonated in his mind, revealing to Lan that they had indeed traversed dimensions. This voice, residing in his consciousness, was identified as the system. Yet, this enigmatic entity informed Lan that he could only activate it after his soul awakening at the age of 6. Upon entering this world, the two were fortunate to be rescued by an elderly man. Over the course of nearly 2 years, they learned the language of this realm. The old man, with his peculiar personality, regaled them with tales of the Douluo continent. As the years passed, Lan gradually relinquished his obsession with returning to his previous life. Since fate has changed, why not accept the present? He mused. In this new world, Lan and Cai Wenji remained within the confines of Taoyuan Peak, entirely unaware of the outside world. The old man had strictly instructed them not to venture beyond until they turned 6. "Lan, are you still clinging to the past?" Cai Wenji inquired, approaching him from behind, her warm hands cradling his face. Lan rose and gently stroked the top of her head, replying softly, "I have long since come to terms with it. Although time has altered our bodies in this unfamiliar world, it has preserved our most cherished memories. Everything from our past lives remains intact. For me, the most valuable asset is undoubtedly my skills as an assassin. That we know not whether this world is fraught with danger, but as long as I retain my abilities, I can protect you. Children, Grandpa has returned. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from afar. Gradually, A dark figure sliced through the air, soaring towards the mountain peak. This silhouette resembled a colossal eagle adorned in black feathers. Yet Lan and Cai Wenji felt no fear. They recognized it as the martial spirit the old man had described. The immense figure descended upon the mountaintop, then shrank in size as a diminutive figure leaped from the sky. It was an elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, clad in a patched brown robe, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Yet his eyes gleamed with vitality. "Grandpa Knock," both children exclaimed in unison. Knock embraced them warmly, his calloused hands ruffling their hair, and chuckled. "What's the matter? Have you missed your grandpa during these few days apart?" Cai Wenji stuck out her tongue playfully, "Of course. Where have you been, Grandpa? Wenji has missed you dearly." Knock spoke softly. "Grandfather's gone to tend to matters concerning you. In just 3 days, you'll turn 6. You will soon undergo your martial soul awakening. For your future, I have taken the liberty of visiting the nearby Taoli village and have arranged with the village chief to register your identities there. Consequently, you will be able to awaken alongside the children of that village.It in 3 days. Specialized personnel from the Martial Soul Hall will arrive to facilitate the awakening for 6-year-olds. Grandfather holds great expectations for you both and hopes you will become soul masters in the future. Gather your belongings. I shall take you to Taoli village at once." Initially, Lan held little interest in becoming a soul master, but his curiosity was piqued upon witnessing Knock utilize the martial soul skills he had described. After packing their essentials, Knock employed his flight skill and soared towards Taoli village with the 2 children. Taoyuan Peak is merely a few kilometers from Taoli village, and soon enough, Knock arrived with the 2 of them. The village chief welcomed Knock with warmth, for he was the first soul master to ever grace the village, boasting the rank of soul sage. For a village of their stature, this was nothing short of a legend. The chief arranged for Lan and Cai Wenji to stay in a quaint little cottage and provided them with the finest provisions from the village each day. Though these gestures seemed trivial, they incited envy and discontent among some villagers. Why should an outsider receive preferential treatment? On the second night after their arrival at Taoli village, a group of children, around 12 or 13 years old, came to cause trouble. "Knock, knock, knock." As the sound of knocking echoed, Lan sheathed his dagger and opened the door. Chapter 2. Martial Soul Awakening. "Hey, where are you 2 from? What are you staring at? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? Have you 2 paid for your lodging in our village? If not, then get out, or I assure you, I won't handle this iron rod with care." "Ha ha, this kid looks utterly terrified." A few boys, taller than Lan, swaggered forth, attempting to intimidate him. At that hour, Cai Wenji was already fast asleep. Lan glanced back at Cai Wenji, then gently closed the door and walked towards an open area. The boys exchanged glances and nodded, following closely behind. After walking about 50 meters from their residence, Lan suddenly halted, turning around with a sharp glint in his eyes. Looking for a fight, the leader, a tall boy with a robust physique, appeared to be the strongest among them and seemed to command the others. Lan's expression hardened, a fierce light flashing his eyes as he clenched his fingers into a fist. Seeing this, the group of children was immediately incensed. How dare this boy provoke them? Thus that a group of children rushed forward, their fists clenched tightly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lan's eyes as he bent his legs, suddenly exerting force and transforming into a solitary shadow that advanced. In the next moment, a series of dull thuds echoed as the children who had charged at him were sent sprawling backwards, accompanied by muffled groans as they fell to the ground. Some even lost consciousness entirely. In the face of an assassin like Lan, these children were utterly powerless. With just a burst of momentum and the execution of his swift, consecutive kicks, Lan effortlessly dispatched them. The children lay on the ground, too frightened to utter a sound. A mere glance from Lan sent them trembling in terror. Some even soiled themselves in fear. Upon returning indoors, Lan gently tucked Cai Wenji in a bed before resuming his cultivation. During these past few days, Lan remained dedicated to honing his assassination skills, yet he found himself perplexed by a persistent bottleneck in his hunting technique, as if it were sealed off. And no matter his efforts, he made no progress. 3 days later, in Taoli village, the village entrance, the figure of a young man gradually blended into the surroundings. He appeared to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. Clad in a white fitted outfit, he donned a black cloak, and emblazoned on his chest was a soul character the size of a fist. Undoubtedly, he was a standard member of the Spirit Hall, but a hint of arrogance lingered in his demeanor. "I, Su Yun Tao, a dignified steward of the Spirit Hall, am dispatched each year to this desolate place as a guide. With my qualifications, I should be sipping tea in an office, charming the ladies. What a waste of talent. Judging by this village, it seems to consist of only 50 or 60 households. This year, perhaps only 2 or 3 children will awaken their spirits. Let's resolve this quickly so I can return to my beloved Cece. With that thought, the young man felt considerably lighter in spirit. This was what they termed longing for Cece to quench thirst. Outside the spirit hall, the village head of Taoli summoned all the children due for awakening early in the gray dawn, eagerly awaiting the steward's arrival to facilitate their spirit awakening. Originally, only 4 children from Taoli village would undergo the awakening this year, but with Lan and Cai Wenji included, the number rose to 6. Lan and Cai Wenji stood behind the 4 children, with Cai Wenji nervously clenching her small hands. Brother, what if we don't become soul masters? Grandpa Nock will surely be disappointed. Lan's icy expression softened slightly as he reassured her. Do not fear, even if we do not become soul masters, I will ensure no one can harm you. As Su Yuntao approached the entrance of the spirit hall, the village head hurried forward to greet him, bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed master of battle spirits. These are the children due for awakening this year, and we are once again in your debt. Su Yuntao replied indifferently. It's no trouble, your village awakens spirits quite rapidly. Indeed, Su Yuntao's statement graciously conferred considerable respect upon the village chief of Taoli. The underlying implication of his words was clear. Your village possesses no noteworthy martial spirits, rendering the testing of soul power utterly superfluous. After years of serving as a guide for the awakening of children, Su Yuntao had amassed a wealth of experience, concluding that any subpar martial spirit should be treated as a discarded one.It is well understood that discarded martial spirits lack any soul power. Thus, any testing would merely squander his time, better to forego it altogether. Turning to the 6 children behind him, the village chief of Taoli proclaimed, Children, this esteemed master Su Yuntao hails from Nodding City. He will now guide you in awakening your martial spirits. I implore you to cooperate, for your grandfather eagerly anticipates your emergence as talents akin to his. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Yuntao scoffed, I truly question whether the village chiefs of your communities have rehearsed their lines together. Each year, it is the same refrain. To aspire to be a talent like me? I fear such an ambition is more formidable than ascending to the heavens for you. The village chief of Laoli, his expression heavy with sorrow, reflected on the countless years he had sent children forth for awakening, yet none had ever manifested soul power. The aspiration to become a soul master was indeed a daunting challenge. With a resigned sigh, he departed the spirit hall. As the frail figure exited the grand doors of the spirit hall, Su Yuntao waved his sleeve, causing the massive doors to close with a resounding thud. Within the hall, only a few shafts of light filtered through the windows, illuminating the space. Reaching the center of the hall, Su Yuntao set down his pack and regarded the 6 children with a calm demeanor. Children, I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master, a professionally trained awakener. I shall guide you in unlocking your martial spirits. And I assure you, there's no need for fear, regardless of what transpires. As he spoke, Su Yuntao retrieved awakening materials from his pack. 6 glossy, obsidian stones and a blue crystal ball. He arranged the stones in a hexagonal formation upon the ground, and, rising to his feet, called out sharply, Wolf Spirit, manifest. As his voice resonated, Su Yuntao's form began to swell. His once raven black hair transformed into a soft shade of gray, his eyes glimmering with an eerie green luminescence. And gray first sprouted along his arms. Simultaneously, 2 rings of light ascended from beneath his feet, one white and one yellow. All the children, save for Lan and Cai Wenji, screamed in unison, causing the 4 in front to instinctively recoil. One child, in his fright, inadvertently stepped on Cai Wenji's foot. Although the pain was minor, she could not suppress a whimper of discomfort. Lan's gaze narrowed, and a stern expression crossed his face as he placed a hand on the shoulder of the child standing before Cai Wenji, giving him a gentle push forward. The child glanced back at Lan, only to find his eyes strikingly fearsome, more so than Su Yuntao's. They bore an absence of emotion, exuding an intensity that was almost suffocating. Chapter 3. The Power of the Demon Path, an Eternal Night. What is there to fear? Su Yuntao softly admonished. I have already stated that I am a professional. What you witness is but my martial soul. Should you aspire to become a soul master, you too would possess the same abilities as I do. Come here. Su Yuntao raised his index finger, gesturing to the child standing at the forefront, beckoning him to approach. The child, trembling with apprehension, stepped forward to stand before Su Yuntao. Without hesitation, Su Yuntao unleashed 6 beams of green light, which swiftly penetrated into the dark stone. A radiant beam of golden light erupted from the ground, enveloping the child within its luminous embrace. "Extend your right hand," commanded Su Yuntao with undeniable authority. The child, not daring to exhibit any hesitation, promptly raised his right hand. In that fleeting moment, countless golden specks coalesced in his palm, materializing into the form of a scythe. A scythe? Su Yuntao furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating its potential as a weapon. After facilitating the child's awakening of his martial spirit, Su Yuntao placed the crystal ball before him to assess his soul power. Regrettably, he found himself disappointed once more. The child exhibited not a trace of soul power. This outcome seemed to be a familiar occurrence for Su Yuntao, who maintained an air of calmness. Subsequently, the second child stepped forward. As the golden specks gathered, a blue-silver grass emerged in his palm. Blue-silver grass. Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively. There was no need to test for soul power. Such a spirit was a classic representation of a useless martial spirit. Possessing soul power would serve no purpose. One after another, the first 4 children had their martial spirits awakened. A scythe, blue-silver grass, a hoe, and a kitchen knife. Among them, the scythe and kitchen knife were both weapon spirits, which had briefly ignited a flicker of hope in Su Yuntao. Yet neither child was able to demonstrate any soul power upon testing. Finally, it was the turn of Cai Wenji and Lan. Cai Wenji felt a tumult of excitement and trepidation as she approached, glancing back at Lan. Lan gently nodded, signaling her not to be afraid. Cai Wenji, with a hesitant nod, timidly approached Su Yuntao. As she stepped forward, Su Yuntao casually unleashed 6 beams of green light. These beams entered 6 stones, and in an instant, a golden ray erupted from the ground, enveloping Cai Wenji. "Raise your right hand." Su Yuntao's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Cai Wenji slowly lifted her right hand and opened her palm. In an instant, countless golden specks coalesced in her palm, and a guqin appeared within it. A glimmer of light sparkled in Cai Wenji's eyes as she marveled at the sight. The guqin in her hand bore an uncanny resemblance to the instrument she performed with. Could this truly be my martial spirit? This extraordinary martial spirit was something Su Yuntao had encountered in the Martial Spirit Encyclopedia. Had he not, he would have dismissed it as a worthless spirit. Consequently, he brought the crystal ball before Cai Wenji, indicating she should test her soul power. With utmost caution, Cai Wenji placed her hands on the crystal ball, and the moment her hands made contact, the sphere underwent a subtle transformation. Radiant light surged within the orb, and suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the entire crystal ball, akin to a blinding incandescent lamp. How is this possible? It's actually innate, full soul power. Judging by the brilliance of the crystal ball, Su Yuntao was certain this was indeed innate full soul power. He stood there, dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at both the crystal ball and Cai Wenji. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he inhaled sharply, excitement coursing through him. After years of being a soul-awakening master, he had finally discovered a prodigy. He was elated, envisioning the golden rewards laid out before him. Once he managed to compose himself, Su Yuntao smiled and said, "Child, please stand to the side for now. Once I finish awakening the final child, I have something to discuss with you." Cai Wenji nodded, stepping away from the hexagonal awakening array. As she passed by Lan, she tugged at his hand, exclaiming, "Brother, I have innate full soul power. How wonderful." Lan forced a faint smile, replying softly before stepping forward. Having spent so long as an assassin, he felt he had almost forgotten how to smile. Entering the hexagonal array, Lan raised his right hand, and as Su Yuntao unleashed 6 beams of green light, golden radiance burst forth from beneath his feet. The moment the light shot out, Lan's gaze contracted, his expression darkening. This brilliance enveloped him with an unprecedented warmth. He had been an orphan since childhood, a solitary boy regarded as an outcast. He had faced exile and abandonment from his kin and endured rejection and isolation from his peers. No family, no kin, no warmth, not even a sense of self. From the moment he became an assassin, survival and the completion of tasks were all that mattered. Now, the light of awakening felt akin to a mother's gentle caress upon a child's cheek, a comforting warmth. Lan's body involuntarily trembled, and a glimmer of starlight flickered in his profound eyes. At that moment, he found himself relishing the experience. As the golden light dissipated, it transformed into countless luminous particles that coalesced in his right hand, gradually forming a massive dark mist in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, Lan sensed a searing energy pulsating in the center of his left palm, as if it were on the verge of eruption. He instinctively cast a glance at his left hand, where he discovered 2 daggers crossed in an intricate manner, exuding a veil of black mist. Without thinking, he swiftly clenched his fist, concealing the daggers within. Su Yuntao observed the martial spirit within Lan's right hand, falling into deep contemplation. He prided himself on being an awakener for several years, having witnessed a myriad of martial spirits, yet this particular type was a first for him. Undoubtedly, in his understanding, this martial spirit did not belong to either the weapon or beast categories. Su Yuntao's expression darkened as he mused that, since he was unfamiliar with this martial spirit, it would be best to regard it as a worthless one. Based on his extensive research on awakenings over the years, he concluded that unknown martial spirits were invariably deemed inferior. Thus, Su Yuntao decisively proclaimed that the martial spirit in Lan's right hand was undoubtedly a useless one. My dear child, I regret to inform you that your martial spirit is indeed a worthless one, Su Yuntao sighed, expressing his own sense of regret for the unfortunate turn of events. Lan's heart remained utterly unperturbed as he raised his hands, requesting assistance in testing his soul power. Initially, Su Yuntao had no intention of conducting the test, but upon reflection, he perceived that this child possessed certain distinct qualities compared to the others. Thus, he decided to proceed with the assessment, reasoning that it would not consume much time. Su Yuntao placed the crystal ball before Lan. The moment Lan's hands made contact with the crystal sphere, it began to transform swiftly. Lan's pupils contracted. At that instant, he felt as though his inner strength was being devoured by the crystal ball. Simultaneously, the dark mist emanating from his right hand surged relentlessly toward the sphere. He sensed his body slipping beyond his control, entirely ensnared by this overwhelming force. Within the azure crystal ball, several strands of black light entwined with one another. Naturally, Su Yuntao had never encountered such a phenomenon. His expression turned one of sheer astonishment, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Moments later, the black strands of light collided suddenly. A beam of white light erupted from the center of the sphere, illuminating the entire crystal ball with an intensity surpassing that of the previous test conducted on Cai Wenji. In that very moment, Lan felt the power he had sensed being consumed return to him completely. He felt as if a great weight had been lifted, his body now imbued with a newfound lightness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening your martial soul. Please review your attribute panel. As the electronic voice resonated in his mind, a translucent screen materialized before Lan, displaying his information. Chapter 4. Master Su Yuntao's invitation to join the Martial Soul Hall. Name: Lan. Age: 6 years. Awakened martial soul. Demonic power of eternal night soul power. Level 10 accumulated soul power. Level 2 mission. Unassigned gift pack. Novice pack not activated upon seeing the word mission prominently displayed on the screen. Lan's expression deepened with gravity, his lips quivering slightly. Even after crossing over, could he not escape the fate of becoming an assassin? Su Yuntao gazed in astonishment at the radiant light bursting forth from the crystal ball, trembling as he stammered, Could it truly be innate full soul power? His mind was engulfed in disbelief. He was grateful that he had opted for a new crystal ball this time. Otherwise, such turmoil might have led to an explosion. Having already been astounded by Cai Wenji's innate full soul power, he now faced yet another instance of it. His perception of Lan transformed completely. He regarded him as a veritable anomaly. As a soul master, he was acutely aware of the significance of innate levels. Innate soul power referred to the strength one possessed at the moment of their first awakening. The higher the innate soul power level, the greater the potential for future cultivation. However, Su Yuntao soon sighed deeply, pondering, but why is his martial soul a useless one? Su Yuntao found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. With a countenance etched with disappointment, he uttered a poignant sigh. Child, you too possess an innate soul power, and judging by the brilliance of the crystal, it appears to be even more formidable. It is no exaggeration to assert that across the entirety of the Douluo continent, one would be hard-pressed to find individuals with such extraordinary talents as you two siblings. Regrettably, your martial soul is nothing short of a waste. Even if your martial soul were a mere canine, it would undoubtedly be far more powerful than the dark mist you now cradle in your palm. As Lan's gaze focused on his palm, he discerned that the mist was not entirely black. Upon closer inspection, it shimmered with the twinkling of countless stars, reminiscent of a starry night sky, yet more refined. From the attributes displayed on the luminous panel, he learned that the martial soul in his right hand was named Demonic Divine Power, while the dagger in his left hand was called Eternal Night. Although he was unaware of the precise capabilities of the martial soul in his right hand, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his strength at the moment of its awakening. More significantly, his hunting prowess had evidently surpassed its previous limitations, now reaching the second tier. Master, what is innate full soul power? Lan inquired softly. Xiao Tao observed Lan's unchanging expression, reflecting on how this child's demeanor was profoundly solitary, starkly contrasting with his tender age. Such a countenance was often seen only in those who had endured despair or emerged from profound suffering. Yet, this child was merely 6 years old. What experiences had shaped him into such an individual? Xiao Tao explained, when one awakens their martial soul, the form of the soul determines its strength. But the amount of soul power is equally crucial. Most individuals awaken without any soul power, as you witnessed with the previous children. Although some of their martial souls were passable, their lack of soul power condemned them to a life of ordinariness. Had any of them possessed even a trace of soul power, they could have become soul masters, capable of cultivation through meditation. The quantity of innate soul power is vital, as it determines the foundation upon which a soul master begins their training. The higher the innate soul power, the swifter the subsequent cultivation. Innate full soul power refers to the highest level of soul power attained at the moment of martial soul awakening. Though your martial soul may be deemed inferior, I believe your cultivation speed will not be adversely affected. While the martial soul may seem lackluster, this only implies a lower combat capacity when acquiring soul rings. However, you can employ certain unique strategies to facilitate the acquisition of soul rings. Remember, soul masters are still human. They have their own lives and, naturally, a significant need for financial resources. From Xiao Tao's words, Lan gleaned some understanding. However, upon observing the information bar on his system, he noted that he still possessed 2 accumulated soul power levels, indicating that he should be classified as a congenital level 12, undoubtedly surpassing the limits of innate full soul power. The insights shared by Master Su were largely consistent with those narrated by Grandpa Nok. After spending numerous years in this alternate realm, Lan had nearly comprehended the legends surrounding soul masters. This is a world where the strong vie for supremacy. To improve one's living conditions, becoming a soul master is imperative, for in Douluo continent, soul masters are regarded as the most esteemed profession. The treatment afforded to soul masters starkly contrasts that of ordinary individuals. Once one becomes a soul master and registers with the Spirit Hall, they are entitled to monthly subsidies from the institution. Naturally, to attain even greater benefits, one's strength must speak for itself. Having concluded his remarks, Xiao Tao turned towards Cai Wenji, a smile gracing his countenance. Child, both you and your brother are extraordinary talents rarely seen in a century. I have perused your martial spirit in the Martial Spirit Codex, and it seems you possess the potential to become a formidable support-type soul master. I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join our Spirit Hall. Should you choose to ally with us, your future shall undoubtedly be limitless. It is crucial to understand that our Spirit Hall places the utmost emphasis on nurturing young soul masters. Talents like you, upon joining, will gain access to ample training resources, ensuring a swift elevation of your soul power level. Furthermore, regarding the matter of soul rings, with your innate full soul power, once you join the Spirit Hall, specialized personnel will seek out your first soul ring for you. All you need to do is absorb it. This assistance will extend to all your subsequent soul rings as well. Additionally, as a prodigy such as yourself, joining the Spirit Hall will grant you unrestricted access to Spirit City, with a considerable chance of entering the Hall of the Pope, a dream cherished by countless soul masters. There, you will enjoy the finest treatment, elevating your status significantly. For a support-type soul master like you, that place is undoubtedly your optimal choice. What do you say, child? If you join the Spirit Hall now, we can return together to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, and after reporting to the higher-ups, it will not be long before a dedicated ambassador from the Spirit Hall arrives to personally escort you. Cai Wenji blinked at Lan, then turned to Xiao Tao, stating, I want to be with my brother. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. A glimmer of light flickered in Lan's eyes as he turned and approached Cai Wenji, gently stroking her head. His expression remained as serene as a still pond. Wenji, it is undoubtedly in your best interest to accompany Master Xiao Tao and join the Spirit Hall. He paused, then added, I nearly forgot to mention. Should you choose not to join the Spirit Hall, given your current status, you would be relegated to the least esteemed Soul Master Academy, and even then, as a working student, you might face considerable ostracism. Xiao Tao continued, as for your brother's martial spirit, I have yet to witness it. The reason for not inviting him alongside you at this moment is that I must first return to report. After all, I have to consider my own sustenance. If I were to recruit him now, and there were repercussions from above, I would find myself in a precarious position. However, rest assured, your brother will have his opportunity. Once I report to my superiors, though it may take some time, there exists a swifter path, If he can demonstrate his prowess, joining the Spirit Hall will eventually be inevitable. Yet, by aligning yourself with him now, you may not only endure hardship, but also risk becoming a burden, for as a support-type soul master, acquiring soul rings will prove to be considerably more challenging. Lan's hands suddenly clenched, and his expression darkened further, for he recognized the truth in Su Yuntao's words. Earlier, Nock had confided in him that if the opportunity arose to join the Spirit Hall, he should seize it without hesitation. The Spirit Hall is indeed the most splendid sanctuary for a soul master's growth. Chapter 5. A solitary assassin now, with Cai Wenji by his side. He faced the grim reality that he lacked the strength to protect her. Furthermore, the difficulty of obtaining a soul ring was all too evident. It was an endeavor beyond his capabilities. It would be wiser to let Cai Wenji seek refuge in the Spirit Hall first. Brother, I do not wish to leave you, Cai Wenji pleaded, gripping Lan's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lan gently caressed her cheek, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Yet he understood that he must temporarily part ways with Cai Wenji this time. He had gathered insights about the Spirit Hall's influence from Nock throughout the entire Douluo continent. No faction dared to challenge the Spirit Hall alone. This is the realm of the strong, where power reigns supreme. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable can one stand atop the pinnacle. Wenji, you should accompany Master Su Yuntao for now. I hope that by the time we meet again, you will have grown immensely strong. Lan finally spoke, though no one could fathom the depth of his anguish. He turned resolutely away, unable to face Cai Wenji any longer. This young girl had unknowingly woven herself into the very fabric of his life. He cherished her as his closest kin. Yet, in this foreign world, he found himself devoid of any options. The unfamiliarity of this realm weighed heavily upon him, and the dangers that lay ahead remained uncertain. Brother, Wenji does not want to leave you, Cai Wenji cried, her voice choked with sobs. However, Lan remained impassive, and in a sudden motion, he embraced her, lifting his right hand to gently strike the back of her head. In an instant, Cai Wenji lost consciousness. Su Yuntao's heart sank, and he gasped in astonishment. This young man was indeed ruthless. Lan held Cai Wenji as she approached Su Yuntao and said softly, Master, I would be grateful if you could look after my sister. Su Yuntao gazed at Lan in disbelief, his mind momentarily clouded. The impression Lan left on him was nothing short of astonishing. Could a mere 6-year-old possess such maturity? Despite his skepticism, the reality was undeniable. This was Lan, the solitary assassin. As Su Yuntao accepted Cai Wenji, he felt a thrill coursing through him despite the arduous journey ahead. To awaken such extraordinary talent and welcome them into the Spirit Hall was an immense honor for his career. Not only would he be promoted, but he would also receive a generous reward. With the package slung over his shoulder, Su Yuntao set forth with Cai Wenji. Upon opening the door, the village chief of Laoli immediately approached Su Yuntao with palpable anxiety. Master, how did it go? Did any children from our Peach and Plum village qualify to become spirit masters this year? Su Yuntao, his excitement evident, replied, Your village has produced a genius this year too. In fact, remarkably, both children possess innate full spirit power. One has already been accepted into the Spirit Hall, while I have yet to identify the second child's spirit. For now, I will classify it as a useless spirit according to my theory and report back later. As he spoke, he refrained from glancing back at Lan, who remained isolated within the Spirit Hall. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of discomfort. With a soft sigh, Su Yuntao departed with Cai Wenji. The village chief hurried into the Spirit Hall, casting a glance at the desolate lawn. Reflecting on Su Yuntao's earlier look, he realized that one of the prodigies must indeed be Lan. The child taken by Su Yuntao was Lan's sister, indicating that Lan's spirit was deemed useless. Child, this letter is from your grandfather. He mentioned he had matters to attend to, the chief said, handing Lan the note left by Nock. After briefly inspecting the envelope, Lan closed his eyes, as if seeking a moment of tranquility. Moments later, he turned and exited the Spirit Hall. Perhaps he was destined to remain a solitary assassin, as he had in both his previous and current lives. Thank you, village chief, Lan said, his expression softening slightly. The village chief exhaled, noting the child's haughty demeanor. Do not be disheartened, my child. Although your spirit may not be exceptional, your talent is undoubtedly unique across the Douluo continent. When your grandfather Nock awakened his spirit, he too possessed only a level 3 spirit power. However, through relentless effort, he became the foremost soul sage of Peach and Plum Village. It is remarkable that only 2 villages within the jurisdiction of Nodding City have produced spirit power users, and now our village has suddenly yielded too. It seems we will attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Would you be willing to attend a specialized academy to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? It is only there that you can truly acquire the finest knowledge. At this moment, Lan had developed a profound interest in martial souls, particularly after the awakening of his own, which could directly enhance his strength. The magnitude of this enhancement was astonishingly different from that of his previous life. Moreover, Lan was acutely aware that the martial arts he practiced in his former existence would be of little utility in this realm. He must harmonize them with the powers of this world to unleash their utmost potential. Thus, Lan nodded slightly, expressing her eagerness to embark on the journey. When shall we depart? She inquired, her anticipation to delve into the specialized knowledge of martial souls palpable. The elderly village chief responded with a sense of satisfaction. It is truly wonderful that you are willing to go. Each year, Taoli village is allotted but a single spot, and it seems this opportunity has been reserved for you. With nearly half a month remaining until the commencement of the Junior Soul Master Academy, you have ample time to relax. Once you enter the academy, you will undoubtedly face a rigorous regimen of training. I have heard that to become an exceptional soul master, one must exert countless efforts. Therefore, it is wise to take this time to rest. Lan nodded, expressing gratitude to the village elder. What a well-behaved child you are. Come, let us return home, and I shall prepare a sumptuous lunch to celebrate your initiation as a true soul master. The elderly village chief, brimming with excitement, placed his hand on Lan's shoulder as they walked towards the dilapidated building swaying gently in the breeze. Upon entering the structure, a pungent odor assailed Lan's senses, causing him to frown slightly. A glance around revealed the house had fallen into disrepair over time. The acrid scent emanated from the decay wrought by exposure to the elements, evoking a nauseating sensation that could lead to faintness if inhaled for too long. To mitigate the stench, Lan rose and stepped onto the balcony, where the refreshing breeze offered a respite, clearing his mind considerably. After approximately an hour, the village chief returned with a spread of 5 dishes. In the context of the impoverished Taoli village, this was indeed a lavish feast. Although the offerings were simple home-cooked meals, Lan found their flavors comparable to gourmet delicacies. The warmth of local hospitality provided a richness that surpassed mere taste. After the meal, Lan ventured to the mountains behind Taoli village, where the sound of rushing water resembled a magnificent symphony. Standing atop a hill, he beheld a majestic waterfall cascading from a height of 30 to 40 meters. The turbulent waters plummeted downwards, crashing against the smooth boulders below, producing a thunderous roar akin to the sound of muffled thunder, with countless droplets soaring into the air. Lan's gaze intensified, and his expression shifted. He shed his clothing and suddenly bent his legs, plunging into the waterfall like a diver. Despite his slender physique, the contours of his muscles became strikingly apparent as he stood amidst the cascading waters. Lan lifted his head, allowing the powerful currents to crash upon him, and gradually, a sense of exhilaration enveloped him. A long-lost smile finally graced his lips. Indeed, it seemed to be the first time he smiled without a trace of burden. All the pressures and strains were released beneath the waterfall. As the smile faded, Lan bent her legs, suddenly exerting force as she leaped upward with remarkable agility. Whoosh! As the figure leapt from the ground, he soared to an impressive height of 3 meters, his entire being propelled by a surge of turbulent energy. Under the immense pressure exerted by the powerful waterfall, his ability to leap to such heights speaks volumes of his formidable strength. For an ordinary person, merely standing firm beneath such a cascading torrent would be a remarkable feat. Yet, he not only maintained his footing but continuously leapt into the air with grace. As an assassin, the art of agility is undoubtedly an indispensable skill. It is only through surpassing one's limits and relentlessly challenging oneself that one can cultivate the elusive skill of lightness and movement. He repeated this action of jumping and landing 50 times before finally pausing from the monotonous exercise, resting atop a large boulder beneath the waterfall. He took a moment before abruptly springing to his feet. Withdrawing a short blade, he began to wield it amidst the cascading waters, each stroke illuminating the mist with a sharp glint. Each strike was executed with such swiftness that as one gleaming arc of light sliced through the curtain of water, another would follow in quick succession. It was as if within the colossal waterfall there existed an incomplete flow of water. As he continued to wield the blade, his arms moved with increasing velocity. Since the awakening of his martial spirit, not only had his strength amplified, but the resilience of his body had also undergone a remarkable transformation, alongside a significant increase in speed. This multifaceted enhancement left him almost incredulous, realizing that his prowess had indeed doubled from its previous state. Beneath the tumultuous flow of water, the impact was undeniable. The current felt like a whip striking against his body. Yet, his physique was far from fragile. He stood beneath the waterfall, savoring the exhilarating sensation of training under such pressure. After an entire afternoon of rigorous practice, he finally leapt from the waterfall to the riverbank. The moment he returned to solid ground, all the pressure dissipated, leaving him with an ethereal sensation, a lightness that compelled him to leap once more. With a sudden burst of energy, he vaulted upward like an arrow piercing through the clouds, reaching an astonishing height of 15 meters. He landed and continued to propel himself upward, each leap showcasing a marked increase in power. At last, he had begun to unleash the full potential of his body. Yet, he mused to himself, this was still insufficient. Continuing this regimen would only yield diminishing returns in terms of challenge. It appeared evident that he must introduce greater burdens to further his training. Lon cast a glance around, and his gaze unexpectedly settled on a large, circular stone slab. He mused that during the forthcoming period, he could utilize it to enhance his physical resilience. As for the swiftness of his blade, he would need to seek out a substantial iron rod. After standing before the waterfall in a daze for approximately half an hour, Lon donned his attire and with a gentle push from his toes, soared down the mountain. Upon entering the quaint village, he made his way directly to the home of the elderly village chief. Observing the dilapidated structure, Lon resolved to construct a new building for the chief the following day. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. That evening, after dinner, Lon sat on his bed, eyes closed in meditation and cultivation. The next day, as dawn broke, Lon stepped outside, clutching the village chief's long and broad kitchen knife. He soon arrived at the woods on the back mountain of Taoli village. The knife, measuring approximately 2 feet in length, was remarkably sharp, and Lon found it comfortably balanced in his grip. Approaching a towering tree, his expression darkened. With his right hand raised, he suddenly exerted force and delivered a horizontal slash at the tree. A glimmer of cold light swiftly sliced through the tree trunk. To his astonishment, the tree, with a diameter of nearly half a meter, was cleaved in two by a strike. What a formidable blade! Lon stared in astonishment at the fallen tree before him, utterly taken aback by the fact that it had been severed with a single stroke. He examined the kitchen knife closely, and after a moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, causing his heart to tremble with realization. What manner of craftsman could possess such extraordinary skill? Lon discovered that although the material of this kitchen knife could not be classified as superior hard iron, the craftsmanship of the blacksmith who forged it was remarkably exquisite. It was extraordinarily refined, a quality he had never encountered in his previous life. After cleaving through a large tree, the blade remained impeccably sharp, bearing no signs of dullness. Had it been an ordinary kitchen knife, it would likely have shown signs of bending at the edge during the moment of impact. Thus, Lon wielded the knife gracefully through the forest, and within less than an hour, he had felled dozens of large trees. He then proceeded to segment these trees into manageable pieces and, using his own strength, transported them back to the village. Upon returning, he found the elderly village chief, who had just returned from tending to matters outside, seemingly having visited a neighboring home. Clutching a kitchen knife in his hand, he approached the dwelling, looking bewildered at the towering pile of timber. What had transpired? Lon approached and returned the kitchen knife to the old village chief. "Grandpa, I borrowed your knife this morning to chop some trees since you were not at home. Your house is in such disrepair. I would like to build you a new one." "What?" The old village chief was instantly taken aback, staring at Lon in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such timber had been felled by the young child. After all, Lon was merely 6 years old. How could a child of such tender age possibly wield the strength to fell such robust trees? The village chief inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. And with trepidation, he inquired, "Child, are you truly saying that you brought back these logs?" Lon nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Grandpa Village Chief. I have brought these logs from the forest behind the mountain. They should be sufficient for you to construct a new house, don't you think? By the way, this morning I couldn't find any suitable tools, so I took the kitchen knife you use for cooking to chop the trees. Here it is, returned to you." At this moment, the old village chief was utterly stunned. It was one thing for a 6-year-old child to be capable of felling such robust trees, but he forced himself to believe it. However, when Lon handed him the kitchen knife, his jaw nearly hit the ground, and he stood there completely petrified. Could this kitchen knife truly be used to fell trees? Chapter 7. Crafting Weapons. The first meeting with Tang San after years of use. He knew the knife was sharp, suitable perhaps for small saplings, but to sever trees as thick as a water barrel with a kitchen knife was beyond his comprehension. Moreover, judging by the pile of timber before him, there were at least 50 logs stacked high. What astonished him the most was the question of who had assisted Lan in transporting these logs from the mountainside. He hesitated to inquire of the 6-year-old child. Knowing that each log weighed close to 100 pounds, even for an adult, it would be a formidable task to carry them from the mountains, as the path was not only steep but also littered with loose stones, making it easy to stumble. Did you transport these logs as well? Despite his disbelief, the old village chief could not help but ask out of curiosity. Lan Dao, indeed. The elderly village chief's deeply set, furrowed eyes abruptly narrowed. He perceived this child as a veritable enigma, a creature of sheer terror. By the way, Grandpa Village Chief, where did you acquire this exquisite kitchen knife? I have never encountered a blacksmith capable of crafting a household utensil with such finesse, Lan casually inquired. The old village chief wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Still somewhat dazed, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Lan. It was not until several moments had elapsed that he sharply inhaled, exclaiming, "This knife was procured from the neighboring Sacred Soul village, where resides an exceptionally talented blacksmith. Any tool forged by his hand surpasses those crafted by ordinary blacksmiths by at least 5 levels of excellence." Lan Wei furrowed his brow, astonished by the existence of such an esteemed blacksmith in this world. His curiosity was piqued, compelling him to inquire, "Grandfather Village Chief, where is the Sacred Soul village? I wish to seek out this master craftsman and request his assistance in forging a weapon." The old village chief smiled serenely. "I can take you there. After all, our peach and plum village is not far from Sacred Soul village, merely a couple of miles away. We are, in essence, old neighbors." Excitement coursed through Lan's veins as he clutched the short blade he had forged himself. Though it bore a certain roughness, it was adequate for hunting small game. Yet, when it came to combat, it appeared somewhat inadequate. After dinner, Lan embarked on his nightly meditation, a ritual he deemed essential. By day, he focused on enhancing his physical resilience, while at night he sought to refine his martial arts. For reasons unknown, he found it exceedingly challenging to advance further once he had broken through a certain threshold in his hunting technique, a phenomenon that would have been inconceivable in his previous life. The hunting skill was paramount for an assassin like him, often serving as his means to pinpoint his adversaries. This technique had the potential to augment all his physical attributes, with the most pronounced effect being on his mental acuity. Gradually, Lan slipped into a profound meditative state. The following day, as dawn broke, a cacophony of sounds erupted within the building. Lan opened his eyes and peered through the crack of the door, spotting the elderly village chief preparing breakfast. He sprang from his bed, exited his room, and assisted the chief by chopping some firewood. Observing the industrious 6-year-old, a smile graced the chief's face. After sharing breakfast, the chief shouldered his belongings and, accompanied by Lan, set off towards Sacred Soul village. Due to the chief's advanced age and somewhat impaired mobility, their journey took a bit longer. However, within just over an hour, they had traversed from Peach Blossom Village to Sacred Soul Village. Upon reaching the village entrance, the melodious clinking of metal resonated from within, igniting a spark of excitement in Lan's eyes, for he recognized the sound of a blacksmith at work. This pure sound of forging was familiar to him, reminiscent of his previous life, where he had spent time in a smithy, acquiring knowledge of the craft. "Child, do you hear that sound?" the village chief inquired, a smile illuminating his face. Lan nodded and followed the old village chief into the heart of the village. As they traversed the narrow path, Lan observed that the Sacred Soul village appeared to be more prosperous than the Peach and Plum village. Expanses of fertile farmland stretched as far as the eye could see. The affluence of Sacred Soul village in comparison to Peach and Plum village stemmed from its ongoing trade with Notting City. The grains and vegetables produced here were destined for that urban center. While Notting City may not be considered a large metropolis, its proximity to one of the empires made it a crucial hub for commerce between 2 significant imperial merchants. Consequently, the livelihood of the nearby villages was notably better than that of others further afield. After a brief walk with the old village chief, Lan suddenly spotted a slender figure on a small hill that rose a mere 100 meters. The figure was steadily ascending towards the summit of the hill. It was a child of similar age to Lan, their skin radiating a healthy wheat hue, likely a result of frequent exposure to the sun. Their short black hair appeared neat and tidy, and although clad in simple attire, it was undeniably clean. As Lan walked, his gaze remained fixed upon the boy, for he was utterly convinced that the child was extraordinary. For an ordinary child, scaling the towering hill of over 100 meters was no simple feat thus. He summoned his hunting skills, channeling a formidable mental strength that extended like the hill itself. Although his senses were not particularly acute, He could still discern the boy's steady breath. Lon furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. Climbing a hill over 100 meters high, yet appearing unflustered and at ease? Could he be anything but extraordinary? Soon, the boy atop the hill noticed a man and a child of similar stature approaching his home, prompting him to dash down the hill with remarkable speed. In mere minutes, he arrived before Lon and the village elder. "Is your father home, Tang San?" the elder inquired. Casting a glance at Lon, he smiled and added, "Child, this is the son of a blacksmith. His name is Tang San." Tang San beamed and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Tang San." "Lon," came the subdued reply from Lon. "Little San, is your father at home? I seek his assistance in forging a weapon." The elder stated with a calm smile. "Yes, follow me." Tang San nodded and led the elder and Lon towards his abode. After a brief walk, they arrived at a wooden cottage. Pushing open the door, Tang San called out, "Father, someone is here to see you." A cough echoed from within, and after a moment, a tall figure emerged from behind a curtain. It was a middle-aged man, appearing close to 50, yet possessing a robust physique. His attire, however, was far from presentable. Tattered robes that revealed a sun-kissed complexion beneath, his features obscured by a layer of sallow hue, and his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, lacking any spark of vitality in his gaze. As he stepped out, a wave of alcoholic fumes wafted towards Lon, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. "This is my father," Tang San introduced. Indeed, it was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Stumbling to the dining table, Tang Hao plopped down and seized a jug of wine, tilting it back for a gulp before inquiring gruffly, "Did you bring money?" Chapter 8. The astonishing Tang San. Though Tang Hao appeared to be inebriated, his mind remained sharp, and he understood that visitors often sought him for crafting purposes. After a sip of wine, he glanced at the elder from Taoli village, a frown crossing his face. "You again? Speak. What tool do you wish to forge this time?" It was well known that many of the tools in Taoli village were crafted by Tang Hao, making the village elder a regular patron. Observing that his father had business to attend to, Tang San did not dare to linger and, recognizing that it was already noon, he set about preparing lunch by the stove. Lon walked over, his gaze sweeping across the blacksmith shop of the Tang family, a myriad of indescribable feelings swirling within him. In his understanding, an establishment such as a blacksmith should inherently thrive. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why the Tang family appeared so impoverished. It was indeed quite incongruous. Tang San, perceptive to Lan's bewilderment, noticed the subtle frown upon his face. He turned his head towards Tang Hao, who was indulging in drink, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitter amusement. The profession of a blacksmith, in theory, should always provide a stable livelihood. However, unbeknownst to Lon, the Tang family had long been struggling financially. Although Tang Hao could earn a meager income by forging tools for others, that scant revenue was invariably exchanged for wine. "You must be wondering why my family is so destitute, right? Well, it's simply because our expenditure surpasses our income," Tang San casually remarked, observing Lan's puzzled expression. After speaking, he hurriedly began to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, the old village chief had finalized an agreement with Tang Hao and approached Lon, whispering, "Child, wait here for the blacksmith to forge your weapon, and then return to Taoli village. I have already settled the payment for you. There are some matters I must attend to, so I shall take my leave now." Lon nodded slightly, acknowledging the old village chief. After watching him walk away, Lan's gaze remained fixed upon a colossal forging hammer within the Tang household. This was the first time he had encountered such an enormous hammer, which must have weighed several hundred pounds, definitely beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to lift. After more than half an hour, Tang San had prepared lunch. Due to their family's financial struggles, he had merely cooked a pot of porridge. After serving a generous bowl to Tang Hao, very little remained in the pot. Staring at the porridge, which bore little resemblance to clear water, Lon found it hard to believe that in a village seemingly more prosperous than Peach Blossom Village, there could exist such poverty, especially within a household that boasted a blacksmith shop. Tang San offered the remaining porridge to Lon, but he politely declined, having eaten just 2 hours prior and feeling no hunger at the moment. After their meal, Tang Hao rose and walked toward the inner room, his voice carrying back, "The dagger you requested will be crafted this afternoon. For now, feel free to enjoy the scenery." Lan's expression suddenly turned stern, revealing the capricious nature of the blacksmith. His piercing gaze slightly narrowed before he turned and walked outside, with Tang San trailing behind. Having lived 2 lives, his mind was certainly not that of a mere 6-year-old child. He discerned a hint of uniqueness in Lon. "Were you training your physique just now?" He casually inquired upon stepping outside and noticing Tang San gently close the door. Indeed, Tang San nodded in affirmation, then headed towards the small hill. I have yet to complete my training tasks for today. You may rest in my courtyard for the time being. Lan furrowed her brow and spoke candidly. Is climbing a small hill truly considered exercise? Tang San's expression shifted slightly, although Lan's tone was remarkably calm. He sensed a hint of provocation. To him, this small hill, standing at over 100 meters, was an excellent place to enhance his physical fitness, and more importantly, it was crucial for strengthening his leg power, which would significantly benefit his mastery of the Ghost Shadow Mirage technique. Yet, this child of similar stature dared to suggest that this was not a form of exercise? What, then, could be deemed as exercise? In that moment, Tang San's competitive spirit was ignited, and with a smile, he retorted, So, are you saying you can easily climb to the top? Lan's competitive spirit was rivaled by none. His ability to transcend limits in completing tasks deemed impossible is what made him an exceptional assassin. Do you wish to test your skills? Lan remarked nonchalantly. For Tang San, this undoubtedly presented an opportunity for growth. However, he remained skeptical of Lan's capabilities. Among peers of his own age, Tang San firmly believed that his strength was unparalleled. In his 2 lifetimes, he had mastered the exquisite techniques of the Tang clan, even in the Douluo continent, where martial souls held supremacy and soul power served as a complement. The essence of a warrior was defined. Yet, when faced with a child of similar stature, even if the opponent was a soul master, they would merely be fledglings in his eyes. He was resolute in his conviction that defeat was impossible. All right, Tang San declared decisively. Let us see who reaches the little hill first. Very well, I will count to 3, and then we shall begin, Lan replied coolly. Tang San nodded, assuming a running stance, slightly leaning forward, his calves poised to explode into motion. Once the countdown reached 3, he would sprint forth at maximum speed. Count away. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. Tang San was taken aback as a gust of wind rushed past him, and in an instant, a solitary figure was already 10 meters ahead. Without hesitation, he activated his ghost shadow perplexing track and pursued with utmost speed. A subtle smile graced Lan's lips as he glanced back at Tang San, contemplating. As an assassin, while strength is undeniably crucial, the element of surprise holds a significant weight as well, allowing one to deliver a fatal blow when the enemy remains utterly unsuspecting. In less than half a minute, Lan had dashed to the base of the small hill. With his legs bent, he suddenly exerted force in his calves and leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 15 or 16 meters. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought to himself, how terrifying. Within Tang San's line of sight, Lan's figure darted across the steep hillside with remarkable agility. Although Tang San's speed was slightly inferior to that of Lan, it was worth noting that his strength surpassed that of an average adult. Yet, this child before him moved with the swiftness of a climbing ape. At this moment, Tang San's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, with countless questions swirling in his thoughts. The reason Lan leaps side to side with such agility is quite simple. It allows him to minimize the expenditure of energy, enabling him to maintain the same impressive height with each jump. More significantly, his foundation is remarkably stable. At the moment of his ascent, all 4 limbs perfectly grip the protruding stones. Behind him, Tang San is suffering greatly. It is essential to recognize that Lan's strength at this moment is astonishing. His ability to reach such heights with each leap is undoubtedly linked to the power in his calves. Consequently, every time he propels himself upwards, the stones beneath him shatter under the sudden force of gravity, sending debris cascading downward. Tang San must not only ascend at breakneck speed, but also continuously evade the falling rubble. Beads of sweat have formed on Tang San's forehead as he watches Lan move with an uncanny swiftness, leading him to question his own existence. How can he be so fast? It is evident that he is no novice. This opponent seems to have honed his climbing skills to an exceptional degree, making the endeavor appear far less daunting than it was for Tang San during his initial attempts. Each stone he steps upon is crushed beneath his forceful tread. Whether this is deliberate or not remains uncertain. Chapter 9. Has Tang San been defeated? Lan. As handsome as the readers imagine. Under the strain of maximum effort, Tang San has begun to pant. Who is this person? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang San continues to employ the ghost shadow misty steps, propelling his body upward with remarkable speed. Even so, Lan's figure only widens the gap between them. Tang San takes approximately 4 seconds to climb 15 meters. However, Lan requires merely 2 seconds. Thus, regardless of how fiercely Tang San exerts himself, he cannot surpass Lan. The assassin, accustomed to traversing the shadows, possesses an innate mastery of climbing. For Lan, this endeavor is far less arduous than scaling castle walls to infiltrate a palace and eliminate foes, as there are numerous footholds to provide support. Tang San's admiration burgeoned. He recognized his defeat. In terms of speed, he had succumbed. Even with his extraordinary skill, ghost shadow mysterious trace, he remained outmatched by Lan. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Lan, too, possessed a remarkable skill, hunting technique. Gazing at Lan's elegant silhouette, Tang San offered a bittersweet smile. He never anticipated that he would be fortunate enough to witness such a prodigy. Lan's overall prowess was formidable, although Tang San diligently practiced each day by ascending small hills. His approach was methodical and steady, lacking urgency and speed. Now, however, he regretted not prioritizing velocity alongside his training. In less than a short span of time, Tang San had only managed to climb to the halfway point of the small hill. He lifted his gaze to behold the figure standing triumphantly at the summit. Activating his purple extreme magic eye, he beheld Lan's austere visage, with eyes that sparkled like galaxies, and features so exquisitely refined that they rivaled even the most captivating of readers. Lan, so strikingly handsome. Moreover, he observed that Lan stood atop the mountain with an unwavering expression, his demeanor remaining tranquil and his breath steady. Remarkably, there was not a trace of victorious elation upon his visage. Such composure is truly an extraordinary rarity. It is astonishing to discover such a formidable being in a destitute little village. The strength of his physique is utterly daunting. Tang San was both astounded and filled with profound perplexity. This modest hill, though it may not appear particularly lofty, has yet to be ascended by anyone in the entirety of Holy Soul Village. Even the adults must rely on tools to have any hope of reaching its summit. He could hardly believe that the slender figure atop the peak had ascended with such effortless grace. Perhaps I am simply too weak. Lan, with his extraordinary talent, has effortlessly conquered this hill. Standing atop the mountain, Lan surveyed all that lay within the confines of Holy Soul Village, his expression unchanged, though perhaps more profound than before. It seemed as if he were in search of something elusive. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a waterfall not far from a small hill. His pupils constricted, and a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of excitement. He then turned, casting a glance at Tang San, who was laboriously scaling the incline, and lightly remarked, "Do you require my assistance?" Tang San's forehead creased with a few dark lines, and his countenance shifted slightly. With renewed urgency, he quickened his pace. At last, he reached the summit of the small hill, his face slightly flushed and breath quickened from the strenuous ascent. Upon witnessing Tang San's arrival, Lan patted him on the shoulder and said nonchalantly, "You still have some distance to cover to match me, but do not despair. With diligent effort, you may yet catch up to my footsteps." Tang San's expression darkened further, for he was acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and Lan. Eager to comprehend Lan's training regimen, he curiously inquired, "Brother Lan, how do you typically train?" Lan glanced at Tang San with the corner of his eye before gracefully leaping down the small hill. "Follow me," he instructed. Tang San's mouth fell agape as he witnessed the astonishing speed with which Lan descended. It was a leap of at least several dozen meters. Lan's figure continued to bound downward, and considering the hill stood over 100 meters high, though not perfectly steep, it still inclined at nearly 80 degrees. Nevertheless, Lan managed to reach the ground effortlessly in a mere 10 seconds. Tang San inhaled sharply, exclaiming inwardly, "A demon!" Upon reaching the base, Lan noticed that Tang San was still perched halfway up the hill. A smirk tugged at his lips as he thought that you are different from the other children. You still fall short. With that, he sprang upward, lightly landing on a protruding sharp rock, and then leaped directly to Tang San's side. Extending his right hand, he gently grasped Tang San's arm and said nonchalantly, "Allow me to assist you." Tang San. Lan grasped Tang San's shoulder and leaped downwards. Just before they reached the ground, he gently tossed Tang San into the air, landing gracefully himself before catching him again. Tang San looked at him in disbelief. "Lan, how can you exert force in midair without a support point?" "As long as you have hands, it's possible," Lan casually replied and then headed towards the back mountain of Holy Spirit Village. Tang San followed closely behind, his mind filled with perplexities, unable to communicate with such an enigmatic being. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the majestic waterfall located behind the small hill of Holy Spirit Village. With a fleeting glance, Lan noticed a colossal stone beside him, its bizarre shape capturing his attention. Approaching the stone, he lifted it and mused to himself, "Though this rock is somewhat abstract, it should suffice for my training." Thus, he hurled the stone toward the base of the grand waterfall. Tang San was oblivious to Lan's intention, left only to watch in silence. Once prepared, Lan focused intently on the cascading curtain of the waterfall. He observed that the waterfall in Sacred Soul Village was significantly larger than that in Peach Blossom Village, towering at least 50 meters high. The water surged with a powerful momentum, its force at least double that of the waterfall in Peach Blossom Village. Strangely invigorated, he shed his shirt and leaped boldly into the churning waters below. Indeed, before Tang San's astonished gaze, he plunged into the waterfall. Tang San stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. Lan, what are you thinking? Panic surged within him. The waterfall's might was such that even a robust adult would be swept away in an instant. The turbulent waters obscured any trace of Lan. Just then, a low roar emanated from beneath the waterfall. To Tang San's astonishment, he saw a slender figure below, holding aloft the massive stone he had previously thrown. Standing resolutely beneath the waterfall was none other than Lan. Tang San's jaw dropped in disbelief, his mind buzzing in confusion. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm his sight, he realized that the child below the waterfall was indeed Lan, steadfast with the boulder atop his head. Reflecting on his own training regimen, Tang San recognized that even among prodigies, there exist stark differences. What Tang San was unaware of was that this was merely the beginning. Moments later, he watched in awe as Lan, with the stone still raised, began executing intricate maneuvers beneath the waterfall. Chapter 10. Sometimes, being excessively strong can be a burden. He witnessed Lan performing squats while hoisting the enormous rock. As someone who diligently trained his physique daily, Tang San understood the benefits of such an exercise. Squats are the quintessential movement for enhancing leg strength, which is paramount for overall power and possesses the greatest potential. It is essential to note that squats not only significantly bolster total body strength, but also enhance gluteal and core power. If merely performing squats on level ground, Tang San believed that with his physique, completing 501 go would not pose a significant challenge. However, at this moment, Lan stood beneath a colossal waterfall. To speak of nothing else, the sheer velocity of the torrent cascading from nearly 50 meters above generated a tremendous impact capable of overwhelming a person. Not to mention the difficulty of exercising beneath such a waterfall. Furthermore, Lan's ability to maintain his footing in this tumultuous environment astounded Tang San, completely reshaping his understanding of genius, surpassing even that of a monster. At this moment, Lan was hoisting a massive boulder, swiftly executing squats. In just a short span, he had completed nearly 100 repetitions. In his previous life, he had cultivated dark powers and possessed extraordinary abilities, enabling him to attain the strength of a shark. Upon arriving in this realm, although he could no longer wield his dark powers directly, they had transformed into a martial spirit and evolved into divine dark strength. At this juncture, his power erupted continuously under the strain of extreme challenges. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. As half an hour elapsed, Lan's squatting speed reached its zenith. With a puff of mist exhaled from deep within, he set the boulder down. Yet, he did not conclude his training. After releasing the weight from atop his head, Lan experienced a profound sense of strength flooding through him, as if the earlier fatigue had vanished entirely. Beneath the waterfall, after a brief respite, he bent his calves and, with a sudden burst of energy, leaped nearly 18 meters into the air. This exhilarating surge of enhancement filled him with indescribable excitement. Tang San raised an eyebrow, exclaiming in shock, "Is this even human? Don't you need to rest for a bit?" He felt the amplification of power coursing through him. Lan's exuberance was palpable, prompting him to opt for a different maneuver. He commenced performing push-ups beneath the waterfall, and with only 2 fingers. Tang San was on the verge of madness. His expression could no longer be described as mere astonishment. These movements were ones he typically practiced on solid ground, yet attempting them under such perilous conditions beneath the magnificent waterfall seemed utterly unattainable. The exertion required for these exercises was exceedingly taxing. After another 10 minutes or so, Lan had completed several hundred push-ups. In the fleeting moments of twilight, one naturally observes the astonished expression of Tang San. His demeanor merely darkened. He had not anticipated that the power of the demonic path would grant him such a profound enhancement. Lan was equally astonished by the transformations occurring within his body. Over the years, he had diligently committed himself to rigorous training, which consisted primarily of scaling the towering Taoyuan Peak and engaging in combat with the ferocious beasts of the forest. His prowess in battle and the resilience of his physique were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Was this the sensation of becoming stronger? Lan felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity, her expression turning increasingly solemn. However, it appeared that the pursuit of strength also brought about its own burdens. As her physique continued to fortify, the limits of her body expanded, necessitating a higher standard for her training. It seemed that once she conquered the waterfall, she would need to seek out other challenges to overcome. But where would she find them? Engaging in meditation and cultivation at night, while dedicating her days to physical training, made Lan feel profoundly fulfilled. After several hours of rigorous exercise beneath the waterfall, she experienced immense satisfaction. Leaping from the cascade, Tang San could not help but gasp at the well-defined muscles adorning Lan's form. Truly formidable. Lan undoubtedly noticed Tang San's adoring gaze. He raised his right hand and patted Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "There is no need to look at me with such reverence. This is merely my training method. You may give it a try as well." "Remarkable," Tang San exclaimed earnestly. "I cannot do it. Lan Ji's training regimen is beyond my capabilities. With my current abilities, I would likely be swept away by the rushing waters the moment I leap in." Tang San was genuinely in awe. Indeed, how many could endure such a rigorous method of physical conditioning as Lan employed? He believed that with his experience from 2 lifetimes and the enhancement of Xiantian skill, he should be formidable, yet he found himself utterly outmatched by this peer of his own age. It is worth noting that Lan Ge had not practiced any martial arts. Such tenacity left him feeling inadequate. "Lan Ge, you have truly opened my eyes. There are indeed greater heights beyond the heavens and individuals beyond mere mortals. I always thought I was swift in scaling small hills and considered my training to be exceedingly demanding, yet you seem to be risking your life." Tang San lamented, nearly brought to tears. Lan tossed her hair a few times before donning her attire and remarked nonchalantly, "These are merely fundamental exercises. Climbing requires only hands, and extreme challenges demand perseverance." Tang San nodded firmly in agreement. Indeed, that was true. Glancing at the time, Lan slightly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Your father should be awake by now, right?" Tang San affirmed, "At this hour, he ought to be up and quite possibly has already forged your weapon." His father was known for his remarkable efficiency. With that, the two made their way to the blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at Tang San's home and opening the door, they were greeted by a wave of warmth. On the dining table lay a dagger that had already been expertly crafted. Lan picked up the dagger and swung it a few times, nodding in satisfaction. To speak candidly, Tang Hao's forging skills are indeed profoundly impressive. As Lan held the dagger and examined it closely, he noted that it was crafted with exquisite precision, even surpassing the fine craftsmanship of the old village chief's kitchen knife. The sharpness of the blade was, therefore, readily apparent. With a gentle stroke, Lan brought the blade down, and a corner of the table was deftly severed. He lightly traced the cut with his fingers, discovering its remarkable smoothness. To achieve such a level of precision, an exceptionally sharp edge was imperative. After sheathing the dagger at his waist, Lan prepared to return to Taoli village. Stepping outside, he gazed up at the sky, his expression darkening. "Brother Lan, what are you observing?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. Lan Danran remarked, "I have only just realized that possessing immense strength can also bring about numerous troubles. There is not a single worthy opponent to challenge. I yearn for a genuine contest, not the kind we engaged in today, but a physical confrontation that satisfies certain spiritual desires. Nonetheless, I am truly delighted to have encountered you today. You give off the impression of being remarkably resilient. I would relish the opportunity to test my mettle against you. One must understand that sometimes, overwhelming strength can lead to profound solitude. You should dedicate yourself to rigorous training." Tang San stood silently behind Lan, wearing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 11. The aspiration to become stronger. With a gentle sigh, Lan departed. In the ensuing days, he diligently practiced weighted exercises beneath the waterfall, experiencing significant enhancements in both his physical prowess and various attributes. Meanwhile, Tang San adopted a more stringent approach towards his own training, continuously pushing himself to explore the limits of his capabilities. While he did not achieve progress as remarkable as Lan's, his new regimen yielded substantial improvements over his previous methods. More importantly, he made a breakthrough in his Xiantian skill. He was confident that when next he met Lan, he would be able to compete on equal footing. Melee combat. Indeed, he resolved to engage Lan in a true contest of strength, a battle befitting of true men. At that moment, he was determined to reclaim his honor. Half a month later, by the grand waterfall on the back mountain of Taoli village, a robust figure lay resting. Although he appeared to be merely a 6-year-old child, The strength of his physique was striking. Compared to 15 days prior, he had become markedly more formidable. An elderly man on the hillside, carrying a backpack, gazed at the child with astonishment. After a half-hour wait, the boy emerged from the waterfall. The elder presented him with clean clothes. Upon receiving the garments, the boy was taken aback. "Grandfather village chief, why is this a new outfit?" The elder smiled and replied, "Today, you are to report to the primary Soul Master Academy. So I bought you a new set of clothes. Quickly, try them on and see if they fit well." The boy donned the new attire, which fit him perfectly. It closely resembled the style of his previous clothing, likely custom-made by the old village chief. Though the fabric was not of the finest quality, it enveloped him warmly. Amidst his joy, a glimmer of gratitude shone in his eyes. Despite not being related by blood, the village chief treated him with such kindness. He vowed that when he became capable in the future, he would repay this generosity. After dressing, the village chief handed the boy a dagger. "Lon, you forgot to take your breakfast. I have brought it for you." "Thank you, grandfather," Lon replied with a gentle smile. The elder nodded. "Now let us set off." Lon accompanied the village chief as they set off towards the direction of Nodding City. "My dear boy, when the time comes for you to attend the Soul Master Academy, you must devote yourself to your studies. The primary Soul Master Academy will impart essential knowledge, such as the legends of martial souls, introductions to various martial souls, and explanations of soul beasts, among other topics. The program lasts for 6 years, and by the age of 12, if one has not shown significant promise, they may find themselves destined to remain an ordinary soul master. However, I have great confidence in you. Your potential is boundless. Those with considerable potential often choose to further their education at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy until they reach 18. The curriculum there delves deeper into the subject matter. Yet graduation requires meeting the Academy's rigorous standards. Failure to do so will impede one's ability to graduate. How difficult is it? Lon inquired. The old village chief chuckled softly. It necessitates reaching a soul power level of 20 and obtaining a second soul ring to earn the title of Great Soul Master. Lon was entirely oblivious to the world of Douluo continent. Thus he committed to memory everything the old village chief conveyed. Is graduating from a primary Soul Master Academy truly a simple feat? This intrigued Lon, as he felt that even graduating from a mid-level Soul Master Academy did not seem overly challenging. With his current soul power at level 12, he would only require 8 more levels to meet the graduation criteria for the mid-level academy. The old village chief replied, "Indeed, for you, it is akin to being halfway there. You merely need to acquire a soul ring to apply for early graduation. I have heard that students who graduate early are rewarded with a generous scholarship, which is a boon for those who study while working, as it covers both their living expenses and educational costs and provides additional financial support." "Will there be a teacher to assist in obtaining the first soul ring?" Lon inquired. For since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter a so-called soul beast, having merely heard of them in passing. The old village chief chuckled, "Certainly. The teachers at the primary Soul Master Academy will assist you in acquiring your first soul ring. However, once your soul power reaches level 20, you will need to hunt soul beasts on your own. Are soul beasts easy to hunt? How do they differ from ordinary ferocious beasts?" In Lan's understanding, the wild beasts he had encountered were already quite formidable, and he speculated that soul beasts might not be markedly different. The old village chief's expression darkened. "Easy to hunt? For a powerful soul master, perhaps, but for an ordinary soul master, it is a matter of life and death. Ordinary beasts cannot be compared to soul beasts. Countless soul masters have perished in their quest for soul rings. Do you still consider it easy?" Lan's pupils constricted, and his expression grew somber as he pondered the arduous nature of hunting soul beasts. However, it was not long before his demeanor softened somewhat. Although he had never encountered a soul beast, he believed that his current strength was quite commendable. How could it possibly compare to those formidable creatures? "Oh, the village elder mentioned the existence of elementary and intermediate levels. Surely there must be advanced academies as well?" "Advanced? Do you grasp the reason I refrain from discussing the advanced level with you?" Lon shook his head. "Is it truly because he is considered superior?" The old village chief replied, "Indeed, it is a mark of distinction, for such aspirations are beyond the reach of us common folk. We can only gaze in admiration. Allow me to share some fundamental rules regarding the prestigious Soul Master Academy. It is said that reaching level 30 is both a threshold and a prerequisite for graduation. Once crossed, one may be regarded as a formidable soul master. Failing to achieve this, however, may lead to significant troubles. To be honest, my understanding is limited. Yet I have heard that less than one-third of those who enter the academy successfully graduate. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Lon felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. Is level 30 truly so challenging? It appears it is indeed quite formidable. Suddenly, Lan's thoughts turned to Nock, and his expression grew even more solemn. Nock had dedicated his life to cultivation, and now at the age of 60 or 70, he has merely attained the rank of Soul Sage. This implies that Nock has spent over 60 years to reach such a level. Upon reflection, it seems that ascending to level 30 is indeed a daunting task. Young one, in any case, once you arrive at the academy, you will have the opportunity to study specialized knowledge. Any questions you have can be directed to your instructors. The village chief merely shares what he has heard from others. Lon nodded, acknowledging the village elder. Thank you for imparting such a wealth of knowledge to me. Lon recognized that the old village chief possessed only a rudimentary understanding of soul masters, and from his narration, it was evident that much remained unspoken, particularly regarding the three significant aspects of soul beasts, martial spirits, and soul power. The village chief appeared utterly oblivious, except for the knowledge that hunting soul beasts was perilous. However, Lon understood that such knowledge could be acquired at the academy, especially concerning soul beasts in the associated soul rings. The journey from Taoli village to Notting City was not particularly long. After approximately 5 hours, taking a respite beneath a grand tree, they finally beheld the city walls in the afternoon. Half an hour later, they arrived at Notting City. Young man, you must study diligently during your time here and make sure to return occasionally to visit the village chief. The old village chief remarked with a smile as they entered the city. The poverty of Taoli village, the most destitute among all, was primarily due to the absence of any soul masters for decades. Being the furthest village from Notting City posed significant challenges in trade, compounded by a lack of exceptional talents. Although Nock was considered part of Taoli village, he was seldom present, and to stimulate the village's economic growth, a more distinguished individual was essential. As they stepped into Notting City, Lon cast a sidelong glance at his surroundings. The city did not appear particularly grand compared to a county seat, though the buildings were notably more magnificent. A clear distinction existed between the urban populace and the rural folk, yet such observations held little significance for Lon. He continued forward, keenly observing everything around him, primarily searching for opportunities to earn money. It was imperative to secure funds for sustenance at the academy. Otherwise, he would face hunger. After a while, the old village chief guided Lon to the Junior Soul Master Academy. The towering archway, constructed from solid rock and polished to a smooth finish, was truly awe-inspiring. Beneath this grand arch stood 2 iron gates, which alone were enough to leave one speechless. Throughout their journey, Lon had not encountered a building imbued with such an air of nobility. The very architecture of the academy attested to the exalted status of soul masters in this world. At the center of the arch, for prominent characters read Notting Academy. Reflecting on the educational institutions of his previous life, a sense of melancholy washed over Lon. They were mere shadows in comparison. The grandeur of this academy was unparalleled in his former world. As Lon stood in a daze, a mocking and sardonic voice pierced the air. What do you think you're doing? Do you even know where this is? Notting Academy is not a place for common folk like you from the countryside. Dear young lad, we hail from Taoli village. This child is a work-study student sent from our village. Might you allow us entry? The old village chief hastily offered a smile. The doorman sneered, a work-study student? Taoli village, the very poorest village? Can such a place produce a soul master? Is a dog capable of giving birth to a lion? Do you possess proof from the spirit hall? Let me see it. The old village chief's expression darkened as he retrieved the proof and handed it to the doorman. The doorman scrutinized the document for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die from laughter? Innate full soul power? A martial soul of mere black smoke? Surely, it cannot be a genuine martial soul. I have yet to encounter someone with innate full soul power in a century, and yet you claim to have produced one? After all these years here, even the noble offspring have not manifested innate full soul power. How can a village like yours produce a genius? Why not shoot for the heavens instead? You even dare to forge proof from the spirit hall? I reckon you've grown tired of living. Now be gone. With that, the doorman audaciously used the proof to wipe his nose, crumpled it into a ball, and disdainfully kicked it away. Upon hearing this, the old village chief's expression changed dramatically, his face flushing with anger, as if he were about to explode. Yet, despite his fury, he dared not unleash it. After all, this was Notting Academy. The old village chief stifled his rage, preparing to retrieve the proof that had been sullied by the doorman. However, at that moment, Lan intervened. I give you 1 minute to retrieve that proof, clean it, and apologize to my village chief grandfather. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Lan's voice was calm, his face betraying not a hint of emotion. He had not anticipated encountering such contemptuous disdain so swiftly. Yet, in his past life, he had endured similar treatment, feeling powerless and bullied, but he had persevered through it all. The doorman chuckled at this. Bear the consequences? A splendid phrase indeed. Youngster, I give you 1 minute to clear out, or I shall not hold back. Do not presume that I would hesitate to deal with the two of you. Old and young alike. Young lad, are your eyes already blind at such a tender age? You are not only insulting us, but also the Spirit Hall. The seal upon that document was personally affixed by a senior official of the Spirit Hall. The old village chief could no longer contain himself. A sudden recollection struck him. There existed an exclusive seal from the Spirit Hall on the certificate. The doorman's expression shifted dramatically, for the proof from the Spirit Hall could not possibly be counterfeit. However, he deemed the old chief and Lan to be rather naive, as it was customary for many newcomers to the academy to offer him some form of favor. Their apparent lack of social finesse only served to frustrate him further. Although a sense of unease crept into his heart, fearing the arrival of the Spirit Hall personnel, he rationalized that these two were merely from the most impoverished village, and it was unlikely that anyone from the Spirit Hall would come to the academy to confront two individuals devoid of status or wealth. Unbeknownst to him, he had misidentified his adversaries. As the minute elapsed, Lan spoke in a calm yet firm tone. I do not wish to take a life. I shall reiterate. Return my certificate promptly and handle it properly, and perhaps you may yet preserve your existence. In that moment, a sharp dagger materialized in Lan's grasp. The old village chief perceived the change in Lan's demeanor. A faint mist emanated from him, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Over the past fortnight, Lan's unusual training regimen had made it clear to the chief that he was no ordinary child. Should the doorman dawdle any longer in returning the certificate, Lan would undoubtedly take his life. Forgive his ignorance, young man. We shall retrieve it ourselves, the old chief said, his voice trembling. He understood that this was a Soul Master Academy, and the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City was not far away. To commit murder here would surely invite calamity. If it were any other child, the chief would have felt confident that no violence would ensue. Yet, he was acutely aware of Lan's temperament. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Lan could swiftly claim the doorman's life. Forgive your ignorance? The doorman thought he must have misheard. He cleared his ears and retorted, You old fool, I see both of you as deserving of a beating. I shall not retrieve it today. I am curious to see what you can do. Chapter 13. Perhaps this is what genius looks like. The doorman was audacious, showing no fear until confronted with dire consequences. The old village chief grasped Lan's shoulder and whispered, Let him receive a lesson. We cannot kill within the Soul Master Academy, or we will attract great trouble. Lan's piercing gaze softened slightly as he sheathed his dagger. Had it been in accordance with his usual demeanor, the individual before him would have already been lying lifeless on the ground. Teaching me a lesson? The doorman let out a cold snort, beckoning towards the guardhouse. Urgu, someone is causing trouble. Come out for a moment. Soon, a robust man emerged from the guardhouse, rubbing his eyes, evidently having been napping inside. As the man approached the iron gate, he cast a glance at Lan and the old village chief before raising his heavy hand to slap the doorman on the head. Seriously? You called me for this? You've interrupted my sweet dreams. Do you realize that? The doorman chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I just thought you hadn't exercised in a while and could use some movement. The tall doorman, observing Lan and the old village chief, frowned slightly and inquired, What is going on? Before the village chief could respond, the doorman who had initially received them hurriedly explained, Urgu, you have no idea how arrogant these two country bumpkins are. Not only did they forge documents, but they also dared to threaten us. They insulted me, which is one thing, but they even included you in their insults. I simply cannot tolerate that. We've been brothers for years. It wouldn't be fair for me to handle them alone, would it? The tall doorman found the reasoning quite persuasive. Forging documents was one thing, but to threaten them as well? That was indeed audacious. His expression darkened. It seemed he intended to teach these two country folk a lesson. A casual beating should suffice to remind them of society's harsh realities. With that thought, the robust doorman signaled to the earlier doorman, You go ahead, I'll observe. If you can't handle even a child, you might as well return to the countryside to raise pigs. Understood, Urgu. The earlier doorman nodded. He then opened the iron gate and stepped out, brandishing his enormous fists in a display of bravado. It was apparent that these individuals were accustomed to being spoiled. Suddenly, Lan sprang into action. His right hand clenched into a fist, swiftly raised, and he unleashed a straight punch. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the boastful doorman was sent flying, crashing against the iron gate behind him, even breaking several gateposts. He lay on the ground, covered in dust, groaning and spitting blood, having lost 2 teeth in the process. Remarkably, Lan had not exerted his full strength. It was merely a casual punch, devoid of any flashy moves. The doorman, sprawled on the ground, felt a searing pain in his chest. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at the child before him in disbelief. Simultaneously, the sturdy doorman was equally astonished by the scene unfolding before him. In his eyes, his fellow doorman had been defeated in a single blow by a mere child. A chilling voice echoed, granting you one final opportunity to retrieve what was lost. This time, it is not merely about tidying up, rather, it is imperative that you cleanse it thoroughly. The authority in Lan's tone was unequivocal, and her gaze was icily indifferent. With just a fleeting glance, the doorman, who lay prostrate on the ground, trembled uncontrollably. The old village chief looked upon the doorman with pity, reflecting inwardly, ignoring the wisdom of the elders leads to immediate regret. The doorman hastily rose from the ground, retrieved Lan's proof, and swiftly cleaned the filth from its surface. As Lan cast her gaze towards the doorway, she noticed that the tall doorman had already fled, perhaps frightened by the unfolding events. What had transpired? At that moment, a raspy voice emerged, followed closely by the appearance of 2 middle-aged men stepping out from within. Lan slightly lifted her head to look, and approaching with quick strides was a man of medium stature, somewhat lean, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His short black hair was parted to one side, and his features were rather unremarkable. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded a distinctive aura, while his eyes conveyed a sense of languor and despondency. The doorman, initially taken aback, quickly bowed respectfully and inquired, "Master, what brings you and the dean here?" This middle-aged man, whose eyes bore traces of indolence and weariness, was indeed the master spoken of by the doorman. Behind the master stood another middle-aged man, seemingly a decade older than the master. He had a well-proportioned build, nearly matching the master's height, with slightly yellowish, naturally curly hair. His fair face was adorned with a pair of piercing eyes, and beneath his prominent nose, his nostrils appeared rather large. This individual was Fijian, the dean of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Fijian approached leisurely, first glancing at the damaged school gate, then casting a sharp look at the doorman. His expression darkened suddenly as he coldly remarked, "Long before, I received numerous reports about your fondness for collecting entrance fees." The doorman felt a chill run down his spine and hastily protested, "Dean, I must have been slandered. How could I dare?" As he spoke, saliva sprayed from his mouth. Fijian instinctively stepped back, noticing the blood at the corner of the doorman's mouth, and realized the young man had evidently endured hardships. Although the sight of the doorman missing 2 front teeth almost brought a smile to his lips, as the dean, he restrained himself and walked over to the master. At that moment, the master was scrutinizing Lan's registration proof. After a few seconds, he shifted his gaze to Lan, appraising her from head to toe. "The proof is genuine. Innate full soul power." Fijian was momentarily stunned. He had merely glanced at the document, yet it boldly proclaimed the extraordinary innate full soul power. He quickly snatched the proof from the master's hands, examining it closely, particularly the soul hall seal, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Holding the registration proof, he gazed in disbelief at the 6-year-old child before him. The master, however, displayed no signs of emotional upheaval, appearing as someone well-versed in the world, as if such innate full soul power were commonplace in his eyes. Fijian, on the other hand, was astounded. Having lived half his life and served as dean for many years at Nodding Academy, this was the first time he had encountered a child with such remarkable talent. In his understanding, innate full soul power represented the pinnacle of potential. Moreover, even children endowed with innate full soul power would typically seek the finest academies for their education. Yet today, Nodding Academy had welcomed such a prodigy. How could he remain composed? At this moment, he was utterly astonished. "My dear child, your presence at our academy truly elevates its stature." Fijian was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands firmly gripping both of Lan's arms. The old village chief felt a swell of pride, as if proclaiming, "Behold, this is a prodigy, a genius hailing from our peach and plum village." Chapter 14. The Divine Martial Soul. Dear sir, we have erred in this matter, and I sincerely apologize. You may entrust this child to us without any concerns. Fijian bowed respectfully to the old village chief. The president of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy bowing at a 90-degree angle in apology? The village chief was somewhat taken aback and hastily waved his hands, saying, "No need for apologies, no need for apologies. This matter is also our responsibility, henceforth. This child will be entrusted to your esteemed academy. Lon, please accompany the president and the master inside, and be sure to behave and not cause them any trouble." Lon nodded slightly, affirming his commitment to the elder village chief. The old chief smiled with satisfaction, then retrieved some money from his pocket and handed it to Lon, advising him to study diligently, for he was the hope of the entire village. Subsequently, he departed alone. After the old chief's exit, Feigen placed a hand on Lan's shoulder, guiding him towards the academy. As they passed through the iron gate, he cast a stern glance at the gatekeeper, expressing his disdain for any future occurrences, insisting that the current loss be rectified, thereby emphasizing the need for the gatekeeper to learn from this ordeal. The gatekeeper silently lamented his misfortune but dared not utter a word. Today had indeed been dismal. Not only had he been beaten, but he was also required to pay for the repairs to the iron gate. Given his already precarious financial situation, this was nothing short of a calamity. The master walked alongside them, managing a faint smile, privately reflecting on the remarkable talent he had discovered on the Douluo continent, realizing that his theories would require further refinement. Accompanied by the master and Dean Feigen, Lon finally entered the academy. It was evident that wherever a genius roamed, they would invariably attract attention. Upon reaching the academic affairs office, Dean Feigen promptly registered Lon as a student and arranged for his accommodation. Recognizing Lan's background as a working student from a poverty-stricken village, Feigen made an exception to grant him a scholarship, instituting a new policy whereby any outstanding students reporting to the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy would receive financial aid. The scholarship amount would be allocated based on the talents of the working students. The higher the talent, the more substantial the reward. Additionally, upon the master's suggestion, students who excelled within the academy would also be eligible for rewards. After completing his registration, Lon intended to head directly to his dormitory to rest. He was aware that he had yet to fulfill his training tasks for the day. There would be no grand waterfall within the academy, so he would have to rely on meditation to enhance his soul power. However, just as he exited the academic affairs office, the master hurriedly followed him out. "Do you wish to cultivate your martial soul?" the master inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Hearing the voice from behind, Lon paused in his tracks. Lon furrowed his brows. His presence here was undoubtedly for the purpose of cultivating his martial soul, and the master's words seemed rather superfluous. "Master, what do you mean by that?" he inquired. His curiosity piqued. The master approached from behind, resting a hand on Lan's shoulder. Typically impatient, today he exhibited an unusual degree of forbearance. Stepping before Lon, he forced a rather unattractive smile. "The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy may provide you with a rudimentary understanding of martial soul knowledge, yet for someone of your extraordinary talent, such information holds little value. Do you not yearn to delve into more profound wisdom?" It was clear that the master was enticing Lon, igniting his curiosity regarding the cultivation of martial souls. For a naive prodigy, an overwhelming desire to swiftly enhance one's abilities was a universal sentiment. Lon is no exception. He now aspires to swiftly enhance his abilities and prove his prowess, thereby gaining admission to the Spirit Hall. Determined, Lon nodded resolutely. The master smiled calmly and then took Lan's hand, saying, "Follow me." Lon did not refuse, following closely behind the master. Before long, the master led Lon to his dwelling, a quaint little house. Upon entering, one's gaze was immediately drawn to a bookshelf brimming with numerous tomes. The master pulled out his theoretical manuscript from the shelf, then approached Lon, gently stroking the top of her head as he softly remarked, "What a remarkable talent you are. You are the third genius of dual martial souls I have encountered, yet your aptitude surpasses theirs. I sense that your soul power fluctuations exceed even what I recognize as innate full soul power. It seems your soul power hovers around the 12th level." In an instant, Lan's expression darkened, her pupils constricting, and a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her eyes. It is worth noting that she had never mentioned her martial soul in her left hand to anyone, and during her martial soul awakening, she had deliberately concealed it, leaving only herself privy to this secret. The master, of course, noticed the sudden change in Lan's demeanor. As he flipped through his notes, he smiled and said, "You must be quite curious as to how I discerned your dual martial soul, am I correct? In truth, from the moment I examined your proof, I was aware of your dual martial soul. For others, it would be impossible to perceive any flaw, but I am not like them. I am a master." Without boasting, I can assert that my theories are unrivaled across the entire Douluo continent, leaving all others in the dust. Among my 10 core competencies lies the principle that innate full soul power should be proportional to the quality of martial souls. Evidently, the martial soul in your right hand manifests as a swirl of black mist. I have designated this martial soul as a special martial soul, a phenomenon never before witnessed in the Douluo continent, belonging to the realm of the unknown. However, it is certain that it is neither a weapon soul nor a beast soul. The potential for such martial souls could either be boundless or insignificant. This is my provisional definition of this category. To be candid, when I first glimpsed the proof, I was overwhelmed with excitement, as it allowed me to witness my theory of the unknown in my lifetime and encounter a special martial soul. Of course, I refer to those with innate full soul power. Clearly, you surpass them, as I have classified you as possessing innate 12th level power. Such a martial soul evidently does not suffice to encompass your extraordinary talent, which is why I am convinced you possess another formidable martial soul. Child, now release your martial soul for me to observe. Although Lan's heart was stirred with tumult, he maintained an air of tranquility. He raised his right hand, and with a mere thought, a swirling mist filled with twinkling starlight materialized in his palm. At the moment his martial spirit was unleashed, a faint black aura enveloped his body, interspersed with shimmering starlight. A surge of energy erupted outward, causing the master to instinctively retreat in astonishment. What a formidable presence! The master sharply inhaled, his breath caught in his throat. Throughout his extensive years of studying martial spirits, he had encountered an array of extraordinary manifestations. He had believed that a supreme martial spirit was the pinnacle of power, soaring above all others. Yet upon witnessing Lan's martial spirit, he realized that his theories were plagued with significant flaws. Perhaps there existed martial spirits even more potent, transcending all beings. Clearly, when comparing the known supreme martial spirits with that of Lan's, the former appeared trivial, utterly incomparable. He found himself shaken by the revelation of an unknown theoretical martial spirit. Truly, it was a divine-level martial spirit, undeniably powerful. The master's face expressed shock, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Such a martial spirit is astonishingly strong. I have encountered numerous supreme martial spirits, yet none exude such grandeur and might. Lan focused his gaze on the martial soul cradled in his palm and inquired, "A divine-level martial soul?" Chapter 15. The master's request. With a smile, the master replied, "Indeed. I have designated this exceptionally rare martial soul as a divine-level martial soul. However, it remains merely a superior martial soul, albeit slightly above the pinnacle. To differentiate their relationships, I have chosen to name it a divine-level martial soul. If I am not mistaken, at the moment your martial soul awakened, your physical resilience not only surged rapidly but your strength must have increased significantly as well, correct?" "Indeed." Lan nodded. His physique had always been robust, and at the moment of his martial soul awakening, it felt as though an invisible energy had rejuvenated his body. The intensity of his physical form had not only improved considerably, but his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. "Master, how do you suggest I cultivate my martial soul?" The master replied thoughtfully, "According to the categories of soul masters, those on the Douluo continent are primarily divided into assault type, control type, agility type, support type, and food type soul masters. Each martial soul aligns with a distinct developmental path. Judging by the formidable aura of your martial soul just now, it is most suitable for the assault type. And what about the martial soul in my left hand?" Lan asked, raising his left hand to reveal the dagger martial soul, radiating a silvery glow. The master's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as he contemplated. "An equipment martial soul? Undoubtedly, it is most fitting for the assault type." At this moment, the master could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he intently regarded Lan. "This is no mere genius. You are truly an extraordinary phenomenon. By the way, you may bestow a name upon the martial soul in your right hand. Should such a martial soul awaken in the future, you shall be considered an ancestor." "Landau, demonic power." The master exclaimed, "What a domineering name. With the demonic power martial soul in your right hand, I believe it possesses 3 formidable attributes. Firstly, strength is undoubtedly essential. Secondly, there is defense. And lastly, speed. Such a balanced development is crucial to unleash the utmost potential of demonic power." Lan deeply resonated with the teacher's words, finding a semblance of truth in them. Regarding strength, he was already aware of its significance without the teacher's guidance. Moreover, speed was undoubtedly an enhancement for him. He had consistently pursued swiftness. Thus, He was inclined to prioritize both strength and speed. As for defense, Lan held his own perspective. As an assassin, he believed that defensive capabilities bore little relevance. The most effective defense lay in a well-executed offense. "Thank you, esteemed teacher," he expressed. "I am not a teacher," the figure replied modestly. "To be frank, I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality due to my amicable relationship with the Dean. They affectionately refer to me as Master." "Then may I inquire, Master, how many years of soul beasts must I hunt for my first soul ring?" The Master pondered for a moment before responding. "Given your innate talent and constitution, if you aspire to reach your utmost potential, you could seek a soul beast of approximately 800 years for your first soul ring. However, to err on the side of caution, a creature around 600 years would suffice." Lan nodded thoughtfully. After the Master's thorough explanation, he had nearly grasped the concepts. "Thank you, Master." He expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave. However, he was halted by the Master's firm gaze. "Child, with your extraordinary talent, if you were to have an exceptional mentor to guide you personally, your potential could be fully realized, and you would undoubtedly have the opportunity to stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. I have always preferred to walk my own path. Yet this time you have compelled me to reconsider my theoretical perspective. Will you accept me as your mentor?" Lan trembled momentarily. The prospect of having such an illustrious figure as a mentor promised an illustrious future. From his theories, it was evident that he possessed a profound understanding of martial souls and soul masters. However, he had always cherished his independence. This was not the reason for his refusal. Rather, he harbored grander ambitions, namely, to join the Spirit Hall, for there awaited someone who needed him. Although he surmised that the Master's theories could indeed be unparalleled across the entirety of the Douluo continent, he remained resolute in his decision not to become the Master's disciple. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Master, your theories may indeed rank among the finest in the entirety of the Douluo continent. But I am accustomed to my solitary way of life. Therefore, I sincerely apologize." Lan gracefully declined the Master's invitation and subsequently exited the quaint wooden cabin. As she observed Lan's retreating figure, the Master clenched his fists tightly. After departing from the Master's humble abode, Lan made her way towards the dormitory building. As she passed by the entrance of the Academic Affairs office, a young teacher emerged briskly, carrying a bag. "New student, you have forgotten to collect your school uniform," he called out. Lan came to a halt. The young teacher observed as the school uniform was handed to him. This was the attire of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, crafted from a pristine white fabric, adorned with the emblem of the Academy on the chest. "What did the Master say to you just now?" the young teacher inquired with curiosity. Lan spoke candidly, stating, "To take me as your disciple is not something I have acquiesced to." The young teacher was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. Were it not for his favorable rapport with the dean, he would have been dismissed long ago, as he devoted himself solely to theoretical pursuits. Yet, his theories remain unproven to this day, particularly that absurd notion of the top 10 core competencies. Your decision to refrain from becoming his apprentice is indeed a wise one. Lan smiled gently before departing with her uniform in hand. The dormitory building of Nodding Academy is singular. One can easily locate it by following the directional indicators within the campus. There are a total of 7 student dormitories, as the Junior Soul Master Academy caters to younger students. To facilitate better management, students from each grade reside in a large dormitory, with approximately 40 students per grade throughout the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Lan glanced at the registration form, which indicated her dormitory number as 7, signifying that she would be residing in Dormitory 7. This particular dormitory is designated for work-study students and is unique in that it does not segregate residents by grade or age, resulting in a diverse mix of individuals. As she reached the top of the stairs, the sounds of commotion emanating from within Dormitory 7 caught her attention. The door stood ajar. Upon approaching the entrance, Lan raised her gaze to the door plate, confirming without a doubt that it was indeed Dormitory 7. She then stepped inside, revealing a spacious room of over 300 square meters, furnished with a total of 50 beds. The children within varied in size, with approximately 7 or 8 among them being around 12 years of age. Lan entered directly, naturally capturing the attention of the children inside. One older boy, noticing Lan's silhouette framed in the doorway, furrowed his brow slightly and approached her. This boy towered over Lan, his stature rather robust for his age. Standing before Lan, he looked down at her and said in a deep voice, "Are you a new work-study student? Can't you even knock?" As an assassin, she was accustomed to a life of freedom and disregard for conventions. Lan paid him no heed. taking a step to the right before entering. The burly boy immediately felt a surge of indignation. How dare this newcomer disregard him? Consequently, he forcefully grasped Lan's shoulder from behind and barked, "You must be quite arrogant." Newcomer. Chapter 16. I have only made a slight gesture. I merely wish to conserve my words. If there is nothing of importance, kindly refrain from disturbing me. I am Wang Xing, with the battle spirit of the war tiger, destined to become a spirit master and the leader of the 7th Dormitory. What is your name? And what is your battle spirit? Lan, my battle spirit is the demon path divine power. Demon path divine power. What manner of battle spirit is that? I've never even heard of it. It must surely be a worthless one. Wang Xing regarded Lan with disdain, unable to suppress a laugh. The other children soon joined in, convinced that Lan was merely fabricating tales. Lan's heart remained unperturbed by the ignorance of the group of children. He merely sighed softly and murmured, "How pitiable." After shaking his head, Lan proceeded deeper into the space, remarking, "Do not attempt to provoke me. Thank you." Wang Sheng paid no heed to Lan's words, asserting, "Little Lan, I am the leader here. As a newcomer, you should obey me. Do you understand?" However, Lan had already ventured deep inside, dismissing Wang Sheng's words as mere whispers in the wind. Upon reaching an empty bed, he placed his belongings down and prepared to commence his meditative practice. Indifferent to the antics of the immature children around him. How arrogant can you be? Wang Xing seethed with indignation. As the leader of the 7th Dormitory, with numerous subordinates watching, he could not tolerate being disregarded by this newcomer as if he were invisible. Fueled by anger, he rushed towards Lan, throwing a punch without hesitation. In a flash, Lan moved, his right hand shot up, fingers splayed wide as he swiftly grasped Wang Xing's fist. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he gently pushed, causing Wang Xing to stagger backward, nearly losing his balance. Do you dare to retaliate? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly, Wang Xing declared, his voice low and menacing. With that, he unleashed his martial spirit, the battle tiger. Under its influence, his physique began to swell, sharp claws extending from his fingers. In an instant, a ferocious tiger lunged towards Lan. Lan's pupils constricted slightly as he observed Wang Xing suddenly launch an attack. However, he remained unfazed. Just as Wang Xing was about to pounce on him, Lan abruptly sprang into action. In an instant, he vanished from Wang Xing's sight. The other students, witnessing Lan's astonishing speed, were left utterly dumbfounded. They clearly saw him raise his right leg, swiftly sidestep to Wang Xing's right, and then pivot to position himself behind him. With a forceful kick, he struck Wang Sheng squarely on the backside. Wang Sheng, caught completely off guard, was propelled forward, crashing down with a resounding thud, his forehead colliding with the edge of the bed, resulting in a sizable bump. Fortunately, it was the bed's edge, otherwise he might have fallen flat on his face, risking the loss of a few teeth. That is enough. Lan's voice rang out with undeniable authority. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage in conflict with these youngsters, whose minds were still maturing and whose competitive spirits were inevitable. However, Wang Sheng, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his mouth, furiously exclaimed, "How dare you retaliate?" With that, he charged at Lan once more. His massive fist aimed at Lan's chest. Lan stood his ground, raising one hand to firmly grasp Wang Xing's wrist. With a gentle pull, leveraging Wang Xing's momentum, he sent him hurtling forward once again. Wang Xing crashed to the ground, this time landing flat on his face. The impact was far more severe, and it took him a considerable time to rise. Thankfully, as a beast spirit master, he possessed formidable defensive capabilities. With fierce, glaring tiger-like eyes, he glared at Lan. To him, this new work-study student appeared to be merely 6 years old, half his age, and he believed he should be the stronger of the two. Considering Lan's earlier display of speed, he surmised that Lan's spirit was likely related to agility. He was convinced that if his fist landed solidly, he would be able to vent his frustrations. The other work-study students stood by, utterly astonished. The newcomer seemed remarkably powerful. He appeared to have subdued Wang Sheng with just one hand, leaving him battered and bruised. "Do you dare to face my punch head-on?" Wang Sheng said coolly. Lan shook his head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Very well, then, let me take your punch." Wang Sheng's expression underwent a remarkable transformation. He surmised that this young man truly was unaware of the vastness of the world, daring to confront him head-on. He chuckled to himself. This punch would surely leave the newcomer bedridden for over 2 weeks, teaching him the harsh realities of society. But would it indeed unfold in such a manner? With that thought, Wang Sheng spread his legs apart, let out a low growl, and raised his fist, charging towards Lan. As Lan's gaze fixated on the charging Wang Sheng, he leisurely raised his fist, his calves slightly bent, channeling the entirety of his strength into his arm, which he then transferred to his fist. With a sudden burst of power, he unleashed a punch. Boom. In an instant, their fists collided, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Wang Sheng was sent tumbling backward, crashing against the wall of the dormitory with a resounding thud. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth. What a monster! At that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and his internal energy surged violently within his chest. He now comprehended the insignificance of his own strength in the presence of absolute power. Had he known better, he would have heeded the advice given to him and avoided such a beating. Witnessing this spectacle, all the work-study students recoiled in fear, their astonishment palpable as they stared at the newcomer. Such formidable strength. Even the formidable Wang Sheng was no match. How absurd is this? Moreover, it appeared that he had not even utilized his martial soul, effortlessly overpowering Wang Sheng. Truly terrifying. Lan, did you really not use any soul skills just now? Wang Sheng, struggling to rise from the ground, clutched his chest as he approached Lan. Soul skills? Lan had indeed heard of this term from Nock. It referred to the skills acquired after obtaining a soul ring, which could profoundly transform a soul master. Wang Sheng hastily clarified. Soul skills are the techniques that arise after you obtain a soul ring, battle techniques employed through your martial soul. However, I am quite curious. What is your martial soul like? Brother Lan, stop pretending, Lan. I feel like you truly used a soul skill just now. With all the children filled with curiosity, Lan lifted his right hand, concentrating his soul power in his palm. A massive black mist materialized in his hand, appearing rather ordinary at first glance. If one were to insist on its uniqueness, it was undeniably one of a kind. Perhaps only Lan possessed such a martial soul throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. Lan smiled gently, shaking her head with an air of nonchalance, saying, I merely utilized my own strength to make a slight effort. Chapter 17. You are no match for me. Tang San's confidence in an instant, the entire dormitory was filled with gasps of astonishment. Was that casual? This could hardly be deemed casual. Wang Sheng was so frightened that his face turned pale. Lan had effortlessly defeated him using only her own power? Such strength was utterly terrifying. All the children gazed at Lan with expressions of sheer horror. They had just witnessed her strike with such decisiveness and simplicity, devoid of any ostentatious flair. Lan, are you serious? Wang Sheng asked incredulously, staring at Lan, this child who was even younger than himself, finding her abilities simply extraordinary. Lan Dao, just now, I employed merely 70% of my strength. Hiss. Wang Sheng inhaled sharply. Only 70%? Is that even human? Yet, the truth remains that Lan indeed exerted only 70% of his power. Wang Sheng's punch, at best, bore a weight of merely 100 jin. While Lan had trained beneath the great waterfall, capable of leaping to a height of 18 meters amidst the powerful torrents, one can only imagine the extent of his terrifying strength. Thank you, Brother Lan, for your mercy. Although he had just endured a beating, Wang Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of admiration. I truly apologize, Brother Lan. Every work-study student who comes here must confront these challenges. We are quite humble within the academy, often subjected to bullying, which is why I hoped for unity with you. I merely perceived your demeanor as overly cold and thought to issue a challenge. I never anticipated that Brother Lan would be so formidable. Wang Sheng rubbed the back of his head, his face flushed. Lan nodded slightly, revealing a look imbued with profound significance. It bore a striking resemblance to his previous life. Had he found himself lacking in strength today, he would likely have faced exclusion and harassment. The feeling of being bullied was one he would never forget throughout his life. Thus, regardless of the past or the present, he was resolute in his pursuit of strength. Only by becoming formidable could one carve out a place in this world. Otherwise, one remained at the mercy of others, subject to their whims. Brother Lan, from now on, you shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory. We have a long-standing tradition here. The strongest among us becomes the leader. With your prowess, I firmly believe that our dormitory shall rise and no longer be subjected to oppression, Wang Sheng exclaimed with palpable excitement. As Wang Sheng's words echoed in the air, the surrounding students eagerly gathered around. Brother Lan, I implore you to help us reclaim our dignity, they pleaded. We, the working students, hail from humble origins and are inherently inferior to the noble offspring. We only wish to study diligently here, yet they regard us as lesser beings. The most despicable of them demand protection fees from us, leveraging their numbers and power. Every week, they come to collect, and should we fail to comply, we are met with brutal beatings. At that moment, Lon noticed several children with bruises adorning their faces, stirring an emotional response within him. He had once endured similar bruises, particularly at night when the pain would render him restless and unable to sleep. He was all too familiar with that torment. Wang Sheng, observing Lan's gaze, offered a rueful smile. These few were the ones who were beaten yesterday. The noble children ordered them to clean the toilets. When they refused, they were assaulted. As the leader of the 7th dormitory, I too suffered injuries while trying to defend them. My body is now a tapestry of bruises. In a few days, they will return to collect protection fees again, and when we cannot pay, they will strike us once more. All the working students looked at Lon with hopeful anticipation. Having witnessed his strength today, they believed that perhaps he could stand against those noble science. Lan's expression suddenly changed. In his previous life, he rarely engaged in conversation. But upon arriving in this world, he discovered profound differences. Although he was an assassin, a sense of justice forever resided within his heart. Without a compassionate spirit, the mission to seize the Imperial seal would have never faltered. With this thought, Lon resolved to no longer hesitate, declaring that from now on, with him around, they would no longer suffer oppression. Just then, the door was unexpectedly pushed open. A small boy clad in blue stood at the threshold, appearing slightly shorter than Lon. At the moment the door swung wide, his face bore a look of confusion. Lon also furrowed his brow. Lon Go, it's you. The two spoke in unison, both taken aback, perhaps not anticipating this encounter in such a place. It had been half a month since their last meeting. At this moment, Tang San appeared considerably more robust than before. After enduring a severe setback from Lon, he had dedicated himself to self-improvement and intensified his training. Although he did not recklessly push the boundaries of life and death as Lon did, he continually challenged his own limits. His goal was simple, to one day face Lon again with pride and confidence. Wang Sheng whispered, Lon Go, although you are acquainted, we must not violate the dormitory rules. After addressing Lon, Wang Sheng approached Tang San. Hello, I am Wang Sheng. My martial spirit is the battle tiger. What is your name and martial spirit? I am Tang San, and my martial spirit is blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass? Can that martial spirit even be cultivated? Wang Sheng's expression was one of astonishment. However, considering that Lon seemed to have a favorable relationship with Tang San, he suppressed his laughter, while the other children similarly held back, some even turning crimson from the effort. Tang San maintained his smile. If there is nothing else, please do not obstruct my path. Wang Sheng disregarded Tang San's words, standing defiantly before him and dismissively stated, in our study dormitory, there is a rule. All newcomers must accept the challenge of the dormitory leader. If you win, you become the leader. If you lose, you must obey. Lon Gu, let me test him first. I want to see Tang San's strength. Although Wang Sheng had just been soundly defeated by Lon, he perceived Tang San to be even younger than Lon, and with a martial spirit as trivial as blue silvergrass. It was common knowledge that such a martial spirit was deemed useless on the Douluo continent. He did not believe Tang San could rival Lon's extraordinary abilities. Perfectly coincidentally, he still harbored some anger that needed an outlet. Yet, Lon suddenly approached him from behind and remarked with a hint of aloofness, you are no match for him. Allow me to take over. Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Lon Gu, surely you jest? The blue silvergrass is universally acknowledged as a feeble martial spirit in this realm, whereas I possess a beast martial spirit, which guarantees my capability to engage in battle. If you wish to avoid another beating, it would be prudent for you to step aside. Lan's tone was unequivocal. Observing the sudden gravity on Lan's face, Wang Sheng discerned the underlying truth. He was certain that Lon Gu had encountered Tang San before, and thus was well aware of his formidable prowess. Reluctantly, he withdrew to the periphery. Tang San smiled gently. Lon Gu, you speak the truth. You indeed are not my adversary. Chapter 18. The rematch with Tang San. Following the severe thrashing he received from Lon in the past, Tang San had long harbored a sense of grievance. He trained day and night with the singular aim of one day engaging in a fair and just duel with Lon Gu, one that transcended mere training and became a true contest of physical prowess. Wang Sheng's countenance darkened suddenly, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crisp sound that echoed through the crowd. His fury reached its zenith. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for bravado. With his current strength, he could not withstand even a single blow from Lon Gu. How could he possibly compare himself to Tang San? Moreover, judging by Lon Ji's demeanor, it seemed Tang San indeed possessed considerable skill. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in his thoughts, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was eager to witness the extent of Tang San's abilities. Tang San, It appears that in the fortnight since we last met, your aura has grown significantly, Lan remarked coolly. Tang San returned the smile with calm assurance. Thanks to Lan Ji's previous harsh treatment, I have come to understand the essence of cruelty. To relax oneself is to show mercy to one's adversary. I implore you, Lan Gu, to impart your wisdom further. Perhaps today I might even triumph over you. Upon concluding his words, Tang San placed his bundle upon an unoccupied bed. Suddenly, he vanished. The other students distinctly observed Tang San at the very moment he set down his package, darting swiftly behind Lan. His speed so remarkable that he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. In comparison to Lan's earlier velocity, the two were evenly matched. Reaching Lan's rear, Tang San abruptly raised his fist, launching a powerful strike. This maneuver was one he had learned from Lan, as unexpected attacks often yield astonishing results. Sensing a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him, a glimmer of light flickered in Lan's gaze. He swiftly stepped to the right with his right foot. Without even turning his body, as Tang San's fist collided with the area beneath his left arm. However, this blow was akin to striking at empty air, failing to inflict any harm upon Lan. Suddenly, Tang San felt as though his right hand were ensnared by an unyielding vice, leaving him utterly immobilized. At that moment, Lan made his move. His left arm rose abruptly, seemingly poised to release Tang San. Yet, only Tang San comprehended what was about to transpire. He sought to activate his ghostly shadow stealth to swiftly distance himself from Lan, but alas, his speed proved insufficient. In the moment when Lan released his grasp, he abruptly pivoted, lifting his right leg to execute a sweeping kick. Accompanied by a whistling gust of wind, a sudden muffled thud resonated through the air, causing Tang San to be propelled backward, his entire body hurtling away. With a kick as swift as lightning, Lan unleashed a force that was maximized by the sheer speed. Propelled by the principles of inertia, even with Tang San fortified by innate abilities, he was unable to withstand the might of Lan's strike. The kick sent Tang San flying approximately 10 meters, his body performing a complete somersault of 720 degrees before hitting the ground. After enduring such a formidable blow, Tang San's expression darkened considerably, paling slightly, but more so filled with indignation. From the moment he threw his punch, an unsettling intuition gnawed at him. Now he comprehended the source of his unease. Lan had anticipated his attack from behind all along. As Tang San rose from the ground, he pondered the purpose of his arduous training. Was it not to reclaim his honor? Would he concede defeat so easily? Such an outcome was not in his nature. Thus, he swiftly executed a ghostly shadow maneuver, charging towards Lan. As he neared Lan, he unleashed a punch, to which Lan responded in kind, raising his right hand to deliver a counterstrike. It had been a while since they last met, and Tang San was eager to showcase the extent of his improved prowess, hoping to invigorate his spirit. But in the next instant, Tang San abruptly retracted his fist, his body plummeting to the ground as he performed a sliding kick that passed beneath Lan. Just as he cleared Lan's form, Lan's right hand struck the ground, propelling him upwards. With his legs bent, he concentrated a formidable power and delivered a fierce kick. Had Lan failed to react, the outcome would have been dire. Even with his remarkable physique, he might have been sent tumbling forward. All the children watched in astonishment. Tang San's assault was truly astounding, his sequence of actions. From the charge to the slide, the ground strike, and the powerful kick flowed seamlessly, a perfect display of martial prowess. To the onlookers, it seemed impossible for Lan to respond in time. Tang San's speed was simply too overwhelming. Witnessing Tang San's 2 consecutive attacks, Wang Sheng gasped in awe, thankful that Lan had intervened. Otherwise, he too would be sprawled on the ground, facing yet another humiliating defeat. However, what none anticipated was that Tang San had missed entirely. Indeed, his foot had struck Lan's silhouette, yet there was no sign of Lan being propelled away. Tang San's purple devil eyes flickered, his heart racing with disbelief. How could it be? How was Lan's speed so extraordinary? In that moment, Tang San grasped the gravity of the situation. He had merely kicked at an afterimage. If that was indeed Lan's phantom, then where had Lan vanished to? Suddenly, a figure materialized above Tang San. The children were left utterly petrified. Lan, when did you soar above Tang San? Such astonishing speed. At this velocity, it is impossible to discern with the naked eye. This cannot be human. It is undoubtedly spectral. In the blink of an eye, Lan lightly tapped Tang San's waist with his toe, causing Tang San's body to plummet forcefully to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the announcement signaled the conclusion of this sparring session. Tang San lay prostrate on the ground, his face caked in dust. a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment of realization, he swiftly activated the Xiantian skill to shield himself. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, rendering him bedridden for at least 10 days or more. Observing Tang San on the ground, Lan felt no stirrings of emotion, even a hint of disappointment. He had anticipated that Tang San would provide a worthy test of his progress over the past fortnight. Yet it turned out that Tang San was rather fragile. In truth, the moment Tang San slid in for his attack, Lan had already made his move. His speed was simply so extraordinary that no one noticed how he evaded Tang San's lateral kick and ascended above him. Perhaps you should practice a bit more, Lan remarked coolly, his expression as frigid as though nothing had transpired. Tang San slowly raised his head from the ground, his complexion pale, glaring at Lan with a fierce expression. Despite his relentless training, facing a being like Lan left him feeling utterly hopeless. Tang San's lips moved slightly. Is this the chasm of absolute power? To lose so easily, he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Yet what could he do? Clenching his fists tightly, he grit his teeth and declared, I have lost, and I concede wholeheartedly. Chapter 19. The arrival of Xiao Wu. Those with discerning eyes could see in Tang San's gaze that he was merely submitting verbally. For Lan, such matters were inconsequential, as they bore no relevance to him. Should Tang San wish to challenge him again in the future, he would be more than willing to oblige. Lan, your strength is astonishing, especially without having acquired a soul ring. I dare say there is no student in the entirety of Nuoding Academy who could rival you. Wang Xing now firmly believed that during his previous battle with Lan, he had indeed held back. If Lan had unleashed his full might, Wang Xing feared he would already be sprawled on the ground. A soul ring? Where does one obtain such a thing? This question had long piqued Lan's curiosity. Yet he had forgotten to inquire during his earlier visit to the master's abode. Wang Xing pondered, I am not entirely certain, as our abilities have yet to reach the level where we can acquire a soul ring. Our teacher has not provided us with lessons on this topic, merely stating that once we attain the requisite strength, we shall engage in practical explanations. If you wish to inquire, Lan, you might consider asking the teachers. However, I suspect they may refrain from sharing information, as it appears to be a stipulation of the curriculum, which they cannot contravene. Perhaps they are concerned that disclosing such details might incite curiosity, leading some to secretly venture to the abode of spirit beasts. What should we do then? Lan furrowed his brows. Why not visit the spirit hall and pose your questions there? Master Su Yunhao of the spirit hall is quite amiable. He was the one who assisted me in awakening my martial spirit, Wang Xing suggested. At once, Lan experienced a profound realization. Indeed, he could seek the wisdom of Master Su Yuntao to inquire about matters pertaining to this subject. Moreover, and of greater significance, he could ask about the current state of that little spirit. Thus, Lan strode purposefully towards the door, intent on seeking out Su Yuntao. Just at that moment, a lively young girl unexpectedly collided with his chest, prompting him to instinctively glance down. He was momentarily taken aback. How could it be a girl? The petite maiden stood nearly as tall as Tang San, her charming visage flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe honey peach. Despite her modest attire, she appeared remarkably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, and her large, inquisitive eyes sparkled with curiosity. Clutched in her hands was a pristine school uniform. Not only Lan, but the entire cohort of the 7th dormitory was momentarily captivated, for it was a haven of boys. And the sudden appearance of such a vivacious and endearing young lady was undoubtedly startling. Lan turned her head to gaze at Wang Xing and the other work-study students. Her expression filled with curiosity. Is the 7th dormitory co-ed? Wang Xing nodded, a hint of crimson coloring his cheeks as he replied in a hushed tone. After all, we are still children. The school does not differentiate between genders in any of its dormitories. It is said that only upon reaching the Intermediate Soul Master Academy will the male and female students be separated. This year's cohort of work-study students seems rather large. Boss, he added, it appears you must first engage in a contest with him before you can leave. Lan sighed, feeling a tinge of irritation wash over him. As a newcomer, he had scarcely settled in before being thrust into a relentless cycle of challenges. The young girl before him was not someone he could muster the energy to confront. She lifted her gaze to Lan, her large eyes blinking innocently, then took a step back, a sweet smile gracing her face. Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, the dancer. She introduced herself. Tang San, having just risen from the ground and dusted off his clothes, approached Lan from behind. Brother Lan, Since every work-study student must be welcomed by the leader of the 7th dormitory, you wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, would you? He inquired. Wang Sheng also sidled up to Lan, subtly hinting that the rules of the 7th dormitory should not be broken. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lan simply sidestepped past Xiao Wu and walked away. He felt no inclination to engage with such a young girl. After all, what combat prowess could she possibly possess? What do we do now that Brother Lan has left? Our rules cannot be disregarded. One of the work-study students voiced his concern. At that moment, Wang Sheng glanced at Tang San, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Little San, with Brother Lan gone, you are the strongest among us. It seems the task falls to you. Tang San clutched his chest. His body still bore the ache of exertion. With a wry smile, he replied, I lack the strength for this now. Perhaps we should wait for Brother Lan to return. In the end, within the entire 7th dormitory, only Xiao Wu had escaped the customary initiation. However, her curiosity was piqued, and after numerous inquiries, she learned that every new work-study student was required to challenge the leader of the 7th dormitory. At that moment, Xiao Wu was not only curious but also filled with a competitive spirit. Standing on the balcony, watching Lan's figure disappear beyond the school gates, she smiled softly and thought, so he is the leader of the 7th dormitory. I shall wait for you. Upon exiting the Nodding Academy, Lan inquired with passers-by until he located the Soul Hall branch in Nodding City. The Soul Hall in Nodding City was an imposing domed structure, its facade stretching over 100 meters wide and soaring more than 20 meters high, divided into 3 distinct levels. The entire edifice was a rich brown, adorned with the Soul Hall emblem, which featured a lone longsword. Lan, unaware of the emblem's significance, nonetheless found it impressive. Arriving at the entrance of the Soul Hall, Lan observed the meticulous organization of the branch. Reflecting on the Soul Hall in Taoli village, he realized that it lacked even a guard, and its structure paled in comparison to this grand building. He pondered what the more prestigious Soul Halls must be like. Clearly, the influence of the Soul Hall was formidable, with their presence felt in villages and towns alike. Hello, young one. Are you here for your soul awakening? At that moment, a guard approached, wearing a welcoming smile. Without unnecessary elaboration, Lan surmised that since there were guards present, one would undoubtedly require a valid reason to gain entry. He quickly grasped the situation. Thus, he nodded affirmatively, stating that Master Su Yuntao had summoned him for his martial soul awakening. The guard at the door was taken aback, thinking to himself, this child actually knows Master Su Yuntao. It must have been a prior arrangement. Only those who possess the potential to become soul masters are personally invited by Master Su Yuntao. The guard, filled with envy, nodded in acknowledgement and said, you may enter. Master Su Yuntao should be on the 1st floor. You should be able to meet him there. Lan strode purposefully into the immense edifice of the Spirit Hall. Yet, upon entering, he discovered several narrow paths within, which left him somewhat perplexed. After pondering for a moment, he noticed that one particular pathway appeared to be well-trodden, suggesting frequent passage. Moreover, recalling the gatekeeper's earlier remarks, it was evident that children often visited the Spirit Hall for their soul awakening. Thus the route leading to the reception hall must have been traversed numerous times. Lan decisively chose the formidable and challenging path, proceeding onward with determination. As expected, after walking for 7 or 8 minutes, he beheld the reception hall of the Spirit Hall. From a distance, he recognized a familiar figure within the hall, none other than Master Su Yuntao, who had assisted him in awakening his martial spirit. Lan quickened her pace and entered the reception hall, where Su Yuntao was seated on an intricately carved sandalwood chair, cradling a woman in his arms. Naturally, those present here were all soul masters. The woman in Su Yuntao's embrace possessed a voluptuous figure and a countenance that could be deemed above average. It was evident that one of Su Yuntao's large hands was wandering indiscriminately across the woman's body, eliciting occasional soft moans and whispers from her lips. Lan sincerely regretted disturbing Master Su Yuntao, yet he was in urgent need of acquiring a soul ring to enhance his strength, so he mustered his courage and approached. Master Su Yuntao, he said as he entered the office. Hearing his voice, Su Yuntao peeked out from behind a woman, while the female soul master swiftly stood up. Her face flushed and retreated into an office. Su Yuntao rose, scrutinizing the child before him, whose expression struck him as remarkably familiar. However, he could not recall the specifics at that moment. After all, he encountered dozens of children of similar age daily, making it inevitable to forget some details. Moreover, Lan had indeed undergone a slight transformation, now appearing more robust, his attire free of blemishes, presenting a rather tidy appearance. Who are you? Noticing the look of confusion in Su Yuntao's eyes, Lon did not wish to waste time and replied calmly, I am Lon, the child who awakened innate, full soul power in Taoli village last time. Ah, it is you, Su Yuntao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. By the way, I have been intending to find you. I have reported your martial soul to the higher-ups, but their processing of information is rather sluggish. It may take several months. What about that little rascal? Lon inquired. Speaking of Cai Wenji, Su Yuntao beamed with pride. She is a prodigy awakened under my guidance. Rest assured. On the very next day after I brought her back, the Pope's Hall personally sent someone to escort her away. To be taken by the Pope's Hall signifies a bright future ahead. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's envy was unmistakable. Lon took a deep breath, realizing that the papal palace was undoubtedly the abode of the supreme leader. A sense of relief washed over him. Brother, I truly owe my gratitude to your sister. It is because of her that I have ascended in rank and fortune. In due time, I shall be able to join the more esteemed Spirit Hall, and most importantly, I have also received a reward of 300 golden spirit coins. Su Yutao was filled with profound emotions. Life indeed surprises us from time to time. This was especially true considering that he had devoted many years as an awakening master, tirelessly working without reward, and at times even having to pay for his own meals. Such dedication is truly a model for others to aspire to. By the way, do you have any particular business at the Spirit Hall? After calming himself, Su Yunhao inquired. I wish to know where a soul master like myself can obtain the first soul ring, Lon replied straightforwardly. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow slightly. You could simply ask your teacher about that. Lon Dao, I have enrolled at the Nodding Academy. Yet I have not been assigned to a class and remain unaware of who my instructor will be, so I thought to inquire with you first. Su Yutao nodded gently and replied with a soft smile, Very well, allow me, Master Su Yutao, to personally impart a lesson to you. Generally speaking, novice soul masters venture to the hunting forest, located 400 miles north of Nodding City, to hunt soul beasts. This forest serves as a sanctuary for soul beasts cultivated by the Empire, where you will undoubtedly discover suitable soul rings for yourself. Can soul beasts actually be cultivated? Lon was taken aback. Su Yuntao explained, Indeed, they can, but only lower-tier soul beasts may be cultivated. Higher-tier soul beasts cannot be. It is important to understand that soul beasts are not merely ferocious creatures. They are, in essence, beasts endowed with soul power. The longer they exist, the more formidable they become, and thus we categorize them into 5 levels: 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. The most basic among them is the 10-year soul beast. How can we ascertain their age? Lon inquired further. Su Yutao patiently elaborated. This is quite simple. Upon their defeat, a soul ring, corresponding to their age, will manifest. The soul ring produced by a 10-year soul beast is white. That of a 100-year soul beast is yellow. A 1,000-year soul beast yields a purple soul ring. A 10,000-year soul beast produces a black soul ring. And a 100,000-year soul beast generates a red soul ring. I have yet to encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, let alone witness a red soul ring. Such things are mere legends. Master Su Yuntao, your first soul ring appears to be of the 10-year variety, does it not? Lon murmured. Su Yuntao, at a loss for words, he inwardly cursed. Do you think everyone is as peculiar as you? Noticing Su Yuntao's displeasure, Lon realized he may have misspoken. He quickly clarified, Master Su Yuntao, that was not my intention. I merely speak my mind. Although your first soul ring is white, I perceive you as immensely powerful, truly. Su Yuntao's expression darkened further, signaling that the conversation could not continue. Consequently, he unceremoniously expelled Lon from the Spirit Hall. After being dismissed by Su Yuntao, Lon felt rather bewildered, as he believed he had not misspoken at all. Why had Master Su Yutao reacted so vehemently? With a soft sigh, Lon resolved to make his way to the hunting forest. Before leaving, the village elder had bestowed some money upon him, enabling him to hire a carriage and set off directly towards the hunting forest. That afternoon, Lon set forth, and by the following afternoon, he arrived at his destination, the soul hunting forest. The entire journey consumed a day as time. As Lon stepped out of the carriage, he felt a sense of bewilderment, even questioning whether he had arrived at the correct location. Before him lay not a forest, but rather an expansive marketplace. Ultimately, in his confusion, he inquired of a passerby on the bustling streets to discover that the soul hunting forest was situated behind the marketplace. As Lon navigated through the bustling crowd, he ventured deeper into the street until he finally caught sight of the soul hunting forest. It was at that moment he realized that the forest had been obscured by a vast expanse of buildings, with numerous shops lining the periphery, where many merchants were engaged in commerce. In his prior focus on locating the soul-hunting forest, he had failed to notice the shops flanking either side. Upon seeing the forest, he exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It was then that he began to hear the cacophony of vendors calling out in unison. Indeed, when one is wholly absorbed in the pursuit of a singular goal, the surrounding clamor seems to fade into an imperceptible background noise. Winding pathways crisscrossed throughout the marketplace, where a medley of sounds filled the air. As he approached the direction of the soul-hunting forest, the chaotic din diminished significantly, replaced by the shouts of many soul masters rallying their teams. Come, I have a decree. Let us form a team to hunt agile soul beasts for just 10 gold soul coins. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Boomed a voice. Is there anyone willing to join? I am Master Luban, a peak-level control-type soul master. I may lack in other skills, but for merely 5 gold soul coins, I can arrange any pose you desire from the soul beasts. A bespectacled middle-aged man called out. Is there anyone willing to join? I am Luban 9, an exceptionally audacious peak-level offensive soul master with a martial spirit of artillery. Do not be deceived by my short stature. I walk with great swagger. And I assure you that I have the prowess to back it up, for my artillery skills are unparalleled. For just 5 gold soul coins, you can secure a top-tier ally, as powerful as the depths of the ocean, leaving all dignity behind. Upon hearing this somewhat mechanical proclamation, Lan's expression darkened slightly, impressed by the audacity. At that moment, he observed the middle-aged man, referred to as Master Luban, deliver a light slap to the back of Luban 9's head, whispering, Son, could you refrain from being so boastful? Otherwise, onlookers might think we are merely posturing. Luban 9 flashed a broad smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Father, ever since you began accompanying me, I have found my stride more confident. Would you care to witness? Chapter 21. The sword Douluo was astonished. How dare you bring that up? It is precisely your manner of walking that attracts trouble. I advise you to be wary. The master of Lu, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Of course, while the commotion is amusing, one must never jest with life. This, one understands quite well. Individuals of such nature typically possess limited abilities. Hence, he must carefully observe and seek out a more formidable team. However, within the confines of the soul-hunting forest, the prowess of soul masters is indeed a mixed bag, making it rather challenging for Lan to find a suitable group. Naturally, if he were of noble descent, this obstacle could be easily circumvented. Alas, he is not. From yesterday until now, he has merely nibbled on some rations, and hunger has begun to gnaw at him. Glancing around, he noticed that most establishments here were engaged in the trade of various weapons, with relatively few restaurants. After a brief search, Lan discovered a noodle shop. In such an environment, a bowl of noodles would be the most economical choice, as his current financial means scarcely allowed for lavish feasts. Approaching the noodle shop in the distance, Lan remained vigilant, observing his unfamiliar surroundings, which indeed piqued his curiosity. Upon entering the noodle shop, he ordered a bowl of noodles. Inside, the establishment was sparsely populated, with only about a dozen patrons. Seated by the window were an elderly man and a young girl. The elder, donning a pristine white robe, had his silver hair neatly arranged behind him, exuding an aura of antiquity. His eyes were only partially open, lending him an air of quiet wisdom, and his movements conveyed a unique grace. As an assassin, Lan possessed inherently sharp senses, and he discerned that the old man's presence was extraordinarily keen. Grandfather, when shall we enter the soul-hunting forest? I can hardly wait to acquire my soul ring. The young girl, with an endearing demeanor, implored. She appeared lively and charming, clad in a simple green dress, her short hair neatly framing her face, standing only to Lan's chest. From their attire, Lan deduced that they hailed from nobility. The evening is already drawing to a close. How about we venture for your soul ring tomorrow? The elder replied with a smile. The girl, though slightly displeased, nodded in agreement. Young man, do you find this sight particularly captivating? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, causing Lan's expression to darken slightly. He realized he had been discovered. The old man's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, and in an instant, a formidable presence surged towards Lan like a tidal wave. Instantly, Lan found himself sprawled across the table. Despite his extraordinary physique, he was utterly immobilized under the old man's pressure, even struggling to breathe. A torrent of murderous intent surged within Lan's heart, and a dagger, gleaming with silver light, slipped into his palm from his sleeve. If the old man continued to exert his pressure, Lan would not hesitate to activate his hunting skills and unleash the dagger as a concealed weapon. However, at that moment, the old man retracted his soul energy, and Lan breathed a sigh of relief. He was utterly convinced that this elder's strength far surpassed that of Nock by a significant margin. "What is your name? What brings you here?" the old man inquired nonchalantly. Even in the face of such overwhelming power, Lan felt no trace of fear. He placed his hands on the table to prop himself up and cast a cold glance at the elder. "I am here, of course, to acquire a soul ring." The elder furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, what a composed young man. It was well known that he was a titled Douluo. Most individuals would have collapsed to the ground under his pressure. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. "What did you say?" The elder believed he had misheard. Though his voice was not loud, it still startled the diners around him. Everyone turned, bewildered, to look at the elder. Upon seeing the elder's piercing gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from a titled Douluo. The patrons, mostly soul masters themselves, understood from the cold, fierce look of the sword Douluo that he was a formidable soul master, not one they could provoke. Lan replied indifferently, "Such meaningless words. I have no desire to repeat them." Sword Douluo gazed at the child before him in disbelief. He realized this child was truly extraordinary compared to others. Never before had he encountered a 6-year-old with such chilling demeanor. Sword Douluo approached Lan's table and sat down, murmuring softly, "Child, are you alone?" Lan nodded in tacit agreement. "How old are you?" Jian Douluo inquired with curiosity, perceiving that the child appeared to be around 8 years of age. Achieving the qualification for obtaining the first soul ring at such a young age, this child could certainly be regarded as a prodigy across the entirety of Douluo continent. 6 years old. Lan's tone remained as frigid as ever. The reason he disclosed his soul power level was that he anticipated the elder before him would undoubtedly press for further inquiries. Moreover, given the elder's formidable strength, he could likely ascertain Lan's soul power level with minimal effort. The sword Douluo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked with a faint smile, "Child, at the age of 6. You should have just undergone your martial soul awakening. One must possess a soul power of at least level 10 to qualify for the acquisition of the first soul ring. Your arrival is rather premature. Innate full soul power." A glimmer flickered in Lan's eyes. "What?" Sword Douluo abruptly rose from his seat, momentarily frozen in place, his mind in a state of confusion. The concept of innate full soul power, what does it imply? To illustrate, while the Douluo continent boasts many prodigies, those possessing innate full soul power are exceedingly rare, perhaps emerging only once in a century. Even the little girl he was accompanying, recognized as the most gifted genius in the history of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, possessed merely innate level 9 soul power. Yet this child before him astonishingly exhibited innate full soul power. How could he not be exhilarated? Nevertheless, Sword Douluo, being a seasoned individual well acquainted with the tumultuous tides of fate, quickly composed himself. The complexity of their surroundings rendered it easy for others to take notice. A talent such as Lan's, if discovered by certain factions, would undoubtedly be coveted at any cost. Presently, across the entire Douluo continent, various sects were amassing power, and such a prodigy, regardless of the faction they aligned with, would inevitably herald a new dawn for their sect. Sword Douluo scrutinized the child intently and ventured, "Child, embarking on a hunt for soul beasts alone is no small feat. May I offer my assistance?" This seemingly casual remark bore deeper implications, which Lan, possessing a mature intellect beyond her years, readily grasped. Undoubtedly, the other party sought to form an alliance with her. Noticing Lan's silence, Sword Douluo smiled gently, upon sensing your aura earlier and applying pressure. "I discovered your astonishing talent and constitution. To pursue the extreme, soul beasts of at least 800 or 900 years would suit you best. However, some soul beasts, despite their relatively short lifespan, possess formidable strength. You might consider teaming up with others to hunt soul beasts, but have you pondered a crucial question? Without a single soul ring, why would they accept you? Unless, of course, you are exceedingly wealthy and can hire mercenaries." At this juncture, Sword Douluo smiled. Observing the soul masters outside the noodle shop clamoring to form teams, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Chapter 22, Shadow Cat. Even in a team, it is imperative to have an exceptionally skilled soul hunting group, typically comprising 5 distinct roles: food system soul masters for supplies, recovery system soul masters for restoration, agility system soul masters for reconnaissance, strength system soul masters for defense, and attack system soul masters for annihilating foes. Yet, in my view, these assembled teams are merely engaging in idle chatter. Lon furrowed his brows, contemplating the numerous requirements associated with forming a team. The elder spoke a profound truth. He was merely a novice soul master, having just awakened his martial spirit, and in the face of formidable soul beasts, he would likely be of no assistance whatsoever. What reason would they have to accommodate someone as inconsequential as himself? As for hiring muscle, that was another matter entirely. He had just overheard the various teams discussing their rates, with the lowest price being 5 gold soul coins, a sum he simply did not possess. He recalled hearing Nock mention that gold soul coins held immense value in this world, with a single coin sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. Lon raised his head, fixing his gaze upon the sword Douluo. What gives you the right to assist me? His expression momentarily froze, for at the instant Lon lifted his gaze, even he felt an icy aura wash over him. The child before him, with his countenance and those frigid eyes, evoked an involuntary shiver. By the virtue of our fateful connection, the sword Douluo replied nonchalantly, I happen to need assistance for our little princess in acquiring a soul ring. So your presence is not unwelcome. One does not receive reward without merit. I possess nothing to offer you. Lan's tone was unequivocal. At this, the sword Douluo's expression grew solemn. The child was indeed extraordinary, and he felt a flicker of admiration for him. Yet, being the sword Douluo, he was not without his strategies. He produced a jade pendant from within his robes and placed it before Lon. You need not provide me with anything in return. I shall assist you in obtaining the soul ring, but in exchange, I require you to perform a singular task. Deliver this jade pendant to the 7 treasure glazed tile school and hand it to their sect master. Faced with such an exceptional child, the sword Douluo found himself compelled to devise a plan. His aim was simple, to draw Lon into the fold of their sect. Lon took the jade pendant and placed it in his pocket, saying, Are you not afraid that I might breach our agreement? The sword Douluo responded with a calm smile. I have never misjudged anyone, including you. Faced with such a formidable presence, Lon found himself at a loss for words. He realized that the old man's gaze was exceedingly sharp. Before him, there was nothing he could conceal. How should I address you? Lon inquired softly. You may call me as Rongrong does, the sword Douluo replied with a light chuckle. My name is Ning Rongrong. Before the sword Douluo could ask for Lan's name, Ning Rongrong, who had been sitting nearby, approached and gazed at Lon with wide eyes. Lon paused momentarily and softly murmured, Lon, after enjoying a bowl of noodles. The elder led the little girl and Lon deeper into the marketplace. Originally, the sword Douluo intended to take Ning Rongrong into the soul-hunting forest the following day, but Lon insisted on venturing there that very night. Reluctantly, the sword Douluo acquiesced to his request, although the marketplace was bustling and chaotic. When they exited and arrived at the entrance of the forest, Lon could not help but feel a profound sense of awe. Surrounding the periphery of the soul-hunting forest was a massive iron fence adorned with numerous menacing spikes on one side, towering over 10 meters in height and appearing exceedingly formidable. Beyond the fence, a platoon of 100 soldiers patrolled, their disciplined formations exuding an air of intimidation. Clad in full iron armor and wielding long spears, these steel warriors stood resolutely together, evoking a palpable sense of dread. How shall we enter? Lon inquired. The sword Douluo smiled gently, revealing a dark token in his hand, emblazoned with the image of a downward-pointing sword. This token had been rented from a man in the marketplace. Such transactions were quite common outside the soul-hunting forest. However, it was not something just anyone could afford. The token in the sword Douluo's possession had cost a substantial 30 gold soul coins. Lon is an intelligent individual, and this token bears a striking resemblance to the gate token from a past life. It serves as a symbol of identity verification. Observing Lon and Ning Rongrong gazing at the token in bewilderment, the sword Douluo stated, You must remember, the soul-hunting forest is not a place that anyone can enter at will. Only soul masters who have been issued a token by the Spirit Hall are permitted to venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. Of course, there are those who attempt to infiltrate the forest, yet their fates are often dire. It is essential to understand that within the soul-hunting forest, there exists a dedicated enforcement team, and in their eyes, there exist only 2 words, law enforcement. Lon Dao, Grandpa Jian, are you a member of the Spirit Hall? Jian Douluo's expression slightly shifted, and he replied in a low voice, No, this token is one I have rented. Holding the token, Jian Douluo led the 2 children to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. The captain of the soldiers responsible for checking the tokens glanced at it and nodded slightly. commanding the soldiers to clear a passage, then guided Douluo and the two children to the enormous iron gate. He raised the long spear in his hand and inserted it into the slot on the gate. With a thunderous rumble, the massive doors creaked open, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. This soldier captain was undoubtedly a soul master, and sensed Douluo's formidable aura of soul power. Thus he did not question why he was bringing two children into the soul-hunting forest. As they passed through the steel barriers into the depths of the forest, the cacophony of the outside world faded instantly, as if they had entered a realm apart from reality. It was Lan's first venture into the fabled soul beast forest, and he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to discover just how different soul beasts were from ordinary ferocious beasts. Although it was nighttime, the moonlight was quite splendid, filtering through the gaps in the leaves and preventing the surroundings from plunging into complete darkness. Lan and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind Douluo. As an assassin, once immersed in a tranquil environment, the assassin's skills were immediately brought to the fore. At this moment, Lan's gaze radiated a sharp brilliance, revealing his utmost caution and meticulousness. This was not an innate trait, but rather a skill honed through prolonged exposure to such an environment. After a short while, the Douluo suddenly halted and addressed Lan and Ning Rongrong, urging them to observe something upon the large tree. Following the direction indicated by Douluo, Lan's eyes fell upon two cats, adorned with brown fur, entwined in a tender embrace upon the tree. With a light chuckle, Douluo remarked, "Those are two 10-year-old shadow cats, a type of agile soul beast renowned for their swiftness. They are an excellent choice for agility-based soul masters. However, they are merely 10-year-old soul beasts. If they were 100 years old, they would have long been hunted down. To my knowledge, the shadow cat species is on the brink of extinction, so it is quite remarkable to encounter a male and female pair here." As he continued walking, he provided practical explanations to the two. For Lan and Ning Rongrong, this method of learning was indeed profoundly enriching. Suddenly, a piercing feline cry echoed through the air. In the depths of the dim forest, two crimson glimmers flared to life. Chapter 23. The arrival of the night hunter. In the next moment, those two red glimmers flickered ominously. A colossal shadow charged towards the trio at a breathtaking speed, prompting Douluo to issue a sharp command. In an instant, a 2-meter-long ancient sword materialized in his hand. As the enormous shadow lunged forward, he swung the massive blade with precision, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. With a swift motion, the formidable sword energy cleaved through the heart of the shadow. A chilling scream pierced the air as the soul beast, sensing the imminent threat, hastily retreated. Given Douluo's prowess, he did not require the use of his martial soul or soul skills to deal with a soul beast of several hundred years. Yet, due to the astonishing speed of that creature, he swiftly unleashed his martial soul to ensure the safety of Lan and Ning Rongrong. Lan stood at the back, clearly observing the appearance of the soul beast before them. Undeniably, it was a shadow cat, exhibiting a cultivation level of at least 400 years. As inferred from its imposing stature, the aura it emanated led Lan to firmly conclude that the shadow cat possessed capabilities that extended far beyond mere speed. Its offensive power was undoubtedly formidable. "Grandpa Jin, did you not mention that shadow cats are on the brink of extinction?" Ning Rongrong interjected with a smirk. What we just encountered was not a shadow cat, but rather a phantom cat. To avoid any embarrassment, Douluo resorted to fabricating a lie. However, it was evident that his expression had shifted. He truly did not anticipate encountering 3 of the nearly extinct shadow cats within the soul-hunting forest. After driving away the massive shadow cat, the trio pressed onward deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, Douluo assumed the role of a teacher, imparting knowledge about soul beasts to Lan and Ning Rongrong, instructing them on how to discern the age of these creatures. In the presence of others, Douluo often exuded an air of superiority, yet in the company of these two children, he took on the demeanor of an amiable grandfather, maintaining a warm and approachable countenance. After half an hour of walking, they arrived at the innermost depths of the soul-hunting forest, where a vast lake lay before them. Gazing into the crystal-clear waters, Lan inexplicably felt as though every cell within him had been activated, brimming with excitement. Logically, after such a lengthy journey, he should have felt at least a hint of fatigue. Yet, he was not only devoid of weariness but felt even more invigorated. He recognized that this heightened state of vitality typically manifested during moments of hunting or when employing magical techniques. Douluo remarked casually, "You must be tired. Let's rest here for a while before continuing our search." Throughout their journey, They encountered numerous soul beasts, yet none met the requisite age for optimal standards, resulting in their failure to acquire a single soul ring. It was worth noting that the soul beasts in the state-run breeding grounds were indeed scarce during their travels. They had only sighted a handful of century-old soul beasts, predominantly agile types, a phenomenon that even Jian Douluo found somewhat surprising. The three of them settled beneath a large tree to rest. Landao, Grandpa Jian. Must every soul master obtain their first soul ring by hunting soul beasts in the nation's cultivated soul hunting forest? Jian Douluo replied with a hint of detachment, not entirely. On the Douluo continent, there exists another forest known as the Star Do Great Forest, where the soul beasts are wild and not subjected to any form of cultivation. For those newly qualified soul masters seeking their first soul ring, the majority tend to opt for the nation's cultivated soul hunting forest. As I mentioned earlier, the soul beasts there are indeed wild, rendering their age and attack power immeasurable. Many naive soul masters, in their eagerness to acquire their first soul ring swiftly, venture there, oblivious to the perilous brink of death they are flirting with. Even the nobility typically refrains from exhausting resources to secure a first soul ring for a newly minted soul master. While it is true that a trip there can save considerable time, a closer examination reveals that it ultimately consumes even more resources. Only a fool would choose such a path. Generally, it is only after reaching level 30 that soul masters consider venturing into the Star Do Great Forest. Lon finally realized why such a formidable elder had chosen this location to procure a soul ring for his granddaughter. It became evident that there are always individuals in this world who, in their misguided self-assurance, remain oblivious to the folly of their actions. As dusk descended, the sky darkened, dense clouds obscuring the moonlight. The once tranquil forest grew increasingly oppressive, with the sounds of insects, birds, and even the roars of wild beasts echoing in a chaotic symphony. At that moment, a tremendous upheaval erupted from the lake, waves towering several meters high, resembling a colossal wall of water propelled towards the trio by an unseen force. Accompanied by a cacophony, the waves crashed down with a resounding thud. The sword Douluo reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly positioning himself before Lan and Ning Rongrong, his sword materializing in his grasp. He swiftly raised the colossal sword, which radiated a brilliant white light. With a fierce command, he swung the sword downwards, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved the oncoming waves, creating a gaping chasm in their midst. In an instant, the water exploded into countless droplets, cascading like a torrential downpour. In that fleeting moment, the sword Douluo vanished, seizing Lan and Ning Rongrong and soaring to the treetops, thereby evading the deluge of splashing water. An eerie presence silently pervaded the surroundings, and the once serene lake rippled ominously. It seemed that dark emissaries lurked within, suggesting that we had trespassed upon their territory. If my intuition serves me correctly, we can anticipate unforeseen assaults to follow. In the realm of swordsmanship, as anticipated, the moment his words faded into the air, a colossal whirlpool unexpectedly emerged at the heart of the lake. Suddenly, an ice spear shot forth from the center of the lake, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at the trio. The sword Douluo deftly swung his massive sword, using its blade aura to deflect the incoming attack. In quick succession, he unleashed another wave of sword energy, cleaving directly through the immense whirlpool. As the sword aura made contact with the great vortex, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. This stillness was profoundly unsettling. Not a single sound pierced the air, and the vast lake resembled a stagnant pool, enveloped in a serene yet foreboding quietude. However, in the next instant, a gigantic figure surged forth from the depths of the lake. Beneath the dim glow, this immense entity soared to a height of 30 to 40 meters, weaving through the night sky. Though the twilight was rather bleak for Lan, an assassin accustomed to traversing the shadows, vision often proved to be far superior to that of the average individual. As he craned his neck, Lan beheld the sudden emergence of a ferocious beast. Its back a vivid shade of green, and its belly a striking red, adorned with brown stripes along its sides. Abruptly, the colossal creature began to tilt downward, its gaping maw opening wide to reveal two eyes that shimmered like dark green gemstones. Within its mouth, rows of razor-sharp teeth glinted ominously, emanating a chilling radiance. It was, in fact, a 900-year-old Chiwen shark. A glimmer of joy appeared on the sword Douluo's face. This was the most ancient spirit beast they had encountered since entering the soul-hunting forest. What is a Chiwen shark? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. The sword Douluo replied. The Chiwen shark is a water-dwelling spirit beast, renowned for its extraordinary auditory capabilities. In the aquatic realm, it has virtually no natural enemies and is often referred to as the messenger of the netherworld. Although this spirit beast primarily preys on fallen animals and water phantoms, it will immediately retaliate should any intruders trespass into its territory. Do you see its 2 rows of teeth? Intertwined and arranged in a crisscross manner. Once they seize their prey, they maintain an unyielding grip, using their twisting bodies to tear flesh apart. If caught by them, one may lose a chunk of meat or have a layer of skin stripped away. I once witnessed a group of Qihun sharks devouring their prey, reducing it to a mere pile of bones and a terrifying spectacle within mere seconds. The composite characteristics of this spirit beast are unparalleled among all soul beasts. Firstly, their auditory capabilities are formidable, unmatched by any other soul beast. Secondly, their speed and attack power are exceptionally fierce once they have locked onto their target in the water. Escape becomes nearly impossible. However, in my view, the most formidable aspect of this spirit beast lies in its sense of smell, enabling it to track the enemy's location through their blood, launching a fierce assault thereafter. In summary, no matter how swiftly one runs or how well one conceals themselves, as long as one has shed blood, even if it is but a single drop, once they catch a whiff of it, they can track you down. After listening to the patient explanation of the sword Douluo, Lon felt not a shred of fear. He had long since grown indifferent to life and death. In his mind, he had never entrusted his life to tomorrow. As the Qihun shark lunged closer, its massive jaws poised to engulf the 3 of them, the sword Douluo focused intently, swiftly raising the colossal sword in his hand. Simultaneously, soul rings began to descend from above his head, encircling his body. The brilliance emitted by the 9 soul rings was truly dazzling. Upon seeing the soul rings adorning the sword Douluo, Lan's gaze narrowed. The strongest individual he had encountered was Nock, who possessed merely 7 soul rings. Yet, the silver-haired elder before him possessed 9, all optimally configured, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Undoubtedly, he was a titled Douluo. The spirit beast before them was merely a 900-year-old soul beast, utterly insignificant against the titled Douluo. In an instant, the 4th soul ring on the sword Douluo surged with light. He uttered a cold command, swiftly swinging his sword, unleashing a blade of energy from the colossal sword. In a heartbeat, the massive blade penetrated the mouth of the Qihun shark. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the shark's mouth. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from the Qihun shark's body, splattering dozens of meters away, as if the entire night sky had transformed into a deep crimson hue. The blood cascaded like rain, its pungent scent stirring the once quiet forest into a frenzy. The waters of the lake began to ripple, and immense silhouettes dashed wildly beneath the surface. Lon, deliver the final blow, the sword Douluo commanded solemnly. Lon was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the meaning. Yet the voice of the sword duelist brooked no doubt. In an instant, a sharp dagger materialized in his hand. His legs bent, coiling with power, and he suddenly sprang forth, soaring to a height of over 20 meters. In a mere heartbeat, he vaulted over the body of the Qihun shark, swiftly brandishing the short blade in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, countless glints of cold light erupted across the Qihun shark's body. Witnessing this spectacle, the sword duelist was momentarily stunned. Such remarkable speed. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Lon had executed at least 20 strikes with his dagger, leaving a series of bloody gashes upon the Qihun shark's form. With a tremendous crash, the Qihun shark plummeted to the ground. Lon rode upon the body of the Chihuahua, and after a series of vigorous thrusts, at last, the 900-year-old soul beast closed its eyes, succumbing to the embrace of death. A soul beast of such venerable age, when confronted by a titled Douluo like sword Daoqinshin, was indeed utterly defenseless. The 3 stood beside the lifeless form of the Chihuahua, and sword Douluo cast a glance at Lon, remarking, "What were you thinking just now? You nearly met your end at my hands. This soul beast is quite suitable for you. Its age and attributes are remarkably advantageous." Lon slightly nodded, his expression remaining icy and silent. He pondered over the moment when the sword Douluo instructed him to deliver the final blow to the chimeric kiss shark. After a brief contemplation, he began to grasp the reasoning behind the sword Douluo's command. He boldly surmised that while hunting soul beasts could involve teamwork, the final strike must be executed by oneself to ensure that the soul ring rightfully belonged to them. At that moment, faint violet orbs began to coalesce above the chimeric kiss shark, a creature nearing a millennium in age, significantly surpassing the soul beasts he had previously encountered by several centuries. Based on his earlier experiences with soul beasts, Lon discerned that the age of a soul beast directly influenced the quality of the soul rings produced. The soul ring manifested by the chimeric kiss shark exhibited a remarkably pure yellow hue, with delicate traces of purple radiance observable. Even from his position nearby, he could sense the immense energy that the soul ring emanated. Child, I must impart this to you. This soul ring is nearly 1,000 years old, and it surpasses your current limits. Consider this carefully. While the pursuit of extremes may unlock your utmost potential, the consequences of failure could be dire, cautioned the sword Douluo. You would do well to deliberate thoroughly. If you arrive at a decision, then unleash your martial spirit and attune your soul power to it. Lan's gaze was fixated upon the soul ring of the Chiwentia, his hands tightly clasped. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand, and with the swirling black mist enveloping him, streams of dark luminescence began to surge forth from his palm, drawn forth by the essence of demonic power. The soul ring, over 900 years old, gradually soared towards Lan, compelled by the radiant flow. Chapter 25. Breaking the waves, observing the soul ring. Adorned with a century's worth of age, yet touched by faint hues of purple, sword Douluo could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Though the child before him possessed remarkable talent, the prospect of initiating with a soul ring exceeding 900 years was undeniably perilous. He promptly instructed, "Sit cross-legged and safeguard your martial soul with your will." Suddenly, a formidable and explosive energy surged from above, relentlessly pouring into Lan's body. In that moment, he resembled a black hole, endowed with an immense gravitational pull, causing his meridians to throb painfully. Is this the power of the soul ring? It is indeed terrifying. Lan's complexion shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the magnitude of energy emanating from the soul ring. Yet, this only solidified his resolve to absorb it. Conquering it would undoubtedly herald a monumental transformation in his own abilities. The Chiwentia, a soul beast of unparalleled dominance in the waters, was indeed formidable. However, one must recognize that the demonic power of his martial soul transcended even the finest of martial souls, standing as a divine force of unparalleled might. In terms of sheer power, it could be deemed an apex existence. To put it succinctly, even the most exalted beast martial souls would appear trivial before the might of demonic power, akin to a mere apprentice before a master. This assertion holds true for several reasons. First, divine martial souls are exceedingly rare throughout the Douluo continent. Second, while it is widely acknowledged that beast and weapon martial souls boast the highest offensive capabilities, divine martial souls exist beyond the confines of these two categories. Before long, the forces of the Chiwentia soul ring and the demonic power began to engage in a fierce struggle. The dark mist enveloping Lan's body grew increasingly dense, a manifestation of the clash between incompatible energies. The plight of the Qian shark was nothing short of harrowing. Its skin was torn and bloodied, a testament to its suffering. Even it could not fathom that after 9 centuries of existence, it would be tormented by a mere child. Each cut inflicted upon its form deepened its resentment. Yet, being a fish, it could not even unleash an angry roar. Thus, the difficulty for Lan to absorb this soul ring was significantly heightened. At this moment, in Lan's mind, a colossal chimera shark was engaged in a fierce battle with a magnificent azure shark. The sight of the azure shark suddenly evoked memories of his past life's formidable power, which resonated deeply within him. In his previous existence, he predominantly honed his abilities in both martial and demonic arts. The power of the demonic path bestowed upon him the prowess akin to a shark, allowing him to move through the night with the swiftness of the wind, enhancing his striking force significantly. This azure giant shark was, in essence, a manifestation of Lan's demonic divine power. It is essential to recognize that every martial soul possesses a spirit of its own. However, many soul masters tend to focus solely on the enhancement of their strength, seldom truly merging with their martial souls. Lan understood that the Chiwentia was undoubtedly the embodiment of immense resentment lingering within the soul ring, as evidenced by its fierce struggle against the power of demonic magic. The intensity of the Chiwentia's resentment had undoubtedly reached its zenith. However, Lan showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he resolutely engaged in a fierce battle against the resentment of the Chiwentia with the spirit of his martial soul. In the realm of reality, I can strike you once, 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. In my consciousness, I can still do so. Lan's expression sharpened, and his resolve grew ever more steadfast. As Lan's consciousness continued to elevate, coupled with the formidable nature of the demonic magic itself, it finally came to pass. After approximately 6 hours, the Chiwentia's resentment was ultimately subdued, consumed whole by the blue giant shark, transformed by the power of demonic magic. Lan's hurried breaths gradually steadied, and the surrounding black mist dissipated, revealing a much improved complexion. The soul ring had been absorbed perfectly, observing the determination etched on Lan's face. The sword Douluo could not help but smile faintly. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a resolute child. This was a soul ring over 900 years old. Soon, Lan slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the martial soul resting in his palm. He realized that the demonic power was no longer an indistinct black mist, but had transformed into a cloud of starlit sky, with twinkling stars scattered throughout. Rising to his feet, he moved with a newfound vigor, the sensation of strength profoundly palpable. After absorbing the soul ring of the Chuensha, subtle changes had overtaken his entire skeletal structure, and he had noticeably grown taller. However, the most striking transformation was in his icy eyes, which had become even sharper, resembling those of a lethal shark. "Child, how do you feel?" the sword Douluo inquired. Lan's gaze was fixated upon his martial spirit, a tremor of excitement gracing his lips. "After absorbing the soul ring, my overall attributes have doubled, with speed being the most pronounced, increasing by approximately 10% from my original capabilities. However, I perceive this enhancement as not a fixed increment, but rather a gradual growth contingent upon my soul power advancement. Indeed, you have acquired the comprehensive attributes of the Chuensha, an enhancement I anticipated. Upon absorbing the soul ring, what skills have you obtained?" "My first soul skill is named Breaking Waves, wherein my martial spirit, imbued with demonic power, transforms into a shark. As I approach an adversary, all my strength converges abruptly, launching me from the water's surface to deliver a decisive, lethal strike." Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo appeared perplexed, having never encountered such a soul skill. Is it only effective underwater? Based on Lan's description, the sword Douluo surmised that this skill could only manifest its true potential in aquatic environments, rendering it seemingly ineffective on land. However, Lan had no intention of clarifying this matter. Instead, he unleashed his martial spirit. Countless starlights converged in his palm, morphing into a celestial cloud. Suddenly, his expression sharpened, and he declared, "First soul skill, Breaking Waves." With a sharp utterance, the celestial cloud dissipated like evaporating vapor, enveloping Lan in its embrace. In the next instant, a colossal shark leapt forth, crashing into the ground and gliding across it. The sword Douluo furrowed his brows, realizing this transcended his understanding of fish. A shark could swim on land, yet witnessing it firsthand compelled him to believe. Abruptly, a massive silhouette erupted from the ground, a gigantic shark radiating a blue luminescence. Following this, an enormous blade erupted from the shark's body, as though the creature had transformed into an extraordinarily sharp blade. This then coalesced into a sword spirit within the blade's body. Boom! In an instant, the blade was cleaved downward towards the earth, revealing a fissure spanning 10 meters before the sword Douluo, an abyss that seemed to stretch indefinitely, easily dozens of meters deep. One can imagine, should such a strike land upon a person, even the most resilient soul masters would struggle to withstand it. Those with lesser defenses would likely meet their demise. The sword Douluo stood beside the chasm, gazing at the ground now severed, involuntarily inhaling sharply, exclaiming, "This strike's power is indeed overwhelmingly formidable." At that moment, amidst the tranquil night, a figure emerged slowly, wielding a glimmering dagger. His expression was fierce, and those cold, merciless eyes now gleamed with a ferocious light in the darkness. Indeed, it was Lan. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully activating the beginner's gift package. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice abruptly resonated within Lan's mind. Chapter 26, The Breath of the Wind. May I inquire if the host wishes to claim and open the beginner's gift pack now? This voice was unmistakably familiar to Lan. It was undoubtedly the system residing in his consciousness. Thus, Lan murmured softly, "Open it." Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully claiming the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a Moonbreaker Argard soul guide from the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a life-saving piece of advice. Please refrain from adding a soul ring to the eternal night before your physical strength reaches 100%. And kindly avoid revealing your left hand's martial soul in front of others. Lan's expression slightly darkened. This so-called novice gift package was indeed of great assistance to him, particularly the second item, which could very well be a lifeline. At this moment, he had come to appreciate the significance of his martial soul. From the master's expression at that time, along with the system's sage advice, he understood that a talent like a twin martial soul was likely a rare phenomenon across the Douluo continent. Should it be discovered by others, one might either be courted or annihilated. Such is the nature of power struggles. In the next moment, Lan felt a sudden, chilling pain in his left hand. Gradually, a faint luminescence appeared on his left wrist. To avoid drawing the attention of the sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong, he instinctively pulled down his sleeve to conceal it. Once the icy sensation subsided, he took a glance. To his surprise, there was no soul guide bracer as the system had indicated. Instead, a crescent moon pattern was etched onto his wrist. He was certainly familiar with items like bracers from his past life. More accurately, in his world, they were known as arm guards or forearm protectors, primarily designed to shield the hands or sleeves from the bowstring while shooting arrows. And secondly, to protect the arms during combat, serving as a defense against attacks. Such an item could indeed be a life-saving shield. It is well known that during ancient battles, the hands were often the most vulnerable to injury. Just as Lan was engulfed in confusion, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A gentle reminder to the host. This soul guide is formed from the essence of wind. It not only aids the host in storing all manner of worldly objects, but also serves as a weapon for the host's survival. The host need only channel their soul power to utilize it. Lan furrowed his brows slightly and extended his right hand gently, sensing that this object was far from ordinary. This broken lunar soul guide pulsated with a tremendous power, its essence flowing like an irresistible energy emanating from the void. To be fair, this was indeed an exceptionally rare artifact. Had an ordinary person come into possession of such a treasure, they would likely leap with excitement. However, it was evident that Lan was no ordinary individual. Even upon acquiring this remarkable artifact, there was not the slightest change in his expression. He remained as composed as ever. It seemed to him merely a matter of significance, hardly worthy of mention. Is this your first soul skill? Sword Douluo remarked in awe. Lan nodded, to be precise. It was merely one of the offensive techniques of my first soul skill. The sword Douluo appeared somewhat perplexed by Lan's words. Could you demonstrate it once more? He inquired. As soon as the sword Douluo's voice faded, Lan turned to face the towering tree behind him, raising his right hand into a fist. Suddenly, a surge of power began to coalesce in his arm. Break! Came the sharp command, and from his diminutive fist, a shark's head materialized amidst the swirling light. Lan unleashed a powerful punch towards the tranquil forest. Boom! A massive shark burst forth, its gaping maw agape. The resounding roar echoed through the woods. And where the shark passed, not a blade of grass remained. The foremost tree, towering several meters, toppled with a thunderous crash, while the surrounding trees trembled, producing a rustling sound. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in a flurry of wood chips, stirring up a wave of debris. The sword Douluo stepped forward, gazing in awe at the fallen tree, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The trunk resembled something that had been chewed to shreds, and at the fracture point, a row of distinct bite marks could be seen, eerily reminiscent of a shark's teeth. The sword Douluo's eyes widened, his face reflecting disbelief. After decades of experience, he had encountered numerous types of punches, yet he had never witnessed a punch that carried such a piercing aura, akin to a blade cutting through the air. At that moment, he could not help but reflect on the immense power behind Lan's strike. It was undoubtedly over 3,000 pounds. Such explosive strength was beyond the capabilities of any 6-year-old child, even among soul masters of the soul commander rank. It was inconceivable to unleash a force exceeding 3,000 pounds in a single punch. Simultaneously, Lan was astounded by the experience. He had anticipated that this punch would be formidable, but he never imagined that the moment his fist struck, an entire surge of power would erupt, signifying that when utilizing the breaking wave soul skill with his fist, the manifestation of strength could reach an extraordinary zenith. Conversely, wielding a dagger could elevate the blade's sharpness to its pinnacle. What he had just employed was merely an ordinary short blade. One could only wonder what kind of spectacle would unfold should he unleash the might of the eternal night dagger in his left hand. It is no exaggeration to assert that Lan now stood as an invincible force among Grand Soul Masters. Who among them could deliver a punch with a force of 3,000 pounds? Even when faced with a soul master of formidable prowess, Lan's current strength is sufficient to inflict substantial injury. It is noteworthy that he is still merely a soul master and has yet to ascend to the realm of a great soul master. Such capability is indeed terrifying. Prior to acquiring a soul ring, under the augmentation of his demonic power, Lan's punch could deliver a force of approximately 700 to 800 pounds. After the addition of his first soul ring, not only did his demonic power undergo a transformation, but his physical form also experienced a tremendous enhancement, with his strength multiplying by more than threefold. However, there is one aspect that leaves Lan in a state of astonishment. after absorbing the soul ring from the Chuancha. He discovered, to his surprise, that his soul power had escalated by 4 levels. A warm current coursed through his limbs, elevating his power by an additional 2 levels. His soul power has now reached level 16, with an imminent breakthrough to level 17 on the horizon. Lan understands that these 2 levels represent the accumulation from his previous martial soul awakening, now transcended following the acquisition of the soul ring. Such a pace of cultivation is indeed unprecedented, a stark contrast to the martial and demonic paths he traversed in his previous life. Given the immense energy bestowed by the Chuancha's soul ring, and considering that Lan is still merely a soul master, an elevation of 4 levels is quite reasonable. Observing Lan's formidable soul skills, Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction, contemplating. This child's physique is remarkably robust, and his mental acuity is exceedingly rare. Ning Rongrong gazed at Lan with sparkling eyes, perceiving that this boy, of similar age to herself, was extraordinarily fierce and terrifying, almost inhuman. When Lan executed his soul skill moments ago, she found herself utterly mesmerized, standing frozen in place. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. Is this the power that comes with acquiring a soul ring? Grandpa Jian, I too wish to obtain a soul ring. Ning Rongrong expressed, brimming with eagerness. Sword Douluo, gently stroking her little head with his warm hand, smiled softly and replied, Very well. I shall now take our little princess to seek a suitable soul beast. As a support-type soul master, they needed to depart from the lakeside. Sword Douluo led the two into the depths of the forest, aware that, compared to other types of soul masters, it was considerably more challenging for support-type soul masters to locate appropriate soul beasts. As time passed, even Sword Douluo began to feel a tinge of fatigue. They had searched nearly 1/5 of the soul-hunting forest without finding a suitable soul beast for Ning Rongrong. Just as the trio prepared to take a moment's respite, a sudden silence enveloped their surroundings. Since obtaining his first soul ring, Lan's senses had heightened significantly. He stiffened, and a short blade appeared in his hand. A rustling sound, akin to that of a reptile foraging for food, reached his ears, suggesting the presence of a creature that could indeed be dangerous, a snake. Furthermore, it was a colossal serpent. Subtly, the air thickened with a hint of a metallic scent, not overpowering, yet tinged with a faint, sweet aroma reminiscent of tea. Lan turned towards the source of the sound, and amidst the thicket, a triangular serpent head stood prominently. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand and exclaimed, It's a giant snake. Chapter 27. Release that snake. Sword Douluo glanced in the direction Lan indicated, revealing the large serpent with its dark green triangular head and a pair of ruby-like eyes gazing back at them. It was, astonishingly, a Mandala snake. Is it formidable? Grandfather Jian? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Sword Douluo smiled nonchalantly and replied, To me, it is insignificant. However, for soul masters lacking strength, it poses quite a dilemma. It is important to note that the Mandala snake is an exceptionally toxic soul beast, its venom not only paralyzing but also severely damaging to the human nervous system. It ranks among the most terrifying entities within the category of poisonous soul beasts. Its body is impervious to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes serving as vulnerabilities. Yet, both humans and soul beasts tend to guard their weaknesses diligently, and given the Mandala snake's astonishing speed, attacking its weak points becomes exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, its offensive capabilities are equally daunting. This soul beast is ill-suited for Rongrong, yet to leave this place, we must neutralize it. Otherwise, it will pursue us relentlessly. Lan stood quietly to the side, his expression serene as he regarded the soul beast before him. He felt no fear in response to the Sword Douluo's introduction. Instead, his fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Before the Sword Douluo could react, a solitary figure surged forward with a piercing cry, charging towards the mantis snake. The Sword Douluo was about to unleash his soul power to intervene, but he realized that Lan's speed was simply too swift. It was already too late. From the moment the mantis snake appeared, the Sword Douluo had been watching Lan, noting how the boy remained consistently calm, his face seemingly devoid of change, sharp and profound. In the blink of an eye, Lan had reached the mantis snake. As he lifted his fist, a yellow spirit ring slowly rose from beneath his feet, encircling his form. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his first soul skill breaking wave. As the cry echoed, his fist shot forward, a massive shark roaring to life, its gaping maw descending upon the mantis snake. The speed at which Lan struck was astonishingly swift. Even the Mandala snake failed to react in time. By the moment it sensed the danger and attempted to flee, it was already too late. A massive serpentine body was hurled from the ground, flung far away, and in an instant, it shattered dozens of towering trees. As the colossal serpent was lifted, the expression on Sword Douluo's face changed dramatically, his heart sinking as he realized it was indeed a soul beast that had lived for 400 years. Confronting such a venomous soul beast was a trivial task for Sword Douluo, akin to crushing an ant. Yet for a novice soul master like Lan, it posed a significant challenge. Just as he was about to unleash his martial spirit and prepare a decisive blow, Lan's fierce voice resonated, declaring, "I can do this." Sword Douluo's pupils constricted as he gazed intently at Lan's diminutive figure. Logically speaking, a soul master who had yet to reach the realm of a great soul master should not stand a chance against a 400-year-old soul beast, especially one with the toxic attributes of the Mandala snake. Even a great soul master would struggle to contend with such a creature. It was unreasonable to expect that every soul master possessed a martial spirit of formidable strength. Nevertheless, Sword Douluo chose to retract his martial spirit. His gaze remained fixed on Lan, ready to intervene at the slightest indication of peril. With a mere flicker of his power, he could have dispatched the soul beast in an instant, yet he refrained from doing so. His intent was clear, to hone Lan's combat abilities. For a soul master who had just ascended in strength, developing combat proficiency was of utmost importance, and one should consistently seek to enhance it. Thus, he deemed this an unparalleled opportunity for Lan's growth. Lan's gaze was fixed intently on the Mandala serpent, and his expression shifted slightly, becoming imbued with a sense of gravity. He appeared taken aback that, despite his full-force strike, the serpent remained unscathed, crashing through dozens of large trees before finally landing. As soon as it hit the ground, it immediately sprang back to life, hurtling toward him with remarkable speed. The resilience of the Mandala serpent was formidable, with each impact against the ground. It rebounded like a spring, accelerating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was mere inches away, its gaping maw lunging directly at Lan. In that critical moment, Lan shouted sharply, enveloping himself in demonic power as he swiftly descended. With a resounding thud, the serpent's jaws snapped shut on empty air, colliding violently with the earth. Given its already astonishing speed combined with the force of its momentum, the impact was nothing short of tremendous. It was evident that the Mandala serpent was momentarily disoriented. For Lan, this presented an exquisite opportunity for attack. In an instant, a massive shark erupted from the ground, charging towards the serpent's head. Lan's right hand wielded a dagger that sliced through the air, aiming precisely at the serpent's eye. With a swift motion, crimson blood gushed forth from its right eye. The enormous serpent thrashed about wildly, causing the ground to erupt in a flurry of dust and debris. Its solid form swept through the surroundings, reducing both shrubs and small trees to mere remnants, as if ravaged by a tempest. Lan had no choice but to retreat. Bending his legs and forcefully pushing off from the Mandala serpent's mouth, propelling himself backward and swiftly creating a distance of several dozen meters from the ferocious soul beast. This action thoroughly enraged the Mandala serpent, which relentlessly pursued Lan with increased speed. However, Lan was not slow. Endowed with the power of the shark, he quickly submerged underground. Navigating with remarkable agility, the Mandala serpent's gaping maw lunged at him repeatedly, ultimately devouring nothing but dirt. In the next moment, Lan noticed a massive stone slab standing before him. Casting a glance back at the Mandala serpent, which was leaping towards him, he swiftly executed a leap akin to a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, emerging from the ground just in time to dodge to the right. Boom! The Mandala serpent's triangular head collided directly with the giant stone, shattering it into pieces. However, the Mandala serpent paid a heavy price for its folly, as two of its razor-sharp teeth were broken in the impact, blood streaming profusely from its mouth. Yet, as a creature of the serpent kind, its vitality was exceedingly robust. With its body coiling, it immediately sprang back up, opening its wide maw to launch itself at Lan once more. As Lan bent his legs and swiftly evaded backward, his right hand rose, launching the short blade towards the remaining eye of the Mandala serpent. Yet, the serpent's speed was astonishingly unfathomable, its body twisted mid-air, elevating its head by about half a foot, narrowly evading the critical strike. The short blade struck its abdomen with a resounding clang, sending a cascade of sparks from its hardened scales. The intense pain elicited a hissing cry from the serpent. Just as the blade was about to descend, Lan darted past, reclaiming the weapon in his hand, determined to hunt this soul beast, for he deemed the short blade indispensable. However, this very determination plunged Lan into a perilous predicament. The scales of the Mandala serpent shimmered with a faint yellow glow, rapidly expanding. In an instant, its bloodied maw loomed ominously over Lan's head. Chapter 28, Calling Him Boss? Lan's head had already been engulfed by the mouth of the Mandala snake. Witnessing this scene, Sword Douluo transformed into a fleeting white shadow and rushed forward. Yet, he soon realized that despite his swiftness, he was already too late. As the enormous jaws of the serpent closed in on him, Lan remained remarkably composed. A glint of determination flashing in his eyes, his expression darkening suddenly. The soul rings upon him glowed once more. At this moment, he understood that retreat was no longer an option. He had no choice but to fight with all his might. In the next instant, a surge of power erupted violently, and a colossal shark emerged, roaring from his fist. With a thunderous crash, flesh was sent flying, and a torrential downpour of blood ensued, filling the forest with a ghastly scent. Lan's fist shattered the Mandala snake's massive triangular head. However, the resilience of such a creature was astonishing, even with its head obliterated. The gigantic body of the serpent thrashed wildly across the ground. Sword Douluo was momentarily stunned as he gazed at the decapitated Mandala snake, his perception of Lan growing increasingly complex. Just moments ago, he had begun to chastise himself, but the next moment, Lan's actions left him utterly astounded. After vanquishing the Mandala snake, Lan sheathed his dagger, reflecting on the harrowing battle he had just endured against such a formidable beast for the first time. This confrontation had drained him, leaving his complexion pale. Yet, was this truly the end? It was not. Perhaps due to the overwhelming scent of blood, peculiar sounds began to resonate throughout the once silent forest. Suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings. Simultaneously, the resounding crashes of something colossal colliding with trees echoed successively. In the following moment, a snow-white beast charged forth, uprooting trees in its wake. A magnificent white deer, measuring a staggering 3 meters in height, burst forth from the dense thicket. The Sword Douluo's excitement was palpable as he drew his sword with a determined expression. A surge of sword energy erupted suddenly. The white deer, a soul beast, was inferior in both offense and defense compared to the poisonous Mandala snake. With a single stroke, the Sword Douluo felled the white deer, leaving only a faint breath behind. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong delivered the finishing blow, successfully acquiring her first soul ring. Shortly thereafter, the Mandala snake gradually calmed, and a yellow soul ring emerged from its body. This soul ring, belonging to a 400-year-old Mandala snake, was undoubtedly an exceptional choice for control-type soul masters. Regrettably, Lan did not cast a glance at the soul ring as it dissipated, remaining indifferent throughout. After several hours, Ning Rongrong had successfully absorbed her first soul ring. Observing Lan's remarkable performance today, the Sword Douluo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, with sincere intentions, he refrained from inviting Lan to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, instead using the ruse of returning the perfect jade to encourage Lan to approach the school independently. As for future developments, it would depend on Lan's eventual response. After the 3 emerged from the soul-hunting forest, Lan bid farewell to the Sword Douluo and returned to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. When Lan returned to Nodding Academy, it was already noon on the following day. At this moment, the students were all in their dormitories, having casually eaten a meal in the cafeteria. Lan made his way directly to the dormitory building. The quest for his first soul ring had left him feeling an unprecedented exhaustion. Reflecting on the solitary battle against the Mandra snake, he still felt a shiver of trepidation. That soul beast had proven to be the most formidable adversary he had encountered in all his tasks thus far. The figures he had assassinated in his past life, no matter how powerful, were merely prey in the presence of a soul beast like the Mandra snake. As Lan ascended to the second-floor landing, a series of jarring voices reached his ears. Damn it, when is that impoverished wretch from Dormitory 7 going to return? I heard his name is Lan. What a ridiculous name. When he gets back, I'm curious to see what he looks like. They say he is the leader of Dormitory 7 now. Those work-study students must feel quite emboldened. To have taken the position from Wang Xing, he must possess some skill. As I recall, Wang Xing was the former leader. Clearly, he surpasses Wang Xing in strength, so it would be wise to tread carefully. How strong could a mere work-study student be? When he returns, we'll train him to be an obedient dog. If he disobeys, he'll receive a good beating. It would be best to dismantle his bed, drag his bedding to the toilet, and make him kneel on the ground with his mouth open to serve as our urinal. By the way, apart from that newcomer Lan, there are 2 others in the work-study dormitory. I've done my homework. One is named Tang San, and the other is a sprightly little girl named Xiao Wu. Perhaps, under the cover of tonight's dark moonlit night, we could lure her into the grove. Lan, who had already taken a step towards the 3rd floor of Dormitory 7, suddenly darkened his expression upon hearing these words. He immediately turned and headed toward Dormitory 6. Approaching the closed dormitory door, Lan raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the iron door flew outward, crashing heavily against the wall of dormitory 6. In an instant, the children within the room were utterly petrified. At that moment, approximately a dozen students resided in the 6th dormitory, their ages appearing to range from 6 to 12 years. Among them were both boys and girls, donned in opulent robes, unmistakably the offspring of affluent families. A few boys were even seen embracing their female counterparts, wearing expressions of sheer enjoyment, a blatant display of moral decay. It is important to note that they were merely children, yet they engaged in actions that many adults would dare not undertake. Most egregious was the audacity of some boys, whose hands brazenly roamed over the bodies of their female peers. The resounding cacophony soon drew the attention of the working students on the 3rd floor. They had become accustomed to such disturbances, undoubtedly the antics of those privileged youths tormenting others. Driven by curiosity, a group of working students rushed downstairs. Upon spotting Lan standing resolutely in front of the 6th dormitory, their excitement was palpable. During Lan's absence over the past few days, they had endured considerable distress. Each time the leader of the 6th dormitory brought his underlings to the 7th, they had cowered in the corners, trembling in fear. However, the situation was now different. The leader of the 7th dormitory, Lan, had returned. With their leader back, the younger ones naturally felt emboldened. Wang Xing scampered over to Lan's side, exhilarated, exclaiming, "Boss, you have finally returned. While you were away, those from the 6th dormitory came to the 7th every day to provoke us and even assaulted us. They threatened that as long as you were absent, they would come to the 7th to beat us up. Many of the working students have been left bedridden. Wang Xing, you truly are a loyal dog, wagging your tail in submission upon your master's return. It seems I have been too lenient with you." The tallest boy among them regarded Wang Sheng with disdain, his contemptuous gaze occasionally flickering towards the icy countenance of Lan. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he uttered a cold laugh. "New working students, do you know who I am? Every newcomer to Nottingham Academy, whether noble or working student, must address me as boss." This boy appeared somewhat handsome, likely around 12 years of age. Lan gazed indifferently at the arrogant boy before him, akin to observing a lifeless corpse devoid of warmth. "Brother Lan," whispered Wang Sheng at his ear, "he is the leader of the 6th dormitory, named Xiao Yu. Many students refer to him as Boss Xiao, and his prowess within the academy is formidable. Hey, aren't you going to say anything?" Xiao Yu laughed even more mockingly as he noticed Lan's sullen silence. "I must inform you that your earlier performance has thoroughly riled me. So you've landed yourself in quite a predicament today. Boss Xiao, there's no need to waste words on him. To think a mere work-study student would dare to kick our 6th dormitory's door down. He must be exceedingly bold. Allow me to impart some lessons on humility." A boy stepped forward from behind Xiao Yu, his face twisted in disdain as he regarded Lan. "Why don't you all come at me together?" A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lan's cold eyes, revealing his impatience to not squander too much time here. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lan in disbelief. Then chuckled, "Kid, how dare you? I have roamed Nottingham Academy for several years and have never encountered a newcomer as audacious as you. Do you comprehend the price of such arrogance?" Laughter erupted among all the students of the 6th dormitory. This work-study student is truly fearless, spouting off such bravado and challenging us all. How audacious of him to be so presumptuous. I'm eager to see just how capable he really is. With that slight frame, I wager I could knock him down with a single punch. One couldn't help but admit that this work-study student was somewhat endearing, simply too young. To the students of the 6th dormitory, Lan appeared to be merely posturing. They had seen similar displays from other students in the past, all of whom had eventually been soundly beaten by these privileged youths. As the boy approached, Xiao Yu murmured, "Lu Long, don't go too hard on him. We wouldn't want to kill him and complicate matters." The boy named Lu Long nodded and stepped in front of Lan. Being an upperclassman, he towered over Lan, looking down upon him with a smug grin. He simply could not fathom why this newcomer was so brazen. "Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Seeing as you hail from the countryside, I'll let you strike first. Otherwise, I fear you won't be able to withstand even my first move and will find yourself on the ground begging for mercy." Lu Long laughed mockingly. With that, Lu Long's body trembled slightly as a yellow glow enveloped him, and a nearly 2-meter-long staff materialized in his hand. He lightly thrust it to the ground, producing a resounding crack. This staff was his martial spirit. As Lu Long squinted with a mocking gaze at Lan, a sudden dull thud reverberated through the air. Instantly, a figure was sent flying backward, blood gushing from Lu Long's mouth. With a resounding crash, the figure collided against the wall of the inner room of the 6th dormitory, causing the entire building to tremble. The children who had been laughing in the room moments before now stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen, their minds blank and buzzing with confusion. What had just transpired? Lu Long lay against the wall, one hand clutching his abdomen as searing pain coursed through him. His eyes wide with agony, his face as pale as a sheet, blood spewing uncontrollably from his mouth. What on earth was happening? How had Lon struck with such force? Wang Xing felt a jolt of anxiety. Standing beside Lon, he had only heard a whistling sound, failing to see when Lon had made his move. Yet, inexplicably, Lu Long had been sent hurtling away. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive, as if the very air had solidified, and no one dared to utter a word. Xiao, the leader, swallowed hard, his gaze toward Lon shifting entirely. This newcomer seemed to possess genuine skill. Now, do you comprehend the might of our leader? The most exhilarated by Lu Long's defeat was Wang Xing, who had often been bullied by him. Witnessing Lu Long's downfall brought him immense satisfaction. Xiao cast a glance at Lu Long on the ground, then turned to Lon and scoffed, "Impressive? Is this all?" Had Lu Long not underestimated his opponent? This outcome would have been different, such is the consequence of overconfidence. Ling Feng, you go next. Show him what you're made of. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from behind the group of children. He soared into the air like a majestic eagle, legs slightly bent, limbs outstretched in a claw-like manner, launching an attack toward Lon with remarkable speed. In Ling Feng's perspective, Lu Long's swift defeat was a result of his own arrogance, and he clearly intended to learn from that mistake. With Ling Feng now entering the fray, the audience eagerly anticipated the spectacle of the newcomer being mercilessly overwhelmed. His prowess was second only to Zhao's among the 6th dormitory residents. A noble student sneered disdainfully. Ling Feng's speed was indeed astonishing, closing the distance to Lon in the blink of an eye. Yet Lon, seemingly indifferent, did not even lift his head. He simply raised his right hand slowly, forming a fist, every motion appearing effortless, devoid of any evasion or flourish, and struck directly at the incoming Ling Feng. Boom! A surge of power erupted, sending Ling Feng hurtling backward, mirroring the trajectory of Lu Long's earlier flight. Lan's fist connected directly with Ling Feng's chest. With a resounding thud, the dormitory building trembled once more. In an instant, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive, enveloped in a chilling silence. Each onlooker gazed in astonishment at the work-study student before them. The two formidable figures of the 6th dormitory had been effortlessly subdued by this newcomer, one punch each. It was an astonishing display, reminiscent of a father playfully besting his son. No, it was even easier than that. Xiao Qinyu stared at Lon with a visage of sheer terror, his heart racing with anxiety as he observed his two close friends being so easily vanquished by a mere work-study student. He was genuinely alarmed. He questioned himself. He was a soul master, possessing a soul ring, yet he could not imagine defeating either Lu Long or Ling Feng with such ease and precision. Throughout the encounter, Lon stood at the doorway, his feet firmly planted without the slightest movement. At that moment, he slowly raised his head, his indifferent gaze sharpening into a piercing glare. The children within the 6th dormitory, frightened by Lan's intimidating stare, instinctively recoiled towards the corners of the room. Why, young man, do not overstep your bounds. Xiao Qinyu, too, retreated several steps, his eyes filled with trepidation. I warn you, I am not afraid of you. Do not force my hand. I am a genuine soul master with a soul ring. If you oppose me, there will be dire consequences. Chapter 30. Su Yuntao has gone mad, however. As soon as Xiao Qinyu's words fell, Lon made his move. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qinyu was sent flying. He had no interest in brawling with these children, opting instead for a swift resolution. As Lon exited the 6th dormitory, a thunderous crash echoed from within, with Xiao Qinyu crashing against the wall. Lan's speed had been so remarkable that Xiao Qinyu even had time to unleash his martial soul before being defeated by a single blow. After returning to his dormitory for a half-hour's rest, Lon made his way to the martial soul hall. Having acquired his first soul ring, he met the requirements for registration. This visit, familiar from his previous experience, felt like a breeze. Upon entering the hall of the martial soul hall, he noticed that Su Yuntao was absent, presumably occupied with his own registration at a new martial soul hall. Nevertheless, the staff at the Notting City Martial Soul Hall were still relatively numerous. As soon as Lon stepped inside, a young man approached him. Hello, young one. Are you here for your martial soul awakening? I am here to register. Lon spoke softly. The young man replied, you can go directly to the 2nd floor, turn left, and walk straight to the second-to-last room. Master Matthew should be in that office. You can find him there. Immediately, Lon directly ascended to the 2nd floor, following the directions provided by the young man. He approached the penultimate room on that floor. However, just as he raised his hand to push open the door, an embarrassing sound emanated from within. "Master Matthew, you must keep your word." Inside the office stood a young girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and voluptuous. Her features were not exceptionally exquisite, yet she undeniably possessed the allure of a fresh lotus blossom. Beneath her, an elderly man donned a tidy Soul Master uniform. The three swords emblem on his chest indicated that he was a Grandmaster-level Soul Master. Upon witnessing the girl's striking form, the old man's face flushed crimson, his eyes sparkling with vitality, revealing an unexpected vigor for one of his years. He raised his hand and ruthlessly tore at the girl's clothing, akin to a ravenous wolf savaging its prey. The sound of fabric ripping echoed through the office. In no time, the girl's garments lay in tatters. Gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, the old man grew increasingly exhilarated. With a swift slap on the girl's rear, he proclaimed, "Do not fear. I shall be gentle. Become my woman, and you shall be the next leader of the Spirit Hall." Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of soft whimpering. Even someone passing by the door would not have been able to hear it, despite Lan's enhanced senses after acquiring the soul ring of the Chuensha. He could only faintly discern a slight noise. The old man gripped the edge of the desk tightly, his body rising and falling in fervent rhythm, as if a small stream flowed within the office. The sound of water crashing against stones created a melodious symphony. Listening to the sounds emanating from the office, Lan furrowed his brow, thinking, Master Matthew must be quite busy. Reluctantly, he decided to wait. After all, it would be impolite to interrupt someone at work. Though Lan had always been free-spirited, his time in this world under Nox's guidance had taught him much, leading to significant changes in his demeanor. Once a solitary assassin, he had often forgotten that he was capable of speech. However, in this new world, he had indeed transformed. Over the years spent with Cai Wenji, his icy heart gradually thawed, allowing him to integrate into society and discover the inherent beauty of the world. Yet, just then, Lan spotted a familiar figure ascending the stairs. The silhouette swiftly reached the corridor on the second floor, and upon seeing Lan, the individual paused in surprise, exclaiming, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to register," Lan replied. Su Yuntao's expression fluctuated, and suddenly, his countenance changed drastically as he stared at Lan in disbelief. "You mean to say you have already acquired your first soul ring?" Lan nodded slightly. With a swish, Su Yuntao was profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that this child, whom he had deemed a waste of talent in his theoretical framework, would actually acquire a soul ring. He suddenly began to seriously question the validity of his own theories. Nevertheless, he had already reported the matter, and his superiors could not hold him accountable. Thus, Su Yutao approached the office door, a faint smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "What are you doing standing outside? Master Mathuno should be inside." As he spoke, he prepared to push open the door, only to find it firmly locked. Upon leaning closer, he discerned a voice from within that was strikingly familiar. He was unequivocally certain it was the voice of his girlfriend, Cece. Yet, there was something unsettling about it. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He raised his leg and forcefully kicked the door open. It was an astonishing coincidence that greeted him. The disheveled Master Mathuno and his beloved Cece were unveiled before his eyes. Su Yuntao's mind went blank in an instant, a cacophony ringing in his ears. So it was. He trembled uncontrollably, plunged into despair, utterly desolate. The girl who had once appeared like a delicate flower before him, the sweet one he had cherished with his life, had ultimately transformed into a crimson stain. He had never imagined that she had been frequently visiting the second floor, entangled with the decrepit beast, Mathuno. He could not fathom that this elderly man had. At that moment, Su Yutao felt as if the very heavens and earth were spinning around him. His furious blood coursed wildly through his veins, and his eyes blazed with an inferno of rage. What did it matter how formidable the Spirit Hall was? He had completely forgotten his surroundings, devoid of any lingering trepidation. And with a single punch, he struck the office door. Bang! It is worth noting that the doors of the Spirit Hall were forged from solid iron. Yet his fist had created a massive dent. His fury unleashed the full potential of his battle prowess as a 26th level Soul Master. In the instant the door collapsed, Mathuno hastily scrambled from the table, almost instantaneously donning his clothes. It was difficult to believe that a man of 70 could move so nimbly. At that moment, both Mathuno and Cece realized that trouble was imminent. Su Yutao had gone mad. His rage had driven him to insanity, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the Spirit Hall. His body began to swell uncontrollably, flames sprouting from his form. While his fingers curled and elongated into sharp claws, glimmering with a cold light at their tips. Witnessing this scene, Lon retreated to the edge of the corridor, utterly bewildered. Cece scrambled off the table, hastily hitting the ground, causing the table to shake violently and splash water everywhere. But at that moment, what did she have left to care about? Yin Tao, I love you, do you believe me? Chapter 31. The Enchantment of the Remaining Life. A cold laugh escaped Su Yuntao's lips, tinged with sorrow. The fine rain fell like needles, piercing through the heart's gate. Past memories transformed into Bodhi. Entwining with the cycles of time, taking root in this lifetime. Who shall accompany you in the next life? I dare not ask. Yet I fear that should you glance back in this life, there will be no one waiting. Alas, the fates that ought not to intertwine have led to a bewildering encounter, turning the remainder of our lives into absurdity. From henceforth, I retreat from the mortal realm into the void, unable to escape this endless, passionate dream. The eternal I should not have anticipated. A longing to share the remaining days together is now sealed away by the sands of time, with love and hate left unexamined. Who shall accompany you in the next life? I dare not ask, yet I fear that should you glance back in this life, there will be no one waiting. Alas, the fates that ought not to intertwine have led to a bewildering encounter, turning the remainder of our lives into absurdity. Believe you? How can you expect me to trust you? I am not blind. Su Yuntao's martial spirit had reached its zenith at that moment, causing Matthew to pale. Despite being a greater soul master, his level surpassing that of Su Yuntao. Yet, the disparity in strength between great soul masters is minimal. And Su Yuntao is clearly in a frenzied state. He knew he was no match for Su Yuntao. Yuntao, you must allow me to explain. I am of advanced years. It was she who barged in and forced my hand. I am but a victim, Matthew exclaimed in trepidation, casting fearful glances at Su Yuntao and the cowering CC. However, Su Yuntao was deaf to all reason, letting out a primal howl toward the heavens. Suddenly, he moved, lunging with his sharp claws aimed at Matthew. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant, his claws whistling past Matthew's chest. Ah! Matthew screamed in agony, caught unprepared, his martial spirit unutilized, as he felt the skin torn from his chest. As Su Yuntao raised his right hand, Matthew, disregarding the blood streaming from his wound, swiftly dodged to the right. Simultaneously, a chilling command escaped his lips, "Flame horse, possess me." In the next moment, a flicker of fire erupted from the center of Matthew's brow, ascending into his hair. What once was streaked with gray transformed into a fiery hue, resembling a blazing inferno atop his head, as flames enveloped his exposed body, causing him to swell in size. His body was suffused with a sense of muscularity. With a thunderous boom, a wave of heat erupted from within him, instantly tearing his garments to shreds. Matthew's eyes transformed into a deep brown hue, and as he clenched his fist, a crisp crack echoed, revealing that his hands resembled the hooves of a horse. Simultaneously, two rings of light emerged beneath him, swirling from his feet to the crown of his head, one white and one yellow, akin to Su Yuntao's soul rings, both a decade and a century old. Today, I shall end your life. Su Yuntao's menacing voice resonated as his first soul ring suddenly illuminated. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Although Matthew had unleashed his martial spirit, he felt a pang of fear in the face of Su Yuntao, just as he scanned for Su Yuntao's presence. A colossal wolf silhouette materialized behind him, its half-foot-long claws gleaming menacingly as they lunged toward Matthew's head without hesitation. Reacting swiftly, Matthew glimpsed the wolf's reflection on the ground, pivoted sharply, and activated his first soul ring, delivering a powerful punch. In a heartbeat, his fist collided with Su Yuntao's claw, producing a resonant clang accompanied by a shower of sparks. Matthew's first soul skill empowered his fists, rendering them as formidable as iron. Thus the collision with Su Yuntao's claws produced such a sound. However, Su Yuntao swiftly repositioned himself, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. After dozens of exchanges, Matthew found himself gradually overwhelmed. Observing Matthew's waning stamina, a sly smirk crept across Su Yuntao's lips as he emitted a peculiar sound. Suddenly, his second soul ring glowed. Second soul skill, invincible brain circuit. Thuds resonated from Matthew's body. Su Yuntao's second soul skill was indeed a rarity. With each punch he unleashed, his figure flickered, as if countless versions of Su Yuntao were assailing Matthew simultaneously. Lone Wolf, awaken! With Su Yuntao's final roar echoing, his sharp claws pierced through Matthew's heart. Seeing is believing. The razor-sharp claws indeed pierced through Matthew's back and emerged from his chest, still dripping with his blood. Suddenly, Su Tao exerted force and withdrew his claws. With a thud, Matthew collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could never have anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of Su Tao. After killing Matthew, Su Tao cast a glance at the cowering CC in the corner. He then turned and slowly exited the office, leaping down the stairs and swiftly escaping the spirit hall. The commotion had been too great. Others within the spirit hall were preparing to investigate when they reached the stairs, only to be petrified by the sight of Su Tao. In the hall, a trail of blood extended outward, its destination unknown to any onlookers. Observing the chaos within the spirit hall, Lan's expression hardened, and he turned to leave. He understood that news of this incident would soon reach higher authorities within the spirit hall, and that a superior would come to address the matter. With Matthew's death, a new master of the Notting City Spirit branch would soon emerge. Thus, he planned to return to the spirit hall the following day to register. In a secluded building on the outskirts of Notting City, a solitary figure leaned against the wall, appearing handsome, yet battered and bruised. Tears glimmered in his eyes like stars twinkling in the night sky. Loneliness, desolation. The crimson blood staining his fingertips still emitted a pungent metallic scent. He raised his hand to his lips and took a gentle sip, anger flaring anew within his gaze. Confused thoughts led him to let out a cold laugh. Yet another heartbroken soul had been added to the city. Closing his eyes, he gradually drifted into slumber. The moon hung high in the sky, and the evening breeze was gentle. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he finally awoke, feeling like a soulless corpse wandering through the dim corridor. In the faint light, his eyes glowed with a ghostly green hue. With a sudden bang, he pushed open the door to a room. Inside, countless flowers adorned the space, and a white gown hung in one corner, billowing in the breeze like a forlorn specter. The wind tonight was a bit fierce, howling like a wailing ghost. Having devoted his life to a singular love, Su Tao found himself ultimately left with nothing but a futile endeavor. Since he could not possess it, he resolved to destroy it. Approaching the white gown that swayed gently, Su Tao extended his right hand, yanked it down, and then tore it into shreds, scattering the remnants upon the street. After this night, Su Tao would change. Originally, he had intended to surprise CC, but he never anticipated such an occurrence. After obliterating everything, Su Tao set fire to the remnants and departed, leaving only the echoes of his furious roar reverberating throughout Notting City. Straying from the righteous path, one inevitably descends into darkness. Chapter 32. The Forgotten Village. The emotionless assassin. Upon returning to Notting Academy, Lon prepared to commence his meditation and cultivation. Just as he settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the main quest. Please open your personal information panel to review the task. Lon furrowed her brow slightly and, with a thought, activated the system panel. Name: Lon. Age: 6 years. Spirit: Demonic Path. Divine Power: Eternal Night. Soul Power: Level 16. Soul Skill: Wave Break. Task activated. Main quest: The Forgotten Village has seen an influx of malevolent soul masters. The host must journey to the destination and thwart the slaughter wrought by these dark practitioners. Difficulty: Task Overview. The Forgotten Village is situated in the desolate territories of the northeastern border of the Fasno province within the Tiando Empire. Task details: The host must rescue the surviving inhabitants of the Forgotten Village within 7 days and assist them in relocating to the safety zone of Fasno province. Task reward: Upon successful completion of this task, the host shall receive a substantial monetary reward. Upon reading the aforementioned information, Lan's expression darkened slightly. Having been in this place for several years, the term Soul Master had long been etched in his mind. Yet he had never encountered the legends surrounding the evil Soul Master. Undoubtedly, this unfamiliar term represented a new realm of knowledge for Lon. To comprehend the essence of an evil Soul Master, Lon made a visit to the library of Notting Academy, where he unearthed some clues within an ancient tome. After perusing the materials, he prepared to set forth. 1 day later, a horse-drawn carriage raced swiftly through the desolate expanse, within which a boy observed his surroundings with an indifferent demeanor. Indeed, it was Lon. After a day and night of travel, he had finally arrived at the desolate northeastern border of Fasno province. The overcast sky roiled with dark clouds, lightning surged within the layers, and broken branches danced violently in the fierce wind, resembling kites severed from their strings, cascading onto the carriage. Upon traversing the wasteland, the carriage abruptly halted. The boy furrowed his brow. It was not his command that caused the stop, but rather the horse's own reluctance. Thus, He pulled aside the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. Before him lay a dilapidated village, its crumbling structures swaying precariously in the wind. This village appeared as though it had been long abandoned, with spider webs adorning the buildings. It was hard to fathom that anyone might still dwell here. The horse refused to enter the village, and in resignation, Lon set out on foot. As he stepped inside, a chilling aura enveloped him, accompanied by a sharp, metallic scent of blood. This atmosphere heightened Lan's vigilance. His already indifferent eyes continually scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from within the village, causing Lan's gaze to sharpen. With a swift bend of his legs, he leaped atop a 3-story building to behold the source of the commotion. At the village's intersection, a creature with blood-red eyes was relentlessly pursuing a little girl. This girl, somewhat adorable in appearance, had golden curls cascading gracefully over her shoulders, and her fair skin glistened like sheep's fat. Her dark eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, while her delicate lips curled upward slightly beneath a prominent nose. Dainty, rosy dimples adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of ripe apples. Innocent yet cunning, exuding an air of noble charm, she was the epitome of a sweet, mischievous little girl. However, at that moment, the girl's eyes brimmed with terror, her face was pale, and a trace of dried blood marred her cracked lips. The long dress she wore had been torn in several places, her alabaster skin reflecting an almost ethereal allure. In all honesty, faced with such a captivating little girl, few could resist the temptation. Yet, one must ponder if the Douluo continent had any age restrictions for such encounters. However, Lon was an assassin, and at this moment, his focus was solely on the mission at hand. Swiftly, his gaze shifted towards the creature before him. The beast, with its maw lined with sharp fangs and blood dripping from the corners of its mouth, had evidently just feasted. Its form bore a striking resemblance to that of a wolf, albeit with the peculiar distinction of possessing 2 tails. Furthermore, Lon noted that the creature emanated a faint, yellowish glow. Suddenly, the creature's body sank, and with a powerful spring, it leapt directly in front of the young girl, raising its foreleg as its razor-sharp claws extended menacingly towards her. "No, please, don't." A piercing cry emanated from behind the blood-eyed wolf, belonging to a woman in her 30s. Witnessing the monstrous paw descending upon the girl, despair washed over her face. In that critical moment, Lon transformed into a solitary shadow, propelling himself from the rooftop with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached the girl's side and delivered a powerful punch to the blood-eyed wolf, the force of which sent the creature hurtling away. Lon grasped the slender waist of the little girl, lifting her effortlessly to the top of a building. The blood-eyed wolf, witnessing the abduction of its prey, swiftly rose from the ground, baring its teeth in a furious glare directed at Lon, its front paws scratching the earth restlessly. Suddenly, it reared back and launched itself towards Lon with ferocious intent. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lan's gaze as he wielded a short blade, charging forth to confront the blood-eyed wolf. Simultaneously, the dark powers of the demonic path surged forth, enveloping his form in a shroud of black mist, transforming him into a shark that plunged underground. At that instant, his soul rings ignited with a radiant glow. In the following moment, a colossal shark erupted from the earth, while a razor-sharp white blade arced towards the wolf's neck. Empowered by the demonic force, Lon harnessed the strength of the shark, unleashing his first soul skill the moment he emerged from the depths. This strike was not only extraordinarily sharp but also imbued with immense power, cleaving through the very fabric of the void, accompanied by the deafening roar of rushing winds. In the blink of an eye, the half-foot blade grazed the wolf's throat. A howl erupted as blood gushed from the wound, the blood-eyed wolf emitting a harrowing scream. Yet, Lon did not presume this was sufficient to vanquish the beast. Thus, his soul rings shone once more, unleashing a myriad of chilling lights that erupted across the wolf's form. At last, the blood-eyed wolf lay motionless upon the ground. Shortly thereafter, countless glimmering points coalesced upon its carcass, forming a pale yellow soul ring. Lon furrowed his brow, puzzled by the unexpected presence of a soul beast. He discerned that this particular soul beast bore notable differences from those found in the soul-hunting forest. Its aura closely resembled that of a human, perhaps a consequence of having consumed numerous human souls. Following the demise of the blood-eyed wolf, a young girl and a woman approached Lon, expressing their gratitude. "Young sir, thank you for saving my daughter. May I embrace you?" With these words, the woman raised her arms and stepped toward Lon. With a sudden change in expression, Lon swiftly raised the short blade in her hand, delivering a swift stroke across the young woman's neck. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, Before the little girl could comprehend the unfolding events, with a swift sidestep, Lan raised the dagger in his hand and slashed at the neck of the petite girl. Noticing that neither of the two had succumbed immediately, he proceeded to stab the young girl and the woman several more times. Crimson blood erupted forth like a fountain, drenching the two women. The woman, pointing at Lan, choked on her words. "Do you not possess any feelings?" Chapter 34. The sole survivor. Only after confirming that both had lost their lives did Lan sheath his dagger and depart with indifference, leaving behind the two corpses enveloped in a haze of red mist. The most pitiable was the young girl. She likely never imagined that Lan would suddenly unleash such brutality upon her. Was it because of her lack of charm? Not at all. It was the moment Lan had slain the blood-eyed wolf that a glimmer of malice flashed in the eyes of both women. Although their expressions changed in an instant, Lan had caught the fleeting glimpse. In that moment, Lan understood that the reason the soul beasts were present in this desolate village could only be one. Someone had deliberately bred soul beasts. He had encountered similar cases in an ancient tome at the library. Malevolent soul masters would use humans to nurture soul beasts, thereby instilling a savage nature in them. Consequently, when the soul beasts perished, the resulting soul rings would be imbued with profound resentment. As Lan made his way deeper into the village, his gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings. The path was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood, the stench of decaying flesh permeating the air throughout the village. The wind howled ominously, and the entire village bore the visage of a hellish nightmare. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. Blood-red mist surged from the mountains behind the village, gradually shrouding it in a thick crimson haze, rendering everything invisible, save for the suffocating scent of blood. This atmosphere was already chilling, when suddenly a piercing scream erupted from a swaying building. Even for a seasoned assassin like Lan, the sound caused his pupils to constrict and his nerves to tighten. Sharpening his gaze, he turned to look toward the building, when suddenly something flew from the third-floor balcony. The blood-red mist thickened, obscuring everything within mere meters. As the object approached, Lan leaned back, pushing off the ground with force to vault onto the roof of a nearby building. He had not anticipated that the flying object from the opposite building was, in fact, a bloodied human head, which rolled to the ground beneath him. Lan lowered her head and beheld a figure whose skull had been hollowed out by some unknown force, the brain matter seemingly devoured by a certain creature, leaving behind nothing but a mere shell. From within the building, a faint sound of sucking could be discerned, prompting her to listen intently. Lan grasped a short blade and leaped forward, deftly clutching the railing of the balcony to muffle any sound. With utmost caution, he ascended the balcony. Inside the building were two robust men, each holding a bowl containing a substance resembling tofu pudding. "Who goes there?" A gruff voice suddenly echoed, laden with menace. In response, the two men rose, gulping down the liquid from their bowls, and brandished their large cleavers as they approached the balcony. In that instant, a chill coursed through Lan's heart. He had not anticipated that his concealment would be penetrated. Resolutely, he strode directly towards the two men. Upon catching sight of Lan's figure, the two brutish men were immediately filled with exhilaration. "Brother, it seems we have fresh brain matter to savor. This little fellow's blood must be quite pure," one of them remarked. As he spoke, one of the hulking figures brandished a hefty cleaver and charged at Lan with unrestrained ferocity. With the weapon raised high above his head, he aimed a vicious strike at Lan's skull. In that fleeting moment, Lan raised the short blade in his hand to meet the oncoming assault. His gaze turned frigid, and his expression exuded an intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. A bone-chilling aura emanating from his eyes. Bang! Lan's left fist struck forcefully against the large man's abdomen. Instantly, the man's eyes bulged, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. As he fell backward, a glimmer of cold light flashed across his neck, and crimson blood sprayed 3 feet into the air. Another burly man, sensing the dire situation, seized a large knife from the table and swung it toward Lan. However, Lan had already discerned his attack method. As the blade swept back, Lan deftly leaped behind him, delivering a swift cut to his neck. Remarkably, this man did not succumb to the blow and retaliated with a strike of his own. With a resounding crash, the table split in two. At this moment, Lan realized that the short blade in his hand had significant limitations. Consequently, he decisively unleashed his martial spirit, causing the first soul ring on his body to shine brilliantly. As a massive shark lunged toward the man, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, a colossal white blade cleaved the man in half. From the earlier encounter, it was evident that these two evil spirit masters were merely at the beginning of their nefarious paths. Their soul power fluctuations were not particularly pronounced, even lower than his own. It seemed they had chosen this shortcut to bolster their strength. After eliminating these two evil spirit masters, Lan prepared to continue his search for any survivors. To endure in such an environment required an extraordinary stroke of luck. As he walked along a path leading toward the village, Lan found no signs of life. However, he encountered numerous evil spirit masters, all of whom he dispatched without mercy. The evil spirit masters here were predominantly of the lowest tier, with no sign of those at the Grandmaster level. Nonetheless, for Lan, given his current strength, this task still proved to be quite formidable, and he had sustained some injuries in the process. As previously mentioned, despite the evil spirit masters being of lower rank, human strength remains finite. At this moment, Lan's spiritual energy had nearly been exhausted. If this continued, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to complete the task at hand. His complexion had turned somewhat pale, clearly reflecting his overwhelming fatigue. At that moment, a chilling cry echoed from the edge of the village. Upon hearing the sound, Lan dared not exhibit the slightest negligence as he hastened towards the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the location of the noise. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful young girl, adorned with cascading locks reminiscent of a waterfall, a slender waist, and delicate legs. Her face bore several scratches, akin to those inflicted by tree branches. As she ran frantically, she continually glanced back, as if something were pursuing her relentlessly. A flicker of apprehension crossed Lan's countenance as he surmised that the young girl might be the sole survivor of the forsaken village. The sanguine mist enveloping the area was so dense that it obscured his view of whatever lurked behind her. At that moment, two beams of crimson light, akin to infrared rays, pierced through the blood and illuminated the girl's white robe. Without hesitation, he advanced swiftly. Simultaneously, the soul rings adorning his body glowed anew, plunging him underground where he maneuvered rapidly to position himself behind the girl, erupting from the earth with sudden force. With a mighty fist, he struck. The resounding impact unleashed a torrent of power, sending a colossal figure hurtling backward. Before that shadowy form could touch the ground, Lan pursued with relentless speed, wielding a dagger to deliver a flurry of lethal strikes, ultimately slaying the creature. Although its visage remained shrouded in obscurity, its massive form left no doubt in Lan's mind that it was no human, but rather a formidable beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the bounty task. The moment the system's voice resonated, Lan felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhaustion. Chapter 35. A shift in the narrative 5 years later. Soto City. Under the cover of night, a figure concealed itself within the shadows of the city walls. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the starry sky, the silhouette revealed itself to be a lad of 11 or 12 years. His skin, smooth as fine porcelain, adorned a strikingly angular face, while his short brown hair danced in the breeze. Beneath that tousled hair, his piercing eyes radiated a chilling intensity as they fixed resolutely on the city below. This young boy was none other than Lan. Throughout these 5 years, Lan had accomplished hundreds of tasks. Although the incessant demands of the system had drained him both physically and mentally, he gradually discerned that these assignments were honing his prowess. His hunting skills had ascended to the 5th tier, and both his physique and spirit had undergone remarkable enhancement. During this span, his soul power had reached an impressive level 35. His current target was a woman by the name of Luo. Lan had been waiting at the darkened city wall for nearly 3 hours. As an assassin, patience was an inherent part of his craft, and for Lan, it was hardly worth mentioning. After another half hour had passed, a carriage slowly entered the city. The curtain was lifted, and a heavily made-up woman leaned out from within. Perched atop the city wall, Lan gripped 2 sharp daggers in his hands, their blades gleaming with a silvery sheen. Yet, shrouded in the vastness of night and elevated in his position, he was difficult to detect. Suddenly, with a surge of determination, Lan leapt from the towering city wall, his first and second spirit rings illuminating simultaneously. Following the completion of his mission in the Forsaken Village, Lan's spirit power ascended to level 18. Upon returning to the Nodding Academy, he devoted himself to rigorous meditation and training, ultimately reaching level 20. He then ventured into the Stardow Forest, where he joined a group of other spirit masters to hunt a 2,000-year-old bloodthirsty demon shark. This formidable spirit beast, known for its terrifying speed, possessed lightning-like agility and a grotesque regenerative ability, rendering it nearly invincible in the water. After absorbing the spirit ring from the bloodthirsty demon shark, Lan acquired his second spirit skill, named Void Slash. Enemies struck by Void Slash would bear the imprint of death, and each of Lan's strikes would convert the enemy's vitality into his own spirit power. Thus, when he unleashed his second spirit skill against foes, his spirit power would neither diminish nor deplete. Instead, it would replenish. Moreover, while descending, using the void/skill granted him a unique teleportation ability. The instant his toes grazed the ground, a dark, magical force enveloped him, propelling him underground towards a nearby carriage. In an instant, Lan's figure materialized behind a woman named Douluo. With a swift motion, he brandished his short blades, producing a piercing sound as he sliced at her throat and thrust into her chest. Crimson blood gushed forth, despite the speed of his assault. A few droplets splattered upon his face. The woman, Douluo, fell without uttering a sound, collapsing within the carriage. Gradually, her corpse became shrouded in a mist of crimson. After completing this grim task, Lan made his way beyond the city, his silhouette vanishing into the night. The following day, around midday, under the scorching sun, two youths entered through the west gate of Soto City. They appeared to be no more than teenagers, one male and one female, both devoid of any luggage. The boy, dressed simply, looked to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a light blue outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 precious stones cinched around his waist. His shoulder-length black hair hung loosely, and though not strikingly handsome, he emanated an approachable charm, a smile gracing his lips. Beside him stood a beautiful girl, her long black hair intricately braided into a scorpion braid. She wore a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure. Finally, we arrived at Soto City. I truly wonder what Master is thinking. So many esteemed schools have expressed their unconditional willingness to enroll us, yet he insists on making you take an entrance exam at this obscure, subpar institution, the girl complained. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, the boy smiled gently. The teacher only asked me to take the exam. He didn't require you to come along. It's no use complaining now, is it? The male and female protagonists, Tang San and Xiao Wu, have just graduated from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy after 5 years. For Xiao Wu, these 5 years have been relatively pleasant after Lan's departure. She became the queen bee of the academy, constantly surrounded by a throng of admirers, a lifestyle she thoroughly relished. However, Tang San's journey was far less fortuitous. When he ventured into the soul-hunting forest to acquire his first soul ring, he was confronted with disillusionment as he could not find a soul beast that suited him. The only notable sight was a Mandala snake, over 400 years old, which was tragically slain by someone else. To his utter dismay, upon reaching the scene, he witnessed the soul ring of that Mandala snake gradually fading away, unabsorbed. Tang San vividly recalled the master's face, resembling a bitter melon, etched with worry and despair. Ultimately, he was only able to secure a 300-year-old Mandala snake as his soul ring. The misfortunes continued during his quest for a second soul ring, with a similar scenario unfolding. Initially, the master suspected that the spirit hall was interfering, intent on denying Tang San the optimal soul rings. Yet, ironically, the adversary's goal was achieved. Tang San's second soul ring was still 200 years lower than he had anticipated. Neither of his soul rings reached the limit he could absorb. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the difficulty he faced in obtaining these soul rings was significantly influenced by Lan. As Tang San and Xiao Wu made their way towards Soto City, a young man clad in black attire quietly entered the city from outside. One glance into his cold eyes revealed his identity. Indeed, it was Lan. After completing a mission the previous night, the system issued a new side quest to alter Tang San's narrative within the Douluo continent, deviating from the original timeline. In simpler terms, the task was to obstruct Tang San's growth and oppose him. Initially, Lan contemplated simply eliminating Tang San to change the entire timeline. However, the system insisted that the true enjoyment lay in allowing the enemy to suffer a slow demise. Logically, for an assassin known for decisiveness, this mission presented quite a challenge for Lan. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lan's mind. Alert. Target detected 200 meters ahead. Please deliver a thorough beating to Tang San as a greeting after 5 years. Lan's expression turned serious as he realized that the system had been acting erratically of late. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter its course. The tasks assigned by the system were absolute. Each mission carried its own rationale, and at least among the current assignments, they were fundamentally rooted in the eradication of evil and the upholding of justice. A glimmer of sharp brilliance flashed in Lan's eyes, prompting an immediate acceleration of his pace. Chapter 36. The Hotel's Rules, where strength reigns supreme. A few minutes later, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived at the entrance of a hotel. This establishment, Though modest in scale with its 3 stories, was adorned entirely in rose hues, resembling a blooming rose in architectural design, presenting a captivating sight. The grand entrance bore a sign intricately carved with rose motifs, aptly named the Rose Hotel. Xiao Wu glanced up at the hotel sign and smiled. Xiao San. Shall we take a room here? Tang San shrugged nonchalantly. As you wish. After several years of working in Notting City, supplemented by the Spirit Hall's financial aid, he had managed to save a considerable amount. Xiao Wu, indifferent to the sum of money, spent freely and entrusted all her funds to Tang San to restrain herself from overspending. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were immediately enveloped by the enchanting fragrance of roses, a scent that was both alluring and refreshing, instilling a sense of relaxation. The hotel's interior decor harmoniously matched the rose theme, featuring shades of white, rose red, and silver accents, creating an elegant ambience that left a delightful impression on the guests. Tang San approached the counter and requested, "Please, could we have 2 rooms?" The attendant behind the counter promptly stood up, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. "Sir, wouldn't 1 room suffice? We only have 1 room available. Enough of this chatter. Let's just take 1 room. Haven't we always shared a room in Notting? Even when there were 20 to 30 of us in 1 room." Xiao Wu replied impatiently, fatigue evident from their long journey. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in shock as he envisioned the terrifying scenario of so many people crammed into a single space. Surely sleeping at night would feel like an earthquake. Tang San shook his head, not one to be obstinate, thinking that if necessary, he could simply sleep on the floor. "Then let us have 1 room." Upon hearing this, the attendant began to process the request when suddenly, a sharp dagger flew in from outside and struck the counter, causing the attendant to stumble back in fright. Moments later, a cold-faced youth stepped into the hotel, his piercing gaze landing on the attendant, his lips barely moving as he declared, "This room is mine." Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken aback upon recognizing him. "Lan, what brings you here?" Tang San's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering Lan in this place. Xiao Wu shared his surprise, for this aloof youth had evolved into a legend at the Notting Academy. Having graduated in less than a few days since his enrollment, not only had he secured a substantial monetary reward, but he was also featured in the cultural textbook of the Academy, serving as a constant reminder to the students to strive for excellence. For Tang San and Xiao Wu, Lan harbored no semblance of emotion. After completing the task associated with the abandoned village, he returned to the Notting Academy to apply for graduation. Upon seeing the two, his demeanor remained chillingly cold. When Xiao Wu posed a question, Lan not only refrained from responding, but did not even spare a glance at either Tang San or Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu approached him, standing resolutely before Lan, and coldly stated, "Lan, we were here first. If you require accommodation as well, you may seek other hotels." Lan's sharp, cold gaze flicked toward Xiao Wu, his voice icy. "Get lost." Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson instantly, her anger boiling over. "Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? It's evident that you lack proper upbringing." "Humph, back in Notting Academy, you dared not spar with me, coward." Lan, who had initially maintained a semblance of calm, suddenly shifted his expression, his demeanor turning fierce as he raised his right fist, striking towards Xiao Wu with ferocity. Sensing the imminent danger, Tang San acted without hesitation, swiftly employing the ghost shadow misty steps to position himself before Xiao Wu. A resounding thud echoed as Tang San was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, his complexion paling slightly. Lan's punch, fueled by sheer rage, unleashed a terrifying force. Tang San, clutching his chest, rose from the ground and beheld Xiao Wu, who was eager to charge into battle against Lan. With a stern voice, he commanded, "Step back. This is a contest between men." At that moment, Tang San vividly recalled his humiliating defeat at Lan's hands during his first foray into Notting Academy. This memory spurred him to be even more demanding of himself. Rising before dawn and toiling late into the night, he engaged in rigorous training, hoping that one day he could reclaim his dignity. As Tang San regained his footing, Lan clenched his fist and charged forward, his punch aimed squarely at Tang San's chest. Observing Lan's fist, Tang San discerned a faint white vortex enveloping it, indicating that this blow was far more formidable than the last. He surmised that Lan's punch had reached the zenith of his power, with speed to match. What appeared to be a simple strike carried an overwhelming aura of destruction. A glimmer of purple light flickered in Tang San's eyes. Cornered against the wall, he found no avenue for retreat. Thus, he steeled himself and advanced. With a swift step forward, he raised his right fist, his body arching back like a drawn bow, and unleashed his own punch. Simultaneously, his fist transformed into a lustrous milky white. With a resounding thud, Tang San was propelled backward once more. In that instant, his speed did not wane. Rather, it intensified as another punch collided with his chest, driving him against the wall. A thunderous roar echoed as the wall buckled under the impact. Rays of light streamed through the cracks into the hotel lobby, and the powerful cyclone erupted, causing a sign on the wall to plummet. Tang San's face flushed crimson. With a cough, he spat out blood, his gaze fixating on the sign, which darkened his expression. Xiao Wu, too, noticed the inscription on the sign, and in that moment, they both realized the Rose Hotel had amended its rules. If only one room remained. Strength dictated the outcome. The defeated not only faced a beating, but was also liable for damages to the hotel. Indeed, the proprietor possessed remarkable foresight. Tang San managed a bitter smile, understanding the situation at last. Tang San believed that the hardness of his fist was akin to that of bronze and iron. Yet in the fleeting moment when his fist collided with Lan's, he realized his misjudgment. In the face of overwhelming power, even the formidable Xuanyu hands, resembling bronze and iron, proved insufficient for defense. While his fists might remain unscathed, the force of impact surged through his arm and permeated his body, akin to the piercing chill of ice, causing excruciating pain throughout his being. Observing the disheveled Tang San, a flicker of cold disdain crossed Lan's indifferent gaze as two sharp daggers materialized in his hands. In an instant, those blades descended upon Tang San with lethal intent. The whistling sound of air slicing through resonated ominously in Tang San's ears. Chapter 37. Xiao Wu is injured. Just at that critical moment, Tang San swiftly dodged to the right. The sharp dual blades of Lan descended menacingly towards his arm. Had Tang San hesitated for even a fraction of a second longer, those keen edges would have, if not claimed his life, certainly severed his arm in an instant. After evading the attack, Tang San swiftly executed the ghost shadow misty steps, appearing to take only delicate steps. Yet his speed was astonishing. As he almost instantaneously found himself behind Lan, he raised his fist and struck forcefully at Lan's back. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lan's eyes as he swiftly unleashed his hunting skills, empowered by the quintuple layers of the hunting technique, his agility sword, allowing him to react just before Tang San's fist collided with his back. In a sudden pivot, he leaned backward, raising his right leg to strike Tang San's wrist with the tip of his foot. Tang San felt as if his wrist had been pierced by a blade, a sharp pain coursing through him as his arm was thrust upward by Lan's kick. Simultaneously, Lan executed a backflip, landing gracefully after a full 360-degree rotation. As his toes touched the ground, his right fist surged toward Tang San. The fierce force of his punch resonated through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds that underscored the terrifying power contained within. Having suffered two previous setbacks, Tang San displayed remarkable intelligence. He chose to evade rather than confront Lan directly, utilizing his advantage in agility to swiftly create distance between them. With a grave expression, Tang San scrutinized his opponent. Realizing the sheer magnitude of Lan's strength, a level of explosive power he had never encountered before, he understood that he had to summon his martial soul. For if this stalemate continued, a single powerful blow from Lan could render him incapable of fighting. Thus, he declared in a solemn voice, "I am Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, a level 29 weapon soul master. I seek your guidance." As he spoke, a surge of deep blue light erupted, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from his palm. Each blade appeared slender yet was adorned with serpent-like patterns, cylindrical in shape, and upon closer inspection, they bore numerous fine thorns. A milky white radiance emanated from Tang San, causing the deep blue grass to swell dramatically, transforming in the blink of an eye into thick, cucumber-like stalks, resembling dark and sturdy vines. The black serpent patterns shimmered faintly, swirling around Tang San like numerous great serpents. Simultaneously, two yellow soul rings ascended from beneath Tang San, spiraling above him. Upon witnessing Tang San's martial soul being unleashed in preparation for battle, Lan's pupils constricted, and his gaze sharpened. A black mist began to envelop him, speckled with glimmering points of light. His eyes transformed, becoming as resplendent as the galaxy, while a series of crisp, crackling sounds emanated from his bones, which, rather than swelling, seemed to have been reinforced from within. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings emerged, 1 yellow and 2 purple. As the soul rings rotated, a surge of soul power generated an invisible pressure akin to a colossal wave crashing toward Tang San. "Thousand-year soul ring," Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm. her panic evident as she wished to fight alongside Tang San, only to be restrained by him. Yet, Lan's piercing gaze swiftly turned toward her, coldly urging, "You may join as well." Upon hearing those words, Tang San's heart suddenly trembled. He realized that Xiao Wu's remarks might have provoked Lan. He had initially believed he could contend with Lan through his soul power. However, upon observing the soul rings adorning Lan, he understood that his chances of victory had diminished significantly. The white ring represented 10 years, the yellow signified 100, and the purple denoted 1,000. Before him stood a transformed Lan, who, after 5 years of absence, possessed 3 soul rings, 2 of which were of the millennium variety. It was crucial to note that this boy, seemingly as youthful as Tang San and Xiao Wu, exuded an aura reminiscent of a glacial and formidable presence. Tang San was acutely aware that 3 soul rings indicated Lan had surpassed the 30th level, thus qualifying him as a soul master, and moreover, his martial soul was of an extraordinarily unique kind. As a disciple of the master, Tang San had heard him speak of martial souls that transcended even the finest varieties. These exceptional martial souls were classified as divine. Lan's martial soul was the demon path divine power, and he was a 35-level battle soul master. For Lan, there was no desire for idle chatter. However, since gaining comprehensive insight into martial souls, he recognized that when confronting a true challenger, both parties must disclose their martial soul information as a sign of respect. Tang San's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that this child of his own age possessed such overwhelming strength. He pondered how Lan had cultivated this power. In that moment, Tang San grasped the reality. He understood why he had been powerless in their earlier clash, solely reliant on brute strength. It was the stark disparity in absolute power. The terror embodied by Lan was something only Tang San fully comprehended. The difference of a single soul ring represented not just a gap in strength, but also the attributes and skills conferred by the soul rings, 2 of which belonged to Lan were of millennial age. With this realization, Tang San understood that he must employ all his abilities to stand a chance in this battle. His countenance grew solemn, and with a focused intention, he unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul. Rapidly, dark blue vines spiraled forth, surging towards Lan from all directions. Meanwhile, Tang San seemed to vanish within the tendrils, shrouded in their embrace. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lan's gaze as demonic powers surged around him, propelling him swiftly beneath the earth. In that instant, Tang San's vines became utterly ineffective, akin to a serpent in search of sustenance that fails to find its prey. In a heartbeat, a colossal shark erupted from the ground behind Tang San. With a thunderous crash, as it burst forth from the depths, Lan unleashed a powerful punch, sending Tang San, concealed within the vines, hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, Lan turned around, her body plunging with a resounding thud as she swam towards Xiao Wu. In that instant, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Faced with such an opponent, she was uncertain how to respond. However, in the fleeting moment of her daze, a shark's maw erupted from beneath. Lunging towards her chest, a swirling vortex suddenly exploded against Xiao Wu's torso. With a deafening crash, she was sent flying. Observing this, Tang San swiftly executed his ghost shadow cloak, catching Xiao Wu. A crimson spray of blood erupted from her mouth. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San gazed at her with deep concern, utterly unprepared for Lan's assault on Xiao Wu. Clutching her chest, Xiao Wu's complexion turned pale as she forced a smile, saying, "I'm fine." Yet she had been wounded. Tang San's combat prowess surged dramatically. He had once vowed to protect Xiao Wu for a lifetime, but now she lay before him, bloodied from a single blow. Xiao Wu's injury sent the entire arena into chaos. In a fit of rage, Tang San declared the match over. In that moment, a palpable aura of slaughter emanated from his feet, enveloping the entire hotel in a suffocating atmosphere. After gently placing Xiao Wu on a nearby sofa, a glimmer of purple flashed in his eyes. He then advanced towards Lan. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out. What a splendid show. She has provoked him, and he has become enraged. Chapter 38. The formal challenge. Outside the door, a man strolled into the hotel lobby, embracing 2 women. The women were adorned in flamboyant attire, appearing to be around 17 or 18, tall and statuesque, with an enviable physique. Most astonishingly, they bore identical features, revealing them to be twins. The man accompanying them appeared slightly younger than the 2 women, standing around 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and possessing a handsome yet resolute countenance. His long golden hair cascaded down his back, nearly reaching his waist. What drew the most attention were his eyes, strange and captivating, each possessing a dual pupil. His deep blue irises exuded a chilling coldness, a profound and intrinsic frostiness, with a flicker of malevolent light that resembled invisible blades. Upon seeing the man, Tang San's initial reaction was that this individual was formidable. As the man entered the lobby, he suddenly caught sight of Xiao Wu seated on the sofa, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes and a slight smirk gracing his lips. Approaching the space between Tang San and Lan, the young man chuckled lightly. How intriguing. Surely, you do not believe that whoever wins this bout will claim ownership of this room? Hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened slightly as he retorted, What do you mean? The dual-eyed young man did not even cast a glance at Tang San. Instead, he turned his attention to Lan and remarked dismissively, I find you all lacking in strength. I must admit, from the recent contest between you two, it is evident that you possess some skill, yet in my eyes, you are unworthy to reside in this room. However, I must say, your girlfriend exhibits a certain fierceness, and her words are rather ungracious. This cold youth appears to have stirred a deep-seated pain within himself, thus unleashing astonishing combat prowess. And you seem to be a fervent defender of your partner. The moment she is harmed, your fighting spirit surges immeasurably. Quite impressive indeed. I relish the opportunity to compete against such individuals. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached from behind, his face etched with concern. Let us converse amicably. Do not resort to violence. If you continue, the hotel will be left in ruins. The dual-eyed youth let out a cold snort. These are the rules you imposed. If there is but one room remaining, then let strength dictate the outcome. The middle-aged man was momentarily at a loss for words, filled with regret. Master Dai. The rules are rigid, but people are not. I am willing to disregard them. The remaining room shall be yours. What do you say? A sharp glint flashed in Master Dai's eyes. Enough with the pleasantries. Without rules, order cannot be maintained. Having said that, Master Dai scrutinized Tang San and Lan. Will you both face me together, or shall I take you on one at a time? Lan raised his head, a sharp glint flickering in his cold eyes. And in an instant, he transformed into his solitary shadow rushing towards Dai Xiao. From the moment this individual entered, Lan sensed the formidable aura emanating from him. One that surpassed Tang San's, yet was comparable to his own. Observing Lan's lightning-fast speed, Dai Xiao's expression darkened. Secretly contemplating, could it be that this young man had concealed his strength during the previous battle? Dai Xiao dared not exhibit any hesitation, his right fist shot upward, surging forward to meet Lan head-on. Both of their movements were deceptively simple, devoid of any flamboyance. The momentum of their fists, propelled by sheer force and speed, ascended to its zenith. Tang San, witnessing this scene from the sidelines, experienced a tumult of emotions. He realized that both combatants possessed an exceptional wealth of practical experience. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided, producing a thunderous explosion that shattered the ground beneath them, causing the entire hotel to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. The next moment, a blinding white light erupted between their fists, prompting Tang San to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. When the brilliance subsided, he discerned the two figures. Dai Xiao was abruptly propelled backward, while Lan also staggered back a couple of steps. Dai Xiao gazed at the impassive youth before him, disbelief etched across his face. He had not anticipated that this boy, seemingly younger than himself, could unleash such immense power. What astonished Dai Xiao most was the palpable sensation of Lan's fist striking like a razor against his own, leaving his right hand throbbing with pain. Upon lifting his fist, he clearly observed several fissures on the back of his hand, resembling the bite marks of some creature. In the face of this youth, Dai Xiao could afford no further complacency. He then issued a sharp command. White Tiger, possess me. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted from his body, his arms extending outward while his chest swelled. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated as his muscles surged, straining against his clothing, each muscle becoming strikingly apparent beneath the fabric. Even the air around him seemed to become tumultuous. His golden hair transformed into a striking mix of black and white, predominantly white, as 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, mirroring the markings on a tiger's head, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most dramatic transformation, expanding to nearly double their original size, enveloped in white fur. As he flexed his fingers, short, dagger-like claws extended from his palms, retracting again. Each claw gleamed with a chilling light, measuring a full 8 inches in length. In the next moment, 3 radiant soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling with an overwhelming aura of dominance. Tang San's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the individual before him was also a soul master, possessing a 1,000-year soul ring. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 37 Soul Master. I seek your guidance. After the manifestation of his martial spirit, Dai Mubai declared his martial spirit and rank, formally initiating a challenge. His targets were not only Lan but also Tang San. However, Tang San had a singular focus. He must avenge the blow dealt to Xiao Wu. Lan, I hereby challenge you once again. Before Dai Mubai could make his move, the first ring on Tang San's body suddenly illuminated, and the blue-silver grass surged forth from all directions toward Lan. Initially, as he observed the confrontation between Tang San and Lan, Dai Mubai presumed that Tang San's martial spirit was merely a useless one. Yet, when the blue-silver grass enveloped Lan, he realized his error. However, he was acutely aware that although Tang San's blue-silver grass appeared somewhat unique, it seemed entirely subdued by the indifferent youth. This underground soul skill was something he had never encountered before, posing a significant challenge for control-type soul masters. Watching Tang San charge forward, Dai Mubai opted to step aside. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, since you wish to be thoroughly beaten, I shall continue to enjoy the spectacle. At this moment, Tang San's eyes were devoid of emotion, profoundly deep. He had abandoned any intention of concealing his strength. Gazing at the pallid face of Xiao Wu, his fury swelled further. In the instant his first soul skill ensnared its target, a flicker of purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes, and his hands transformed to a pearlescent hue, swiftly lifted at his sides. In an instant, dozens of glistening projectiles erupted from the tips of Tang San's fingers, each aimed at a vital point on Lan's body. The piercing sound of their flight caused Dai Mubai, standing nearby, to pale in fright, his gaze following the myriad of cold lights. Can you evade them? Chapter 39. Tang San's fury unleashed, intensifying his soul power. Just as Dai Mubai broke into a cold sweat for Lan, the next moment unfolded. Lan stirred. Yet he displayed no intention of evasion. Instead, he slowly raised his left arm and closed his eyes. The sound of numerous explosive bursts echoed almost simultaneously, as streaks of cold light were deflected to the ground before Lan's palm. An invisible shield? This was Tang San's initial reaction, as he realized that all the hidden weapons he had unleashed were thwarted by an unseen barrier. This revelation caught Tang San completely off guard. He had launched over 20 bone-piercing spikes, and with the enhancement of his internal energy, their potency was significantly amplified. Yet, they were all effortlessly blocked by Lan, who seemed to have employed some unknown means. Dai Mubai, as an observer, noted with clarity that the second and third spirit rings on Lan's body had not illuminated, indicating that he had not employed any spirit abilities to effortlessly deflect the multitude of icy rays. Tang San's expression darkened suddenly. He did not halt, continuing to utilize his ghostly shadow steps as he rapidly circled around Lan. Simultaneously, a flurry of icy rays erupted forth. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A series of explosive sounds resonated. Lan's expression hardened, his fingers curling abruptly into a fist. A fierce gust of wind erupted from his wrist, swirling around him to form an imperceptible shield. No matter from which direction Tang San launched his assault, it was deflected by this protective barrier. In essence, Tang San's flamboyant hidden strikes inflicted no harm upon Lan. Tang San was secretly astonished. Could there truly be no vulnerabilities? Unconvinced, he pondered whether there might be an opening from above. With that thought, Tang San executed the ghost shadow phantom steps, leaping gracefully until he was positioned above Lan, unleashing a flurry of over 10 glimmering projectiles. However, disappointment washed over him once more. Lan's entire being seemed encased within an extraordinarily robust shell, utterly sealed off. No matter how formidable his hidden weapons were, they proved futile. In his previous onslaught, Tang San had nearly exhausted all the concealed weapons he possessed. These weapons were his trump card, and with them depleted, he found himself at a loss. Witnessing Tang San's relentless barrage, Dai Mubai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He mused whether, had he been in Lan's position, he could have remained so composed in the face of such an attack. The answer was unequivocally negative. Although he belonged to the beast martial soul category of soul masters, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities and strength, the ferocity and speed of Tang San's assault were akin to lightning. Only two possibilities could account for Lan's ability to withstand Tang San's hidden weaponry, either an exceptionally robust defense or an overwhelming strength to counter Tang San's onslaught. Yet neither was within his current capabilities. As Tang San completed his series of attacks, Lan finally made his move. The first and second soul rings on his body suddenly illuminated, for he had expended a significant amount of soul power in utilizing the breath of wind. At this moment, it was time to replenish his energy. The figure of Lan vanished from sight. only to reappear before Tang San like a specter. Before Tang San could react, a fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, struck him squarely in the chest. He let out a muffled groan, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling from his mouth. Before he could touch the ground, Lan's silhouette abruptly disappeared. When he re-emerged, it was beneath Tang San, delivering a powerful blow to his back that sent him hurtling upwards, crashing against the ceiling of the hotel lobby with a resounding thud. Then, his body plummeted to the ground as soon as he landed. Lan's right leg lifted and came crashing down. The impact reverberated through the ground, shattering the floor beneath Tang San's form. It is worth noting that Lan's first two soul techniques erupted simultaneously. Thus, when the initial punch struck Tang San, it had already etched a mark of life upon him. The subsequent flurry of attacks was the second soul technique, the Void Strike, with each blow siphoning Tang San's life force and converting it into soul power. Lying on the ground, blood gushed from his mouth as if it were free-flowing. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the truth. Lan had not unleashed his full strength from the very beginning. I have lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Tang San clenched his fists tightly. He had indeed lost this challenge, utterly and completely. Faced with an opponent like Lan, he found no room for defense. Xiao San. Xiao San. Xiao Wu rushed to Tang San's side, weeping uncontrollably, her eyes glinting with a fierce determination to avenge him. Yet suddenly, Tang San grasped her hand, imploring, "No. Xiao Wu, we are no match for Lan. This situation is entirely our fault." Tang San remained remarkably rational, aware that if Xiao Wu charged forward now, she would meet the same fate as he had. The Lan before him was even colder than the first time they had met. "I simply wish to ask, did you truly give it your all just now?" Though he had lost, Tang San's spirit remained unyielding. He yearned to comprehend the extent of his and Lan's powers 5 years hence. Lan Lung exclaimed, "No way." In his mind, Dai Mubai cursed, realizing that Tang San had been performing acrobatics right before him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest to defeat Tang San. The reward has been issued." Lan had grown accustomed to this system's voice. It always appeared immediately after he accomplished a task. After vanquishing Tang San, Lan's sharp gaze shifted to the side, landing on Dai Mubai. Lan, Martial Soul, Demonic Divine Power, Level 35 Battle Soul Master. Please instruct me. Dai Mubai felt a jolt of trepidation. What kind of instruction is this? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a fierce gust of wind rushed past his ear. Before he could react, a sudden pressure gripped his chest, causing a surge of blood to rise, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson. With a resounding crash, his massive form obliterated the hotel counter, sending splinters flying and prompting the manager and the attendant to retreat in alarm. Damn. Dai Mubai clutched his chest as he rose to his feet. Were it not for his martial soul's enhancement, that blow might have cost him dearly. Clenching his fists, he summoned the surrounding energy, which began to swirl around him, coalescing into tangible might. Suddenly, he bent his legs like a spring and leaped high into the air. At the same moment, his second soul ring illuminated with brilliance. A massive white light gathered around him, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed a milky white sphere of energy from his mouth. This was Dai Mubai's second soul technique, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. In an instant, the colossal white wave surged toward Lan, a violent force that seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. The air around them appeared to explode, and all that could be heard was the howling wind and a piercing explosion. From the earlier skirmish between Tang San and Lan, Dai Mubai understood that if he did not engage with all his might, he could easily meet the same fate as Tang San. Should he be struck first, he might not have the opportunity to retaliate. Faced with Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave, Lan's expression hardened, and his first soul ring flared to life as he charged toward the brilliant light to counter it. As a massive shark erupted from Lan's fist, Dai Mubai's complexion shifted dramatically, his pupils contracted, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. First soul technique, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. In the blink of an eye, a collision occurred, leaving Dai Mubai utterly astonished. His White Tiger's Radiant Wave was unexpectedly engulfed by the gaping maw of the massive shark, akin to being drawn into a black hole. Yet, it was not entirely so, for at the moment of impact between the white light and the shark, the radiance was still partitioned by countless sharp blades. In summary, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He could not comprehend Lan's punch. In the next instant, the white light was neutralized by the shark, and two short blades materialized in Lan's hands. His figure plunged and vanished in an instant, leaving Dai Mubai momentarily dazzled. The two glimmering blades, shimmering with a cold light, descended towards his chest. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp and melodious sounds resonated in his ears, as beams of cold light flickered around him. It must be noted that Dai Mu Bai's White Tiger protective barrier indeed boasted formidable defense against Lan's relentless strikes. It showed no signs of cracking. A smile crept upon Dai Mu Bai's face. My first soul skill, its defense surpasses what your ordinary weapon can breach. However, what no one anticipated was that after several seconds of relentless hacking, Lan swiftly distanced himself. Observing the gap that had formed between them, Dai Mu Bai scoffed. It seems you lack any significant techniques. With that, the purple halo surrounding Dai Mu Bai suddenly radiated brightly, causing the very air around him to warp. His eyes transformed into a sanguine hue. Even more astonishing was the moment the third soul ring illuminated. Dai Mu Bai's physique expanded once more, his garments bursting apart to reveal exaggerated muscles. His expression turned grave. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a mighty stride, he unleashed a punch, sending forth a multitude of silver beams hurtling towards Lan. A sharp glint flashed in Lan's eyes as the third soul ring on his body suddenly illuminated. With a swift motion, he hurled the dagger in his right hand, which spun incessantly in midair, piercing through Dai Mu Bai's chest before embedding itself into the wall behind him. In an instant, a dark radiance erupted from the dagger, spreading in all directions. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai was rendered utterly bewildered. The fierce gust of wind unleashed by his punch came to an abrupt halt. More terrifying was the fact that he found himself utterly immobile, unable to feel any pain even after being pierced through the chest. This was the essence of Lan's third soul skill, Fate's Judgment, derived from a 5,000-year-old phantom shark, which Lan had hunted in a team with other soul masters after reaching level 30. At this moment, no one in the hotel lobby could move. In the next heartbeat, Lan appeared behind Dai Mu Bai, retrieving the dagger from the ground, then launching a surprise attack towards Dai Mu Bai's back. Simultaneously, it seemed as if a colossal shark surged from behind Lan, crashing Dai Mu Bai against the wall. Not only was Dai Mu Bai affected, but also a curious waiter who had stood too close. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted around Dai Mu Bai, and the waiter, fortunate enough to be positioned ahead, found himself pinned beneath Dai Mu Bai, thus enduring only a few strikes. However, it was likely that he would remain paralyzed for the rest of his life. Considering Dai Mu Bai's status as a beast martial soul battle master, he was left howling in agony. What more could be said for an ordinary person? Dai Mu Bai was perplexed by the explosive force behind each of Lan's punches, which defied all logic. One would assume that as a soul emperor, even if exceptionally powerful, a significant expenditure of soul power would ensue after a fierce battle. Yet, to his astonishment, he observed that Lan's soul power showed no signs of depletion. Instead, it seemed to be surging exponentially. This was indeed the case. Under the influence of his second soul skill, Life's Imprint, Lan could continuously replenish his soul power simply by attacking his enemies. It was precisely for this reason that his soul skills could be used indefinitely. Witnessing this scene, Tang San was left utterly questioning his own existence. Is Lan truly endowed with innate soul power? Is he even human? Why, despite my 2 lifetimes as a person and possessing various means, can I not gain even the slightest advantage? Tang San appeared to be grappling with a trifecta of existential inquiries. He realized that the figure before him, Lan, was not merely a genius but rather a formidable entity. In their recent clash, he had exerted all his strength, depleting nearly 70% of his soul power. Yet, astonishingly, Lan seemed to grow ever more vigorous with each encounter. Xiao Wu swallowed hard, feeling profoundly ignorant for having provoked such a monstrous being. Taking a deep breath, she silently reflected that this Dai Mu Bai, who appeared so powerful, turned out to be merely a pawn in the grand scheme. I cannot endure this. I concede. Dai Mu Bai summoned the last vestiges of his strength to voice his surrender. With each assault from Lan, pain surged through him, as though every limb and sinew was shattered. Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's cry, Lan summoned his final reserves of strength and delivered a decisive blow, sending both Dai Mu Bai and the waiter crashing through the wall. Dai Mu Bai found himself atop the waiter, their bodies entangled in a rather compromising manner. Moments later, he managed to rise from the ground, his expression filled with dread as he gazed at Lan in the hotel. He swiftly seized a cane from an elderly gentleman nearby, using it to support himself as he made his way back into the hotel. Once he stood before Lan, Dai Mu Bai scrutinized the youth before him, inquiring, "Did you exert your full strength just now?" For Dai Mu Bai, if Lan had indeed given his all, then his defeat could be considered somewhat acceptable, as their apparent strength levels were not vastly different. Even in loss, there was a semblance of dignity to maintain. Lan cast a glance at Dai Mubai and coldly remarked, "There is none. Why do you not exert your full strength?" Dai Mubai, unwilling to accept defeat, looked at Lan with frustration, feeling that this loss was too humiliating for him. "You are unworthy." Lan turned and walked outside, leaving behind a chilling echo of his voice resonating in Dai Mubai's mind. In that moment, Dai Mubai trembled in disbelief. Not only had he just been thoroughly beaten by someone whose soul power level was inferior to his own, but the opponent had not even exerted his full strength. To be fair, Lan had indeed held back, for had he unleashed his complete power, both Tang San and Dai Mubai would have undoubtedly met their demise. It is essential to understand that as an assassin, the most formidable weapon is not the fist, but rather the sharpness of a dagger. This implies that Lan, by refraining from using his blades in their confrontation, had concealed at least a third of his true capabilities. What would the scene have looked like had those punches been replaced by daggers striking Tang San? Not to mention Dai Mubai, who had endured several blows like a wooden puppet over the span of mere seconds, would have likely been left unrecognizable had he faced the same with daggers. Watching Lan fade into the distance, Dai Mubai hastily leaned on his cane and called out, his voice trembling with trepidation, "Are you attending Shrek Academy?" "Shrek?" Lan murmured to himself. For Lan, the term Shrek was an unfamiliar concept, yet from Dai Mubai's earlier words, he gleaned that it was likely an academy. Since his graduation from Nodding Academy, Lan had not pursued further studies at an intermediate Soul Master Academy, nor had he sought out a higher-level institution. With his talents, he would have been welcomed by any academy. After departing from the Rose Hotel, Lan skillfully opened the system panel to begin reviewing his tasks. Name: Lan. Age: 11. Martial Soul. Demonic Power: Eternal Night Soul Power. Level 35 Hunting. 5th Heaven Soul Skills: Wave Break, Void Sever, Fade Execution Bounty. 52, 012 Subtask 1. Accepted. Alter Tang San's narrative, prevent him from showing off, and divert the story from its original timeline. Subtask 2. Not accepted. Proceed to the western part of Soto City to eliminate evil soul masters. Upon seeing Subtask 2 glaring on the system panel, Lan's expression sharpened. Over the past 5 years, he had hunted countless evil soul masters, yet they seemed inexhaustible. Nevertheless, the greater their numbers, the more advantageous it became for him. Although his soul power had not increased rapidly during these 5 years, his physique and mental strength had undergone an extraordinary refinement. Had he chosen to forego these tasks to focus solely on cultivation, he believed he would have already transcended the realm of Soul Master. From the outset, Lan had never questioned the tasks issued by the system. He perceived the importance of establishing a solid foundation in the early stages, followed by exerting effort in the later phases. After reviewing the tasks, with a flicker of intention, Lan accepted the secondary mission. Immediately, a warm current flowed into his body, and a clear map materialized in his mind. The designated location for this task was an area known as the Black Rose. From the map, Lan could not ascertain whether it was a village or a small town, yet he hoped it was merely a quaint hamlet. For the sake of sparing more lives, in his eagerness to reach the mission site promptly, he did not hesitate to utilize his soul power, directly channeling his arcane strength to submerge himself underground, swiftly propelling himself toward his destination. To avoid detection and the ensuing panic, he even concealed his fins beneath the earth. However, this required a considerable expenditure of soul energy to sustain. The map indicated a distance of approximately 10 kilometers. Given its proximity to the thriving city of Soto, it was reasonable to expect that the surrounding area would at least be a small town, as the economic effects invariably led to the gradual transformation of villages near prosperous cities. Before long, Lan arrived at the location indicated on the map. It was indeed a small town. The entrance boasted a grand semicircular gate, soaring over 10 meters high and 8 meters wide, prominently engraved with the 4 characters, Black Rose. This was a town long coveted by countless men, its name symbolizing elegance. It was precisely this refined title that drew many in search of a life of happiness. In every street and alley, the first question exchanged among acquaintances was, "Have you found happiness today?" However, the origins of the name Black Rose were far from simple. It was a place where beauty abounded, albeit with many women driven by the harshness of life. This town stood as the empire's sole unregulated territory, occasionally attracting numerous nobles and royals seeking revelry. As Lan approached the entrance, an unexpected and complex bouquet of rose fragrance assailed his senses. This aroma was not merely that of roses. It was intermingled with a subtle hint of night-blooming jasmine, alongside a myriad of other unidentified floral scents. To safeguard himself, Lan swiftly tore a piece of cloth, dampened it with water from a nearby low-lying area, and placed it over his face. This instinct stemmed from the training of an assassin. One could never be too cautious regarding the potential toxicity of such scents. Upon entering the gate, Lan proceeded along the street. At the heart of the town lay a principal thoroughfare, flanked by edifices constructed of marble, with numerous narrow paths branching off to either side. The street was notably sparse with individuals, heightening Lan's sense of vigilance. Logically, at this hour, being midday, one would expect a bustling crowd. Yet it perplexed him that in the 10 minutes since his arrival in the town, he had only encountered 3 people. Moreover, the expressions of these 3 were exceedingly peculiar. Upon noticing him, they hastily retreated into their homes, slamming the doors shut with a resounding thud. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and Lan's countenance darkened abruptly. This zephyr carried not only the pungent floral aroma but also a faint trace of blood, a scent not overpowering, yet his acute sensitivity rendered it unmistakable. He quickened his pace, following the direction from which the scent wafted. Abruptly, a graceful figure emerged from the alleyway, darting towards him. In an instant, she collided with him. Lan felt as though something was ensnaring his waist. Upon lowering his gaze, he was astonished to discover that it was a woman. Moreover, she appeared to be a hefty figure, weighing around 300 pounds. The woman clutched tightly at his waist, her face dusted with powder that scattered everywhere. "Young man, have you found love today?" was her inquiry. How had this portly woman managed to approach him with such swiftness? This was Lan's initial reaction. Bewildered by the speed of such a corpulent individual, Lan's pupils abruptly constricted, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in her eyes. A chilling glint swiftly swept across the woman's neck. The rotund woman immediately recoiled, clutching her throat, her body tilting backward as she collapsed to the ground. Her eyes glowering menacingly at Lan. "Why, you are a soul master." Upon realizing that the woman was not yet deceased, Lan retaliated with 2 swift strikes, sending her to the afterlife. As the woman succumbed, a mist of blood emanated from her body, gradually coalescing into a pool of sanguine liquid. However, this woman was not a soul master. She bore no trace of soul power, having merely practiced a form of dark sorcery. Such individuals also fell within Lan's hunting grounds. As she advanced, the scent of blood began to thicken, overpowering even the delicate fragrance of flowers, which had long ceased to mask it. As Lan walked, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint whimper echoed through the alley, prompting him to turn his head, and his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The horrific sight before him resembled a scene from the depths of hell. Crimson blood trickled down the corner of the wall, and dozens of women's corpses lay piled together, reaching a height of nearly 10 feet. Each body was bare, their chests marred by 2 gaping, bloodied wounds. At that moment, from a building 5 meters away, the sound of a baby's cry broke the silence. "You're so bad. Honey. Stop. Don't do that." Chapter 42. Fury, slaughter, and relentless decimation. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, emanating from the aforementioned building. Without hesitation, Lan transformed into a solitary shadow, rushing toward the edifice. Just as he reached the entrance, the entire structure erupted in a violent explosion, and a shell whizzed past him, striking the building across the street. As the deafening blast resounded, the opposing building was reduced to rubble. From the clouds of smoke, a figure gradually emerged, striding with an air of arrogance, wielding 2 cannons and swaggering toward Lan. Lan furrowed his brow. To his astonishment, the figure was a child. A familiar name surfaced in his mind: Luban Number 9. "Hello, I am Luban Number 9. Given the fluctuations of your spiritual energy, it seems you are not an evil soul master." Luban Number 9 approached Lan, scrutinizing him carefully before bouncing around to survey the surroundings, clearly displaying a great deal of caution. "Little one, what is your name?" "Lan. Stay close behind me. The evil soul masters here are formidable. With my older brother protecting you, those malevolent beings would not dare lay a finger on you." Noting Lan's silence, Luban Number 9 grinned widely. "Don't let my small stature fool you. My age is quite substantial. I am already over 30 years old. The evil soul masters here are not merely wicked. They are also lecherous soul masters. Do you know what that means? Allow me to enlighten you. They enhance their spiritual power through the art of yin and yang. Of course, individuals like you, young and vigorous, are particularly favored by those female evil soul masters. I can sense your potent masculine energy." After glancing at the shattered remains of several evil soul masters, Lan turned to walk down a narrow alley, drawn by the fresh scent of blood wafting from within. Luban number 9 trailed closely behind, his little head swiveling from side to side. Do not fear, young one. Your older brother is here to safeguard you. By the way, what is your strength? Would you like me to assist you in hunting soul beasts? Fortunately, it was Lon Xin, calm as still water. Had it been anyone else confronted with the incessant chatter of Luban 9, they might have resorted to giving him a sound thrashing long ago. A few minutes passed. Lon followed the narrow alleyway to the rear of the building, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his gaze suddenly narrowed, a flicker of fierce intensity flashing in his eyes. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of children, each one stripped of its heart, eyeballs, and brain matter. The sight of their demise was profoundly tragic, sending a chill down the spine. By heaven! Luban Jiao was so terrified that the weapon spirit in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp, his entire being trembling with fear. While his youthful face burned with two blazing orbs of fury, they did not even spare the children. At that moment, Lan's expression abruptly hardened, as dark magical power enveloped his form, propelling him swiftly towards a 4-story building. This edifice stood apart from the others, not only towering higher but also boasting a greater expanse. As Lan traversed into the building, his figure abruptly emerged from the ground. Simultaneously, 2 short blades appeared in his hands, piercing through the chest of a man with astonishing swiftness. Before the man could react, another strike severed his neck, sending his head soaring. Inside the building, more than 20 individuals were taken by surprise, utterly unprepared for the sudden intrusion. Amusingly, a middle-aged man was engaged in a fierce struggle on the floor with a woman, momentarily stunned into a blank state. At that instant, the sounds of the woman's moans and the sucking of blood ceased, enveloping the building in a chilling silence. It is crucial to understand that all evil soul masters elevate their powers through inhumane methods. Their techniques are varied, yet most involve the act of killing. For instance, the most common among these malevolent practitioners require the souls of the deceased, those who died in horrid circumstances or harbored profound resentment, to forge vengeful spirits that enhance their own strength. Methods of blood-sucking, soul absorption, and even extracting the grievances of the deceased from their dreams serve as pathways for their ascension. In their early stages, evil soul masters can easily surpass their peers, not only due to their enigmatic abilities that often manifest as astonishing soul techniques, such as causing corpses to explode, but also because their martial spirits possess a sinister nature, resulting in damage that erodes one's meridians. As their cultivation progresses, these practitioners find that they require increasingly significant acts of slaughter to advance quickly. For instance, while at the spirit sect, they might need to slay a spirit king, and later, at the spirit Douluo level, they may have to eliminate a titled Douluo to accelerate their growth. This transition from rapid advancement to a slow, meditative cultivation process is exceedingly difficult for those accustomed to swift progression. Before Lan stood an evil soul master who undoubtedly employed the gruesome methods of bloodletting and consuming hearts to enhance his prowess. The man wrestling with the woman on the floor, named Tang Chuan, practiced an exceedingly tyrannical method, primarily focusing on the concept of yin and yang. As a spirit sect member, he possessed a particularly perverse skill called mental comfort, which he used to ensnare the minds of beautiful women, ultimately bending them to his will. His methods were appallingly cruel. He would only use each woman once before discarding them to other evil soul masters. When the severed head thudded against the ground, Lan swiftly withdrew the blade from the man's body, his right arm bending abruptly as he hurled one of the short blades toward his next target, the nearest evil soul masters. In an instant, Lan vanished, and upon his reappearance, 3 spirit rings ascended and illuminated simultaneously. A colossal shark seemingly materialized out of thin air, pulling together 5 evil soul masters who stood close together. A white blade pierced through the bodies of these 5 men. This was Lan's 3rd spirit technique, Fate's Judgment, which gathered enemies for a decisive strike. However, Lan was not inclined to grant them a swift demise. He moderated his strength, activating his 2nd spirit technique, Chaotic Slash. Each strike left a life imprint on the bodies of the men while extracting their life force to convert into his own soul power. It is worth noting that he had previously expended a significant amount of soul power in his haste to reach the Black Rose, leaving him with little reserves. Thus, these 5 men became his soul power extractors. After a flurry of slashes, Lan's soul power was restored, even feeling a sense of physical expansion. Meanwhile, the 5 men had been reduced to mere pulp, their bones shattered into fragments. Witnessing such a ruthless display, Tang Chuan hurriedly stood up, forgetting to don his trousers, his manhood shrinking in fright. In Lan's eyes blazed a fierce fire, his expression chillingly terrifying. An aura emanated from him that sent shivers down the spine, making the entire building seem as if it were erected amidst glaciers. The dark mist that once surrounded him now transformed into a vivid crimson hue. One could only imagine the depth of Lan's fury at that moment. "Who are you?" Tang Chuan exclaimed in terror. Lan turned around, her gaze fixed intently upon Tang Chuan. At that moment, the two short blades in his hands were still dripping with fresh blood. Chapter 43. This young man is unbelievably strong. In that instant, there were still a dozen evil spirit masters surrounding them, their eyes wide as they witnessed their comrades being slaughtered in less than a minute. Such ruthless tactics instilled fear in everyone, causing them to instinctively retreat, especially when they beheld the 3 soul rings encircling Lan, which left all the evil spirit masters agape with astonishment. Seeing the sharpness in her eyes, Tang Chuan dared not show the slightest hesitation. With a sudden, fierce command, "Teddy, merge." A dim brown light erupted from Tang Chuan's body, initiating a transformation. His originally straight hair began to lengthen, and his bare skin sprouted a coat of brown fur that curled naturally, reminiscent of a stylish perm from a salon. This alone set him apart from the ordinary lone wolf, bestowing upon him an air of nobility. His ears grew larger, drooping at the sides of his head, while his eyes shimmered with a gleam of white light, dark and round, exuding vitality. His nose underwent a significant alteration, shrinking to the size of a soybean, rendering him somewhat akin to an adorable Teddy Plus. Only when the 2 prominent teeth gradually emerged from his mouth did he acquire a somewhat ferocious appearance. Clad in nothing but his fur, what was once a mere 13 centimeters of ham had now become impressively robust, measuring at least 17 or 18 centimeters. Concurrently, 4 soul rings began to rise slowly from beneath him. White, yellow, yellow, yellow. This spectacle evoked expressions of envy among the surrounding evil spirit masters, as the average length for men hovered around 12 centimeters. Upon witnessing Tang Chuan unleashing his martial spirit, the remaining evil spirit masters promptly followed suit, encircling Lan. Aside from the unexpected Tang Chuan, only 3 of them were soul masters, while the rest were merely great soul masters or even lower-tier spirit masters. Their collective strength hardly formidable. In an instant, the entire building was enveloped in the radiant glow emitted by the vibrant soul rings. Boom. Suddenly, a cannonball crashed through the building's entrance, and a diminutive figure swaggered in, swaying from side to side. The ultimate boss made his grand entrance. One could not deny that sometimes, sheer power proved more effective than intellect. "Kid, you actually left your big brother behind to fight alone. How inconsiderate." Upon entering, Luban No. 9 chattered incessantly, and all the evil spirit masters inside the room exchanged glances, regarding him as though he were simple-minded. However, when they caught sight of the 4 soul rings adorning Luban No. 9, everyone except Tang Chuan gasped in astonishment. For soul rings indicated that the opponent had attained the rank of soul master, a level far beyond the reach of most of these lower-tier spirit masters, rendering them utterly helpless. However, Tang Chuan merely cast a casual glance at Luban No. 9. In his eyes, although the diminutive figure was a soul master, his prowess was undoubtedly inferior to that of the sharp-eyed youth before him. This was indeed the case. The soul rings adorning Luban No. 9 were merely white and yellow, which paled in comparison to Lan's 1 yellow and 2 purple rings, clearly indicating a disparity in their levels. "Brothers, let us vanquish them," Tang Chuan commanded abruptly. In an instant, all the evil soul masters surged forward towards Lan and Luban No. 9 like a pack of ravenous wolves. Faced with the onrush of 5 or 6 individuals, Luban No. 9 dared not exhibit even a hint of carelessness. His 3rd soul ring glowed brightly, and he raised the hand cannon in his grasp, commencing a barrage of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The hand cannon unleashed crimson tongues of flame, raining down on the advancing evil soul masters. Before long, 5 or 6 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. Observing these low-level soul masters rushing towards him, Luban No. 9 could not suppress a triumphant grin. He reveled in diminishing their intelligence. It seems they cannot unleash their full potential. Noticing the audacity of this small figure, several soul masters activated their soul rings simultaneously, focusing their assault on Luban No. 9. "Though your soul rings may be of a higher grade, you are merely a soul sovereign," Tang Chuan stated in a grave tone. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when Lan made his move. The power of demonic might enveloped him, transforming him into a shark that lunged at Tang Chuan with its gaping maw. In an instant, Tang Chuan's face drained of color as his 3rd soul ring illuminated. Drawing a deep breath, his chest contracted, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. In that moment, a beam of red light erupted from his mouth, The instant the red light collided with the enormous shark's maw, a violent energy wave erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. Just when he believed he held the advantage, the colossal shark suddenly vanished, replaced by two glimmering blades that pierced through the red radiance, swiftly slashing towards him. Tang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that his third soul skill would be so ruthlessly countered by the cold-hearted youth before him. In a desperate bid, he activated his fourth soul ring. Fourth soul skill, manipulation of air. In an instant, the surrounding air became dense and stagnant, and a translucent shield materialized before Tang Xuan. Clang! The two short blades of lawn were deftly deflected by his shield. I remarked, "You are merely a soul sovereign. I possess one more ring than you. What do you intend to use to contend with me?" A faint smile of disdain curled upon Tang Xuan's lips. Yet, in the next moment, suddenly, Lan vanished before his eyes. With a fierce roar resounding, Tang Xuan felt the light before him abruptly extinguish as a colossal figure swept past overhead. In an instant, a sharp blade plunged into his back, piercing through to emerge from his chest. Behind him stood a figure, cold and devoid of mercy. Following the extraction of the blade from his chest, a fountain of blood gushed forth, spraying 3 meters away. Countless glimmers of cold light erupted upon him, causing Tang Xuan to convulse as if electrocuted. It was not until the chilling radiance faded that he collapsed to the ground. The remaining few sinister soul masters, witnessing their leader's demise, realized escape was futile and recklessly lunged toward Lan and Lu Ban 9. However, to Lan, they were merely lifeless bodies, with bent legs. She suddenly exerted her strength, transforming into a solitary shadow that darted past the sinister soul masters, severing their necks with precision. One by one, they fell to their knees. After dispatching the soul masters, Lan cast a glance at the woman lying on the ground, blood pooling beneath her. Upon assessing her breath, he discovered she had succumbed to death. His pupils constricted slightly before he turned and walked towards the exit. The system had yet to indicate the completion of his task, signifying that the massacre in Black Rose Town had not yet ceased. Lu Ban 9 stood frozen in place, his expression one of astonishment. Although Lan's terrifying methods had not been directed at him, they still sent chills down his spine. This boy was extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 44. Chrysanthemumide Rat, Soul Emperor. Terrifying indeed, overwhelmed by shock, Lu Ban 9 hurriedly followed suit, while Lan's demeanor remained as frigid as ice, his eyes gleaming with cold light. This time, Lu Ban 9 dared not utter a word. The youth before him was nothing short of a monster. At merely 11 or 12 years of age, he already possessed 3 soul rings, 2 of which were purple, a rarity unmatched throughout the entire Douluo continent. The pair stood upon the main road, Lan's inherently indifferent nature clashing with Lu Ban 9's incessant chatter, which left him restless if a minute passed without conversation. After a considerable time, Lu Ban 9 cautiously approached Lan, gazing up at him. "Brother, may I become your companion?" Lan cast a glance at him before turning and proceeding down the street. After a thorough search, Lan discovered that the ominous atmosphere of slaughter in the entire town had vanished without a trace in less than a few minutes. Yet, the task had not indicated completion, leaving him utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to leave the town, a peculiar creature known as the chrysanthemumide mouse suddenly darted out, moving with astonishing speed, while trailing behind it a stream of chrysanthemum petals, reminiscent of the exhaust in QQ racing. The emergence of this chrysanthemumide mouse quickly rekindled the scent of carnage, a strange aroma that mingled the floral fragrance of chrysanthemums with a pungent metallic tang of blood. As this scent wafted invisibly through the air, Lan instinctively covered his mouth and nose, recalling a previous encounter with a similar creature during a past mission. However, this particular chrysanthemumide mouse was strikingly different from the one he had encountered before. It possessed 2 distinct chrysanthemum-shaped eyes, its body adorned with yellow fur, and its limbs equipped with razor-sharp claws. The chrysanthemum petals it expelled bore a stark contrast to the usual hues of white and yellow. Instead, they were a deep crimson, as if soaked in a pool of blood. The expression on Lan's face suddenly darkened, his eyes widening in astonishment. He swiftly pursued the source. Just moments ago, he had dared to inhale a hint of the scent from the blood chrysanthemum, only to find his entire being surging with vitality, accompanied by an indescribable exhilaration, yet tinged with a suffocating sensation. The toxicity was profoundly complex. This indicated that the chrysanthemumide mouse was venomous, possessing a toxin that could drive one to madness and suffocation. Lan swiftly expelled the poison from his body through his hunting prowess. At some point, Lu Ban number 9 had donned his underwear on his head, resembling a peculiar superhero, with steam rising from it. The acrid stench of urine caused Lan's expression to darken. Once the toxin was purged, Lan quickly channeled his magical power, burrowing into the ground to pursue rapidly. Luban number 9 stood bewildered, his lips twitching, muttering, "Are you mocking my short legs? Our paths may never cross again." However, the speed of the golden-eyed mouse was astonishing. Despite Lan's relentless chase, he could not catch up, ultimately arriving at the outskirts of a small village. Although he failed to apprehend the mouse, he noticed a trace of blood from injuries sustained during its flight. Lan dabbed his finger on it and gently inhaled. His pupils constricted sharply, his gaze becoming piercing, for the sin of the blood bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the malevolent soul master he had previously hunted. Thus, Lan made his way towards the village, having already locked onto the presence of the dew-eyed mouse that had darted inside. After just a few steps, he noticed a considerable gathering at the village entrance, predominantly consisting of youths of a similar age to his own, accompanied by their parents. At the entrance, a table was set up, behind which sat an elderly man, likely in his 60s. To Lan's astonishment, he discovered that there was indeed an academy here. Above the wooden archway at the village entrance hung a somewhat tattered sign, inscribed with the simple 5 characters, Shrek Academy. Lan furrowed his brows, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that led him to the academy spoken of by Dai Mubai. However, Lan held no interest in attending school. Given his current prowess, he could easily graduate even from a prestigious institution. His objective was singular and straightforward: to hunt down the elusive eye of the chrysanthemum mouse and complete the side quest. As he contemplated transforming into a shark to infiltrate the underground entrance to Shrek Academy, a figure suddenly materialized before him, the elderly man seated behind the desk. The elder thrust his staff into the ground, conjuring a barrier that impeded Lan's progress. With no other option, Lan was compelled to step back, astonished that his stealth had been compromised by this old man. The elder regarded Lan with a frigid gaze and intoned gravely, "Young man, if you wish to enter Shrek Academy, you must undergo an examination. All matters must adhere to the established protocols." Lan cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression darkening abruptly. In an instant, he darted past the old man, acutely aware that once the grotesque-eyed rat unleashed its poisonous gas, the consequences would be dire. However, just then, a barrier materialized abruptly before Lan. Turning back towards the elder, he noticed the staff in the old man's hand emanating a bizarre glow, intricately adorned with countless patterns. Most terrifyingly, a series of soul rings began to rise one after another from beneath the elder's feet. The dazzling brilliance instantly silenced the surrounding clamor. In the blink of an eye, 6 soul rings manifested around the old man, 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Undoubtedly, he was a soul emperor of over level 60, with an additional black 10,000-year soul ring. Upon witnessing the elder's formidable prowess, Lan furrowed his brow slightly and chose to retreat, turning away without a backward glance. A soul emperor, such terror. Wow. It turns out this reception teacher is indeed a soul emperor. A chorus of astonishment arose from the crowd. As Lan turned to leave, the elder would not permit it. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Lan, speaking in a grave tone, "Young man, do you not wish to enter Shrek? I sense an extraordinary aura about you. Might I see your strength?" Those who had previously hesitated to withdraw their registration fee were now struck dumb by the sight of the elder's soul rings. Thankful they had refrained from causing trouble. Some even began to worry for Lan. After all, this was a soul emperor. A soul emperor with a 10,000-year soul ring. Who would dare provoke him? "I'm not interested," Lan replied coldly. The elder chuckled lightly. "Not interested? Then why did you attempt to sneak in? Do you know what our Shrek Academy values most? The ethos of the school. Shrek is a monster. An extraordinarily peculiar existence even among monsters. Without a doubt. The significance of our name indicates that we only accept prodigies, those no older than 13 years and possessing a spirit power of at least level 21. The elder's words were not solely directed at Lan, but also served as a warning to the other applicants, as some individuals still clung to a sense of luck amidst the crowd. "Young man, let me see if you meet our academy's requirements." "I'm not interested." Lan's tone left no room for doubt. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the elder. "Look at the staff." With a sharp cry, he swung the long staff downward towards Lan. Chapter 45, Refusal to Join Shrek. In an instant, a whistling sound pierced the air, as the elderly man's thick, lengthy staff descended upon his head. Lan deftly stepped to the right, evading the strike. Faced with a soul emperor of over 60th rank, he lacked confidence in securing victory. As he dodged, he quickly increased the distance between them. Observing this, the elder pursued, sweeping his staff horizontally at Lan with relentless determination. However, he underestimated Lan's remarkable reaction speed. Each blow was artfully avoided. At that moment, the first soul ring on the elder's body illuminated. With a gentle wave of his staff, several shadowy strikes materialized. This time, even Lan's agile reflexes would struggle to evade. As one strike fell, the surrounding air seemed to grow tumultuous, akin to a colossal fan, swirling with ferocious winds toward Lan. In a critical instant, Lan's expression darkened, and a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, enveloping the area with demonic power as 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, his first soul ring glowed fiercely as he lunged forward with a powerful stride, his body leaning at an angle, adopting a bowing stance, and unleashed a formidable punch at the elder. From the force of his fist, a massive shark surged forth. In that moment, a tempest roared, the shark's roar causing the surrounding air to seem to fracture. The overwhelming power surged toward the elder like a tidal wave, and Lan dared not hold back against a soul emperor of such caliber. Upon seeing Lan's 3 soul rings, the elder was struck with profound astonishment. Although he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the youth, he was unprepared for the revelation of such monstrous talent. While accepting the first soul ring of a century was feasible, it was sufficient to confirm the boy's genius. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of the second and third soul rings, an unprecedented thrill washed over him, a feeling typically reserved for encountering something astonishingly remarkable. In his excitement, he resolved to find a way to enroll this exceptional youth in Shrek Academy. The future of Shrek would undoubtedly be limitless with such a prodigy. At this moment, not only was the elder astonished, but the surrounding crowd also gasped in disbelief. They had not anticipated the calm counterattack from the youth in the face of the elder's onslaught, particularly those parents who had brought their children to register at Shrek. Upon seeing Lan, began to murmur in admiration. There exists a kind of child known as the exemplary child of others. Facing Lan's overwhelming punch, the elder dared not be careless. Truth be told, he had never imagined that a boy appearing to be merely 11 or 12 could unleash such formidable momentum. Thus, at the very moment the massive shark's jaws were about to close in, the elder's third soul ring suddenly activated. He raised his staff, and countless luminous points coalesced at its tip. A crackling sound erupted, reminiscent of welding, as sparks flew amidst the gathering light. The blinding brilliance compelled those around to instinctively shield their eyes. Suddenly, the elder hurled the golden light circle concentrated at the top of his staff towards the approaching shark. Boom! In an instant, the golden sphere collided with the immense shark, resulting in a brilliant explosion of light. 2 distinct beams radiated forth, creating powerful energy ripples that spread outward. The elder staggered back 2 steps, while Lan retreated 4 or 5, gazing into the sharp eyes of the youth before him. Shrouded in an aura of black mist, the elder's expression grew increasingly grave, his heart pounding with astonishment. This child is truly formidable. Faced with my strength of over 60 levels, he shows no sign of retreat. Although I had only exerted 70% of my power, he still managed to withstand my second soul skill. That punch of his must weigh at least 5,000 pounds. The expression on Lan's face grew increasingly frigid. This was his first encounter with a soul master of the Imperial level, a stark demonstration of absolute power suppression. Sighing, the elder smiled serenely, the radiance of his soul rings retracting, all soul energy vanishing in an instant. He resumed his previous languid demeanor, as though the formidable aura of the Imperial had never emanated from him. However, a trace of a smile now adorned his face. Child, would you be so kind as to reveal to me the nature of your martial spirit? The elder inquired, stepping before Lan with a gentle smile. He had not witnessed Lan's martial spirit. He had only observed the sudden eruption of dark energy from within as the soul rings ascended. What piqued his curiosity even further was the fact that the dark energy surrounding Lan was imbued with twinkling starlight, reminiscent of a miniature galaxy or the night sky, evoking a sense of boundless vastness. Lan raised his head and glanced at the elder, his piercing demeanor softening slightly, yet his tone remained frigid as he murmured, "No comment." The elder chuckled lightly. "It matters not that you choose to remain silent. You must at least divulge your reasons for wanting to enter Shrek Academy." Lan was reluctant to answer this query. He understood from the system that the term evil soul master was seldom mentioned in the world, or rather, was deliberately suppressed. Revealing to the elder that an evil soul master had infiltrated Shrek Academy would undoubtedly incite panic. Should this information spread, it would inevitably stir a tempest across the Douluo continent. Thus, Lan continued to pursue his mission of hunting evil soul masters in secret. Noticing Lan's silence, The elder abruptly shifted his approach, stating, "Your desire to enter Shrek Academy is not insurmountable. I can facilitate your admission, but you must register as a student." It was evident that the elder sought to entice Lon into joining Shrek Academy. He believed that even a moment's retention of Lon would grant them more time to win over this aloof child. Undoubtedly, Shrek Academy was in dire need of such exceptional talent to rejuvenate its ranks. As he spoke, the elder scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something, pondering to himself, "Where's Mubai? Why hasn't that lad shown up today?" Observing Lan's indifferent expression, the elder suddenly recalled the dean's persuasive tactics. Thus, he began to mimic the approach. "Child, our academy exclusively enrolls prodigious talents. Presently, we have only 3 students, yet one of them, at merely 15 years of age, has already reached the 37th level. Imagine the caliber of training we provide. We are undoubtedly among the best in the entire Douluo continent." "Teacher." Just then, a feeble voice interrupted the conversation. A young man, leaning on a cane, limped toward the village entrance. Chapter 46, Quest Scroll. Target Shrek's 7 monsters. Upon seeing the young man's disheveled appearance, the elder frowned slightly. "Mubai, what has happened to you?" Dai Mubai glanced at Lon, who was observing quietly, and sighed, forcing a wry smile. "I was beaten up. There was no way around it. Though I lost, I accept my defeat with grace." The elder contemplated. This shouldn't be the case. He was well aware of Dai Mubai's strength. Within the entirety of Soto City, few possessed the prowess to best him in such a manner. The one capable of delivering such a beating could not be an ordinary individual. Their strength must at least approach that of a Soul King. Even a Soul King would find it challenging to thoroughly dominate and thrash Dai Mubai. At that moment, it was evident that Dai Mubai was bandaged across his chest, with bruises adorning his face, revealing the ferocity of the recent confrontation. What sort of power did his adversary wield? The elder casually inquired. "Is he 2 ranks lower than me? Yet he is truly a prodigy." While conversing with the elder, Dai Mubai's gaze flickered uncertainly toward Lon. "Teacher, can you envision a scenario where a person 2 ranks beneath you emerges from a fierce battle not only unscathed but emboldened?" Hiss. Upon hearing this, the elder instinctively drew in a sharp breath. To be 2 ranks below Dai Mubai yet possess greater strength was a terrifying thought. "I shall take my leave to rest," Dai Mubai remarked, casting a glance at Lon before leaning on his cane and walking towards the academy. Even as he entered Shrek Academy, he couldn't help but glance back at Lon, his expression increasingly grave. Once Dai Mubai departed, the elder regarded Lon with a look of skepticism. Earlier, he had noticed the way Dai Mubai's eyes darted towards this young boy while they spoke. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, and a glimmer of incredulity sparkled in his eyes. Could it be that this lad had bested Mubai? However, as he prepared to continue his persuasion of Lon, he realized Lon had already turned and walked away, leaving him to sigh in contemplation. Upon leaving Shrek Academy, the system provided Lon with a dossier regarding the Grand Soul Arena. As for the direct mission concerning the Black Rose, he would have to set it aside for now. He understood all too well that Shrek Academy's strength was formidable. The elder was merely responsible for enrolling students, all of whom were at the Soul Emperor level. The other teachers and the dean within the academy likely possessed even greater power, far beyond his capabilities. With a thought, he released his soul power and extracted a scroll from the essence of the wind. Whenever the system issued a scroll task, Lon knew it would entail yet another extreme trial. Upon opening the scroll, he was greeted by the words Grand Soul Arena. Following that were details regarding the arena. After a careful read, Lan's expression hardened as he realized that the Grand Soul Arena was indeed the battleground for Soul Masters. What intrigued Lon the most was that this Grand Soul Arena did not belong to the 2 empires or the Spirit Hall, but rather to a third-party faction. Here, one could not only reap substantial profits, but also gain immense prestige. Moreover, within the Grand Soul Arena, even if one were to slay a descendant of a prominent family, there would be no fear of retaliation, which spoke volumes about its fairness and the authority of the arena. After finishing the summary of the Grand Soul Arena, Lan's gaze fixed upon the final task objective, and he was astonished to discover that the target this time was none other than the Shrek 7 monsters. What could this possibly mean? Lon furrowed his brow, interpreting the situation literally. He believed the 7 monsters raised by Shrek did not fall within the realm of humanity. Defeating these 7 creatures, he considered, would not pose a significant challenge given his current strength. However, as he continued to peruse the details, his expression grew increasingly somber. Moreover, he was required to obtain the Golden Soul Badge within a month. Had he not read the story introduction, he might have felt less daunted. but he had already absorbed the narrative surrounding the Great Soul Arena. Most troublingly, the introduction also presented a case study featuring none other than Dai Mubai. Lan was now quite aware of Dai Mubai's prowess. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he had already reached the 37th level. Yet his win-loss ratio in the Great Soul Arena was approximately 1-to-1. The Great Soul Arena categorized its competitions based on the quality of the badges, ranging from the Iron Badge, symbolizing the Iron Soul, ascending through copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond, 8 levels in total. Within these tiers, there were additional restrictions. After glancing at the leaderboard, Lan tucked the scroll away, placing it within the breath of wind. What appeared to be a singular task was, in reality, twofold. The first was to vanquish the Shrek 7 monsters, and the second was to earn the Golden Soul Badge within the Great Soul Arena. Following the map within the scroll, Lan soon found himself in an area he had never before traversed. After a short while, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. He was astonished to discover such a magnificent structure within Soto City. The building was elliptical, towering over 120 meters high. One could only imagine the vastness of its interior. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, Lan noticed that the space was distinctly organized, featuring a main arena alongside 24 subsidiary arenas. One of the towering pillars was inscribed with a capacity figure, astonishingly accommodating up to 60,000 people. Additionally, there were various noble boxes and spaces for soul masters to engage in friendly combat. In summary, the facilities here were exceptionally well equipped. As he ventured further into the Great Soul Arena, a server approached him, handing over a promotional leaflet that, aside from advertisements, contained information regarding the rules of combat within the arena. The Great Soul Arena was divided into 3 categories. One for friendly sparring, where lethal force was strictly prohibited. Another for life and death battles, designated for resolving irreconcilable disputes. And finally, the wager battles, a variant of the life and death category, typically chosen only in the face of severe conflicts. The formats of the competitions included 1-on-1, 2-on-2, arena matches, and group battles, with the latter consisting of 7 to 10 participants. After reviewing the registration process outlined in the promotional poster, Lan approached the counter to sign up. His inaugural soul battle was assigned to the 14th subsidiary arena. Determined by a random draw, Lan's fortune was quite favorable, as he was the first to be summoned. He proceeded directly toward the arena of the 14th soul duel. Upon his arrival, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat raised his voice to announce, "Now, we shall commence the inaugural match of the 14th soul duel," featuring a 1-on-1 battle between 2 soul master level competitors. Entering the fray are the formidable soul master of the demon path, Lan, and the seasoned soul master Yang Feng, who boasts 3 consecutive victories and wields the beast martial soul, the Great Horned Bull. As the announcer's voice faded, a robust figure ascended the arena. This individual, muscular and brawny, radiated a dark aura, adorned with a prominent bullhorn tattoo on his arm. Upon entering, he let out a low growl, and a surge of potent energy swiftly enveloped the space. Undoubtedly, he was a powerhouse among soul masters. On the opposite side, Lan ascended the arena with a measured pace. Upon seeing Lan, the burly man's expression darkened slightly, and he turned to the announcer, inquiring, "Is there a mistake? Is this my opponent?" The announcer scrutinized Lan closely, checking his credentials against the card in his hand, knowing that all registrants must provide complete information. However, as he perused the details, an icy aura suddenly erupted from Lan's being. This energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, prompted some spectators to shake their heads in disbelief. The boy appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old. Could he truly be a soul master as claimed? A cacophony of murmurs erupted in the previously silent arena, as onlookers noted the stark contrast between the youthful figure of Lan, who seemed merely a child in their eyes, and Yang Feng, a genuine soul master whose strength was formidable. If this child were to be struck by Yang Feng, the repercussions would be dire. Observing Lan's slender frame, Yang Feng sighed heavily. "Little brother, you should withdraw. I can see you've mistakenly entered the wrong arena." Yang Feng's words slightly resonated with Lan, as the robust man appeared earnest and straightforward. Thus, Lan resolved to utilize only 50% of his strength to bring him down. With that, he prepared to engage. In a sudden burst of energy, Lan charged towards Yang Feng, his fist clenched and raised, the sound of rushing wind echoing in his ears. Upon witnessing Lan's abrupt assault, Yang Feng, with an innocent smile, casually lifted his fist to meet Lan's advance. Yet, in the next instant, he regretted his decision. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, sending Yang Feng hurtling backward, nearly toppling off the soul arena. Before he could regain his footing, Lan's figure flickered past, delivering another powerful blow to Yang Feng's abdomen. The impact resonated with a dull thud, and Yang Feng plummeted from the platform. It is worth noting that he had yet to unleash his martial spirit, rendering him akin to a mere extra in this contest. The arena fell into a profound silence, the audience staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Who would have anticipated that a beast martial spirit soul master could be so effortlessly dispatched by a mere child, without even activating their martial spirit? Unbeknownst to them, Lan's punch now bore the weight of over 1,000 pounds. For Yang Feng, without the release of his martial spirit, it was utterly impossible to withstand such formidable force. As he rose from the ground, Yang Feng cast a dark, brooding gaze at Lan and inquired, "Could you reveal your soul power level? I wish to acknowledge your superiority with full conviction." Lan remarked, 35. Hiss. Yang Feng wiped away a cold sweat, his heart fluttering with trepidation. 35. Achieving such a level at just over 10 years of age, Yang Feng took a deep breath, realizing that being defeated on the soul arena was, in hindsight, a rather commendable decision. The child before him had demonstrated an astonishing level of strength without even utilizing their martial spirit. One could only imagine the magnitude of power they would unleash with it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Lan slowly departed from the arena. This battle had concluded with remarkable swiftness. Although the fight was brief, by the time Lan exited the grand arena, his soul power had ascended to the 36th level. The training task assigned by the system revolved around combat, and as a result, Lan had fully grasped the fighting techniques and cultivation methods of this world. After a day filled with battles, fatigue began to set in, prompting him to seek refuge in a hotel after dinner. Throughout the past 5 years, he had devoted every moment to training, driven by a singular purpose, to grow stronger and ultimately seek out Cai Wenji. For 5 long years, he had not laid eyes upon her, not due to a lack of desire, but rather an acute awareness that during this time, he had been relentlessly hunting evil soul masters, placing himself firmly on their blacklist. Countless evil soul masters were undoubtedly plotting his demise. Thus, the most prudent course of action for him now was to swiftly enhance his strength. Although he had not seen Cai Wenji, she had written him a letter during these 5 years. The current task assigned by the system, involving a scroll, presented another advantage for Lan. After all, the main stage of the Soul Arena competition was hosted in Spirit City, which meant he would finally have the opportunity to meet Cai Wenji. After a brief respite, Lan began to meditate in silence. Initially, his meditation lasted just a day, but it gradually extended over time. As meditation was the primary shortcut for soul masters in their cultivation, the longer he meditated, the more significant the improvements to his abilities became. The following day, as dawn broke over Soto City, the streets bustled with activity akin to a vibrant Easter celebration. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares made it impossible for Lan to maintain his focus, prompting him to cease his meditation. After purchasing a large meat pie from the tavern below, he ate while making his way toward the Grand Soul Arena. Acquiring the Golden Soul Badge within a month was a feat deemed impossible for most, yet for Lan, it was imperative. His 5 years of combat experience had taught him that only by continually challenging the limits of the impossible could he elevate his strength. Upon entering the Grand Arena, Lan initially registered for the one-on-one combat mode. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that relying solely on this format, even with a continuous winning streak, would prolong his quest for the Golden Soul Badge significantly. The rules of the Grand Arena were stringent. Each combat mode permitted a participant to compete only once per day. Thus, if Lan were to engage exclusively in the one-on-one mode, obtaining the Golden Soul Badge within a month would be entirely unfeasible, especially while maintaining an uninterrupted winning streak. Were there alternative modes available for a single participant? Lan inquired. According to the regulations of the Grand Soul Arena, if there is only one participant, one can only engage in one-on-one competitions. However, to swiftly obtain the Golden Soul Badge, Lan felt compelled to hold himself to rigorous standards. Shortly thereafter, a staff member at the registration desk glanced at a document and remarked, "Hello, there is an arena competition today. Would you like to register?" "Yes." Lan's tone brooked no argument. The staff member chuckled softly, "Young lad, this is no jest. Arena competitions are generally attended by soul masters of soul sect level or higher. Given your current strength, it may prove somewhat challenging." Yet Lan was resolute, placing 20 gold soul coins upon the counter. His indifferent demeanor left the staff momentarily speechless. For them, profit was the sole concern, and the lives of the soul masters engaged in the battles were of little consequence. Upon completing his registration, Lon perused the arena details, and his expression subtly shifted. The rules of the arena competition differed somewhat from those of other soul battles. Firstly, as stated in the documentation, arena competitions occurred only once every 3 days, with each event divided into 5 rounds. The victor of the first round would become the arena champion. Chapter 48, The Shark Dagger, Terrifying Indeed, Part 2. After becoming the arena champion, should one maintain a winning streak, they would remain the champion for each subsequent round. And during this period, there would be no need to register or pay additional fees. However, to Lan's delight, as long as he continued to participate in the arena competitions, he would accumulate a substantial amount of points. By this calculation, he could compete in 2 arena matches each week, totaling 10 rounds, which meant facing 10 different soul masters. Furthermore, coupled with the one-on-one soul battle format, should he achieve victory throughout the week, he would set a new record for points within the entire soul arena. After registering, Lon proceeded towards the arena competition venue, which was the main soul arena, where at least 20,000 spectators would be present to witness the matches. This continuous battling format was the most popular within the Grand Soul Arena. At this moment, every seat in the main arena was filled with eager spectators, all anticipating the inaugural arena competition after 2 months of promotion. Who would emerge as the champion of the first arena match? One must forge good relations and seek influential allies. Delicious pastries for $1. Anyone interested? Shouted a vendor nearby. Selling pastries at the Soul Arena? How absurd! Exclaimed another. Steamed buns for $1. Why don't you scold the vendor selling steamed buns? That is my mother-in-law. In summary, the initiation of the arena competition mode has propelled the foot traffic within the Grand Soul Arena to unprecedented heights. Numerous spectators even purchase standing tickets, jostling in the aisles to witness the event. Undoubtedly, this represents the most lucrative model for the Grand Soul Arena. Meanwhile, many subsidiary arenas have fallen into disarray, with only a handful of attendees present, and in some cases, merely the host. Amidst the clamor, the figure of Lon gradually made its entrance into the main arena. In an instant, the previously boisterous venue fell into an eerie silence. The expressions on the faces of the audience clearly conveyed a singular sentiment: bewilderment. Indeed, every spectator was left dumbfounded, their minds blank as they stared at the slender figure. Moments later, the entire main arena erupted in chaos. What on earth is happening? Is this truly the caliber of the arena competition? Goodness, even children can participate in such a contest? Surely, this competition cannot be intended solely for novice soul masters. Host. For heaven's sake, I have removed my pants for this. At this moment, the emotional tide of the audience in the main arena was completely uncontrollable. It is worth noting that this marks the very first establishment of an arena mode in the history of the Grand Soul Arena, and many had eagerly anticipated the emergence of the first champion. Silence, please. At that moment, a low yet commanding voice rang out. Amidst the interplay of white lights, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe ascended the host's platform, standing at a height of 8 feet. With a strand of white hair cascading down his back and a fox mask adorning his face, his eyes glinted with a sharp intensity. In an instant, the main arena was enveloped in silence. However, just then, a man seated in the northeastern corner suddenly bellowed, "Who do you think you are? Just a mere host. Acting all high and mighty?" However, the voice of that spectator resonated throughout the Soul Arena. Yet, in the next moment, the man wearing a fox mask at the host's platform emitted a chilling glare directed at the man who had just shouted. In an instant, the spectator began to bleed from his 7 orifices and was dragged away by several personnel maintaining order. Witnessing this scene, Lan's expression suddenly stiffened. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt a formidable surge of spiritual power pass by him, shortly before the spectator met his demise. His instincts informed him that the middle-aged man hosting the arena match possessed strength that could rival a Soul King, and compared to the elder he encountered earlier at Shrek. Lon perceived this middle-aged man's aura to be even more potent. Initially, many spectators were somewhat restless, but upon witnessing the silent death of the spectator, all dared not utter another sound. Even their breathing became cautious. Once the arena fell into silence, the middle-aged man finally spoke. "When I am speaking, I do not wish to be disturbed. When I am silent, you may do as you please. Therefore, I hope everyone can show me some respect. This is my first time as a host, and why should I accommodate you? I shall assert my dominance through strength. As a human being, I apologize for that. This is the first time in the history of the Grand Soul Arena that the Arena Battle mode has been initiated. I believe everyone has seen the promotional posters, so I shall not elaborate further. Now, let us welcome our first round of arena contestants. As the middle-aged man's voice echoed, Lon slowly ascended the Soul Arena. The first contestant stepping onto the stage was named Lon, a battle soul master with a unique martial soul known as the demonic divine power. He had previously set the record for the fastest one-on-one match, defeating his opponent in merely 10 seconds. In an instant, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Rising to their feet, their faces illuminated with astonishment, their eyes wide as if they might pop out, mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at Lon. A battle soul master? This child is a battle soul master. I heard just yesterday about a match in the 14 Soul Arena mode where victory was determined the moment the contestants entered the arena. Could it be him? At this moment, I can only exclaim, how impressive. Weren't you just looking down on that child a moment ago? Am I not allowed to see beyond my own biases? This is the authentic phenomenon of the Soul Arena. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they become a figure of reverence, garnering the admiration of countless individuals. Conversely, should one lack capability yet still act pretentiously, it is inevitable that they shall face unprecedented scorn. The fervent voices ignited the entire main Soul Arena, and at this moment, all spectators expressed their confidence in Lon. Those who attended the battles in the Soul Arena were acutely aware that the soul power levels of both combatants were roughly equivalent. However, it was evident that a decisive outcome in a duel at the Soul Master level would be unattainable in a short span of time. Nevertheless, the news of Lan's one-on-one confrontation with Yang Feng had already reverberated throughout the Grand Arena. What remained unknown to all was that Lon was the very Soul Master who vanquished his opponent in a mere 10 seconds. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of the audience, the middle-aged man, serving as the host for the first season's arena matches, felt a surge of excitement within. It is worth noting that hosts in the Soul Arena also receive rewards. Should one excel in their hosting, their remuneration could significantly increase. Silence, please. The middle-aged man's authoritative voice resonated. The entire arena fell into silence. He nodded in satisfaction and continued, now we shall announce Lan's opponent. Chapter 49, Shark Dagger. Terrifying indeed, Part 3. In the first round, Lan's adversary was a soul master possessing a wild boar beast martial spirit, known as Zhu Gongli. A man, bare-chested and robust, swiftly ascended the combat stage. His physique was rotund, his body adorned with flesh, and he wore hoop earrings. His hair was styled in a proud rooster-like fashion, presenting an imposing figure. Undoubtedly, he was a power-type soul master. Upon stepping onto the stage, Zhu Gongli gazed incredulously at the youth before him, whose height barely reached his own belly. His eyes were filled with skepticism. It was difficult for him to fathom that this child was indeed a soul master. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhu Gongli's expression softened slightly as he took a formidable step forward, roaring mightily. A grayish light erupted from his visage. In the blink of an eye, the light enveloped him like a shroud, causing his body to swell further. Gray fur began to sprout from his exposed torso, and his mouth elongated, revealing two sharp fangs that protruded like razors. In his enhanced form, Zhu Gongli appeared even more formidable, and with a slight clench of his fists, one could distinctly sense the overwhelming power emanating from him. As his martial spirit manifested, 3 soul rings gradually rose beneath his feet, 1 white and 2 yellow. Faced with such an opponent, Lon dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Perhaps the opponent lacked extensive combat experience. Yet a single blow could very well send him tumbling from the arena. Thus, suddenly, a chill swept over Lan's countenance, and the power of the demonic path erupted instantaneously, emanating from his form like ethereal mist. Surrounding him was a layer of dark fog, lending an air of uncanny mystery to the scene. Upon witnessing the exceedingly strange vapor enveloping Lon, Zhu Gongli's expression darkened slightly. An instinctive awareness informed him that the youth before him was far from ordinary. At such a tender age, he had already attained the realm of Soul Master, a feat that undeniably surpassed the capabilities of an average individual. In an instant, Zhu Gongli tilted his head back and emitted a low growl, as the second soul ring upon him blazed to life. Second soul skill, domineering charge. In a flash, Zhu Gongli charged forth like a wild boar unleashed, his massive fists clenched tightly. Observing Lon standing still, a grin spread across his face, and he thought to himself, this lad must be so stunned that he cannot move. I shall send him home with a single blow. Boom. With a sudden and powerful strike, Zhu Gongli unleashed his colossal fist, the force erupting with overwhelming intensity. Just as he believed that Lan had been knocked away by his blow, a figure abruptly appeared to his right. Lan raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow directly to the waist of Zhu Gongli. Confronted with such a physically formidable adversary, Lan dared not hold back in the slightest. This punch was a culmination of his utmost strength. Zhu Gongli was sent flying sideways, crashing into the edge of the battle arena with a resounding thud. The impact of his hefty frame caused the entire platform to tremble. "Are you a speed-type soul master?" Zhu Gongli snarled as he rose from the ground, his face contorted in fury, glaring intensely at Lan. Meanwhile, Lan remained impassive, his expression as sharp as a blade, contrasting sharply with Zhu Gongli's seething rage. It was evident that Lan had completely ignited Zhu Gongli's fighting spirit. After all, he had achieved 5 consecutive victories in the one-on-one mode, and now, was he destined to be the first to fall in the arena? Absolutely not. While speed-type soul masters possess a significant advantage in agility, Zhu Gongli understood all too well that their defensive capabilities were negligible in his presence. With a single successful hit, he was confident that even opponents of the soul master rank would be sent tumbling off the battle platform. But was that truly the case? In the next moment, the third soul ring on Zhu Gongli illuminated, and he opened his enormous pig-like mouth, taking a deep breath. His belly swelled like a balloon on the verge of bursting, and his muscles expanded simultaneously. This was Zhu Gongli's third soul skill, Wild Boar Roar. As the audience witnessed Zhu Gongli preparing to unleash his most formidable skill, they collectively held their breath in anxiety for Lan. "Come on, kid, hurry up and use your soul skill," they thought. It was apparent that this young man lacked combat experience. Should he fall victim to Zhu Gongli's third soul skill, his fate would be sealed. Isn't Zhu Gongli a power-type soul master? How can he also control? This was a misconception. Just yesterday, I had seen Zhu Gongli in a one-on-one battle. His third soul skill not only converted inhaled air into strength but could also drastically lower the temperature of the air, allowing him to momentarily freeze his opponent in place. Is it really that absurd? If this young man fails to counter Zhu Gongli's third soul skill in time, he will be immobilized, becoming a mere puppet to be hurled off the stage. This child is still too young. With a sufficient buildup of energy, Zhu Gongli unleashed a tremendous roar. A series of fierce gusts of wind erupted from his mouth, as if his massive jaws were a vent. Gradually, a faint layer of frost began to form on the battle platform. The frost accumulated at an astonishing rate, almost instantaneously freezing Lan's legs in place. As Lan's pupils constricted, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He endeavored to break free from the frost's grip, yet he soon realized that the icy hold beneath his feet was astonishingly unyielding, as if it had fused seamlessly with the soul-fighting platform. Witnessing his opponent ensnared, Zhu Gongli positioned himself on all fours, his hind legs bending before he surged forward with tremendous force, charging at Lan. Observers, seeing Lan immobilized and Zhu Gongli unleashing his most formidable strength, assumed that the battle had reached its conclusion. Everyone was acutely aware of the wild boar's attributes. Its ramming power was indeed among the finest of all soul beasts, augmented by the force of its inertia. At this moment, Zhu Gongli's impact could easily reach a staggering weight of at least 1,000 pounds. The force of 1,000 pounds colliding with the human body would be akin to crashing into a solid wall, which would inevitably crumble under such pressure. Moreover, it is crucial to acknowledge that the 2 tusks of Zhu Gongli were positioned at the zenith of that impact, their sharpness elevated to an extraordinary degree. It could be said that Zhu Gongli had perfected the application of his own strength. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 3 soul rings began to rise slowly from beneath Lan's feet. Upon beholding the brilliance of those 3 lights, Zhu Gongli trembled involuntarily, his expression shifting dramatically. He attempted to halt his momentum, but the force of his charge was too overwhelming. His body had slipped beyond his control. The 2 sharp tusks, akin to daggers, lunged toward the ensnared Lan in that fleeting moment. 2 short blades materialized in Lan's hands, which he hurled towards Zhu Gongli with a swift motion, while simultaneously, the third soul ring upon his body suddenly illuminated. Lan vanished. Before Zhu Gongli appeared a shark with a gaping maw, lunging towards him. Boom! Zhu Gongli's massive form was sent flying. Before he could hit the ground, the shark dragged him a considerable distance, slamming against his chest with a thud. Gag! A surge of crimson blood erupted from Zhu Gongli's mouth, splattering against the walls of the fighting arena. My goodness! The Shark Dagger. Chapter 50. All rise. All rise. The audience erupted in fervent exclamations. The Shark Dagger. At that moment, the spectators recalled the earlier scene vividly, as Zhu Gongli charged towards Lan. They all distinctly witnessed Lan hurling the dagger, followed by the monstrous shark roaring forth. Consequently, they mistakenly believed that this was Lan's martial spirit, a dagger summoning the power of the shark. The host, equally astounded, gazed at Lan, his eyes wide open, having not blinked during Zhu Gongli's explosive display. In that instant, the young lad had achieved victory with but a single skill. He hadn't even perceived how Lan executed his move, for the speed was astonishing. If it were merely the shark's strength that had dragged Zhu Gongli from the arena, he thought it might not have sufficed. Yet, the evidence was clear. Zhu Gongli had fallen from the arena, bloodied. This alone sufficed to illustrate that the strength possessed by this youth surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. In truth, what the crowd overlooked was that Lan's third soul skill, Fate's execution, was not merely about dragging an opponent. It included a swift, lethal strike. Here, Lan had simply substituted his fist for a short blade. Zhu Gongli rose from the ground, aware only to himself of what had transpired, and approached Lan, cupping his fists in respect, bowing as he said, "Thank you for your mercy." With that, he gracefully exited the main fighting arena. Instantly, a commotion erupted among the audience. Goodness, this youth still retained his strength? Zhu Gongli was thoroughly convinced of his defeat. It appeared this lad truly had remarkable skill. They had not anticipated such a martial spirit. Shark dagger, shark dagger, shark dagger. The entire main fighting arena was momentarily engulfed by the chant of shark dagger. No one expected a battle in the arena format would culminate in victory for a youth who appeared merely 11 or 12 years old. At that moment, everyone regarded Lan with newfound admiration. The host declared solemnly, "In the first round of the arena battle, Lan emerges victorious. Congratulations to Lan for becoming the first defending Soul Master. Following this, Soul Masters will sequentially ascend to engage him in combat. Achieving 5 consecutive victories will grant an additional 10-point reward and bestow upon him the title of Arena Champion for Season 1. A sudden roar of applause erupted as a cold, handsome youth took the stage, his prowess undeniably extraordinary. The host's fervent voice resonated, introducing the second challenger. In a short while, a burly middle-aged man clad in rhinoceros hide armor, his appearance fierce and menacing, ascended the battle arena. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a thunderous roar, summoning his martial spirit, a silver rhinoceros. As his spirit manifested, his skin radiated with a silvery glow. A brilliant light coalescing atop his head as a formidable rhinoceros horn emerged. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled grotesquely, and his hands became enveloped in a shimmering silver aura. From beneath his feet, 4 soul rings emerged, 1 white and 3 yellow. Shi Minqing, martial spirit, rhinoceros, level 42 battle soul master. I await your guidance. Upon witnessing the 4 soul rings, Lan's gaze turned icily resolute. Undoubtedly, another power-based soul master, and a formidable 4-ringed soul master at that. The rhinoceros brother is indeed brutish, he mused, as the man wasted no time and charged into battle. With only 3 rings to his name, Lan realized this confrontation would not unfold as easily as the previous one. Not only was his soul power inferior, but he also lacked an additional soul skill, making the challenge daunting. The audience below shared in the apprehension. Yet, amidst the sea of doubt, Lan's first soul ring suddenly ignited, propelling him swiftly into the ground, darting toward Shi Minqing with blinding speed. In an instant, from beneath the arena, a shark emerged, roaring as it leapt forth. Before Shi Minqing could react, a colossal blade descended upon him. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but time was not on his side. In a critical moment, he activated his 3rd soul ring. A burst of silver light erupted from within him, his skin gleaming as if plated in silver, radiating a dazzling brilliance. However, he was overly confident in his defensive capabilities. It was important to note that Lan's strike could cleave the earth itself, creating a gaping chasm of considerable depth. Its power was indisputable. Thus, for Shi Minqing to withstand such an onslaught was nearly impossible. In a flash, the blade met Shi Minqing's shoulder, splitting it open. Had Lan not mitigated the force, his shoulder would have been rendered useless. Terror etched across Shi Minqing's face as he gazed at the indifferent figure before him. Before he could retaliate, the match had concluded. The first soul ring on Lan's body illuminated once more, delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent crashing down. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence. No one anticipated that the match would conclude before it even truly began. Could this be the work of a false spirit sect? This was absurd. Without even having a chance to retaliate, a soul master was vanquished by a single blow from a soul sovereign? Surely this couldn't be a staged match. Faced with the audience's skepticism, the host found himself at a loss for words. The contest had scarcely commenced. He had barely managed to utter a couple of sentences before the battle concluded in less than 10 seconds. It left him feeling somewhat superfluous in his role as the host. In the subsequent 3 rounds, the astonishment only deepened as Lan unleashed his full potential with each strike, consistently resolving each encounter in under 10 seconds. The audience erupted in raucous cheers of admiration, despite his string of victories in today's soul battles. Lan felt a discontentment brewing within him. Although his opponents appeared to be of comparable rank, their true abilities were nowhere near sufficient to warrant him exerting his full strength. Therefore, Lan resolved to alter his approach for the upcoming tournament in 3 days. As the reigning champion, he possessed the authority to select his adversaries. He decided to face 2 opponents simultaneously. Should that not sufficiently challenge his capabilities, he would escalate to 3, 4, or even 5. After the tournament, Lan returned to his hotel to engage in meditation and cultivation. Meanwhile, within the grand arena, his reputation soared, igniting the ire of many disgruntled spirit masters who publicly declared their intent to challenge him. Yet, Lan remained unfazed. His objective was singular and straightforward: to fulfill the scroll's task. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Early in the morning, Lan arose and retrieved his short blades from the breath of wind, meticulously cleansing them of the bloodstains that marred their surfaces. These 2 newly forged daggers were crafted after his departure from the Nodding Academy, fashioned from a material known as frost iron. While they may not rival the legendary sharpness of his left-hand blade, the Eternal Night, they currently serve as his most formidable weapons. Indeed, these daggers could be deemed the sharpest blades in the entirety of Douluo continent, having accompanied Lan on numerous missions throughout the past 5 years. Once the daggers were restored to their pristine condition, Lan returned them to the breath of wind. There remained another pressing matter for him to address: the Black Rose side quest. The Jiyuan mouse had infiltrated Shrek Academy for 2 days, and should it release its toxic gas, the consequences would be dire. After exiting his room, Lan intended to investigate the situation at Shrek. Just then, a commotion erupted from the adjacent room. "It's your fault, I caught the Jiyuan." Suddenly, a disheveled young woman burst through the door. Chapter 51. Seeking assistance? The young man embroiled in the argument with the girl appeared somewhat younger, seemingly around Lan's age, albeit shorter in stature. He was plump yet exuded an aura of robustness, with short hair and small eyes, his chubby cheeks lending him a somewhat endearing appearance. "It's all you're doing. You were sick and infected me." The girl glared at the chubby boy, her fury tempered by a flicker of fear in her eyes. "Ma Hongjun, I despise you." The boy furrowed his brow, retorting, "Sui Hua, I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, I had no idea that this mark on me could be contagious." As he focused his gaze, he discovered that the neck of the little rotund figure before him bore an imprint of a blood chrysanthemum, as if it had been deliberately inscribed. Furthermore, the same floral mark adorned the thigh of the young girl, resembling the chrysanthemum emitted by the rodent. The expression on Lan's face grew solemn, her lips barely moving, indicating that the hunt for the Jianshu could not be delayed. "Ma Hongjun, there lies another reason. Your robust physique makes us ill-suited for one another. 2 objects of disparate sizes cannot be seamlessly merged. To force such an amalgamation would result in a catastrophic rupture. It is best that we part ways," Suehua said, rubbing her thigh. Yesterday, when she checked into the hotel with Ma Hongjun, she never anticipated that a chubby fellow could possess such ferocity. The stout Ma Hongjun clenched his fists in indignation, exclaiming, "It is not my fault for being formidable. If you wish to break up, so be it. However, let us have one final encounter, after which I shall sever our ties." With that, Ma Hongjun inwardly cursed, bewildered that this woman preferred the less substantial. Suehua gasped in horror, her eyes filled with trepidation, resembling a rabbit fleeing from a predator. She dashed towards the hotel exit, oblivious to whether her attire was properly arranged. Upon witnessing Suehua's hasty retreat, Ma Hongjun slammed his fist against the hotel wall, only to notice a bystander observing the spectacle. "Damn it, is it truly so entertaining? You must be afflicted." Lan's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. After speaking, he disregarded Ma Hongjun and made his way directly towards Shrek. He needed to eliminate the chrysanthemum poison before it spread extensively. Once the chrysanthemum-eyed rat found a place to conceal itself, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect. Lan relied on its blood to track it, and this creature possessed a skill for camouflage. Observing that Lan had finished speaking and was about to depart, Ma Hongjun curiously followed. Recently, he had indeed sensed a slight discomfort in his body, particularly with the inexplicable emergence of numerous chrysanthemum marks on his skin. "Hey, brother, what is your name? How did you know I was poisoned?" Ma Hongjun trailed behind Lan, realizing that this aloof youth was quite extraordinary. Noticing Lan's cold silence, Ma Hongjun hastened his steps, swiftly positioning himself in front of Lan. Brother, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. I'm asking you a question. Lan raised his head. His countenance icy, causing Ma Hongjun to instinctively take a step back. He had never witnessed such a frigid expression or those fearsome, piercing eyes. Yet, Ma Hongjun's reaction was merely instinctive. To him, the young man before him was simply putting on a facade. If you do not answer me today, I shall not let you leave, he declared, posturing boldly in front of Lan, eager to ascertain the basis of Lan's audacious demeanor. In an instant, dark mist began to emanate from Lan's body, his expression darkening as he raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Ma Hongjun was sent reeling backward, stumbling to the ground in disbelief. Why, you are a soul master? A power-type soul master, no less, he exclaimed, astonished. Quickly, Ma Hongjun sprang back to his feet, shouting, Phoenix possession. A surge of violet-red light erupted from within him, his short hair lengthening and gathering into a Mohican-style hairstyle. Ordinarily, as his martial spirit was that of a phoenix, he would have wings, yet none were visible. However, the violet-red light radiated outward, releasing an intense heat. Soon after, 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, and his exposed, robust arms sprouted long feathers, transforming his hands into claw-like appendages. Witnessing this, Lan furrowed his brow and instinctively remarked, Is this the phoenix? At these words, Ma Hongjun exploded with rage. Damn it, do I not look like a phoenix? Let me show you why the flowers bloom so vividly. In a fit of anger, he raised his hands, causing the first soul ring on his body to glow brilliantly. Opening his mouth wide, he unleashed a stream of slender violet-red flames toward Lan. As the searing flames surged toward him, Lan's dark mist erupted explosively, enveloping him in an instant. His body plunged underground, moving with lightning speed to evade Ma Hongjun's attack. The sight of his target disappearing into the earth left Ma Hongjun utterly astonished. Such a skill exists. Lan's maneuver left Ma Hongjun utterly helpless. His rage could not pierce the surface of the earth. In an instant, a colossal figure emerged behind him, and the roar that erupted sent shockwaves through Ma Hongjun, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he turned to behold the immense shark, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. What the hell? Ma Hongjun hastily cast flames toward the shark, only to realize the futility of his efforts. Boom. He felt as if he were swept away by a tremendous wave, his body soaring through the air uncontrollably. Before he could rise, Lan transformed into a solitary shadow and charged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches. The anguished wails echoed like the cries of slaughtered pigs. I surrender. Ma Hongjun gasped with his last ounce of strength, prompting Lan to relent. As he retracted his martial soul, Lan was astonished to discover that his soul power had indeed increased. Ma Hongjun staggered to his feet, his visage battered and swollen, resembling a pig's head. Watching Lan turn away with an air of indifference, Ma Hongjun exhaled in relief. This was overwhelmingly powerful. It seemed his only recourse was to return to Shrek and seek Dai's assistance for revenge. Quietly, he trailed behind Lan, only to discover that Lan was also headed to Shrek. Excitement surged within him. What a stroke of luck. Though he could not best Lan, Dai would surely triumph over him. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, where numerous students were still registering. However, to Lan's surprise, Tang San and Xiao Wu were among the crowd. Originally, they were supposed to report the previous day, but due to Tang San's severe injuries, they had rested at the hotel an extra day before coming to enroll. Ma Hongjun's keen eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on a golden-haired figure reclining atop a tree branch, fast asleep. He rushed over. Dai, I've been beaten up. You must avenge me. Dai Mubai opened his eyes, and, upon glancing at Ma Hongjun, was taken aback. Who are you? I'm Ma Hongjun. He lamented, his face contorted with despair. I've been assaulted. We're brothers. You have to help me seek justice. Dai Mubai sat up, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Let us go. I'll help you get even. Chapter 52, A Face Bathed in Blood. The Furious Phoenix Dai. It's him. I even brought you the person. Ma Hongjun pointed in the direction of his assailant, prompting a sudden change in Dai Mubai's expression. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. Brother, I suspect this might be your fault. Otherwise, why would they have attacked you? Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai in disbelief. Dai, this is not your usual demeanor. Ma Hongjun was genuinely astonished that Dai Mubai would falter at such a crucial moment. Typically, if someone instigated trouble, Dai Mubai would be the first to step forward and voice his opinion. However, his current reaction left Ma Hongjun utterly perplexed. Recently, I have come to the realization that in the past, I often relied on my strength to overpower others, which was indeed misguided. Thus, I now believe it is more prudent to assist in matters of principle rather than favoring personal connections, Dai Mubai stated earnestly. As he spoke, his gaze flickered uncertainly towards Lan, and upon meeting her piercing eyes, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Lan's gaze swept across the surrounding villagers, and he noticed that many bore blood chrysanthemum marks on their necks. Presently, he had ample time to enter Shrek and locate the chrysanthemum-eyed mouse, as well as to hunt it down. The only way to achieve this was to join Shrek Academy. After successfully hunting the chrysanthemum-eyed mouse and completing the task for the Black Rose, he could then withdraw from Shrek Academy. Thus, Lan traversed the crowd with determination, making her way directly to the elder's side. Upon seeing her before him, the elder rose with palpable excitement, inquiring if she wished to join Shrek Academy. Indeed, Lan affirmed with a nod. A smile graced the elder's face as he called out, "Mubai, quickly escort this new student inside." Dai Mubai hurried forward, offering Lan a warm smile, though his eyes betrayed a lingering trepidation. "Welcome, Brother Lan, to our Shrek Academy." Eager to curry favor and avoid any future reprimands from her, Dai Mubai was keen to please. After all, a misstep could lead to another encounter with her formidable strength. Observing Dai Mubai's behavior, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smirk, questioning when his leader had become so subservient. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Lan proceeded into Shrek Academy. As they entered, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. Why is he here to enroll in Shrek? Tang San pondered. I am uncertain, but being in the same academy could lead to numerous conflicts. Perhaps it is for the best. Facing a formidable opponent daily will undoubtedly catalyze my potential, he mused calmly. Upon entering Shrek Academy, Lan immediately activated her hunting prowess, unleashing her martial spirit to maximize her sensory perception. As she transformed, Dai Mubai remained silent, acutely aware of the surge in her power. With her heightened senses, Lan quickly detected the scent of the blood-eye mouse, an aroma overwhelmingly pungent and more potent than human blood. As the intense, sanguine scent intensified, two glimmering short blades materialized in Lan's hands, and a swirling black mist enveloped her. Dai Mubai felt as though he were standing upon an iceberg, shivering involuntarily. The churning mist around Lan signified an indomitable will to battle. Although unsure of her intentions, he instinctively prepared to distance himself, not wishing to become a target of her formidable might. Suddenly, the dark mist enveloping Lan suddenly surged, and with a swift motion, he raised his right hand and hurled the dagger in his grasp towards the right. Dai Mubai instinctively activated his martial soul, propelling himself forward to cover a distance of several dozen meters in a flash. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings rapidly ascended from beneath his feet. However, as he braced himself for battle, he realized that Lan had not launched an attack against him. When he turned to gaze at the dagger, he witnessed it soaring from the ground into Lan's hand. As Lan executed a swift maneuver, his 3 soul rings erupted into brilliance. Moreover, the first soul ring also illuminated, and in an instant, as he plunged downward, he transformed into a colossal shark, bursting forth with the grace of a carp leaping over the dragon gate, his immense body twisting in midair. Accompanied by the howling wind, a massive blade descended with a thunderous crash. Dai Mubai stood bewildered, utterly perplexed as he watched Lan strike down towards the adjacent wooden cabin. Boom! The immense blade cleaved the wooden structure in twain, creating a fissure in the ground that extended several dozen meters deep, stretching approximately 15 meters. A rat with peculiar eyes scurried out in haste. Stop it! Lan's voice was commanding, and Dai Mubai, feeling the urgency, did not dare to hesitate. His second ring began to glow, and a wave of white light erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the rat. Yet, the creature was exceedingly cunning. Almost instantaneously upon the release of Dai Mubai's white tiger radiance, it darted aside and bolted towards the entrance of Shrek Academy. Outside, Ma Hongjun was leading several new students towards the entrance. Upon spotting the rat, he instinctively activated his martial soul and unleashed a plume of purplish-red flames. Tang San, restrain it, Dai Mubai urged softly. Tang San executed the ghost shadow misty steps, instantly positioning himself before the rat, as blue-silver grass surged forth from his palm. At the same time, his first soul ring flared to life. First soul skill, bind. In the blink of an eye, several tendrils of blue-silver grass, armed with sharp spikes, surged wildly toward the chrysanthemum mouse. Just as everyone anticipated its imminent capture, the mouse's eyes suddenly glimmered with a fierce red light. and two beams of laser erupted forth, slicing directly toward Tang San. The tendrils of blue-silver grass were cleaved into fragments, forcing Tang San to retreat rapidly to a safe distance. Faced with the formidable onslaught of the chrysanthemum eye mouse, all retreated in alarm. Save for one, a figure who remained resolutely in place. Indeed, it was Lon. With a fierce determination, Lon brandished his dual blades, transforming into a solitary shadow as he charged toward the mouse. Rather than retreat from the mouse's blazing red beams, he boldly advanced. Admiration flickered in the hearts of his companions, particularly Tang San, who felt a pang of unease witnessing Lan's valor. Why, despite possessing the same innate soul power, did Lan's strength appear so extraordinary? Where had he faltered? In an instant, two chilling beams sliced through the air, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Upon sensing the mouse's formidable defenses, Lan's second soul ring flared to life. Gripping his dual blades tightly, he launched a frenzied assault, each strike resonating like a harmonious melody. Suddenly, a stream of crimson blood erupted from one of the mouse's eyes, splattering across Ma Hongjuan's face, igniting his fury. Damn it. How dare you spray blood on me? Chapter 53. The misfortunate Ma Hongjun, once struck in one eye by the Juyuan mouse, Ma Hongjun erupted into a frenzy. The creature's body began to swell, its limbs extending with ferocious claws. With a powerful leap of its hind legs, it lunged towards Lon. Its forepaws crossed, unleashing a flurry of chilling blades. In the face of the Juyuan mouse's wrath, Lon adopted a more cautious stance, fully aware of the creature's nature from their previous encounters. This monster harbored three distinct toxins. The first, represented by the flower-shaped mark emitted from its tail, was the Juhua venom, which could cause localized inflammation and necrosis, particularly debilitating those with weaker constitutions. The second was the renal toxicity associated with its claws. Any adversary, be they human or beast, that fell victim to its talons would suffer a significant decline in kidney function, potentially leading to renal failure. Lastly, the creature's fangs carried a hyperstimulant venom. Those bitten would meet their demise in a state of euphoric excitement. Thus, upon witnessing the Juyuan mouse's assault, Lon swiftly raised his short blades in defense. A series of harmonious clangs echoed as the creature's claws met his weapons. After fending off the attack, Lon quickly retreated a few paces, his first spirit ring shimmering with radiant light. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling himself forward at great speed, both blades slicing through the air. One blade struck the creature's fangs, while the other plunged into its remaining eye. The sound of shattering teeth filled the air as the Juyuan mouse's fangs were severed, two massive tusks clattering to the ground. As Lon withdrew the blade from its eye, a torrent of blood gushed forth. Damn it, Ma Hongjun cursed. Why is it always me? Such misfortune was truly unparalleled. Still wiping the blood from his face, he found himself splattered anew. His visage was drenched in crimson as he couldn't fathom his continuous streak of bad luck. After extracting the blade, Lon turned to depart. The Juyuan mouse's vulnerabilities lay in its teeth and eyes, and by destroying these 3 points, it could be slain. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Black Rose linear mission. The bounty has been credited to your balance, the system announced, prompting Lon to sheath his blade and prepare for his exit. Yet, at that moment, a figure materialized before him. The individual appeared to be in his 50s, robust in stature, with distinctive facial features, a protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a somewhat flat visage, and a hooked nose, all framed by a pair of black-rimmed crystal glasses. Noticing the sudden appearance of this man, Dai Mubai hurriedly approached. Director, what brings you here? The middle-aged man raised a hand to halt Dai Mubai, his gaze fixed sternly on Lon as he intoned. Our Shrek Academy is not a place one can enter and exit at will. What do you intend to do? Lon did not even raise his head to glance at the middle-aged man, keeping his gaze lowered as if everything that had just transpired was of no concern to him. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a calm tone. You have registered, which means you are now a part of our Shrek Academy. If you wish to leave this place today, it is indeed possible, but only if you can defeat both our esteemed teacher Xiao Wu and myself. Ma Hongjun, though filled with anger, quickly approached and said, Lon, Brother Lon, this is our esteemed Dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, a soul sage of level 78. His martial soul is one of the rare flying beast martial souls, making him a formidable presence among soul masters. Listening to Ma Hongjuan's introduction, Flinder felt a sense of satisfaction, silently reflecting on how, indeed, his direct disciple had managed to portray him in such a magnificent light. Lan's expression suddenly darkened. Given his current strength, The notion of defeating the Soul Saint was nothing short of a fantasy, with a mere 1% chance of success. Noticing the complexity of Lan's demeanor, Ma Hongjun continued, "Brother Lan, as for Teacher Zhao, I will slowly introduce him to you once we meet. However, his power is indeed formidable. Child," Flander stated with a calm demeanor, "I offer you an opportunity. If you believe you can vanquish me, Flander, or even Teacher Zhao, then I will pretend you have never entered Shrek Academy, and you may depart freely. Yet, let me assure you, should you join us at Shrek, you will receive guidance from the most powerful instructors on the entire Douluo continent. While our academy may not excel in many aspects, our faculty is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. In a matter of days, a peak-level theoretical master will arrive to personally mentor you." When Flander mentioned the theoretical master, the first person that sprang to Lan's mind was the boastful Yu Xiaojiang. Had he not ventured out over the past 5 years, he might have believed that the master's theories were indeed beneficial for a soul master. However, from his current perspective, the master's theories seemed utterly ineffective, akin to mere summaries drawn from textbooks. This realization stemmed from a serendipitous encounter in the library of a martial spirit branch, where Lan stumbled upon a compilation of theories clearly. The master's work bore signs of borrowed concepts. Furthermore, these so-called theories held no merit for inherently gifted soul masters. If they were truly effective, why had the master not validated them on ordinary soul masters? With this thought, Lan became increasingly convinced that even if Flander forcibly retained him, it would only serve as a temporary refuge. Suddenly, he remembered his mission, to alter Tang San's storyline. This seemed to align perfectly with the completion of that task. Noticing Lan's silence, Flander immediately signaled to Ma Hongjun. Understanding Flander's intent in an instant, Ma Hongjun softly said to Lan, "Brother Lan, let me take you directly to undertake the final assessment." Lan remained silent as he followed Ma Hongjun into the building. Dean Flander, brimming with excitement, headed towards the door, his heart swelling with joy at the unexpected acquisition of a genius. He felt fortunate today and desired to explore whether any other new students possessed talents akin to Lan's. The mere thought of the 3 soul rings adorning Lan sent shivers down Flander's spine. He felt grateful to have forcibly enrolled such a prodigy into Shrek Academy. Had another academy claimed him, it would undoubtedly have posed a significant threat to Shrek's future. Once Flander departed, the remaining new students wore expressions of dissatisfaction, particularly Xiao Wu, who directly questioned, "Why is it that he can advance to the 4th round while we must endure each assessment one by one?" Dai Mubai replied with a wry smile. Lan single-handedly hunted that monster, and his displayed strength was witnessed by the Dean. The configuration of those 3 soul rings is unprecedented across the entire Douluo continent. Tang San concurred with Dai Mubai's explanation, acknowledging the undeniable truth of Lan's overwhelming power, particularly with his 2nd soul ring being a millennium old. Not long after, Ma Hongjun whispered, "Brother Lan, you've already slain that poisonous creature, but how can I swiftly cure the toxin afflicting me?" "Ln simply sever its chrysanthemum and brew it into a soup." Upon hearing this, MHNGJN trembled involuntarily. "Ln, is it truly appropriate to consume its chrysanthemum?" Chapter 54, The Individual Assessment. Yet, in his desperation to rid himself of the affliction, he had no choice but to heed Ln's advice. Moments later, Ln accompanied MHNGJN to the venue for the 4th assessment. Before them, a middle-aged man lay sprawled over a table, deep in slumber. Upon hearing their footsteps, he lifted his head, his eyes still clouded with sleep. "Teacher Zicho, Dean Frand has instructed me to bring this new student to you for the 4th assessment," MHNGJN said respectfully. The middle-aged man stretched his arms and rose, yawning as he mumbled, This year, someone has actually reached the 4th stage? This new member is named Ln, and he is here for assessment without having to pass the first 3 stages." MHNGJN candidly explained the situation. "What?" The middle-aged man was instantly wide awake, his previously dull eyes now gleaming with vigor as he regarded Ln with incredulity. Observing the man's reaction, MHNGJN quietly elucidated to Ln. "Ln, this is Teacher ZHOWJ, a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial spirit and a battle soul saint. He is also the vice dean of the academy, second only to Dean Frand in overall strength." Lan's expression suddenly turned serious as he observed the middle-aged man before him. Though not particularly tall or striking in appearance, he exuded a remarkable sturdiness, radiating an aura of strength and authority. His broad shoulders resembled ramparts, and his coat could scarcely conceal the muscular physique that seemed forged from steel. While his expression conveyed warmth, His towering stature inadvertently instilled a profound sense of pressure. Exempt from the first 3 trials, I am curious to discover what manner of creature you are. Should you succeed in my challenge, you shall indeed become a member of Shrek. However, I must inform you that my test will be grounded in practical combat, which will not be easy for you. Xiao Wu's gaze was fixed intently upon Lan, sensing an extraordinary quality about this young individual. Teacher Xiao, I have brought several new students for assessment. Came the voice of Dai Mubai, causing Xiao Wu to momentarily falter in surprise as he turned to face him. Behind Dai Mubai stood 4 young men and women, each emanating an unusual aura. Xiao Wu's expression darkened slightly. What is happening this year? Why have so many prodigies appeared at once? Dai Mubai replied. They are all exempt from the 2nd and 3rd trials. Another exemption, Xiao Wu exclaimed, disbelief evident in his gaze as he scrutinized the new arrivals. Yet, his primary focus remained on Lan, whom he perceived to possess superior strength compared to the others. As the new students approached Xiao Wu, Lan furrowed his brow slightly. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a girl he had seen before. She wore a flowing white dress, her short hair neatly cropped to her ears, standing just below his chin. Though he could only see her profile, her remarkably fair complexion was unmistakable. Indeed, it was Ning Rongrong. Beside Ning Rongrong stood a girl with an aloof demeanor, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face slightly lowered. She was of a similar height to Ning Rongrong, with skin as pale as snow. However, what drew attention was her strikingly curvaceous figure. Albeit her cold demeanor rendered her almost unapproachable, her black eyes devoid of any warmth, exuding an icy silence that sent shivers down one's spine. Taking a moment to examine the new students' uniforms, Xiao Wu smiled and introduced himself. I am Xiao Wu. Since you have all come to me through the interview process, I shall personally attend to your assessment. You will have the time it takes for a stick of incense to deliberate. After that, the test shall commence. The task is for all 5 of you to withstand my attacks. If you can endure for the duration of the incense, you will have passed the trial. Teacher Zhao, are you truly going to assess them personally? Dai Mubai inquired with a light chuckle. Xiao Wu shot him a glare. Do I appear to be jesting? With the absence of the dean, I stand as the highest authority in the academy. Once I have spoken, my word is as binding as the swiftest of steeds. Now, time is of the essence. Prepare yourselves swiftly. Xiao Bai, please elucidate my strengths to them, so they may be mentally prepared. Upon finishing this statement, he unexpectedly produced a stick of incense, which he lit and casually thrust into the ground. Observing Xiao Wu's actions, Dai Mubai exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, he was responsible for assessing the 4th round and had been contemplating how to avoid personally evaluating Lan and the others, but to his surprise, Xiao Wu took the initiative. It would be rather awkward for him to withdraw now. Noticing the peculiar smile on Dai Mubai's face, Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet he could not articulate why. He decided to return to his seat, closing his eyes to resume his slumber. Dai Mubai gestured for everyone to gather closely and spoke earnestly. I shall be succinct. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage of level 76, possessing the martial spirit of a powerful golden giant bear. Apart from Dean Flanders, he is the most formidable presence within Shrek Academy. At the mention of this, the pupils of everyone but Lan contracted simultaneously, especially Tang San, whose expression darkened considerably. He had heard from the master that a soul sage-level soul master could navigate through thousands of adversaries with ease. The more he recalled the master's teachings, the more solemn his demeanor became. He considered himself to possess considerable talent, yet he had not gained any advantage against Lan. Facing a soul sage-level powerhouse could only spell disaster. Seeing their grave expressions, Dai Mubai offered a weak smile. There is no need for excessive worry. After all, we still have Brother Lan. Brother Lan? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, her gaze immediately shifting to Lan. The sharpness in his eyes and the intimidating nature of his visage unmistakably reminded her of the Lan she had encountered 5 years prior. In that moment, her heart raced as she approached him, her cheeks flushed, and said, Lan. Brother Lan, what brings you here? Lan cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, her expression softening slightly as she managed to force a faint smile, ostensibly greeting Ning Rongrong. Observing Lan's piercing demeanor, Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon witnessing that meager smile. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and inquired, Do you two know each other? Ning Rongrong nodded, and then returned to her seat. After this brief interlude, Dai Mubai continued, Teacher Zhao's martial soul, the powerful diamond bear. is an exceptionally formidable beast martial soul, exhibiting no vulnerabilities and possessing terrifying defensive capabilities. Even soul masters of the same rank find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him. You may consider speed to be your advantage, which is undoubtedly true. However, you must recognize the vast disparity in soul power levels between you and him. But have you ever heard of the unmovable king? Are you suggesting he is the unmovable king, Xiao Wu, who escaped the pursuit of 16 soul emperors? Ning Rongrong's complexion changed drastically, her voice trembling. Back then, he had merely been at the 60th level. Now, could it be? Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, since I arrived at Shrek Academy, I have yet to witness Teacher Zhao unleash his full power, so you must prepare yourselves for the worst. Teacher Zhao's soul rings consist of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, all 7 soul rings augmenting both attack and defense. You can only imagine how terrifying he truly is. Just as everyone gasped in astonishment, the atmosphere grew tense. Lan withdrew from the discussion circle and approached Xiao Wu, speaking softly. Could you assess me privately? Chapter 55, Arrogance? Ferocity? In an instant, everyone was left in stunned silence. Although Lan's voice seemed soft, it resonated clearly with everyone present. This indifferent youth was determined to face the formidable, immovable king, Xiao Wu. Alone. In an instant, a buzz filled the minds of several individuals. Particularly, Dai Mubai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He was well aware of Lan's strength. Yet he knew without a doubt that Xiao Wu was far superior. After all, he was a soul saint of level 76, utterly eclipsing those of 30 levels below. Even with extraordinary talent, achieving victory against absolute power was nearly impossible. Upon hearing the challenge, Xiao Wu lifted his gaze, staring in bewilderment at the cold youth before him. After a long pause, he spoke. Child, your exemption from the preliminary assessment indicates that you possess some degree of strength. However, do not attempt to withstand my assault single-handedly. Only through mutual cooperation will you find your path to success. His resolve was unwavering. Observing Lan's steadfast demeanor, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes. This young man truly possessed the potential of a great emperor. Xiao Wu, witnessing Lan's audacity, couldn't help but chuckle, whispering to Tang San. He truly has no concept of his own limitations, daring to challenge a soul saint single-handedly. How arrogant. Tang San smiled faintly, surprised by Lan's audacity. Were he in the same position, he would never dare to venture such a challenge, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths. To flaunt one's abilities in the face of such overwhelming power was an act of folly. In his eyes, Lan was bound to pay a heavy price for his decision. However, unbeknownst to them all, Lan's mind was singularly focused on one concept: the limit. It was only by continually challenging one's limits that one could unlock their true potential. The extent of an individual's potential remains an enigma, even to oneself. It can only be unearthed amidst the trials of extremity. After a considerable time, Xiao Wu rose and said softly, since you wish to undergo the assessment alone, I shall grant you that opportunity. Xiao Bai, you will oversee this. What? Dai Mubai trembled at the prospect. I said I want you to assess this new student, Xiao Wu reiterated. Dai Mubai chuckled nervously. Teacher Zhao, perhaps you should handle it. I have already sparred with Lan, and his strength completely overwhelmed me. Although reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. He held no advantage against Lan. Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he regarded Dai Mubai. Do not tell me you were the one who was reduced to using a cane after being bested by this new student? Dai Mubai nodded, awkwardly turning his face away. Intrigued, Xiao Wu's interest piqued. He was eager to discover what manner of prodigy this was. Thus, he calmly stated, since you are undertaking this assessment alone, the conditions shall be somewhat relaxed. I will limit myself to just the first 3 soul techniques. If you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick, you shall pass the assessment. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Wu ignited a stick of incense, plunging it into the earth. A wisp of blue smoke ascended languidly. Xiao Wu's expression darkened as he half squatted, then sprang from behind the table, both fists crashing down towards the ground. With a resounding thud, the very earth trembled violently, a wave of earthen hue erupting from before Lan. However, Lan was remarkably swift. At the very moment Xiao Wu's fists made contact with the ground, he retreated with a forceful leap, creating a distance of 10 meters between them. Quite impressive reflexes, Xiao Wu remarked with a slight smile. Yet, at that moment, a shadowy figure launched an ambush, and before Xiao Wu could react, a surge of overwhelming force slammed into his abdomen, sending him flying. With a thud, he landed harshly on the ground. Lying there, Gazing up at the azure sky, a smile graced Xiao Wuji's face. Indeed, embracing Mother Earth occasionally was a form of delight. After savoring the beauty of the sky for a brief moment, Xiao Wuji clapped his palms against the ground, springing back up. His expression abruptly darkened as he let out a low growl, his body swelling dramatically. The already formidable muscles expanded instantaneously, his height increasing by a meter, rendering him exceedingly robust. Simultaneously, 7 resplendent soul rings emerged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing this spectacle, Lan ceased to hold back, swiftly unleashing his formidable powers. 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swiftly emerged. Upon beholding the 3 soul rings encircling Lan, Xiao Wuji inhaled sharply, not out of fear but sheer astonishment. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He had indeed imagined this youth to be a prodigious anomaly. But he never anticipated that this boy would surpass even that, possessing such extraordinary talent. He wagered that within the entirety of the Douluo continent, one could scarcely find another like him. The first soul ring appeared to emit a faint purple glow, and as a soul sage, he was well aware of its significance. It must be a soul ring nearing a millennium in age, for such a sight would not manifest otherwise. As the soul rings ascended, a shroud of starry black mist enveloped Lan's form. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, and under Xiao Wuji's intense gaze, Lan's figure dove beneath the surface, racing towards him. Xiao Wuji furrowed his brow, chuckling lightly. What trick is this? Is he attempting to dig a hole for me to fall into? Yet, in the next instant, a massive figure burst forth from the ground. What the? Xiao Wuji was instantly filled with terror, his legs bending as he prepared to leap backward, attempting to create distance. However, with his martial soul attributes being both offensive and defensive, he realized that there was no time to evade when that colossal figure manifested. The massive creature opened its gaping maw, poised to bite down upon Xiao Wuji. Hiss. The overwhelming aura compelled Xiao Wuji to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. What kind of technique is this? So ferocious? Boom. In the blink of an eye, the shark descended. But unbeknownst to Xiao Wuji, it was merely an illusion. The true core of its power resided within the turbulent depths of the shark's essence. The first soul ring on Lan's body suddenly illuminated, and with a powerful punch, it struck towards Xiao Wuji's chest. With a resounding thud, Xiao Wuji was sent flying. This time, it was not merely a fall to the ground, but rather he soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. Before Xiao Wuji could touch the ground, Lan swiftly dove after him. Just as Xiao Wuji's body began its descent, Lan erupted from below, leaping into the air above him. Raising his right leg, he concentrated all his strength into his thigh and executed a downward kick. The impact was thunderous. Xiao Wuji, empowered by his martial soul, crashed heavily to the ground. The spot where he landed instantly collapsed, forming a deep pit, with several fissures radiating outward from its edges. Xiao Wuji lay sprawled in the pit, his eyes dazedly scanning his surroundings. Goodness, is this the level of power one would expect from a soul sage? Chapter 56. The absolute disparity of power. After a considerable time, Xiao Wuji finally managed to rise from the pit. Although Lan's punch was remarkably powerful, it was still manageable for the soul sage Xiao Wuji. Until now, no one had truly grasped the appearance of Xiao Wuji's martial spirit manifestation. As he emerged from the pit, one could see him shrouded in a thick layer of brown fur, towering ominously at 2 meters and 5 centimeters. His muscles bulged impressively, and his amber eyes radiated an imposing aura, while 7 soul rings rhythmically encircled his form. Xiao Wuji's hands had grown extraordinarily robust, resembling enormous fans. Observing his unflappable demeanor, Lan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that even when exerting only 70% of his strength, this teacher Xiao could remain so composed in receiving his strike without employing any soul abilities. At that moment, Xiao Wuji's brown eyes were fixed upon Lan, and he felt fortunate that he had swiftly activated his martial spirit just as Lan's fist was unleashed. Otherwise, the force of that blow would have surely caused him considerable distress. Shaking off the dirt from his body, Xiao Wuji remarked lightly, "Well, you truly have impressed me. Thank you, Teacher Xiao, for taking on the challenge of this 4th assessment for me." Dai Mubai chuckled softly. Xiao Wuji shot a glance at Dai Mubai and retorted with a hint of irritation, "Is it amusing to you? Tomorrow, you will conduct a practical class for this new student." Ma Hongjun could not contain his laughter and quickly covered his mouth, reveling in the joy of witnessing Dai Mubai, still nursing old wounds, about to incur new ones. "And you, with your penchant for laughter, will also join in tomorrow's practical session with this new student." Xiao Wuji's voice was unequivocal. Ma Hongjuan's legs suddenly felt weak, and he plopped down onto the ground. He had personally experienced Lan's prowess and knew he could not measure up. Even with Dai Mobai by his side, he was certain they would be utterly outmatched. After finishing his words, Xiao Wu raised his hand and struck towards Lan. His seemingly casual palm strike concealed immense power. Upon witnessing this, Lan swiftly evaded, avoiding a direct confrontation with Xiao Wu. From the recent assault, Lan discerned that Xiao Wu's offensive and defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Yet it must be noted that speed had become Xiao Wu's Achilles heel. After deftly sidestepping Xiao Wu's powerful strike, Lan swiftly delved into the depths of his demonic energy, propelling himself toward Xiao Wu, observing the ground tremble beneath him, knowing that Xiao Wu could not afford a moment's complacency. A thunderous roar erupted, and the glint of icy light flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Among the 7 soul rings adorning him, the first yellow soul ring illuminated instantaneously. A brilliant golden light erupted in an instant, just as Lan unleashed his first soul skill, the wave-cleaving slash. Utilizing the strength of a shark from the ground, he was abruptly sent flying by the radiant energy that burst forth from Xiao Wu's body. However, having trained his physique nearly every day over the years, Lan swiftly adjusted his body mid-air, positioning his head downward, bending his legs, and diving back underground. What Xiao Wu had just executed was his first soul skill, the true body of the immovable king. On the surface, Xiao Wu's first soul ring appeared less dazzling than Lan's. Yet the effects of the same soul ring varied significantly when harnessed at different levels of soul power. With a formidable soul power of level 76, Xiao Wu wielded the energy of this century-old soul ring to its fullest extent, seamlessly merging his attack and defense. Even Lan's full-force strike would struggle to withstand it. Moreover, during the prior exchange, Lan had not unleashed his full potential, as he had been testing the waters, gauging the true extent of Xiao Wu's terrifying prowess as a soul sage. After 3 exchanges, Lan had garnered a general understanding of Xiao Wu's strength. He realized that although Xiao Wu's power was indeed fearsome, it was still within the realm of possibility for him to withstand 3 of Xiao Wu's soul skills with his own capabilities. Ha ha ha! Xiao Wu laughed heartily. Are you frightened? Young man, do not be too arrogant, for you will pay a heavy price. Allow me to impart some life lessons upon you. As he spoke, Xiao Wu's speed suddenly surged. With a single step, he appeared before Lan in an instant, his right foot crashing down, forcing the submerged Lan back to the surface. Simultaneously, the second soul ring flared to life, transforming his palm into a golden hue, doubling in size, and striking out toward Lan with tremendous force. As Lan beheld Xiao Wu's enormous golden bear paw descending upon him, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. With a sharp cry, the third soul ring illuminated. Activating his third soul skill, Fate's Execution. Even without submerging, he could unleash his most formidable power. In the very shadow of Xiao Wu's gaze, Lan suddenly transformed into a colossal shark, roaring forth with an open maw, not retreating but rather charging directly into the path of Xiao Wu's immense golden paw. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu found himself being forcefully dragged backward, a sensation that left him astonished. Although his body did not make contact with the ground, this circumstance significantly diminished the power of his strike, propelling him a considerable 10 meters away. Suddenly, 2 chilling beams of light erupted from the shark's jaws. However, these icy glimmers were not aimed at Xiao Wu's vital points. Rather, they sought to sever his arms and hands. Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retaliated with a palm strike that collided precisely with the 2 gleaming blades. It was unexpected for Lan to witness Xiao Wu muster strength under such extreme conditions, yet she had anticipated this reaction. As Xiao Wu's massive paw intercepted the twin daggers, Lan swiftly bent her right leg, propelling herself backward, her toes sharply elevated as she delivered a powerful kick to Xiao Wu's chin. With his body still suspended, lacking any support, the force of Lan's strike sent him reeling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, his chin swelling instantly. The searing pain compelled Xiao Wu to grimace in agony. His carelessness had exacted a heavy toll. He had indeed underestimated Lan's prowess, failing to foresee her hidden strength. Moreover, he realized that Lan wielded her power with exquisite precision, no matter the part of her body from which she launched an attack. She could instantaneously concentrate her strength at the pivotal joints of her strikes. Such combat awareness and mastery of force could only be honed through prolonged experience in battle. Xiao Wu considered himself a seasoned warrior, having traversed a lifetime through bloodshed. Yet, he found himself unable to command strength with such finesse. After a brief respite in the crater, Xiao Wuji forcefully struck the ground with both palms, propelling himself upward. The second soul ring on his body shimmered brightly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lan, striking without hesitation. The sound of rushing wind roared explosively in Lan's ears as Xiao Wuji's speed astonished her. Logically, he should not have been capable of such swiftness. Nevertheless, witnessing it firsthand, the formidable soul power had indeed augmented his velocity significantly. A glimmer of apprehension crossed Lan's countenance, and his heart quivered. Is this the chasm that exists between absolute powers? Chapter 57. The Mighty Golden Bear on the Verge of Rampage? In the next moment, a flash of golden light ignited in Xiao Wuji's eyes, and his formidable bear paw descended directly upon Lan's chest. Faced with this blow from Xiao Wuji, Lan found himself with no avenue for evasion, for Xiao Wuji's strength vastly surpassed his own, and the speed of his strike was astonishing. With a resounding thud, Lan was propelled backward, blood spewing forth from his mouth. Boom! Lan was propelled outward, soaring at least 30 meters before his body collided with the wall, which trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Xiao Wuji had not unleashed his full might with that strike, for such a prodigious talent. He bore no intent to inflict severe harm, opting instead to exert merely 70% of his strength. Lan lay on the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. At that moment, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy and blood within him, as if he were on the verge of exploding. The excruciating, tearing pain caused his body to tremble involuntarily, while beads of sweat as large as soybeans continuously dripped from his forehead. His eyes were veiled with crimson veins. After a few seconds, Lan managed to muster the strength to rise to his feet. Xiao Wuji calmly inquired, "Can you continue? Do not push yourself." Lan cast a fleeting glance at the incense that had burned down to its halfway point, and a sudden chill coursed through him as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Wuji with a fierce intensity. He understood all too well that it was beyond his capacity to triumph over Xiao Wuji in a direct confrontation. But what if he were to engage in a war of attrition? Even though Xiao Wuji's spirit power far exceeded his own, being double in magnitude, it was not without its limitations. It is worth noting that his second spirit skill could leave a mark of life upon his adversary, enabling him to siphon the enemy's vitality and convert it into his own spirit power. Thus, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to wear down Xiao Wuji. Lan tightly clenched his fists as he advanced towards Xiao Wuji, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing Lan's fierce demeanor and those blood-red eyes, Xiao Wuji's pupils abruptly constricted. Although this youth before him was merely a soul master, he sensed that the boy seemed to possess an even greater trump card yet to be unveiled. Was it merely an illusion? In the next moment, two razor-sharp daggers materialized in Lan's hands. Meanwhile, the three soul rings upon Lan's body illuminated simultaneously. What? Xiao Wuji's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he exclaimed, bewildered by Lan's intentions behind this display. As those three resplendent rings shone forth, Dai Mubai's demeanor grew solemn, his lips trembling slightly. It appeared that the true assessment was about to commence. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's voice, Ma Hongjun too adopted a serious countenance, recognizing that this battle would be nothing short of extraordinary. Lan, was he preparing to unleash his full power? Tang San murmured to himself. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun had all engaged in combat with Lan, yet they had never witnessed him exerting his full strength. When Lan's expression turned icy, exuding an overwhelming aura, they understood that his fighting spirit was indeed formidable. Xiao Wuji sensed impending trouble as well, though he could not articulate it. He merely felt that Lan's combat prowess seemed to be escalating dramatically. Suddenly, Lan's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Xiao Wuji felt a powerful gust of wind approaching, an overwhelming sense of danger compelling him to swiftly invoke the immutable King's body. As the first soul ring around him ignited, a brilliant golden light erupted from within him. The intense aura stirred up a cloud of dust, enveloping his form as if shrouded in radiant gold. Just as his gaze swept across the surroundings, a chilling glint unexpectedly pierced through his protective barrier, penetrating the golden glow and aimed directly at his chest. Xiao Wuji's eyes flickered with golden light as he swiftly pivoted his right foot to the side, his body twisting away. He felt the icy glimmer graze his chest. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, for he had never encountered such a lethal technique. Despite his formidable defenses, he could not guarantee his ability to withstand the piercing strike. However, just as Xiao Wuji evaded the lethal flash, before he could regain his composure, Lan's right hand flipped, the blade slicing towards his chest. With a fierce shout, Xiao Wu activated his first soul ring once more. At this juncture, he had no opportunity to dodge and could only rely on his first soul skill to bolster his defenses against Lan's assault. Yet, his response was a fraction too slow. In the blink of an eye, the blinding edge had already made contact with his flesh, gliding horizontally across. Subsequently, Xiao Wu felt an excruciating pain sear through his heart as he looked down to see a crimson line marring his chest, a testament to the earlier razor-sharp strike. Lan's strikes were executed with remarkable precision, drawing back the force of his arm slightly as he penetrated Xiao Wu's formidable defenses. Despite Xiao Wu's impressive fortitude, the blade in Lan's grasp gleamed with even greater intensity under his immense power. Any object could be severed, and if it could not, it merely indicated that the friction was insufficiently minimized. Witnessing Xiao Wu sustain an injury, Dai Mubai's expression darkened instantly. Had he been in the same position, he would have certainly faltered under Xiao Wu's onslaught long before this, let alone initiating a counterattack. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from within Xiao Wu's body, sending Lan staggering backward. However, Lan's physique was extraordinarily resilient. As soon as he touched the ground, he sprang back up, his first soul ring illuminating once more, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that darted toward Xiao Wu once again. Xiao Wu heard a whooshing sound by his ear. In an instant, countless icy glimmers erupted upon Xiao Wu's frame, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to a blacksmith forging weapons. "Are you still trying to tickle me?" Xiao Wu chuckled lightly. Although Lan's attack speed could be deemed remarkably swift, the damage inflicted seemed to have no impact on Xiao Wu whatsoever. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wu, Lan had not intended for his second soul skill to inflict harm. Rather, he was utilizing the life imprint of the second skill to restore his soul power. Moments later, the chilling light dissipated. The third soul ring on Lan's body glowed once more, transforming him into a shark that directly propelled Xiao Wu against the surrounding wall, executing a swift strike. Of course, for the third soul skill's instant strike, Lan opted for a fist instead. While Xiao Wu was still pressed against the wall, Lan concentrated all his strength into a single punch. This blow was delivered without holding back, combined with his soul power reaching its peak. The punch carried a weight of at least 5,000 pounds. In an instant, Xiao Wu's entire physique shattered through the wall, hurtling outward. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, leaving his mind in a state of utter blankness. How could a soul master possess such formidable explosive power? Yet witnessing it firsthand compelled Xiao Wu to accept the reality. Bang! Xiao Wu crashed heavily onto the ground 50 meters away, as if the very earth trembled beneath him. A searing pain coursed through his limbs and bones. At that moment, he felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if his blood had been ignited. After a brief respite, Xiao Wu rose from the ground, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. He noticed the incense stick was close to burning out. A sense of urgency washed over him. How could he, a dignified, immovable king and a level 76 soul saint, be so thoroughly humiliated by a mere soul master? Moreover, with so many children witnessing this, it would become a monumental joke. "Boy, you have forced my hand." Xiao Wu was infuriated. This time, he was genuinely provoked and intended to make Lan understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Chapter 58, The Sixth Hunt. With a low growl, Xiao Wu's third purple soul ring suddenly illuminated, signifying the activation of his third soul skill. It is essential to understand that Xiao Wu's third soul skill could abruptly render his opponent burdened with immense weight, as if their feet were ensnared in a swamp, rendering them nearly immobile. A powerful aura surged towards Lan. Suddenly, Lan felt his weight double, while Xiao Wu appeared unaffected, striding confidently toward him with a slight smirk. A sinister smile that suggested his scheme had reached fruition. Notably, the third soul skill Xiao Wu unleashed had a considerable range, and those spectating nearby, including Tang San, also felt the overwhelming pressure. Recognizing this, Dai Mubai urged everyone, "We should move back quickly." Teacher Zhao's third soul skill, known as gravity enhancement, can impose a collective burden within its radius. Anything caught within its range will inevitably feel the weight. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly retreated beyond Xiao Wu's skill's reach. Only after moving approximately 10 meters away did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tang San's pupils constricted, his expression grave, as he was profoundly shaken. Teacher Zhao's soul skill is incredibly formidable. Under such immense pressure, Tang San believed he had mastered the art of evasion. However, he could not be entirely certain that he could evade all of Xiao Wu's assaults. He pondered how Lan Gu had adapted to confront Xiao Wu once again. Lan displayed an air of remarkable composure, even as the seemingly frenzied Xiao Wujie charged toward him. He remained unperturbed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Wujie. In terms of speed, Lan undoubtedly surpassed Tang San. It is essential to note that his hunting skills provided a comprehensive enhancement, particularly in the realm of velocity, where the augmentation was exceptionally pronounced. Furthermore, his 3 soul skills significantly contributed to this enhancement in speed. At this moment, confronted with the furious and embarrassed Xiao Wujie, Lan was undoubtedly formulating a strategy. Just as Xiao Wujie's formidable iron palm, accompanied by a howling sound, approached, with a sudden surge, Lan transformed into a shark and plunged beneath the surface, swimming swiftly with unabated speed. Xiao Wujie's palm struck the air, producing a resounding crack. He anticipated that Lan might evade this attack. However, he was perplexed as to why Lan could maintain such velocity under the gravitational pressure he exerted. Observing this scene, Tang San furrowed his brow, fully aware of why Xiao Wujie's 3rd soul skill had no effect on Lan. Once Lan submerged into the ground, he seemed to merge with the earth itself, a force far beyond what a soul master could contend with. The principle of opposites holds true here. When Xiao Wujie applied gravitational pressure, the Earth's gravitational force was significantly more formidable, resulting in a perfect counterbalance. At this moment, Xiao Wujie found himself at a loss. Faced with a soul skill capable of burrowing underground, his first 3 soul skills proved utterly ineffective, unless he resorted to his 4th soul skill. With this thought, Xiao Wujie clenched his fists, disregarding any notions of pride. All he desired was to drag this boy back to the surface. Suddenly, his 4th soul ring blazed to life. The purple light shimmered, and a remarkable spectacle unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Wujie's 4th soul ring launched itself outward, akin to a locking mechanism, homing in on the submerged Lan and encircling him. Startled by the sudden addition of a purple soul ring around him, Lan felt a jolt of apprehension. Yet he continued to swim with urgency. Xiao Wujie smiled lightly, confident that Lan would struggle to escape now. As his words faded, he exerted force through his powerful legs and leapt off the ground. Lan's swimming speed was exuberant, yet he was astonished to discover that Xiao Wujie, leaping through the air, could alter his trajectory in accordance with Lan's movements, still descending towards his position. What Lan remains unaware of is that Xiao Wujie's 4th soul skill is named location tracking. Once he locks onto a target within 100 meters with his 4th soul ring, he can instantly close the distance with his leaping prowess. While this ability may hold little significance for soul masters of other cultivation styles, for the power-oriented Xiao Wujie, it is akin to being bestowed with the wings of a tiger, by utilizing location tracking to rapidly bridge the gap between himself and his opponent. He finds ample opportunity to unleash the full potential of his strength and attacks. In the depths of his eyes, a cold gleam flickered, signaling that the plan for consumption was destined to fail. As Xiao Wujie descended towards him, he swiftly sprang from the ground. A colossal shark with a gaping maw surging upwards with unrelenting force. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing that enormous mouth, Xiao Wujie, despite being a soul sage, inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Xiao Wujie appeared as if he were mere prey, leaping directly towards the shark's cavernous jaws. In the next moment, Lan concentrated the strength of a shark and, with a powerful punch, struck the sky, landing directly on Xiao Wujie's foot. Xiao Wujie soared upward, his body propelled into the air. Remarkably, under my gravitational pressure, he remained unaffected. Xiao Wujie began to doubt his life choices. The youth before him seemed nothing short of a prodigy. Initially, he planned to employ merely 3 skills for the assessment. Yet he found himself compelled to unleash a 4th soul skill, and still, he gained no advantage. Teacher Xiao, quickly use your 5th soul skill, Dai Mubai shouted. Xiao Wujie gracefully flipped and landed, though it was evident that Lan's earlier punch had impacted him significantly, as his thigh trembled involuntarily. He cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai. He had indeed considered using his 5th soul skill but hesitated. He understood well that should he employ it and still be unable to contend with the youth, he would lose face entirely. At that moment, his gaze towards Lan transformed completely, filled with shock, awe, and disbelief. This was beyond mere monstrous talent. It was a terrifying prodigy unlike any he had encountered in his many years within Douluo. Although he had not unleashed the full power of each of his soul skills, he had fully acknowledged Lan's strength. Xiao Wujie retracted his martial spirit, causing his soul rings to vanish as well. Just then, the incense stick burned down to its end. A smile graced Xiao Wujie's face as he approached Lan, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, you have passed the examination for compelling me to use my 4th soul skill. Suddenly, Tang San's voice echoed. Teacher, I would also like to challenge you to a duel. For a moment, the others were taken aback, especially Xiao Wu, who grew anxious. Little San, don't be reckless, Dai Mubai urged. You couldn't even defeat Brother Lan, so you surely stand no chance against Teacher Zhao. Remember, Teacher Zhao was not fighting at full strength. If he had, Brother Lan might not have withstood it. Lan concurred with Dai Mubai's sentiments. During his recent encounter with Xiao Wuji, he had indeed sensed that Xiao Wuji was holding back, as each soul skill was deployed with a portion of its potential reserved. However, what astonished Lan was the breakthrough in his hunting technique, which had ascended to the sixth heaven. Upon reaching this level, the technique had undergone a complete transformation, augmenting its offensive capability by an impressive 20%. In simpler terms, a punch that previously exerted a force of 1,000 pounds would now unleash an additional 20% of that power when the hunting technique was activated. The extent of future enhancements remained uncertain for Lan, as in his previous life, he had not attained such a realm in this technique. Nonetheless, he was aware that upon reaching the seventh heaven, the technique would evolve once more, and at that stage, its attributes would surpass the capacity for further evolution. The specific name of this evolved form eluded him at the moment. After all, during his initial studies of this technique, he had not regarded his talent as particularly exceptional. Even after a decade of diligent practice, he had not experienced any breakthroughs. Yet, to his astonishment, his pace of cultivation in this alternate world had accelerated dramatically, an outcome he had never envisioned. Even the power of the shark's might, post-enchantment, had witnessed a significant enhancement, and he discerned that this power seemed to grow stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Observing Tang San's resolute gaze, Xiao Wuji smiled faintly. Do you wish to challenge me one-on-one? Very well, but you must first defeat Lan before you can face me. Henceforth, the fourth round of assessments would be conducted by Lan in my stead, meaning that the evaluations for the group would be determined by his judgment. Whether he chooses to be lenient is solely his prerogative. If you cannot overcome him, you shall not pass the assessment. Tang San's fists clenched suddenly, his eyes narrowing fiercely at Lan, who now loomed like an insurmountable mountain in his path, seemingly an obstacle he could never surpass. However, unbeknownst to Tang San, as he cast his glare, Lan had already perceived him from the corner of his eye. As Xiao Wuji brushed off the dust from his attire and approached Lan, he leaned in, whispering softly into Lan's ear, "Do allow them a modicum of leniency." Lan's expression slightly darkened, as he seemed taken aback by Xiao Wuji's unwavering confidence in his abilities. Teacher Zhao, I have brought you some exceptionally large sausages. At that moment, a uniquely soft voice approached from afar, and soon a youth hurriedly jogged towards Zhao Wudre and the others. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads. They beheld a young man clad in simple gray attire, with neatly cropped hair and a face adorned with a scruffy beard, his large peach blossom eyes flickering with interest, particularly towards the girls in the group. Upon seeing this individual, Lan's pupils narrowed slightly. Despite the scruffiness, it was evident from his fair complexion that he was quite young, only a tad older than himself. One must remember that first impressions are not always accurate. This Oscar certainly does not appear to be 14, Xiao Wu remarked with a pout. The four, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Xuqing, and Ning Rongrong, were already acquainted with this young man, who was indeed a youth named Oscar. Oscar, quickly bring me 2 sausages, Zhao Wujie commanded. Oscar promptly rushed over and handed the 2 sausages into Xiao Wujie's hands. After delivering the sausages, he approached Lan with a smile and inquired, "Do you need any?" Noticing Lan's furrowed brow, Oscar quickly added, "I am a food system soul master. Consuming my sausages will facilitate rapid recovery." Lan, his sausages are rather dubious, Ning Rongrong whispered as she sidled up next to him. Oscar, looking bemused, retorted, "What do you mean by dubious? My sausages are quite legitimate. Just ask Teacher Zhao about his experience after eating one of my sausages." Faced with Oscar's defense, Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lan Ly remarked, "Bring me one." Oscar's face lit up with joy as he extended his right hand, a hint of mischief in his voice as he exclaimed, "I possess a grand sausage." A brilliant yellow light suddenly concentrated in his palm, and 2 golden rings ascended from beneath Oscar's feet. In an instant, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San and Zhao Wujie's hands materialized in his grasp. For reasons unknown, the moment I heard Oscar utter the incantation, an overwhelming urge to strike him surged within me, as Ning Rongrong candidly expressed. It must be said that Oscar's incantation indeed carried an ambiguous undertone. Observing Lan's solemn gaze fixed upon the sausage in his hand, Oscar hurriedly clarified, "Brother, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no discriminatory intent. This is merely my incantation. As a food-type soul master, one must employ various incantations to transform food. It is not a phrase I wish to utter." Lon extended his hand to receive the sausage from Oscar, savoring it for the first time. In his previous world, he had never even heard of such a delicacy, let alone tasted it. As it graced his palate, he was met with a delightful spiciness and a pleasing texture. While Ning Rongrong and the others looked on with disdain, Lon lifted his gaze to Oscar, casually inquiring, "Is there more?" Oscar was taken aback. It was rare for someone to express such enthusiasm for his sausages. Unfazed by Oscar's unconventional spell, Lon found himself captivated by the uniqueness of the food. Feeling a subtle warmth spread through him, as if a gentle current flowed through his meridians. After Lon finished one sausage, Oscar swiftly crafted another, producing a packet of seasoning from his pocket to sprinkle atop the sausage. The enticing aroma of the meat stirred something within Lon, momentarily softening his indifferent demeanor. "You must try this one. The flavor is even more exquisite," Oscar urged. As Lon placed the sausage into her mouth, she discerned that this second sausage indeed possessed a distinct flavor. The first sausage was solely characterized by its fragrant spiciness, whereas the second one showcased a unique numbing and spicy taste. Within mere seconds, Lon had devoured the second sausage. Observing this, Oscar became even more exhilarated and promptly prepared another, this time employing a different blend of seasonings. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Lon, was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that delectable? Noticing the glimmer of desire in Ning Rongrong's eyes, Lon cast her a glance and coolly remarked, "You can have mine." Chapter 60. I heard you were quite strong? Originally repulsed, Ning Rongrong found herself inexplicably indulging in land sausage. Compared to the previous sausages, land sausage appeared notably more robust, measuring at least 13 centimeters in length. Observing Ning Rongrong as she eagerly devoured it with unabashed delight, Oscar felt a wave of joy wash over him. Finally, someone had embraced his creation. Upon finishing, Ning Rongrong expressed her admiration for the exquisite flavor, declaring it the most unique sausage she had ever tasted, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was simply delightful. This prompted Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the others to exchange incredulous glances. Could it truly be that delectable? Was it possible that Oscar had altered his recipe? Such a seemingly unpalatable dish could genuinely be so enjoyable? After consuming 2 sausages, Lon realized they indeed provided significant benefits to his physique, igniting a newfound interest in the food-based abilities. If he were to establish a power in the future, such food-oriented soul masters would undoubtedly be indispensable. After a brief respite of half an hour, Lan's body had nearly fully recuperated, considering his constitution was markedly different from others. Coupled with the unique nature of his martial soul, his recovery capabilities were naturally superior. However, Lon did not intend to assist Xiao Wu in assessing Tang San and his companions just yet, for he still had battles to engage in that day. Upon entering Shrek Academy, he had become acquainted with the group known as the Shrek 7 Monsters, which included Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Additionally, there was the aloof young woman he did not know by name, Zhu Shiqing. Despite the absence of verbal communication and their physical distance, Lon felt an aura from Zhu Shiqing that resonated with him in some inexplicable manner. Once his injuries were sufficiently healed, Lon prepared to depart from Shrek. As he turned to leave, Xiao Wu abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Little Lon, did I not ask you to assist me in evaluating those 4? Lan's expression hardened, declaring that he would not be commanded by anyone. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "What a bold lad, refusing to be my tool." Just as he was about to utter something, he noticed that Lon had already distanced himself. Upon leaving Shrek Academy, Lon made his way directly towards the Grand Soul Arena. As he entered the heart of Soto City, he was met with a cacophony of discordant voices. "Lin, do you not realize that my feelings for you are genuine? Just because the lingerie I bought you is a size too small, you claim that I do not love you? Genuine? Have you not tried on the shoes to see if they fit? Now, look what has happened. The shoes are ruined, and you have no intention of keeping them. Is your family implying that after marrying you, I am to become a subservient servant?" However, the situation had escalated, and with so many guests arriving, things were becoming increasingly untenable. The man was perplexed. He had only hired 5 carriages for the wedding, yet more than 20 had appeared, all part of the wedding procession. To his astonishment, 4 additional brides had been inexplicably brought along. Had the remaining brides been merely ordinary in appearance, he might have accepted it, but they were all stunning. igniting within him some unsavory thoughts. At that moment, the brides looked bewildered as they observed the man embroiled in a heated argument with his soon-to-be wife. In an attempt to rid himself of the girl, the man acted harshly, finding an excuse to disembark after entering the city and purchasing a pair of ill-fitting lingerie for the bride. Wang Ergu, I never imagined you to be such a person. With those words, the girl turned on her heel and walked away, discarding her wedding attire onto the ground as she left alone. Once the girl departed, the man beamed with a rather unsavory glee as he approached the four brides, leeringly suggesting, "Why not all marry me? I assure you, life with me will be filled with luxury and indulgence." However, instead of receiving enthusiastic responses, he was met with a barrage of slaps from the four women. The sound of their strikes echoed through Soto City like the crackling of firecrackers. Fuming with indignation, the man growled, unleashing a violent aura that instantly knocked the four brides to the ground. Without hesitation, he placed his foot on the chest of one bride, applying pressure mercilessly. "Damn it. If it weren't for your looks, would you even be worthy of someone like me, Wang Ergu?" The bride found herself gasping for breath beneath his weight, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Witnessing this scene, Lan's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that this man was also a soul master. The moment the man's power erupted, Lan sensed the fluctuations of his soul force. However, the man's soul energy was quite sparse, akin to merely a few levels. If it weren't for Lan's unique attributes, he would not have detected such energy at all. As he watched the woman teetering on the brink of suffocation, Lan felt a surge of urgency. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lan's eyes as a sharp dagger materialized in her right hand. In an instant, her body transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing from sight. Almost in the blink of an eye, a chilling gleam erupted from the vicinity of Wang Ergu's neck. Before he even had the chance to collapse, Lan had already departed from the scene. It was evident that Wang Ergu was the type to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Surviving a mere few minutes in a supporting role was already quite remarkable for him. Had it not been for his name, Wang Ergu, he might have met his demise even sooner. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, Lan strode directly towards the registration area, as daily re-enrollment was mandatory for the one-on-one soul duel. Upon arriving, he noticed a remarkable change in the staff's demeanor towards him, now infused with awe and admiration. They even granted him a generous 20% discount. After completing his registration for the one-on-one duel, Lan entered the waiting room to relax, as his combat was scheduled for the 5th match, with 2 more precedents before him. With time to spare, he retrieved a scroll from the wind's breath and began to read. After encountering the 7 from Shrek earlier, he had gained a fresh perspective on the scroll's task. He intended to delve deeper into the tale of the Shrek 7. Previously, he had underestimated Shrek, but now he recognized the necessity of giving it due consideration. After thoroughly reviewing the content, a sudden chill enveloped Lan, prompting him to swiftly stow the scroll away. Previously, he had overlooked the plot summary, but this time he had absorbed it carefully. The Shrek 7 were set to participate in the Continental Soul Master competition, progressing through the rounds with remarkable ease, ultimately defeating the Spirit Hall's team. Lan's indifference towards the outcome of Spirit Hall was absolute. His sole concern rested upon one individual. That very individual had ascended to become a paragon within Spirit Hall's golden generation. According to the unfolding narrative, it was inevitable that their paths would intersect, placing the one he sought to protect in jeopardy. Contemplating this, a fierce determination ignited in Lan's eyes. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated through the room. The door to the waiting area was kicked open, and a tall figure sauntered in. "I've heard you're quite formidable," she proclaimed. As the light illuminated her slender silhouette, a woman clad in a pale blue dress approached Lan. Her serene face bore an air of cool composure. She appeared to be around 22 or 23 years of age, and her beauty and poise were undeniably striking. "Who are you?" Lan replied coldly. Despite her entrance, Lan's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as frosty as ever, his gaze sharp, as if she were merely a wisp of air. Noticing the youth's unwavering calmness, the woman frowned slightly, astonished. With a gentle smile, she introduced herself. "I am Ling Xuan. I've heard that with the opening of the Grand Soul Arena's tournament mode, you emerged as the dominant force. I am curious to know who this remarkable individual is." "I have no interest in idle chatter," Lan stated, rising to place the scroll back within the wind's breath. Glancing momentarily at the 14th Soul Arena as his match was approaching, the woman, known as Ling Xuan, chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I simply enjoy challenging those of equal prowess. I've heard you are merely a soul master, hence I've come to propose a duel. I'm not available." The voice of Lan was undeniably compelling. It is important to note that his sole reason for coming to the Soul Arena was simply to fulfill a scroll task. He held no interest in matters beyond this task. If you defeat me, you shall be rewarded with 50 gold soul coins, Ling Shuang stated nonchalantly. 50 gold soul coins were neither an insignificant sum nor a vast fortune. After all, in the Douluo continent, a single gold soul coin could sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. What, then, of 50 gold soul coins? Nevertheless, Lan coldly brushed past the woman. Observing his retreating figure, the woman felt no anger, but rather smiled. Since you refuse my challenge, I shall devise another strategy. After a few minutes, it was finally Lan's turn to take the stage. This time, in the 14th Soul Arena, the audience had swelled to several times its usual size, with every seat occupied. The moment Lan stepped into the arena, the atmosphere erupted with fervent cheers. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone stand up." With that, all the spectators rose in unison, vociferously chanting, "Shark God! Shark God! Shark God!" Only after repeating this 3 times did they finally take their seats. Following the previous arena match, the audience had conferred upon Lan the title of Shark God. The clamor persisted, especially as the spectators eagerly watched him stride towards the battle platform. He is here. He is here. He brings the shark dagger. Wow, finally we meet that boy who controls the shark again. Goodness, did you just miss a word? Shouldn't it be manipulate? You don't understand anything. In this grand world, control has a certain flair. Why are you all so worked up? I truly don't get what you've been bragging about all day. What is so special about a one-on-one battle? He is probably just at the level of a soul master, right? Oh my, how can there still be people unaware of him? Whoa TL for $1? Heh? Why is it you again? The host of the 14th Soul Arena looked bewildered at the audience below, feeling a twinge of nervousness. As the host for many years, he had never witnessed such a throng at this arena. The most astonishing aspect was that people had even purchased standing tickets. He could not fathom their reasoning. However, when he donned his glasses and glanced at the battle platform, he was taken aback. He recognized this individual. Wasn't he the boy who had instantaneously annihilated opponents of the same rank? As soon as Lan appeared, the crowd was abuzz with anticipation for the imminent soul battle. Naturally, as the host, he too was filled with excitement. The middle-aged man stepped to the center of the soul arena, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "Next, we shall commence the 6th match of our 14th Soul Arena's one-on-one duel, featuring our aloof youth, Lan." With a whoosh, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of applause at the mention of his name. Lan was set to face Ling Shuang, a soul master wielding the bread of iron weapon spirit. Would Miss Ling continue her glorious streak with a 9th consecutive victory, or would Lan emerge victorious? Now, let us welcome both soul masters to the stage. Upon hearing that his opponent was Ling Shuang, Lan furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that his randomly selected opponent would be a male, and he was taken aback to find himself facing the woman he had encountered earlier. Seconds passed, and Ling Shuang gracefully ascended the soul arena, her gaze fixed on Lan as she smiled and introduced herself. "I am Ling Shuang, wielder of the iron bread weapon spirit, a level 42 soul master. I look forward to your guidance." With that, a chill swept over her expression, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Suddenly, radiant energy surged from her being, and 2 pieces of bread, fused together, materialized in her right hand, glimmering with a faint silver hue rather than the expected yellow. Undoubtedly, these were 2 pieces of bread as hard as iron. It must be said that the world of Douluo is filled with a myriad of peculiar weapon spirits. As long as one possesses soul power, they can become a soul master. The most distinctive feature of weapon spirits is that they do not alter the physical appearance of the soul master, yet they project a more formidable aura than beast spirits. Simultaneously, for soul rings gradually ascended from beneath Ling Shuang's feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. The rings danced rhythmically around her. In the next moment, a subtle curve graced Ling Shuang's lips. "Prepare yourself," she declared, her voice icy. With a gentle lift of her right hand, the bread weapon spirit began to whirl violently. As the silver light danced around the spinning bread, Ling Shuang cast it from her palm. Concurrently, her second soul ring flickered with brilliance. With a sharp command, she cried, "Tornado dance!" In an instant, a golden light erupted from her body, surging towards the spinning bread she had launched. With a resounding boom, as the golden light infused the previously shimmering silver bread, its rotation speed doubled in an instant. The wind howled as the 2 spinning pieces of bread gradually transformed into golden tornadoes, hurtling towards Lan. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a massive shark emerged from a cloud of black mist, roaring ferociously as it darted past the 2 golden tornadoes, positioning itself before Ling Shuang. In that fleeting moment, Ling Shuang's expression suddenly changed dramatically, her entire being filled with shock as she gazed at the colossal creature before her. The massive maw lunged directly at her. Boom! A dull thud reverberated through the air, and Ling Shuang felt a sharp pain in her chest, sending her hurtling backward, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. How could this be? Ling Shuang stared incredulously at the cold-faced youth before her. She had not even seen Lan utilize his martial soul or soul skills. Yet this individual had somehow evaded his tornado phoenix dance attack. Rising from the ground, Ling Shuang clenched her fist tightly, her third soul ring glowing brightly. 2 iron plate loaves instantly expanded several times, nearly matching the size of the battle arena. Witnessing this scene, Lan was momentarily taken aback, as one of the panels appeared directly beneath his feet, while the other hovered above his head. Behold, as I crush you with bread. Chapter 62. The brightest Polaris. Ling Shuang snorted coldly, her toes lightly tapping the ground as she soared gracefully onto the upper loaf. With a snap of her fingers, the 2 pieces of bread suddenly converged, one above and one below. Lan's piercing gaze swept across the surroundings, and he discerned the peculiar nature of Ling Shuang's soul skill. The bread below was entirely enveloping the battle arena, while the bread above mirrored its size. At that moment, Lan found himself akin to a sausage ensnared between slices of bread, utterly trapped and unable to maneuver. The audience, witnessing this scene, tensed with unease. Goodness, this woman's soul skill is utterly monstrous. It seems the outcome of this battle is already determined. The indifferent youth had but one means to escape the impending bread trap: leap off the arena. Yet, such an act would signify defeat. To descend would merely result in the loss of a single match, but remaining would risk being crushed. Moreover, the 2 pieces of bread the woman wielded were remarkably seamless, devoid of any vulnerabilities. As the 2 slices of bread began to merge, Lan's expression suddenly hardened. He now comprehended why this woman had achieved such an impressive winning streak. In the face of such a soul skill, she was practically invincible among soul masters of the same rank. It was likely that the vast majority would choose to jump off the arena. Soon, the upper slice of bread loomed ominously above Lan's head. Observing this, Ling Shuang coolly remarked, "If you jump down now, you might preserve your life. Many self-assured power-type soul masters have already been crushed into mere pulp by me. With your talent, there is no need for you to perish here. Flee while you still can." As Ling Shuang exerted more pressure, Lan's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Simultaneously, the starlit mist emanating from his body became more pronounced. As the 2 slices of bread were on the verge of closing in, Ling Shuang's expression darkened with icy determination. Just when she believed victory was within her grasp, suddenly, a figure slipped between the 2 pieces of bread. With a thunderous roar, the 2 slices abruptly merged. At that moment, a hand appeared at the edge of the bread, and with a sharp command, a colossal shark surged upward, leaping above Ling Shuang and descending with its gaping maw wide open. "Ah, no!" Ling Shuang screamed in terror, completely at a loss, her face turning pale with fright. But what was the use of screaming? Clearly, it was futile. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Lan's fist struck Ling Shuang's chest. As if the towering hill had been flattened by his blow, Ling Shuang was sent hurtling off the battle arena. "You actually struck with such force." Ling Shuang cast a venomous glare at Lan, astonished by the youth's utter lack of compassion, wielding his strength with such ferocity. However, at that moment, Lan had already exited the 14th Soul Duel arena. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom the abrupt turn of events. By the time they regained their senses, the indifferent youth had vanished from the arena, leaving them to gaze at the silhouette gradually receding from view. After concluding the one-on-one soul duel that day, Lan chose not to return to Shrek Academy but instead headed to a hotel. Aside from moments spent with Cai Wenji, he was perpetually solitary, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to solitude. For him, while practical combat was undeniably essential, the importance of dedicated cultivation could not be overlooked. Daily practice of hunting techniques and meditative cultivation of soul power were indispensable components of his regimen. Yet, that night, he found it impossible to settle his mind. The events of the one-on-one duel persisted in replaying within his thoughts. Particularly, he could not shake off the memory of the soul skill employed by Ling Shuang. The martial spirit, released without the opponent's awareness, ensnared them directly within a net. Had it not been for his robust constitution, coupled with the quality of demonic divine power, it seemed unlikely he could have escaped unscathed. What troubled him most was not evading Ling Shuang's soul skill in the moment, but rather the 2 pieces of bread that possessed a certain controlling effect, distinct from the usual control skills he had encountered. This effect intermittently disrupted his soul power, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. The dawn approached. Lan finally settled his mind and practiced the hunting technique for a while. In recent days, not only had his proficiency in the hunting technique advanced rapidly, but his soul power had also seen swift growth. This was the result of laying a solid foundation in the early stages, leading to an unstoppable surge in potential. After having breakfast and completing his one-on-one soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena, he returned to Shrek Academy. However, today was peculiar. Nearly everyone at Shrek was absent, leaving only the elder who had been responsible for enrolling new students. Upon Lan's return, the elder informed him that Dean Flanders had taken the new students to train at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Although Dean Flanders had instructed the elder to direct Lan to the arena upon his return, Lan declined, knowing that he had already finished his battles for the day, and the arena competition had yet to commence. With time to spare, Lan engaged in meditation and cultivation alone at Shrek. His physique had transformed significantly, and it was time for him to concentrate on elevating his soul power level. He walked into the backyard of Shrek and chose a patch of grass to sit down cross-legged. The process of cultivation is gradual. Only through such a method can one solidify their own cultivation. Pursuing speed alone would ultimately lead to considerable flaws, potentially resulting in a lifelong stagnation. In fact, Lan pondered a question that had lingered in his mind. He recalled the scene of his transmigration, the torrents of water spiraling violently, without any obstruction. And once they had drawn others in, he noticed that some individuals remained at the core of the water vortex. Furthermore, it appeared that the vortex had directly engulfed that island. Had Xiao Chao and the others been swept into this world as well? This question had long been buried within him. If Xiao Chao and his subordinates had indeed been transported to this alternate realm, it was highly likely that they would become soul masters. Many of them, harboring malevolent thoughts, would undoubtedly commit heinous acts with the powers of a soul master. Lan extracted 2 short blades from the breath of the wind, gently caressing them. These weapons had accompanied him for over 4 years. While the bond he shared with them could not compare to that of his previous life, it was nevertheless a gradual convergence. Crafted in Gingxin City, these blades surpassed the intricacy of his former pair, yet he always sensed a significant disparity. After meticulously wiping away the bloodstains, he placed them back into the breath of the wind and began his cultivation. With eyes closed, time swiftly slipped away. When he finally opened his eyes, more than a day had passed. Before him stretched a resplendent night sky, where a colossal star shimmered with blinding brilliance at the northern horizon. That radiance resembled her eyes. Upon beholding this star, Lan's sharp, cold gaze softened slightly. It had been long since he had truly admired the night sky. How truly beautiful the heavens were. Chapter 63. The sight of a girl in tears was unbearable. Soon, several figures gradually entered from the gates of Shrek Academy. The sounds of their quarrel ignited an unexpected fervor in the once tranquil atmosphere beneath the stars. Ning Rongrong, you must understand, this is Shrek, not your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Why should everyone revolve around you? I truly do not wish to discuss today as soul battles. You must reflect on your own shortcomings. Ning Rongrong, Mubai, and Tang San are correct. Since you have joined the academy, you must adhere to its rules. If you cannot endure hardship, you are free to leave at any time. While Shrek may accept prodigies, it does not accommodate just anyone. And what of Lan? Why do you not criticize him for not joining the team? Ning Rongrong glared at Flinder, believing herself to be exceptionally talented and astute. Yet at that moment, everyone stood against her. Particularly surprising was the fact that Dean Flinder was assisting Mu Bai and the others in reprimanding her, which filled her with indignation. Flinder's expression darkened further as he sternly declared, "The effort he has quietly exerted likely surpasses yours by countless times. Look at him. He seems to be of the same age as Tang San, yet he has already attained the rank of Soul Master at the age of 11, possessing 3 soul rings, 2 of which are purple. Do you know what purple signifies? A millennium. Just imagine the implications of reaching Soul Master status at 11. He surpassed Mubai by a considerable margin. To be frank, I initially thought Mubai was the most outstanding talent I had ever encountered until I met Lan, who is nothing short of a cultivation fanatic. If you could emulate his determination, I would overlook your shortcomings. Otherwise, you must comply with the Academy's regulations." He single-handedly defeated Zhao Wujin, as you have seen. Although Zhao Wujin retained much of his strength, asked Mubai if he could have gained any advantage over Zhao Wujin. As he spoke, Dai Mubai's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that Flanders would compare him with Lan. How could such a comparison be made? Fine. You say I am inferior to Dai Mubai, to Tang San, to Lan. But what of Oscar? Surely I surpass him. He is but a food-type auxiliary spirit master. While I possess innate soul power at level 9, placing me at an advantage in terms of talent, does it not? Faced with Flanders' reprimand, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of indignation. However, to her astonishment, Flanders chuckled. You are mistaken. Oscar's talent even eclipses that of Dai Mubai. He possesses innate, full soul power. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's complexion paled, her eyes widening in disbelief as she glanced at Oscar, who appeared unremarkable. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed innate full soul power. It was inconceivable. How could an auxiliary spirit master possess such extraordinary innate capabilities? While soul masters with innate full soul power are rare, they are not entirely non-existent. Yet an auxiliary spirit master had never been recorded to possess this trait since the inception of the extreme Douluo continent. Ning Rongrong had always regarded herself as exceptionally gifted because she had reached level 9 at the time of her spirit awakening, just a step away from innate full soul power, making her one of the finest among auxiliary spirit masters. In that moment, she fell silent, standing in a daze, realizing that there existed talents that transcended even genius, as she suddenly burst into tears and ran towards her dormitory. Flanders could not help but smile with a sense of satisfaction. For some reason, whenever I see a girl cry, I cannot resist the urge to laugh. Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing. Upon entering Shrek Academy, all eyes were drawn to Lan, who was quietly gazing at the starry night sky. Lan, when did you return? Ma Hongjun approached Lan and greeted him warmly. Lan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, yesterday, confronted with Lan's indifference. Ma Hongjun trembled slightly, inwardly lamenting, Brother Lan, are you made of ice? You resemble a soulless assassin, especially with those eyes that perpetually exude sharpness. Flender approached, gazing at the aloof youth, and let out a sigh. Do you not have anything you wish to say to them? Landau replied, no. Flender's expression darkened slightly as he calmly stated, you have not participated in the collective combat training these past few days. Remember to join next time. It is essential to understand that what the Academy imparts to you is the better application of your martial spirits, assisting you in acquiring superior soul rings and cultivating more combat experience, thus maximizing your potential. In your educational journey, practical combat experience is paramount. The extent of your combat experience at the same level and power will determine the outcome of a battle. Only through continuous practical engagement can you enhance your adaptability in combat. It was evident that your combat experience far surpassed that of your peers. Yet one must not become complacent. Today, we shall head to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, which has astonishingly activated its arena mode. I have heard that the reigning champion of the first match is a battle spirit sovereign. I hope you will challenge yourself against this opponent to identify your own shortcomings. Upon hearing Flender mention this matter, Dai Mubai clenched his fists, a glimmer of cold light evident in his mischievous gaze, clearly eager to challenge the reigning champion. He was keen to witness how a soul sovereign could consecutively defeat 5 opponents. Competing against such a formidable adversary would undoubtedly be the best opportunity for him to enhance his potential. Ma Hongjun, noticing Dai Mubai's reaction, shared the same sentiment. Particularly, as they entered the Grand Soul Arena today, he overheard the audience's buzzing discussions, which left him quite displeased. What kind of individual had managed to create such a significant impact? Dean, how about we engage in an arena match tomorrow? I am very eager to see the capabilities of that mysterious youth, Dai Mubai could not help but suggest. I would also like to give it a try. Ma Hongjun said, fist clenched, his gaze resolute. Although my strength has yet to reach the level of a soul sovereign, I believe that only when faced with adversity can I truly unleash my potential. Flender's expression grew solemn as he sighed lightly, aside from Lan and Mubai. I do not believe the rest of you possess the strength to contend with that mysterious youth. You are aware of the arena's rules. Your opponents may exceed you by 1 rank. Take Mubai, for instance, whose current strength is that of a 37th level soul sovereign. His matching opponents will likely be in the 40s, which is evidently a disadvantage. Furthermore, your practical combat experience is still lacking. Dean, I believe we can still give it a try. Although our soul power levels may not match theirs, we must not underestimate our potential. Monsters should possess unique ways to grow, Ma Hongjun replied with unwavering determination. Tang San spoke softly. In truth, if the opponent possessed merely the strength of a soul master, he believed his chances of victory were quite substantial. Even though his soul power level was insufficient, he still had numerous trump cards yet to be revealed. Ma Hongjun pounded his chest and declared, indeed, a monster should have a monstrous training method. Dean, I believe Tang San's reasoning is quite sound. Personally, I think as long as that individual is not as perverse as Lan, I can assure you he will learn what it means to be the phoenix of evil fire. Tang San nodded. The chubby boy was correct. As long as their opponent was not a prodigy like Lon, they still had a firm grasp on triumph. Dai Mubai's expression hardened, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Then let us, the few of us, engage in a fierce battle tomorrow. And let that mysterious youth understand who the true champion of the arena is. Chapter 64. The bloodlust arising from the fishy smell. No. Flander's voice was resolute. Tomorrow. We must first assist Oscar in obtaining his soul ring to help him break through his bottleneck. Tang San nodded in agreement. The dean is right. Little Ao has already reached level 30. We should prioritize helping him acquire his soul ring to overcome this hurdle. For soul masters, failing to break through a bottleneck can significantly hinder their cultivation. Then we shall assist little Ao in acquiring his soul ring before heading to the arena. Let that mysterious youth enjoy a few more days of comfort, Dai Mubai remarked indifferently. But at that moment, Lon turned and walked outside Shrek. Watching Lan's figure disappear into the night, everyone furrowed their brows. Lon, where are you going? Lan's thoughts were truly unfathomable. Let him be. I am Lon, who can act without any constraints, unlike us who must endure rigorous training. Observing Lan's freedom to come and go as he pleased, Ma Hongjuan's eyes brimmed with envy. After departing from Shrek, Lon made his way to the Great Soul Arena. To avoid drawing the attention of the audience, he deliberately donned a mask, leaving only his sharp, piercing eyes visible. 10 days later, a young man clad in a black trench coat slowly emerged from the Great Soul Arena. His face obscured by a mask, his eyes devoid of emotion, chillingly cold. In his hands were 2 daggers gleaming with silver light, their tips still dripping with crimson blood. A clear indication that he had just endured a life and death struggle. Indeed, this individual was none other than Lon. In a mere span of 10 days, his soul power had ascended to the formidable level of 40. Undoubtedly, this remarkable achievement came at the cost of his own life, as just 10 nights prior. After departing from Shrek, he had expended a considerable amount of gold soul coins to engage in life and death wagers with numerous soul masters in an effort to expedite his training. It was precisely due to such perilous endeavors that his soul power advanced with such astonishing rapidity. At this moment, within the 18th arena of the Great Soul Arena, 2 middle-aged men lay sprawled on the soul fighting stage, their necks severed by sharp blades, deep gashes rendering their throats unrecognizable. The stage was drenched in blood, eliciting horrified gasps from the onlookers below. Shortly thereafter, Lon exited the city of Soto and approached a nearby stream, where he meticulously washed the 2 short blades in his possession. Once cleansed, he stowed them within his soul-guiding device and set his course toward the Star-Do Forest. Situated in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, the Star-Do Forest borders a small section of the kingdom, and Soto City itself lies not far from it. Merely a little over 400 kilometers away, it is without question that for soul masters residing in Soto City, this forest has become a prime destination for acquiring soul rings, favored by both nobility and commoners alike. To expedite his journey, Lon employed the manifestation of his martial soul, burrowing underground and propelling himself forward. By the time night fell, he was merely 2 to 3 kilometers from the Star-Do Forest. As dusk approached, with heavy clouds blanketing the sky, Lon decided to rest for the night in a small town not far from the forest. Upon entering, he found the town bustling as ever, its size at least double that of the soul-hunting forest town, except for the absence of city walls. It bore a striking resemblance to a small city, with streets lined with diverse shops. Among these, the most popular establishments catered to adult needs, as many soul masters relished their battles amidst the forest depths. Upon settling into a hotel, Lon reflected on the past 10 days, which had felt akin to purgatory. His body bore numerous bruises, and a 10-centimeter gash marred his wrist. It was essential to note that the opponents he had challenged were far beyond his level, typically ranging from level 45 to 55. After gently applying hot water to his wounds, he ventured out to dine. Notably, the hotel provided commendable service. The first floor housed the restaurant, while accommodations were located above. Typically, the tables were large round ones, and Lon casually chose a seat. Suddenly, 3 individuals entered the establishment. Leading the group was a woman appearing to be in her late 20s, her beauty striking. Dressed in a pale pink gown with a white veil draping elegantly over her shoulders, she revealed a graceful neck and prominent collarbones. The folds of her skirt flowed like moonlight, trailing gracefully behind her, enhancing her regal demeanor. Her hair, tied back with a ribbon, was adorned with a butterfly hairpin, with a single strand cascading down her chest. A delicate touch of makeup accentuated her features, lending her an ethereal quality reminiscent of a butterfly fluttering in the breeze. Trailing behind her were 2 men, slightly older, likely in their 30s to 40s. Both were exceptionally robust, their muscular physiques evident even beneath their loose-fitting Soul Master robes. From behind, they bore a striking resemblance to one another, both clad in identical black robes adorned with a peculiar emblem resembling a fierce leopard. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurried over, eager to greet them, fully aware that the town's livelihood depended on the Stardow forest. Without the forest, few would dwell in this place, particularly Soul Masters, as they were the wealthiest individuals across the entire Douluo continent. The woman surveyed the crowded room and, upon noticing the unoccupied seat at Lan's table, approached him with her companions and took a seat. The moment she settled down, Lan's demeanor shifted abruptly as he detected an overwhelming scent of blood emanating from her. His acute sense pinpointed that the odor originated from her lower half, a mixture not solely of fresh blood but also tinged with a strong fishy scent. The woman, sensing Lan's sudden tension, furrowed her brow, having never encountered such a chilling expression before. She distinctly sensed a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. In an instant, a mist of starlight began to coalesce within Lan's palm. The aura surrounding the woman bore a striking resemblance to that of an evil soul master. It was known that the cultivation methods of evil soul masters were exceptionally cruel, leaving them with a unique and detectable aura. While most would struggle to discern the true nature of an evil soul master, Lan's extensive experiences had rendered him highly sensitive to their presence. Before the two men could settle into their seats, Lan's eyes gleamed with cold light as he swiftly raised his right hand, a short blade materializing out of thin air and slicing toward the woman's neck. Her face paled at the sudden threat, and she kicked the table, leaning back in a desperate attempt to evade. Chapter 65, The Full Moon over the West Building, a graceful shadow simultaneously as she twisted her body. A green glow flickered in her palm, revealing a bow that manifested as her martial soul. Gradually, 4 soul rings began to rise from beneath her feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. In a flash, her eyes sparkled, and her first soul ring illuminated as she drew the bowstring with her left hand. With a sharp twang, a streak of green light shot toward Lon. Anticipating the incoming attack, Lon pivoted on his toes, evading to the left. The two men accompanying the woman simultaneously issued a fierce shout, their bodies swelling as 2 beams of yellow light erupted from their chests. Their arms extended, chests puffed out, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as their short hair transformed under the influence of their martial souls, with one sprouting 3 tufts of white hair. The transformation was striking. His hands grew significantly larger, covered in a layer of brown-gray fur. As he flexed his fingers, claw-like appendages emerged, each glinting like blades. In his martial soul state, this middle-aged man resembled a brown leopard. The other man underwent a more profound transformation, bending forward with an arched back, 2 long antennae sprouting from his head, and his hands morphing into massive pincers akin to a lobster. Simultaneously, 5 soul rings rose from their feet, matching the previous combination of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. The palpable aura of battle engendered chaos within the hotel, causing patrons to flee in panic, abandoning their meals. Having evaded the woman's arrow, Lan's eyes flashed with cold determination as 3 soul rings manifested beneath him. His first soul ring illuminated, and he submerged into the ground. Before the woman could blink, a colossal shark erupted with a roar, its glistening form reflecting cold light upon her face. As the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, in an instant, the short blade lunged toward her neck with lethal precision. Third soul skill. Let us go, lobster. The man with the lobster martial spirit let out a cold shout and, in the blink of an eye, appeared directly in front of the woman, swiftly pulling her to the side. Meanwhile, the man with the leopard martial spirit activated his second soul ring, causing his fist to swell to 5 times its size, and he unhesitatingly unleashed a powerful punch. The sound of rushing wind and explosive force echoed around them as the overwhelming strength surged towards Lon like a hurricane. In that fleeting moment, the dagger in Lan's hand vanished. Her fingers suddenly curled, forming a fist. With her arm arched back, she concentrated all her strength in her right arm and met the incoming blow without hesitation. Boom! The collision of the 2 fists, one large and one small, occurred in an instant, sending the middle-aged man flying, crashing violently against the hotel wall. The tremendous impact created a massive dent in the wall. In that moment, the hotel trembled with aftershocks, the powerful force generated by their clash causing the surrounding air to howl in chaos, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The man gazed in astonishment at the 3 pulsating soul rings encircling Lon. This young boy, appearing no more than 11 or 12 years old, possessed 3 soul rings, with the second and third being a millennium each, Such a prodigy was virtually unparalleled across the entire Douluo continent. Young brother, I am unaware of how we have offended you. I kindly ask for your clarification, the man said, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise from the ground. His previous punch had been delivered with all his might, weighing nearly 2,000 pounds. Yet, this weight was effortlessly pushed back by the young boy before him, who emanated a force at least 3 times greater than his own. Such astonishing power was nothing short of terrifying. Lan's gaze shifted to the woman before him. Under the dim light, a short blade reappeared in his hand. How is it that you carry such a pungent scent of blood? His tone was unwavering, devoid of any emotion. The woman swallowed hard and whispered, I have moon juice. Moon juice? Lan furrowed his brow slightly, his voice icy as he commanded, show it to me. The woman, pale with fear, had not anticipated that even the Soul King would falter against this young man. As a mere soul master, she felt utterly powerless to overcome him. For Lan, being unaware of what moon juice entailed was quite normal, as he had never interacted with women before. You. The woman looked at Lan in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the young man's peculiar interest. Yet, she had resolved to remain defiant unto death. You may kill me. I fear not the shattering of my bones, for I wish to preserve my purity in this world. There are too many witnesses here. I shall not yield to you. To avoid a misjudgment. Lan approached the woman once more to ascertain the source of the blood scent emanating from her. After a few moments, he turned to leave. The aura radiating from her lower body, though reminiscent of the stench associated with evil soul masters, was still distinguishable. Through years of encounters with such malevolent beings, Lan discerned that the scent of blood on an evil soul master bore a faint trace of blood-related resentment. In contrast, the woman lacked this vengeful essence. Her scent merely echoed the similarities found in evil soul masters. As Lan walked away, the woman and the 2 soul masters finally exhaled in relief. The formidable aura exuded by Lan was overwhelmingly powerful. Even though 2 of the 3 individuals were Soul Kings, they harbored no certainty of overcoming him. Particularly when Lan unleashed a punch, the explosive force was beyond their reach. It is noteworthy that once Lan's hunting prowess reached the 6th heaven, the resultant strength would increase by 20%, rendering him virtually unassailable against opponents of only slightly superior rank. However, what truly instilled fear in them was the formidable backing Lan possessed. Such prodigies invariably had immense power supporting them. Thus, they became overly cautious and hesitant. After their meal, Lan placed 5 gold soul coins on the table, compensating for the hotel's losses, for many in the hospitality trade were ordinary folk. Upon returning to his room, Lan reclined on the bed, preparing for a well-deserved night's rest, having scarcely found a moment's respite over the past 10 days. All in pursuit of breaking through the bottleneck to the soul sect. At midnight, the town of Douluo Forest was even more vibrant than during the day. The streets were aglow with lights, all the shops remained open, and a steady stream of people flowed through. The sounds of team formations and the calls of merchants never ceased for even a moment. As the moon graced the western balcony, a graceful figure appeared before Lan's door. Young man, would you care for some moon juice? Chapter 66. What the hell? Get lost. A cold voice suddenly rang out. At the sound, the woman trembled and hurried away. Upon returning to their room, the 2 men eagerly surrounded one another. How did it go? Xylan. What else can be said? That guy is an ice mountain. Just standing outside his door made me feel utterly uneasy. A talent like him is a rarity in a century. If we could recruit him into our shadow sect, it would undoubtedly lead our faction to glory. I have endured serving the Spirit Hall for far too long. Judging by his demeanor, he is likely preparing to venture into the Douluo Forest for soul ranks. Since the seduction plan has failed, let us resort to flattery. Flattery? I refuse to stoop so low. I am, after all, a soul king. Why should I play the sycophant to someone of a lower rank? Old Wang, as long as we can bring this youth into our shadow sect, I believe we can afford to let our pride slide a little. The middle-aged man known as Lao Wang, whose full name is Wang Soni, possesses a rather unsavory demeanor, hence the moniker bestowed upon him. Another gentleman by the name of Lin Dalong accompanies him. The Xylan that Wang Soni refers to is, in fact, Yang Xylan. All 3 individuals are disciples of the Shadow Sect. It is worth noting that on the Douluo continent, there exists an overwhelming multitude of sects, yet only 3 are renowned, known collectively as the Upper 3 sects. The remaining sects, lacking in strength and with few disciples, inevitably fade into obscurity within the realm of spirit masters. Reclining upon his bed, Lan gazed at the ceiling, contemplating what kind of spirit ring he should acquire the following day to significantly enhance his demonic power. Should he persist in hunting aquatic spirit beasts, it would undoubtedly necessitate a visit to the lake at the heart of the Stardow Forest. However, he was acutely aware that obtaining a spirit ring largely hinges upon chance. The variety of spirit beasts is astonishingly diverse, and within the vast expanse of the Stardow Forest, countless spirit beasts roam, making it impossible to predict which he might encounter. Upon reflection, Lon discerned a common characteristic among the attached spirit skills of his first, second, and third spirit rings. They all exhibited an instantaneous slaying effect. Thus, he pondered whether his fourth spirit ring would possess a similar trait. In all honesty, he found himself hoping for the absence of yet another instantaneous slaying skill. The following day, after partaking in breakfast, Lon prepared to embark on his journey into the Stardow Forest. Just as he rose to his feet, Yang Xilan, Wang Tsongi, and Lin Dalong approached him. "Little brother, you are also heading to the Stardow Forest to acquire a spirit ring, are you not? Why not join forces with us?" Wang Tsongi boldly suggested. Lon cast a glance at the trio and remarked coolly, "Let us proceed." He had never intended to hunt the soul beast alone, for he was acutely aware that this particular hunt would be far more formidable than the previous encounters. In comparison to the average soul masters, these three possessed commendable strength. It is worth noting that, apart from prodigies, it is exceedingly rare for ordinary individuals to attain their level of prowess. Most importantly, their presence spared him the time required to assemble a team. With 2 soul kings, 1 soul zone, and himself, they were well equipped to tackle a soul beast with a lifespan of approximately 20,000 years. Throughout their journey, the 4 of them exchanged little conversation. Only old Wang and old Lin engaged in a rather indecent discussion behind, perhaps a testament to their shared camaraderie. In pursuit of greater speed, they pressed on. Lon directly unleashed his demonic power, transforming into a shark as he dove beneath the surface. Yang Xilan and the others gazed in disbelief at Lan's actions. "Old Lin, quickly manifest your martial soul. We must follow closely and not fall behind," old Wang remarked calmly. Old Lin let out a sharp command. Manifesting his martial soul and transforming into a colossal mantis shrimp, his body adorned with a myriad of delicate legs, old Wang and Yang Xilan mounted atop him. With old Wang gripping the 2 antennae of old Lin as he urged, "Mantis shrimp, onward." Though the speed of old Lin, as the mantis shrimp, was commendable, he did not closely pursue Lon. Nevertheless, the distance between them remained a mere 200 to 300 meters. For Lon, the exertion was merely a matter of soul power, with physical fatigue being almost negligible. However, old Lin faced a different plight. After a brief while, he began to gasp for breath. Half an hour later, the 4 finally arrived at the entrance of the Stardow Forest. As they stepped into the forest, Lon felt an immediate sense of relaxation. A refreshing breeze greeted him, and the subtle fragrance emitted by the flora was invigorating, inducing an indescribable comfort. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, they were met with a convergence of towering ancient trees, the tallest reaching over 20 meters, and that was merely the periphery. As far as the eye could see, the trees thrived densely, obscuring any visible paths. "Allow me to clear the way," old Wang volunteered eagerly. Lon paused his steps. Since someone had volunteered to clear the path, he was spared the effort. Despite the presence of a guide, Lon remained acutely vigilant, closely following old Wang while heightening his sensory awareness to its pinnacle, cautiously surveying the surroundings. It is important to note that the Stardow Forest is not akin to the domesticated soul-hunting forest. The soul beasts within are perilous entities, capable of launching attacks from ancient, formidable creatures at any moment. Lon possessed profound knowledge of soul beasts, particularly the wild variety, which harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans who sought to enhance their strength by hunting them. Most alarming was the fact that many of the older soul beasts here traveled in packs, although it had been a considerable time since. Lon distinctly remembered his first venture into the Stardow Forest, where he and his companions encountered a horde of 1,000-year-old phantom tigers while searching for soul rings. That expedition comprised 8 individuals, yet only 3 emerged alive from the forest. Thus, the prospect of encountering a powerful wild soul beast posed a significant threat. Unless a soul master possessed exceptional strength, resisting their attacks would be exceedingly challenging. With this cautionary tale in mind, the moment Lon stepped into the Stardow Forest, he immediately entered a state of heightened alertness, determined not to become prey. Soon, the quartet encountered their first wave of soul beasts, and to their dismay, it was a swarm of dung beetles. Old Wang exclaimed in horror. Although these soul beasts posed minimal direct harm, their method of attack was exceedingly repugnant. They were defensive soul beasts, characterized by weak offensive capabilities but a high degree of humiliation. Suddenly, a black pellet soared towards Old Wong's face. With a resounding bang, the projectile exploded upon impact, releasing a foul stench that quickly enveloped the area, leaving Old Wong's visage soiled. Undoubtedly, it was the dung beetle's excretory projectile, akin to feces. Enraged, Old Wong unleashed his martial spirit, and his fourth soul ring blazed to life as he struck towards the swarm of dung beetles with a powerful punch. Though it appeared unremarkable, the force was considerable, generating a blast that propelled the beetles several dozen meters away. However, in the very next moment, a deafening roar resonated. Boom. What the hell? A massive projectile hurtled towards the group. Old Wong inhaled sharply, instinctively turning to shout, "Run." Old Lin reacted swiftly, immediately pulling Yang Xilan back with great urgency. Observing that the three had already retreated a considerable distance, Lan's pupils slightly constricted as she summoned her martial spirit, transforming into a shark to dive into the depths following suit. It was not that they were incapable of defeating the dung beetle soul beast, rather, it was the creature's repulsiveness that drove them away. After retreating over 100 meters, the trio glanced back at the swarm of dung beetles, relieved to see they were not in pursuit before exhaling a sigh of relief. Gasping for breath, Yang Xilan exclaimed, "You two are soul kings. Why flee from a century-old soul beast? Could we not simply vanquish them?" Old Lin replied, "What threat do they pose to us? There is no need to resort to violence. We have intruded upon their territory. To enter their domain and slay them would be no different than acting like beasts ourselves. Moreover, consider this. If all soul masters were to enter the Stardow Forest and hunt down soul beasts indiscriminately, it wouldn't take long before they faced extinction. Additionally, if we engage in their extermination, it would undoubtedly incite unrest, potentially attracting more formidable soul beasts." Yang Xilan pouted, recognizing the validity in Old Lin's words. After resting for a brief period, the four resumed their journey. The Stardow Forest was exceedingly dense, with sunlight completely obscured by the foliage. They traveled for approximately 2 hours, reaching midday. Along the way, they encountered numerous soul beasts, predominantly those of 10 to 100 years. Whenever they chanced upon a soul beast, they made every effort to evade it, aware that venturing deeper into the Stardow Forest would lead to encounters with increasingly powerful soul beasts, and any conflict would inevitably draw the attention of others. Of course, there were some exceedingly ferocious soul beasts that initiated ambushes upon sighting humans. Such creatures were swiftly dispatched by Lan without hesitation. "Xilan, I believe those previous dung beetle soul beasts would have suited you quite well," Old Wong chuckled. Yang Xilan shot him a glare, retorting, "Well, once you break through to level 60, I'll gladly provide you with one. After all, I remember that spot quite well." The primary purpose of the trio's expedition into the Stardow Forest was to assist Yang Xilan in acquiring her soul ring. "Little brother, given your talent, the fourth soul ring should require the hunt of a soul beast around 4,000 years, correct?" Inquiring during their respite, Old Wong posed a curious question. "Lan Dao, 10,000 years. What?" Lao Wang thought he had misheard and hurriedly rubbed his ears, glancing at the astonished expressions of Lao Lin and Yang Xilan. The two stared blankly at the indifferent youth before them. Lao Wang instinctively raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, pondering whether the child was truly jesting. After a few seconds, the three regained their composure. Lao Lin trembled as he spoke. "Little brother, are you certain? This is no laughing matter." Lao Wang quickly added, "Little brother, while I acknowledge your prowess, I believe that with your innate talent, a maximum of 5,000 years would be more plausible, even if your physique can endure. Your mind is likely to be eroded by the resentment of a 10,000-year soul beast. Even if your spirit is exceptional, this is still an exaggeration. Perhaps we should consider an alternative?" Lao Wang was acutely aware of the terror posed by a 10,000-year soul beast. Not only is its combat power explosive, but even if they collectively hunted it down, the resentment it harbors is unimaginable. Who in this world would willingly offer their life? Thus, in Lao Wang's opinion, it was utterly impossible for the youth before them to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring. However, Lan's gaze remained resolute, and the three could see that his determination to obtain the 10,000-year soul ring was unshakable. Not only did he intend to hunt the soul beast, but he also wished to utterly ravage it, leaving the soul beast in a state where it could neither live nor die. Lan spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the three were momentarily stunned, their hearts filled with a sense of lament. Goodness, how cruel. They finally understood the nature of a beast. "Heartless, may I inquire as to why you wish to do this?" The three expressed curiosity regarding this question, as they believed that killing the soul beast swiftly was preferable. Otherwise, the immense resentment it bore would significantly increase the difficulty of absorbing the soul ring. A single misstep could potentially result in being by the desires attached to the soul ring. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lan's eyes as he cast a glance at the three individuals. Instantly, they all shuddered. Old Lin smiled and said, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it." The reason Lan compelled the trio, including Old Wang, to proceed in such a manner was quite straightforward. During previous instances of absorbing soul rings, Lan had discerned advantageous methods for soul masters to acquire these rings post the demise of soul beasts. One such method involved the extreme resentment of the soul beasts, while another entailed the beasts willingly relinquishing their hope for survival, consenting to be slain. Naturally, for Lan, the former was preferable. When he acquired his third soul ring, the soul beast had perished after enduring various forms of torment, thereby generating a soul ring infused with more formidable energy, maximizing the enhancement for the soul master. Moreover, the more potent the soul ring absorbed by the soul master, the greater the augmentation to their physical constitution. However, regarding the soul beasts targeted in this hunt, Lan found himself at a loss. His previous 3 soul rings were derived from slaying 3 distinct categories of sharks. Would he have to continue to hunt sharks this time? After some contemplation, Lan suddenly conceived the idea of attempting to hunt other varieties of soul beasts. Although the characteristics of the demonic power primarily conferred the strength of sharks, it still leaned predominantly towards offensive attributes. After searching for over half an hour, the quartet had yet to encounter a suitable soul beast. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the vicinity, and Lan's gaze swiftly darted in the direction of the noise. Simultaneously, he heightened his visual and auditory senses to their optimal state, rendering the raucous sounds remarkably clearer. Something was approaching. Lan casually issued a warning. The sound felt eerily familiar, and suddenly, Lan's expression shifted dramatically. The source of the rustling could only be one of the most common creatures associated with such sounds, snakes. Moreover, he noticed that the creature was moving with remarkable speed. Lan's gaze intensified, and the corners of his lips twitched slightly. Could it be a Mandala snake? No, that was implausible. The presence of a Mandala snake would be accompanied by a distinct fragrance. Initially, Lan had assumed that the creature before him was indeed a Mandala snake. But as he inhaled the air, he discerned the absence of the unique scent emitted by such a serpent. Thus, while it was true that the entity was serpentine in nature, it was not a Mandala snake. With this realization, Lan felt a slight sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to encounter a millennium-old Mandala snake here, for such a soul beast was notoriously formidable, primarily due to its astonishing vitality. Lan leaped gracefully to the treetops, directing her gaze towards the source of the sound, her expression darkening slightly. A flying snake? Chapter 68. I present you with a little yellow flower. Did you find love today? In order to discern the true nature of the creature, Old Wang also ascended to the treetops for a better view. Did Old Wang see what it was? Old Lin inquired. Old Wang possessed exceptional vision. Even in the dim light, he could clearly make out the creature. After concentrating intently on it, he replied, "It appears to be a flying snake, though it is not soaring too high, only about 3 to 4 meters off the ground." Old Lin let out a sigh of relief and remarked nonchalantly, "I thought it might be a ferocious spirit beast. Turns out it's just a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. No worries, this spirit beast is non-venomous. An uncommon type of harmless snake that attacks by constricting its enemies to suffocate them. Its method of attack is rather singular, with its only notable characteristic being its peculiar speed. We can simply drive it away." Old Wang's expression darkened once more as he furrowed his brow, responding, "Old Lin, this does not seem to be a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. If I recall correctly, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake has a bright red body with a distinctive fan-shaped tail. Does it not? Yet this snake-like spirit beast has a black back adorned with clusters of small yellow flowers. I must admit, it is rather beautiful. Are you joking?" Old Lin exclaimed, startled. Old Wang was puzzled, as this was his first encounter with such a spirit beast. He speculated that it must be a variant of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Unbeknownst to him, however, this creature was not a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, but rather a chrysanthemum flame flower snake. This snake shares similar traits with the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, including the ability to leap high and maneuver through the air, which explains its name. Is it really that terrifying? Look at you. Your face is as pale as a ghost, Old Wang chuckled. Old Lin replied solemnly, "This has nothing to do with the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. This is the chrysanthemum flame flower snake, a mutated and formidable venomous spirit beast. A mere scratch from its fangs can infect one with a toxin known as Mei. While this poison may not be instantly lethal, it inflicts excruciating pain. Can you imagine the scenario of your reproductive organs slowly rotting away? Old Wang's face instantly paled, and he hastily jumped down from the treetop. Due to the obscured light in the forest, the exact length of the snake was indiscernible, leaving them unaware of the spirit beast's age. They could only see the faint glow emitted by the small yellow flowers on its body. Until they confirmed the age of the spirit beast, both Old Wang and Old Lin felt a tinge of panic. If it were a 30,000-year-old chrysanthemum flame flower snake, even the two of them would find it exceedingly difficult to hunt. Shall we take a detour? Old Lin suggested. Old Wang nodded in agreement, saying, yes. Let us avoid it for now. The light is too dim to ascertain its age. With that, Old Wang and Old Lin turned to leave. However, just then, Lan's cold voice suddenly resonated. This spirit beast is suited for you. This remark was naturally directed towards Yang Xilan. It is worth noting that Yang Xilan possesses a martial spirit in the form of a bow and arrow, and thus, Lan is certainly familiar with the weapon. The sharpness of the arrow is indeed crucial. However, would it not be even more advantageous if the arrow were to be poisoned? Yang Xilan also perceives that this soul beast before her is quite fitting for her capabilities. A soul beast like the chrysanthemum flame golden snake is not only suitable for control-type soul masters, but also aligns well with those of the attack type. Yet, we remain unaware of its age, as Old Wang remarked indifferently. With a sudden change in expression, Lan coldly remarked, 9,000 years. It is already approaching us. As the chrysanthemum flame golden snake soared towards him, Lan's martial spirit was unleashed, enveloping him in a mist of starlit aura in an instant. With his soul power, he could dive with the speed of a shark. However, this was merely a soul beast of 9,000 years. Evasion was unnecessary. The chrysanthemum flame golden snake reacted with astonishing swiftness, contracting its body upon landing and then launching itself into the air once more. In a flash, the serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Lan, who narrowed his eyes dangerously. Dual blades materialized in his hands, glistening ominously in the dim light. In a heartbeat, the distance between them shrank to merely a meter. As Lan's first soul ring illuminated, he raised his right hand and struck down towards the snake's cavernous mouth. With a resounding crash, a colossal blade erupted from the daggers, striking the serpent's head with a clang. It must be noted that the head of the chrysanthemum flame golden snake was exceptionally tough. Even under Lan's full force, it only marred the surface. Just as Lan prepared to deliver another strike, the serpent astonishingly retaliated with remarkable speed, its tail whipping towards him as it descended. With a thunderous impact, Lan grunted. His body propelled backward by 30 meters. The moment the serpent hit the ground, it twisted and launched itself at Lan once more, its form resembling a swift, sinuous in motion. Martial spirit manifestation. Old Lin bellowed, instantaneously transforming into a mantis shrimp. His fifth soul ring radiated a brilliant glow as he grasped the antennae atop his head. Upon closer inspection, the lobster antennae in his hands resembled a long, crimson whip. Allow me to demonstrate the red flame 5 whip. Old Lin's countenance darkened as he swung the long whip with remarkable speed, leaving only a red blur in its wake. With a resounding crack, the fiery whip struck the body of the chrysanthemum flame golden snake, sending sparks flying and leaving faint flames lingering on its scales. Perhaps sensing the intense pain, the serpent whirled and opened its massive jaws, charging towards Old Lin. Damn, I was merely playing with you. Realizing the creature had been enraged, Old Lin felt no hesitation as he swiftly wielded the red flame whip. Fifth soul skill, red flame 5 whip. A sharp sound echoed, and Old Lin suddenly raised his arm and gently waved it. The whip in his hand transformed into a series of fleeting shadows, whistling through the air, accompanied only by the crackling of explosive sounds. It was evident that his soul skill possessed formidable strength. In an instant, a cascade of sparks erupted on the body of the chrysanthemum flame golden flower serpent, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks that illuminated the surroundings. The serpent writhed crazily. For Old Lin was a soul king, and the power unleashed by his fifth soul skill was undoubtedly immense. Observing Old Lin's immediate deployment of his fifth soul skill, Old Wang silently admired him. With such a combination of a soul king and a prodigious youth, dealing with a 2,000-year-old soul beast seemed rather straightforward. However, in the next moment, a burst of purple radiance erupted from the chrysanthemum flame golden flower serpent. Its tail suddenly lashed out, a howling sound ringing in the ears of the onlookers. With a sharp crack, Old Lin was struck by what resembled a black whip, propelling him backward. He flew through the air, crashing into several trees, leaving a small yellow flower blooming on his chest. Old Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Here's a little yellow flower for you. Did you find love today? Chapter 69. That is not a legend. Love you? Sis, how could you ambush me? Old Lin cursed, using his hands to push off the ground and spring back up, wielding his blazing red whip. You forced me to exert my full strength. Yang Xilan looked on in astonishment. You actually held back your strength just now? Old Lin replied, I tend to be considerate towards women. After careful observation, I deduced that this soul beast is likely female, hence my momentary display of tenderness. Yang Xilan. At that moment, a cold wind swept past, and a shadow flashed before the three. In the blink of an eye, countless cold lights erupted from the body of the chrysanthemum flame golden flower serpent. And with each flash, blood splattered. Empowered by his second soul skill, Lan's techniques were exceedingly fierce. It is worth noting that his second soul skill imprints a life mark on the target. Each swift slash not only replenished his soul power but also enhanced his attack strength. However, to Lan's surprise, the serpent's defensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. As long as he avoided being bitten, he would not succumb to poison. After a series of swift slashes, Lan's soul power was fully restored, and with a decisive strike, he stood atop the serpent's abdomen. Yang Xilan drew her bow and, with a single arrow, ended the life of the chrysanthemum flame golden flower serpent. Shortly thereafter, a violet glow began to coalesce around the serpent, forming a luminous ring. Yang Xilan sat beside the serpent, raising her bowsprit in her palm. And under the gentle green light, she drew the serpent's soul ring into her body, commencing the absorption of her fifth soul ring. Lao Wang and Lao Lin remained vigilant, each positioned to scan their surroundings. Despite the current tranquility, in the perilous Star Doe forest, danger could emerge at any moment. For Yang Xilan, absorbing the soul ring was not overly challenging. With her current soul power level, absorbing a 9,000-year soul ring was well within her grasp. And it would not take long to complete. As dusk gradually descended, the air in the Star Doe forest became humid, and the rich scent of vegetation intensified, enveloping one in a refreshing embrace akin to a soothing bath. Approximately 3 hours later, Yang Xilan slowly opened her eyes, rising to her feet. 5 soul rings ascended from beneath her, and in addition to her original 4 rings, a new purple soul ring emerged, its radiance deeper than the previous ones. Yang Xilan had finally broken through her bottleneck, entering the realm of the Soul King. Now she stood as a 51st level Soul King. Xilan, what is your 5th soul ring? Lao Wang asked excitedly. After acquiring her 5th soul ring, Yang Xilan underwent some changes. Her skin appeared more delicate, her figure fuller, and she exuded an extraordinary beauty, with a gentle light shimmering in her eyes. Indeed, do tell us what skill you have acquired, Lao Lin inquired, equally curious. Yang Xilan smiled lightly, raised her bow, her left hand holding the bow while her right pulled the string. Whoosh! A green light shot forth suddenly. At first glance, the green beam seemed unremarkable. Soon, it pierced into a great tree. Is that all? As Lao Wang and Lao Lin wore expressions of disbelief, suddenly, several small yellow flowers sprouted from the ancient tree. Within mere seconds, the tree began to decay, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Astonished, Lao Wang inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief at the tree's tragic fate, as its entire trunk disintegrated. Yang Xilan chuckled lightly. My 5th soul skill is called Arrow Flower, and its effect is decay. Initially, both Lao Wang and Lao Lin found it rather unremarkable. However, their astonishment was now unmistakable. Decay, imagine if it were to strike a human. Lao Wang gazed at Yang Xilan, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had harbored a bold thought in his mind, but it vanished in an instant. For the next few days, the 4 continued their quest for a 10,000-year soul ring. Although they encountered a few along the way, Lan rejected them outright, holding exceedingly high standards for his 4th soul ring. If the age did not meet the threshold, he would refuse it without hesitation. Furthermore, if the attributes of the soul beast did not align sufficiently, he dismissed them as well. For days passed, and for the quartet, provisions were plentiful. After all, they were in the Star Doe Great Forest, where one could easily catch a small rabbit for a delicious barbecue. It must be said that rabbit meat in the Star Doe Great Forest was particularly delectable. However, amidst lurking dangers, the 4 could not afford to indulge in their feast comfortably. They remained ever vigilant against impending threats. As night fell once more, they sought a clear area to rest. As in the previous days, Lao Wang and Lao Lin set up the tent, while Yang Xilan prepared their meals. After dining, The four retreated into the tent to rest. Lan, your soul ring is indeed difficult to find, Lao Wang lamented, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Tomorrow, let us venture deeper in search. What do you think? He felt weary but bore no regrets. The prospect of recruiting such a talent was worth more than any treasure to their sect. That is not an option. Lan replied with unwavering resolve. Although he desired to search the depths of the Star Do Great Forest for his fourth soul ring, he understood that the deeper they went, the older the soul beasts became. If they were to encounter a horde of 50,000-year soul beasts, it would not be an easy situation to navigate. Through their days together, Lan had discerned that these three were not malicious. Their aim in forming a group was merely to ally with him, and it was unnecessary to lead them into peril. Just as Lan's words lingered in the air, a rumbling sound echoed from outside. Is it thunder? Lao Lin remarked casually, with the rumble intensifying. Lan's alertness surged to its peak. His instincts told him this was no mere thunder. Swiftly, he sheathed his dagger and burst out of the tent. To his astonishment, he beheld a tumultuous display of lightning in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a wave of electric energy surged toward them, leaving desolation in its wake. With a focused gaze, Lan released his martial spirit, propelling it forward. As he traversed the dense thicket, a colossal creature emerged before him. This soul beast was adorned in a rich reddish-brown hue, accented with blue-green stripes, reminiscent of a vibrant T-shirt. Its features were strikingly delicate. It possessed a petite mouth, a short chin, and large, expressive eyes. Its tail unfurled like a billowing banner. On its body were a pair of thunderous wings, which, when flapped, echoed with the roar of thunder. Lan's expression grew solemn, and a sudden tremor coursed through her heart. It turned out that the legends were not mere myths. Such soul beasts truly existed. Yet, why did she encounter one here? Chapter 70. The Stardomasus? Lan never anticipated encountering an exceedingly rare spirit beast within the starry forest. His knowledge of such a creature was limited to a tattered tome on spirit beasts, which offered scant information. It was said that this species had become extinct over 10 millennia ago. At present, Lan only knew the name of this spirit beast, the fighting fish. It is a fish capable of surviving on land, breathing through the moist air, and preying upon other terrestrial animals. However, what perplexed Lan was the presence of thunderous wings on this spirit beast. Suddenly, Lan's expression suddenly darkened, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. No, this is not the betta fish. It must be the thunderhowl shadow shark, a creature strikingly similar in appearance to the betta. This soul beast is even rarer. At this moment, Old Wang and the other two had also arrived. What kind of soul beast is this? I've never seen anything like it, Old Wang inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at the fish-like soul beast before him. Having lived for half a lifetime, he prided himself on his extensive knowledge, yet this soul beast was something he had never even heard of. Brother, please don't tell me you intend to hunt this soul beast. It clearly does not seem like an easy opponent. Furthermore, just look at its size. It has been around for at least 20,000 years. Old Lin's expression was equally grave. The strength of the soul beast was indisputable, and even together, the four of them would likely find it challenging to take it down. The most pressing concern was the uncertainty regarding the soul beast's weaknesses. Lan Dao declared, "This is the one." In an instant, the three drew a sharp intake of breath. Old Wang trembled as he spoke. Brother, judging by the size of this soul beast, it has surpassed 20,000 years. It is undoubtedly beyond your capacity to endure. If you attempt to absorb it forcibly, let alone the risk of being consumed, the energy contained within the soul ring alone could very well cause you to explode. I suggest we seek another. How about we hunt one that is approximately 10,000 years old instead? That would suffice. At that moment, the thunder-yawning stabbing shadow shark gently flapped its wings, hovering in the air, absorbing the moist air around it. Unbeknownst to it, it had already become the target of their intentions. With its eyes closed, it relished the sweet aroma of the air. Before Old Wang and the others could prepare themselves mentally, Lan's expression turned steely as he brandished his dual blades and lunged toward the thunder-yawning stabbing shadow shark. Upon sensing the lethal intent, the shark's eyes snapped open, revealing orbs akin to soccer balls, which suddenly sparked with electricity. With a low growl, it unleashed two bolts of lightning from its electrified gaze, aimed directly at Lan. However, Lan's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He twisted his body and evaded to the sides. The lightning struck the massive tree before Old Wang and his companions, obliterating it into dust. In an instant, the three found themselves exposed before the thunder-yawning stabbing shadow shark. Old Wang swallowed hard, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his martial soul. Observing Old Wang's action, both Old Lin and Yang Xilan exchanged glances before also releasing their martial souls. 5 soul rings emerged from the trio, illuminating a segment of the Star-Do forest with dazzling brilliance. Old Lin, Old Wang called out in a low voice. As longtime comrades, Old Lin understood immediately what Old Wang intended to convey. In response, he activated his 4th and 5th soul rings. Removing the 2 crimson antennae from his head, he shouted with authority, 4th soul skill, Heavenly Web. In the next moment, the 4th soul ring on his body enveloped one of the tentacles. With a casual toss, the tentacle transformed into an enormous crimson net that descended upon the Tang Hao shadow shark. In the blink of an eye, the vast red net enveloped the creature's body entirely. Lao Lin's 4th soul skill was a control technique with a wide range. In the realm of battle, such a skill was nothing short of divine, capable of instantly restraining dozens of foes and subsequently annihilating them with lethal abilities. As the red net firmly ensnared the Tang Hao shadow shark, Lao Lin wielded his flame whip with vigor, unleashing its utmost power to lash at the creature. Each strike was accompanied by flames extending nearly a meter long. Lao Wang also launched a relentless barrage of punches against the shark. Alas, the wretched soul beast could not utter a cry of agony. It could only thrash wildly in desperation. After a fierce struggle, Lan had exhausted all his soul techniques. He finally discerned one of the creature's formidable traits, its incredible defense. Even surrounded by the 4 of them, the Tang Hao shadow shark showed no signs of weakness. Rather, its aura intensified. Goodness, its defense is astonishing. Lao Lin mused, as if it were clad in indestructible armor. This time, he held nothing back with his flame whip. He suddenly realized that when he struck the Tang Hao shadow shark, it did not seem to feel pain but merely shifted its posture, inviting further blows. Each lash against its body produced sparks, yet left no mark whatsoever. Such a soul beast was truly terrifying. Lao Wang, drenched in sweat, had delivered countless punches. Yet to no avail. What can we do? This creature is too powerful. Under our concentrated assault, it remains unscathed, he gasped, leaning against a great tree. In the face of this undeniable reality, Lan found himself at a loss. His previous flurries of strikes had yielded no results. Each blow against the Tang Hao shadow shark resonated with a sharp clang. Lan was acutely aware that such a sound typically emanated only when weapons clashed. Noticing that the 4 did not launch an attack, the thunder-singing shadow shark expelled a bubble of electricity and then closed its eyes. Seemingly undeterred by the presence of Lan and the others, I shoot, 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 shoot. Yang Xilan, incensed, activated all 5 of her soul rings and unleashed a barrage of arrows toward the thunder-singing shadow shark. The sound of clinking echoed as the arrows appeared to be deflected away from the creature. To their astonishment, after being bombarded by countless green lights, the thunder-singing shadow shark simply laid down on the ground, its pectoral fins crossed beneath its chin, lying serenely. Its large, electric eyes squinted slightly as they regarded Yang Xilan, a smirk playing on its lips as it mused, "Is this really all you have? If you can kill me, I shall concede defeat." Observing this scene, Old Wang and Old Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "Xilan, it seems to regard you with utter disdain, almost disrespectfully." Yang Xilan also noticed the creature's inappropriate gaze, especially that mocking smile. Though its attack power was low, the insult was palpable. Seeing the exasperated expressions on their faces, the thunder-singing shadow shark pouted and blew a bubble, exclaiming, "The massage therapists in the Star-Do forest are quite impressive." Chapter 71, Legendary. Thunder-singing shadow shark, how audacious. Old Wang's lips twitched. He had witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. This soul beast, covered in scales, revealed no discernible weaknesses. Lan felt helpless in the presence of such a creature suited to his needs. He had not anticipated that a 20,000-year-old soul beast would display no vulnerabilities at all. Just moments ago, he had employed his 2nd soul skill, the Void Cut Instant Slash, which, while not particularly powerful, should have been unbearable for an ordinary soul beast. The true combat prowess of a 20,000-year legendary soul beast was extraordinary. Lan boldly speculated that even a soul sage among human soul masters might struggle to hunt it. Given the creature's formidable bloodline and unparalleled defense among all soul beasts. At that moment, although 3 of them were soul kings, they found themselves in a precarious situation against this beast. Gradually, after indulging in a half-hour massage, the thunder-singing shadow shark gently closed its eyes and began to slumber, its wings still fluttering lightly. What on earth is going on? It completely disregards us. Old Lin cursed. Old Wang sighed deeply, pondering, what kind of soul beast is this? It's so bizarre, lying there while we attack and remaining unscathed. It almost seems to be enjoying it. Do we look like massage therapists to it? To be aware. Among the 4 of them, 3 are soul kings, their prowess beyond question. Were it a typical soul beast, it would have been vanquished long ago. Yet, this particular soul beast remains entirely unscathed despite their relentless assault. Should we abandon this pursuit? Old Lin murmured softly. Absolutely not. Lon retorted coldly. This soul beast must be captured. Such legendary creatures are rare and elusive, and should they miss this opportunity, it is highly probable that they may never encounter another in their lifetime. At this moment, the expression on Lan's face was chillingly fearsome, with an even sharper glint in his eyes. All of his soul rings illuminated simultaneously as he launched yet another assault on the thunder-singing shadow shark. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed. The relentless barrage of icy brilliance erupted upon the thunder-singing shadow shark, resembling a multitude of blue lotus flowers in bloom. Witnessing the continuous activation of Lan's soul rings, Old Wang and his companions were left utterly astounded. It is well known that a soul master's attacks are sustained by their soul power, and they had just exerted themselves in a fierce offensive for over 30 minutes, depleting at least 50% of their soul energy. Yet, the young man before them exhibited an unwavering ferocity, seemingly unaffected by soul power, repeatedly unleashing his soul ring abilities to deliver the most potent strikes. Roar! The thunder-singing shadow shark emitted a low growl, casting a glance at Lon before turning to face him, as if inviting him to massage this side as well. Old Wang and his companions could no longer bear it and renewed their onslaught, unleashing various techniques and soul skills upon the creature. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Half an hour later, Old Wang and Old Lin collapsed nearby, utterly spent. They had exerted their full strength, yet found themselves powerless against this soul beast. Only Yang Xilan and Lon continued their relentless attack. Suddenly, a lewd thought flashed through Old Wang's mind. Shoot it in the mouth. Upon hearing this, Yang Xilan unhesitatingly aimed and shot at the thunder-singing shadow shark's mouth. However, the outcome remained unchanged. The creature felt no pain whatsoever. At that moment, a fierce glimmer ignited in Lan's eyes as he appeared to have discerned the thunder-singing shadow shark's weakness. When Yang Xilan had shot at the creature's mouth, he noticed that the scales on its head had opened, revealing a glimmer of red light. Keep shooting. Do not stop. Lon commanded in a low voice. Yang Xilan, though perplexed, complied with Lan's instructions. Under the relentless barrage of Yang Xilan's attacks, the scales remained open, and the red glow became increasingly vivid. Lon dared not hesitate for a moment, thrusting his blade directly towards that flicker of crimson light. With a sudden thud, a torrent of scarlet blood erupted from the gills of the Thunderhowl shadow shark, revealing its vulnerability. Old Wang gasped in astonishment. In an instant, he sprang into action, his third soul ring illuminating in brilliance. The third soul skill, Instant Fist. As a low growl escaped his lips, Old Wang unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, the sound that resonated was not merely that of a single strike, but a cacophony of thunderous booms, a testament to the intricacy of his third soul skill. What appeared to be a solitary punch was, in fact, a flurry of dozens, executed with such speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. Roaring in agony, the Thunderhowl shadow shark ascended into the air, its wings flapping violently as it spiraled upwards. Suddenly, within 100 meters, a tempest of lightning surged forth, resembling a colossal storm of electric energy. As it took flight, its body trembled violently, shedding numerous scales from its head, as its gill region had been mercilessly battered by Old Wang's relentless strikes. Abruptly, its small mouth gaped wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. With a gentle flap of its thunderous wings, countless bolts of lightning arced towards Old Wang. However, being a Soul King, he was not sluggish. He deftly dodged to the right, the lightning narrowly grazing his form. Goodness, the damage is astonishing. Old Wang gasped, taken aback. Seeing the Thunderhowl shadow shark attempting to flee, Lon leapt into the air, soaring at least 30 meters high, landing directly upon its back. He then scrambled to the shark's head, drawing forth a dagger and plunging it down with fervor. Witnessing the frantic spray of blood from the Thunderhowl shadow shark, Old Lin couldn't help but shudder. The Lon brothers are truly formidable. Although the thunder-singing stabbing shadow shark is a legendary soul beast, it nonetheless belongs to the fish category, which is characterized by its singular method of attack, relying solely on its mouth. Thus, when Lon leapt onto its back, the creature had no recourse other than to thrash wildly. To avoid being thrown off by the thunder-singing stabbing shadow shark, Lon firmly embedded his twin blades into its scales, rendering it impossible for the beast to dislodge him. no matter how fiercely it struggled. On the ground, Yang Xilan focused intently, her fifth soul ring shimmering with a purple glow as she aimed at the spot on the thunder-singing stabbing shadow shark that radiated a crimson light. This location was its weakness, the only point through which her arrow could penetrate. Should she strike true, the soul beast would be as good as dead, as the potent toxin would swiftly spread throughout its body. After a brief pause, Yang Xilan finally loosed her arrow. However, the thunder-singing stabbing shadow shark's speed was astonishing. Her shot missed its weak point and instead struck its abdomen, ricocheting off harmlessly. Old Wang calmly advised, "Do not rush. Take another shot." Yang Xilan nodded, once more drawing her bowstring and seeking another opportunity. Lan rode upon the body of the thunder-howling shadow shark, constantly searching for an opportunity. He swung the short blades in his hands with fervor, hacking and slicing with relentless ferocity. In a brief span of time, he discovered that the two short blades were now battered and marred, riddled with cracks, and nearly rendered useless. The formidable defense of the thunder-howling shadow shark was indeed astonishing. Suddenly, the creature flipped, its head pointing downwards, and it spiraled toward the ground. The height was no less than 40 to 50 meters, and the force of its descent was formidable. Boom! In an instant, the thunder-howling shadow shark crashed into the earth, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Old Wang, taken aback, disregarded his bodily pain and rushed over to observe. The three others stood frozen in disbelief. At the edge of a colossal pit stood a young man clad in a black trench coat, his gaze piercingly fixed on the depths below. As they beheld Lan, expressions of incredulity adorned their faces. Just as the trio was about to speak, thunder rumbled from within the pit, and a brilliant beam of white light erupted forth, resembling a column of raw energy. In the next moment, a massive figure leaped from the depths, and the light vanished along with it. The air felt as though it had suddenly stagnated, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Suddenly, stars began to twinkle in the night sky. Did you feel that? It seems my soul power level has inexplicably dropped by 1 rank, and my overall attributes have diminished by about 10%, Old Wang remarked with a hint of concern. Old Lin nodded in agreement. So has mine. What on earth just transpired? It feels as though we are ensnared in some sort of formation, our attributes weakened. Fortunately, it is merely a reduction of 1 rank in soul power. If it had been 2 ranks, I would be reduced to a mere 49. I would truly doubt my ability to unleash my 5th soul skill, Yang Xilan exclaimed, her voice tinged with terror. Do not doubt it. If your soul power does not reach the level of a soul king, you certainly cannot unleash it, Old Wang replied sagely. Recalling his own harrowing experience with such overwhelming suppression of power, Lan, too, felt the effects of this phenomenon, his soul power lowered by 1 rank, and his attributes diminished by 10%. Such a skill, in the realm of human soul masters, was undoubtedly invincible, particularly against opponents of equal strength. Unleashing such a skill that rendered the adversary a rank lower in soul power would clearly dictate the outcome of the battle. One must realize that with the elevation of soul power, even a mere 1 rank difference could turn the tide of fate. It was astonishing to discover that a soul beast of 2,000 years could wield such a skill. This was truly unfathomable. Old Lin could not help but curse. It was evident that the nerves of the three were taut. At that moment, the trace of the thunder-singing shadow shark seemed to vanish into thin air, utterly elusive. Suddenly, several starry rays illuminated the night sky. As Old Wang and the others gazed up in bewilderment, all the starry lights fell like a meteor shower, providing a visual feast. As the starry rays descended, a tremendous pressure erupted abruptly, leaving the 4 gasping for breath. Yang Xilan, with the weakest constitution, immediately collapsed onto the ground. In an instant, the starry rays shot towards them in a dazzling display. Swish, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Realizing the dire situation, Old Wang and his companions had no choice but to flee swiftly. At that moment, Old Lin understood that although this spirit beast was merely 20,000 years old, it was far beyond their capabilities to contend with. One must ask, which spirit beast of such age possesses such terrifying abilities? Suddenly, several starry rays pierced into Lan's body. Upon witnessing this, Old Wang and his companions' expressions changed drastically. Just as Lan thought he would be struck down, he discovered that these starry rays bore no harm. In that moment of astonishment, Old Wang and the others were also struck by the starry rays. What? Old Wang was bewildered. He did not expect that the seemingly formidable starry rays inflicted no damage. This was clearly contrary to reason. Damn it, so it was merely a scare tactic, treating us like fools. Let's eliminate it. Old Lin, provoked, brandished his whip and surveyed the surroundings. Just then, phantoms suddenly appeared around them, accompanied by whistling sounds and the rush of air. Out of nowhere, a massive shadow blade sliced through the air, catching the group entirely unprepared. Fortunately, Lan's keen eyes detected the black shadow, and he instantly released a gust of wind to block it. However, the impact from the shadow blade still sent him flying. The expression on Lan's face was exceedingly cold as he contemplated the shadow strike. As an assassin, he was undoubtedly familiar with this form of attack. However, he had not anticipated encountering it here. The execution of shadow strike demands exceedingly stringent conditions. One must achieve peak speed to perform it. Had it not been for the gust of wind that intercepted the blow moments ago, the consequences would have been dire. It is precisely for this reason that Lan now comprehends the origin of this soul beast's name. He boldly speculates that this may merely be one of its skills. The Thunderhowl piercing shadow shark cannot possibly be as simple as just the piercing shadow. Where is the Thunderhowl? As Lan's thoughts raced, his senses heightened, ever ready to retaliate. In this moment, not only was an acute sense of sight essential, but formidable hearing was equally crucial. A moment's lapse could result in a swift demise at the hands of a lurking shadow. Old Wang and his companions stood back to back, each vigilantly surveying a distinct direction. The terror etched upon their faces revealed the turmoil and despair churning within them. Just as their mental fortitude reached a breaking point, a shadowy blade sliced through the void, aimed directly at the four. Simultaneously, a tempest of thunder surged forth, roaring like a tumultuous sea. The blinding flashes of lightning distorted perception, creating illusions that could spell fatal consequences with the slightest miscalculation. The dark blade cleaved through the air, toppling trees in its wake. At that moment, the sound of the dark blade cutting through the atmosphere reverberated, mingling with the thunderous roars of the storm and the crackling of lightning, an unending symphony of chaos. In the nick of time, Lan appeared before his companions. Raising his left hand, fingers curled into a fist. As his soul energy surged, a swirling vortex materialized around them. The true might of the Dark Blade's assault remained unknown to Lan, yet he found himself with no alternative. The fortitude of the barrier conjured by the breath of wind would soon be put to the test. With a resolute shout, he commanded, "Wind's breath." In an instant, the Dark Blade struck against the barrier, producing a resounding clang, and the four were propelled backward by the force of the blade's eruption. Old Wang and his companions were sent hurtling in 3 different directions, soaring 40 to 50 meters before losing consciousness. Standing before the 3, Lan was propelled the farthest, enduring the brunt of the attack as he crashed through 7 or 8 trees before finally coming to a halt. Blood gushed from his mouth, and a deep gash, reminiscent of a cleaving blow, marred his chest, measuring a grim 10 centimeters in length. His complexion turned pale, and with a flick of his left hand, 2 silver daggers adorned with peculiar markings silently materialized in his grasp. Faced with the specter of death, Lan finally unleashed his second martial soul. Acutely aware that ordinary weapons would be of no consequence against the formidable soul beast before him. With a surge of intent, he wielded a dagger in each hand. Although the eternal night bore no additional spirit rings, Lan could distinctly sense its transformation alongside his escalating soul power, its sharpness far exceeding the capabilities of any craftsman. What astonished Lan was that even after the 4 of them had been flung away, the terrifying pressure remained unrelenting as his soul power still stood at the 39th level, seemingly shackled by that overwhelming force. Taking a deep breath, Lan rose from the ground, his hands gripping the eternal night tightly. His gaze no longer scanning his surroundings, but fixed upon the night sky. With a roar, a shadow surged from the heavens, a thunderous eruption echoing as a massive maw charged directly toward him. Undoubtedly, the colossal shadow was the Thunderhowl Stinger Shark. At this moment, the Thunderhowl Stinger Shark bore little resemblance to its earlier form. Its reverse scales stood erect, crackling with electricity, while its rows of teeth gleamed like razor blades, intertwining with arcs of lightning. Its speed was astonishing, so swift that it felt as though the air had been abruptly siphoned away. The pupils of Lan suddenly constricted, and as he raised his right hand, a tempest of lightning and thunder surged towards him. In an instant, that gaping maw engulfed him whole. Indeed, Lan had been swallowed directly by the Thunderhowler Shadow Shark. Just as the tumult subsided into silence, a blood-tinged dagger erupted from the beast's back. The third soul skill, Fate's Execution. With a low growl emanating from the depths of the Thunderhowler Shadow Shark, a gleaming blade cleaved through its spine. Beneath the ethereal glow, a blood-soaked youth emerged, crackling with electricity. In his hands, Two short blades, each 2 feet long, dripped with crimson. When the colossal jaws of the Thunder Howler Shadow Shark lunged towards him, Lon had already cast aside thoughts of life and death. Facing a legendary soul beast head-on was an impossible feat, thus he dared to take this perilous gamble. Upon entering the beast's body, he discovered that it was adorned with several small yellow flowers, a clear manifestation of Yang Xilan's 5th soul skill. Consequently, the combat prowess of the Thunder Howler Shadow Shark had significantly waned. Moreover, with Lon positioned within its abdomen, he swiftly delivered multiple strikes, shattering its internal organs, ultimately subduing it. However, the vitality of the Thunder Howler Shadow Shark was remarkably tenacious, even after sustaining grave injuries to its back and vital organs. It continued to thrash its massive form in a desperate struggle. Lon clenched his fists tightly as he traversed the eternal night, launching a fierce assault aimed at the weakness of the thunder-howling shadow shark. Crimson blood spurted forth like a fountain with each thrust, and Lon would tighten his grip after every strike. After a relentless half-hour of furious stabbing, he finally rose, his body trembling involuntarily, a manifestation of utter exhaustion, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him. Once the life force of the thunder-howling shadow shark had completely extinguished, a dark soul ring, tinged with a hint of red, slowly ascended from its carcass. Upon witnessing this soul ring, Lan's expression turned grave. Although this soul beast was only 2,000 years old, its soul ring should have been a pure black, yet the one before him shimmered with a touch of crimson. The red hue signified a 100,000-year soul ring, a detail Lon recalled vividly. Typically, a black soul ring may exhibit a faint red glow, but such a phenomenon occurs only under specific circumstances, when a soul beast approaches the 9,000-year mark, nearing 10,000 years, and is hunted at the peak of its resentment. However, it was evident that the thunder-howling shadow shark's age fell far short of that threshold. Why, then, did it emanate a red glow? This left Lon baffled. Could it be due to its legendary status? Lon did not find this explanation entirely satisfactory and resolved to seek clarity in the future. Casting a glance at the 3 unconscious companions, Lon decided to awaken them, mindful that they were now on the precipice of the Star Doe forest depths, where soul beasts could launch surprise attacks at any moment. Approaching Old Wong, he shook him vigorously and called out a few times. Before long, Old Wong opened his eyes, and upon seeing the corpse of the thunder-howling shadow shark, he gasped in astonishment, staring at Lon in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how this young man had managed to slay such a formidable soul beast. After ensuring Old Wong was awake, Lon proceeded to rouse Lao Lin and Yang Xilan. Compared to Lon, their injuries were relatively minor, as most of the damage had been absorbed by him. They had merely been knocked back by the explosive force unleashed by the dark blade. "Brother, do not mind us. You must quickly absorb the soul ring," Old Wong said, his voice calm yet earnest. Lon nodded thoughtfully and then seated himself cross-legged beside the corpse of the thunder-singing shadow shark. Observing the soul ring upon the creature's remains, he began to comprehend the formidable challenge of absorbing it. He was acutely aware that, according to the typical lifespan of soul rings, his current limit should be approximately 15,000 years. However, this particular soul ring was 2,000 years old, significantly surpassing his expectations. Moreover, the subtle crimson glow emanating from the soul ring instilled in him a sense of trepidation. The consequences of failure were all too apparent. Taking a deep breath, Lon raised his right hand, and a dark mist began to unfurl from his palm, enveloping his body in a shroud of starlit haze. Soon, the starry mist enveloped the corpse of the thunder-singing shadow shark, initiating a summons directed at the soul ring. As the mist made contact with the ring, the black-red soul ring appeared irresistibly drawn towards him, with an overwhelming energy surging forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the dark crimson radiance engulfed Lon, and the potent fluctuation of soul power caused a sudden shiver to run through the bodies of Old Wong and the others seated nearby. "What is happening?" Old Lin trembled. "Why does the soul ring from a 20,000-year soul beast exhibit such a visible red glow?" Chapter 74. 4th Soul Skill. Old Wong's gaze was fixed intently upon the brilliance surrounding Lon, and he remarked, "This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. Logically, only soul rings from soul beasts nearing 100,000 years should exhibit such a red hue." As the immense energy flowed into him, Lan's body convulsed violently. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelmingly domineering essence surged within him, catching him entirely off guard. Almost immediately, he felt a warm current coursing through every part of his body. As if countless razors were methodically carving through his bones, the intense pain forcing him to gasp for air. Upon witnessing this, Old Wang and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. "This brother is far too determined. This is a 20,000-year soul ring," Old Lin exclaimed. Old Wang spoke gravely. "This soul beast is no ordinary creature. The soul ring it produces is incredibly domineering. Furthermore, it was subjected to torment before its demise, leaving behind deep resentment. Absorbing it will be no simple task. However, the more challenging the absorption, the greater the potential benefits, as its inherent energy is vast, and the resulting soul skill will undoubtedly be formidable." As time passed, the expressions of Old Wang and the others grew increasingly tense. Within their gaze, Lan's form was now entirely shrouded in the dark crimson mist. Ah! A sudden scream pierced through the dark crimson mist. Simultaneously, a scarlet wave of energy erupted violently from Lan's body, shattering his garments to smithereens. The energy of the soul ring surged furiously into Lan, and no one could fathom the magnitude of this power. As the person directly affected, Lan felt as though his body was on the verge of exploding from the overwhelming force. His physique began to swell gradually. This expansion was not the muscular growth associated with a beast martial soul, but rather akin to a balloon being incessantly inflated. Without warning, a fissure erupted from his back. Alarmed, Lao Wang's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that Lan's constitution could not withstand the soul ring's energy, and imminent self-detonation loomed. The situation was unmistakable. The energy was so potent that it caused his body to inflate dangerously. With a resounding crack, a gash split open on Lan's chest. A sound only produced when the skin is stretched to its utmost limits, suffused with immense energy. Moreover, with each rupture, Lan's limbs and bones emitted crackling sounds, causing the three observers to tremble at the sight of the youth before them. Each creak resonating from within Lan made them shiver involuntarily. In less than a few minutes, every inch of his upper skin had been torn apart by the energy of the soul ring. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as being in a state of utter disarray. "If this continues, Lan will undoubtedly self-destruct," Lao Lin expressed with concern. Lao Wang furrowed his brow, his countenance grave as he spoke. "It is now impossible to halt him. The consequences of interrupting him would be dire. However, have you both noticed Lan's willpower? It is truly unprecedented. At merely 12 years of age, he exhibits such formidable resolve. We are indeed left in awe. As long as he clings to his will, there remains a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, his constitution is extraordinary. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have perished long ago." The agony that Lan endured at that moment was known only to him. He felt as though his bones were scraped with a razor, only to be washed by a torrent of searing warmth. However, what perplexed him was the presence of an overwhelmingly potent energy surging wildly through his meridians, which was precisely why his skin had split. It was akin to a serpent shedding its skin. Each shedding felt like a complete rebirth. Had it not been for his indomitable will, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. As time ticked by, within less than 30 minutes, the upper half of Lan's body had completely disintegrated, leaving not a single intact piece of skin. His body was drenched in blood, as if he had been flayed alive. Just as Old Wang and the others fell to the ground in terror, Lan's eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson light, and his fists clenched tightly, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. "Brother Lan!" Old Wang shouted in alarm. In that moment of sheer dread, a sudden eruption of red light burst forth from within Lan, as if he were reborn from flames. His complexion visibly improved, and his upper body was entirely enveloped in a radiant crimson glow. Miraculously, the blood that had flowed from him began to ascend, transforming into tiny blood orbs that swirled around his form, gracefully drifting into the crimson luminescence. An hour passed. The small blood orbs that had encircled Lan's body had entirely merged into the resplendent red glow. Lan appeared as though encased within a crimson shell, his entire being enveloped in a radiant scarlet aura, while the sensation of pain gradually ebbed away. At that moment, Lao Wang and the two others wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their faces betraying no other emotion, for the scene before them was indeed a rare spectacle. Yet, amidst their awe, they remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Any sign of disturbance would not escape their notice. Suddenly, the red glow enveloping Lan erupted with a deafening roar, casting a scarlet hue across the entire sky. As the surging energy swept through the starry forest like a tempestuous wave, this very display roused the tranquil woods from their nocturnal slumber. A powerful, resonant growl echoed through the air, and the once blood-red night sky was abruptly illuminated by a pair of crimson eyes. From the radiant glow emerged a naked youth, his body exuding a crystalline brilliance, appearing almost translucent. His facial features, strikingly handsome, yet imbued with an aura that evoked a chill, were sharply defined and deep-set, emanating a regal presence as if he were a monarch surveying his dominion. With his eyes closed, the flickering cold light around him revealed a sharp and profound gaze that, with a mere sweep, imparted a formidable sense of pressure. The starlit mist swirling around him underwent a significant transformation, subtly revealing several red stars within its depths. As the luminescence gradually receded, the youth's form began to revert to that of an ordinary human, save for his upper body, which continued to radiate a crystalline luster, resembling a suit of scaled armor, with each gleaming scale shimmering with ethereal light. "Lon, how do you feel?" Lao Wang inquired, his excitement palpable upon witnessing the youth's unscathed condition. "I am fine," came the reply. Lon spoke softly, and as his eyes closed, they returned to their usual state. He realized that from the moment he absorbed the soul ring, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had also drawn in the entire bloodline of the Thunder Hao stingray shark into his being, as if his very own lineage had been transformed. "Brother Lon, do share with us the skills you have acquired, and what is that luminous object upon you?" Yang Xilan inquired with curiosity. "Lon, my fourth soul skill is named Starry Radiance Shadow Kill." Chapter 75, Unprecedented Soul Skill, Seeking Initial Subscription, Starry Radiance Shadow Kill? "It sounds quite impressive," said Old Lin eagerly. "Brother Lon, could you demonstrate it for us and broaden our horizons?" "Lon Dao, you have already witnessed this soul skill. When did we see it?" Old Lin asked, bewildered. "Brother Lon, do you mean that this soul skill is inherited from the technique just employed by that soul beast?" Old Wang gazed at Lon in disbelief. If this were true, it would indeed be extraordinarily formidable. It is worth noting that during their recent battle with the thunder-singing shadow shark, the skill employed by the shark had directly diminished their soul power by 1 level, which, for a soul master, is undoubtedly catastrophic. Lon nodded gently, confirming the truth. Instantly, the three of them stood petrified in place. However, there was one detail Lon chose not to disclose. His soul skill was not merely a simple inheritance of the abilities of the thunder-howling shadow shark, but rather a significant enhancement of its original powers. When he unleashed his fourth soul skill, it first manifested as a nightfall instant kill formation, where the night sky shimmered with countless starlit beams. As these beams descended, every enemy within the formation experienced not just a minor reduction in soul power, but a staggering decrease of 2 levels. Anyone struck by the starlight would be guaranteed to be affected, with all their attributes diminished by 10%. Concealed within the darkness, Lon would unleash a power that transcended the limits of his physical form. In an instant, he transformed into an ethereal shadow, executing swift strikes against the foes ensnared within the nightfall instant kill formation. Should he choose to forego his weapon and attack with his fists, the force unleashed would increase by an additional 10% beyond his already heightened capabilities. Moreover, this skill possessed an extraordinary trait. It was devoid of any spatial constraints, allowing its use even if the adversary was propelled into the air without any support. As for the faint red glow surrounding the soul ring of the thunder-howling shadow shark, after absorbing this ring, Lon discovered its secret. This soul ring was ancient, over 20,000 years old, yet it bore a remarkable characteristic: evolution. With each increase in Lon's soul power, the age of this soul ring would enhance by 1,000 years. As the age of the soul ring grew, it was undeniable that Lon's soul power level would rise correspondingly, undoubtedly making him one of the fastest progressors across the entirety of Douluo continent. Throughout Douluo, it could be surmised that 99 of people only understood that external soul bones would grow alongside a soul master's strength. But the concept of soul ring evolution was something entirely unheard of. Moments later, the three inhaled sharply. Old Wang, with a look of admiration, exclaimed, "Brother, I, Old Wang, would proclaim you the strongest. A talent like yours is destined to reach the pinnacle of greatness one day." Old Lin sighed deeply, acknowledging, "Brother Lon's talent is indeed rare. It seems that the entire Douluo continent may one day bow at your feet. Why don't the three of us stick with Brother Lon? If he ever establishes a sect, we would surely be among its founding members," suggested Yang Xilan with a smile. Lon did entertain this notion, but he recognized that his current capabilities were insufficient, and many tasks remained unfinished. At that moment, their attention shifted to the armor adorning Lon's form. "By the way, Brother Lon, what is this you're wearing? Earlier, we thought your body was shattered. It frightened us. It seems to have completely fused with you," remarked Old Wang. "Don't you think it resembles the scales of that soul beast we encountered earlier?" Lon replied, I am uncertain of what it is, but when I absorbed the soul ring, it felt as if I had taken in something beyond that. Lan gently addressed the trio's curiosity. Regarding the resplendent scales adorning his body, he was indeed perplexed. However, he sensed that his physique had undergone a complete metamorphosis. A formidable surge of power coursed through his veins, invigorating him at every moment. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, his defenses, speed, strength, and soul power had all experienced remarkable enhancement. Following the absorption of the Thunder Howl Shadow Shark soul ring, his soul power had ascended to the astonishing level of 44. Admittedly, to elevate one's soul power by 4 levels in one go is quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, Lan believed that a single soul ring could not account for such a leap. He attributed much of this transformation to the armor encasing him. Is your body going to remain like this from now on? Yang Xilan inquired, extending a finger to gently prod him. Yet, the moment her fingertip made contact with the shimmering scales on Lan's body, an explosive force erupted forth, unleashing a powerful aura that sent her hurtling away. Observing this, both Old Wang and Old Lin wiped the sweat from their brows, relieved that they had not rushed over to embrace Lan. Yang Xilan was propelled at least 15 meters away, crashing through several large trees before colliding with one, bouncing off and landing on the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust billowing into the air. Lan's expression suddenly turned grave. He had never anticipated that this resplendent scale armor possessed such formidable power. Although the armor was undeniably potent, Lan believed it was manageable. He focused his soul energy, allowing it to surge swiftly through his meridians, issuing a concealed command to the shimmering scale armor. In the next moment, a peculiar scene unfolded. The armor, radiating an extraordinary crystalline glow, gradually vanished, each scale seamlessly melding into Lan's very being. Lan felt a gentle warmth enveloping his body, a sensation akin to basking in a soothing hot spring. Simultaneously, 4 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. During this process, Lan distinctly sensed the swift depletion of his soul power. It was evident that a substantial amount of soul energy was required to assimilate the resplendent scales into his being. However, the duration was brief. Within mere seconds, the lustrous scales had seamlessly integrated into Lan's body. Lan distinctly sensed that the crystalline scales did not merely merge with his body. Rather, they seemed to infuse themselves into his very blood. As he observed Lan's body returning to its original state, both Old Wang and Old Lin were left astounded. It is worth noting that at the most critical moment of Lan's soul ring absorption, the violent expansion of his body unmistakably suggested an impending self-detonation. His skin had ruptured across his entire form, teetering on the brink of explosion, leaving their hearts lodged in their throats. Brother Lan, it is a relief to see you unharmed, Old Wang remarked with a gentle smile. That said, if your skin truly possesses the formidable defensive capabilities akin to that soul beast, you would indeed be extraordinarily powerful. No weapon, regardless of its prowess, could inflict harm upon you. Furthermore, given the circumstances we just witnessed, it appears to harbor immense strength, rendering any adversary's assault a futile endeavor. Lan furrowed his brow. Although the excruciating pain he endured while absorbing the spirit ring nearly overwhelmed his willpower, the rewards he reaped after persevering were commensurate with his suffering. In his estimation, the crystalline scales he had acquired likely conferred an enhancement even more potent than the spirit ring itself. However, he remained unaware of the true nature of this newfound asset. Thus he had yet to discern its utility, and could only resolve to explore its potential after leaving the Stardow Forest. Well, since Brother Lan has successfully obtained his 4th spirit ring, let us depart from this place, Old Wang remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Lan. The expression in his eyes had transformed dramatically. What had initially been astonishment was now pure awe. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This truly was a marvel. Chapter 76. An unexpected visitor. Subscription requested. As the garments adorning Lan were shattered by the energy while absorbing the soul rings, he was left with no choice but to hastily gather a few leaves to cover his modesty. Just as the 4 were preparing to depart, an unusual sound caught their attention. The rustling noise resembled the sound of someone changing clothes, akin to the friction of leaves. Instantly, they became alert. Lao Wang, leading the group, turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. There, beside a grand tree, a creature was swiftly moving. The beast was entirely black, with 8 elongated legs resembling spears, standing approximately 3 meters tall. Its shell gleamed with a polished sheen, and the tips of its long legs tapered to sharp points, allowing it to penetrate the ground silently with each step. revealing the extreme sharpness of its feet. Suddenly, the creature lunged towards the four, its 8 legs propelling it forward with remarkable speed. In the darkness, it appeared as a mere phantom, swiftly closing the distance to Lao Wang and his companions. 2 of its legs abruptly lifted, aiming directly for Lao Wang's head. As its forelegs rose, its body followed suit, revealing a starkly contrasting abdomen adorned with white patterns, which formed a grotesque human visage against its dark form. 8 eyes glimmered with a haunting purple light, though 2 were marred and bloodied. And the shell on its lower abdomen bore several cracks. Damn it, how could I encounter this beast here? Lao Wan exclaimed, swiftly dodging backward. After creating sufficient distance, he unleashed his martial spirit. If I have misfortune in encountering you, then you shall suffer in turn. Upon witnessing the face on the creature's abdomen, Lao Lin was momentarily taken aback. A humanoid-faced demon spider. Lao Wang and Lao Lin exchanged astonished glances, yet they felt no fear. After all, this soul beast was merely 2,000 years old, and with their combined strength, vanquishing this humanoid-faced demon spider would require little effort. However, just as Lao Wang prepared to strike, Lan's voice suddenly rang out, "Let me handle this." Upon hearing the sounds, Lao Wang and Lao Lin quickly stepped aside. At that moment, their soul powers had yet to be restored. Since Lan had spoken, they decided to observe quietly. As soon as the 3 of them moved aside, a thick mist of starlit energy enveloped Lan almost instantaneously. Having absorbed the 4th soul ring, Lan was now capable of silently unleashing his demonic power. As the demonic energy coiled around him, 4 soul rings rose beneath his feet, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The black ring emanated a faint crimson glow, resembling a soul ring nearing 100,000 years in age, instilling a sense of awe. Before the human-faced demon spider could launch an attack, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Immediately, a colossal figure was hurled away, crashing violently into a massive tree trunk. Shortly thereafter, another solitary silhouette flashed into view. In the blink of an eye, Lan appeared before the human-faced demon spider, his fists clenched tightly, delivering a series of powerful strikes to its abdomen. The thunderous sounds reverberated like a clap of thunder, and crimson blood erupted from the spider's belly. The 6 remaining intact eyes dimmed, and its abdomen was reduced to a pulpy mass, blood gushing forth incessantly. "Starlit Shadow Strike," a low voice called out, followed by a deafening roar that resonated throughout the Star-Doe forest. In an instant, the human-faced demon spider's body was pierced by a fist radiating a crystalline glow, resulting in its immediate demise. Witnessing this scene, Lao Wang and the others were left in a state of shock. They were aware that this was a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Even any one of them would find it impossible to slay it instantaneously. They understood the formidable vitality of such a soul beast, yet they never anticipated that it could be effortlessly vanquished by a mere soul master, especially by a fist. As Lan withdrew his fists, now stained with blood and a dark liquid, he fell into contemplation. He had underestimated the explosive power of his 4th soul skill. He had intended to test its potency with this soul beast, but it had unexpectedly perished beneath his blows. Soon, purple light began to coalesce upon the human-faced demon spider's corpse, gradually forming a purple soul ring. Observing the soul ring on the spider's remains, Lao Wang sighed, reflecting on the difficulties faced by soul masters. It was often a struggle to find soul rings, yet now there was one available that no one could absorb. What a waste. At that moment, 3 figures swiftly emerged from the woods. They were not fearsome spirit beasts, but rather 2 elders and a young girl. The elder man was tall and slender, his hair a cascade of white, suggesting he had crossed the threshold of 70 years. He leaned upon a dragon-headed cane, approximately 4 meters long, which gleamed with a bright silver sheen. The dragon's head, exquisitely detailed, appeared strikingly vibrant, while the deep creases etched upon his face betrayed his age. What was truly astonishing, however, was the presence of 8 spirit rings pulsating around him, comprised of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. Upon witnessing the spirit rings adorning the elder, the 3 companions, including old Wang, trembled involuntarily. Lan's expression was cold, his eyes glinting with sharpness as he gazed at the soul rings adorning the elder. He was acutely aware of the formidable rank of this individual. 8 soul rings unequivocally indicated an extraordinary strength exceeding level 80. Undoubtedly, this was an experienced soul Douluo, the second most powerful individual Lan had ever encountered. The elderly woman beside him appeared to be of a similar age, her hair as white as snow. Yet, her spirit was remarkably vibrant. her wrinkles akin to those of the elder, albeit imbued with a certain grace. Her golden eyes sparkled with vitality, and she held a 3-meter-long serpent staff, her 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically. Between the two elders stood a striking young woman, her short hair framing her face as she appeared to be around 16 or 17. Clad in a fitted dark green outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her deep brown eyes were intensely focused on the soul rings atop the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. No, how could this be? My demon spider. The girl's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her unwillingness to accept the sight of the creature's lifeless body evident. Seeing the girl's glistening eyes, the elder's heart trembled, and his expression darkened instantly. With a gentle thud, he drove his serpent staff into the ground, unleashing a wave of formidable pressure that caused Old Wang and his companions to change countenance, hastily summoning their martial souls. The elder's voice rang out sharply. Did you slay this human-faced demon spider? In that fleeting moment, Lon felt an immense pressure as well. Yet his physical constitution and mental fortitude were not easily comparable to that of ordinary beings. Even under the oppressive aura of the Dragon Duke, he held his head high, though his eyes reflected newfound resolve. Indeed, we did not kill it. I did. Although his strength far surpassed his own, Lon felt no hint of trepidation. Furthermore, he had indeed been the one to slay the demon spider, and thus, he required no justification. To his astonishment, he realized he was facing 3 soul kings. The elder scoffed dismissively, as if Old Wang and his companions were inconsequential in his eyes, which was indeed the case. Before overwhelming power, the elder possessed such confidence. Pray tell, esteemed elder, what is your name? Old Wang inquired respectfully, stepping forward. The elder replied coolly. Since when has our reputation diminished to the point where we are unrecognized? I am Meng Shu, honored by the Spirit Master community with the title of Dragon Duke. You are the legendary dragon and serpent couple, Dragon Duke Meng Shu, and Serpent Lady Chao Tianxiang. Yang Xilan's face was a mask of astonishment as she instinctively recoiled a few steps, trembling. Esteemed elders, we mean no offense. Please forgive us. It seems there are still those who recognize us, the elder remarked with a slight smile, casting a glance at the elderly woman beside him. Suddenly, his expression darkened again, and with a commanding tone, he inquired, I shall ask once more. Who killed this human-faced demon spider? It was indeed I who did so. Lon stepped forward without fear, declaring boldly, You? The elderly woman cast a skeptical gaze upon the naked youth before her. This human-faced demon spider possessed 2 millennia of cultivation, while the boy appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, with a soul power that barely reached level 30. It was evidently impossible for him to slay such a formidable creature single-handedly. Observing Lan's resolute demeanor, Long Gong furrowed his brow. Are you certain that you alone defeated this human-faced demon spider? As he spoke, Long Gong Meng Shu approached the corpse of the beast and leaned down for a closer look. In an instant, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Disbelief shone in his eyes, and he was visibly astonished. Seeing the incredulity on Long Gong's face, Shi Pa Cha Tianxiang also approached, and their expressions mirrored one another's. A sizable gaping wound marred the vital spot of the human-faced demon spider. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the 3 of them, Lan Yufeng suggested, glancing at Old Wang and nodding, encouraging them to speak freely. Thus, Old Wang, trembling, spoke up, Respected elders, this soul beast was indeed slain by my brother here, and he fell beneath my brother's fists. The gaping hole in the abdomen of the demon spider was shattered by my brother's strike. Long Gong Mingshu turned to Lan, his expression devoid of anger, replaced instead by astonishment. Not only had the youth managed to kill the human-faced demon spider with his fists, but the mere ability to identify the creature's weak point was impressive enough in his eyes. Such determination was rare in the world. Moreover, the fact that this young boy had already achieved level 30 soul power at such a tender age spoke volumes of his extraordinary talent. A new thought began to form in Long Gong's mind. After a moment's reflection, Long Gong Mingshu spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well. Since this is the case, we shall adhere to the customs of the Soul Master realm. You shall compete with my granddaughter. The victor shall claim the soul ring. Agreed. But do you dare to face me in battle? Before Lan could respond, the young girl stepped forward, radiating a powerful aura, her serpent staff aimed directly at him. At that moment, she longed to tear Lan apart, her fighting spirit ablaze. I believe it would be prudent to refrain from fighting, little sister. You are no match for brother Lan, Yang Zilan cautioned softly. The girl snorted derisively. Whether I am a match or not will be determined in battle. So, Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you do not, neither of us shall absorb this soul ring. He may injure you, little sister, Yang Zilong warned again. Injure me? Let him attack with all his might. I can withstand it. Bring it on, the girl retorted dismissively. Her animosity toward the young lad was palpable, as she thought to herself that apart from his handsome appearance, he seemed devoid of any distinguishing traits. Publicly exposing himself in such a manner clearly indicated he was not a good person. With that, the girl thrust her serpent staff into the ground and declared coldly, Meng Yiran, Martial Spirit Serpent Staff, 30-level Battle Spirit Honor. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from her body, and 2 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath her feet. The sound of the wind whistled past her ears, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Observing the impassive Lan, Meng Yiran's anger flared. If you do not unleash your martial soul, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. At last, Lan moved gracefully, stepping forward with his right foot and raising his hand slightly. Lan, the embodiment of the martial spirit demon path divine power, stood at the formidable rank of level 44. Level 44? Meng Yiran was left dumbfounded, her gaze vacant. It was nearly unimaginable that a youth who appeared younger than herself had achieved such a remarkable level. In that moment, she finally comprehended Yang Zilong's counsel. Being suppressed to a lower rank, how could she possibly contend against him? Yet, Meng Yiran, with her lofty pride, remained resolute in her desire to fight. Just level 44, merely an additional purple soul ring? No, she realized with increasing incredulity. Level 44 should already possess a 4th soul ring. Why then did he still seek to slay the humanoid demonic spider that sought her life? Lan's gaze was piercingly sharp, devoid of any emotion as he faced Meng Yiran. It could be said that, until this moment, his eyes had only been moved by one person. At this instant, not only was Meng Yiran rendered speechless, but even Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Puchao Tianxiang wore expressions of utter astonishment, their shock evident. The youth before them, known as Lan, appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years of age, yet he had already transcended the bottleneck of the soul sect, possessing 4 soul rings. Given time, what remarkable transformations might this young man's strength undergo? Such extraordinary talent, even if one were to scour the entirety of the Douluo continent. Excavating the lineage of ancestors for generations, none could be found to rival Lan. It was now clear to Long Gong and Shi Yang Zilong asserted that Meng Yiran was no match for Lan. This was a clear manifestation of absolute power. However, what puzzled them was that this youth had chosen to merely unleash his martial soul without summoning his soul rings, an act that seemed excessively arrogant. In Lan's eyes, defeating Meng Yiran did not necessitate the use of soul skills. It is important to note that Lan's current strength had undergone a complete qualitative leap. Long Gong Mingshu could not help but draw a sharp breath. Too powerful. Chapter 78. A single blow to Meng Yiran. Seeking full subscription. What do you mean by this? If you do not employ your soul skills, even with your level 44 soul power, you cannot possibly be my opponent, Meng Yiran retorted coldly. With a slight movement at the corner of her mouth, Lan commanded, strike. A flicker of fierce determination flashed in Meng Yiran's eyes as both of her soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The serpent staff in her grasp erupted with formidable soul power, surging directly towards Lan. Although she was merely at the 30th level, her offensive techniques were exceedingly sharp, and her staff could unleash a considerable amount of toxins. Should her poison take effect, she was certain that Lan would be defeated. At this moment, she channeled all her strength into this strike, which was also her second soul skill. In an instant, Meng Yiran surged to the front of Lan, infusing her serpent staff with potent soul energy, and brought it down in a direct assault upon Lan. A sudden chill swept over Lan, his eyes glinting with a frosty light. He bent his fingers, abruptly forming a fist, his elbow arching backward as he unleashed a powerful blow towards the oncoming Meng Yiran. The impact resounded with a deafening thud as Meng Yiran's chest emitted a muffled sound. She was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string. It is worth noting that this force was unleashed without Lan invoking his soul power, yet even so, the blow had inflicted considerable damage upon Meng Yiran. Following the acquisition of his 4th soul skill, Lan discovered that his hunting prowess had ascended to the 7th level, resulting in a direct increase of 30% in his explosive strength. The magnitude of this punch was thus rendered terrifyingly evident. Moreover, Lan had withheld a portion of his strength, refraining from a full display. This exemplified the complete suppression of absolute power. How could this be? Meng Yiran lay on the ground, her right hand pressed against her chest, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth as she gazed at Lan in disbelief. She had not anticipated that despite employing her second soul skill, she would still fall short against Lan's ordinary punch. "We have lost," remarked Long Gong Meng Shu, his tone devoid of emotion. "Grandfather, I have not yet lost." Meng Yiran protested, rising from the ground, unwilling to concede defeat. Long Gong Meng Shu sighed softly, gently replying, "Yiran, you have indeed lost. He has not even utilized his soul skills, yet he can unleash such formidable strength. This undeniably represents the suppression of absolute power. Should he choose to employ his soul skills, you would scarcely have the opportunity to retaliate." Meng Yiran's eyes suddenly welled with tears, her voice tinged with grievance. "But I do not wish to concede defeat. Grandfather, please help me teach him a lesson." Long Gong Meng Shu affectionately patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm. Then turned his gaze to Lon, a smile gracing his features. "Child, since you have already become a soul master, why would you still slay this man-faced demon spider? Are you aware that it serves as my granddaughter's soul ring?" Lon Lang remarked, "It obstructed my path." Long Gong Meng Shu replied with a measured tone. "Now that the human-faced demon spider has been vanquished, I do not wish to delve further into the matter. However, you have destroyed my granddaughter's soul ring, and for that, you must provide me with an explanation. I offer you a choice. If you join my family and become a member of our lineage, we shall put this incident to rest. Surely, when you vanquished the human-faced demon spider, you must have observed the damage to its abdomen, which was inflicted by us. We pursued it to this location, only to find you had intercepted it. Lan Dao, I shall not align myself with any family, for I am accustomed to freedom. The thought of joining any faction has never crossed my mind. It is essential to understand that becoming part of a family signifies an eternal bond, wherein all aspects of life become subject to constraints. Certainly, there are advantages to joining a family, such as access to exceedingly generous benefits. However, for me, these privileges hold little value. Rather than becoming entwined with a family, why not establish my own strength?" Thus, Lan conceived a bold idea and candidly declared, "The reason I refrain from joining any faction is that I aspire to establish my own. I apologize, esteemed elder." Long Gong Meng Shu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young lad harbored such grand ambitions, which indeed astonished him. "Very well, old man," he mused. "Perhaps this is our destiny. Within the Star Doe Forest, countless soul beasts abound. We can take our time to seek one." The snake lady Tianxiang addressed Meng Shu. Long Gong Meng Shu's expression grew slightly somber as he pondered for a moment before calmly stating, "Young man, since you refuse to join my family, I ask that you agree to one condition. Accompany us in the search for a soul beast to serve as my granddaughter's third soul ring. Should you decline this condition, I must express my displeasure." Lan found this condition proposed by Long Gong acceptable, and indeed he had little choice. The prowess of these two individuals far surpassed that of him and his companions, and resistance would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Moreover, during his earlier confrontation with Meng Yiran, he discerned her considerable talent. Such a newcomer, if integrated into his own faction in the future, could undoubtedly become a pivotal pillar of strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the main storyline quest. Please open the system panel to review. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Lan's mind. Having grown accustomed to it, he knew it would typically issue a task upon his advancement. With a mere thought, Lan opened the system panel. Name, Lan Age, 12 Martial Soul, Demonic Power, Eternal Night Dagger Soul Skills, Wave Break, Void Cut, Fate Execution, Star Radiance Piercing Shadow Kill Soulbone, External Soulbone Crystal Scale Armor, Capable of Growth Gold Soul Coins Balance, 49. 8-11 Main Quest. Establish your own faction in the Douluo continent, with the aim of upholding justice and eradicating evil, to unify the Douluo continent. After reviewing the main quest, Lan fell into deep contemplation. He had not anticipated that this task would be of such significance, requiring him to establish a faction. In truth, this quest aligned perfectly with his aspirations, though he had not anticipated the establishment would occur so swiftly. Upon closing the system panel, Lan cast a sidelong glance at Meng Yiran. He believed that in order to create a sustainable and powerful faction, new resources were of utmost importance. "Have you considered it thoroughly?" Long Gong Meng Shu inquired. "Indeed." Lan nodded. The reason Lan agreed to the proposal of Long Gong Meng Shu is quite straightforward. Given his current strength, it would be impossible for him to contend with him. Furthermore, he also took into account the main quest issued by the system. In the future, when establishing a force, if he could incorporate these two individuals into his faction, it would undoubtedly elevate the power of his sect to a higher level. Upon hearing Lan acquiesce to the terms presented, Long Gong Mingshu nodded in satisfaction, filled with admiration for this young man, whose depth of strategy was rare in the world, indicating a future brimming with potential. However, he hoped even more that Lan would join his family. Thus, Long Gong Mingshu casually inquired, "Child, you mentioned your desire to establish a force. Do you understand how challenging it is to do so?" Regarding this question posed by Long Gong Mingshu, Lan merely furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, creating a new force is fraught with difficulty. Yet to unify the Douluo continent relying solely on one's own strength is evidently impossible. Even if one possesses extraordinary power, it is implausible to single-handedly conquer a nation. Just then, a peculiar sound drew everyone's attention. The rustling noise was reminiscent of that made by the previous human-faced demon spider. Following the sound, everyone beheld, to their astonishment, yet another human-faced demon spider. "Goodness, another human-faced demon spider!" Old Wang exclaimed in surprise. "This is splendid. It saves us the trouble of searching. Truly, fortune favors the diligent." "And this spider has also existed for over 2 millennia, Yang Xilan chuckled lightly. Long Gong Mingshu and Shi Pichao Tianxiang also displayed faint smiles of delight. Among all present, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly Meng Yiran, who, upon witnessing the emergence of another human-faced demon spider, was eager to take action. "Young man, you are fortunate. I am quite curious to see how you managed to slay a 2,000-year-old soul beast," Long Gong Mingshu remarked nonchalantly. He was eager to observe how this youth had single-handedly defeated a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Though this creature was not the most formidable of soul beasts, its attacking prowess was certainly formidable among those of its age category. Moreover, this new human-faced demon spider still possessed its web, maintaining its combat effectiveness. In Long Gong Mingshu's view, it would not be an easy task for this young man to hunt it down solely by himself. Lan's gaze fixated on the humanoid-faced demon spider, his expression momentarily tightening. Compared to the one he had slain earlier, this new spider appeared to possess a slightly greater age, estimated to be around 2,200 years. The demon spider's 8 spear-like legs began to move rapidly, its target clear as it advanced towards the group. Long Gong Mingshu and Chao Tianxiang were keen to observe how Lan would vanquish this soul beast, thus they concealed their soul power. Otherwise, the overwhelming surge of energy would surely intimidate the demon spider. In the blink of an eye, the demon spider lunged forward, its foremost legs raised, aiming to strike down upon Lan's head. This seemed to be the demon spider's signature skill, the dual spear thrust. However, this very attack unveiled its vulnerabilities to Lan's discerning eyes. Before the twin spears could descend, Lan unhesitatingly unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The demon spider was sent hurtling backward, its grotesque face and its abdomen caving in from the force of Lan's blow. Almost instantaneously, the onlookers felt a rush of wind as the spider was launched into the air. Boom, boom, boom! Thundering sounds erupted as the airborne demon spider was struck repeatedly by a shadowy figure, each punch reducing its menacing visage to mere pulp. In an instant, a soul ring emerged, shimmering in hues of yellow, purple, and black. Upon witnessing these 4 soul rings, Long Gong Mingshu's expression shifted dramatically, and he cried out, "Be gentle, don't." But his warning came too late. As the yellow soul ring flickered with brilliance, a deafening explosion ensued. The shadowy figure dissipated, and within less than a minute of its emergence, the demon spider was annihilated. Gazing upon the lifeless creature at his feet, Lan turned to glance at Long Gong Mingshu, who stood in a state of stunned disbelief. Lan gently lifted the leaves, shielding her modesty, and stepped forward, coldly stating, "I apologize, I cannot control myself. You must have done this on purpose." Meng Yiran's face flushed with anger. Observing the instant demise of the human-faced demon spider, Long Gong Mingshu could not help but shudder. He pondered to himself, could he have managed to slay a soul beast aged over 2,000 years in mere seconds? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Had he possessed such lethal prowess, their family would not have pursued it this far. "Child, perhaps you should reconsider. If you join my family, you shall become its leader," Long Gong Mingshu expressed, his heart stirred by the prospect of such a prodigious talent. To integrate a genius like Lan into his clan would undoubtedly secure a prominent position for them within the Douluo continent. Seeing Lan remain silent, Shi Pichao Tianxiang smiled gently. "Dear, if you become part of our family, you will have unfettered access to all our resources. Additionally, you have expressed a desire for freedom, which we can certainly accommodate. Everything shall unfold according to your wishes." "Brother Lan, Should you decline the invitation from the esteemed dragon and snake couple, you are welcome to join our shadow sect. With your talents, we would gladly bestow the sect upon you, provided you lead us to glory, Old Wang interjected, unable to restrain himself as he recognized that such a prodigy would inevitably elevate any faction he chose to join towards greatness. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your kindness. But my mind is resolute. Should you wish to forge a bond with me to create a new world together, I would be most willing, Lan replied calmly. Longgong Mengshu chuckled coldly. You clever lad. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join our family, yet you seem intent on devouring us instead. Nevertheless, I admire your spirit. Since you insist on not aligning with any faction, I shall not press further. I merely wish to befriend you. Henceforth, you shall be my brother. Wow. Old Wang's expression twitched in disbelief. Old man, how can you disregard age and seek to be brothers with such a young child? Shi Chao Tianxiang gazed at Longgong Mengshu in shock, having not witnessed her partner so joyful in quite some time. Lan managed to muster a faint smile, expressing his gratitude for the respect shown by his senior. Upon hearing Lan agree to become his brother, Longgong Mengshu was filled with immense joy, gently patting Lan's shoulder while his eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. What a remarkable physique you possess. You are truly a prodigy. Well, I believe you must be quite fatigued. It would be best for you to leave the Stardew forest for now. In an instant, the originally solemn atmosphere transformed into one of warmth, leaving everyone in a state of confusion, particularly Old Wang and his companions, whose pressure had significantly intensified. Their trio had banded together with Lan to hunt soul beasts, hoping to win him over, yet now even someone as esteemed as Longgong had become his brother. It seemed that their efforts to forge an alliance were now in vain. Consequently, Old Wang resolved to probe the waters. After a pleasant conclusion to their gathering, he approached Lan with a light-hearted smile and inquired, Brother, you mentioned your intention to establish your own power. What name do you plan to give it? Lan pondered for a moment and said, Let us call it Chapter 80. Come on, bring it on. What shall it be called, dear brother Lan? Old Lin was equally eager to discover what name Lan would bestow upon his faction. Lin's expression softened slightly as he managed to muster a faint smile. He decided to leave the question to the readers. Lao Wang, Lao Lin. Both wore bewildered expressions. Yet since Lin had not come to a conclusion, they refrained from pressing further. Following their expedition in the Stardew forest, Lin gained not only soul rings but also the acquaintance of several formidable predecessors, particularly the impressive prowess of the dragon and serpent couple. From Lao Wang, he learned that should they employ their martial soul fusion technique, they could contend with the title Douluo. This revelation took Lin by surprise, as the concept of a martial soul fusion technique was entirely novel to him. At present, he found himself grappling with two perplexing questions. First, concerning the lustrous scale armor adorning him, and second, regarding the martial soul fusion technique. If he could unravel these mysteries, there was no doubt that his strength would significantly increase. Particularly, he was eager to seek answers about the shimmering scale armor upon his return to Soto City. Lin, why not consider joining our Shadow Spike sect? You wouldn't even need to think of a name, and you would have free reign over the existing resources, suggested Yang Xilan with a light laugh. With a calm demeanor, Lan expressed his gratitude to the three, stating that when he truly begins to establish his own influence, he would seek their assistance. Just as the conversation unfolded, a thunderous roar echoed from a certain part of the Stardew forest, shaking the very ground beneath them. Upon hearing the sound, Old Wang's expression suddenly shifted, recognizing it with dread. Old Lin's face also darkened. Indeed, it was that creature. It appeared someone had trespassed into its territory, and one could only wonder about the unfortunate soul who had encountered such a beast. Escaping with their life would be a formidable challenge. What is this creature you speak of? Asked Yang Xilan, her curiosity piqued. Old Wang replied coolly, the Titan giant ape. What? Yang Xilan gasped, her fear palpable. Are you certain, Old Wang? If it truly is the Titan giant ape, we should hasten our escape before it detects us. The mere mention of the Titan giant ape sent shivers down Yang Xilan's spine. Observing the terror-stricken expressions of the three, Lan inquired coldly, Is the Titan giant ape truly that terrifying? Old Wang replied gravely, Not just terrifying. It is the nightmare of all soul masters. The Titan giant ape is the king of the forest. Wherever it appears, it is undoubtedly the sovereign, and no soul beast dares to provoke it. For the consequence is death. Even a 100-year-old Titan giant ape can contend with other 10,000-year soul beasts. This illustrates the ferocity of its bloodline, possessing unparalleled strength and speed. The Titan giant ape exhibits nearly flawless attack and defense capabilities. Most alarming is its ability to unleash skills akin to soul techniques. The true nature of these skills remains a mystery, as anyone who has witnessed them has perished. While other 10,000-year soul beasts vary greatly in power, the Titan giant ape stands at the pinnacle among all soul beasts, embodying terror that haunts the very essence of its kind. Countless soul masters have coveted the Titan giant ape's prowess, yearning to slay it to augment their own strength. However, such aspirations are mere folly, as those who have pursued this ambition have vanished from existence. To date, it is rumored that only one soul master has ever successfully hunted a Titan giant ape, and that individual remains unique in this regard. The Titan giant ape transcends the realm of soul beasts. It not only possesses fearsome strength but also intellect comparable to that of a human, capable of speech. Never did I think I would witness such a sovereign in my lifetime. After Old Wang's vivid description, Lon felt a chill run through him, secretly lamenting the existence of such a formidable monster. Should he succeed in hunting it and claiming it as his soul ring, the enhancement to his power would be boundless. After pondering for a moment, Lon declared, "You all should leave first. I wish to investigate further." This soul beast piqued Lan's curiosity. He was eager to witness firsthand the extent of its formidable power. Given his current strength, it would not prove difficult for him to escape from the presence of this soul beast, which was precisely why such a thought crossed his mind. Lao Wang and his companions exchanged glances, and their expressions revealed the depth of their fear. "Brother, perhaps it would be wise not to venture forth, should you proceed. It may be a perilous endeavor. Judging by the roar emitted by the Titan great ape moments ago, it seems likely that it has been provoked by some ill-fated soul masters," Lao Wang remarked calmly. With a resolute heart, Lon spoke, "You all should leave quickly. There's no need to concern yourselves with me." After uttering these words, he turned and headed towards the source of the thunderous roar. After bidding farewell to Lon, Lao Wang and the others swiftly made their way towards the exit of the Star Doe forest, eager to leave this place behind without a moment's hesitation. However, deep within their hearts, they had already devised a plan. Upon returning to the Kanjiing sect, they intended to report to the sect leader regarding Lan's situation. Meanwhile, within the Star Doe forest, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a group of youthful companions, was engaged in a fierce battle against a Titan great ape. The middle-aged man's martial soul was that of a powerful golden bear, his spirit rings radiating a brilliant luminescence. Indeed, from his towering physique and the martial soul that enveloped him, it was evident that he was the formidable Xiao Wu. Behind him stood several young individuals, including Tang San and his companions. Xiao Wu was leading Tang San and the others through the forest to obtain spirit rings for Tang San. According to the original storyline, Tang San should have reached level 30 by the time he acquired his spirit ring from Oscar. However, due to the fact that his first two spirit rings had not reached the limit he could absorb, his cultivation speed had significantly declined. It was only on the 7th day following Oscar's acquisition of the third spirit ring that his spirit power finally reached level 30. This alteration in events had drastically changed the narrative. Tang San and his companions did not encounter the dragon and serpent couple, and Ming Aran did not suffer any humiliation from Tang San. Nonetheless, one aspect remained unchanged. They could not escape the ordeal posed by the Titan great ape. Gazing at the king of the forest before him, Xiao Wu appeared resolute on the outside, yet only he understood the depths of fear that dwelled within him. The Titan great ape before him was not merely 1,000 or 10,000 years old. It was an ancient creature exceeding 100,000 years in age. Such a formidable Titan great ape was a rarity in the entirety of Douluo continent, with no more than 3 individuals daring to claim they could defeat it single-handedly. Yet now, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. Xiao Wu declared in a deep voice, "You all must leave. I will hold it off. Use Oscar's mushroom sausages to escape. I fear I cannot withstand for much longer." To divert the Titan great ape's attention, Xiao Wu roared, "Come at me." Chapter 81. Zhu Zhuqing in peril. Lan's friends make their entrance as the voice fell. The first 4 soul rings on Xiao Wu's body suddenly shimmered to life. Confronted with an opponent as formidable as the Titan great ape, Xiao Wu dared not waver in the slightest. The simultaneous radiance of the 4 soul rings was nothing short of dazzling, as the immovable king's protection enveloped him, with gravity control radiating outward from him to encompass the Titan great ape. The gravitational compression, in conjunction with the full deployment of gravity control, sought to restrict the Titan great ape's colossal form to the utmost extent. At the same time, Xiao Wu swung his palms vigorously, channeling the formidable energy of the diamond palm. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, and in that moment, he completely disregarded the expenditure of his soul power, dedicating all his might to charge directly at the Titan Great Ape. The unity of the Shrek 7 was remarkable, despite Xiao Wu urging them to flee. None made a move to escape. Each member summoned their martial souls, joining forces with Xiao Wu to resist the Titan Great Ape, especially under the enhancement of Ningrongrong. Everyone's strength surged by 30%, including Xiao Wu himself. This was the most formidable characteristic of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul. It could disregard all foundational limits. Regardless of the initial strength of the enhanced individuals, anyone receiving the boost would experience a 30% increase in both power and speed. With Ningrongrong's augmentation, Xiao Wujia's speed dramatically escalated, and his bear-like paws exhibited a noticeable amplification of soul power, elevating his attack force to the level of an 80-level soul power. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai bellowed. In an instant, he unleashed his third soul skill, causing his body to swell with power, his muscles bulging grotesquely, as his upper garments erupted, revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette. Sharp blades erupted from his tiger-like paws, and his blood-red eyes gleamed with a savage light, exuding the regal aura of the Beast King. His offensive and defensive capabilities surged, and with a thunderous roar, he bent his legs and launched himself forward with all his might. Tang San and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, each testing their resolve before they too surged ahead. From Tang San's palm, blue silver grass surged forth wildly, targeting the Titan Great Ape's forelimbs to restrict its movement. Ma Hongjun, embodying his martial soul, sprang into the air, his body engulfed in violet flames as his second soul ring illuminated. His second soul skill, the Phoenix of Flames, not only shielded his body but also enhanced his first soul skill. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he suddenly cried out, "Burn, you little brat." Suddenly, a phoenix-like flame, as thick as an arm, erupted from his mouth, shooting directly towards the lower region of the Titan giant ape. At the same moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Xuqing launched their attacks. Against a soul beast of such formidable stature, their efforts were evidently the least effective. Zhu Xuqing's claws merely grazed the Titan giant ape's body, leaving not even a scratch. A thunderous roar resonated from above the Titan giant ape, as Xiao Wu felt immense satisfaction with his palm strike. Bolstered by Ningrongrong's enhancement, his strength had surged to the pinnacle beyond the seventh ring. However, to everyone's astonishment, the moment Xiao Wujia's mighty palm met the Titan giant ape, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through dozens of large trees with a resounding crash. With a furious roar, the Titan giant ape seemed enraged, unleashing a wave of dark energy that sent Tang San and his companion sprawling, particularly Zhu Xuqing, who had intended to strike directly at the Titan giant ape's eyes, found herself in the gravest peril. As she was flung back by the ape's energy surge, she hovered perilously in front of its massive eyes, and in an instant, the Titan giant ape's colossal palm was descending upon her. If that hand were to strike Zhu Xuqing, it would undoubtedly shatter her entirely. Witnessing this scene, everyone was frozen in shock. Zhu Xuqing's body ascended at an angle, and it was too late to save her. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the air. In an instant, Zhu Xuqing vanished, and the next moment, a bare-chested youth gracefully descended with her in the dark night sky. "Lan Ge, is that you?" Zhu Xuqing gazed at Lan with an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom that just when she thought death was inevitable, it was Lan who came to her rescue. After saving Zhu Xuqing, Lan turned his gaze upwards at the Titan giant ape, which was even more imposing than he had anticipated. As the colossal hand swiped through the air, the Titan giant ape pounded its chest with its fists, its legs bending and then suddenly springing forth, hurtling towards Lan and Zhu Xuqing. The overwhelming force surged like a tumultuous tide, creating an energy field that instilled a profound sense of dread. In that critical moment, Lan swiftly embraced Zhu Xuqing's slender waist and transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly transporting her to a place of safety. Witnessing Lan's astonishing speed left Zhu Xuqing utterly stunned. She began to seriously doubt that the youth holding her was a power-type soul master, but rather a speed-type one. Even at her full power, she could not possibly reach such velocity. With a thunderous crash, the Titan giant ape landed, causing the very ground to tremble. Simultaneously, it turned its massive body, and its gigantic hand lunged towards the falling Xiao Wu. In an instant, Xiao Wu was ensnared in the Titan giant ape's grasp. "No!" Tang San roared, launching himself upward with a powerful kick against the ground. Grasping a nearby tree, he leapt forth, his hands moving with lightning speed, drawing forth dozens of shimmering daggers aimed directly at the Titan giant ape's eyes. The eyes being the critical point of nearly all creatures. Yet, the Titan giant ape's might was far beyond what his ordinary projectiles could contend with. With a mere tremor, it deflected them all. Tang San felt his heart plummet into despair. But in the next heartbeat, a resounding roar echoed as the Titan giant ape tightened its grip on Xiao Wu, and a flurry of glimmering blades erupted forth. Concurrently, torrents of blood gushed out. Perhaps sensing the intense pain, the Titan giant ape let out a deafening roar, violently throwing Xiao Wu away. Tang San swiftly kicked out, racing towards the airborne Xiao Wu as blue-silver grass surged forth, wrapping around her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Fourth spirit skill, Starry Shadow Strike. A sharp, commanding voice rang out, illuminating the night sky with dozens of radiant starbursts. The wind howled as the stars fell. Swish, swish, swish. Countless rays of starlight penetrated the body of the Titan giant ape. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted past before the Titan giant ape's eyes. A thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, the Titan giant ape's body leaned backward. Its forehead was indented by at least 2 centimeters, a testament to the tremendous force of that blow. It is worth noting that the Titan giant ape, renowned not only for its immense strength but also for its formidable defense, was now at the mercy of this assault. At that moment, Xiao Wuji was unleashing his 7th spirit skill, the true manifestation of his martial soul. However, upon witnessing this scene, he was left utterly stunned. His face a canvas of shock. A gasp escaped his lips, exclaiming in disbelief, "Incredible! How powerful!" Chapter 82. I, the Titan giant ape, shall call him the strongest. In a moment of awe, Xiao Wuji bent his legs and, with a sudden surge of power, propelled himself forward. Under the influence of his 7th soul skill, the mighty diamond bear, his already formidable physique swelled with astonishing rapidity, reaching a height of at least 5 meters. His muscles expanded in an exaggerated manner, and his tawny fur became distinctly visible, transforming him entirely into a true giant bear. Every soul master possessing a beast martial soul experiences a similar transformation upon reaching the 7th soul ring at level 70, known as the martial soul avatar. Just as the 30th level represents a bottleneck for soul masters, so too does the 70th level. For those with the martial soul avatar, their power increases significantly, and this skill serves as their ultimate weapon. At this moment, Xiao Wuji was unleashing his most potent treasure, his 7th soul skill, the avatar of the martial soul. Once activated, the martial soul avatar allows its user to employ all soul skills below the 7th ring, excluding the avatar itself, for a duration of 10 minutes, amplifying their strength to 150% of the original. Moreover, Xiao Wuji's martial soul avatar not only enhanced his offensive capabilities but also fortified his defenses, increasing them by 200%, representing his ultimate trump card. Although the martial soul avatar could unleash one's full potential in a brief span, it came with significant drawbacks. After its use, the soul master's attributes would diminish by 50%, necessitating 7 days for recovery. A soul master above level 70 would seldom resort to their martial soul avatar unless absolutely necessary. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Wuji struck the Titan great ape squarely in the face, whose body was already leaning backward. The sheer force sent the Titan great ape tumbling backward, and the impact reverberated through the Stardow forest as if an earthquake had occurred, creating a massive crater where the ape fell, with cracks radiating outward for as much as 50 to 60 meters. It must be said that under the augmentation of the martial soul avatar, Xiao Wuji had indeed become considerably more formidable. This time, he was not flung away by the Titan great ape. However, his strength still paled in comparison to that of the Titan. The reason the Titan great ape fell was primarily due to the resounding blow delivered by Lan, which had momentarily stunned it. Quickly recovering, the Titan great ape let out a furious roar, unleashing a wave of black energy with all its might. Upon witnessing the sudden eruption of this dark wave, Lan's eyes widened in alarm as he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. In an instant, he was sent flying by the black energy, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring at least 100 meters before crashing to the ground, skidding along the surface for several meters. A surge of fresh blood erupted from Lan's mouth, his eyes abruptly transforming into a vivid crimson hue, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound as he fixated intently on the Titan great ape. Was this the aura unleashed by a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years? Xiao Wuji fared little better. he was struck by the Titan great ape's massive paw, sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, landing at least 300 to 400 meters away. Everyone, save for Xiao Wu, had fallen unconscious. The Titan great ape lowered its gaze towards Xiao Wu, letting out another low growl, and she returned its gaze, as if they were communicating through their eyes. Moments later, the Titan great ape effortlessly scooped her up in its grasp and leaped into the air, its form vanishing into the depths of the forest within mere moments. Blood continued to gurgle from Xiao Wujia's mouth. That strike from the Titan great ape had nearly claimed his life, and coupled with the severe depletion of his soul power, he now lacked the strength to pursue the Titan great ape. Lon sat cross-legged on the ground, compelled to swiftly regulate his bloodline. The tremor caused by the Titan giant ape seemed to induce a profound transformation within his veins, causing an explosive surge throughout his entire being, as if his strength were on the verge of bursting forth. Despite having endured a devastating blow from the Titan giant ape, Lon also recognized the significance of the crystalline scales adorning his body. Just moments ago, when the dark wave of energy erupted from the Titan's form and invaded his own, he discerned that approximately 10% of that malevolent force appeared to have been repelled. Lon summarized that the resplendent scale armor he wore would reflect 10% of the damage he received back to the attacker. As for whether it possessed any further abilities, Lon was uncertain for the time being. However, the capacity to rebound 10% of damage was already quite formidable. He pondered whether the effect would become more pronounced if the resplendent scale armor could evolve. This inquiry would require thorough investigation once he departed from the Stardow forest. After a moment of contemplation, Lon calmed his mind and began to circulate his hunting techniques to regulate his body's energy channels. In another part of the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu sat cross-legged. From within her body gradually emerged countless luminous points, which coalesced into a violet soul ring. In no time, she integrated the soul ring into her being, appearing as if a soul master was simply manifesting and retracting their soul ring. With a soft sigh, she opened her eyes and inquired, "Ming, how's your injury?" Ming replied solemnly, "I never anticipated that the young man possessed such astonishing strength. His fists seem even harder than those of a titled Douluo. Moreover, I discovered that his bloodline appears to be non-human. While I was using my aura to intimidate them, I noticed that the young man could actually reflect a portion of my aura back to me as an attack." The thought of being countered by his own unleashed aura brought a complex glint to the Titan great ape's eyes, causing his body to tremble slightly. What shocked him most, however, was the realization that Lan's bloodline did not belong to humanity, but rather seemed to stem from an ancient divine heritage. Yet, Lan remained entirely oblivious to the profound respect his bloodline inspired in the Titan great ape. For Lan, the most evident change was the substantial leap in his innate power. He was unaware that his bloodline was undergoing a transformation. With a heavy sigh, the Titan great ape remarked, "In any case, Xiao Wu, that individual possesses limitless potential. He is likely to become the strongest person on the entire Douluo continent. His martial soul appears to command the very fabric of the universe. Even after living for over 100,000 years, I have never encountered anyone like him. I shall refer to him as the strongest." Chapter 83. Is the fruit sweet? Subscription requested. Is he truly that powerful? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. To her, while Lan was indeed formidable, it seemed exaggerated for Ming to declare him as such. Moreover, she believed that Tang San's innate abilities were not inferior to Lan's. She merely wondered what had gone awry in the process. Ming nodded. Xiao Wu. He is not merely strong. You must never provoke that individual. If you do, it could result in life-threatening consequences. If necessary, you should temporarily return to the Stardow forest. With my brother and me here, we can ensure your safety. In her heart, Xiao Wu felt a sudden pang of anxiety. It was already too late. She and Tang San had already entangled themselves with Lan, leaving no room for retreat. To alleviate Ming's concerns, she offered a gentle smile, assuring him, "I understand, Ming, I will be cautious. If things become too dire, I will return to find you and Ming." She then added, "Ming, I must take my leave now, or they will worry. Please send my regards to Ming." Meanwhile, in another location, an elderly couple and a young boy gazed gravely at the overwhelming aura that had suddenly erupted from the Stardow forest. This trio was none other than Long Gong and Shipa, along with their grandson. "That aura is terrifying," the old woman, Shipa, remarked anxiously. "I never expected it to reach us from such a great distance." Long Gong Mingshu sighed in response. "It seems a certain noble is assisting the younger generation in hunting soul beasts. However, for such a formidable power to be unleashed, It must pertain to the hunt of a soul beast of over 10,000 years in age. Truly, it is a fearsome sight. It appears this year is particularly abundant in talent. Talent? I would call it a prodigy, Sheepa lamented. Long Gong Mingshu concurred, acknowledging that this generation of youths indeed showcased exceptional abilities compared to previous years. Aside from that immense power, I sense something that seems to govern all things. Did you feel it as well? Reflecting on the earlier eruption from the Star Do forest, Long Gong Mingshu discerned an extraordinary force alongside the overwhelming aura, akin to a primeval beast poised to awaken. I sensed it too. It seems the Douluo continent is on the brink of transformation. Sheepa's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The awareness of that power solidified Long Gong Mingshu's conviction about a certain notion he could only keep buried deep within his heart. Grandfather, do you think it was that young man we saw earlier? Meng Yuran inquired with curiosity. Surely, you don't believe it was him, and are contemplating ways to win him over? Long Gong Mingshu cast a knowing glance at his granddaughter, silently pondering the strength of a woman's intuition. With a gentle sigh, he replied, "Let us continue our search for soul beasts. This time, there should be no further complications. It is a pity about the two man-faced demon spiders. I never anticipated that young man's strength would be so formidable, crushing them with his bare fists. There shouldn't be any mishaps this time. Let us hasten our search," Sheepa remarked with a hint of bitterness, suspecting that no soul master would encounter challenges as arduous as this. Meng Yuran, fuming with indignation, declared, "There must not be any further interruptions. If anyone dares to thwart my plans again, I shall consume them, piece by piece." In the vast expanse of the starry forest, after a respite of over an hour, Lan's injuries had nearly healed. He realized that ever since he absorbed the fourth spirit ring, his body seemed to possess a remarkable self-healing capability. However, he was hesitant to affirm this sensation with certainty. Everything depended on the examination of the crystalline scales adorning his body to arrive at a conclusive answer. As he opened his eyes, Tang San and the others had also just awakened from their unconscious state. Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu had returned to his side. Lan stood up and stretched her body. The enhancement of her abilities was unmistakable. She felt as if her body had become considerably lighter, a sensation that could undoubtedly be attributed to an increase in speed. "Lan, are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, producing a handful of wild fruits from seemingly nowhere and presenting them to Lan. The previously cold expression on her face revealed a hint of a smile as she faced Lan. "I picked some wild fruits. Would you care for a taste?" Lan was quite unreserved, directly reaching out to seize two crimson wild fruits, which he had never encountered before. He gently placed one in his mouth and took a bite. Instantly, his expression changed abruptly, and he did not frown. "Not sweet?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her face filled with astonishment. Lan continued to attempt to chew, and gradually, his expression began to soften slightly as he softly remarked, "It's sweet. You should give it a try." Zhu Zhuqing regarded Lan with a look of skepticism before glancing at the fruit in her hand. She cautiously brought a piece to her mouth and took a gentle bite. Immediately, her expression mirrored Lan's, darkening suddenly as her brows knitted together. "Sweet, isn't it?" Lan casually inquired, then placed the remaining piece of fruit into his mouth, savoring it delicately. This particular fruit initially provoked an overwhelming sourness that could make one wince, accompanied by a hint of astringency. However, with gradual chewing, a subtle sweetness began to emerge, infused with a refreshing minty aroma that offered a delightful sensation. Yet, what Lan remained unaware of was that at that very moment, a pair of cold eyes were fixated upon him, the owner of which was gnashing his teeth in agitation. Indeed, it was Daimubai. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing had graced Shrek Academy with her presence, this notorious playboy had harbored audacious thoughts regarding her. While he superficially claimed that they shared similarities in their martial spirits, the truth was that it merely served as an excuse to pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Were it not for her exquisite beauty, he would likely never have conceived such a notion regarding the combination of their martial spirits. However, he found himself in a state of helplessness, reduced to watching enviously as Zhu Zhuqing interacted with Lan. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing managed to force a faint smile, sweet yet strained. Lan lifted the leaves before her, and although Zhu Zhuqing had not paid much attention to these details before, the moment Lan performed this action, she was instantly flushed with embarrassment and turned to walk away. Lan felt quite helpless. He had not anticipated that absorbing the spirit ring would completely ruin his attire. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. Next time he attempted to absorb a spirit ring, he must remove all his clothing beforehand, lest he find himself without garments to wear. "Lan, how did you end up here? Are you here to acquire a spirit ring?" Ma Hongjun rushed over and embraced Lan. his expression shifting dramatically as a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. Goodness, Lan, your physique is truly unparalleled, impeccable just like the readers. Chapter 84, Forced to Walk Sideways. Lan gently nodded, acknowledging Ma Hongjuan's inquiry. By the heavens, brother Lan, your prowess is astonishing, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. His expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Lan, realizing that there exists a distinction between genius and genius. After consuming Oscar sausage, Tang San, whose injuries had nearly healed, approached Lan and softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for coming to my aid. I never imagined that in merely a fortnight, you would decisively extricate us from peril. Indeed, everyone owes a debt of gratitude to Lan. Had he not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Xiao Wujin remarked with a calm demeanor. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound sense of gratitude. Had Lan not acted, she would undoubtedly have been unable to evade the Titan giant ape's devastating strike, which might have led her to face death itself. Yet, at that critical juncture, Lan had appeared. Zhu Zhuqing held this in deep appreciation. Brother Lan, allow me to offer you a sausage, Oscar said as he approached, presenting a sausage to Lan. However, Lan declined this time, as he had fully recovered and felt invigorated. Everyone, let us rest for a while, and after aiding Xiao San in locating the soul ring, we shall depart from the Star-Do Forest post-haste, Zhao Wujin stated matter-of-factly. Having encountered such a formidable beast as the Titan giant ape, he now exhibited heightened caution. After a half-hour respite, Zhao Wujin led all the Shrek Academy students toward the periphery of the Star-Do Forest in search of soul rings. Given the considerable depletion of his soul power from the earlier battle, he recognized that encountering a higher-age soul beast within the forest would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Before long, they arrived at the site where the two man-faced demonic spiders had perished. At this moment, the soul rings upon the two spiders were gradually fading, leaving only sparse glimmers behind. Gazing at the remains of the two man-faced demonic spiders, Zhao Wujin was taken aback, realizing that they were both 2,000-year-old soul beasts. Who could have hunted these soul beasts yet neglected to absorb their soul rings? By the heavens, what a waste! 2,000-year-old soul beasts squandered so recklessly. Ma Hongjun reacted most vehemently, for they had searched tirelessly for several days to find a suitable soul ring for Tang San, yet had found none. And before them lay two soul rings that were fading away. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Wujin lamented, to act in such a manner as a human is truly inhumane. If I discover who is responsible, I shall ensure they receive a proper lesson. The others echoed his sigh, aware that as they ventured deeper into the Star-Do Forest, the likelihood of encountering soul beasts of 2,000 years or more would diminish significantly. Finally, on the morning of the second day, when everyone had begun to despair of finding a soul beast, a man-faced demonic spider emerged before them. Observing the spider, Ma Hongjun smirked. Do the soul beasts possess such awareness now? One has even come to us willingly. Oscar chuckled lightly. Shouldn't it be that we successfully lay in wait for the rabbit? The excitement among the group was palpable as they beheld the visage of the man-faced demon spider. Xiao San, this creature is perfect for you. Given your current physique and spiritual strength, your limit should be around 1,800 years. Surpassing that limit would place you between 2,000 and 3,000 years, making this soul beast highly suitable for you, Zhao Wujie remarked. Understood, Teacher Zhao, Tang San nodded. He had encountered the man-faced demon spider in the Master-S Soul Beast Compendium. Its poisonous attributes were indeed ideal for him. At that moment, a figure surged forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure was upon the man-faced demon spider, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature reeling backward. Wow, land speed is absolutely astonishing, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his mouth agape, unable to believe that the figure charging forward was Lan, a power-type soul master. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lan unleashed a punch onto the spider's face, producing a dull thud as the creature was sent flying. Then, with a nimble push-off, he shot forth like a rocket, delivering several more punches. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Wujie was left dumbfounded. The man-faced demon spider hadn't even had the chance to orient itself before being utterly decimated. After delivering a series of blows, Lan deftly spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick, sending the man-faced demon spider tumbling towards Zhao Wujie. However, Zhao Wujie's expression darkened, and he appeared displeased. The others mirrored his sentiment, their faces a mixture of despair and disbelief. As the man-faced demon spider lay before Zhao Wujie, it began to emanate faint purple light, indicating that it had been killed by Lan. Tang San's lips twitched, a complex expression forming in his eyes, filled with suspicion that Lan had done this intentionally. Gazing at the purple light surrounding the fallen creature, Lan's face fell slightly. How did it die? Lan, from now on, when we encounter soul beasts, you may simply observe from the sidelines while the rest of us handle it, Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. Initially, everyone believed they had finally completed the task. But upon returning to Shrek Academy, they were astounded to learn that Lan had so ruthlessly dispatched a man-faced demon spider that was over 1,000 years old. Lan raised his hand to his eyes, gazing intently for a few moments before shaking his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his own power. He pondered whether employing the Eternal Night might allow him to vanquish the 2,000-year-old soul beast with a single strike. He disregarded the fact that revealing his second martial soul in front of others would be exceedingly disadvantageous. For the time being, Lan followed behind the group, refraining from engaging even when confronted by reckless soul beasts, for he was overwhelmingly powerful, compelled to navigate sideways. After spending 3 days in the Stardew Forest, Tang San finally discovered his own soul ring, though it still fell short of his limits, indicating that neither his first, second, nor third soul rings had reached optimal standards. For a soul master, lacking limit-reach soul rings would significantly impact future cultivation speed. However, to Lan's surprise, when Tang San absorbed his soul ring, he acquired an item reminiscent of Lan's crystalline scale armor, 8 long spears belonging to the faceless demon spider. At that moment, Tang San appeared almost spider-like. Now, more than ever, Lan yearned to ascertain the true nature of his crystalline scale armor. 3 days later, the group finally returned to Soto City, specifically the Shrek Academy. At last, we're back. I'm off to chase some girls. Upon returning to Soto City, Ma Hongjun immediately parted ways with the others, heading into a narrow alley, evidently a familiar haunt. Lan settled into a hotel, intending to rest well for the night before hastening to the Grand Soul Arena to swiftly acquire the Golden Soul Badge and fulfill his system task. The night sky shimmered with twinkling stars. Lan sat by the window, taking out the 2 meticulously crafted daggers to reforge them. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror echoed from the adjacent room. Who are you? Where's my husband? Chapter 85, I Want to Fight 5. Upon hearing the sound, with a sudden change in expression, Lan faced the wall and delivered a powerful punch, causing the entire wall to shatter with a resounding crash, creating a gaping hole. In the dim light, he beheld a large heart-shaped bed, upon which lay a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her lips murmuring incessantly, the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafting from her. Clearly, she had been intoxicated by someone. As the wall crumbled away, Lan distinctly perceived a figure vanish in an instant. Brother, isn't your method of clandestine entry a bit too conspicuous? A soft, almost ethereal voice suddenly resonated behind Lan. With a sudden turn, Lan found himself face to face with a man clad in black attire, standing within his chamber. He had been utterly oblivious to the arrival of this intruder. It was unmistakable that a potent surge of soul power emanated from this individual. Without a doubt, he was a soul master, possessing at least the strength of a soul sect. The man wore a grotesque mask, and in the dim light, an icy aura seemed to envelop the air around them. You have disturbed my focus, Lan remarked, continuing to hone the dagger in his grasp. The presence before him was not formidable enough to warrant concern. He was confident that he could eliminate this individual within 3 moves should he dare to act recklessly. The man let out a cold snort. Do you know who I am? And what relevance does your identity hold for me? Lan replied, rising to his feet and delicately wiping the blade clean with a cloth. The sharp edge gleamed with a chilling brilliance in the faint light. The man's expression darkened. I am the wealthiest tycoon of Soto City. Should you offend me? Do you believe I could not procure someone to assassinate you in an instant? Initially indifferent, Lan suddenly sheathed his dagger, taking a single step forward to stand merely half a meter away from the man. Lan held little interest in this individual. However, he was quite intrigued by the matter of wealth. It is essential to acknowledge that when it comes to establishing a formidable influence in the future, capital serves as an indispensable pillar. How much do you possess? Lan inquired coldly. I have never counted. But I should have no trouble constructing a house with gold soul coins, the middle-aged man replied, casting a scornful glance at Lan upon hearing his words. Lan's brows furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that the individual before him possessed such immense wealth. The man let out a cold chuckle. What's the matter? Are you afraid now? If you kneel before me and plead for your life, I might consider granting you a more dignified demise. However, before his words could fully dissipate into the air, a glint of cold steel swiftly sliced towards his neck, and in an instant, the man collapsed to the ground. Lan's gaze fixated on the dagger in his hand. After gently wiping away the blood, He sheathed it within his soul guide device and closed his eyes to commence his meditation. The following day, the blinding sunlight enveloped the entirety of Soto City. Lon donned a brand new black trench coat and consumed a few pieces of dry bread before making his way towards the Grand Soul Arena. Today, he was slated to participate in 2 soul battles, a one-on-one duel and a 5-round arena match. If all proceeded smoothly, he would secure the coveted Golden Soul Badge and set a new record for the arena, becoming the first individual to achieve a flawless victory without a single defeat. In order to avoid drawing attention, he donned a mask upon entering the Grand Soul Arena. Unless he utilized the power of the shark during the battles, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to recognize him. Following the absorption of his 4th spirit ring, Lon had not only experienced physical transformations, but also a notable alteration in his appearance. His once stern visage now appeared even more frigid, and his eyes glimmered with a sharper intensity. If looks could kill, a mere glance from him could likely fell those in his vicinity. As per usual, he approached the registration desk, filled out the required forms, and then proceeded to the waiting room to prepare. Half an hour later, Lon rose and made his way to the 14th battle arena. As anticipated, the atmosphere in the 14th arena was electric, filled with fervent applause and booming chants. He is here. He is here. The boy with the sharp dagger has returned. Welcome, welcome, a rousing welcome. My goodness, he has finally returned. Who is this boy? Undefeated in all his matches? He is truly formidable. The boy who commands the fish has returned. Everyone, stand up. Lon ascended the soul fighting platform. Observing the young man return to the 14th soul fighting arena, the host was overwhelmed with emotion. For it was only with Lan's presence that this arena could witness such a remarkable surge in popularity. On ordinary days, the crowd barely numbered a dozen, and at times dwindled to just 1 or 2 souls. Before long, a man of average build, clad in a brown combat outfit, approached the soul fighting platform. As he stepped onto the stage, he let out a fierce roar, unleashing a powerful aura that surged towards Lon. Yet, before he could make a move, he was sent hurtling out of the arena. Meanwhile, Lon had already turned to stride towards the exit. In an instant, the spectators were left in stunned silence, particularly the host, who had been poised to introduce the competitors. Little did he anticipate that this match would conclude so abruptly. The audience gaped in disbelief at Lon, who was already departing through the doorway. What had transpired? The match hadn't even commenced, yet it was over? This was absurdly dismissive, was it not? Surely, this was intentional. I paid to witness this, only to be met with nothingness. As Lon stepped out of the one-on-one duel arena, the arena competition had already commenced. This was undoubtedly the most time-efficient option for him. Upon arriving at the arena competition venue, he noticed that the audience was still sparse, as his devoted fans were currently venting their frustrations at the 14th duel arena, clamoring for a refund. Now, let us welcome our arena champion, Lon. The host's melodious voice resonated through the venue. As Lon ascended the soul fighting platform, just as the host was about to announce his opponent, Lon coldly declared, "Let them come at me, all 5 at once." The host, taken aback, quickly inquired, "I beg your pardon, could you please repeat that?" A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lan's eyes as he declared, "I shall defeat 5. Hiss. In that instant, a collective gasp echoed throughout the arena of the duel. Though Lan's voice was barely audible, every spectator in the arena comprehended his audacious challenge. 1 against 5. The atmosphere within the battleground erupted in disbelief. Goodness, are you serious? Have you lost your mind? I just reviewed the competitors' profiles, and it seems today's opponents are all at the soul sect level, with one even being a soul king. This is madness. I've wagered 2,000 gold soul coins on this match. It feels like it's all going to waste. Fear not, everyone, remain calm. Let's purchase a few steamed buns to ease the tension, 4 for just $1. The host, taken aback, approached Lon and whispered urgently, "Brother, heed my advice. Do not engage in a 1 against 5. Otherwise, the outcome will be quite grim." Chapter 86. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. Lon cast a glance at the man, whose body trembled involuntarily under the piercing aura emanating from her. Reluctantly, he complied with Lan's demands. Although the rules of the arena match were structured into 5 rounds, they could be altered at the behest of the reigning champion, provided one possessed sufficient strength. Typically, no one would opt to face 5 opponents alone. Now, let us welcome the 5 competitors participating in today's arena match. As the host's voice echoed, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, one by one. The contestants made their entrance. First to step forward were a pair of soul masters, one male and one female. The woman, tall and appearing to be in her 20s, sported strikingly vibrant short red hair and sharp, keen eyes. Her fingers danced rhythmically, reminiscent of a spirited kitten. In contrast, the male was diminutive and rotund, resembling a large sphere. Both his head and body were round, save for his squinty little eyes that evoked a hint of a rodent. The two stood closely together, leading Lon to preliminarily conclude that they were a team. Shortly thereafter, 3 additional young men joined them, each appearing to be in their 20s as well. With their leopard-like features and muscular builds, their exposed arms showcased their formidable strength. Observing the youth clad in a trench coat, the slender feline girl scoffed, incredulous at the audacity of someone daring to challenge 5 opponents at once. The 3 men standing beside her exchanged derisive smirks. "Brother, what is this kid thinking? Does he really believe he can take on all 5 of us? Has he lost his mind? Perhaps he has despaired of the world and seeks an unconventional end." "Let us be merciful," one of them remarked. "We should still be cautious. He has never lost a match." "Come on, second brother. You're being too timid. We'll just take turns dealing with him. Winning this match will grant us all 10 points," another chimed in. "Kid, we are the Fierce Dog team. What drives you to take on 5 opponents today? Against the 3 of us, you stand no chance," one of the men said with a light chuckle. The slender feline girl joined in with a laugh. "We are a team too, the slim cat and fat mouse duo, faced with our 2 formidable teams. Your defeat is assured." With that, the slender feline girl commanded, "Brothers, unleash your martial spirits." In an instant, the 5 individuals collectively summoned their soul power. Undergoing a rapid transformation, the young girl, whose martial spirit manifested as a cat, had razor-sharp claws emerge from her fingertips. Strands of bright silver intertwined with her crimson hair. Her pupils elongated into slits, and she crouched low, her ears perked up. A fine layer of silver fur adorned her arms, while 4 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, radiated simultaneously. The 3rd and 4th soul rings were of a 1,000-year purple hue, indicating that her soul rings' accompanying abilities were quite formidable. The rotund mouse also underwent a martial spirit manifestation. His spirit appeared somewhat comical, with a protruding snout that had become sharp and pointed, whiskers sprouting on either side of his mouth, and 2 enormous tusks jutting out beneath his upper lip. His small eyes transformed from slits to round orbs. His pudgy body similarly crouched down, with his forearms thinning, and black claws springing forth from his fingertips. His soul ring configuration mirrored that of the girl's, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple. As for the 3 men, witnessing the martial spirit manifestations of their companions ignited a spark of excitement in their eyes. 3 authoritative shouts resonated in unison. "Husky, manifest. Tyrant, manifest. Tibetan Mastiff, manifest." 3 distinct beams of colored light erupted instantaneously from the foreheads of 3 men, each ascending from their brow and intertwining into their hair. The individual possessing the husky spirit, upon the infusion of white light, began to swell in size. Black and white fur sprouted upon his arms, his physique expanding to nearly double its original size, while his eyes transformed into a striking heterochromatic gaze, creating a somewhat incongruous appearance. As he deftly manipulated his fingers, sharp claws emerged, glinting with a chilling gleam, while 4 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. The man whose spirit was known as Tyree Tion boasted a commanding presence, though in truth, his spirit resembled a mere teddy bear, cloaked in a warm brown luminescence. His body began to sprout fine, dense fur that curled tightly as it grew. His ears drooped to the level of his chin, and 2 elongated teeth emerged slightly from his mouth as he crouched low to the ground, his eyes coldly fixed upon Lon. Nevertheless, Lan's focus did not linger on his outward appearance. Rather, it was drawn to the lower half of his body, where, after manifesting his spirit, an unexpected 3-foot-long sword protruded. The blade shimmered with a sharp brilliance, eliciting an involuntary shiver. Notably, this man's soul ring configuration mirrored that of the husky spirit, comprising 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. Lastly, the man embodying the Tibetan Mastiff spirit underwent only minor alterations, aside from the pronounced bulging of his muscles. Only the exposed areas of his body were cloaked in thick fur, while sharp claws glimmered threateningly between his fingers. Unquestionably, he was a forceful beast spirit soul master. His soul ring configuration paralleled that of his 2 companions. As these 5 soul masters manifested their spirits, the audience below grew increasingly anxious for Lon. Well aware of the significance of soul ring configurations, having frequently witnessed soul battles. However, the more formidable the opposing forces, the greater the excitement among the spectators. The simultaneous emergence of soul rings from the 5 soul sects on stage radiated with an extraordinary brilliance. This battle was undoubtedly poised to be the most thrilling match since the commencement of the arena competition. Are you not going to release your spirit? Have you been intimidated? The slender, feline girl derisively remarked. With that, she unfurled her form, her legs moving with remarkable rapidity, resembling a whirlwind skimming the ground as she surged toward Lan. Simultaneously, her first 2 soul rings flared to life, and her claws intertwined in a flurry of strikes, unleashing 10 resplendent silver claw shadows that sliced through the air. Under the enhancement of her soul techniques, her speed surged to an unfathomable peak, hurtling toward Lan with terrifying velocity. The 2 techniques she employed, one enhancing her speed and the other augmenting her claw attacks, combined to create an overwhelming lethality. In the blink of an eye, dozens of claw shadows descended upon Lan's face. Observing him motionless, the girl let out a cold smirk, thinking to herself, since you choose to remain passive, I shall relish in tearing your face to shreds. At that moment, Lan sprang into action. His body tilted to the right as he deftly pivoted on his toes, narrowly evading the cat-like claws of the slender feline girl. Her sharp talons struck the air with a sound akin to tearing fabric, as if the very atmosphere had been rent by her claws. Just then, a piercing whistle resonated in her ears. Lan raised his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, he seized the slender girl's paw, yanking it forcefully before delivering a swift kick. With a resounding thud, the slender feline girl was sent hurtling sideways. Simultaneously, a burst of starry mist erupted from Lan's palm, enveloping him in a shimmering aura. 4 radiant soul rings gradually ascended beneath him. The remaining 4 onlookers were momentarily stunned, having anticipated a leisurely spectacle, only to find themselves utterly bewildered. In that instant, a middle-aged man with a husky spirit let out a sharp command, cerebral shock. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from his forehead. This was his 3rd soul skill. Anyone struck by the cerebral shockwave would experience delayed cognitive responses for a span of 5 seconds. This meant that if one were hit by his cerebral assault, they would be rendered foolish for that critical duration, a perilous predicament against formidable opponents. In the blink of an eye, Lan vanished from his position, arching backward and tilting away just as the white light zipped past him. Boom! The white light collided with the wall of the soul arena, producing a resonant echo. Just as Lan believed he had evaded the attack, he was taken aback to discover that the white light had refracted off the wall and was now barreling toward him from behind. The man smiled softly. Did you think my cerebral assault had only these 2 tricks? With a sudden surge, Lan executed a sliding tackle directly towards the man resembling a husky, closely followed by a cerebral shockwave emanating from him. The man furrowed his brow, taken aback by the cleverness of his opponent who employed a counterattack in kind. However, he had yet to fathom the extent of Lan's capabilities. Just as he finished his thought, a tremendous force erupted within him, resulting in a thunderous crash as he was propelled backward. Husky, are you all right? Called out a man wielding the martial spirit Tai Ri Tion anxiously. The husky-like man lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Lan, barely managing to utter a few words. He is incredibly strong. At that moment, the slender cat girl had also just risen from the ground, her countenance icy and her eyes brimming with a thirst for vengeance. Let us attack together, stated the stout mouse nonchalantly. A glint of determination flashed in the cat girl's eyes as her 4th spirit ring suddenly illuminated. Having suffered a significant setback due to her earlier negligence, she was now resolved to exert her utmost effort. Her partner, the stout mouse, echoed her sentiment with a fierce shout, activating all 3 of his initial spirit rings. His rotund body sprang into action, his claws extending as he lunged toward Lan with remarkable speed, even surpassing the swiftness of the slender cat girl. Despite his stout appearance, he was, like her, an agile attacker. His 2nd spirit ring enhanced his speed, allowing his corpulent form to become surprisingly nimble. The 2 charged at Lan from different angles. Yet, in the next moment, regret washed over them both. With a sudden shift in expression, 4 spirit rings rose rapidly beneath Lan's feet. Upon witnessing the configuration of the boy's spirit rings, the duo stood frozen in shock. This boy possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring. How could this be possible? Staring at the spirit ring configuration adorning Lan, the 2 were momentarily rendered speechless, yet they had already committed to their attack, and halting was clearly out of the question. The stout mouse, unwilling to hold back any longer, activated his 4th spirit ring. The spectators in the audience, equally astounded, were left in a state of disbelief. No one had anticipated that a duel between spirit masters would escalate to such a level in mere seconds, forcing 5 opponents to unleash their full potential. Is this kid even human? The man with the Tibetan Mastiff spirit trembled, feeling the overwhelming pressure of Lan's power instilling fear within him. Conversely, the man with the Tai Ritian spirit remained unfazed, though intimidated by the sight of Lan's spirit rings. He believed that the 5 of them combined had a fighting chance. With that, he issued a commanding shout, 4th spirit skill, Mad Dog-esque bark. Woof, woof, woof. After a flurry of frenzied barks, he crouched low to the ground and swiftly lunged towards Lan. His 4th soul skill, the effect of the howl, was intended to disconcert his enemies, paving the way for a surprise attack. Should his teeth inflict even the slightest wound, the opponent would succumb to madness. Endowed with Teddy's unique attribute, known as the power to manipulate air. Thus, they would be left utterly exhausted, ultimately leading to their demise. Upon witnessing the man known as Tai Ritian charge forward, the Tibetan Mastiff man felt no hesitation. He emitted a low growl, and all of his soul rings ignited. Everyone had prepared themselves for a desperate gamble. Facing Lan, who possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, they dared not hold back in the slightest. Suddenly, a sharp cat-esque cry pierced Lan's ears. The slender cat girl's form transformed mid-air, her claws extending dramatically, morphing into 10 gleaming swords aimed at Lan's head. The claws, infused with soul power, created a series of popping sounds in the air, with the shadows of her strikes distorting the atmosphere around them. At this moment, confronted with such a prodigious talent, she could not afford to conserve her strength, for doing so could lead to her own death. Had the person facing the slender cat girl been anyone other than Lan, there would have been a considerable chance, 10%, that they would be overwhelmed by her explosive aura, resulting in their immediate demise. Meanwhile, her companion, the stout rat, unleashed his most potent soul skill, his claws emanating a crimson mist. While the claws appeared sharp, this was merely one of his abilities. In reality, the scarlet mist surrounding his claws was his 4th soul skill, a subtle yet deadly technique. Should his claws make contact, the crimson mist would rapidly infiltrate the opponent's body, leading to their death in under a minute. The Tibetan Mastiff man, a power-type soul master, wielded a 4th soul skill known as 5 Spirits Radiance. When his fist struck an enemy, the impacted area would erupt in 5 different colors of light, converting into his strength. Undeniably, such a soul skill was legendary within the Douluo continent. Regrettably, his innate talent was not particularly high, with each transformation yielding merely around 2% of his potential. As the 4 of them launched their surprise attack, suddenly, Lan vanished without a trace, leaving not even a shadow behind. A blank confusion filled the minds of the 4. How could a living person simply disappear before their eyes? Just as this perplexity settled in their thoughts, the entire battle arena was enveloped in darkness. This abrupt turn plunged the once silent arena into chaos, igniting a stir among the spectators. What in the world is happening? I was just watching the match, and now the lights have gone out? This is unbelievable. Are they attempting to pull a fast one? How on earth can we continue watching the match now? It's frustrating. Today seems to be filled with misfortune, with both matches going awry. As the cacophony of insults enveloped the atmosphere, suddenly, countless stars illuminated the sky above the dual soul platform. A gasp escaped the audience's lips. Could it be the meteor shower skill? Shall we witness the meteor shower together? This celestial display is prepared just for you. I wish to make a wish, hoping that all lovers in the world part ways. In an instant, all the stars fell. The powers of the slender cat girl, the plump mouse, the tenacious man, and the Tibetan Mastiff man diminished by 1 level, along with a decline in all attributes. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Why has my soul power suddenly decreased by a level? Mine too. What on earth is this soul skill? I never anticipated such an enigmatic soul skill. It seems we are doomed. Everyone, be vigilant against ambushes. The 4 scanned their surroundings with heightened alertness. Suddenly, a colossal shadow pierced through the night, launching a surprise attack with a flash of cold light. In an instant, the 4 were sent plummeting off the dual soul platform. Undoubtedly, this was Lan's 4th soul skill, Starburst Shadow Kill, consolidating an extraordinary force for a decisive, lethal strike. As Lan's figure materialized on the dual soul platform, the remaining husky man was filled with dread. I'll jump down myself. With that, he leaped off the platform, showcasing a surprising level of quick-wittedness for a husky. Impressive. Truly impressive. After the battle concluded, Lan successfully obtained the golden dual soul badge, albeit taking longer than he had anticipated. However, this scroll task was only halfway completed. He needed to defeat the Shrek 7 devils to fully conclude the mission. Upon exiting the Grand Dual Soul Arena, Lan resolved to return to Taoyuan Peak for a brief visit. It had been nearly 6 years since he left his birthplace, and he had never returned. Throughout these years, he had been searching for Nok, yet with the vastness of the Douluo continent, locating a single individual proved to be an arduous endeavor. Thus, he intended to return, hoping that perhaps Nok had come back. After having lunch, Lon hired a carriage and set off towards Taiyuan Peak. 3 days later, at the entrance of Taoli village, a youth clad in a black trench coat, his demeanor aloof, gazed up at the gates of Taoli village, his eyes softening. His lips moved slightly, reflecting on how, after 5 years apart, everything had changed. Gazing upon the village of Taoli, the young boy could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, over the course of the past 5 years, Taoli had undergone a remarkable transformation. The grand entrance that once consisted of mere dilapidated wooden planks had been replaced with a majestic stone archway, constructed from marble. Soaring approximately 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, exuding an air of grandeur. As he ventured further into the village, he was flanked by newly erected 3-story buildings, with a broad, spacious avenue stretching before him, ample enough to accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side. A glance around revealed that the number of households in Taoli had more than doubled since 5 years prior. Suddenly, a melodious sound reached the boy's ears. Turning towards the source of the sound, he discovered a blacksmith shop crafted from stone. The shop was bustling with patrons, clearly indicating a thriving business. As he approached the entrance of the blacksmith shop, the boy stepped inside, only to be halted by a burly man, bare-chested, who informed him that children were not permitted within due to the inherent dangers. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore an unremarkable visage, with sparse hair that suggested he had frequently toiled in high temperatures, leading to significant hair loss. Upon hearing this, the boy paused and retreated a few steps, peering inside from the doorway. The blacksmith shop was not particularly large, spanning around 50 to 60 square meters, yet it was sufficient for a village of this size. "Shrek, where is my kitchen knife? Is it ready?" At that moment, an elderly man clad in a blue long robe approached the entrance of the shop, choosing to call out rather than enter. Upon hearing his voice, the burly man stepped outside, presenting a freshly forged kitchen knife to the elder with a hearty smile. "Old village chief, why are you so idle today? Haven't you been out wooing ladies?" The elder shot the man a glare and retorted, "Recently, I've been experiencing kidney pain. Perhaps I should summon your wife to give me a massage tonight?" Shrek's expression shifted dramatically, a peculiar smile crossing his face. "Wouldn't it be more delightful to have Aunt Zhang give you a massage? By the way, wasn't there an old man caught in the act of infidelity?" "Ah, old village chief, tomorrow marks my son's momentous day of awakening his martial spirit. If he were to awaken with full innate soul power, you might as well prepare for bankruptcy." "No money," the elder scoffed with a dismissive snort. "Ha, no money? That matters not. I suppose I shall simply relocate to the neighboring Shahan village for his awakening. Once he becomes a soul master, he won't be counted as one of us from Taoli." "You," the elder, infuriated, gritted his teeth in frustration. "You're quite the cunning one. As long as your son becomes a soul master, I won't hold back. But it all depends on whether he possesses the talent. Not everyone can be as remarkable as my grandson, who has full innate soul power. And even 2 souls at that, both of them are truly exceptional. It is suggested that you might as well invite your elder brother, San, over. Although our Taoli village cannot compare to Nodding City, the cost of living here is quite moderate, allowing us to lead a less burdensome life." Observing the exchange between the two, the youth's demeanor softened considerably, as if the frigid expression that had enveloped him was being melted away like an iceberg. A person's transformation into cold indifference is not a product of their innate nature, but rather a consequence of their surroundings. The youth mused, finding the laughter of these simple villagers to be genuinely endearing. "Children, do not linger here, it is perilous." After exchanging a few playful jests with Shrek, the elder did not forget to caution the youth beside him. Just as he turned away, his expression suddenly darkened. "Who are you? I don't recall ever seeing you before. Are you from the neighboring village?" "Village head, it has been 5 years since we last met, and I must say, you appear much younger than I remember." The youth managed to force a faint smile. In the presence of the village head, he longed to smile naturally. Yet he discovered that the muscles in his face felt rigid, as if incapable of movement. Achieving a genuine smile like those of the villagers seemed an arduous task. The old village head's eyes still sparkled with vitality, and indeed, the wrinkles on his face had noticeably diminished compared to 5 years ago. It was evident that a person could regain their youthfulness once the burdens of stress were entirely alleviated. Often, one's haggard appearance is a direct result of such pressures. "I am Lon, village head," he called out once more. Although his time with the village head was brief, the elderly gentleman had treated him like family during those few days. Such feelings arise naturally, devoid of any theatrical embellishment. Upon gazing at the youth before him, the elder's lips trembled and his eyes welled with tears. "Is it truly you, Lon?" Lon gently nodded and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, it's me. I have returned to see you." Chapter 89. Village Chief, something awful has happened. Goodness, old man. Could this young lad be the prodigy you mentioned? One endowed with innate full soul power? Shrek gazed at the youth before him, astonished. The old village chief puffed out his chest with pride and replied, "Indeed. This is the genius of our Taoli village." Shrek's eyes ignited with fervor. Amidst his astonishment, he fervently wished that when his son awakened the next day, he too would become a soul master. For those of their humble origins, having even one family member ascend to the rank of soul master signified a liberation from their impoverished existence. It is worth noting that the salary of a soul master is exceedingly generous, sufficient to sustain a family for an entire month on a single golden soul coin. Moreover, as a soul master's level ascends, the rewards naturally increase in tandem. My dear boy, looking at you, I cannot help but wish that when my son awakens tomorrow, he too will be as remarkable as you. I do not expect him to possess your innate full soul power. Even a half-level soul power would bring me great solace. Shrek remarked with a hint of melancholy. It is certainly possible, Lon softly assured him. Adapting his tone to suit different individuals has been one of the lessons he learned upon entering this world. Child, you must have just arrived in Taoli village, correct? The old village chief inquired. Lon nodded, having just arrived a few minutes prior. Come, my dear, I shall prepare a meal for you, the old village chief said as he took Lan's hand and led her towards his home. Soon, they arrived before a house constructed of exquisite marble. At a glance, it was evident that among all the residences in Peach and Plum Village, the old village chief's abode stood as the most magnificent. This three-story edifice, with walls fashioned from marble, boasted an interior where all the essential furnishings were crafted from fine timber. Upon stepping inside, a delightful aroma enveloped Lon, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that the wood used throughout the residence was a type of superior fragrant timber. The entire house was suffused with this delightful scent, creating an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. Noticing Lan's gaze wandering through every corner of the house, the old village chief beamed with pride and remarked, "Ever since our village has been blessed with two prodigies like you, the Spirit Hall has taken a particular interest in Peach and Plum Village, aiding us in the reconstruction of our new home. This marble structure was a gift from the Spirit Hall. Now, our village is the wealthiest among all the surrounding villages. Every other week, merchants from Notting City come here to procure our crops. You two have truly become legends in Peach and Plum Village." Grandpa Village Chief. Has my grandpa Nock returned in these years? Lon inquired casually. The old village chief replied, "No, he hasn't come to see you all these years." Lon shook her head, her expression clouded with disappointment. She had returned this time solely to gather information about Nock, yet unexpectedly, she found herself let down. The old village chief's countenance shifted in surprise. How could that rascal Nock be so heartless, abandoning you two siblings without a care? When he returns, I shall certainly give him a proper scolding. Now, you've just arrived and must be weary. Please, take a seat and rest. I will prepare a meal for you. With that, the old village chief hurried off to the kitchen. Lon stepped onto the balcony, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a flicker of intense light sparked in his eyes as he realized that the house of the old village chief faced the direction of Taoyuan Peak. As he surveyed the scene, he was greeted by a clear view of the peak's summit. Beyond the mountains, there remained no trace of change. Mist rose and swirled around the peaks, with light clouds encircling the entire mountaintop. A single peach blossom danced gracefully in the breeze, gently descending into Lan's line of sight. He delicately raised his right hand to catch the flower, its rich fragrance brimming with vitality. Just a gentle inhalation invigorated the senses. For the blossoms of Taoyuan Peak bore a striking distinction from ordinary peach blossoms. Typically, common peach blossoms bloom solely in the spring. However, those of Taoyuan Peak blossom twice within the year, during both spring and winter. In spring, they flourish with a delightful, robust fragrance, while in winter, the scent transforms into a subtler aroma that envelopes one in a cocoon of comfort, as if living a springtime existence amidst the chill of winter. An hour later, the old village chief had prepared the meal. He presented a large round platter brimming with 8 delectable dishes. While such a grand array might seem ordinary in a city, in this impoverished, remote mountain village, it was nothing short of a culinary feast. "Children, it's time to eat," called the old village chief as he placed the dishes onto the table, then beckoned toward the balcony. Upon hearing his voice, Lon returned to the living room. Gazing at the dishes on the table, his sharp eyes suddenly lost their luster, and his eyelids involuntarily reddened. At that moment, he felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. "Dear child, do not worry about that old rascal knock. If you do not mind, consider this place your home." After all, the village chief is a solitary elderly man. The old village chief placed a bowl of steaming rice before Lon, looking at him with kindness. "By the way, why didn't Wenji accompany you? I often wonder how you both have fared over the years. Ever since I sent you off to Nottingham Academy, I have eagerly awaited your return. I even worried you might struggle financially, so I took it upon myself to send you some money. However, I was told you applied for graduation shortly after your arrival. Although we did not meet, I am immensely proud of you. Your swift graduation attests to your remarkable abilities." Lon took a deep breath, gazing at the aged village chief before him, and silently vowed that this elderly man would become one of the most significant figures in his life. The warm sensation of happiness was something he had never dared to hope for. Its sudden emergence caught him off guard. Assassins are not devoid of emotions, rather. They bury their feelings deep within their souls. In his past life, the term warmth was one he could only erase from his memory, for it was a world steeped in terror. Endless wars and an unceasing barrage of missions dictated life and death. Even if one perished while fulfilling a task, no one would mourn their loss. Wenji should be living quite well now. Perhaps she would return soon. "Grandpa Village Chief, let us eat first," Lon urged, quickly rising to allow the old man to take a seat. He took the bowl from the village chief's hands and gently placed it on the table, personally serving a portion of rice to the elder before him. The old village chief's eyes widened in alarm, trembling as he replied, "Child, you are now a soul master. How can you serve a mere, ordinary person? I cannot bear such a burden. Grandpa Village Chief, regardless of my identity, I am merely an ordinary person in your presence. Thank you for preparing so many dishes for me." As Lon placed the bowl before the old man, he watched him accept it, managing a faint smile as he sat down. Although such a smile felt unfamiliar to him, he understood that it was time to learn the art of change for the sake of certain individuals. After their meal, Lon tidied the table and prepared to visit Taoyuan Peak, his birthplace. Just then, a frantic voice pierced the air from outside. "Village Chief, something terrible has happened." As the voice echoed, the door to the village chief's home was suddenly kicked open. A burly middle-aged man clad in a fur coat strode into the hall, exuding an air of authority accompanied by a group of subordinates. His muscular frame radiated strength, and a prominent scar marked the right side of his face. Upon entering, his fierce eyes scanned the room, as if searching for something. Hearing the commotion, the village chief hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. "Who are you?" he demanded. Confronting the unexpected assembly of middle-aged men without a hint of fear, his expression one of defiance. A cold laugh erupted from the crowd. "You don't even recognize our scarred brother? You truly are a failed village chief. Hand over all your valuables promptly, or we shall not hesitate to flatten your little abode." As the conversation unfolded, a man with a ponytail emerged, wielding a lustrous black axe that he swung gently. The elderly village chief immediately felt a surge of anger. He spun around and rushed into the kitchen, returning with a kitchen knife, pointing it fiercely at the individuals before him, exclaiming, "Taoli village is under the direct protection of the Spirit Hall. Do you comprehend the consequences of your misdeeds here?" The scarred man furrowed his brow slightly, scoffing, "In your insignificant village, do you truly believe the Spirit Hall would waste its time on you? Do not waste my time. Or with a mere command, I could erase your village from existence." He added, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Scar, a spirit master." Upon hearing that he was a spirit master, the village chief felt a wave of trepidation. He was merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly stand against a spirit master? It is well known that spirit masters are the elite of the Douluo continent, possessing extraordinary powers, rendering ordinary people as insignificant as ants in their eyes. The village chief understood this all too well. He cast a fleeting glance at Lon, aware that she too was now a spirit master, but he couldn't help but wonder if this man before him, being of such advanced age, might be even more formidable. Lon sat quietly to the side, and before he knew it, a short blade had appeared in his hand. He stood up and vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed past the neck of the scarred man, who then collapsed without a sound, before his body could touch the ground. Lon lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending his lifeless form hurtling out of the old village chief's hall. The force of this kick did not only propel the scarred man's body, it also struck the 2 rows of henchmen standing behind him, sending them tumbling out the door alongside their fallen leader. With a sharp whoosh, the fate of those several men was sealed in an instant. Most of them were mere commoners, with only a few being soul masters, their abilities barely reaching a few levels. From the moment the door swung open, Lon had sensed their presence. Such soul masters had already strayed from the righteous path. To spare them now would be akin to nurturing a tiger. Moreover, individuals like them were particularly favored by evil soul masters. With this threat neutralized, Lon ignited a fire to incinerate their bodies. The old village chief stood in the hall, utterly stunned. He was indeed taken aback by Lan's prowess. In less than 10 seconds, a band of thugs had been effortlessly dispatched. As he watched the flames blaze, Lon turned and approached the old chief, speaking calmly, "Grandfather, there is no need for fear. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you." The old village chief shuddered, his voice trembling. "Child, I never imagined you would grow so powerful. I am truly happy for you. I suspected that the tranquility of Peach and Plum Village was too good to be true. I cannot believe this day has finally come. But thankfully, you are here. Lon Dao, Grandfather Village Chief, it is unlikely that anyone will disturb Taoli Village again. When I find the time, I shall seek out a few spirit masters to guard our village. By the way, Grandfather, I have some matters to attend to and shall not return tonight." With that, Lon set off towards Tiyuan Peak. As he exited the village, he harnessed his magical powers, transforming into a shark, and swiftly descended beneath the waves. Half an hour later, he arrived at the foot of Tiyuan Peak, where peach blossoms flourished in abundance. Petals danced around the mountain, and the rich spiritual energy soared into the heavens, creating an ethereal paradise reminiscent of a celestial realm. Lon raised his gaze towards the mountain's pinnacle, where a crown woven from peach blossoms had emerged, and hundreds of colorful butterflies danced in a spirited display. 6 long years. Indeed, 6 years had passed. He had finally returned. Tiyuan Peak remained as magnificent as ever. In an instant, a glimmer flickered in his eyes, and with a delicate tap of his toes, he soared upwards, gliding upon the fluttering petals, as effortlessly as a swallow in flight towards the summit. Each petal served as a sturdy step. After the baptism of the 4th soul ring, Lan's attributes had undergone a complete metamorphosis. With a point of support, he could ascend sheer cliffs with remarkable ease. Within mere minutes, he had reached the very top of Taoyuan Peak. As his toes touched the summit, a melodious song suddenly filled the air. "In my past life, I was the ethereal sound. In this life, you are the lofty mountain. I am the flowing water. Through 3 lifetimes, our emotions intertwine, traversing the millennia. In this life, love flourishes. Now, as the world changes, our hearts reunite, softening the years and enhancing beauty." Such a soothing melody momentarily disoriented Lon, compelling him to close his eyes and quiet his mind. As the song faded, enchanting notes from a guqin arose, instantly uplifting the spirit. As if an ordinary person had stepped into a realm of immortals, the entire Taoyuan Peak was enveloped in a rich classical ambience. Following the sound, Lon hurried forth. At last, he beheld the maiden who performed this earthly celestial tune. She was a vision of beauty, resembling a heavenly being rather than a mortal. The girl sat upon a verdant cradle, cradling a guqin, her lips gently trembling as they produced the enchanting sounds. Approaching from behind, Lon caught a glimpse of her, his gaze becoming somewhat elusive. The girl wore a flowing emerald gown, her neck adorned with glistening white gems, undeniably complementing her snow-like skin. Petals fell softly upon her head, her attire, and even her shadow. As the gentle breeze swayed, her long, dark hair danced gracefully. Lon silently moved to her side, yearning to discern her features more clearly. Suddenly, the girl turned her head slightly, her eyes, as bright as stars in the heavens, locked onto Lance. In that moment, it felt as if his breath had halted. He hesitated to meet her gaze directly. Those lively eyes sparkled like a galaxy of stars. They were sacred, beyond reproach. The girl's lips quivered, her call barely escaping before tears glistened in her eyes. She then leapt into Lan's embrace. Lan's body trembled as he extended his arms to tightly embrace her. It was not that he was unwilling to speak, but rather that his throat felt constricted, as if choked with unspoken words. Recalling the events of 6 years ago, when he had rendered Cai Wenji unconscious and sent her away, the pain he had felt then was now matched by profound regret. Deep within his heart, he had always harbored a lingering concern for Cai Wenji, who at that time was merely 6 years old, a young soul brimming with dreams for the future. Yet, alongside this heartache, Lon was acutely aware that had he not sent Cai Wenji away, her life alongside him would have been fraught with immeasurable hardships. Over the past few years, he had traversed through the darkness unceasingly, honing himself in the crucible of bloodshed. All in preparation for the day he would reunite with Cai Wenji, to possess the strength necessary to protect her. In this unfamiliar world, they had become each other's closest companions. Observing the attire adorning Cai Wenji, Lan surmised that her treatment at the Spirit Hall must have been relatively favorable, as evidenced by her exquisite embellishments, which were the privilege of noble offspring. The two remained tightly entwined in their embrace, though Lan uttered not a single word. He had long since vowed in the depths of his soul to protect Cai Wenji with his very life, willing to sacrifice everything for her safety. In that moment, all beings on Taoyuan Peak seemed to sense the fragrance of true love, as tendrils of pale green spiritual energy surged forth from the mountain, enveloping the two of them in a gentle embrace. Meanwhile, the petals swirling around Taoyuan Peak astonishingly transformed into a pair of mandarin ducks, soaring gracefully through the sky. What a couple to be envied. Wenji, your hair? Lan inquired, curiosity alighting within him as he gazed at her locks. Cai Wenji lifted her head, a smile gracing her face as she softly replied, Brother, do you like green? With that, she willed her long hair to shimmer and shift, transforming into a tender green reminiscent of budding leaves. She appeared as an enchanting sprite, full of life and vitality. Lan's expression slightly stiffened. Your hair can change color? Cai Wenji nodded, and then stood up. She channeled her soul power to her head, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance shimmered above her. Simultaneously, a crown materialized atop her head. Brother, this is the head soul bone I acquired when I absorbed my third soul ring. It is called the Nature Crown. Cai Wenji said with a smile. Soul bone? Lan inquired, puzzled. What is that? Cai Wenji was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Lan was unfamiliar with soul bones. She quickly explained, Brother, soul bones are exceedingly unique entities, or rather, they are the dreams of all soul masters. They bear some resemblance to soul rings, as both originate from soul beasts. However, they differ significantly. The probability of encountering a soul bone is merely 1 in 1,000 or even lower. Generally, only exceptionally powerful soul beasts that experience specific circumstances upon death can produce soul bones after their demise, unlike soul rings, which can be obtained from any soul beast. This rarity renders soul bones extraordinarily precious. Moreover, unlike soul rings, which require the killer of the soul beast to utilize them, soul bones can be traded once acquired, although, as I mentioned, they are the aspirations of all soul masters. Who would sell them? How do you know so much? Lan asked in astonishment. Cai Wenji smiled gently. Over the years, I have fared quite well at the Spirit Hall. My teacher treats me as her own child, imparting all knowledge about the entire Douluo continent to me and allowing me access to the hall's archives for study. I know you wandered alone without joining the Spirit Hall back then, so I have doubled my efforts in learning and training. Everything I do is to prepare myself to be a capable assistant to my friend Lan. Just between us, I am now a level 35 Battle Soul Master. What? Lan's expression froze, thinking he had misheard. Seeing the incredulous look on Lan's face, Cai Wenji clarified, I said I am now a level 35 Battle Soul Master. Battle Soul Master? But aren't you a support type? Lan looked at the young girl in disbelief. When she awakened her martial soul, Siyutao had said that Cai Wenji was suited to be a support type Soul Master. How had she transformed into a Battle Master now? Cai Wenji chuckled at Lan's expression. Of course, I am a support type, and the only support for my friend Lan. However, I possess not only supportive abilities, but also offensive capabilities. Lan was utterly taken aback. He had always presumed that support-type soul masters were solely meant to enhance their teammates' attributes. To his astonishment, Cai Wenji was not only a support-type soul master, but also possessed combat skills as a battle soul master. This revelation brought him a sense of surprise, but more significantly, it filled him with joy. After 6 years of separation, Cai Wenji had truly matured, not just physically, but her mindset had undergone a profound transformation as well. Suddenly, Lan removed his clothing, standing before Cai Wenji with his upper body bare. A question that had long plagued him now had the opportunity for resolution. As she witnessed Lan's unexpected act of disrobing, Cai Wenji felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her face flushing as she turned away, utterly flustered. Brother, what are you doing? Wenji, it seems I have also acquired a soul bone, which manifested during my absorption of the soul ring. It appears to be an external soul bone. Do you know what an external soul bone is? Lan's awareness of the external soul bone stemmed solely from a glimpse within the system's information panel, which regrettably failed to provide any detailed account of the soul bone itself. He was only acquainted with its name. As he spoke, Lan summoned his soul power, causing his upper body to be adorned with shimmering scales that radiated brilliance. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, Cai Wenji abruptly turned, her face a mask of astonishment as she beheld the resplendent scales enveloping Lan, the external soul bone of the torso. She gasped, her entire being rendered speechless. Lan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is an external attached soul bone?" Cai Wenji gasped in astonishment and replied, "Soul bones are categorized into 6 distinct types: left leg bone, right leg bone, left arm bone, right arm bone, skull bone, and trunk bone." The trunk bone refers specifically to the sternum, with its primary capabilities closely linked to the type of soul beast and the duration of cultivation. It does not enhance with the owner's soul power. The external attached soul bone is the most extraordinary and rarest among all soul bones, its rarity nearly rivaling that of top-tier soul bones. In the entire spirit master realm, the external attached soul bone ranks second, surpassed only by the esteemed 100,000-year soul ring. The most remarkable aspect of the external attached soul bone is its ability to evolve in tandem with the owner's soul power, making early absorption of this bone highly advantageous. If the probability of a regular soul bone manifesting from a soul beast is 1 in 10 million, then that of an external attached soul bone is 1 in 10,000 or even less. Brother, you mentioned that this soul bone appeared only after absorbing a soul ring. Thus it is undoubtedly an external attached soul bone. Cai Wenji's large, sparkling eyes radiated admiration as she gazed at Lan. Envy. Chapter 92. This time, the target is a scoundrel named Yu Xiaojiang, subscription requested. Lan forced a smile. "You, an auxiliary soul master, are so extraordinary, yet you still envy me?" "Of course." Cai Wenji replied nonchalantly, holding her head high. After speaking, she nestled into Lan's embrace, her eyes fixed on him without a blink. "Brother, you must smile more often. Do you understand? Don't always be like a towering iceberg." Lan nodded slightly, acknowledging Cai Wenji. The two sat atop the mountain, gazing at the resplendent evening glow that adorned the horizon. "Brother, may I challenge you to a duel? I wish to spar with you," Cai Wenji softly remarked, turning to observe Lan's sharp visage. The expression on Lan's face softened slightly, despite his typically icy demeanor, the moment he beheld Cai Wenji's warm and inviting visage. All traces of his earlier severity seemed to vanish without a trace. "Very well," Lan nodded. Thus, the two commenced their fierce battle atop the mountain peak. This clash endured for a full hour. Cai Wenji had succumbed in numerous rounds, had it not been for her formidable mental fortitude. She likely would have crumbled under the relentless assaults from Lan. In their confrontation, Lan exhibited a remarkable sense of restraint. Each strike was executed with precision, showcasing his impeccable control over power. However, what astonished him was the sheer resilience of Cai Wenji's spirit. Even as he unleashed a blow every second, she remained unfazed, merely breathing heavily. "Brother, I can't continue. I can no longer withstand your prowess." Cai Wenji trembled, gazing at Lan with newfound admiration. She had initiated the engagement over 10 times. Lan gazed at Cai Wenji, a glimmer of admiration illuminating his eyes. As a support-type soul master, it was rather unexpected for Cai Wenji to possess such formidable offensive capabilities. However, the recent battle revealed the peculiarity of her soul skills, particularly her second soul skill, which astonishingly had the ability to confine him. It is essential to understand that confinement and control are fundamentally distinct concepts. Confinement is an utterly suppressive skill. If the opponent is merely one level above you, there is no doubt that the effectiveness of this skill can achieve total domination. Although it lasts only a fleeting few seconds, it is sufficient to determine the outcome of a confrontation. "Little girl, what do you think?" "Hee, brother. Battling with you brings me immense joy. From now on, I wish to engage in combat with you every day, regardless of how intense the fights may be. You need not hold back. My mental fortitude is robust, and I fear not the pain." Cai Wenji smiled gently, then reached out to pluck a peach blossom, adorning Lan's head with it. "How beautiful." Lan's expression suddenly darkened. Cai Wenji playfully remarked, "Are you about to say not to adorn a killer's head with flowers again?" "Lan, I never anticipated your remarkable prowess. Brother, you have indeed ascended to the realm of the soul sect and possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Just moments ago, during my battle with Lan, when she unleashed her martial spirit, the 4 soul rings beneath her radiated a dazzling brilliance that left Cai Wenji utterly astounded. She could hardly fathom that Lan was such an anomaly, with the 2nd and 3rd soul rings being a millennium old, and the 4th being an astonishing 10,000 years. Such a configuration of soul rings is unprecedented, even in the records of the Martial Soul Hall. Wenji, how is it that your second soul ring is so formidable? Lan inquired, having noticed the peculiarity of Cai Wenji's soul technique during their earlier skirmish. Cai Wenji responded, my first soul technique, named Thoughtless Innocence, not only enhances my speed but also restores my soul power. All teammates within proximity benefit from this effect. However, should an enemy approach me, my first soul ring transforms into an offensive skill, causing all foes within range to suffer from the piercing attack of musical blades. My second soul technique, known as Xiao Wu, allows me to unleash a sonic wave toward my enemies. It is also a range-based skill, where the number of enemies increases the frequency of the sonic rebounds. Anyone struck by the sonic rebounds will fall under a control effect. My third soul technique, Worry-Free Melody, is a field skill that grants myself and my allies a 20% increase to all attributes. Moreover, any enemies within the domain of the Worry-Free Melody will experience a 20% reduction in attack power and a 50% decrease in all attributes, alongside a purifying effect. After patiently explaining her soul techniques, Cai Wenji noticed Lan's astonished expression. Her abilities were truly extraordinary. It dawned on her that during their fierce clash, she had not even deployed the attack of her first soul technique. The concept of countless blades piercing through was indeed terrifying. Such skills render her virtually invincible among ordinary soul masters of the same rank. It seems Wenji has truly matured, Lan remarked with a gentle smile. Cai Wenji pouted slightly. Not at all, Lan, you will always be my steadfast support. During our battle, I realized just how powerful you are. In your presence, even with all my might, I could not gain the slightest advantage, especially considering the external soul bone you possess, which is utterly absurd, capable of returning attacks. Reflecting on the battle, Cai Wenji distinctly felt how Lan's external soul bone continuously countered her assaults, particularly when she unleashed her second soul technique, returning control back to her. Thankfully, she reacted swiftly. Lan is now entirely convinced of the efficacy of the glimmering scale armor. When an adversary strikes, it retaliates against the foe, a mere reflection of its passive skill. Additionally, there exists another passive ability, healing. Following the grievous assault by the Titan ape, he discovered an astonishingly rapid recovery of his physical state. Furthermore, there are active skills to consider. Over the past few days, the glimmering scale armor has fully integrated with his body, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. As he channels his soul energy, the armor emanates a chilling aura, diminishing the attack speed and movement speed of the assailant by 20% for a duration of 3 seconds. Moreover, it is noteworthy that external soul bones are capable of growth, which signifies that as the glimmering scale armor evolves, both its passive and active effects will be further enhanced. Lan gently lifted her hand to caress Cai Wenji's head. Wenji, you are truly remarkable. As night fell, a cool breeze whispered around them, and the stars twinkled in the vast sky. Standing atop the mountain, they gazed into the distance. Brother, you were so heartless back then, sending me away after knocking me unconscious. I do not regret it, except for the fact that I let you go without a glance for 6 long years, keeping you buried deep within my heart. Yet, I do not lament your journey to the Spirit Hall, sparing you from suffering alongside me. I understand your fears from those days. Now, we shall never part again. When will you return? 3 days ago. This time, I have come back to assist our teacher with certain tasks. The first order of business is to locate a man named Yu Xiaojiang and give him a proper beating. Lan Wei furrowed her brow slightly and replied calmly, Very well, I shall assist you. Chapter 93, The Direct Disciple of Master Su Yuntao? Those unseen shall be treated as wasted martial souls? The following day, as dawn broke in a gray haze from the summit of Tiyuan Peak, one could gaze upon the swirling mists, where all life appeared to be still in slumber. Lan and Cai Wenji had been engaged in combat for half an hour. At this moment, a faint blush appeared on Cai Wenji's face as she gasped for breath. Having requested Lan to engage in daily battles with her the previous night in order to enhance her physical prowess, how could Lan deny her request? It is well understood that combat is often the most effective means to improve one's overall attributes. However, Lan did not anticipate Cai Wenji's profound passion for battle. She met his every formidable assault with unwavering composure. Lan Panzi sat upon the stone bench, while Cai Wenji stood behind him, gently kneading his shoulders with her delicate hands. This unprecedented sensation of comfort rendered Lan profoundly relaxed. Gradually, he began to close his eyes, entering a state of meditation and cultivation. After reaching the 7th level of the hunting technique, his progress had noticeably slowed, making the prospect of breaking through the next barrier appear rather elusive. As the resplendent light fully illuminated the earth, Lon opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of white radiance flickering an indication of advancement in his hunting technique. Lon exhaled a plume of white mist, her heart brimming with astonishment, as she had never anticipated that Taoyuan Peak possessed such a formidable aura. The morning's cultivation task had been accomplished. The two departed from Taoyuan Peak, making their way towards the village of Taoli. An hour later, they arrived at Taoli village. At that moment, the village was alive with a cacophony of voices, as the villagers seemed to be engaged in fervent discussions. Upon entering the village, Lon and Cai Wenji beheld several adults accompanied by children making their way towards a dilapidated house in Peach and Plum Village. This weathered abode, which Lon recalled vividly, was the very place where he awakened his martial soul 6 years prior. To his astonishment, he discovered that Peach and Plum Village had undergone a remarkable transformation in his absence. Gazing at the newly erected buildings flanking the streets and the bustling villagers moving about, Cai Wenji could not help but exclaim in wonder. Lon softly remarked that today marked the day of the soul awakening for the 6-year-old children of Taoli village. Observing the multitude of villagers already gathered at the entrance of the spirit hall, Lon felt somewhat taken aback compared to 6 years ago. The villagers' awareness of soul awakening had significantly heightened. It is well understood that the more children in the village who can become soul masters, the greater the prestige the spirit hall bestows upon the village, leading to enhanced benefits and a substantial allocation of resources. However, it was not long before a familiar figure spotted the two of them. It was the old village chief, who hurriedly approached them, his bright eyes fixated on Cai Wenji, his lips quivering slightly, revealing his evident excitement. Wenji? The old village chief gazed in disbelief at the girl beside Lon, utterly astonished. It's me. Cai Wenji replied with a slight nod and a gentle smile. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. I never expected that after 6 years, you would appear even more youthful, truly vibrant. The old village chief looked at the two before him, his enthusiasm overflowing, every muscle in his face seemingly animated. Just yesterday, he had inquired about Cai Wenji's whereabouts from Lon, and to his astonishment, he encountered her the very next day. Such a coincidence stirred his emotions profoundly. Seeing you two together brings me immense joy, the old village chief said with a hearty laugh. Lon, you must take good care of your sister. The two of you should never be separated again. Lon turned her head to glance at Cai Wenji and nodded, after traversing through time. The distinction of age between them had vanished, as they had both grown up together since childhood. Old man, has the awakening master sent by the spirit hall arrived? A rich voice resonated, and a middle-aged man was seen approaching, leading a 6-year-old child by the hand. This man was none other than the owner of the blacksmith shop, Shrek, whose tiny son was at his side. The little boy donned a brown outfit, his cheeks rosy, and his eyes sparkled like precious gems, radiating an innocence that was unmarred. Such purity in one's gaze is a gift of childhood, once one has tasted the tribulations of life. That luminous spark tends to fade away. They should arrive shortly, why the haste? The old village chief remarked with a gentle smile. Shrek replied with a hearty chuckle. It's not haste, but rather anxiety. After all, one only experiences this once in a lifetime. If the weapon spirit awakening reveals no soul power, it means the child will lead an ordinary life. And what of being ordinary? With your family background, even if the child lacks talent, he can learn the craft of forging under your guidance. As long as one possesses a skill, he will never go hungry, the old village chief retorted, somewhat irked. Shrek's expression grew serious, and he sighed. The profession of blacksmithing has also seen better days. While they conversed, a young man clad in a blue uniform, with strikingly handsome features and sharp eyebrows, strode into Taoli village. Prominently displayed on his chest was a soul insignia the size of a fist. Undoubtedly, he was adorned in the standard attire of direct personnel from the spirit hall. On his left breast, a badge depicting interwoven long swords indicated that he held the title of Great Soul Master, with the swords signifying that he was a battle soul master. As he entered Taoli village, the villagers parted to create a clear path, and the young man nodded in satisfaction. Upon seeing him, the old village chief hurried to greet him. Greetings, esteemed battle soul master. We are honored by your presence in our village to assist the children in their awakening. The young man inclined slightly, coolly responding, let us not waste time. Let us commence immediately. I have heard that your village is a place of prodigies, and I am eager to experience it for myself. The old village chief called out, children, form a line and follow the battle soul master into the spirit hall. He will guide you in unlocking your weapon spirits. The young man gazed at the children with a gentle smile, for this was his inaugural visit to the legendary village of Taoli. He had even gone so far as to bribe the head of the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City to secure this opportunity. Ever since two prodigies emerged from Taoli village 6 years ago, the task of awakening spirits there had transformed into a coveted resource fiercely contested by the Wuhuan Hall. Of course, Shenghan village too had produced a genius, though not to the same degree of desirability as Taoli. It is worth noting that during the awakening, one of Taoli's prodigies was directly sent to Wuhuan City, a place that embodies the aspirations of countless soul masters. Upon entering the Wuhuan Hall, the young man placed his satchel upon the table. He then extracted a blue crystal orb and 6 glossy black stones, arranging them into a hexagon before turning to face the 8 children standing within the hall. With a warm smile, he introduced himself. I am Duan Yunfei, a level 25 Grand Soul Master and your guide. I shall now proceed to awaken your spirits one by one. Henceforth, no matter what transpires, do not be afraid. I am professionally trained. As he spoke, Duan Yunfei retrieved an aged tome from his waist and glanced at it, muttering to himself. Why is there no record of spirit awakening in Master Su Yutao's principles? He sighed, resolving to proceed with the most potent method for spirit awakening, declaring that anything unfamiliar or unknown would be deemed a worthless spirit. Chapter 94. Is Cai going to beat the master? Part 1. After exchanging a glance, Lan and Cai Wenji departed. Upon leaving Taoli village, Lan guided Cai Wenji directly towards Notting City, for it was there that a certain man named Yu Xiaojing resided. Throughout their journey, Cai Wenji recounted her experiences over the past few years. After more than 3 hours of travel, they finally arrived in Notting City. Upon entering the city, Lan took Cai Wenji to Notting Academy, only to discover through inquiries that the master had already left. However, Lan had already deduced the master's whereabouts. For Flandra had mentioned that a theoretical master would personally train Tang San and the others. Lan was certain that this individual was none other than Master Yu Xiaojing. After having lunch in Notting City, Lan hired a carriage, and the two of them set off towards Soto City and Notting Academy once more. Brother, why don't you accompany me to Spirit City and join the Spirit Hall? With your current strength, you could directly enter the Papal Hall, and the master would surely value you highly. I intend to establish my own influence. Joining the Spirit Hall is a consideration for the future. You wish to establish your own influence? Indeed, I wholeheartedly support you. Creating your own force is commendable, as it frees you from the need to appease others. 3 days later, a carriage rolled into Soto City, from which a man and a woman emerged. These two were Lan and Cai Wenji, who headed straight towards Shrek. As they walked, Cai Wenji's mind began to devise ways to confront Yu Xiaojing. Ever since Bibidong had informed her of Yu Xiaojing's deeds, she had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Why does such a man still draw breath? Brother, what do you think we should do to him when we meet Yu Xiaojing? After much contemplation, Cai Wenji could not conceive a suitable course of action. Lan furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating the notion of dispatching him immediately. Cai Wenji gasped in horror. That was out of the question. Her mentor had instructed her to merely teach him a lesson. She could torment him in myriad ways, but taking his life was strictly forbidden. Perhaps she could suspend him, administering lashes, and then sprinkle salt upon his wounds? Lan's lips twitched slightly as she gazed at Cai Wenji with disbelief. This seemingly innocent and adorable girl had devised such a ruthless scheme. However, since Cai Wenji had proposed it, there was no choice but to comply. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy, with Lan leading Cai Wenji inside. Upon entering the academy's backyard, a familiar voice reached their ears, causing Lan's expression to darken suddenly. She murmured softly, as expected, the person you seek is right here. At the sound, Cai Wenji's demeanor turned sharp, her eyes sparkling with a chilling brilliance. It was hard to imagine that such a lively young girl also possessed a cold side. In the backyard of Shrek Academy, a man clad in black attire stood with his hands clasped behind him, explaining the intricacies of soul rings to Tang San. Even from several dozen meters away, Lan immediately recognized him as the individual they were searching for, Yu Xiaojing. Little San, you underestimate your soul skill. It is not merely a simple technique. It is, in fact, an exceptionally formidable soul skill. You must understand that your soul ring originates from the man-faced demon spider, which, as far as I know, ranks among the upper echelons of soul beasts. According to my theory, unless your opponent is 10 levels above you, no one can escape its grasp. With this skill, you truly possess the essence of a powerful control-type soul master, he explained, observing Tang San's admiring gaze. The master chuckled softly. In one-on-one confrontations, the mightiest is neither the power-type soul master nor the assault-type or agility-type soul masters, but rather the control-type Soul Master. This is because a control-type Soul Master can restrain the opponent's movements. If the adversary cannot break free from your control, how can they mount an offense? Throughout the realm of Soul Masters, I assure you, control-type Soul Masters are the most formidable and terrifying presence. Tang San's expression darkened. A glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes as he suddenly recalled someone, offering a bitter smile. Teacher, I just remembered someone who seems to contradict your theory. Upon hearing this, the master gazed at Tang San in shock and inquired, contradict my theory? Little San, my theory is undoubtedly the strongest in the Douluo continent. It cannot possibly be overturned. It is the result of countless cases I have analyzed. Tang San replied calmly, Teacher, I speak the truth. There is indeed someone who challenges your theory. I recall you mentioning that the weakness of power-type Soul Masters lies in their speed, correct? Indeed, the master nodded. But what if the opponent embodies both power and agility? As Tang San spoke of this individual, his gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened further. This person had become a shadow deep within his heart. Observing Tang San's demeanor, the master felt a surge of astonishment. That is impossible. No Soul Master could possess two powers of equal level. Such a scenario would be too terrifying. Regarding the issue raised by Tang San, the master naturally held disbelief. He considered himself to have thoroughly researched every aspect related to Soul Masters. He firmly believed that even a Soul Master endowed with innate full soul power and possessing two martial souls could never achieve an equal level of prowess in both. A hint of melancholy flickered in the master's gaze. The notion of two powers existing at the same level was one he had contemplated, yet deemed impossible. After a moment of reflection, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in the master's eyes. He resolutely declared, Little San, such a phenomenon cannot exist. However, I shall conduct a thorough investigation into it. For now, let us continue our study of your martial soul. Your greatest vulnerability lies in your fear of fire. Should you encounter a Soul Master proficient in fire attributes, your martial soul would be entirely restrained. Although you may believe that you can subsequently acquire a fire attribute soul ring, that would indeed be detrimental to you. Control-type Soul Masters primarily focus on teamwork. Tang San nodded, addressing his teacher, You truly are the zenith of theoretical knowledge. Having become utterly captivated by the master's theories, Tang San considered that although the master himself lacked formidable strength, his theoretical insights were unparalleled. Zenith? How laughable! Are not your so-called theories merely derived from my teacher's teachings? At that moment, a voice laced with disdain resounded. Tang San reacted swiftly, transforming into a fleeting shadow that rushed to stand before Cai Wenji. Who are you? Do you realize that defaming my teacher comes with consequences? Cai Wenji retorted coldly, You might inquire of your teacher where his so-called grand theories originate. Do not presume that merely rearranging another's successes can lay claim to them as your own. That is indeed shameful. Upon hearing this, the master's expression darkened abruptly, and he hurried over, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder to signal him to refrain from violence. Yet, how could Tang San tolerate anyone disparaging his master? Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul, 3 soul rings rapidly ascending beneath his feet. Teacher, let me see what qualifications she possesses to belittle you. Please. Unveil your martial soul. Chapter 95. Kai's Fears Confrontation with the Master, Part 2. A request for subscription. Your opponent is me. At that moment, a figure appeared before Tang San. What are you doing here? Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Zhu Lan would suddenly materialize in this very place. Given his current strength, he had no possibility of contending with a formidable opponent. However, Master was his mentor, and he could not bear to witness his benefactor being bullied. Initially, Cai Wenji had instructed Lan to conceal herself, as she intended to personally confront that scoundrel, Yu Xiaojiang. To her astonishment, Tang San, Master's disciple, had intervened, positioning himself directly in front of Master. It was precisely for this reason that Lan charged forth. Lan was acutely aware of Tang San's prowess. After acquiring his 3rd spirit ring, he had ascended to the rank of Spirit Elder, and with the aid of an external spirit bone, he was a force to be reckoned with. In contrast, Cai Wenji was merely an auxiliary spirit master, and when faced with a control-type spirit master, her chances in battle diminished significantly. Moreover, Tang San possessed an arsenal of concealed weapons, thus Lan could not tolerate any harm befalling Cai Wenji. Brother, didn't I tell you to stay back? Cai Wenji exclaimed in astonishment. You are merely an auxiliary spirit master, and this individual before you is Master's disciple, a control-type spirit master. How could I allow him to bully you? Lan replied calmly. A smile flickered across Cai Wenji's face, though Lan appeared cold on the surface. She radiated warmth within. She contemplated the feeling of warmth that emerged from a once icy demeanor. I am not here to challenge you. Kindly step aside. Cai Wenji retorted coldly. If you wish to challenge, please form a queue. Master was a perceptive individual, and he could discern that the girl was indeed focused on him. He had no intention of retreating, as he perceived her to be merely a spirit master of moderate caliber, similar to himself. Importantly, he had heard that this young lady was simply an auxiliary spirit master, which instilled a sense of confidence within him. Thus, Master patted Tang San on the shoulder and softly said, Xiao San, please step aside. Allow me to accept this young lady's challenge. Master, Tang San called out, sensing that the girl exuded an extraordinary aura upon her arrival. Master smiled calmly. Do not worry. Regardless of what transpires, you must not intervene. Seeing that Master was resolute in personally accepting the challenge, Tang San had no choice but to stand aside and observe quietly. Yu Xiaojiang, Spirit, Luo San Pao. Rank 29 Spirit Master. I look forward to your guidance, Master declared. At that moment, his previously despondent eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. He clasped his hands before his chest and swiftly released them, exclaiming, Come forth, Luo San Pao. With a resounding pop, a wave of light purple spirit power emanated from Master's palms. Cai Wenji furrowed her brow slightly, feeling the pulse of spirit energy radiating from Yu Xiaojiang. Just when she felt a sense of bewilderment, a creature suddenly materialized before Master. Indeed, it was a creature that appeared dog-like. Yet its form bore a striking resemblance to that of a pig, standing over 5 meters tall with a waist circumference to match. This creature was cloaked in a delicate shade of lavender fur. Its small ears drooped gently, and a pair of deep blue eyes blinked softly, exuding an aura of tenderness. Upon its emergence, 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath the Master's feet, swirling gracefully around his form. A mutated martial soul? Cai Wenji's pupils contracted, her gaze sharpening with sudden intensity, her heart racing at the revelation that the Master's martial soul was indeed a variant. What is it? Lan inquired, noticing the abrupt change in Cai Wenji's expression. In a hushed tone, she replied, This scoundrel possesses a mutated martial soul. Are you familiar with mutated martial souls? The Master's expression shifted in surprise. He was taken aback that this young girl knew of his soul's unique nature. Cai Wenji smirked disdainfully, explaining, A mutated martial soul is a variation of the same type, manifested differently, with diverse effects. Some become more formidable, while others diminish in strength. If I'm not mistaken, your martial soul resembles a dog yet bears the appearance of a pig. Is this what they call a pig-dog martial soul? The Master's demeanor turned sharp, recognizing her words as a clear insult. Confounded, he pondered what offense he had committed to provoke such a challenge from this 12 or 13-year-old girl, who had come all the way to Shrek to confront him. Please, unleash your martial soul, he urged, eager to teach this proud girl a lesson. Cai Wenji, martial soul, Hu Jiaqin, auxiliary soul master. With a soft utterance, she raised her right hand gently, and countless specks of light coalesced in her palm, revealing a jade-colored Hu Jiaqin. Following this, 3 resplendent soul rings ascended slowly from her feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the trio of soul rings rose gracefully, the Master's expression transformed in astonishment. A jolt of surprise coursed through him as he realized this girl was indeed a soul master of the soul respect level. In that moment of revelation, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, realizing that the latter's talent paled in comparison to this young girl's. Moreover, she was merely an auxiliary soul master, a fact that was difficult for him to accept. He questioned himself. No one rivaled his knowledge of martial souls. It was known that auxiliary souls were the most challenging to elevate in rank, yet here stood a girl who appeared no older than 12 or 13, already having attained the soul respect realm. Truly a prodigy. Faced with such a prodigious young girl, even though the Master was aware that she was a support-type soul master, he dared not exhibit the slightest degree of carelessness. A support-type soul master challenging him must surely have prepared meticulously, observing the Master's inferior martial spirit. Cai Wenji remained exceedingly vigilant, for Bibi Dong had only informed her that Yu Xiaojiang was not her opponent, without divulging any details regarding his martial spirit. Each time Yu Xiaojiang was mentioned, a chilling glint would flash in Bibi Dong's eyes, leaving Cai Wenji reluctant to inquire further. Make your move, Cai Wenji commanded coldly. The Master, unceremoniously, retorted with a sharp order, 3 cannon. Upon hearing the Master's directive, Luo Sanpao let out a low growl, and a sound reminiscent of a howling tempest filled the air as he inhaled deeply, his already rotund belly expanding at an astonishing pace, resembling a balloon being inflated. The master raised his hand and cast his first soul ring towards Luo Sanpao. Flatulence like thunder, shaking heaven and earth, Luo Sanpao. The clarity in Luo Sanpao's eyes intensified as the yellow halo surrounding him transformed into a luminous shield. His plump form suddenly leaped upwards, soaring 5 to 6 meters high, twisting midair, followed by a thunderous explosion. Tang San instinctively raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and nose, aware of the impending occurrence. Observing Tang San's reaction, Cai Wenji immediately discerned the master's flaw. Covering one's mouth and nose merely served to block the gas. In that instant, Cai Wenji gently plucked the strings of her instrument. Melody of Forgetfulness. Chapter 96. Kai's Fury Against the Master, Part 3. Subscription Request. As the notes resonated, a brilliant light erupted from her huqiao, enveloping her in a dazzling glow. Simultaneously, a pure essence rapidly spread outward. The master's countenance changed drastically. Just as he sensed a sharp aura approaching, his attributes plummeted by at least 50%. Yet, there was no room for hesitation now. Fire! With the command, accompanied by a cacophonous roar, a yellow energy shield erupted from Luo Sanpao's mouth, striking with the force of thunder, instantly engulfing Cai Wenji. Witnessing this power-packed strike from Luo Sanpao, Tang San was resolute in his belief that if the young girl before him were indeed merely a support-type soul master, she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such an assault. But was the reality truly as straightforward as that? In the next moment, a sudden burst of white energy erupted within the golden barrier, shattering the protective shield expelled by Luo Sanpao. Conversely, this radiant white light transformed into a swift stream, hurtling towards the master. Before he could react, he was violently tossed aside by the overwhelming force of the white light, crashing into a large tree in the courtyard with a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Rising from the ground, the master's complexion resembled that of a liver, filled with disbelief as he gazed at Cai Wenji. He could hardly fathom that this girl was merely a support-type soul master. Such immense rebound power could not possibly belong to one of her ilk. Cai Wenji's eyes shimmered with a green glow. The moment the creature expelled its barrier, she caught a whiff of a pungent scent, and at that instant, she was resolutely convinced that the incoming orb of light was far more than a simple attack. Without hesitation, she unleashed her third soul skill, the Melody of Forgetfulness. It is worth noting that the Melody of Forgetfulness not only reduces all attributes of the opponent by 50%, but also diminishes their attack power by 20%. Most terrifyingly, it possesses formidable purifying capabilities. As the master was sent flying by the energy, not only Tang San was taken aback, but Lan too found it hard to believe. It dawned on him that while battling with me, Wenji had retained most of her strength. At that moment, he finally grasped the true extent of Cai Wenji's power. Meanwhile, Tang San was not idle. At the instant Luo Sanpao's energy orb erupted, he swiftly activated his purple extreme demon eye, discerning the peculiar nature of the girl's soul skill. From the sudden explosion of white light, Tang San realized the genuine terror of Cai Wenji's third soul skill. Not only could it diminish the opponent's overall strength, but it also granted her at least 3 seconds of invulnerability. What a formidable soul skill, capable of purifying Luo Sanpao's attack. The master stared at Cai Wenji in astonishment. Yet he believed such a skill could not be used repeatedly. According to his theory, powerful soul skills typically demand immense soul power. And given that the girl was merely a soul sovereign, her energy reserves were even more limited. After the recent strike, the master decided to forego any reservations and prepared for a full-on battle. Initially, he had regarded Cai Wenji as merely a support, but it was now evident that she possessed an extraordinarily terrifying offensive capability. He was convinced that there was no other support type on the entire Douluo continent with such formidable attack power. Then, with a cold shout that echoed like thunder, he unleashed the earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. The yellow halo shimmered once more as Luo Sanpao inhaled deeply, his body swelling like a balloon. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, Luo Sanpao's tremendous lightning-like attack surged forth, accompanied by the whistling of the wind. Undoubtedly, the master had summoned all his strength for this ultimate strike. Cai Wenji, too, sensed the overwhelming force behind Luo Sanpao's blow, which was palpably more powerful than before. A glimmer of green sparkled in her eyes, and 2 of her 3 soul rings illuminated, specifically the first and third. As the soul rings flickered to life, two melodies resonated in harmony. Suddenly, a streak of green light darted past, and Luo Sanpeo's second orb crashed down onto the ground, creating a resounding thud and a massive crater. That streak of light, however, was aimed directly at the master. In an instant, a sharp crack echoed. The master spun a full 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. A vivid crimson handprint marking the right side of his face. Immediately, a toe hooked under his chin, and he felt as though his body was detached from his will, floating weightlessly. Yet, without warning, that foot exerted force, and the green radiance spiraled skyward, causing the master to rotate as well, arching backward until his head struck the ground with a thud. The first soul skill, entanglement. A chilling voice pierced the air, and countless blue-silver grass vines surged towards the green light. However, the speed of that green light was simply too swift. It moved with astonishing velocity. Tang San watched in horror as the green light darted through his blue-silver grass attacks. At that moment, Tang San's vines resembled countless aimless serpents, their heads raised in a frantic search for prey. Observing the green light's rapid movements, Tang San's expression darkened, and doubt crept into his mind. Could she truly be an auxiliary soul master? How could she possess such incredible speed? A disdainful sneer suddenly echoed in his ears, followed by the appearance of a young girl before him. Her emerald eyes sparkled with a glimmer, and Tang San felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, propelling him backward. With the enhancement of her first soul skill, Cai Wenji's speed ascended to a luminous form, making it nearly impossible for her opponents to capture her fleeting silhouette unless their attacks were precisely aimed. Faced with Cai Wenji's light-like swiftness, Tang San felt a pang of inadequacy. He questioned whether his ghost shadow perplexing steps could rival her agility, and the answer was a resounding no. Observing Cai Wenji's fluid combat prowess, Lan felt a mix of pride and sorrow. Such exceptional fighting ability was not honed overnight. It was a culmination of countless battles, revealing the immense hardships Cai Wenji had endured over the years. After being flung back, Tang San sprang to his feet. From his palms, blue-silver grass surged forth once more, rushing towards Cai Wenji from all directions. Lan stood by, observing the silhouette of Cai Wenji. He was prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of danger to her, eager to ascertain her true combat prowess. After all, during their previous clash, neither had been able to unleash their full potential. As countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth, Cai Wenji smiled gently, invoking her third spirit ability, the domain of forgetfulness. Chapter 97, Bloodbath of Tang San. The true power of Kai as the blinding white light erupted once more. The master's expression darkened, a wave of astonishment washing over him. He had not anticipated such a peculiar skill. In a mere few minutes, she had unleashed her third spirit ability 3 times in succession. Could it be? Little San, be wary of her third spirit ability. It not only purifies enemy attacks but also possesses a reflective effect. The master's words resonated with Tang San, who surmised that this young girl was able to continuously utilize her third spirit ability either because it demanded little soul energy or because it had a restorative effect on her soul power. These 2 explanations were the only plausible ones. Thus, when the blue-silver grass erupted and swiftly coiled around Cai Wenji's feet, he employed the ghost shadow perplexing track, transforming into a solitary shadow that charged forward. Faced with this youth, Cai Wenji began to take the situation seriously. Just as the tendrils of blue-silver grass began to entwine around her, she deftly plucked a string, producing a melodious, clear note. In response, the blinding white light erupted once again. Boom! The surging cyclone forcefully repelled Tang San's blue-silver grass tendrils. However, Tang San seemed to have anticipated this. A slight smirk graced his lips as he struck the ground with his right hand, causing several strands of blue-silver grass to erupt from the earth anew. Bind! He commanded sharply, and the blue-silver grass, as if endowed with consciousness, surged wildly toward Cai Wenji. At that moment, Cai Wenji found herself caught off guard. Even if she could still activate her third spirit ability, it was undoubtedly too late, and she could not possibly release it twice in rapid succession. It was over. A glimmer of purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes. Is that all you have? Cai Wenji scoffed disdainfully, her first spirit ring suddenly glowing with brilliance. First spirit ability, untroubled thought. Her voice was as enchanting as a nightingale's, as she delicately plucked another string of her instrument, releasing another crisp note. In the next moment, radiant light flowed from her body, and dozens of musical notes materialized, swirling around her. The blue-silver grass tendrils, which had been racing toward her, were obliterated in an instant. How is this possible? Tang San stared in disbelief at the dissipating blue-silver grass tendrils, astonished that this girl's first spirit ability was so formidable. Could she truly release 2 spirit rings in succession without any interval? Do not say that Tang San could not believe it. Even the master's expression grew grave upon witnessing this scene. From the moment Tang San charged forward, his gaze had been intently fixed on Cai Wenji. He truly did not anticipate that within mere minutes, this young girl could consecutively unleash her soul skills. However, even though the restraining effect of the blue-silver grass vines proved ineffective, Tang San found himself with no alternative. After all, a bow once drawn cannot be unstrung. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped his hands, transforming his previously flesh-toned hands into a pearlescent hue. This was Tang San's ultimate technique, the mystic jade hand. With a powerful motion, he raised his right arm, channeling all his strength into a single, forceful punch aimed at Cai Wenji. As his fist soared forward, a series of crisp sounds echoed. His mystic jade hand felt as if it were being sliced by countless sharp blades. He wished to retreat, but it was already too late. Countless blades swiftly tore through his garments, piercing his flesh. Alarm surged within Tang San as he rapidly activated his purple extreme demon eye. Yet, when he attempted to discern the truth with his purple extreme demon eye, he found himself unable to see anything. Unbeknownst to him, the blades from Cai Wenji's first soul skill were not formed from soul power. Rather, she wielded control over the air, transforming it into lethal blades. The air was beyond Tang San's perception. The sound of slicing air resonated in Tang San's ears, and he realized that he was utterly defeated in this battle. Blood surged from his body, and the master trembled in response, yet he understood that it was too late to intervene. However, Cai Wenji was also measured in her approach. Her intent was solely to deliver a thorough thrashing to the master, whom she deemed a scoundrel, while Tang San was not the focus of her mission. A mere reprimand would suffice. Lan stood aside, brimming with confidence in Cai Wenji. Initially, he harbored some concerns when Tang San made his move, but now it was evident that his assistance was unnecessary. Tang San was no match for Wenji at all. In less than 3 seconds, his body was slashed with dozens of wounds, blood streaming profusely. He attempted to retreat, only to discover that his body felt as if it were under some form of control, rendering him utterly immobile. The cause of his paralysis was undoubtedly Cai Wenji's second soul skill, Xiao Wu. No one knew when she had unleashed this ability except for Tang San, who, being unable to move, was acutely aware of his suffering. Consider this a warning. Cai Wenji's eyes glimmered as she plucked the strings of her instrument, unleashing a burst of white light that sent Tang San hurtling away. With a resounding crash, he collided against the wall, appearing utterly disheveled. His eyes brimmed with fury. He could hardly accept being bested by a mere support type. He had contemplated using hidden weapons, but he was well aware that they would be futile against this young woman. Indeed, as Tang San suspected, Cai Wenji's first soul skill was not merely a means of restoring soul power, it also formed a deadly blade array. Anything that entered the array's vicinity would be reduced to dust. Unless the opponent possessed formidable defenses, it was impossible to approach her. The master rushed over to assist Tang San, his gaze fixed intently on Cai Wenji, the intensity of his expression betraying his fury. "Who are you?" "So that we may acknowledge our defeat with respect?" Despite the humiliating defeat, the master was eager to discern the origins of this girl. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was certain she hailed from a lineage far beyond the ordinary sections. Cai Wenji scoffed. "You are unworthy. It seems this pathetic academy has no capable fighters. I advise you not to take others' hard work for granted as a means to elevate your own status." "Brother, how was that?" With that, Cai Wenji leaped into Lan's embrace, her face radiating warmth, leaving Lan utterly bewildered. This girl exhibited 2 entirely different personas, one cold and suffocating during battle, and now a tender, affectionate demeanor. Lan softly remarked, "You should not have been so harsh." Cai Wenji pouted. "It wasn't intentional, but I couldn't help myself." Lan gently stroked her small head, saying that you should be more ruthless. Cai Wenji remained silent. Chapter 98. The unripe fruit is not sweet. After giving Master and Tang San a thorough beating, Lan and Cai Wenji departed from Shrek Academy. As they watched the 2 figures fade into the distance, a sharp glint flickered in the master's eyes. It was one thing to be beaten himself, but to have it affect Tang San was unacceptable. He vowed to restore Tang San's honor. "Little San, it is all my fault." Confronted with Tang San, the master's heart was heavy with guilt. If it weren't for him, Tang San would not have suffered such indignity. Tang San forced a smile, replying, "Teacher, There's no need to feel guilty. It's merely a matter of skill. Rest assured, I am fine. It's just some superficial wounds. She did not strike me too harshly. Tang San understood the master's deep turmoil and wished to alleviate his burden regarding this incident. Soon, the other members of Shrek returned from foraging for ingredients. Upon witnessing Tang San, bloodied and the master, pale-faced, their minds went blank, especially Xiao Wu, who immediately rushed into Tang San's embrace. What on earth happened? Who did this to you? Foolish girl, I am all right. It's merely a few surface injuries. Tang San managed to muster a weak smile before losing consciousness. Quickly, take little San to his room for treatment, Flander ordered solemnly. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun rushed to support Tang San, carrying him to the dormitory. What on earth is going on? Flander's expression grew serious as he observed Tang San. Knowing his prowess, among these students, Tang San possessed the highest talent. The master pounded his chest with his fist. Lamenting, it's all my fault. It is because of me that little San has been hurt so grievously. Who could have done this to you? I will ensure justice is served. Xiao Wu's expression hardened. How dare anyone wreak havoc in Shrek? The master replied gravely. It was a girl around 12 or 13 years old, who directly challenged me upon arrival. Flander's lips twitched. Xiao Gang, you cannot be jesting with us. I am well aware of little San's strength. It is nearly impossible for him to lose at his level. There is no way he could be so thoroughly beaten unless the opponent was extraordinarily powerful. Are you intimidated by her? The master chuckled bitterly. Do I appear to be joking at this moment? The opponent's age is indeed similar to little San's, and she is an auxiliary soul master. But I have never encountered one with such formidable attack power. I pride myself on my understanding of martial spirits, but I never anticipated. An auxiliary soul master? A girl? Oscar was utterly astonished. Surely, auxiliary types cannot be that formidable? Rongrong is also an auxiliary soul master, and her attack power is not explosive. Xiao Gang, are you certain the opponent is an auxiliary soul master? Flander remained skeptical. How could an auxiliary soul master possess such exceptional strength? To comprehend that he has traversed the Douluo continent for the better part of his life, one must acknowledge the myriad of experiences he has encountered. In his perspective, a support-type soul master could never possess such explosive combat prowess. Take Ning Rongrong, for instance. Her 7-treasure glazed tile is an exceptional martial soul among support-type soul masters. Yet its abilities merely serve to enhance the attributes of her allies. The master's expression was one of profound gravity. Realizing how utterly ludicrous his previous theories appeared in light of this revelation, that a support-type soul master could indeed wield such formidable combat strength. Was the Douluo continent on the brink of a transformation? He spoke solemnly. She is undeniably a support-type soul master. From my observations, her first soul skill not only amplifies the attributes of herself and her allies, but also possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Xiao San's blue-silver grass was reduced to mere powder the moment it approached her. Moreover, I find it exceedingly perplexing that her third soul skill is exceedingly enigmatic. When she activated it, it diminished my attributes by at least 50% and my attack power by 20%. Yet, this is not the most astonishing aspect. The most terrifying facet of her third soul skill is its ability to unleash a purifying white light that nullifies all attacks. Upon hearing this, Flinder and the others were rendered utterly despondent. The expressions on their faces seemed to inscribe two characters: shock. Indeed, it was astonishment and horror. A support-type soul master possessing such divine abilities was an indomitable force among her peers. Furthermore, a cold, detached youth, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age, accompanied the girl. The master suddenly recalled the boy who had been with Cai Wenji. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Lan Ge? The first person that came to everyone's mind was Lan. The indifferent boy could be none other than him. Master, what does that cold boy look like? Let us not wrong Lan Ge, Oscar said incredulously. The master's brows furrowed slightly as he described. The boy is clad in a black trench coat, and his demeanor, along with his eyes, emanates an icy chill that is almost palpable. I can sense that his strength far surpasses that of the girl. Yet he has refrained from making a move. Xiao Wu clenched his fists suddenly. There is no doubt. It is him. What on earth does this lad intend to do? Why bring an unknown individual directly to challenge the master? I have always maintained that a forcibly taken fruit is not sweet, yet you insist on integrating him into Shrek. It seems his next target is us. You mentioned that should he vanquish both of us, he could depart from Shrek. We are in quite a predicament. Flinder sighed deeply. A forcibly taken fruit may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst. My insistence on keeping him here was for the sake of Shrek's reputation. Just imagine. If other academies were to discover that we at Shrek possess such an extraordinary prodigy, the financial implications. Xiao Wu, Master. Ning Rongrong. Everyone. Why are you looking at me with such disdain? Am I not doing this for Shrek's sake? To earn a bit more money for him? Dean, I believe the issue at hand has transcended mere sweetness. Should we not seek justice for Master and the third party? Oscar whispered. Indeed, justice must be served, and we must pursue them now. We should still be able to catch up. Although Flander is often swayed by the allure of money, he is still able to discern the gravity of the situation, with Master and the third party being assaulted. It is only natural for the Dean to intervene. He then softly declared, let us retrieve them at once. As Flander's words echoed, everyone from Shrek immediately dashed out. At that moment, Lon and Cai Wenji were making their way towards the center of Soto City, intending to have a meal. However, Flander and the others were far too swift, catching up to them in mere minutes. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Lon and Cai Wenji with lightning speed, appearing right before them. Only one individual within Shrek possesses such extraordinary speed and the ability to fly. Undoubtedly, it was the four-eyed cat eagle, Flander. Young one, where are you headed? A glint of sharpness flashed in Lan's eyes as he suddenly raised his head to gaze intently at Flander. An icy aura subtly spreading in all directions. Are you seeking justice for those two master and apprentice? Cai Wenji retorted coldly, if so, you truly are intriguing. I find that none of you from Shrek possess any real strength. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression darkened considerably as he replied, what an arrogant proclamation. Those two are the weakest in our Shrek Academy. Why not challenge the rest of our academy if you possess any abilities? No sooner had Flander's words fallen than a melodious voice rang out. Xiao Wu, martial spirit, assault system, I humbly seek your guidance. Following this, a figure darted toward Cai Wenji with astonishing speed, arriving almost instantaneously. The consciousness of Lon was remarkably formidable. Almost instantaneously, as his figure collided with Cai Wenji's. He had already positioned himself in front of her. With his right arm bent and arched, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the oncoming shadow. The sound of the impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu let out a muffled groan and was propelled backwards. A glint of cold light flickered in Flander's eyes as he transformed into a solitary silhouette, rushing forth to catch Xiao Wu. Lan's punch was merely an ordinary strike. He did not employ any soul power, merely channeling his hunting skills. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu was not a defensive soul master, and when faced with Lan's overwhelming strength, she was utterly defenseless, receiving a direct blow to her chest. The one-eye challenges her, she declared, her eyes glimmering with fury as she pointed a finger at Cai Wenji, determined to seek justice for Tang San. Tang San is one of us. To bully him is to bully us all. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others joined her. The entire Shrek 7, save for Tang San, had assembled. Lon, I never expected you would bring a stranger to bully us Shrek members. From this day forth, you and I are no longer brothers, Dai Mubai asserted. Ma Hongjun stepped forward as well, saying, Brother Lon, you must provide a reasonable explanation, or I, Ma Hongjun, will also consider you no longer a brother. Oscar added, Oscar, hereby officially declare that I am no longer your brother. Seeing how far Dai Mubai had gone, Oscar felt compelled to speak up. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained silent, for both had some connection with Lon. You can't accuse us of outnumbering you. You must indeed give us an explanation. Or you may find it challenging to leave here today. Xiao Wujie stepped forward, a powerful aura suddenly radiating from him. Despite the numerical advantage of their opponents, Cai Wenji and Lon remained composed, casting a disdainful glance at the Shrek group. I initially intended to challenge that scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang. I did not expect his apprentice to meddle. He brought this upon himself. Should I be blamed for it? Humph, Xiao Wujie snorted coldly. I want to see what skills you possess that allow you to directly challenge us, Shrek. Do you think we are mere sickly cats? Teacher Zhao, I have a suggestion, Dai Mubai said calmly. Xiao Wujie furrowed his brow, asking, what suggestion? Dai Mubai replied, I believe your involvement in this matter may not be appropriate. It could damage your reputation if outsiders claim you are bullying the weak. Therefore, I propose that we six from Shrek handle this ourselves, issuing a challenge to Lon. Are we six challenging those two? Ning Rongrong whispered. Dai Mubai, isn't this a bit unfair? Although Ning Rongrong's voice was soft, both Cai Wenji and Lon heard her clearly. Before Lon could respond, Cai Wenji coldly interjected, you may all come at once. As her words fell, a brilliant azure light erupted from her palm, unleashing a chilling aura. Observing the Hu Jiaqin in Cai Wenji's hand, Dai Mubai and the others frowned, astonished that this girl, who had defeated Master and Tang San, wielded a musical instrument as her martial spirit. At that moment, Lan unhesitatingly unleashed his martial soul, raising his right hand as countless specks of light converged in his palm. With a sharp cry, a piercing sound erupted, and in an instant, a swirling black mist, filled with myriad stars, enveloped his body. He stood as if at the center of a round cloud, where twinkling stars illuminated the dark expanse, a transformation brought forth by the absorption of his fourth spirit ring. At this moment, the air around Lan was thick with an ethereal haze, yet it remained murky and heavy, compared to the imposing aura exuded by Cai Wenji. Lan's demonic power radiated a more tyrannical force, the two energies converging almost instantaneously. Observing this, Dai Mubai and the others sprang into action. Ning Rongrong, standing in the midst of the seven treasures glazed tile, suddenly spun around, releasing a dazzling spectrum of colors from her being, where the radiant hues converged. A resplendent seven-colored treasure pagoda, over a foot tall, materialized in the palm of her right hand. The pagoda shimmered with brilliance, exuding an air of nobility, while Ning Rongrong, with a serene smile, appeared almost ethereal, as two rings of yellow spirit aura rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her form. The seven treasures are renowned. The first being power. With a soft incantation, Ning Rongrong summoned her first spirit ring, enveloping it in the aura of the seven treasures glazed pagoda. Under her guiding finger, four beams of colorful light shot forth, encasing the four members of Shrek. Instantly, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Shuqing, and Xiao Wu felt a warm surge of energy flooding into their limbs, experiencing a marked enhancement in their strength. The most apparent change was in their soul power, which surged upward as if boiling. Cai Wenji exhibited a hint of astonishment, reflecting that she had not anticipated encountering members of the Seven Treasures glazed tile family here. It seemed she could not hold back in this battle. The Seven Treasures are also known for their second boon, speed. Another four beams of colorful light gracefully emerged. The lightness infused into their bodies made the Shrek quartet feel as though they could take flight. Under the amplification of Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasures glazed pagoda, their speed and power surged by 30%. After enhancing her companions, Oscar made his move, exclaiming, "Behold, I have a grand sausage." He tossed 4 sausages, each one consumed by Dai Mubai and his companions. As they witnessed the sudden increase in strength, a gleam of green flickered in Cai Wenji's eyes. She gently plucked the strings of her lute, sending a beam of light into Lan's body. The newfound lightness overwhelmed Lan, as he felt as if he had merged with the void itself. In profound astonishment, he realized that Wenji's first spirit ring had granted their team an astounding enhancement in speed, elevating it to a staggering 100%. As Lan remained in a state of astonishment, a gentle sound resonated, and a note surged into his forehead. Suddenly, Lan was taken aback once more, as he felt a significant enhancement in all his attributes, approximately by 20%. The concept of an overall attribute increase signifies that his speed had once again been augmented. At this very moment, he was utterly convinced that with just a single step, he could leap 100 meters in an instant, perhaps even faster. Gazing at the 6 members of Shrek, Cai Wenji whispered, "Brother, let us first deal with their support-type Soul Master." In team combat, the support-type Soul Master often serves as the cornerstone of the team. If we eliminate the support first, the overall strength of the team will instantly diminish significantly. Although the opponent possesses a food-type Soul Master, Cai Wenji was acutely aware that the one with the greatest enhancement was still Ning Rongrong. Lan nodded slightly, and in an instant, vanished from sight. What astonishing speed! Chapter 100. A vicious assault on Xiao Wu. Tang San's fury. Ma Hongjun gasped in disbelief, questioning his very existence. As he beheld Lan's sudden disappearance, Flandre jolted, acutely aware of the implications of such velocity. As an agile attacking Soul Master, he understood that achieving the realm of instantaneous disappearance could only signify one thing: unparalleled speed. Even when exerting his full soul power, he could not attain the speed of an afterimage, let alone the instantaneous vanishing act of Lan, who left no trace behind. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong sensed a piercing aura rushing towards her. Reacting instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but her movements were far too sluggish. However, Dai Mubai's reflexes were equally swift. Upon sensing the sudden turbulence in the air, he had already positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong. Simultaneously, his first soul ring illuminated, and he clasped his hands together in defense. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, propelling Dai Mubai backward. Even his first soul skill, the White Tiger's protective barrier, could not withstand Lan's onslaught. As Dai Mubai flew through the air, Lan's figure materialized before Ning Rongrong once more, delivering yet another powerful punch. Just then, a blue-black vine surged forth from the ground, wrapping itself around Ning Rongrong's waist and sending her flying. Boom! Lan's punch struck the air with such force that it seemed to shatter the very atmosphere, producing a resounding explosion. A figure emerged behind everyone, wrapped in white bandages, with traces of fresh blood adorning their form. Third brother, you? Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang San in disbelief, astonished by his sudden appearance. It was not just Ning Rongrong. Everyone was equally taken aback, for Tang San had previously sustained severe injuries. Little San, what brings you here? Dai Mubai rose from the ground, his chest still burning with pain, shocked by the sheer power of Lan's punch. Yet, this was merely an ordinary strike from Lan, devoid of any soul skills, and retaining most of its strength. We are the Shrek 7 monsters. How could I possibly be absent? Tang San replied calmly. He had only sustained superficial injuries, as Cai Wenji's attack had not affected his internal organs, which explained his swift recovery. Rongrong, please amplify my power, Tang San instructed softly. Ning Rongrong nodded, her two soul rings glowing once more, channeling their light directly into Tang San's body. Little San, you are gravely injured, Xiao Wu expressed her concern. Tang San smiled faintly, it's nothing. Such minor wounds are inconsequential. With that, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes as the blue-silver grass surged forth from his palm. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly. Xiao Wu leapt into the air while Zhu Zhuqing darted from the right, charging towards Lan. Simultaneously, Tang San also propelled himself upward. Xiao Wu, Tang San called sharply. Observing Tang San raise his hands to his chest and then push forward with great force, Xiao Wu instinctively understood his intent. Having fought side by side for 6 years, they had forged an unparalleled synergy. With a graceful flip, she lightly tapped the tips of her toes against Tang San's palm, transforming into a pink beam of light. Akin to an arrow, racing towards Lan with lightning speed, amplified by Tang San's thrust. As Lan observed Xiao Wu soaring towards him, a deeper gravity settled upon his expression. Yet, he appeared unperturbed, akin to a hunter waiting patiently for his prey, his keen gaze fixed intently upon her. Naturally, Xiao Wu would not let such an opportunity slip by. Her body curled gracefully in midair, propelling herself forward with a swift roll. Just as she was about to reach Lan, her delicate form unfurled. In that fleeting moment, she had already summoned her martial spirit. Her feet simultaneously poised to strike the sides of Lan's neck. A pair of dull thuds resonated as her feet accurately landed upon his shoulders. Now you shall witness the consequences of arrogance, Xiao Wu declared coldly, as the first soul ring around her glimmered to life. The first soul skill, bow of the waist. Her feet seemed to adhere to Lan's shoulders, her toes suddenly retracting to strike at his neck, her entire body twisting with force, causing her to spin in midair. In an instant, Lan was lifted off the ground, twirling like a whirlwind. At that moment, Ma Hongjun let out a hearty laugh, sensing that this battle might conclude prematurely. Once ensnared by Xiao Wu, survival seemed improbable, if not impossible. Not necessarily, Dai Mubai remarked with a nonchalant air. Ma Hongjun scoffed in response, but he has grown complacent. No matter how formidable one's strength, without a solid foundation beneath their feet, they cannot stabilize their body. Lacking a support point renders one powerless. Xiao Wu's strike is a culmination of her utmost potential. Even Lan, as extraordinary as he is, may find it insufferable. After several revolutions, Xiao Wu planted her hands firmly on the ground, executing a slingshot maneuver. Utilizing a significant backward flip and channeling all her strength, she propelled Lan away. Yet, at the moment Lan was cast into the air, his figure inexplicably vanished. Just when astonishment rippled through the onlookers, Lan reappeared behind Xiao Wu, his right hand swiftly grasping one of her rabbit ears. Ah! Xiao Wu let out a piercing scream. With a sudden shift in expression, Lan seized Xiao Wu by her rabbit ears and hoisted her effortlessly into the air, then slammed her down onto the ground with a resounding thud that reverberated through the earth. Xiao Wu! Tang San cried out in alarm, instantly igniting with rage. He darted towards Lan, employing his ghost shadow perplexing track, and in a swift motion, drew forth countless gleaming projectiles from his waist. As the piercing sounds of his hidden weapons sliced through the air, Lan dared not underestimate the threat. He relinquished his grip on Xiao Wu, casting her aside. In an instant, several strands of blue-silver grass surged forth to catch her. Gasping, Xiao Wu expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, her complexion as pale as a sheet. She had not even had the opportunity to activate her second or third spirit abilities before being grievously injured by Lan. At that moment, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun simultaneously issued a sharp command. All of their spirit rings illuminated brilliantly, and they held nothing back against Lan. In an instant, two beams of light, one white and one red, erupted from Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, hurtling directly towards Lan. These brilliant rays represented Daimubai's White Tiger Fierce Light Wave and Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line. As they unleashed this powerful spirit ability, the sheer force generated caused the surrounding air to become tempestuous. As the two beams approached, Lan swiftly shifted his form, positioning himself in front of Cai Wenji. Raising his left hand, he intoned, "Breath of the Wind." In that moment, a gust of wind surged forth from his wrist, forming a protective barrier that enveloped both himself and Cai Wenji. Boom. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line and Daimubai's White Tiger Fierce Light Wave collided with the wind barrier, producing a cacophonous explosion. A torrent of searing energy erupted, instantly shattering the air around them, creating an overwhelming sensation as if the very atmosphere had vanished. The oppressive pressure caused blood vessels in the eyes of all present to bulge. At that moment, a rapid succession of sharp sounds reverberated from Lan's wind barrier. Witnessing this, Daimubai's expression darkened, and with a fierce shout, he activated his third spirit ability, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Chapter 101. Tang San's 6 Years of Fury, Erupting? The intense, crisp sounds were the result of Zhu Zhuqing's assault. However, she had not anticipated that even when she unleashed her speed to the utmost, it paled in comparison to Lan's, being less than 1/10 of it. Her attacks were entirely thwarted by the gusts of wind emanating from Lan. Daimubai, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's failure, immediately activated his third soul skill, fearing for her safety. With the enhancement of this skill, his attributes saw a significant boost, and he swiftly surged towards Zhu Zhuqing, pulling her away from Lan by at least 15 meters. After intercepting the hidden weapons released by Tang San, Lan advanced a step and vanished from sight. The Shrek 7 had already sustained injuries to two of their members, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Faced with Lan's lightning-like speed, they quickly huddled together, back to back, uncertain from which direction Lan would strike next. At that moment, their hearts raced, and their eyes remained wide open, for Lan's speed was truly astonishing, leaving each of them fearful of a sudden attack in the blink of an eye. Yet, despite their vigilance, could such measures truly be effective? Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind assaulted Daimubai's face, and a blinding light erupted as if shattering the void. As the light approached, Daimubai was taken aback, realizing that it was no ordinary radiance, but rather a fist imbued with immense power. The sheer force emanating from that fist left his complexion pale. He understood better than anyone the magnitude of force capable of distorting air and space. Confronted with Lan's strike, he felt utterly uncertain. The only course of action was to gather all his strength, converting every ounce of his power into defense. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, reminiscent of a colossal meteor plunging into the ocean, creating waves that soared dozens of meters high, and an overwhelming force akin to turbulent sea surges engulfed the entire land. The 7 members of Shrek were all thrown into the air, descending in various directions. Each ear-splitting blast signified one among them crashing violently onto the ground. Even though they had been propelled outward, they were still subjected to an unparalleled pressure exerted by the energy. Lan, without any reservation, unleashed the full extent of his power, employing the ultimate strike of his third spirit ability, amplified by Cai Wenji, resulting in a force that shattered the expectations of Xiao Wu and Flender. Both were struck with terror, their minds blank. Moments earlier, they too had been caught in the sudden explosion of energy, sent reeling back at least 5 meters. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds broke through the air. Dozens of icy beams shot toward Lan and Cai Wenji. Observing this, Cai Wenji reacted even faster than Lan. Her right hand swiftly plucked the Hu Jiaqing, and a beam of white light erupted from her body. The icy beams vanished the moment they made contact with the white light. A figure darted toward the two of them with incredible speed, as swift as a phantom, his eyes gleaming with a purple light. Indeed, it was Tang San. Just as Lan's fist collided with Daimubai's chest, Tang San reacted in a flash, skillfully utilizing ghost shadow perplexing steps to distance himself from the main group, thereby avoiding the overwhelming force. Upon Tang San's arrival, Xiao Wu also appeared out of thin air. It is worth noting that after acquiring her third spirit ring, her spirit ability granted her the power of teleportation. Thus, when Tang San gave her a knowing glance, she immediately activated her third spirit ability. This enabled the two to narrowly escape disaster. "Xiao Wu, allow me to handle this," Tang San commanded as Xiao Wu charged forward. He understood that having Xiao Wu join him would only result in another person getting hurt. Lan's strength was far beyond ordinary imagination. And he realized that Lan's power was considerably more formidable than anticipated. Hearing his voice, Xiao Wu halted, teleporting to Tang San's side. Tang San, how can I let you face him alone? Tang San forced a smile. Silly girl, do you have any idea how worried I was for you just now? Let me take this on alone. I wish to ascertain just how strong he truly is. At that moment, Tang San resolved to no longer hold back. Ready to unleash all his hidden powers. Tang San, spirit, blue silver grass, I seek your guidance. Are you out of your mind, Xiao San? Flinder exclaimed in alarm. The combined strength of the seven from Shrek was no match for Lan. How could Tang San possibly stand against him alone? Zhao Wujia's expression grew grave. Xiao San, you must think this through. His spirit power far exceeds yours. Tang San cast a glance at the two individuals, the dean and teacher Zhao, assuring them, rest assured. I shall formally challenge him. 6 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 6 years? Each day, I have lived in the shadows. This time, I must attempt it, no matter what. Upon witnessing Tang San's challenge, Lan turned and gently patted her shoulder. Cai Wenji understood Lan's intention and withdrew her martial spirit. Recognizing that this battle belonged solely to the two men, Tang San stood firm, his entire energy gradually coalescing. At this moment, he had no intention of concealing his strength. The injury inflicted upon Xiao Wu by Lan had deeply affected him, filling his heart with immense guilt. He had vowed to protect Xiao Wu for a lifetime. Yet now she lay grievously wounded, blood spilling from her lips. How could he ever forgive himself? He was determined to seek justice for Xiao Wu. As his power accumulated, his hands transformed into a pearlescent hue. Between his 10 fingers, a faint stream of energy seemed to circulate, and his eyes were entirely suffused with purple. Why has Xiao San's soul power not increased? Yet I feel his combat strength continuously rising. Zhao Wuji's heart was filled with astonishment. A child who had just broken through to the soul sovereign realm could emanate such a formidable aura, indeed raising questions. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted from Tang San's eyes, startling both Flanders and Zhao Wujia, their expressions shifting dramatically. When did Xiao San learn a charm attack skill? Flanders gaped in disbelief. To him, it seemed utterly unreasonable for a man to employ such a seductive skill, far too effeminate. In an instant, Tang San moved, his feet gliding like shadows as he charged towards Lan. With a swift motion, he drew forth several icy beams that shot towards Lan. Simultaneously, a black light flickered in his left hand, a small hammer adorned with peculiar patterns materializing silently within his grasp. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Tang San held nothing back, activating his second martial spirit. The reason he initiated the attack with hidden weapons was to create an opportunity for a decisive strike with the Haotian hammer, while Lan was preoccupied with the projectiles. He understood all too well that relying solely on hidden weapons would never suffice to defeat Lan. Face the fury, Tang San roared, unleashing 6 years of pent-up rage, erupting in a moment of sheer intensity. Chapter 102. The Clash of the Haotian Hammer and the Demonic Divine Power. Could he truly possess two martial spirits? Cai Wenji's expression shifted dramatically. The youth before her, Tang San, astonishingly wielded two martial spirits. Moreover, his second martial spirit was none other than the exceptional Haotian hammer. Lan furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback to discover that Tang San, like himself, possessed two martial souls. Moreover, one of them was the formidable Haotian hammer, which had sent ripples of astonishment throughout the Douluo continent. As he observed Tang San charging forward with the second martial soul unleashed, a glint of sharpness flickered in Lan's eyes, his gaze seemingly emanating a shroud of dark mist. In that moment, he was fully prepared to unleash his utmost power. Holding nothing back, under the infusion of Tang San's soul power, the Haotian hammer in his grasp expanded dramatically, doubling in size, with intricate patterns becoming vividly pronounced and shimmering with a deep blue luminescence. As the small hammer swung down, the sound of rushing wind filled the air. "Brother, be careful," Cai Wenji cried out urgently. Yet, Lan showed no inclination to retreat, as he watched the hammer glimmering with dark light slowly raised in Tang San's left hand. He instead moved to meet it head-on. Raising his right hand, his fingers clenched into a fist, and all the strength within him surged violently toward his right arm. Countless starlights swirled around his arm, enveloping it in a mist of luminescence. The magnitude of power behind this punch was beyond anyone's comprehension. Zhao Wudra and Flinder stood nearby, their expressions grave. They realized that the force of Lan's impending strike would be catastrophic just by mere speculation. Meanwhile, Tang San was wielding what was deemed the strongest martial soul in the Douluo continent to date. The collision of these two formidable powers elicited a sense of anticipation in both men. Third soul skill, Faith Judgment. Lan's low growl seemed to resonate from the void itself. And in an instant, a colossal figure erupted behind him, its roar slicing through the air with an icy ferocity. A massive shark surged forth in tandem with Lan's rushing silhouette. With a thunderous crash, the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp collided with Lan's demonic divine power. The clash of top-tier and divine martial souls unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, as if shattering the very fabric of the void itself. Dark blue energy ripples and radiant starlight surged skyward, their murky brilliance bursting forth in all directions. Tang San was struck by the overwhelming force of the starlight energy wave. His body propelled backwards, spinning uncontrollably amidst the turbulent energy. It is worth noting that Tang San's second martial soul was devoid of any soul ring skills, however. As his soul power intensified, its weight continued to increase. Although the hammer appeared relatively unchanged, it now weighed at least 700 pounds. Even without the infusion of soul power. Yet, in that moment, Tang San had wagered everything, unleashing a catastrophic blow with all his soul power. A strike far exceeding 1,000 pounds. Astonishingly, none anticipated that the Haotian hammer, heralded as the premier martial soul of the Douluo continent, would falter so dramatically against Lan's demonic divine power. Lan's punch was equally a culmination of all his strength, yet his power far surpassed that of Tang San. If Tang San's previous strike weighed around 2,000 pounds, then Lan's punch was at least double that, and that was merely a modest estimation. As Tang San was propelled away by the shockwave of energy, Flinder dashed forward to catch him. At this moment, all the bandages encompassing Tang San had been utterly shattered by the force of the energy wave, and the flesh that had been previously sliced by Cai Wenji's first soul skill was now violently impacted and torn apart by Lan's explosive energy ripples. Witnessing the unconscious Tang San, Flinder swiftly transported him back to Shrek Academy, observing that all the students of Shrek had been severely injured by Lan. The Vice President Xiao Wu felt a surge of cold fury in his eyes. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Mighty Golden Bear, Level 76 Battle Soul Sage, please offer your guidance. Suddenly, a chill swept over Lan's face. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wu would dare to challenge him at this moment. It was evident that during the preceding battle, he had exerted himself to the fullest, depleting a considerable amount of soul power. Under such circumstances, facing a level 76 soul sage left him with little confidence. Yet, what was there to fear? Though the opponent's soul power was indeed twice his own, Lan's demeanor remained remarkably composed, for he still possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed. Once unleashed, even a level 76 soul sage would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Let it be said that I am taking advantage of my opponent's weakness. They could face me together. Xiao Wu, in his conduct, was commendably straightforward and did not seek unfair advantage. Aware that Lan had already exhausted a significant portion of his soul power, he boldly invited Cai Wenji to join the fray. Cai Wenji cast a glance at Lan, her heart swelling with joy. Initially, she had harbored concerns for Lan's well-being, but the situation had shifted. Now, fighting alongside Lan, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. Even when confronted by a level 76 soul sage, Lan felt a flicker of surprise. With the enhancement provided by Cai Wenji, perhaps this battle would not end in defeat. As he spoke, Xiao Wu let out a cold exclamation, and a radiant golden light erupted from within him. Enveloped in this golden glow, his body gradually became cloaked in a layer of brownish-yellow fur, expanding in size. As his fists clenched suddenly, his muscles swelled in response. His brownish-yellow eyes exuded an imposing aura, while 7 soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet, swirling rhythmically around him. With a gentle command, Cai Wenji quietly released her martial spirit and soul rings. Gazing at the two young figures before him, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Their innate talents seemed to surpass even those of the Shrek 7 monsters. The sharp energy emanating from them appeared to intertwine, as if they were a pair of extraordinary beings born to complement each other. Particularly striking were their soul rings, which caused Xiao Wu to momentarily falter. The young man bore 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, while the young woman possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple. They appeared youthful, perhaps only 12 or 13 years of age, yet both were already above level 30, with one having reached level 40. With a low growl, Xiao Wujia's eyes glinted like a quietly blooming blue lotus, and as he clenched his fists, a powerful aura burst forth in the form of a gust. Among the 7 soul rings adorning him, the first yellow ring suddenly illuminated. A brilliant golden light erupted almost instantaneously as his legs bent. He launched himself directly at Lan and Cai Wenji. Simultaneously, his second soul ring glowed, transforming his palm into a golden hue, which he aimed directly at Lan and Cai Wenji. Confronted by a soul sage of level 76, both Lan and Cai Wenji remained on high alert. In an instant, as the sound of a zither resonated, a green light and a chilling ray shot forth from either side of Xiao Wu's body. So swift. Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment. Only he understood the true speed of his strike. Yet, despite his full force, he found himself unable to match the pace of Lan and Cai Wenji. Undoubtedly, his attack had missed its mark. The powerful energy unleashed by the great strength Vajra palm resembled the immense vortex created by an exploding cannonball. After evading the strike, Lan and Cai Wenji exchanged glances. And with a subtle nod from Cai Wenji, it was evident that without uttering a single word, they understood each other's thoughts completely. Subsequently, Lan turned and transformed into a solitary shadow, rushing towards Xiao Wu. Due to the depletion of his spiritual energy, even under the enhancement of Cai Wenji's first soul skill, his speed was noticeably diminished. As he reached Xiao Wu, the second soul ring on his body flickered with a purple radiance, and 2 short blades emanating a silvery brilliance materialized in his hands. As he raised his arms, the blades carved through the air, leaving behind a trail of cold light, as if slicing through the very atmosphere itself. The sharp aura intertwined with the sound of wind, no longer a mere howl, but rather an ear-piercing tearing noise. Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. In that critical moment, a golden light erupted from within him once more. His instinctive reaction was to employ the immovable king body. His first soul skill not only augmented his defenses, but also unleashed a blinding golden light, possessing the ability to rebound any attacks within a 3-meter radius. Suddenly, Lan felt as though his body was beyond his control, forcefully propelled away by the immense energy surge. Although his blades could slice through the golden light released by Xiao Wu's immovable king body, his body struggled to withstand the powerful recoil generated by Xiao Wu's full-force explosion. With a low grunt, Lan seemed akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraling outward, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Wu, Lan's expression turned increasingly frigid. Is this the true power of a soul saint? Brother, Cai Wenji cried out urgently. I am fine, Lan replied, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze igniting with a cold light. He had been careless. He should not have charged and solely relying on speed. Clenching the short blade tightly in both hands, he became enveloped in a swirling mist of black starry light. Simultaneously, his first soul ring illuminated. With a resounding thud, his body plunged into the ground. Surging toward Xiao Wu, his speed significantly enhanced by the first soul skill. In the blink of an eye, a colossal figure erupted from beneath Xiao Wu's feet, its roar deafening as a gaping maw lunged at him. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu's expression drastically changed as he once again activated his immovable king body. However, at that very moment, a massive white blade descended upon him, crashing down with a resounding boom, striking against the golden light erupting from within him. The 2 radiances collided, sending countless sparks flying. With a resounding crash, akin to shattering glass, the golden light surrounding him fragmented. Undeniably, Xiao Wu's immovable king body had been shattered. Even he had not anticipated that a mere soul master could breach his defenses. A profound sense of crisis surged through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. In the instant Lan shattered Xiao Wu's first soul skill, he wielded the short blade with both hands as his second soul ring flared to life. With each swift motion of the blade, chilling light emanated from Xiao Wu. Each flash of cold light left a mark of life, and the speed of his strikes was ferociously swift, echoing with the sound of slicing air. Although the damage from the second soul skill was not particularly high for him, it was a divine technique. After unleashing dozens of strikes in rapid succession, Lan's soul power surged to fullness. To execute such a flurry of attacks in just 10 seconds was a staggering feat. Xiao Wu scarcely had time to react. Letting out a low growl, Xiao Wu activated his third soul ring, gravity enhancement. His third soul skill could increase gravity within a specific area, impeding his opponent's movements. It was well known that while his defensive capabilities and strength were formidable, his speed remained a glaring weakness, and against an opponent like Lan, he felt the strain. After employing his third soul skill, Xiao Wu suddenly propelled himself forward with a mighty stomp, causing the very earth to tremble. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, the second soul ring igniting once more and hurled a palm strike at Lan. This strike appeared even more powerful than the previous. And under the suppression of his third soul skill, Lan's speed had diminished significantly, leaving him no time to evade. Yet, was reality truly as straightforward as it seemed? In an instant, Xiao Wujia's palm struck Lan with great force, yet he felt no resistance, as if his blow had merely met with the void. His expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide with disbelief. He realized that his strike had not connected with Lan's body at all. It had merely struck a fleeting shadow. How could this be? No, this is utterly impossible. Under my gravitational suppression, how could he move with such swiftness? Suddenly, Xiao Wujie sensed a weightiness enveloping his own body. His countenance growing more serious as a wave of alarm washed over him. Could it be that he too possessed the ability to enhance gravity? Unbeknownst to Xiao Wujie, while he unleashed his gravitational augmentation, Lan had already channeled his soul energy into the crystalline scale armor of his external soul bone. It is crucial to note that this crystalline scale armor, when subjected to an assault, would reflect 10% of the enemy's attack back at them. At this moment, Lan surged forth from behind Xiao Wujie, the short blade in his grasp a mere blur, radiating a chilling brilliance. In an instant, the glimmer pierced through Xiao Wujie's right chest. Retracting the blade, Lan sheathed his twin daggers as the fourth spirit ring on his body illuminated, unleashing an explosive surge of demonic power. Suddenly, the sky darkened, enveloping the surroundings in an impenetrable night, engulfing Xiao Wujie completely. Out of nowhere, the night sky twinkled with stars, beams of starlight piercing into Xiao Wujie's body. Initially dismissive, he soon found his spirit power inexplicably diminished by 2 levels. Shocked, he felt a chaotic whirl in his mind, his eyes bloodshot. How could my spirit power plummet by 2 levels? What an astonishing spirit ability! Xiao Wujie let out a low growl, no longer concealing his prowess. The 7th spirit ring on his body ignited, a powerful black light enveloping him, heralding a dramatic transformation. Having already become immensely formidable after merging with the Titan Great Bear, he now erupted into a state of raw ferocity upon activating his 7th spirit ability. Witnessing Xiao Wujie's unleashing of his 7th spirit ability, Cai Wenji's heart trembled. It was the true body of martial spirit. In an instant, she transformed into a green flash and charged forward. Xiao Wujie coldly commanded, "Come on, let us face this together." Upon seeing Xiao Wujie directly employ his 7th spirit ability, Cai Wenji was taken aback. Although Lan's 4th spirit ability could diminish an opponent's spirit power against a battle spirit sage like Xiao Wujie, the effect of a 2-level reduction was hardly significant. As his voice echoed, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spirit rings on Xiao Wujie's body simultaneously glowed, their brilliance radiant. It was known that under the enhancement of the true body of martial spirit, Xiao Wujie could use all spirit abilities below the 7th ring without limitation. With a power increase of 150%, alongside a 200% boost in defense. Suddenly, the 4th spirit ring detached from Xiao Wujie's body and swiftly encircled Lan. Lan's expression changed abruptly. For a moment, he was taken by surprise. He observed Xiao Wujie's sturdy legs exerting force, propelling his entire form off the ground, and then he swung his palm towards Lan's position. Was this a tracking skill? This was Lan's first reaction. After all, under the enhancement of his 4th soul skill, his body was cloaked in the shadows of the night, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to pinpoint his location. Yet, the reality was that Xiao Wujie had indeed locked onto him. Xiao Wujie's 4th soul skill was named Tracking Precision. Once locked on, no matter how one evades, they would be relentlessly pursued. Moreover, the range of Xiao Wujie's 4th soul skill was vast. Within 100 meters, he could instantaneously close the distance with his leaping power. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wujie's golden palm descended directly upon Lan. This time, even if Lan wished to evade, it was impossible. For Xiao Wujie unleashed not only his 4th soul skill, but also an enhanced 3rd soul skill that amplified his power by 150%. It was nothing short of terrifying. Lan felt as though his body were mired in a quagmire, each step a monumental struggle. With a resounding crash, Xiao Wujie exerted all his strength, delivering a powerful blow that illuminated Lan's deployed 4th soul skill, Shadow Annihilation Array, with blinding light. Just when Xiao Wujie believed the battle was concluded, a beam of white light erupted, instantaneously countering Xiao Wujie's mighty palm strike. The collision of the 2 radiant forces was nothing short of spectacular. However, how could that white light withstand Xiao Wujie? With a fierce roar, Xiao Wujie applied pressure, and the white light shattered. 2 figures were sent flying. Indeed, it was Lan and Cai Wenji. Both were hurled away by Xiao Wujia's strike, blood spurting from their mouths. Xiao Wujia's massive form involuntarily staggered back 2 steps, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Lan and Cai Wenji soaring through the air. In delivering that blow, he too had sustained a backlash from the injury inflicted. Lan and Cai Wenji crashed onto the ground 30 meters away. Blood gushed uncontrollably from Cai Wenji's mouth. Due to the protective crystalline scales enveloping him, Lan sustained considerably less damage, and thus endured a lighter impact. Wenji. Lan held Cai Wenji tightly, astonished that she had rushed to protect him at such a critical moment. Brother. Cai Wenji's face was ashen, yet she managed to force a faint smile. Do not worry. I am fine. You have already lost. This is the end, Xiao Wuji remarked indifferently. Lan rose to his feet, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a crimson hue. A black starlit mist erupted explosively from within him, interwoven with streaks of crimson radiance. At this juncture, he harbored no intentions of concealing his true strength. Observing the pallor of Cai Wenji's face, he felt a tremor coursing through his being, his fury igniting an uncontrollable rage within him. Together, they had traversed into this unfamiliar realm, relying on one another for survival. He had vowed to protect Cai Wenji for all eternity, yet now, after merely a few days of reunion following 6 long years apart, she had suffered such profound harm. In his left hand, a cold glimmer flickered, coalescing into 2 short blades of black and silver. As his soul force surged, a strand of icy brilliance flowed into his right hand, revealing 2 identical daggers now held firmly in Lan's grasp. Remarkably, he possessed dual martial souls. Xiao Wuji gasped in shock, his eyes widening at the sight of the blades in Lan's hands. He had never anticipated that this youth could possess 2 martial souls, much like Tang San. In that moment, a sense of panic began to envelop him. He was at a loss to comprehend the unprecedented sense of danger flooding his mind. Simultaneously, a crystalline radiance began to emanate from within Lan's body. His ashen complexion gradually transformed, becoming more vibrant. For the passive effect of the crystalline scales boasted a 50% healing efficacy. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Wujia's expression shifted entirely, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Was this truly human? Suddenly, as the 4 soul rings on Lan's body illuminated simultaneously, the surroundings were once more engulfed in darkness, the night sky twinkling with stars. The sound of howling winds echoed ominously, and the piercing sound of something slicing through the air filled his ears. Xiao Wujia let out a cold shout, activating his first soul skill. With a staggering increase of 150%, the power of his immovable body was formidable beyond imagination. In the depths of the night, the starlight fell in torrents. Simultaneously, a flash of cold light erupted. The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the night, as vibrant colors of light intertwined and danced throughout the space. You think your blade can breach my defenses? Xiao Wujia scoffed coldly. Yet at that moment, a shard of icy brilliance shot directly towards his chest. With a penetrating thrust, that minuscule glimmer of cold swiftly pierced through his defenses, embedding itself into his chest. A sharp chill coursed through him, as a harrowing scream echoed in the air. Xiao Wujia staggered backward, taking 5 or 6 steps before he could regain his footing. But before he could stabilize himself, a blast of frost emanated around his body. A streak of cold light aimed for his neck. Xiao Wujia let out a low growl and swung his palm to counter it. However, to his astonishment, that glimmer of cold vanished without a trace, only for another icy shard to launch itself at him. Lan had not anticipated the astonishing speed of Xiao Wuji's reaction. He had originally intended to slash directly at Xiao Wuji's neck with his blade. However, he was acutely aware that Xiao Wuji's formidable diamond palm not only augmented his strength tremendously, but also rendered his palm incredibly hard. More critically, at that moment, Xiao Wuji's was in the state of his martial soul manifestation. Thus, Lan decisively retracted his sword and transformed it into a thrust. In an instant, the icy glimmer pierced through Xiao Wuji's diamond palm, aiming straight for his brow. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Xiao Wuji's began to feel fear. He had not expected that even with the enhancement of his martial soul, such a robust defense could be breached by the youth before him. Xiao Wuji's leaned back, compelled to evade the lethal thrust aimed at his forehead. At that moment, he resembled a wooden post, rendered exceedingly passive against an assassin like Lan. Every attack he launched would rebound with 10% of the damage inflicted upon Lan's crystalline-scaled armor. In simpler terms, the more explosive his offensive, the greater the backlash he would suffer. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Fourth soul skill, starry shadow kill. A cold voice rang out as the shadow of his attack surged toward Xiao Wuji's. However, this time there was no icy brilliance unleashed. For Lan had sheathed his dual blades. Faced with such a fortified soul master, a quick strike could not maximize the damage he could inflict. Opting for a fist attack, the force unleashed would exceed its limits by an additional 10%. With a cacophony of howls accompanying the violent gusts, explosive sounds reverberated through the air. Concurrently, anguished cries akin to those of slaughtered pigs filled the atmosphere. Another punch landed with a thunderous impact. Xiao Wuji's eyes bulged as his abdomen suddenly caved in, his body bending forward and hurtling away. He was propelled out of Lan's shadow kill domain, and upon seeing the light, he felt as though he had glimpsed hope. Only those ensnared within Lan's fourth soul skill, shadow kill, could truly comprehend the terror of the endless night. With a resounding crash, Xiao Wuji slammed against the wall 30 meters away, spewing a mouthful of crimson blood. His expression hardened as he wiped away the blood and sprang back to his feet. With his legs bent, he launched himself toward Lan like a cannonball, his fifth soul ring suddenly igniting. A black ring, signifying his fifth soul skill, 10,000 years. With a low growl, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, gravity compression. The oppressive weight of gravity descended like a relentless wind, compressing every inch of space. Lan felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him from above, continuously constricting his being. Xiao Wuji's enhancement of gravity merely diminished his own mobility. However, in the face of this gravitational pressure, Lan experienced the sheer terror of such power. Yet, Lan's physique was formidable in its own right. He was grateful for his consistent training, for his body was anything but ordinary. Even under the full force of Xiao Wuji's pressure, he could endure for at least 10 minutes. With a sudden shift in expression, Lan plunged directly into the ground, his demonic prowess transforming him into a shark, gliding through the earth. This left Xiao Wuji momentarily at a loss. It is essential to recognize that while Xiao Wuji is formidable, he remains merely immortal. How could his strength possibly contend with that of the earth? Abruptly, a colossal figure erupted from beneath the surface, its gaping maw lunging towards Xiao Wuji. This scene was all too familiar to him. Clenching his right fist with determination, he summoned his power and unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! The air reverberated with a resounding explosion, yet he found himself being forcefully propelled backward. Almost immediately, a tremendous force erupted from his abdomen. Boom! With a single punch, Lan sent Xiao Wuji hurtling through the air once more. As his body collided with the ground, it generated a shockwave that surged for dozens of meters. Xiao Wuji crashed into the earth, creating a substantial crater. "I concede," he uttered with the last vestiges of his strength. In this battle, he had undeniably lost. Facing such a formidable being, he accepted his defeat with complete humility. What terrified him most was Lan's soul power, which showed no signs of depletion but instead intensified with every exchange. Lan cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wuji, who lay in the depths of the pit. As the dark mist enveloping him dissipated and the soul rings vanished, he approached and lifted Cai Wenji, departing from that place of turmoil. A month later, atop the walls of Soto City, sat a man and a woman. The two appeared to be of similar age. The man was clad in a sleek black outfit, while the woman donned a delicate light green gown. These two were Lan and Cai Wenji. After completing the scroll task, Lan received a new side quest, this time concerning a man named Douluo. "Brother, he has emerged," Cai Wenji whispered, pointing towards a spot within Soto City. Following her gesture, they beheld a man in his 40s emerging from a grassy nook, his face adorned with an air of triumph. A sudden chill washed over Lan as she, accompanied by Cai Wenji, transformed into a solitary shadow and surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two figures halted before the middle-aged man. Upon catching sight of Cai Wenji, the man's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. "Ah, little sister, have you come specifically to seek your dear brother Douluo?" His gaze was laden with lewdness as he took in the enchanting visage of the young girl, utterly captivated by her beauty. The lasciviousness in his demeanor was unmistakable. Douluo had just emerged from his lair, and though he had recently experienced a fortunate encounter, the sight of Cai Wenji reignited his confidence. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him as he mused, "What a spirited little sister. To indulge in her presence would be worth sacrificing a decade of my life, nay, even a lifetime. Come, little sister, allow your brother Douluo to examine your physique. Rest assured, I am a good man." The drool dripped from the corners of his mouth as he menacingly advanced towards Cai Wenji, claws outstretched. "Come now, little sister, throw yourself into your brother's embrace." However, at that moment, a flash of icy brilliance cut through the air before him, and in an instant, his body was pierced by a dagger. He barely had time to scream before a fierce gust swept towards his neck. A spray of crimson blood erupted, splattering 3 meters away. And the entrance to the lair was instantly engulfed by the acrid stench of blood. Lan sheathed her short blade and, accompanied by Cai Wenji, departed slowly. The two appeared completely at ease, as if nothing had transpired. "Brother, where shall we go now? Let us return to the hotel." Upon their arrival, Lan retrieved a scroll from the essence of the wind. This particular scroll bore a difficulty rating of 5 stars, nearly identical to the previous scroll's challenge. A month had passed since the confrontation with Shrek, and Lan's soul power had risen to level 47, with just 3 more levels. He could attain the 5th soul ring. Undoubtedly, this task would serve as a significant avenue for enhancing his soul power. Their target was an individual known as the Reader-Reviewer, who had been spreading rumors in a place called Zuin City, inciting the locals to practice nefarious and arcane arts. Such individuals were classified as evil soul masters. Once back in her room, Cai Wenji prepared to commence her own training. Although her body had yet to fully recuperate over the past month, her practice had never faltered. In addition to meditative exercises, she insisted that Lan serve as her sparring partner daily, resulting in fierce battles between them. In the dead of night, after concluding her meditation, Cai Wenji approached Lan's door and gently knocked. "Brother, you have not yet fought with me tonight." Lan opened her eyes, descended from her bed, and unlocked the door. Forcing a faint smile, she remarked, "You are still not fully recovered. Perhaps it would be wise to rest for another night?" Cai Wenji responded with a gentle smile, "Brother, it's nothing to worry about. Feel free to unleash your full strength." She understood that combat not only enhances soul power, but also significantly improves one's physical constitution. With that, Cai Wenji swiftly closed the door behind her, her eyes gleaming with determination as she charged forward. Seeing Cai Wenji rush towards her, Lan furrowed her brow slightly and quickly retreated. A series of heavy breaths echoed throughout Lan's room as both of them exhaled deeply. "Brother, you are truly formidable." Chapter 106. Astonishment. A woman charges towards the blade. Subscription requested. It is such a joy to engage in battle with you daily. Lan gently raised his hand to caress her head and said, "As long as you are happy." Cai Wenji blinked her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and leaned closer to Lan's ear, whispering, "Brother, I am afraid of the dark when I sleep alone. May I join you?" Huh. Lan's mind went blank. He had never shared a bed with a girl before. Cai Wenji smiled softly, then stood up and walked out, saying, "Wait for me to take a shower, and we shall continue our battle." A few seconds later, the sound of rushing water could be heard from the adjacent room. Lan closed his eyes, striving to immerse himself in a meditative state, yet he found the sound of flowing water utterly disruptive. After a considerable time, Cai Wenji appeared, adorned in a short skirt that accentuated her thighs, her long, elegant legs emanating a lustrous glow, undeniably alluring. Her voluptuous figure was a perfect blend of curves and contours. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, captivating Lan's senses. Observing Cai Wenji's attire, he furrowed his brow, striving to avert his gaze. However, Cai Wenji was undeterred. With a playful scoff, she remarked, "Brother, am I truly that unattractive? You hardly glance at me. Do you find my dress appealing?" She gracefully twirled, causing the hem of her short skirt to sway elegantly. Lan hesitated, stammering, "Yes, it's beautiful." Cai Wenji rolled her eyes in response, exclaiming, "You haven't even looked." Then, without hesitation, she leaped into Lan's embrace. Lan was taken aback and pushed her away. "Wenji, what are you doing?" "Brother, I simply wish to be with you like this forever." Cai Wenji wrapped one arm around Lan's neck, while her other hand rested on his chest. This sensation brought him a profound sense of security. After embracing for a few minutes, they resumed their physical training. Time flew by, and the night slipped away quietly. Throughout the night, they could not help but train fervently. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, which was in disarray. Their struggle had been intensely fierce. Guests throughout the hotel were disturbed by the tumultuous noises, unable to find rest. Yet, what could they do? Such a commotion could only be caused by extraordinary individuals. And they were but ordinary people, too timid to provoke. Upon waking in the morning, Cai Wenji rubbed her eyes, her complexion appearing even more delicate. After having breakfast, the two prepared to set off. Due to a night of rigorous training, Cai Wenji seemed somewhat fatigued. Observing her peculiar gait, Lan casually inquired, "Wenji, what happened to your leg?" Cai Wenji shot him a glance and retorted, "Brother, you were too vigorous last night. I've strained my thigh. You'll have to carry me." Lan hurriedly crouched down, allowing Cai Wenji to mount his back. With a playful tone, Cai Wenji exclaimed, Brother, I simply relish riding on your back. Throughout their journey, Cai Wenji chattered incessantly, her lively spirit contrasting sharply with Lan's aloof demeanor, which was inevitably swayed by her exuberance. Nevertheless, her presence infused a delightful lightness into the atmosphere. In the afternoon, the pair had traversed over 10 kilometers and arrived at a dilapidated village. As they surveyed the landscape, their eyes fell upon numerous thatched-roof huts. Along their path, they had encountered several villages, yet none appeared as decrepit as this one. The village seemed almost deserted, giving the impression that it was devoid of inhabitants. Lan and Cai Wenji ventured into the village, only to find it appeared utterly abandoned. The thatched cottages were ensnared in a tapestry of cobwebs. Brother, this village exudes an eerie atmosphere. I can't shake the feeling that countless eyes are watching us from the shadows, Cai Wenji whispered. Lan also sensed it, gripping Cai Wenji tightly, and managing to conjure a faint smile, saying, "Do not be afraid." Lan's eyes swept across his surroundings, keenly attuned to any subtle movements in the environment, ready to react at a moment's notice. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a piercing cat's cry echoed through the stillness. In an instant, a shadowy figure darted out from a thatched cottage, streaking past the two individuals and disappearing into the thatched dwelling across the way. Lan's expression suddenly turned grave, and Cai Wenji's keen eyes also heightened with vigilance. Everything around seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. It was the time when the sun was setting, and soon the night would completely envelop the entire village. Lan grasped Cai Wenji's hand and quickened his pace. The night descended with remarkable swiftness, enveloping the entire earth in what felt like the blink of an eye. At a glance, amidst the dim shadows, it appeared as though creatures were scurrying about, and a nauseating stench of decay assailed the senses. Just then, two crimson glimmers illuminated a window of a thatched cottage. With a resounding crash, one wall of the cottage was shattered, and a towering figure emerged. This individual stood at least 2 meters tall, entirely devoid of clothing. His body cloaked in a thick coat of fur, and his eyes glowed with a blood-red hue. Upon seeing Lan and Cai Wenji, he struck his chest with both hands and let out a low growl. In the next moment, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, abruptly ascended from beneath his feet. An evil soul master? Lan was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering an evil soul master in such a desolate place. What is an evil soul master? Cai Wenji inquired casually. Despite spending 6 years in the spirit hall, all information regarding evil soul masters had been tightly sealed, and the related texts had long been destroyed. Thus, her ignorance upon encountering a soul master exuding malevolence was entirely understandable. At the moment this evil soul master appeared, a short blade materialized in Lan's right hand as he gently released Cai Wenji's grip. Transforming into a solitary shadow, he lunged forward, the sharp gleam of his blade suddenly illuminating the neck of the evil soul master. With a sickening sound, a foul, putrid liquid erupted forth. Lan sheathed his dagger and approached the corpse of the man, casting a glance at the lifeless figure. To his astonishment, he discovered that the blood of this malevolent soul master was a dark, viscous hue. Could it be that he had perished long ago? This was the only conclusion Lan could draw from the appearance of the soul master's blood, which bore the hallmarks of someone who had been deceased for quite some time. However, he dared not jump to conclusions, as some soul masters relied on venom for their cultivation. After dealing with this malevolent soul master, Lan patiently elucidated the background of such practitioners to Cai Wenji. Not long after they set off, a sudden, urgent cry pierced the air. "Help!" Lan and Cai Wenji exchanged glances, then hastened towards the direction of the sound. Before long, a slender figure emerged before them. Under the dim light, a woman was being pursued by several burly men. The young lady possessed a wasp-like waist and slender legs, her features reasonably exquisite, and her bosom undulated with an alluring grace, evoking an irresistible allure. However, Lan's gaze did not linger on the woman. Instead, it was fixed upon the formidable figures of the pursuers behind her. The men, clad in tight black garments, bore ruthless and piercing gazes, wielding hefty sabers as they chased the woman. What astonished Lan even more was the sight of 4 soul rings uniformly adorning each of these men, each possessing 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple ring. For soul masters pursuing a single woman, this was indeed suspect. Just as the woman dashed in front of Lan, a sharp dagger suddenly pierced through her chest. Cai Wenji, perplexed, exclaimed, "Brother, why did you kill her?" Lan Lang remarked, "She brought this upon herself." Cai Wenji responded with silence. Chapter 107. Young Master, grant me one more strike. The woman gazed at Lan with eyes full of emotion. As if she had found a sense of liberation, Lan withdrew the short blade from her body, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. She lifted the blade and struck directly at the woman's neck. Crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. The men, witnessing the brutal murder, felt their fury intensify. The bulliest man at the forefront unleashed his second soul ring, roaring as he gripped the hilt of his knife, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung down towards Lan. From the blade erupted a massive icy edge. Observing the fierce descent of the blade, both Lan and Cai Wenji deftly dodged to the sides. With a thunderous crash, the 7 or 8 meter long icy blade struck the ground, emitting a wailing sound as it cleaved a deep gash into the earth. Before them stood 4 formidable soul masters. Once they evaded the attack, Lan unleashed her demonic power, merging it with the night, as radiant starlight flickered around her form. Simultaneously, 4 soul rings began to rise beneath her feet, shimmering brilliantly in the dim light. Upon witnessing the pulsating soul rings surrounding Lan, the men's expressions shifted, astonished by the remarkable talent of the 2 young individuals before them. Their gazes fixated on the ancient soul ring adorning Lan, and the crimson glow in their eyes appeared to dim slightly. Undoubtedly, this youth was a soul master like them, and a prodigiously gifted one at that. Any one of the 4 men would feel utterly hopeless in a duel against him. As their attention turned towards Cai Wenji, their expressions changed once more. They beheld the 3 soul rings encircling her, and even a mere sense of her soul power revealed that these rings represented the pinnacle configuration of a soul venerable. Monsters. This was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of the 4 soul masters. Faced with such formidable adversaries, they dared not hesitate. Together, they swung their blades in unison, unleashing their full might towards Lan. 4 massive icy blades descended simultaneously, illuminating the night sky as if it were ablaze with glorious light. Lan transformed into a solitary shadow, swiftly retreating as he discerned that the second soul abilities of the 4 swordsmen were identical, unleashing a formidable arc of chilling blade energy. In the moment the icy blade descended, 2 distinct sounds filled the air, the sharp whistle of slicing air and the ominous roar of impending doom. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, 4 chilling blades cleaved downward, causing a series of explosive detonations upon impact with the ground. The 4 arcs intersected perfectly, each indentation equal in length and depth. Seeing Lan evade their icy onslaught, the quartet simultaneously lifted their swords, bodies pivoting as their arms coiled with power, sweeping horizontally towards Lan and Cai Wenji. The techniques of these 4 soul masters mirrored one another as the 4 chilling blades gradually converged, transforming into a singular, even more domineering blade. Witnessing this scene, Lan's expression suddenly hardened. If a single chilling blade wielded such terrifying power, then the convergence of 4 would amplify that might fourfold. The ferocity of their assault was all too apparent. Faced with the horizontal strike of these 4 warriors, Lan understood clearly that he could not confront them head-on. Wenji. Lan called out, and Cai Wenji understood immediately. The first soul ring on her body suddenly radiated light, and as the melody resonated, a musical note merged with Lan's being. Under the enhancement of Cai Wenji's first soul ring, Lan's speed surged instantaneously. Her figure vanished from the spot, evading the cold blades of the 4 adversaries. With blades in hand, she darted between the 4 men. Clang, 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 clang. 4 melodious sounds echoed, reminiscent of a blacksmith tempering hard iron, each note rhythmic and powerful, remarkably resilient. Lan's expression faltered slightly. He had not anticipated the formidable resilience of the 4 men before him. His swift strike, which would have surely been lethal to an ordinary soul master, seemed to have been absorbed by an unseen barrier surrounding these individuals. Although Lan had refrained from employing his soul skills, he had poured every ounce of his strength into that decisive blow. The 4 men swiftly sheathed their blades and lunged at Lan with reckless abandon, aiming to overpower him from behind. The first soul ring on Lan's body illuminated with brilliance as he swiftly plunged into the depths, gliding through the water. The 4 men, driven by madness, wildly slashed their blades against the ground. Lan, unhurried, circled around them, gradually draining their soul power. After a few minutes, Lan leaped from the ground, silently unleashing his third soul skill, using the form of a shark to drag the 4 individuals backward, executing a swift and decisive strike. After dispelling the 4 adversaries, Lan approached Cai Wenji and whispered, "They are the evil soul masters." Cai Wenji gazed in horror at the lifeless bodies of the 4 men, her heart trembling as she remarked, "So this is what an evil soul master looks like. The aura of malevolence is overwhelming." Lan nodded, acknowledging that these malevolent soul masters were merely of moderate strength. Moreover, they exhibited no semblance of rationality. One should have observed the madness in their eyes. Utterly dominated by a relentless thirst for slaughter, their attacks were chaotic and devoid of any strategy, resembling the actions of mere brutes. Although a few of these sinister soul masters had been vanquished, the eerie atmosphere enveloping the village showed no signs of dissipating. Lan swiftly departed along the narrow path with Cai Wenji. Their destination was Zhuan's city, a journey that would take them at least 7 or 8 days to reach. Throughout the journey, Lan pondered the individual mentioned in the scroll, a mere book reviewer who could stir such a tempest in a city. Such profound influence was not something an ordinary person could wield. After walking several kilometers out of the village, both of them began to feel fatigued. Fortunately, they encountered a small town. They entered the town and found a hotel to rest in. "Greetings, esteemed guests," the hotel proprietor said as he approached with a large platter of food, gently knocking on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Aslan opened the door. She beheld a man clad in a flowing black robe, cradling a large round platter in his hands. The dish, adorned with 3 exquisite delicacies and a fragrant soup, emanated a warm steam, unmistakably freshly prepared. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Cai Wenji, who had not eaten all day, to rush forward. Her hunger palpable as her stomach pressed against her back. Without hesitation, she seized the platter from the middle-aged man. Observing her eagerness, the man sighed deeply, wishing wistfully that his daughter were still alive. "Children," he declared, "consider this meal my humble gift to you." Lan, initially reaching for her purse to settle the bill, was taken aback when the proprietor refused to accept their money. "Has your daughter departed to another realm?" Cai Wenji inquired curiously. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, his body trembling as he lamented, "My daughter was taken from me." Lan frowned slightly and inquired, "Who captured them?" The middle-aged man replied, "It was a group of..." Suddenly, a fiery projectile burst through the wall with a resounding crash. Woof, woof, woof. Below, the middle-aged man's large black dog broke free from its leash and dashed outside. Upon witnessing this, the man shouted in alarm, "Xiao He, don't go out there." Chapter 108, The Cold-Eyed Youth, Returning to Meet His Doom? Outside the hotel, a group of armed individuals wreaked havoc, brazenly robbing. "Get out of my way, or I'll shoot her dead." A man clad in black armor gripped a long spear tightly, aiming it at a woman. With a sickening thrust, the spear pierced her body. Crimson blood erupted from the woman's form as she let out a harrowing scream. "Ah, no," the middle-aged man's gaze was icy, devoid of any compassion. He withdrew the spear, blood gushing forth as it tore through her veins. Observing the blood spraying from the woman's body, he scanned the onlookers and coldly declared, "Did you see that? This is the fate of those who resist me. Anyone who dares defy me will learn the true meaning of my spear's tip." He raised the spear again, plunging it back into the woman's body, viciously stirring it within her. Such cruelty was utterly appalling. "Boss, there's a lovely girl here." A shrill voice reached the middle-aged man's ears. At the sound, he sheathed his spear and approached, forcefully kicking open the door of the nearby building, gun in hand. Inside, in a corner, a girl clad in a pink gown trembled in fear. The man's demeanor shifted as he bellowed, "You little brat, come out right now, or I'll find you myself and show you what it means to face the cold blade before the dragon strikes." As he spoke, he cast a proud glance at his weapon, a source of his arrogance. Moments later, the girl emerged from her hiding place, her gaze flickering nervously towards the middle-aged man, her face pale with terror. She understood that failure to comply would surely result in her demise. "What a sensible little girl," the middle-aged man remarked, extending his right hand to caress her cheek with a lecherous grin. "Are you still a virgin?" He suddenly snapped, sending the girl into a shudder. Trembling, she pleaded, "Please, let me go." "It seems not," he replied coldly. The middle-aged man shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. Just then, without warning, the spear in his hand pierced the chest of the young girl. No one anticipated that he would strike back so unexpectedly, leaving everyone defenseless. After withdrawing the spear, the man stepped outside, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, as if anyone he deemed unsatisfactory would meet a swift demise. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he hurled the spear, which instantly penetrated the door of a nearby building, followed by a chilling scream from within. The man transformed into a solitary shadow as he charged forward. With a single punch, he shattered the door. Inside the building were a 7 or 8-year-old girl and a woman in her 30s. The man's spear had impaled the woman, pinning her against the wall, while the little girl stood frozen in shock, utterly overwhelmed by the horror unfolding before her. In truth, the little girl was quite adorable. Her lustrous black hair cascaded lazily down to her waist, and her delicate nose and soft lips glimmered enticingly, reminiscent of flower petals or pearls, evoking an irresistible desire to savor her sweetness. However, her face was devoid of color, pale as paper. Having just witnessed the brutal murder of her mother in front of her, the middle-aged man cast a glance at the little girl, a faint, sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips as he mused upon the delightful prospect of nurturing such a charming girl for a few years. He licked his lips in anticipation, feeling a thrill at the mere thought. Returning to the present, he reached out toward the little girl. Just then, a short blade flew in from outside, whistling sharply past his ear and embedding itself in front of the girl. Following this, a youth clad in a black trench coat with brown hair emerged before her. Indeed, it was Lan. Lan embraced the little girl, transforming into a solitary shadow as she swiftly darted away from the middle-aged man. Indeed, Lan had rescued her right before the man's very eyes. The middle-aged man bared his teeth, his gaze piercing and fierce, and with a low growl, he withdrew his long gun and turned to pursue them. His speed was anything but slow, his right hand gripping the gun closely behind. "Seize him," commanded the middle-aged man. In an instant, dozens of men surged forward, yet their speed paled in comparison to Lan's, rendering them mere spectators in her wake. Witnessing such lightning-like swiftness, the middle-aged man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. A tremor ran through him. Good heavens, had she taken something? Suddenly, a large black dog lunged towards the middle-aged man. The corner of his mouth twitched as he aimed his long gun directly at the dog. With a sickening thud, blood erupted from the dog's chest. The hotel owner, cowering in the corner, clenched his fist silently. "Foolish dog, I warned you not to interfere, yet you refused to heed my words." After Lan brought the little girl to a safe location, he entrusted her to Cai Wenji for safekeeping. He then turned back, eager to ascertain the true capabilities of this group. Just as the man was unleashing a torrent of curses at the spot, a solitary figure charged towards him. "Boss." "Yes, back," exclaimed a man with a scorpion tattoo on his face, his voice laced with terror. "To hell with you," the middle-aged man retorted furiously. If that boy dared to return, he would show him why flowers bloom so vividly. Yet, in the next moment, Lan stood directly behind the middle-aged man. His underlings gaped in astonishment, pointing at Lan. "Boss, he is right behind you." "It's true, boss, he really has come back. You should turn around quickly." Seeing his underlings react as if they had encountered a ghost, the middle-aged man hesitated and turned, skeptical. In his mind, it was inconceivable that the boy would return to meet his demise. He was the boss within a 10-mile radius. His name was known to all in the vicinity. He had once boasted that no one in the town could defeat him. Even outside, those so-called titled Douluos had to address him as Big Brother. But in the next instant, he stood there dumbfounded. His mind went blank as the figure behind him seemed vaguely familiar. Had he seen this person before? Suddenly, the middle-aged man jolted, his body trembling involuntarily, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at the boy behind him. At that moment, his mind short-circuited. He never anticipated that the cold-eyed boy who had fled would return to face death. Chapter 109, Black Gun. So long. So thick. Subscription requested. You truly have guts. Coming back here, the middle-aged man said, his face darkening, gripping his long gun tightly. "Do you know who I am?" Lan's expression was indifferent as she lifted her gaze to the young man before her, meeting his piercing stare. The middle-aged man remarked coldly, "It is evident that you do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of Ji Town, known as Ba Chong." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lan's eyes as his right fist was abruptly raised, delivering a powerful blow to Ba Chong, who was caught completely off guard. With a resounding thud, Ba Chong was sent hurtling backward. Crash! His robust form collided with the building, causing it to collapse instantaneously. Splintered wood flying through the air amidst a cloud of yellow dust. Emerging from the ruins, Ba Chong brushed off the debris, his gaze sharp and piercing as he glared at Lan. "Well, I never imagined that such a small creature could possess such terrifying strength," he thought to himself. Gripping the thick, elongated spear in his right hand, he advanced step by step, his pace quickening with each stride. The spear's tip scraped against the ground, igniting a cascade of sparks as his speed intensified. Suddenly, he exerted force through his legs, transforming into a solitary shadow racing forward, a trail of sparks and lightning following in his wake. The spear he wielded seemed to undergo a transformation. Its dark surface emanated a purple mist, the tip resonating with a low hum reminiscent of thunder, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. In the blink of an eye, a beam of icy light shot forth, aimed directly at Lan. What Lan first sensed was a chilling breath sweeping across her face, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air ringing in her ears. She could see that glimmer of cold light drawing perilously close. Lan remained unmoved. Ba Chang scoffed, declaring that to perish beneath his black gun was a worthy fate. This technique, known as the Black Gun Unleashed, was a formidable strike fueled by explosive force, nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to counter with mere innate power. However, just as the tip of his gun nearly touched Lan's brow, a chilling glint ignited in Lan's frigid eyes, and a surge of dark energy erupted forth. Ba Chang watched in horror as his spear pierced Lan's forehead, only to feel as though it had met nothing but air, devoid of any resistance. Could it be that the power of my Black Gun Unleashed has intensified? This was Ba Chang's initial thought as he witnessed the spear embedding itself, believing Lan incapable of evasion. Yet, in the next moment, Lan's figure vanished. Ba Chang was utterly stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he gazed at the fading afterimage. How on earth did he accomplish that? My Black Gun Unleashed has never missed. This kid is exceedingly strange. A torrent of questions began to burgeon in Ba Chang's mind. His faith in life wavered. His Black Gun Unleashed had never faltered until now, and he was incredulous that it had failed so spectacularly. His expression turned grave as he concluded. This individual was no ordinary opponent, and it seemed the time had come to get serious. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming energy struck his chest, causing Ba Chang to let out a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling backward. Before he could hit the ground, a graceful figure appeared above him, delivering a decisive kick downward. The ground trembled violently as Ba Chang's body plummeted into the earth, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 15 meters, fissures radiating outwards, some extending nearly 20 meters. The sight of Ba Chang being mercilessly pummeled by Lan left his gang of underlings in a state of shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the magnitude of their astonishment. They gaped at Lan, incredulous. Is this person even human? My heavens, the formidable Ba Chang has been utterly overwhelmed. The prowess of Ba Chang is well understood by all. No one has yet managed to defeat him through sheer strength. Even a year ago, a man who proclaimed himself the giant spirit was unable to conquer Ba Chang. Yet now, this youth, standing no taller than Ba Chang's chest, has astonishingly managed to overthrow him. It is utterly unbelievable. One must remember that Ba Chang had initiated the attack, unleashing the full force of his long spear, and still, he was bested by this boy. What transpired remains a mystery to all. What is known is that Ba Chang was struck down, a first in history. For even their captain would not dare to assault Ba Chang in such a manner. After a considerable time, Ba Chang laboriously emerged from the deep pit, his expression devoid of emotion as he glared at Lan. His head throbbed, and he perceived a multitude of shimmering stars before him. After shaking his head vigorously, he raised his right hand, and the long spear soared from the pit into his grasp. Little one, this time you shall have no chance. I will unleash my true strength to show you why the flowers are so red. With that, Ba Chang shouted coldly, and from the palm of his right hand, countless specks of light coalesced into a jet-black long spear that gradually manifested in his grip. He planted the crafted spear into the ground, gripping the thick, black weapon, which exuded a dense, ominous aura resembling a sinister lance. Simultaneously, 6 soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet, colored white, yellow, purple, and black. Upon seeing the 2 purple rings, Lan's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened. The man wielding the black spear was indeed a soul emperor, adorned with a 10,000-year black soul ring. A surge of black energy erupted from his body, transforming into a dark halo that expanded outward. The overwhelming fluctuation of soul power sent a shiver through those present, unmistakably signaling to Lan that this individual was not to be underestimated. The spear, as a weapon spirit, seemed to rank highly among weapon spirits, at least within the upper echelons. This boy is remarkably formidable, having compelled the leader to engage in battle with his weapon spirit. A situation where he could have easily met his end. Now, he finds himself in a precarious position, unable to seek either survival or death. Remarked a man bearing a scorpion mark on his face with a cold smile. Witnessing Ba Chang truly unleash his power, the expressions of his underlings were filled with mockery. To them, it appeared that Lan was doomed. Whenever Ba Chang employed his weapon spirit in combat, none of his opponents survived unscathed. He would wield his spear to the point of ecstasy and agony for his foes. Ba Chang's heart was ablaze with anger, his fury compelling him to annihilate Lan without delay. Yet, as a leader, he possessed a depth of character that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Even as rage flooded his mind, He restrained his emotions from manifesting overtly. Nevertheless, his eyes swirled with dark energy, and his countenance grew increasingly fierce. Suddenly, he lifted the black spear and pointed it at Lan. "Stop pretending, boy. I know you are also a soul master. Reveal your weapon spirit." Chapter 110. An atmosphere of hostility, the black gun softens. Confronted with a soul emperor of over 60 levels, Lan indeed prepared to take this seriously. He raised his right hand, and a swirling mist of starlight erupted, enveloping his form. Beneath him, soul rings gradually ascended, as if they were merging with a demonic power. Within the mist were rings, and within the rings, mist, a harmonious interplay that rapidly emanated an intense aura, causing those nearby to involuntarily shudder. A soul sect? It turned out this young man was a member of the soul sect, and remarkably, one possessing a 10,000-year soul ring. In an instant, Ba Qiang's subordinates were astounded, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they gazed at Lan. A 10,000-year soul ring. Such prestige. The power it exuded was undeniably formidable. None had anticipated that this boy, appearing no older than 12 or 13, would be a soul sect member with such a remarkable soul ring. Truly impressive. No wonder he dared to openly challenge me. Ba Qiang looked on, astonished, at the soul rings swirling around Lan. An instinct whispered to him that this youth was extraordinarily strong, unreasonably so. Yet, he himself was a soul emperor of over 60 levels. Why should he fear a soul sect member? Both the soul rings and soul power levels were beneath his own, making defeat impossible. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his gun, issuing a sharp command. His third soul ring illuminated, and the black gun in his hand erupted with a surge of dark energy. Ba Qiang charged directly at Lan, his figure gradually shrouded in black mist, resembling a sinister deity, his entire being radiating malevolence. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, thrusting the long gun forward, releasing a wave of dark energy straight at Lan. Third soul skill, black gun throw. A chilling command rang out once more, as the black energy within Ba Qiang's gun intensified, reminiscent of raging flames. From the tip of that black gun, the dark essence began to condense into the shape of a spear and, with sudden force, was hurled repeatedly towards Lan. These spears were oddly menacing, possessing a corrosive effect upon impact. However, Lan effortlessly evaded them. To him, although this man belonged to the aggressive combat soul master category, with a ferocious attack power, his speed was lacking. Take his third soul skill for instance. Each spear throw required at least 2 seconds of rigidity, during which a sufficiently swift opponent could easily dodge the attack. Suspended in midair by the dark energy, Ba Qiang continued to unleash his third soul skill against Lan. Observing Lan's speed, he realized that his own release speed was dreadfully slow. Despite the tremendous power of his third soul skill, precision was essential. Against a speed-oriented soul master, this skill proved to be of little utility. Goodness, his speed was utterly exasperating. With a curse, the fierce warrior recognized that continuing on this path would yield no benefits for him. Channeling his fourth soul skill, he became one with his weapon. With a sharp command, he swung the black gun with precision, aiming directly at Lan. As the gun's tip pointed menacingly at Lan, he seemed to merge seamlessly with the weapon itself. An overwhelming and formidable aura erupted from him, exuding an air of dominance. The terrifyingly sharp energy surged forth, targeting Lan's chest with unwavering intent. Moving in perfect harmony with the gun, executing a direct and precise strike. Lan cast a fleeting glance at the dark firearm in the hands of Ba. Wary of any semblance of carelessness, it is essential to recognize that this could very well be Ba's fourth soul skill, the magnitude of which remains an enigma to all. The might unleashed by a power-type battle soul master is perpetually shrouded in mystery. In that moment, Lan swiftly channeled his soul power into the crystalline-scaled armor, eager to ascertain its resilience. As the soul power coursed through him, his body began to radiate shimmering light. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, sharp and crisp, yet imbued with a deep resonance. The spear, tightly gripped by Ba Qiang, pierced through Lan's attire, eliciting a smile upon his face. To him, this strike assuredly penetrated Lan's flesh. The preceding sound was unmistakably that of bone shattering. Boy, to force me to unleash my fourth soul skill. You may as well embrace your demise, Ba Qiang thought confidently. Yet, just as he believed Lan's fate was sealed, a brilliant burst of light erupted, and an icy aura surged forth from within Lan. Instantly, Ba Qiang was propelled backward. Observing the staggering Ba Qiang, Lan's expression turned steely. The latter's prowess was indeed formidable. Although it was merely his fourth soul skill, the explosive force that erupted was immensely powerful. Were it not for the crystalline scales, Lan held no confidence in his ability to withstand such a blow. After being flung back, Ba Chang swiftly regained his composure and landed with a stunned expression. He regarded Lan, realizing the boy was exceptionally extraordinary, having taken his fourth soul skill head-on. Could it be that he was a defensive soul master? Ba Chang questioned, yet swiftly dismissed this notion, pondering how a defensive soul master could also possess such terrifying strength and speed. At that moment, a colossal figure surged forth before Ba Chang, a deafening roar shattering the air as if fracturing reality itself. The wind howled beside his ears. He beheld the gaping maw of a massive shark, his mouth agape in astonishment. Before he could react, a resounding bang echoed as the gigantic shark's head collided heavily with Ba Chang's chest. Once more, he was sent hurtling away, waves of force radiating from his torso. Ba Chang glared at Lan with fierce intensity, his mouth agape as he roared, fifth soul skill. Black Dragon's Roar. In that instant, a massive black serpent erupted from Ba Chang's spear, its ferocity matched only by its astonishing speed. Lan merely caught sight of the black serpent's head, its gaping maw lunging towards her. Before she could even evade, it struck her chest with tremendous force. A dull thud echoed as Lan was sent hurtling backwards. Had it not been for the presence of the crystalline scales, she would likely have been impaled by the massive black serpent. What a formidable strike! The overwhelming energy, accompanied by the terrifying lance, surged forth with unprecedented swiftness. In this moment, Lan clearly recognized the terror embodied in the person before her. The frightening aspect of the domineering weapon lay in its capacity to concentrate the most formidable force into a singular point of explosion. Lan's body crashed to the ground, however. Shielded by his glimmering scales, he was able to withstand the impact of the mighty spear with relative ease. Aside from a slight discomfort in his chest, he felt no other unease. Conversely, the wielder of the spear felt as though he had been pierced by his own weapon. As the figure of Lan sprang forth like a striking shadow, it surged towards Ba Chang with fervor. Simultaneously, the fourth soul ring upon Lan's body radiated with a sudden brilliance. The fourth soul skill, Starry Radiance Shadow Kill. In an instant, Ba Chang was enveloped in darkness. The sky shimmered with twinkling stars, and the sound of piercing air reverberated in his ears. Unbeknownst to him, an ominous killing intent was rapidly encroaching upon him. Why has my soul power plummeted by 2 levels? Chapter 111, Blood on the Blade, Endless Killing Intent. First update, stars fell like meteors, relentlessly bombarding Ba Chang. At this moment, Ba Chang was utterly bewildered. He was merely a soul emperor of the 61st rank, and the sudden drop in soul power was incomprehensible. To illustrate, Ba Chang, as a soul emperor, could wield 6 soul skills. However, after the reduction, his soul power was now at 59, effectively demoting him to a soul king, able to utilize only 5 soul skills. In his attempt to unleash the 6th soul skill, Ba Chang discovered that although he possessed the 6th soul ring, he could not summon the skill no matter how hard he tried. This drastic diminishment of absolute power left him momentarily dazed. It was crucial to note that the youth before him was a veritable monster, having reached the rank of soul scholar at the tender age of merely 12 or 13, a testament to his formidable talent. Moreover, even when not employing his martial soul in combat, Ba Chang had sensed that Lan's power far exceeded his own. Now, with the augmentation of his martial soul, Lan's strength was magnified to an alarming degree. Ba Chang was acutely aware that with his current status as a soul king, it was utterly impossible for him to triumph over this youthful adversary. Could it be that he was truly destined to lose? At this moment, Ba Chang trembled, his expression turning increasingly frigid, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He incessantly rotated his body, scanning his surroundings. Before him lay an impenetrable darkness. Following the descent of the stars, he found himself completely ensnared within Lan's shadowy instant-kill formation, devoid of even a sliver of light. The only sounds that reached his ears were the chilling whistling and the series of slicing winds. Ba Chang's nerves were taut to their breaking point. Although his soul power had been diminished, his vigilance remained unyielding. Deep within his subconscious, he could still sense entities flitting about him. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light illuminated around his neck, a lethal flash aimed directly at him. With his eyes widening in shock, Ba Chang let out a fierce shout. Thrusting his spear forward, the glimmer of cold light vanished in an instant. Yet, upon witnessing its disappearance, Ba Chang did not relax his guard. He swiftly adjusted the spear's angle, turning it in a reverse grip. Betrayal. The dark barrel of the gun lunged menacingly towards the back. Observing the sudden reaction of the formidable Ba Chang, Lan's expression tightened. He truly did not anticipate such a response from Bajiang under the shroud of the starry shadow kill. It must be acknowledged that this battle spirit master possessed a level of skill. Bajiang's subordinates gazed at their leader, who flailed about like a headless fly, utterly bewildered. In their eyes, Bajiang was the mightiest figure after the regiment leader. Perhaps we should hasten to inform the leader. It was evident that Bajiang could not contend with this monster. It was truly unexpected that, at the very onset of battle, Bajiang had already found himself at a disadvantage. The relentless shadow instant kill formation had driven Bajiang to the brink of madness. He was now plagued by anxiety. The sensation of being cornered by the enemy, causing his mental fortitude to crumble. With a thunderous roar, he activated his fifth soul ring, brandishing his spear in a sweeping motion. However, Lan, concealed at the periphery of the shadow instant kill formation, was beyond Bajiang's reach. He had no intention of ending Bajiang's life directly. Instead, he sought to gradually torment him. Just then, Bajiang suddenly leaped, gripping his spear aloft, and brought it crashing down towards Lan. Witnessing this scene, Lan furrowed his brow, swiftly evading the strike. The massive spear collided with the ground with a resounding thud. "Come out, you little wretch. What kind of skill is hiding? If you're a man, face me head on." Bajiang bellowed in fury, observing Bajiang's actions. His subordinates felt he had lost his sanity. "Should we retreat?" "Agreed. Agreed one. Let's skedaddle." Regardless of Bajiang's furious tirades, Lan remained unfazed. He intended to methodically dismantle Bajiang's spirit. This approach to combat, in contrast to a swift assassination, held a far greater intrigue for him. Minutes passed before the confrontation continued. Lan no longer wished to engage in the game. In an instant, her form vanished. A chilling glimmer struck with lightning speed, piercing through the chest of Bajiang. Vivid crimson blood erupted forth, gushing forth like a slaughtered pig. "Ah!" Bajiang let out a wretched scream, his body stumbling backward. But what good was retreat? It was utterly futile. Suddenly, another icy flash pierced through his back. "Ah!" Bajiang screamed in agony, and in that moment, he completely shattered. He could now feel the terror of the night enveloping him. "Please, spare me." Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal shadow of a shark surged past Bajiang. The icy light flickered perilously close to his neck. Lan retracted his martial spirit, sheathed his dagger within the breath of the wind, and proceeded towards the streets of Ji-town. With a thunderous crash, Bajiang collapsed to the ground, his head severed from his neck. Upon returning to Cai Wenji's side, Lan cast a glance at the little girl and addressed Cai Wenji. "Wenji, please take her to the hotel and settle in. I shall seek out the girls who have been captured." "Be careful, brother," she implored, as without hesitation. Cai Wenji led the little girl away. She understood well that even if she wished to accompany him, Lan would not permit it. And having an ordinary little girl by her side in the face of formidable foes would only serve as a burden. After some inquiries, Lan discovered the location of Bajiang's tribe, situated 3 kilometers beyond Ji-town, on the rear mountain. Lan directly transformed into his martial spirit and swiftly descended, propelling himself towards his destination. Soon, an ancient castle constructed of earthen materials emerged before his eyes, surrounded by numerous vigilant guards clad in athletic attire. Lan cautiously approached. Without warning, a hand covered the mouth of one of the men, swiftly followed by the flash of a short blade that severed the man's throat in an instant. Vivid crimson blood erupted forth. After eliminating this man, Lan nonchalantly discarded him into the nearby thicket. The guards appeared dazed, their expressions clouded by sleepiness. Having dispatched one, Lan shifted his focus, moving towards a gaunt young man. Before the youth could react, Lan covered his mouth and nose, wielding the knife directly towards his throat. Lan furrowed her brows slightly and, astonishingly, beheaded the young man. Outside the castle gates stood a total of 10 men, 2 of whom had already fallen to Lan's prowess. They positioned themselves approximately 5 meters apart, each one languidly standing in place, seemingly lost in thought. This presented an exquisite opportunity for Lan, a perfect chance to strike. Now, only 8 remained. Lan gripped the short blade tightly, launching a sudden assault and swiftly eliminating 2 more adversaries. His technique was remarkably adept, executing his lethal strikes with utter silence. Soon, the remaining individuals became aware of the commotion. However, by the time they reacted, it was far too late. Lan unleashed his hunting prowess, vanishing in an instant. Blinding streaks of cold light flared at the throats of the remaining few, each blade finding its mark, resulting in some heads rolling to the ground, for the necks were inherently fragile. In the blink of an eye, the 10 guards stationed at the gate were swiftly eliminated by Lan. Blood flowed down the blade's edge. Chapter 112. Is the chicken too beautiful? Within the grand hall of the castle, a man in his 40s or 50s gripped the two dragon heads on his throne tightly. His face was taut, and beneath his furrowed brow, his eyes, ablaze with fury, emitted a chilling glare, while his cracked lips moved incessantly, revealing bite marks on his lower lip. This man was none other than the lord of the castle, the Great Eagle. I will unearth him, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground. I shall not rest until this vengeance is avenged. Mere moments ago, a group of subordinates returned to report that the formidable Ba Chong had been slain by a mere boy of 12 or 13. When this news reached the Great Eagle, he was taken aback. He understood better than anyone the ferocity of Ba Chong. How could a soul emperor of over 60 levels be toyed with by a soul master? At this moment, all he desired was to swiftly locate the murderer of Ba Chong and exact his retribution. What are you still standing there for? Go find him at once. The Great Eagle bellowed, rising from his throne, drawing forth his thick, dark gun, which he handled with a certain flair. In comparison, the weapon in his hand appeared far more refined, measuring at least 200 centimeters in length, its dark surface glimmering with silver hues. It was barely manageable with one hand. At that instant, a blood-soaked guard stumbled into the hall from outside, crying out in despair, "Captain, the intruder has breached our defenses. The brothers cannot hold." What? The Great Eagle was taken aback, staring at the guard, who was on the brink of death, and urgently inquired, "Where are the others? Aren't there 8 soul venerables outside? They can't withstand him?" Boom. A black sphere shot in from outside, crashing through the castle's grand door, slamming against the painted wall behind the Great Eagle with a resounding thud, denting the wall. Crimson blood trickled down from the mural. The Great Eagle glanced back, his expression shifting dramatically. The object that had just flown in was, astonishingly, a severed head. Then, a gust of wind swept through the hall, and a youth clad in a black trench coat, wielding 2 bloodied short blades, appeared before the Great Eagle, gazing at the dripping daggers in the boy's hands. A glint of menace flickered in the Great Eagle's eyes. Who are you?" The Great Eagle's eyes were bloodshot. Yet he did not immediately shout for battle against Lon. Instead, he took several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions. The expression on his face was a complex tapestry of feelings, coldness intermingled with shock, and astonishment laced with profound dread. "Captain, it is he. He is the one who killed the leader of the Bajiang," a middle-aged man exclaimed in terror. The Great Eagle glared menacingly at Lon, astonished that this young boy before him was the very one who had slain Bajiang. He could sense an aura emanating from the lad, a unique and domineering power. Bajiang's strength was unrivaled in the ancient castle, second only to his own. Even among those of equal rank, finding a worthy opponent was a rare feat. This boy, who appeared to be no older than 12 or 13, possessed the ability to kill Bajiang. Could his strength truly be merely that of the Soul Sect? "Are you a member of the Spirit Hall?" the Great Eagle inquired tentatively. To him, the youth's remarkable prowess at such a tender age implied a formidable backing. Moreover, individuals with such extraordinary talent were often swiftly claimed by the Spirit Hall. He was acutely aware of the vast influence of the Spirit Hall. It was not something he could afford to provoke. If this boy truly belonged to the Spirit Hall, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. "No," Lon replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the Great Eagle breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the boy was not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, the matter was manageable for him. Initially, he had been wary of the Spirit Hall, for offending them was a path leading only to ruin. Now, he felt emboldened to proceed. With a sharp command, he gripped his thick, long spear tightly in hand. Muscles tensed, he sprang from his seat, thrusting the spear directly at Lon. Observing the oncoming charge of the Great Eagle, Lon did not flinch. Instead, he met it head-on. Just as the spear was about to pierce his chest, Lon swiftly pivoted to the right, raising his short blade in a sudden arc, the edge gliding along the shaft of the eagle's spear. The blade scraped against the spear, producing a shower of sparks. Witnessing this, the Great Eagle's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such rapid reflexes from the boy. With the cold blade now aimed at his chest, the Great Eagle had no choice but to release his grip on the spear and quickly retreat. The short blade of Lon grazed his face, swiftly severing a lock of hair from the eagle's forehead. Before the eagle could regain his footing, Lon pivoted and thrust another strike toward the eagle's back. The eagle let out a sharp cry, his spear instantly appearing in hand, and with a swift turn of his body, he executed a counterattack. The clang of weapons resonated as they collided, sparks igniting in the air. Seizing the moment, Lon glided forward, his short blade radiating a chilling aura as he charged toward Xiao Wuji's territory. Sensing the impending danger, The eagle wasted no time and retreated swiftly. Black Rooster, manifest. At this juncture, the eagle cast aside any semblance of dignity, shouting as he unleashed his martial soul. Two streams of dark energy surged from within him, coursing through his arms. As the black light pulsed, a dark comb began to sprout from the eagle's head, resembling a flickering inferno. His lips protruded, exuding a silvery glow with a sharp edge. Moments later, sleek black feathers enveloped his body, and a tail emerged. As he waved his hands, razor-sharp claws erupted forth. With the manifestation of his martial soul, 6 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath the eagle's feet. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Undoubtedly, like the mighty spear. The eagle was a soul emperor of over 60 levels, possessing a beastly martial soul. With the enhancement of the Black Rooster martial soul, the eagle exuded an aura of confidence. Today, I shall tear you apart piece by piece. Empowered by his martial soul, the eagle's voice resonated with authority. As a soul emperor, he could not afford to be bested by a mere child still in his youth. Initially, he had not intended to employ his martial soul against Lan, but he reconsidered. This opponent warranted a display of true prowess. The eagle's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. And with the manifestation of his martial soul, his appearance took on the characteristics of a rooster. Previously, he had merely sought to gauge Lan's strength with his spear. But he was taken aback by the terrifying power Lan possessed. In that moment, he knew he had to reveal his true capabilities. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "The rooster is magnificent." Suddenly, the eagle's second soul ring blazed to life. Immediately, he began to sway side to side, as though engaged in an erratic dance, producing an eerie spectacle. Illusory images began to emerge around him, creating a multitude of phantoms that made his true form appear somewhat ethereal. Observing the eagle's sudden display of skill, Lan furrowed his brow, unable to discern the nature of the eagle's soul technique. As Lan stood motionless, the eagle laughed maniacally. "Are you dazzled by my magnificence? Ha ha ha. You cannot touch me." In the grand hall, a crowd of dozens had gathered, their faces adorned with mocking smiles as they listened to the resonant sounds of the great eagle. The captain was indeed formidable, effortlessly disorienting this young man with his remarkable skill known as Beautiful Chicken. The captain's martial spirit was none other than a black chicken, an exceptionally powerful beast spirit, rendering the young man utterly incapable of matching him. It seemed the captain's martial spirit was inherently superior to this young man. "You are mistaken. It is the captain's second soul skill, Beautiful Chicken." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, chanting the name repeatedly. With a haughty snort, the great eagle displayed a glimmer of pride on his face, convinced that this young man was nothing more than a mere pawn, completely entranced by the beautiful chicken. At this moment, he knew an attack would leave the young man utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the great eagle sprang into action, his wings flapping vigorously as he charged towards Lan. With the force of his wings, he lifted slightly off the ground, bending his legs to launch himself into the air, swiftly propelling both feet towards Lan. His speed was astonishing, accompanied by numerous phantom images, making it nearly impossible to discern his true form. "I shall shatter your eggs," the great eagle declared with a grin, his razor-sharp feet targeting Lan in a flurry of fierce kicks. Lan stood still, observing the myriad phantoms of the great eagle rushing towards him, yet he remained unperturbed. Slowly, he raised his left hand, channeling his soul energy. As the energy flowed into him, a whirlwind enveloped his body, forming a barrier of wind. He was curious to see what tricks this great eagle could unleash. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds echoed through the air. The great eagle stared incredulously at the young boy before him, realizing that its relentless barrage of phantom kicks had been thwarted by a mere barrier. This revelation incited a deep frustration within him. Lan's expression suddenly turned stern as he clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful strike. The torrent of force erupted from his hand, sending the giant eagle hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the wall. Simultaneously, Lan extended his right hand, and the starlit mist surged forth from his palm, instantly enveloping his body. 4 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Upon witnessing the 4 soul rings adorning Lan, the great eagle was taken aback, utterly astonished by the formidable configuration of the boy's soul rings. Particularly, when he beheld Lan's 4th soul ring, his mouth fell open in sheer disbelief. The 4th soul ring of Lan shimmered with a faint crimson glow. The color red signifies something profound, a fact that the great eagle is well aware of. It represents a soul ring that has existed for 100,000 years. Although the soul ring adorning the youth before him remained black, That hint of red suggested that it was nearing the 100,000-year mark. How young is this boy? To possess a soul ring so close to such an age is truly remarkable. At this moment, he finally understood why the tyrant's spear had met a tragic end at Lan's hands. A creature of this caliber is a rarity on the entire Douluo continent. However, he was a soul emperor, boasting soul power that could easily overwhelm this young lad by a good 20 levels. In the face of absolute strength, what significance does talent hold? In an instant, his third soul ring illuminated, and he charged directly at Lan, his fingers curling into fists. The third soul skill. Wingblade Fist. With a mighty strike, the great eagle unleashed a torrent of sharp blades from his wings, each glinting with lethal intent as they surged toward Lan. Faced with this onslaught, Lan found himself in a precarious position. Should he choose to counter with a punch, those incoming blades would undoubtedly pierce his body in an instant, potentially leading to his demise. Indeed, the ferocity of the great eagle's blow was formidable. Yet, Lan had anticipated this moment. He swiftly burrowed into the ground, evading the tyrannical attack of the wing-blade fist. Upon witnessing the boy's body plunge underground, the great eagle's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What sorcery is this? It should be noted that all his skills are suited for combat on solid ground, and this maneuver from Lan left him utterly bewildered. In simple terms, his third soul skill had been rendered entirely ineffective. Surely he could not simply unleash a barrage of strikes against the earth. But just as he pondered this, suddenly, Lan surged forth from behind him, a colossal shark with its gaping maw aimed directly at his head. An ambush? The great eagle scoffed derisively, gently flapping its wings as a brilliant golden light erupted from its form. This was indeed its fourth soul skill, the protective barrier of the beautiful chicken. However, this skill required him to remain in constant motion. The great eagle began to dance in place. With a sharp crack, the icy blade struck the golden shield he had conjured. Observing the unscathed barrier, Lan's expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated that the great eagle's fourth soul skill would manifest as a defensive shield, and one of exceptional sturdiness at that. This barrier is not easily breached, the great eagle remarked with a cold laugh, continuing its intricate movements. Lan stored away the two ordinary short blades, and with a gathering of light in his left hand, two shimmering silver daggers manifested. These blades exuded an aura of greater prowess. Observing the weapons in Lan's grasp, the great eagle scoffed. Boy, do you believe that merely switching weapons will enable you to breach my protective barrier? Do not harbor such delusions. Allow me to demonstrate what true fortitude entails. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when Lan swiftly twisted his right hand and struck with the blade. With a resounding crash, the great eagle's protective shield shattered. How could this be possible? The great eagle's mind went blank. His fourth soul skill had been bested, having traversed the realm of Douluo for nearly half a lifetime. In countless battles, no one had ever breached his protective barrier, yet this young lad had achieved it. Nevertheless, he still possessed two formidable soul skills yet to be unleashed. In a moment of shock, he swiftly evaded Lan's onslaught. His fifth soul ring glowed with intensity. Fifth soul skill, Black Chicken Roar. Suddenly, the great eagle opened his beak wide as countless points of light coalesced within. In an instant, a black-purple laser erupted from his mouth. The sheer power of this laser was terrifying. A man who merely grazed it was instantly engulfed in flames. The sudden wave of heat heightened Lan's vigilance. The great eagle, his visage contorted with ferocity, thought to himself, I shall shoot you down. Chapter 114. Zon City, come if you have strength subscription requested. Yet, his speed was still inadequate. Lan's body swiftly descended, unleashing the power of the shark as he surged forward. In the blink of an eye, a colossal shadow erupted from the ground, dragging the great eagle against the wall. Unbeknownst to the great eagle, a dagger had materialized in Lan's hand, gleaming coldly as it sliced across his neck. Crimson blood gushed forth from the great eagle's throat. Before he could react, Lan's second soul ring ignited, and with both hands wielding the daggers, he delivered a fatal strike to the great eagle's neck, piercing through to his heart. With the great eagle dispatched, tranquility returned to the town of Ji. Lan located the young girls who had been captured and returned them all safely. As for the orphan little girl, Cai Wenji directly assisted her in awakening her martial soul, which manifested as an innate spirit power of level 6. In truth, such talent is quite rare throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent. The following day, Lan opened his eyes, and in an instant, a chilling aura erupted from his gaze, causing the entire room to feel as though it had plummeted to several degrees below zero, the frigid air emanating from his eyes crystallizing into ice. To my astonishment, I had already ascended to level 48, and my hunting skills had also seen significant advancement. Lan was acutely aware that his rapid ascension in soul power was primarily attributed to the soul ring of the thunder-chanting shadow shark. With each increment in his soul power, the longevity of the soul ring would also extend. Consequently, all of his attributes would experience a corresponding enhancement, making his swift progress in soul power utterly indisputable. However, what took him by surprise was the unexpected boost to his hunting skills as well. Cai Wenji rubbed her eyes. After battling with Lan the previous night, she had engaged in meditation and cultivation. Her innate talent was among the rarest across the entire Douluo continent. Although her physical constitution was not on par with Lan's, her comprehension abilities were remarkably potent. In recent days, her soul power had already reached the 37th level. As Lan caressed the glistening scales upon his body, he was filled with a sense of contemplation. He now harbored doubts that the properties of these resplendent scales were not merely superficial, and perhaps there existed some aspects unbeknownst to him. After sharing breakfast with the young girl, Cai Wenji prepared to escort her to the spirit hall. Upon inquiring, they discovered that they were not far from Zuin, compelling Lan to accompany Cai Wenji in delivering the girl to the nearest spirit hall in G-Town. Once the girl was settled, the two wasted no time and promptly hired a carriage, setting off directly towards the city of Zuin. 3 days later, they arrived in Zuin City, an ancient and storied metropolis located in the northwest of the Tiando Empire, bordering the Apophis province. It stands as one of the largest cities in the Tiando Empire, reportedly occupying a fifth of its territory. However, despite its vast expanse, Zuin possesses the least resources among the empire's affiliated cities, a consequence of its formidable local powers, where every inhabitant is a potential talent. It is said that this city boasts the highest concentration of spirit masters, most of whom do not align with any specific faction as they yearn for freedom. Thus, this is Zuin City. Gazing upon the towering entrance, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters, Cai Wenji could not help but express her awe. From the Grand Gate, one could glimpse the magnificent structures that soared towards the heavens, their majesty rivaling that of the Imperial capital. Hearing her exclamation, Lan inquired, "Are you familiar with this city?" Cai Wenji nodded, stating, "I encountered descriptions of Zuin City in the library. It is said that this ancient city was personally constructed by a titled Douluo of yore. At that time, Zuin was comparable to the current Spirit City, but for reasons unknown, ever since that titled Douluo vanished, Spirit City has been thrown into chaos." After Lan and Cai Wenji underwent their examinations, they entered the city of Zuan. "Brother, where shall we begin our search?" The reviewer known as Reader may prove elusive. Cai Wenji remarked with a hint of indifference. Lan, too, felt the weight of the challenge posed by this scroll task. The vast population of Zuan made it a daunting task to locate a single individual. Upon entering the city, the two sought refuge in a hotel. However, when they inquired about the prices, they were taken aback. A night's stay cost 50 gold soul coins. It was worth noting that even in the prosperous city of Soto, a night in the most luxurious room was merely 1 gold soul coin. Yet, unfamiliar with Zuan, the two reluctantly paid the exorbitant fee for a temporary stay. The establishment was named the 7 Days Holiday Inn, a 7-story hotel with approximately 15 or 16 rooms on each floor. After receiving their room key, Lan and Cai Wenji ascended the stairs. Their room was located on the 7th floor, and after climbing for several moments, they finally arrived at their designated door. Just as they were about to enter, sounds of moaning drifted in from the adjacent room, causing Cai Wenji's face to flush with embarrassment. Lan's expression stiffened slightly as he opened the door and stepped inside. As the door swung wide, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. "This scent is rather peculiar," Cai Wenji remarked, frowning. Lan also discerned that the fragrance did not resemble that of blossoms, but rather emanated from a unique plant. The room was spacious, approximately 70 to 80 square meters in area. Within the grand hall, an array of furniture was arranged, each piece intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The floor was adorned with a sky-blue carpet, evoking the sensation of being in a celestial paradise. The two of them opened the door to the left, revealing a bedroom featuring a grand heart-shaped bed, atop which lay a quilt crafted from the finest silk. However, what left them most astounded was the thick layer of flower petals that covered the floor, appearing utterly enchanting. "Brother, what a vast room," Cai Wenji exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. "Even if we were to engage in fierce combat, we wouldn't damage the owner's belongings." Gazing at the expansive space, she continued, "Brother, shall we commence after our meal? Each battle with you significantly enhances my physical prowess." Lan Dao, after taking a glance around the room, The two descended the stairs in search of a restaurant to dine. Not only were the accommodation prices exorbitant, but the cost of meals was equally outrageous. However, Lon was not short on funds. Despite the steep prices, he promptly ordered the braised fish that Cai Wenji adored. Noticing Lan's momentary hesitation with the menu, Cai Wenji swiftly seized it from his hands, her lively eyes darting across the selections. Meanwhile, her hands danced gracefully as she made her choices, observing her fervor. Lon shook his head. Indeed, these past few days had deprived Cai Wenji of a hearty meal and proper rest. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, it was time for her to truly unwind. After completing her selection of favorites, Cai Wenji softly inquired, "Brother, would you like to have some abalone?" Chapter 115. The gluttonous Kai. Truly terrifying as Lon remained silent, Cai Wenji swiftly placed another order. After a flurry of activity, the ordering was finally complete. When the waiter received the menu, he was taken aback, staring blankly at the two young patrons before him. A staggering 90% of the items on the menu had been marked, and this meal would undoubtedly cost at least 100 gold soul coins. To ensure he wasn't mistaken, the waiter inquired with a smile, "Dear guests, are you truly ordering this many dishes? Is that a problem?" Cai Wenji retorted, "Not at all." The waiter's excitement was palpable as he practically floated away with the menu. Cai Wenji watched, bewildered. "Boss, we've just received an extraordinarily large order." The young man reported proudly to the middle-aged man who was busy cooking. The middle-aged man scoffed, "You think you can handle a big order? You can't even sell properly." The young man pouted, "Don't underestimate me. This order will shatter our restaurant's records." "Let me see it," the middle-aged man demanded, taking the menu from the young man's hands. As his eyes scanned the menu, he was struck dumb, his eyes nearly popping out as he gasped in disbelief. How many people are there? How could they order so much food? Indeed, as the young assistant had claimed, this menu would set a new record for the restaurant, racking up at least several hundred gold soul coins. He had never seen an order of such magnitude. The young man raised his right hand, holding up 2 fingers, frowning. The middle-aged man replied, 20? Our restaurant is already packed. There aren't enough seats. Quickly check if the other guests have finished their meals and urge them to leave. What are you standing there for? 2. The young man said nonchalantly. The middle-aged man was momentarily dumbfounded. You're kidding me. Hurry and urge the other guests to leave. We cannot afford to mess this order up. If such a large order were to be ruined, it might very well drive him to despair. The young man pointed towards Lon and Cai Wenji, who were seated at a nearby table. It's those 2 young ones. Following the direction of the young man's finger, the middle-aged man cast a wary glance at the 2 youths, his expression darkening as he mused. Can these kids truly consume such a vast quantity? What if they're just causing trouble? What if they can't pay? A series of doubts flooded the middle-aged man's mind. But he was compelled to believe upon seeing Cai Wenji's splendid attire. Have them pay in advance. The middle-aged man spoke casually. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Boss, isn't this a bit unreasonable? They haven't even eaten yet, and you expect payment? The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at the young man. There is no alternative. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached Lon and Cai Wenji. Ladies, would you mind settling the bill in advance? Lon raised his head and cast a glance at the young man, his right hand gently resting on the table. In an instant, a piercing aura erupted, startling the young man, who fell to the ground, scrambling backwards in fear. Boss, this is not good, he exclaimed, his face paling as the realization dawned upon him that he had erred gravely by offending a stranger. What if this individual were a soul master, and one of exceptional prowess at that? From the previous scene, he was certain that the 2 young individuals were far from ordinary soul masters. After all, he had spent several years in the city of Zuan. The middle-aged man's expression tightened slightly. Then let us not force the matter. I cannot endure any upheaval here. After approximately half an hour, a delightful array of fragrant dishes was presented, meticulously arranged on the grand round table. Initially, Lon felt unperturbed. However, as he noticed the waiter continuously serving them, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. After at least 10 minutes, the feast was finally complete. Gazing at the multitude of dishes before him, Lon was momentarily taken aback, his heart fluttering with surprise at how Cai Wenji had ordered such an overwhelming amount of food. An almost terrifying quantity. Before the lavish spread, Cai Wenji, already salivating, wasted no time in grabbing a chicken leg and devouring it. Brother, why are you just standing there? Here, have a chicken leg. Lon extended his hand to receive the chicken leg, savoring it slowly while his gaze remained fixed on Cai Wenji. In a swift motion, Cai Wenji devoured an entire chicken leg and then, with both hands, fiercely attacked the remaining carcass. It was not only Lan who was taken aback. The other patrons in the restaurant were equally stunned, their eyes glued to Cai Wenji in disbelief. Some even experienced involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths. What kind of family is this? How terrifying. Could they possibly be wealthy beyond imagination? My goodness, this is utterly alarming. It seems there are over 60 dishes. Can they possibly consume them all? Perhaps she has been starved and is simply making up for lost time. Brother, hurry and eat. Here, let me give you some braised fish. Without hesitation, Cai Wenji handed a piece of fish directly to Lan. Lan took a sharp breath. For this was entirely different from the Cai Wenji he had known before. She possessed an insatiable appetite. Even a prisoner released from confinement after 3 days would not exhibit such exaggeration. Take your time, he urged. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Lan looked on in astonishment as Cai Wenji ate. It seemed that observing her partake in the meal brought a peculiar delight, and before anyone realized, a substantial portion of the lavish spread had been devoured by her. Cai Wenji's petite mouth was puffed up with food, reminiscent of a hamster storing its provisions. An hour later, the restaurant was filled with a chorus of breaths. Throughout this duration, all the patrons sat in rapt attention, watching Cai Wenji enjoy her meal, as if they themselves were partaking in the feast. Such an enormous appetite was unparalleled. They were certain that no one else could match it. The restaurant owner stood in a state of disbelief, having watched with utmost seriousness. Over 60 dishes had been entirely consumed by 2 young guests. What an astounding feat. After a considerable pause, applause erupted within the establishment. Well done. Truly remarkable. This extraordinary young lady leaves us all in awe. When will the restaurant host a competitive eating contest? I would wager everything on this girl. The owner, I recall, mentioned the possibility of organizing a competitive eating event, right? The waitress cast a tearful glance at the owner, who shot her a disapproving look. When did I ever say that? Such a frivolous competition is a waste of resources. With that, the middle-aged man gestured to a young attendant, signaling him to collect the payment. The young man approached, noting that the 2 guests owed a total of 36 gold soul coins. When the figure was announced, a wave of murmurs swept through the restaurant. Lan certainly did not anticipate that the cost of this meal would be so exorbitant. If every meal were to be like this, he would undoubtedly face an economic crisis. Consequently, he promptly retrieved gold soul coins from the breath of the wind to settle the bill. After paying for their meal, the 2 returned to the hotel. As they ascended the stairs, Lan had to support Cai Wenji due to her considerable girth. After a strenuous 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their room. Upon entering, Cai Wenji cast an odd gaze at Lan, exclaiming, "Brother, let the battle commence." Chapter 116. The Great Battle Against Hulaina, subscription requested. Can you even fight in your current state? Lan remarked, amused by Cai Wenji's protruding belly. Cai Wenji smiled gently, asserting that a little movement after a meal is beneficial for one's health. Given her fervent desire to engage in battle, Lan reluctantly acquiesced to her challenge. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent room, followed by the sudden collapse of the wall. It is worth noting that these rooms are interconnected, meaning that a wall separating Lan and Cai Wenji's room had vanished. In the neighboring room, a man lay lifeless on the floor. There were a man and a woman present, both strikingly similar in appearance, with long black hair and resembling each other to a remarkable degree. Even their expressions seemed to be cast from the same mold. At first glance, the girl may not appear particularly beautiful, but a closer inspection reveals an extraordinary allure emanating from her. Upon seeing these 2 individuals, Lan's immediate instinct was that they were formidable, their strength undoubtedly on par with his own. The aura they exuded was the most potent he had encountered thus far, particularly within this age group. Sister Na? At that moment, Cai Wenji suddenly called out. Instantly, the 2 turned around, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Cai Wenji. Wenji? Upon uttering this name, they approached Cai Wenji and Lan. What are you doing here? The girl inquired. Allow me to introduce you. This is my brother Lan. Their eyes shifted to Lan, and as they beheld his sharp features, they could not help but frown. Brother, these 2 are Hulaina and Xiao Wu. During our time in Spirit City, I owe them a great deal of gratitude for their assistance. Lan raised her head and cast a glance at the 2, her eyes glimmering with a sharp brilliance as she coldly remarked, "Thank you." Upon seeing Lan's visage, Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. Her heart stirred with astonishment at the chilling beauty of the face before her. Sister Na, what brings you here? Cai Wenji casually inquired. Hulaina sighed softly. Our teacher has sent us to the city of Zuin in search of a book reviewer named Reader. However, Zuan is vast, and locating a single individual is no simple task. By the way, the teacher has been quite concerned about you, mentioning that as a support-type soul master, you ought to be cautious of potential adversities outside. And the teacher, how is she? Cai Wenji pondered, well aware of the depth of her teacher's concern, having been afforded the best resources from the spirit hall to relish. After many days apart, she indeed began to miss her. Hulaina smiled gently, very well. When shall you return? To this inquiry, Cai Wenji found herself at a loss for an immediate answer, discreetly glancing at Lan. Brother, once this matter is resolved, would you accompany me to Spirit City? Lan gently patted her little head and nodded softly. What matters do you need to attend to? We are here to assist you. Xiao Wu inquired. Our objectives are aligned, Lan replied coolly. I never anticipated that our missions would coincide. This is splendid. I have heard that this reviewer goes by another name, Keyboard Warrior, Hulai remarked with a faint smile. Lan was perplexed, as the term Keyboard Warrior was entirely new to him. What exactly is a Keyboard Warrior? Hulaina replied nonchalantly. I heard from our teacher that a Keyboard Warrior refers to those timid and self-serving individuals in life who cannot bear to see others thrive. They habitually express malicious opinions, inciting others to align with them, and relish in critiquing everything, leading others to mistakenly believe they possess wisdom. The chaos in Zuan City was precipitated by the existence of keyboard warriors. Thus, we must identify this individual and address the situation promptly. For your safety during this time, Wenji, you should stay close to your brother, as it is said that keyboard warriors possess considerable power. Lan frowned slightly, recalling the description within the scroll, which indeed contained such a statement. It appears that the so-called keyboard warriors share considerable similarities with evil soul masters. Furthermore, Lan understood well that the tasks issued by the system were far from easy to accomplish. However, according to Hulaina, this keyboard warrior was remarkably formidable, and he was eager to witness this for himself, as it is known that true strength is forged through countless battles. Let us find another hotel, said Xiao Wu casually. After this, the four of them sought out a different hotel. It seemed that the hotels in Zuan City were quite similar, each spacious and equipped with excellent facilities. Cai Wenji and Lan continued to share a room, facilitating their exploration of combat techniques. That evening, Hulaina visited Lan and Cai Wenji's room, initially intending to engage Cai Wenji in conversation, only to find them preparing for battle. Do you two engage in such intense combat every day? Hulaina observed their readiness for a fight with a hint of confusion. Cai Wenji smiled gently. Combat is the greatest means of enhancing one's physical prowess. My brother and I have been battling daily during this period. Hulaina raised her eyebrows in intrigue, her gaze scrutinizing Lan as she spoke softly. May I spar with you? Let me see the extent of our disparity. Hulaina had heard of Lan's talents, noting that in the past, Su Yuntao had reported his unknown martial soul to the martial soul city. When this news reached the Pope's ears, he issued a directive to summon Lan to the martial soul city. However, by the time the emissaries arrived in Notting City, Lan had already departed and had remained elusive for the past few years. Lan had no intention of declining the challenge. Hulaina elegantly stepped forward, a faint smile gracing her lips as she released her martial soul. In that moment, she appeared even more enchanting, her back sprouting a fluffy, large tail. A soft pink glow emanated from her, and her eyes gleamed as they locked onto Lan. Simultaneously, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose from beneath her feet. Undoubtedly, this was the optimal soul ring configuration, and an overwhelming pressure erupted instantly. As their gazes met, Lan felt a sudden chill and quickly averted his eyes from Hulaina's. Avoiding my gaze will not spare you from my pursuit, for I am the celestial fox. Hulaina's voice was somewhat husky, yet it carried a unique allure. Gazing at the 4 soul rings adorning Hulaina and the intense pressure she exuded, Lan was certain that this young woman's talent rivaled that of the Shrek 7 devils. If you do not release your martial soul soon, you shall miss your chance, Hulaina remarked with a soft laugh. The brilliance flickered in his eyes, indeed as the young girl had stated. If he refrained from utilizing his martial soul at this moment, it was highly likely that he would be directly subdued. Subsequently, Lan raised his right hand, channeling his soul power as starry mist surged forth from his palm, enveloping his form. 4 soul rings slowly ascended beneath his feet. How could this be possible? Hulaina's expression changed dramatically as she doubted her own eyes. The 2nd soul ring was a millennium. The 3rd soul ring was also a millennium. The 4th soul ring had reached the terrifying realm of 10,000 years. Is there truly someone in this world whose 2nd soul ring begins at a millennium? In the entirety of the Douluo continent, One would be hard-pressed to find another like him. His second and third soul rings were both millennium, while the fourth was a staggering 10,000 years. Yet, what did she have to fear? This was merely an ordinary battle. Second soul skill, enchantment. First soul skill, breaking waves. One of their soul rings illuminated almost simultaneously. A red and a blue beam of light merged in an instant. For further details, please refer to this chapter. 2 hours later, Hulaina and Lan had battled through 300 rounds. Their cheeks flushed, breathing heavily, and hair disheveled, surprisingly. Hulaina's attire was somewhat disordered from the fray. Lan, you are exceedingly formidable. I have been unable to gain any upper hand against you. Chapter 117. Kai. Help me up. Hulaina gazed at Lan in astonishment, realizing the sheer strength of this man in combat. Sister Na, are you all right? Cai Wenji expressed a hint of concern upon witnessing Hulaina's breathlessness. Your brother is incredibly strong. After such a prolonged battle, I have not gained even the slightest advantage. My stamina pales in comparison to his, and I can see that he grows more vigorous as the fight continues. He's the most powerful soul master I have ever encountered, Hulaina confessed, her heart still racing. Even when she exerted herself completely, she could not match Lan. Nor could she compel him to unleash his most potent attacks. She felt utterly overwhelmed. Cai Wenji wholeheartedly agreed, affirming that, indeed, Lan was remarkably powerful. What made him exceptional was not merely his offensive capabilities, but rather his unwavering soul power, which showed no signs of depletion, regardless of the duration of the battle. He could systematically wear down his opponent's overall attributes, paving the way for a devastating assault. Hulaina inhaled sharply, tidying her disheveled hair. Lan, it is utterly terrifying. Lan walked to Hulaina's side, helping her up from the floor. Their battle had been fierce, raging from the living room to the bedroom, then to the balcony, and finally to the hall. Fortunately, the hotel room was relatively spacious. It's all right, we can do this more often in the future, Lan remarked nonchalantly, appearing utterly unfazed, as if the recent conflict held no significance for him. Lan, when we spar, I hope you will unleash your full strength against me, Hulaina stated with determination. Her gaze was resolute. This youth was the strongest she had ever encountered. Despite the disparity in their soul power levels, his overall prowess was astonishingly formidable, far beyond her expectations. Taking a deep breath, she assumed her stance, preparing to engage Lan once more. Sister Na, it would be wiser for you to take the initiative. If you let him strike first, you won't stand a chance. Even an unfathomable black hole would be pierced by a ray of light from him. Cai Wenji hastily advised Hulaina, well aware of Lan's capabilities from their numerous encounters. Hulaina acknowledged the validity of Cai Wenji's words and promptly charged forward. The battle recommenced, the crisp sounds of their clashes echoing throughout the room. After some time, with a resounding thud, Hulaina was sent flying, landing flat on the ground. Her body trembling involuntarily, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of fear. Lan is truly formidable. The way she gazes at Lan has completely transformed. However, she still senses that Lan has yet to unleash her full potential, at most exerting 70% of her strength. In this battle, she has suffered defeat once more. Yet, in the close combat with Lan, Hulaina personally felt a significant enhancement in her physical prowess. Sister Na, are you all right? Cai Wenji hurried over to assist Hulaina. She then cast a disapproving glance at Lan. Brother, did you truly unleash your full strength against Sister Na? It's fine. I urged your brother to exert himself fully. Yet he still held back his true power. I genuinely lost. My own abilities were insufficient, Hulaina hastily clarified. Although she expressed this, Hulaina still felt that Lan was excessively cold-hearted. She thought to herself that this man was utterly lacking in tenderness. She had merely suggested he should go all out. Yet he had taken her words to heart and utterly devastated the surroundings. Hulaina involuntarily let out a groan of pain, realizing her entire body was in excruciating agony. Even a slight movement caused her to tremble uncontrollably. Although she considered herself quite strong, she was still just a girl. Cai Wenji pouted, I apologize, Sister Na. My brother cannot restrain his strength. However, you will adapt in time. Only through continuous interaction can one grow stronger. It's all right. I initiated the challenge, Hulaina gasped, believing that this might alleviate the pain radiating from her body. At that moment, her body was still burning with heat. After resting for half an hour, the pain had lessened considerably. Walking cautiously would suffice. Allow me to teach him a lesson, Cai Wenji said, helping Hulaina to a nearby seat. This battle was originally meant to be between her and Lan, yet unexpectedly, Sister Na had intervened. Nonetheless, this might prove beneficial, as it would allow her to discern Lan's weaknesses. Yet, she found that Lan possessed no weaknesses. Brother, I am now brimming with primordial strength. Let us engage in a fierce battle. Very well. Lan nodded subtly, the malevolent divine power quietly unfurling. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his form. The recent skirmish with Hulaina appeared to have drained not a trace of his soul energy. I must exert my utmost effort, Cai Wenji declared with confidence. Lan revealed a subtle smile. During her time with Lan, Cai Wenji had come to fully comprehend Lan's formidable prowess, which was akin to boundless enhancement. She harbored no illusions of defeating Lan. Rather, she simply yearned for the thrill of combat with him, a sensation she found immensely pleasurable. Presently, Lan could only be described by two words: terrifying and monstrous. Any combination of these three terms, terrifying, monster, and prodigy, could aptly encapsulate Lan's current strength. Essentially, each soul skill possessed additional attributes, and with the enhancement of external soul bones, his potential was exponentially magnified. Among all soul masters, while explosive power is undeniably crucial, the true path to victory in battle lies in overcoming one's adversary with minimal expenditure of energy. Creak. At that moment, the door was abruptly swung open. The newcomer was Hulaina's brother, Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Hulaina blushing and seated nearby, Xiao Wu approached her, puzzled. Sister, what has happened to you? Hulaina responded with a wry smile. I just fought with Lan and was taken aback by the vast gap between us. He defeated me without even exerting his full strength. Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he gazed at Lan, astonished. He considered that even he would find it challenging to best his own sister. Yet this youth, 5 or 6 years her junior, had triumphed over Hulaina. This was utterly preposterous. Moreover, noticing that Hulaina was tenderly caressing her thigh, he understood that their battle must have been quite intense. No wonder. He had heard sounds of conflict echoing from above as he ascended the stairs. The sounds were unmistakably those of a fierce confrontation. His eyes, ablaze with fervor, were fixed upon Lan. At this moment, he was eager to ascertain the extent of this young man's abilities. Lan, I too wish to engage in battle with you. I desire to measure the disparity between us, Xiao Wu declared with righteous fervor, unable to restrain his bloodlust. Lan raised her head to glance at Xiao Wu, her lips barely trembling when, unexpectedly, she was interrupted by Cai Wenji. No, Lan must first engage in battle with me. Let us join forces. Lan spoke directly and unceremoniously. After all, engaging in one-on-one combat was a sheer waste of time. Cai Wenji immediately became anxious. In a battle involving two opponents, Lan would undoubtedly exert more force. Yet, Lan's power was so immense. Would that lead to a fatal outcome? Brother, please go easy on me, but be a bit harsher with Xiao Wu. If you happen to injure him and he can't move, will you carry me? All right. Just as the three prepared to engage in combat, Hulaina suddenly called out. Kai, help me up. Chapter 118. Becoming fierce, even against oneself? Subscription requested, Sister Na. Are you all right? Cai Wenji gazed at Hulaina in disbelief. Hulaina smiled gently. I do not wish to be merely a spectator, watching you from the sidelines. Hulaina possessed formidable strength, but had always struggled to find a worthy opponent for her training. It was only upon encountering Lan that she finally discovered one. It is important to note that even a black hole requires a ray of light to break its darkness. Awaken your martial soul, Xiao Wu commanded, positioning himself and Hulaina at the forefront to shield Cai Wenji behind them. In an instant, the soul rings of Xiao Wu, Hulaina, and Cai Wenji were unleashed, illuminating the 300-square-meter room with a dazzling display, reminiscent of a grand ballroom, utterly resplendent. However, upon seeing the soul rings adorning Lan, Xiao Wu could not help but gasp in astonishment. He never imagined that this youth, 5 or 6 years his junior, was a soul master. Moreover, he possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. Heaven! What on earth? A monster! Furthermore, Xiao Wu noticed that Lan's 4th soul ring emanated a faint red glow. Could it be that his 4th soul ring approached 100,000 years? The more Xiao Wu contemplated, the more terrifying it seemed. Just by observing the soul rings surrounding Lan, he felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. This was the suppression stemming from absolute power. In that moment, Xiao Wu felt immensely grateful for his two companions. Had he faced Lan alone, he would undoubtedly falter in no time, even if the disparity in soul power was not substantial. The attributes conferred by the soul rings were irreplaceable by mere soul power. Brother, are you ready? Cai Wenji smiled charmingly, her enchanting smile captivating all who beheld it. Utterly mesmerizing. Lan nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly glinting with a chilling radiance, as the demonic power surged forth from his palm. Faced with the three individuals before him, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire hotel trembled. The air within the room seemed to be drawn out, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation left one feeling a tad dizzy. Siwuxie. The voice of Cai Wenji resonated as she gently plucked the strings of her hujiaqin. The melodious notes flowed forth, sending two musical cymbals soaring into the bodies of Xiao and Hulaina. With Cai Wenji's enhancement, their speed instantaneously escalated to 100%, rendering their velocity comparable to Lan's. They transformed into two streaks of red and black light, hurtling toward Lan with newfound confidence derived from their ethereal lightness. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that when Lan unleashed his fourth soul skill, their speed would be severely diminished. In an instant, the once bright room was shrouded in darkness. Stars sparkled across the ceiling, and a peculiar atmosphere swiftly enveloped the space. Before the trio could react, the falling starlight surged toward them, each star creating ripples upon contact with their bodies, akin to stones dropping into a tranquil lake, expanding outward from the center. How is this possible? My soul power has plummeted by 2 levels. Hulaina's complexion shifted dramatically. As darkness descended, she felt her soul power diminish by 1 level. And when the starlight pierced her body, it fell another level. This abrupt drop reduced her from a soul master to a 39th level soul scholar, rendering her incapable of employing her 4th soul skill despite possessing the 4th soul ring. Xiao's expression darkened considerably. The flicker of cold brilliance in his black eyes revealed his dismay at the loss of 2 levels in soul power. He was grateful that his soul power stood at 42, 1 level above Hulaina. Otherwise, a 2-level drop would have prevented him from activating his 4th soul skill. This is my 4th soul skill, Starlight Shadow Kill. Within the confines of my dark domain, all opponents will experience a direct reduction of 2 levels in their soul power, while all my attributes, including strength and attack, will transcend their limits, allowing for a devastating instant strike against enemies, Cai Wenji hastily clarified. At her words, Hulaina and Xiao trembled involuntarily, particularly Hulaina, who felt utterly conquered by Lan. It became clear that he had been concealing his true power during their earlier battle. Confronted by such a formidable wave, Xiao and Hulaina exchanged a knowing nod, their bond as siblings allowing for an exquisite understanding, even amidst the darkness. In Xiao's hands, 2 crescent blades materialized, radiating a sanguine glow in the night. They resembled the delicate arcs of a crescent moon, with his fingers poised at their centers. In truth, Xiao's blades bore a striking resemblance to Lan's eternal night, albeit of a significantly inferior quality. The eternal night was born from the endless abyss of darkness, imbued with a chaotic power akin to the vastness of the galaxy. While Xiao's blades were commendable among ordinary weapon spirits, they paled in comparison to Lan's. As the weight of immense pressure enveloped him, Xiao's body unfurled, propelling himself towards his sister. In that fleeting moment, a crimson luminescence erupted, enveloping their bodies as they collided. Simultaneously, the red glow surged forth, exploding outward like a luminous orb, saturating the entire room. This crimson light, though still shrouded in the cloak of night, seemed incapable of piercing through Lan's 4th soul skill. Nevertheless, the crimson veil continued to intensify. Hidden in the shadows, Lan's expression sharpened as he observed the movements of Hulaina and Xiao. Struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene, yet sensing a palpable increase in their combat prowess. Brother, they are about to execute a spirit fusion technique, Cai Wenji exclaimed, unable to contain her urgency. Hulaina and Xiao exchanged exasperated glances at Cai Wenji. Demonic charm, activate. A strange voice resonated. The crimson light flickered. Hulaina and Xiao, once 2 distinct entities, merged into one. An androgynous figure with flowing hair, now transformed to a vibrant red, gracefully dancing forth. The blades, now magnified to twice their original size, shimmered with a prismatic brilliance at the tips of their outstretched arms. As the overwhelming crimson radiance intensified, the merged figure vanished into the dense fog. Suddenly, Lan's countenance grew stern. Upon unleashing this so-called demonic charm, he realized his senses had been diminished by 50%, and his soul power suppressed by the same margin. All actions were delayed by half. However, at that moment, both Hulaina and Xiao's expressions shifted dramatically. They discovered that the attribute suppression they had unleashed had rebounded upon them, inflicting a 10% backlash. Xiao Wu exclaimed in terror. Why do I feel as though we have turned our own attack against ourselves? Chapter 119. Awaiting my bath. The secret of the scroll. Just as the two were taken aback, a colossal shadow pierced through the darkness, hurtling towards them. In an instant, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming force erupt violently in his abdomen, resulting in a muffled thud as the combined figure of Xiao Wu and Hulaina was sent flying. Yet, at the very moment of their flight, the figure adeptly executed a flip in midair and landed gracefully on the ground. In the depths of night, Lan's piercing gaze fixed upon that figure, discerning that the fusion of these two had elevated their strength to at least level 60. He was certain that any ordinary soul master would be swiftly cornered into a dire predicament by Xiao Wu and Hulaina. The dense red mist, a blend of malevolence and illusionary energy, not only imposed 3 negative states, but was most terrifying in that only Xiao Wu and Hulaina, wielding their martial soul fusion technique, could perceive their surroundings within it. This implied that other soul masters would be rendered nearly blind within the thick fog, inevitably causing great disarray in their minds. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that this dense mist would significantly diminish overall attributes. Even foes of equal rank to Xiao Wu and Hulaina would find themselves ensnared by their martial soul fusion technique, which would hardly be surprising. However, they were currently faced with Lan. Had Lan possessed only the modest strength typical of an ordinary soul master, defeat would be all but assured. Lan swiftly activated his hunting ability, empowered by which he could penetrate the dense crimson mist before him, directly locating the positions of Xiao Wu and Hulaina. A sharp command suddenly resonated as the third soul ring on Lan's body illuminated, while the crystalline scales adorning him shimmered with a flicker of light. The breath of frost erupted instantaneously. Though brief, it sufficed to vanquish the two adversaries. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Hulaina were bewilderedly surveying their surroundings. Utterly unaware that under the suppression of Lan's fourth soul skill, they were unable to perceive his presence. Undoubtedly, their martial soul fusion technique had been dispelled by Lan from the very outset. They found themselves entirely in a passive state. In an instant, a colossal figure abruptly dragged their bodies backward over a distance. Under the force of this pull, both realized a disconcerting truth. Their bodies were immovable, as if rendered rigid. When they crashed into the wall, an overwhelming force erupted. Without hesitation, Lan unleashed a powerful punch, causing the entire hotel to tremble. Boom! Xiao Wu and Hulaina's bodies were hurled through the wall and out into the open air. Bang! 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 They shattered through 3 walls before finally coming to a halt. Consequently, their martial soul fusion technique was also severed. Hulaina rose from the ground, staring at Lan in disbelief, unable to fathom how their martial soul fusion technique had been so effortlessly dismantled by him. The ferocity of Lan's assault is truly terrifying. Engaging 2 opponents simultaneously while maintaining such formidable offensive power is nothing short of remarkable. At this moment, Hulaina found herself utterly captivated by the young man before her. Each strike was delivered with an intensity that left her both awed and satisfied, despite her own shortcomings in strength. After all, it is rare to encounter someone for whom she feels genuine admiration, and Lan is the sole individual to evoke such feelings within her. Xiao Wu, clutching his abdomen, rose from the ground, his gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. It was not just Hulaina who was conquered by Lan. He too felt the weight of defeat. Despite belonging to the same spirit sect, the disparity in their abilities was astonishing. Within their rank, he had never before encountered an adversary as formidable as Lan. Even when he and Hulaina attempted to employ their combined technique, they were swiftly vanquished before they could launch their attack. Lan, I must concede, you are undeniably powerful. In truth, the moment you unleashed your fourth spirit skill, I realized our fate was sealed. Xiao Wu, being gracious in defeat, openly expressed his thoughts. I have never witnessed a spirit master's fourth spirit skill wield such might. Once enveloped by your fourth skill, one is destined to be subjugated. However, I do have a question, may I inquire? Lan nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Xiao Wu candidly inquired, I wish to know. Does your fourth soul skill prove beneficial to all soul masters? This question was not solely of interest to Xiao Wu, but also to Hulaina. Lan nodded once more, his expression remaining as frigid as ever, his gaze still sharp as a blade. Hiss. Both Xiao Wu and Hulaina inhaled sharply, astonished that he could disregard the strength of his opponent and directly diminish their soul power by 2 levels. If the adversary were merely a 91st rank title Douluo, being reduced by 2 levels of soul power would be utterly devastating. Contemplating this, the two were left utterly stunned. The skill possessed by Lan is nothing short of extraordinary. It transcends the realm of ordinary abilities, resembling a divine technique. Such a skill is far more formidable than the true forms of most soul masters' martial souls. Wench, what is a martial soul fusion technique? Lan inquired casually as he approached Cai Wenji, intrigued by the concept he had never witnessed firsthand. Cai Wenji smiled softly and elucidated. A martial soul fusion technique is a harmonious and complementary pairing. However, it is not merely a sum of 1 plus 1 equaling 2. Even two identical martial souls might not achieve a fusion technique. When such a technique manifests, its power reflects not just the levels of the two soul masters but transcends them entirely. Lan had indeed observed the truth in her words. At that moment, Hulaina and Xiao Wu approached, their faces still somewhat pale. Lan, your attack was terrifying. My thigh is aching, Hulaina lamented, rubbing her thigh where it had collided with the wall during the earlier skirmish. Sister Na, when I first fought with brother, I was also in pain, but I adapted. Cai Wenji replied calmly. Hulaina nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her words. After their tumultuous battle, it became evident that they needed to find new accommodations, as the current hotel was now riddled with cracks and uninhabitable. Swiftly, the four of them relocated to another hotel. Upon entering, Xiao Wu hastily urged, "Noble warriors, might I implore you to refrain from combat? I would prefer not to change hotels again. I hope Yin can find us soon." Cai Wenji chuckled lightly, assuring him, "Do not worry, Brother Yin will surely locate us." After settling the payment, the quartet proceeded to their respective rooms. They had opted for 3 rooms in total, with Cai Wenji and Lan sharing one, while Hulaina and Xiao Wu each took their own. As soon as they entered their room, Cai Wenji made her way to the bathroom. "Brother, you mustn't peek," she playfully admonished. A twitch appeared at the corner of Lan's mouth. Kai, this girl, had transformed her demeanor entirely, leaving him somewhat disoriented. As they approached the entrance of the bathing area, Cai Wenji cast a playful glance back and said, "Brother, are you ready? Once I finish my bath, I shall engage you in battle." Shortly thereafter, the sound of rushing water filled the bathing chamber. Lan displayed no intention of peeking. Instead, he carefully examined the scroll. At that moment, he uncovered a hidden secret within its confines. A glimmer ignited in his eyes as he gently peeled away the colored inscription upon the scroll. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light erupted forth from within the scroll. Chapter 120. Brother, is that you? From within the golden light, a line of text emerged faintly. Gazing at those words, Lan furrowed his brow, a chill running through him as he pondered. The Grand Soul Arena. Could that keyboard warrior be located within the Grand Soul Arena of Zuin City? The brilliance flickered and vanished, and Lan swiftly tucked the scroll away. This clue was of paramount importance, sparing him the arduous search through the vast sea of people. A few minutes later, Cai Wenji had finished her bath. That night, as they lay in bed, Cai Wenji draped an arm around Lan's neck, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Brother, being with you truly brings me happiness." Lan gently pulled the blanket over Cai Wenji, and soon both fell into a peaceful slumber. The following day, while the sky was still shrouded in a dim twilight, Lan rose early to commence his cultivation. During this period, his soul power had surged remarkably, nearing a breakthrough at level 48. Consequently, the age of his 4th soul ring had also reached an impressive 28,000 years. It is noteworthy that the unique attribute of the 4th soul ring stipulates that with each advancement in soul power, its age increases by 1,000 years. Thus, every enhancement in Lan's soul power signified a metamorphosis, rendering his physique significantly more formidable than before. To avoid hindering Lan's progress, Cai Wenji also arose early to engage in her training. After a series of battles, her soul power had escalated rapidly, and it was believed that she would soon qualify for her 4th soul ring. By the time the sun cast a bright glow across the sky, Lan had completed his training. Hulaina, embodying the role of a caring sister, brought breakfast for the two. After enjoying their meal, the group stepped out of the hotel and ventured into the city center in search of the elusive keyboard warrior. "Shall we visit the Grand Soul Arena in Zuin City?" Xiao Wu suggested unexpectedly. Indeed, Hulaina concurred. The notion of blindly searching for an individual proved to be exceedingly challenging, especially since they were unaware of the keyboard warrior's capabilities. Thus, they deemed it more prudent to seek their fortune at the Grand Soul Arena. Xiao Wu's proposal resonated harmoniously with Lan's thoughts, and the four of them made their way towards the Grand Soul Arena in Zuin City. As night descended, the Grand Soul Arena, situated in the bustling heart of Zuin City, radiated with brilliance. After an hour's walk, they arrived near the arena. and it was undeniable that Zhuan City surpassed Soto City significantly in size. Gazing upon the majestic structure before them, Lan felt a slight tremor of awe. This edifice was at least twice the size of the Grand Seoul Arena in Soto City, yet its design bore a striking resemblance, akin to a grander version of the latter. When the large lights at the entrance of the Grand Seoul Arena suddenly illuminated, a procession of luxurious carriages could be seen entering through the VIP passage. Spectators eager to witness the Seoul battles flocked from all directions. Among them were numerous nobles and members of esteemed families. And the battles that caught their discerning eyes were undoubtedly those held in the central arena of the Grand Seoul Arena. "Isn't it the end of the month today?" Cai Wenji inquired casually. Xiao Wu nodded, confirming that not only was it the month's end, but it also coincided with the weekend. The Grand Seoul Arena naturally became the prime destination for the people of Zhuan, where they could not only witness exhilarating soul battles but also indulge in a bit of gambling, testing their luck while cheering for their favorite soul masters. In order to avoid being swept away by the crowd, the four individuals stood patiently outside the entrance for several minutes. As the influx of people entering the Grand Seoul Arena was overwhelming, should they venture inside at that moment? It was highly likely that they would be dispersed among the throngs. To circumvent any unnecessary complications, they each procured a mask. For it was crucial to remember that the city of Zhuan was no ordinary place. One misstep could easily lead to trouble. Upon entering the Grand Seoul Arena, Xiao Wu began to elucidate the significance of this venue. It was the largest arena in the entirety of the Douluo continent, where the majority of powerful soul masters congregated. Many soul masters chose to hone their physical abilities here, as the most direct method of enhancing one's strength was through combat, particularly in pursuit of extreme challenges. After a brief wait, the four of them cautiously made their way into the Grand Seoul Arena. Upon entry, they proceeded directly to the registration point, where Xiao Wu and Hulaina held aloft shimmering silver badges. "These are the silver soul badges we acquired at the Grand Seoul Arena. The information across all Grand Seoul Arenas on the Douluo continent is uniform. For instance, if you obtain a silver soul badge in one city, it remains valid even when you change to another Grand Seoul Arena," Xiao Wu patiently explained. As he spoke, Xiao Wu handed his badge and Hulaina's badge to the staff, requesting registration for both one-on-one and two-on-two soul battles. The staff, accustomed to such transactions, accepted the badges but exhibited a notable change in demeanor, their eyes widening in astonishment as they reviewed the duo's information. "No way, am I seeing this correctly? You two have never lost a single match." The staff member gasped, nearly dropping their gaze in disbelief. "Lan Kai, would you two like to sign up for a two-on-two as well?" Hulaina inquired with a gentle smile. "Brother, shall we register for a two-on-two?" Cai Wenji looked up, seeking Lan's opinion, as this period of training presented the perfect opportunity to validate their progress. Lan extracted the badge from the breath of the wind and extended it forward. Upon witnessing the shimmering golden badge in Lan's hand, the staff member stood dumbfounded. Both Xiao Wu and Hulaina were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly touching the ground. Lan was indeed a formidable gold-ranked soul master within the Great Soul Arena. How many secrets could this young boy possibly harbor? Cai Wenji also produced her badge, which, much like those of Xiao Wu and Hulaina, was a silver soul badge. Kai, when did you ever participate in the Great Soul Arena competition?" Hulaina inquired incredulously, as she could hardly recall Cai Wenji leaving the Pope's Hall at all. With a gentle smile, Cai Wenji replied, "I obtained this at the Great Soul Arena in Soto City." Xiao Wu's lips twitched. It had not been long since Kai departed from the Spirit Hall. Yet she had already acquired a silver soul badge. Could this be what they referred to as extraordinary talent? After a considerable pause, the staff member regained composure, staring in astonishment at Lan, who, at merely 12 or 13 years of age, had attained a gold soul badge. One could only imagine the terrifying extent of his power. "Please arrange for 2 soul emperors for us," Lan stated coolly. "Huh?" The staff member was left speechless. Hulaina, suddenly anxious, implored, "Lan, you must think this through. 2 soul emperors is no trivial matter." "My mind is made up," Lan said calmly. Witnessing Lan's unwavering resolve, Hulaina refrained from further protest, glancing instead at Cai Wenji. However, she was taken aback by the unwavering determination reflected in Cai Wenji's gaze. After registering, the 4 of them were led by the staff member to the waiting room. Half an hour later, it was finally time for Lan and Cai Wenji to take the stage. Just as they stepped through the waiting room door, an exceedingly familiar voice rang out. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Chapter 121. Shock, Kai's limit break attack? Subscription requested. "Who are you?" Cai Wenji asked. her expression one of utter bewilderment as she gazed at the figure before her. "I am the younger brother of the elder brother, Liu Ban number 9. He replied with a broad grin. Lan cast a glance at Liu Ban Hao, then proceeded with Cai Wenji towards the 2v2 soul duel arena. Under the chilling gaze of Lan, Liu Ban Hao felt an overwhelming fear, trembling, and trepidation. Goodness, how icy. Following the soul duel passage, Lan and Cai Wenji arrived at the arena, where Lan's eyes swept across the surroundings. It was undeniable that the 2v2 soul duel arena in Zuan City was significantly larger than that of Soto City, with audience seating at least 1.5 times greater, and the stands were already filled with numerous spectators. As Lan and Cai Wenji ascended the stage, their opponents simultaneously stepped onto the arena. Upon the arrival of all Soul Masters, the host commenced the announcement of the Soul Master teams. In the 12th match of the 2v2, the Kai Tian Axe team faced off against the Luing team. Indeed, Luing was the name under which Lan and Cai Wenji had registered in Soto City, with Ing representing shadows, reflecting Lan's attribute, while Lu symbolized Cai Wenji's Hujia Lu attribute. Thus, they named their team after their own attributes. As they gazed forward, their adversaries were two middle-aged men, approximately 37 or 38 years of age, with prominent features and robust physiques. Both donned rhino armor, their exposed muscular arms displaying a bronzed complexion. Undoubtedly, a mere glance revealed that they were two power-type soul masters, and their strength was formidable. The Kai Tian Axe team, surprised to be facing such youthful opponents, furrowed their brows in disbelief as they regarded Lan and Cai Wenji. The host also raised an eyebrow, but since they had registered for the 2v2 soul duel, it indicated that there was no mistake regarding the participants. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in excitement. No way. This is insane. These two children can barely be considered great soul masters. How could they possibly compete against the Kai Tian Axe team? Did they mistakenly enter the wrong arena? Aren't the Kai Tian Axe members both soul emperors? Goodness, this is akin to a father battling his son. There is no need to continue. This is a complete mismatch of strength. The astonishment on the faces of the duo known as the Kai Tian Axe swiftly dissipated, replaced by a look of disdain as they cast a contemptuous glance at Lan and Cai Wenji before steadily stepping forward, with their right hands extended. A profound dark radiance surged forth from their palms, and simultaneously, identical weapons materialized in their grasp. Upon witnessing these formidable weapons, Lan's expression turned grave. The weapons wielded by the Kai Tian Axe were none other than two colossal axes, an astounding tenfold larger than the axes they typically employed. As their martial souls manifested, the emblem of crossed axes prominently appeared on their chests, reminiscent of members of the Axe Gang, though the axes appeared ordinary at first glance. A closer inspection revealed intricate engravings adorning their surfaces. Upon the complete release of their martial souls, 6 soul rings ascended simultaneously from beneath their feet, 2 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. As the soul rings fully materialized, the two let out a low roar, a tremendous aura surging towards Lan and Cai Wenji. The overwhelming pressure caused Lan's expression to darken further. He could discern that these two soul emperors were far from ordinary soul masters, possessing ample combat experience. Cai Wenji's eyes sparkled with intensity. Facing the two soul emperors, her demeanor was even more formidable than Lan's, her instincts warning her that this battle would prove exceedingly challenging. "I am Kai Tian Lai. I am Kai Tian Axe," they introduced in unison. "Please unleash your martial souls," Kai Tian Lai stated solemnly. As soul emperors, they felt no apprehension facing the youthful duo. This confrontation would be resolved in an instant. Lan and Cai Wenji exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing their martial spirits. Soon, 3 soul rings and 4 soul rings rose from beneath their feet, respectively. The moment they beheld the 4 soul rings pulsating around Lan's form, the expressions of the two members of the Kai Tian Axe duo darkened. Their gazes became laced with complexity as they stared, astonished, at the young boy before them. This lad appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, yet he had already attained 4 soul rings, one of which was a striking black-red hue. Undoubtedly, this represented an extraordinary configuration for a soul master's soul rings. Only an exceptionally gifted prodigy could possibly possess such a remarkable arrangement, prompting the Kai Tian Axe duo to adopt a more cautious demeanor. They could no longer afford to look down upon Lan and Cai Wenji. Initially, they had assumed them to be mere great soul masters, perceiving them as talented individuals. However, they now realized that these two transcended mere talent, approaching the realm of the monstrous. In unison, they let out a sharp shout and charged towards Lan and Cai Wenji, wielding their massive axes raised high. Cai Wenji, with both hands on her zither, swiftly plucked the strings, producing two crisp and melodious notes that soared into Lan's body in different colors. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted from within her, enveloping her in a whirlwind of shimmering radiance, ensuring that all adversaries within its vicinity would be subjected to razor-like assaults. Faced with two Soul Emperors, Cai Wenji held nothing back, understanding the necessity of self-preservation and the imperative to not hinder Lan. Despite their formidable strength, inflicting harm upon her would prove challenging. Throughout this period, they had engaged in daily battles, honing their synergy to an exceptional degree. As the opponents closed in, Cai Wenji activated all her skills capable of amplifying Lan's attributes. The Kaitian Axe duo quickly discerned that Cai Wenji was a support-type soul master. Originally, the axe was aimed at Lan, but with a sudden shift, it was redirected towards Cai Wenji. The colossal axe descended upon her with a ferocious swiftness, cutting through the air with a deafening whoosh, indicative of the ferocity behind their assault. In response to their onslaught, Cai Wenji deftly manipulated the zither strings. A radiant white light erupted from her, and with a resounding bang, it blossomed forth like a white jade lotus in full bloom. In an instant, it purified the fierce strikes of the Kaitian Axe duo, sending them hurtling backward in the process. This was none other than Cai Wenji's third soul skill, the realm of worry-free melody. It grants a 20% enhancement to both oneself and one's allies across all attributes. Additionally, any enemies within the domain of the worry-free melody experience a 20% reduction in attack power and a 50% decrease in all attributes. Consequently, the assault of the Heavenly Axe duo was abruptly and significantly diminished. They were sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground, and a mouthful of blood was expelled, propelling them over a meter away. Cai Tianli's eyes fixed intently on Cai Wenji, his irises laced with crimson veins, and with a fierce grip. He struck the ground with a punch. How could this be possible? How could an auxiliary spirit master possess such formidable counterattack capabilities? Chapter 122, Collision of Absolute Power. The choice of battle intent. They both paid a hefty price for their earlier underestimation. However, this minor injury was inconsequential to them. With a sudden shift in demeanor, they simultaneously propelled themselves off the ground. This time, they were resolute. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and an energy orb began to ricochet between them. As soon as it struck, they found themselves momentarily immobilized. Their eyes gleamed with determination, and a powerful white light erupted from within them, shattering the energy orb, prompting them to swiftly distance themselves from one another. Thus, the energy orb could at most control one of them. Observing this, Cai Wenji furrowed her brow. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of her skill would be halved now that they had separated. As they sidestepped, the Heavenly Axe duo simultaneously shouted, their third soul rings illuminating, while their massive axes gleamed with a chilling radiance. In unison, they swung their axes, unleashing two blades of light that surged forth towards Lan and Cai Wenji. The blades gradually morphed into two spinning axes, their velocity increasing, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. With no hope of evasion, Lan swiftly positioned herself in front of Cai Wenji, raising her left hand to channel her soul power, coalescing it into a barrier of wind. As the flowing winds enveloped them, a protective vortex formed around their bodies. The two colossal blades of light descended upon the wind barrier with unrelenting force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted instantaneously, a wave of white energy bursting forth, causing Lan and Cai Wenji to be hurled backward. Fortunately, the soul arena was relatively spacious, and they landed perilously close to the edge. As they teetered on the brink of falling off, Lan swiftly activated his hunter skill, grasping Cai Wenji and performing a graceful flip to stabilize their descent. The two axe-wielding spirit masters before them possessed strength that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of most power-type beast spirit masters. As Lan's feet barely touched the ground, he vanished without a trace. In an instant, he disappeared from the sight of all spectators within the arena. With the enhancement of Cai Wenji's first skill, his speed surged by over 100%, reaching a state that was nearly comparable to teleportation. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped the entire soul arena. The two combatants, Cai Tian and Lai, felt the sudden onset of nightfall, heightening their vigilance. They scanned their surroundings with keen eyes. Suddenly, shimmering starlight flickered above their heads. Cai Tian's expression shifted. His soul power had inexplicably diminished by a level. Mine too. What kind of soul skill is this? Lai replied, his voice grave. In an instant, a multitude of star-like projectiles plummeted from above, raining down upon them like a close-range meteor shower. The audience below could only see the arena shrouded in black mist, obscuring the four combatants from view. What is happening? My soul power has inexplicably dropped another level. I have been reduced to a soul king. Cai Tian exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. What kind of skill is this, to reduce our soul power by 2 levels? Trembling with rage, Cai Tian's eyes burned with fierce determination. It is worth noting that they had only just broken through to Soul Emperor status, having recently hunted the lowest quality soul beasts. And their soul power had barely increased by a level. They were still on the cusp of reaching level 62. Yet, under Lan's 4th soul skill, their power plummeted 2 levels, transforming them from soul emperors into soul kings. In a fit of anger, Cai Tian bellowed, 5th soul skill, blazing battle axe. In this dire situation, he could no longer afford to hesitate and unleashed his 5th soul skill. Suddenly, the massive axe in his grip ignited, flames illuminating the entire soul arena. Fiery tendrils swirled around him as an overwhelming force surged within him, reaching its peak. With a resounding cry, Cai Tian raised the blazing battle axe high and brought it crashing down. Boom! A fiery red energy wave erupted, causing the flames to expand outward almost instantaneously, violently propelling Lan from the dark night ambush. The entire arena trembled. Unexpectedly, the heaven-splitting axe flew out, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood. This strike, unleashed in a fit of uncontrollable rage, wielded immense power. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Lan possessed far greater strength, fortified by his crystalline scales, which reflected 10% of the attack's force back at the heaven-splitting axe. At that moment, the axe felt a searing pain within, akin to being at the heart of a volcanic eruption, as it endured the retaliation of fierce flames. Cai Tianlai quickly supported him and offered 2 white jade pills, suggesting that even when utilizing this soul skill, one could still experience backlash damage. Within mere seconds, Cai Tianlai's complexion improved significantly. As the heaven-splitting axe steadied his breathing, Lan swiftly seated himself in a meditative pose, channeling his soul power into his crystalline scales. The remarkable healing properties of the scales soon restored him to his former state. He had not anticipated the overwhelming force of the heaven-splitting axe's strike, which had shattered his 4th soul skill. This was the inherent flaw of Lan's 4th soul skill. If confronted by a formidable opponent during the twilight of stars, the enemy's powerful skill could disrupt the formation of the knight's instant kill array. Undoubtedly, Lan's 4th soul skill, the Starfall Shadow Kill, was rendered unusable. Learning from previous experiences, Cai Tianlai, being astute, would not grant Lan and Cai Wenji a moment's respite. Suddenly, his 5th soul ring glowed, and the massive axe in his grasp transformed into an icy hue. Upon witnessing this, Lan's expression turned grave. It was evident that their 5th soul skills were respectively the blazing battle axe and one related to frost. Previously, Cai Tian's axe had unleashed the blazing battle axe, which exuded a torrent of fiery energy, concealing the formidable flame shadow blade within. Initially, Lan had not realized the scale of the hidden assault until he was flung back, hearing the sounds of slicing air and feeling his garments torn apart. Gradually, the massive axe in Cai Tianlai's hands began to emanate a chilling aura. In an instant, this coldness spread like wildfire around him, enveloping the entire arena in a wintry embrace. Suddenly, Cai Tianlai let out a fierce roar, unleashing his 5th soul skill, the Fury of Winter. Chapter 123. The carnage erupts, blood-eyed demon eyes, Lan. As the ferocious roar echoed, the temperature of the entire soul arena plummeted, as if the very air had been drained of warmth, leaving the atmosphere stagnant and a flurry of snowflakes swirling about. The biting chills surged forth with alarming rapidity. As the cold intensified, a thick layer of ice began to accumulate beneath the feet of Lan and Cai Wenji. Soon, the heaven-splitting axe rose from the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the heaven-splitting axe would recover from its retaliatory injury so swiftly. Suddenly, a glint of icy determination flashed in Cai Tianlai's eyes as he gripped the massive axe handle tightly and struck downwards with tremendous force. Notably, this blow was not directed at Lan and Cai Wenji, who were still a good 15 meters away. Instead, he aimed directly at the ground. No one could fathom his reasoning. Surely, a direct charge towards them would have yielded greater devastation. Yet, in the next moment, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, revealing a hint of malign intent. It is crucial to note that both Lan and Cai Wenji were soul emperors. Although Cai Tianlai's strike appeared insignificant, intuition warned Lan that the true nature of Cai Tianlai's 5th soul skill was far from simple. A flicker of sharpness crossed his gaze as he swiftly readied his senses for action, faintly perceiving a series of sonic booms echoing in succession. accompanied by a rising crescendo of whistling sounds in his ears. Suddenly, L.N.'s expression suddenly changed dramatically, and he found that, unbeknownst to him, two short blades had appeared in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled one of the blades towards Xiao New Jersey and transformed into a shark, lunging directly at her. Just as he enveloped Xiao New Jersey in his embrace, a deafening sound of something slicing through the air erupted, and to his dismay, a gaping wound appeared on L.N.'s arm, crimson blood flowing down his limb. Xiao New Jersey was utterly stunned. The fifth soul skill of K.I.T.N. Li was exceedingly bizarre. Lon turned to face Cai Wenji, his eyes shimmering with a cold glint. He swiftly raised his left hand, channeling his soul power into the breath of the wind. The flowing wind erupted suddenly, enveloping the two of them entirely. A series of crisp sounds rang out, yet no visible attack could be seen. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of Cai Wenji's fifth soul skill, which condensed the air into glistening ice blades, delivering an unexpected blow to the enemy. However, the ice blades were merely a minor aspect of this soul skill. Do you truly believe that your shield can protect you? How laughable, Cai Wenji scoffed. In an instant, a colossal ice axe erupted forth, cleaving directly towards Lon and Cai Wenji. This showcased the might of Cai Wenji's fifth soul skill, delivering a fatal strike with a chilling axe spirit that could rival the cutting force of a sword. The axe unleashed was, in fact, over 5 times larger than the massive axe he wielded. Boom! The enormous axe blade struck the wind barrier with tremendous force, creating a breach as if a tidal wave had crashed upon it. Yet, that power continued to press down relentlessly. Lon spewed forth a mouthful of blood. At this moment, having had his fourth soul skill shattered, he felt an unprecedented pressure as the two adversaries regained their strength as soul emperors. The fifth soul skills of these two formidable soul emperors could be described as a clash of ice and fire. Boom! A wave of energy erupted, shattering the barrier of wind with a sound akin to breaking glass. Yet, in this critical moment, to everyone's astonishment, Cai Wenji somersaulted and positioned herself directly in front of Lon. In an instant, both were swept away by the overwhelming force of energy. Uft, uft. They simultaneously coughed up blood. Lon disregarded his injuries, scrambling towards Cai Wenji with great urgency. He did not anticipate that Cai Wenji would suddenly appear before him in that fleeting moment. Wenji. Lon embraced Cai Wenji, observing her pale complexion, and a chilling glint ignited in his eyes. The latent murderous intent buried deep within him surged forth, fully awakened by Cai Wenji's grievous injuries, which incited an unprecedented fury within him. At this moment, he found himself incapable of maintaining composure, nor could he afford to. In the waiting room, Hulaina and Xiao Wu, anxiously watching the match, were equally distressed. Kai was their comrade. Witnessing her being grievously harmed stirred the same murderous rage in their hearts. Their hands clenched tightly, yet they understood all too well that the rules of the Grand Soul Arena were beyond their influence, unless the Pope intervened personally. Sixth soul skill. Crimson Flame Beast. At that moment, Kai Tian Axe bellowed, having been previously wounded by Lan's crystalline armor during their battle. How could he possibly let go of the chance for revenge now? To everyone's astonishment, he unleashed his sixth soul skill directly. Undoubtedly, he was intent on delivering a lethal blow. He raised his massive axe, enveloped in crimson flames that danced around him, while behind him, a fierce beast could be discerned, a towering, flame-wrought wolf, its head adorned with 2 pointed horns. Its eyes glowed with a menacing red light, wielding a fiery axe in its hands. The entire figure stood a staggering 10 meters tall, with flames roaring in Kai Tian Axe's gaze. The audience below fell into a stunned silence at this sight. Was this not exceedingly cruel? It appeared that the Kai Tian Axe duo aimed to annihilate those two prodigies. How despicable to bully the weak and seek total destruction. Was this not characteristic of the Kai Tian Axe duo? None who dared to challenge them in the arena had ever left alive. Wenji, Lon called out anxiously, channeling the healing powers of the crystalline armor and his hunting abilities into Cai Wenji's body. If anything were to happen to her, he would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime. At this moment, Lon has completely regretted his decision. He should not have allowed Cai Wenji to accompany him on this perilous venture. Today, I shall ensure that you two so-called geniuses meet your demise within this grand arena of soul battles. The heavens shall roar with laughter. Lon slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze not only radiating a chilling glint but also emanating a crimson hue. Like a harbinger of death, he displayed no semblance of emotion, his depths unfathomable. He cradled Cai Wenji and gently placed her on the edge of the soul duel platform. Then, he turned and strode towards the duo of the open heaven axe. With each step he took, the starlit mist surrounding his form grew increasingly dense. What was once merely a gentle haze enveloping him now seemed to sense Lan's wrath. Surging tumultuously. Within the starlit mist, red halos began to manifest, and the once vibrant twinkling stars transformed into a blood-red hue. In Lan's hands, two short blades radiating a crimson glow materialized abruptly. At that moment, everything about him seemed to erupt in fury. Initially, he regarded this battle merely as a routine soul duel. Yet, it was precisely this mindset that allowed Cai Wenji to be harmed. He could not absolve himself of this guilt. Suddenly, four soul rings descended upon him, as he gazed at the tumultuous mist surrounding his form. The heaven-splitting axe sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. However, as a soul emperor, he was confident that once he charged his sixth soul skill, he could annihilate both Lan and Cai Wenji in an instant. Little did he know the arduous journey of forging a monster. With a scoff, Cai Wenji pondered, merely a soul scholar. What of his prodigious talent? What of the monster? Today we shall utterly obliterate you. Axe of Heaven, commence the assault. Chapter 124. The bloodline of the divine oracle erupts. Soul rings ascend by 5,000 years, seeking full subscription. In an instant, the fiery giant axe in Cai Tian's hands came crashing down. Accompanied by a terrifying cacophony akin to wails of despair, the horned crimson flame wolf erupted from behind him. Akin to an ancient beast unleashed in its primal fury, charging towards Lan engulfed in a blaze of scarlet fire. The intense flames rendered the entire soul arena stiflingly hot, as the sound of rupturing air echoed like a barrage of firecrackers. This strike from the heaven-splitting axe was executed without the slightest reservation. As the towering crimson beast bore down upon him, Lan's expression, gaze, and senses remained utterly unperturbed. Witnessing this scene, Cai Wenji's laughter grew ever more derisive. Ha ha ha, be obliterated. I am weary. Finally, at the very moment the crimson beast was within mere inches of him, the atmosphere surged with intensity. In his eyes, the dual crimson glimmers of the blood demon flared brilliantly. He raised his right hand, wielding the long night blade, which emanated a radiant red aura. Two streams of light, one black and one red, danced around it. Upon closer inspection, faint flickers of lightning could be discerned shimmering upon the long night. Suddenly, the fourth soul ring of Lan suddenly vibrated, and the originally faint crimson hue of the black soul ring unexpectedly intensified, revealing a deeper shade of red. The fourth soul skill, Blood Radiance Shadow Killing Array. A voice, chilling to the bone, resonated, plunging the entire battle arena into darkness. Above the arena, countless crimson blood rays emerged. The fierce red flame beast charging towards Lan was instantly consumed by the blood mist that erupted around him. How could this be possible? Cai Wenji gazed in horror as his sixth soul skill was devoured. He knew full well the terrifying might of his unleashed attack, for he had held nothing back. At that moment, darkness descended once more, causing both of their soul powers to diminish by 2 levels, reverting them to the realm of soul kings. Cai Wenji was filled with regret. He should have unleashed his sixth soul skill alongside Cai Wenji. However, he never anticipated that this young man would so calmly neutralize Cai Wenji's full-force strike. In that instant, their soul powers plummeted. And it was evident that even Cai Wenji's sixth soul skill could not be unleashed, for though he possessed the sixth soul ring, it was sealed. The two exchanged glances, their expressions darkening simultaneously. Their fifth soul rings illuminated concurrently. They aimed to jointly employ their fifth soul skill to dismantle Lan's Blood Radiance Shadow Killing Array. But was this truly feasible? Lan slowly approached them, the blood mist surrounding him concealing countless blades. When he was merely 5 meters away from them, Lan halted. He raised his right hand, and the crimson short dagger slipped from his grasp, soaring forth. Swish, 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 strands of red light pierced through their bodies. Ah! The chilling screams echoed throughout the grand battle arena. The spectators below stared blankly at the stage, oblivious to the events unfolding within the black mist. Only Cai Wenji and Cai Wenji understood the peril they faced, purgatory. Indeed, it was a realm akin to hell, filled with endless slaughter. Ultimately, the two short daggers returned to Lan's hand, yet he vanished from his initial position. In an instant, a red light pierced through Cai Wenji's chest, and a shadow flickered past. As that shadow caught the blood ray, it vanished again, plunging the crimson light into Cai Wenji's chest. In the blink of an eye, both were pierced through the heart by the blood rays. Streams of scarlet blood erupted like fountains. Before they could utter a scream, the red light flickered ominously around their necks. Lan stood behind the two individuals, his hands tightly gripping the eternal night, the two short blades emanating a crimson glow, their tips dripping with blood. As he sheathed the eternal night, he slowly emerged from the black mist, which dissipated along with him, enveloping the entire Seoul duel platform. He approached and gently lifted Cai Wenji, then departed from the arena. Just as Lan stepped out of the Seoul duel platform, two heads fell simultaneously to the ground, their corpses riddled with countless gaping wounds, each one seemingly piercing through their bodies. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, devoid of even the sound of breathing. Observing Lan carrying Cai Wenji from the arena, Hulaina and Xiao Wu rushed over. "I still have the medicine the teacher gave me. Quickly give it to Kai," exclaimed Hulaina, producing a crystal-clear pill and delicately placing it in Cai Wenji's mouth. After she took the medicine, Lan escorted Cai Wenji back to the hotel. As for Hulaina and Xiao Wu, they still had another duel to contend with. According to the rules of the arena, they must complete their battle before departing. Upon returning to the hotel, Lan gently laid Cai Wenji on the bed, and upon seeing her pale complexion, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. He vowed never to allow Cai Wenji to accompany him on perilous adventures again. While extreme challenges undeniably foster growth, the accompanying risks are equally indisputable. "Brother," a suddenly delicate voice broke the stillness. A glimmer of light flashed in Lan's eyes, not sharp but gentle. "Wenji, this is all my fault. Brother, how can this be blamed on you? Fighting alongside you brings me immense joy. You needn't feel guilty, although I sustained some injuries. It has enabled my soul power to ascend. I have reached the 39th level and am on the verge of breaking through to the 40th. "What?" Lan gazed at Cai Wenji in astonishment. "Wenji, you say you have attained the 39th level? With your talent, it won't be long before you reach the 40th. Indeed. Fighting alongside you accelerates my progress." Seeing the smile on Cai Wenji's face lifted Lan's spirits considerably. "Wenji, to be candid, I unexpectedly advanced 2 levels and now possess a soul power of 50. Brother, help me up. I want to engage in battle with you. First, you must recuperate properly. Once you have healed, we shall fight." Lan had not anticipated such a significant leap in his soul power. He merely felt that the hidden aura of slaughter within him had been fully unleashed. And it was precisely this complete release that had allowed the age of his 4th soul ring to surge by 5,000 years. Unbeknownst to Lan, when he absorbed the thunder-singing shadow shark, his bloodline underwent a profound transformation, endowing him with a bloodline only possessed by legendary soul beasts, known as the Divine Oracle bloodline. This bloodline emerges solely from legendary soul beasts and is exceedingly rare, with a probability of occurrence estimated at 1 in a million. Thus far, no one on the entire Douluo continent has encountered such an opportunity. Undoubtedly, Lan is the first genius to possess the bloodline of a legendary soul beast. This extreme challenge, though perilous, has proven to be immensely beneficial for Lan. The elevation of his soul ring has propelled his soul power, allowing him to reach the bottleneck of 50. Furthermore, his hunting skill has also advanced, now achieving the 8th realm. Upon reaching the 8th level of the hunting skill, a transformation occurred, enhancing his attributes by 50% and increasing his attack power by the same margin. "Brother, now that you have reached the 50th level, when do you plan to acquire a soul ring?" Cai Wenji inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Lan suggested that they wait until your health is restored before proceeding. Cai Wenji immediately revealed a gentle smile and softly said, "Brother, you are truly wonderful." Chapter 125. The arch-nemesis of evil soul masters. Shocking BB Dong. "Very well. You should rest well. I will fetch you something to eat." After tucking Cai Wenji in, Lan stepped out of the room. In the Pope's hall, a woman sat gracefully upon a high throne. She possessed a stunning visage, her skin as fair as snow, and long, lustrous crimson hair. Her alabaster hands, delicately curved, gripped a golden scepter, adorned in resplendent robes that exuded both elegance and authority. Indeed, this woman was none other than BB Dong, the supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall. "Your Holiness, I bring urgent news," reported a man clad in a long black garment, kneeling in the hall with a look of trepidation. "Miss Wenji has suffered severe injuries in the Grand Soul Arena of Zwan City and is currently at the Yulai Hotel." Although merely delivering a message, he felt an intangible pressure weighing upon him. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in BB Dong's eyes as she spoke with a chilling tone. Have those responsible for injuring Wenji been dealt with? "They have been slain by a youth of similar stature to Miss Wenji," the man trembled in response. BB Dong's pupils narrowed slightly, a spark of intrigue igniting within her gaze. The boy accompanying Cai Wenji must undoubtedly be her brother. She had previously dispatched inquiries regarding Lan, and this youth had lingered in her thoughts. The Spirit Hall placed immense value on talent, particularly when it pertained to Cai Wenji's sibling. "Elder Jew, what is your perspective on this matter?" BB Dong inquired, directing her gaze towards a man clad in white adorned with chrysanthemum patterns. The man stepped forward, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "It is unacceptable for the Grand Soul Arena to allow harm to befall the young lady. Should we not consider its immediate destruction?" Bibi Dong's expression darkened slightly as her fingers lightly tapped the scepter. After a moment of contemplation, she replied coolly, "There is no need for such drastic measures. Although Wenji has been injured, it may serve as a form of growth for her. Moreover, with Xiao Wu, Hulaina, and Yin present, let them undergo their trials." "Understood. Your Holiness." The man in chrysanthemum-patterned white garments bowed. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, he was, in fact, the renowned Zhu Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Yueguan. "I must also report, Your Holiness, that it has come to light that Miss Wenji's brother has been tirelessly hunting down evil soul masters over the years. And countless of these malevolent beings now regard him as their arch-nemesis," the kneeling man in black informed. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened abruptly, her expression becoming icy. "Arch-nemesis? I shall witness the extent of these evil soul masters' capabilities. Had it not been for the short-sightedness of that steward in Nottingham, this prodigy would have long been welcomed into the Spirit Hall. Previously, I sent someone to extend an invitation for him to join, but he declined. Nevertheless, we must still devise ways to appropriate such talent for our own purposes." Swan City. Lon had just returned from the outside, bringing back some delicacies for Cai Wenji. He gently pushed the door open and found Cai Wenji peacefully asleep. After placing the food softly on the table, he settled down in a cross-legged position to meditate and cultivate. This extreme challenge had imparted a crucial lesson to him: to protect those he cherished. There was but one path to pursue: strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he crush his adversaries with absolute might. When Cai Wenji awoke, Lon had completed his cultivation and had prepared some peeled fruits for her in advance. She took a large bite, her face radiating with joy as she began to eat. At that moment, her complexion had improved significantly, her cheeks taking on a rosy hue. After finishing a banana, her bright eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lon, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she threw her arms around Lan's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, brother," she said with warmth. Lon gently raised her hand to caress her head, her rigid face managing a strained smile. "I will not allow anyone to harm you again." Is it evening now?" Gazing out at the golden light streaming through the window, Cai Wenji's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Yes," Lon nodded in affirmation. "Brother, please help me up. Shall we go to the balcony together to admire the sunset?" With that, Cai Wenji eagerly attempted to rise, yearning to witness the beauty of the sunset. Lon hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her, then walked to the balcony, gently placing her in the suspended basket. The hotel's amenities were quite commendable, featuring a hanging basket on the balcony seemingly designed for guests to relish the scenic views. The two sat in the cradle, with Cai Wenji nestled in Lan's embrace. The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped them, instilling a delightful sense of warmth, one that Cai Wenji cherished immensely. Yet, the deepest warmth in her heart stemmed from Lon. Not even the gentlest spring breeze could rival his warmth. Gazing at the crimson sunset, a softness graced Lan's eyes. This was the first time in his life he had truly felt the sun's warmth, a beauty he had never known before. That evening, Xiao Wu and Hulaina returned, appearing somewhat fatigued. Hulaina approached the door of Lon and Cai Wenji's room, gently knocking before stepping inside. "Sister Na, why do you both seem a bit disheveled?" Cai Wenji inquired, noticing Hulaina's pallid complexion. Hulaina managed a strained smile. "Don't mention it. Just after we exited the Grand Spirit Arena, we encountered a group of soul masters around level 40, numbering about 10. Ordinarily, my brother and I could handle them with ease, but their soul skills were exceedingly peculiar. Consequently, we faced a minor setback. However, what perplexes me is that after these individuals perished, they emanated a red mist. This is truly a first for me. They are soul manipulators." A tremor coursed through Lan's heart, his expression turning frigid as a crimson mist coalesced around the corpse, undeniably a characteristic of the malevolent spirit masters. Lon recalled this detail with utmost clarity. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Why were there throngs of malevolent spirit masters here? Could it possibly be linked to the keyboard warriors? A cascade of questions flooded Lan's mind. "Oh, my bathroom is broken. I shall first bathe here." As she spoke, Hulaina strode directly towards the bathing area. Yet, scarcely had she entered when an eerie spectacle unfolded. Chapter 126, The Sacrificial Task, titled Douluo, terrifying beyond measure. Seeking subscriptions, 3,000 words, boom. A blood-red radiance erupted abruptly from the bathing area, instantaneously reducing the entire building to dust. No one knew what had transpired. Only the surrounding air was thick with crimson mist, and everything seemed to undergo a cataclysmic transformation in that singular moment, enveloped in an eerie silence. It was as if the entire hotel had vanished in an instant. Dozens of guests plummeted from the seventh story, crashing heavily onto the ruins, blood spilling from their mouths, some even being buried beneath the debris. What had just transpired felt akin to a nuclear bomb concealed within the very heart of this hotel. Lan's reaction was swift, sensing an immediate sense of danger. He instinctively shielded Cai Wenji with his body, and they landed safely. Juliana, however, stood with her arms crossed over her chest, having just shed her garments in preparation for a bath. Unexpectedly, a pungent scent of blood assailed her senses, just as she attempted to retreat from the bathing area. It was already too late. Fortunately, in that critical moment, she summoned her martial spirit to protect herself. At that moment, amidst the desolation, only Lan, Cai Wenji, Juliana, and Xiao Wu remained standing. The others lay wounded or lifeless. Observing Juliana, who trembled in her nakedness, Lan promptly removed his coat and offered it to her. The four then hastily departed from the site as the crimson mist continued to spread. The entire city was beginning to undergo subtle transformations, with its inhabitants descending into madness. Within mere seconds, blood vessels began to surface on the faces of 1/10 of the residents of Zwan City. Witnessing the frenzied behavior of those ordinary people behind him, Xiao Wu could not help but inquire, what has happened to them? Of course, his question was not directed at anyone in particular. It was merely a rhetorical musing, for he did not believe that any among them could provide an answer. As Lan sprinted while cradling Cai Wenji, she cast a glance back at the residents who were beginning to undergo a grotesque transformation, her expression growing increasingly grave. It was unimaginable that the malevolent soul masters had indeed concocted a poison capable of transforming ordinary individuals into monstrous fiends to bolster their ranks. Are you suggesting they have been poisoned? Juliana exclaimed, her face etched with horror as she observed the frenzied individuals. At that moment, those afflicted by the toxic gas had descended into extreme ferocity, exhibiting the unsettling ability to unleash minor skills, such as spewing flames from their mouths. Some had gained tremendous strength, delivering thunderous blows against buildings, as if endowed with inexhaustible power. Once Lan and her companions escaped the confines of the city of Zhuan, a more savage aura swiftly engulfed the entire city. In an instant, the skies above Zhuan appeared to be shrouded by an immense crimson veil, teeming with carnage and drenched in an endless tide of blood. Lan led the three companions to a small peak situated 3 kilometers away from the city of Zhuan. The four of them turned back to gaze at the city, which seemed to be engulfed in a hellish nightmare, their expressions grave and solemn. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated in Lan's mind. Ding. The task of altering Tang San's narrative has now escalated to a primary mission. Ding. A side quest has been activated. The host must rescue the inhabitants of Zhuan, and while undertaking this side quest, the host will encounter unforeseen rewards. Ding. Relevant information has been converted into a scroll and dispatched to the host's soul guiding device. Upon hearing this, Lan's expression suddenly shifted. And even if the host did not issue this task, he would instinctively take measures to rescue the citizens of Zhuan City. Was not his original intention to grow stronger precisely to assist those in need? Consequently, with a flicker of thought, Lan infused his soul energy into the breath of wind, extracting the scroll related to his mission. After perusing its contents, a sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. To rescue the citizens of Zhuan City, he must acquire a rare herb known as the Fragrant Enchantment and subsequently intertwine it with dark divine power to effectuate their salvation. However, this endeavor bore a significant drawback. It necessitated the total sacrifice of his soul energy, encompassing all his strength, to envelop the entirety of Zhuan City in dark divine energy. Undoubtedly, Lan would forfeit his qualifications as a soul master, rendering this challenge potentially fatal. To fulfill this mission, he must offer himself as a sacrifice for the sake of the citizens of Zhuan City. It was the singular method available. Only the dark divine power could fully expel the terrifying aura unleashed by the malevolent soul masters from Zhuan City. After casting a brief glance at the scroll, Lan decisively destroyed it, unwilling for Cai Wenji to learn of his intention to use his life to save the people of Zhuan. Moreover, this undertaking was fraught with peril, akin to walking a tightrope between life and death. He could not allow Cai Wenji to accompany him on this dangerous path. Hence he was compelled to make a difficult decision, to send her away. It was essential to recognize that she was still nursing wounds, and thus could not afford to join him in this treacherous venture. Suddenly, in the palm of Lan's hand, the dark power of the demonic path quietly unfurled. He gently caressed Cai Wenji's head, causing her to faint instantly. What are you doing? Hulaina gazed at Lan with a look of utter confusion, her face betraying a hint of anger. Lan coldly instructed, "You two should swiftly take Wenji and return to the spirit hall. I have a matter to attend to, and I shall seek you out once it is resolved." "Lan, you cannot possibly intend to single-handedly save an entire city," Xiao Wu remarked with concern. Yet, Lan had already transformed into a solitary shadow, vanishing from their sight. Left with no alternative, the two could only escort Cai Wenji away from Zuan City. After departing from Zuan City, Lan proceeded according to the guidance of the scroll's map. 3 days later, Lan arrived at a dense forest, standing atop a hill approximately 500 meters high. The thick foliage obscured the enchanting night sky, allowing only the faintest glow to penetrate. Gazing at this peculiar locale, Lan's brow furrowed slightly. He had merely followed the map to this point. According to the directions, he should now be at his destination. Yet he had yet to perceive any trace of the object he sought. Just as he prepared to commence his search, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. "Who dares to steal my herbs?" With the emergence of this voice, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, catching Lan completely off guard, rendering him breathless beneath the weight of this terrifying aura. His instincts warned him that this individual possessed a formidable power, an unprecedented level of terror. Thus far, the mightiest beings Lan had encountered were Long Gong, Meng Shu, and Flander. However, judging by the sheer lethal essence emanating from the approaching figure, it seemed that he was about to confront the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. In an instant, Lan felt the air stir as a colossal hand seized his throat without warning, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. As if a mere flick of the wrist could snap his neck, Lan elevated his vision to its utmost clarity and beheld before him an elderly man clad in a deep green attire. This individual possessed a tall and slender physique, reminiscent of a javelin. Not only was his garment a vivid shade of green, but even his hair and beard astonishingly shimmered with an emerald luminescence. His eyes sparkled like emeralds, exuding an icy and formidable intensity. At that moment, the old man's face bore no trace of emotion, appearing entirely rigid, with gaunt cheeks and a wild mane of green hair. It dawned on him that this was merely a young rascal, still lacking in maturity, daring to attempt theft in his presence. What skill is there in ambush? Lan gazed coldly at the elderly man before him, fully aware that his words were merely a ploy to procure an opportunity for himself. Remarkably, the old man's provocation proved to be instantly effective, as he unceremoniously cast Lan aside. "Then demonstrate your abilities for me to behold," he commanded with a chilling tone. In an instant, a resplendent green light erupted from the elder's form, followed by a series of luminous rings cascading gently from above his head. As Lan beheld the magnificent soul rings extending from the old man's hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. The elder possessed an astounding 9 soul rings. Undoubtedly, he was a titled Douluo. The soul rings exhibited a configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 each one perfectly optimal. As the soul rings manifested, an overwhelming aura intensified around them, exuding an air of dread. Even without the elder making a move, Lan felt as though the very air surrounding him had solidified, rendering his breathing a strenuous endeavor. Lan stared intently at the elder, utterly astonished that this seemingly ordinary man was, in fact, one of the most formidable powerhouses of the Douluo continent, boasting a soul power exceeding level 90. In that moment, Lan was convinced that even 2 soul Douluos would stand no chance against this extraordinary individual. It is important to note that while the difference between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is merely 1 rank, their strengths are worlds apart. The higher the level, the more pronounced the disparity between ranks becomes. Based on the elder's soul rings, Lan boldly speculated that the age of the highest soul ring on this elder surpassed 70,000 years. One must understand that as a soul master increases in power, the age of their acquired soul rings tends to be more recent. Moreover, from the aura emanating from the elder, Lan discerned that he was a titled Douluo possessing a beast martial soul. Typically, soul masters only manifest their soul rings when releasing their martial souls. However, this formidable figure had summoned his soul rings without altering his physical form, a testament to his terrifying prowess. "Grandfather, why don't you wait for me?" At that moment, a haughty voice broke the silence as a young girl emerged from the thicket. Upon spotting Lan, she let out a cold snort. "You boy are utterly ignorant of your place. You dare to attempt thievery even in the presence of my grandfather, Douluo." The girl was clad in a tight-fitting dress of white and blue, accentuating her figure perfectly. At the sight of her, Lan was struck by a sense of deja vu, as she bore a striking resemblance to Meng Aran. Yin Yin, it's not that I wouldn't wait for you. But you were simply too slow. Douluo managed to force a smile, gently ruffling Douluo Yin's hair. It was evident that he held deep affection for his granddaughter. In the presence of this titled Douluo, Lan's expression darkened considerably. How could he possibly contend against such a powerhouse? It is clearly you who are too quick. Douluo Yin pouted playfully in her grandfather's embrace. Douluo shook his head in resignation, revealing his helplessness towards her antics. After a few moments, Douluo Yin suddenly turned her gaze to Lan, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. Boy, since you have made it this far, you must be a soul master as well. If you can defeat me, I shall persuade my grandfather to spare your life. Chapter 127. The Shock of the Poisoned Douluo. This boy I shall dub the strongest. Lan's gaze turned towards Douluo, who merely nodded in agreement. Following Yin Yan's words, he stated that if she could defeat him, he might consider letting her go. After all, Douluo was a titled Douluo and had no need to impose difficulties upon a child of merely 12 or 13 years. Yet, he was taken aback by the remarkable composure exhibited by the child before him. Lan rose from the ground, casting a cold gaze upon Douluo Yin. He was acutely aware that even as a battle goddess, this young woman would find it no easy task to depart from this place. His purpose for being here was to seek the celestial herbs to save the citizens of Zuan City. Why would he choose to leave? Moreover, he firmly believed that this opportunity to return would be a singular one. Douluo Yin stepped forward and declared, I am Douluo Yin. My martial soul is the azure phosphor snake. I welcome your guidance. Upon witnessing Douluo Yin's direct introduction of her martial soul, Lan understood that this confrontation was inevitable. He could only respond gravely, I am Lan. My martial soul is the demonic divine power. Lan had heard of the azure phosphor snake. It was indeed a rare martial soul, akin to those of prominent families within the Douluo continent. However, there had only been one renowned soul master of the azure phosphor snake throughout history, undoubtedly the elder standing before him, the azure phosphor Douluo. This martial soul belonged to the control category, and among control-type soul masters, it was certainly of the highest caliber. Their superiority did not arise solely from their control skills, but rather from their mastery of poison. Utilizing poison to dominate the battlefield was an exceptionally formidable tactic. Lan was grateful to be aware of the characteristics of such a martial soul, knowledge he had stumbled upon during his encounters with evil soul masters years prior. Suddenly, with a chilling command, Douluo Yin invoked, Phosphorescent Serpent, manifest. Instantly, an emerald radiance enveloped her, as her originally deep purple hair transformed into a vibrant red. Her eyes, once green, deepened to an inky hue, and her body appeared remarkably supple, gently swaying as her upper body moved. A haunting luminescence emanated from her gaze, exuding an aura of chilling sharpness. In that moment, her presence conveyed no trace of human emotion. A diamond-shaped green scale adorned her forehead, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that Douluo Yin no longer possessed legs. Her lower body had melded into a thick serpentine tail, supporting her upright form. Upon fully embodying her martial soul, 3 soul rings emerged from beneath her feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Undoubtedly, she was a control-type soul master of over 30 levels. With the 2 yellow rings being standard, it was clear that Douluo Yin's talent was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Faced with a poison-wielding soul master, Lan dared not underestimate her for a moment. In an instant, a mist infused with crimson starry brilliance enveloped his form, for soul rings descended from above, swirling rhythmically around him. How could this be? Douluo's expression changed drastically, leaving him momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that the youth before him would possess 4 soul rings, one of which radiated a subtle crimson glow, indicative of a 10,000-year soul ring. Despite being a titled Douluo, having traversed the Douluo continent for decades, this young man shattered all his preconceived notions. He gazed in disbelief at Lan's soul rings. The first yellow ring seemed unremarkable, after all. The Douluo continent had its share of geniuses, much like his granddaughter, Douluo Yin. Yet, the second soul ring of this youth began at a millennium, and the fourth soared directly to 10,000 years. The faint crimson hue unmistakably signified that only a soul ring derived from a soul beast nearing 10,000 years of age could exhibit such characteristics. At that moment, Douluo was indeed astonished. What an extraordinary talent this was. The youth before him surpassed the definition of genius. Monster or prodigy would be far more fitting. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, he had already reached the rank of soul master, an achievement unparalleled across the Douluo continent. As Dugu Yan beheld the soul rings adorning Lan, her expression shifted from shock to sheer stupor, her mind a blank slate. It is essential to note that she was still merely a soul venerable. What right did she have to challenge a soul master? Moreover, this young man possessed a 10,000-year soul ring. How could she possibly contend with him? Nevertheless, she refused to relinquish the opportunity for a challenge. Surrendering without a fight was not an option. This is not her style. Suddenly, the third soul ring on her body shone brightly. Faced with a prodigy like Lan, she dared not hold back any of her strength, directly showcasing her most formidable abilities in hopes of achieving victory. Dugu Yan's originally emerald eyes transformed completely into a deep violet, with even the green scales of her serpent tail enveloped in a layer of purple radiance. Opening her mouth, she unleashed a dense purple mist that rapidly spread through the air, surging toward Lan. Observing the thick purple fog, Lan's expression turned icy. His eyes glinting with a cold light, he could readily discern that the third soul skill of this young girl was undoubtedly poison. Before the toxin even reached him, he was already assaulted by a nauseating stench, causing a momentary dizziness. However, to his astonishment, he found that these sensations vanished in an instant. Could it be that my body has become immune to all poisons? Furrowing his brow, Lan reflected that ever since acquiring the crystalline scales, he felt as if his body had undergone a complete transformation, with his blood now distinctly different, infused with abundant spiritual energy. To verify this hypothesis, rather than retreating, Lan calmly approached Dugu Yan. Soon, he was entirely enveloped by the purple mist, but he still felt no discomfort. What astonished him was that the demonic power swirling around his body seemed to undergo a slight transformation, almost as if it were continuously devouring the poisonous fog released by Dugu Yan. Witnessing this, Dugu Bo's expression turned grave, his heart racing with disbelief. He found himself at a loss for words to express his current thoughts. This is impossible. How can you remain unscathed by my phosphorescent serpent poison? Dugu Yan stared blankly at Lan, shrouded in the purple mist, her eyes filled with incredulity. She was well aware of the potency of the phosphorescent serpent poison she had released, even within her own battle team. The formidable Yu Tianheng, who wielded a powerful dragon martial spirit, would never dare to come into contact with it lightly. This third soul ring technique was her most toxic attack. The effects of the poison acted swiftly, and a mere slight contact with the purple mist could result in a fatal outcome within moments. I believe this battle is mine to win. Lan's cold voice emerged from the purple mist. Immediately thereafter, he clenched his fists. A surge of radiant white light erupted from within him, dispersing the surrounding fog. The overwhelming force propelled Dugu Yan away, but fortunately, Dugu Bo reacted swiftly and saved her. Dugu Bo gazed at Lan in disbelief, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly green light. Boy, you possess a body immune to all poisons? Even my family's phosphorescent serpent poison can be nullified by you. Other toxins will have no effect on you whatsoever, Lanling remarked. What difficulty is there in neutralizing this serpent's venom? Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback, his expression suddenly darkening as an overwhelming aura was abruptly unleashed. Bearing down heavily upon Lan, he inquired with intensity, then pray, enlighten us regarding the method to counteract the venom of the green phosphor serpent. Landau, as far as I know, Xiongwang liquor appears to be the most effective remedy against snake venom. Of course, to fully harness the properties of Xiongwang, enhancing its volatility with fire would yield even greater results. In my previous life, I was an assassin and thus possessed a certain understanding of various poisons, among which snake venom is the weapon of choice for many a killer. Typically, numerous assassins would apply the venom of serpents to their concealed weapons. Consequently, even if they could not deliver a fatal blow, the potent toxicity would inevitably lead to their adversary's demise. Furthermore, snake venom is an essential ingredient in the concoction of numerous poisons. Dugu Bo's expression softened slightly as he chuckled. Ah, young man. It has been many years since someone dared to speak to me in such a manner, to challenge my ability to neutralize poison in my very presence. Do you have any idea how many tremble at the mere mention of my name? Your poison is utterly insignificant to me. Lan spoke candidly. Heh. Dugu Bo suddenly broke into an awkward laugh. However, as his laughter faded, a shadow loomed over his face, his eyes ablaze with a sudden green light. With a mere lift of his hand, a formidable aura surged forth, hurtling towards Lan. Lan suddenly felt a weighty sensation enveloping him, as though an invisible force was attempting to tear him apart. The excruciating pain filled his eyes with a myriad of blood vessels. The strength of the tidal Douluo was overwhelmingly formidable. The murderous aura emanating from Douluo struck Lan with the force of a tangible entity, simultaneously compressing his body from multiple directions while his insides felt as though they were being torn apart from within. Ultimately, Lan could no longer withstand the relentless pressure exerted by Douluo, and blood erupted from his mouth, the crystalline scales adorning his body faintly emanating a radiant glow. Humph! You dare to question my poison? Do you not realize that with but a slight gesture, all living beings within 1,000 meters will be annihilated in an instant? To kill you, a mere application of my minor poison will suffice, and you shall succumb to its lethal effects. Lan tightly clenched his fists, and under the immense pressure exerted by Douluo, he managed to stand upright. Douluo's expression shifted through a myriad of complexities. The pressure he exerted was formidable, logically. Even a soul king of over 50 levels would struggle to maintain their stance against such force. A flicker of doubt crossed Douluo's mind. How could this young man still be standing? To what terrifying level had his physique ascended? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Douluo could not help but exclaim. He had assumed that with his formidable, solidified killing intent, slaying a soul sovereign would be a trivial task. Yet this young lad had profoundly altered his worldview. With such a physique, I, the Bailin Douluo, dare to proclaim you as the strongest. Chapter 128. The ultimate fusion of external soul bones, for ring amplification, the arrival of the Heavenly King. Very well, let me witness the extent of your power. In a flash, Douluo appeared before Lan, raising his fist to strike. This seemingly casual punch, though appearing unremarkable, held incredible might as he unleashed it. Lan felt an immense force compressing upon him like an unyielding wall. In the face of such an absolute powerhouse, Lan instantly activated his fourth soul skill. As the fourth soul ring illuminated, the already dark night sky deepened into a more profound darkness, a silence that felt as though everything outside had been isolated. Simultaneously, countless crimson dots flickered within the night. In the next moment, blood-red beams descended, cascading like a torrential rain. Douluo's brows furrowed slightly, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Young man, your soul skill is indeed most peculiar. It can even diminish your opponent's soul power. He could not deny. You are the most gifted and formidable prodigy I have ever encountered. With your achievements, you will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. In what seemed but an instant, countless blood-red rays surged into the body of Douluo. Yet, Douluo's fist remained unperturbed, and suddenly, an unparalleled aura charged towards Lan. However, Lan's speed was astonishing. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. In his hands appeared the two crafted daggers, imbued with demonic energy, manifesting as enormous lightning-imbued shadows that traversed the night. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, accompanied by a radiant blade crackling with electricity aimed directly at Douluo. This strike was Lan's momentary slash, a lethal attack that transcended the limits of power. Even a soul emperor would find it difficult to withstand. And though Lan was aware of Douluo's status as a titled Douluo, he felt compelled to test his might. Yet, just as the electric blade swept towards Douluo, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The sweeping blade vanished into thin air. Indeed, it disintegrated like some entity reduced to dust, transforming into countless glimmering particles that dissipated without a trace, the immense blade fragmenting entirely. Throughout this, Douluo simply lifted his right hand after striking the void, poised to meet Lan's instantaneous assault. In the next moment, a green light ignited in Douluo's eyes, and with a flash of his figure, Lan felt a weight on his shoulder as a hand gripped him firmly. Douluo's grasp was unwavering, his fingers curling around Lan's shoulder like a vice. The crystalline scales adorning Lan's body radiated a blinding brilliance as powerful retaliatory energy surged towards Douluo. A chilling aura of frost enveloped the space. You possess an external spirit bone? Douluo stared incredulously at Lan, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he beheld the external spirit bone adorning Lan's form. He was indeed tempted. Not only he, but any other soul master would undoubtedly feel the same allure upon witnessing such a treasure. Suddenly, a frigid soul power surged from Lan's shoulder into his body, leaving him paralyzed, as if all his soul energy were disintegrating. No matter how he attempted to concentrate, he could not muster it together. The icy essence coursed through his meridians, plunging him into an abyss of frost. Yet, amidst this, Lan discovered a searing force within him that rose in defiance. The crystalline scales shone even more brilliantly, the radiance intensifying, evoking an overwhelming chill. Boom! Suddenly, an immensely powerful energy erupted from within Xylan. akin to the scorching waves of heat that burst forth around the sun, unstoppable by any means. Douluo was unexpectedly hurled away by this formidable force. The chilling radiance momentarily illuminated the surroundings, resembling the sun itself. However, this brilliance bore no warmth but rather an extreme coldness, causing the air around to freeze in an instant. The frigid aura began to spread in all directions from that light, encasing the nearby flora in a layer of frost. Lon felt an overwhelming surge of energy within his body, as if he were on the verge of explosion. The layer of fish scales adorning his upper body began to spread across every part of him, while the 4 soul rings encircling him swayed incessantly, as though they were subjected to an immense force. Suddenly, a jet of crimson blood erupted from Lan's mouth, and his eyes blazed with a fierce red light. A power he could not control. The only thought that crossed his mind was whether this was a consequence of Douluo forcibly awakening the power sealed within the crystalline scales. Douluo remained composed, his piercing gaze fixed upon the blinding white light before him. This was a sight he had never encountered before. Could it be a backlash of soul power? His expression grew serious. Without hesitation, he released his own soul power, which transformed into a dark green light that surged into Lan's body. My boy, I must say, you are truly formidable. You are the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered, surpassing even my granddaughter and Yu Tianhing by 100-fold. At just 13, possessing over 40 levels of soul power and an external soul bone, which seems to be anything but ordinary. Though I, Douluo, am known for my ruthless methods, I shall spare you this time. However, you must reveal to me the true purpose of your presence here. Douluo's tone left no room for doubt. And faced with such a powerful figure, Lon found himself utterly devoid of any means to resist. Moreover, from the actions of this titled Douluo, it appeared he was indeed offering assistance. Lon furrowed his brow and spoke boldly. I have come here solely to seek a medicinal herb to save the people of Zuin City. Is it merely for a single herb? Douluo's expression darkened slightly. What else do you suppose I could be here for? Lon retorted coldly. Douluo's demeanor softened a fraction. To save the people of Zuin City? Pray tell, what has transpired there? Why is it you who must intervene? The overwhelming power was beginning to suffocate Lon. Yet he managed to force out 5 words. The evil soul masters have risen. As his voice fell, he felt as if he could utter no more. His throat constricted as if bound by an invisible force. He cast a glance at the 4 soul rings encircling him, now draped in a thin layer of frost. Am I to perish here today? He observed how the icy aura seemed to stagnate his meridians, and his consciousness began to fade. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. He could not die here, absolutely not. Just as Lan's eyes threatened to close, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated, and a brilliant white light erupted within him. His entire being was enveloped in a lustrous, pearlescent glow. Has the external spirit bone evolved? Douluo gazed at the scene before him in disbelief. Undoubtedly. His years of experience confirmed that this was the phenomenon of an evolved external spirit bone. In that moment, Lon felt as if every part of his body had undergone a thorough cleansing. Astonishingly, the crystalline scales on his body had completely merged with his flesh, no longer limited to his upper body, but encompassing his entire form. How can this be possible? Suddenly, Douluo gasped, his dark green eyes fixated on the soul rings adorning Lon. The soul rings can indeed upgrade. Observing Douluo's astonished expression, Lon looked down at his own soul rings. As his gaze swept over them, he was momentarily struck dumb, feeling a sense of bewilderment wash over him. The soul rings upon him had undergone a transformation. The first soul ring had changed from yellow to purple. The second and third soul rings had morphed into a deep purple-black hue. As for the 4th soul ring, it merely shimmered with a hint of red, yet Lon could sense that each of his soul rings had experienced a temporal enhancement. He concentrated on the age of the soul rings. Suddenly, a flash of astonishment lit up his eyes. The first soul ring had increased to an astonishing 5,000 years. The second and third soul rings had escalated to over 8,000 years. The 4th soul ring had experienced the most dramatic increase, soaring to an astounding 35,000 years. At that moment, the system's voice echoed unexpectedly in Lan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the complete fusion of the external spirit bone generated by a legendary soul beast. The power of the lustrous scales has been maximally activated, resulting in your first evolution, thereby enhancing all of your soul rings. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host. On receiving a special reward, a vial of the universal elixir, capable of neutralizing any lethal poison. Lan's pupils constricted as she exhaled softly, realizing the truth. Observing Lon return to her normal state, Douluo also breathed a sigh of relief. To be fair, such a prodigy did indeed evoke a sense of compassion within him. Douluo's eyes glimmered with a cold, serpentine intensity as he inquired, "What exactly is the matter regarding the rise of the evil soul masters that you just mentioned?" Lan took a deep breath, calming his breath, and then conveyed everything that had transpired in the city of Zuin to Douluo. Douluo was instantly consumed with rage, for he had not anticipated that amidst the watchful gaze of the two great empires, these malevolent beings would still run rampant. "Grandfather, what is an evil soul master?" inquired Douluo with curiosity. Douluo sighed heavily, explaining, "Evil soul masters are essentially akin to our ordinary soul masters. However, their cultivation methods are extreme. In their relentless pursuit of rapid enhancement of their soul power, they do not hesitate to use others as stepping stones. For decades, evil soul masters had faded into obscurity, and I never expected them to make a resurgence. To be candid, I have long believed that evil soul masters were merely a legend, as I had scarcely heard the term in recent years, and it has been strictly prohibited by the state. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the task of eradicating evil soul masters has always been conducted in secrecy by the Spirit Hall, yet the numbers of evil soul masters are not easily suppressed. There will invariably be some who evade capture, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. It seems that chaos is imminent in the world." No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound suddenly echoed through the woods. Countless shadowy figures darted forth. Suddenly, a sinister voice broke the silence. "The Heavenly King covers the earthly tiger. What comes next?" Chapter 129. Poison, a double-edged sword, and the serendipity of the ice and fire duel. Seeking full subscription, the response faltered, "Death." In an instant, a torrential downpour of blood resonated throughout the forest, as under the ghostly light, the crimson glow flickered ominously. A sudden chill enveloped Lan, as his fourth spirit ring ignited with intensity. In an ephemeral moment, a formidable aura of demonic power enveloped a radius of 1 mile around him. He raised his right hand and clenched it abruptly. A series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the night, as countless crimson blades darted through the darkness. Simultaneously, harrowing screams echoed throughout the forest, reminiscent of anguished wails. In the obsidian night, lifeless bodies plummeted from the sky, shrouded in a mist of red vapor. Witnessing this scene, Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. Evil soul masters? He found himself questioning the reliability of his own vision. However, the sanguine mist emanating from the corpses left no room for doubt. These uninvited guests were indeed evil soul masters, for it was only upon their demise that such blood mist would coalesce above their bodies. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lan had dispatched all these intruders. Once the crystalline scales had fully merged, they became intertwined with the bloodline of prophecy, transforming into what could now be called the armor of prophecy. Across the entirety of Douluo continent, one would be hard-pressed to find another such external spirit bone. Consequently, Lan's fourth spirit ability underwent a further evolution. Not only had its range expanded, but its offensive power had also significantly increased. With merely a thought, he could instantaneously unleash the lethal slash of the Bloodlight Instant Killer Ray. Moreover, with the maturation of all his spirit rings, Lan had directly ascended by 2 levels in spirit power, equating him to a 52nd level Spirit King, albeit with those 2 levels stored away. "It appears these evil soul masters followed your aura to this place," Douluo remarked with a calm demeanor. There was no need for Lan to dispute this. The fact that these evil soul masters could locate this place was indeed plausible, considering they had likely traced his scent. Lan sensed a potent and sinister aura emanating from them, firmly convinced that these malevolent soul masters had indeed cultivated their powers through the use of deadly toxins. "Elder, I trust you are now inclined to believe my words. I have come here solely in search of a particular herb," Lan declared fearlessly. It is worth noting that even a delay of a mere minute could result in the proliferation of the malevolent soul masters by hundreds, and he was unwilling to squander any more time. Observing the skepticism etched upon Douluo's face, Lan continued, "In my view, despite your profound cultivation, you harbor a double-edged sword within you." "What do you mean by that?" Douluo's demeanor shifted to one of agitation as he grasped Lan's shoulder once more. "You may possess extraordinary talent, but you are still merely a soul master. I could extinguish your life in an instant." Lan Lung remarked, "In my estimation, you have succumbed deeply to this poison, and its potency is quite severe. I believe you are already experiencing a backlash that renders you in excruciating agony." From the moment I laid eyes on Douluo, I sensed the intense toxicity emanating from him. Although he is capable of wielding formidable poison techniques, I contend that true poison should remain concealed within one's methods. Thus, I boldly deduce that Douluo is himself gravely afflicted by this toxin. It is not solely Douluo. Even beside him, Douluo exhibits similar signs of poisoning, albeit to a lesser degree than Douluo. As an assassin, one is naturally well acquainted with hidden weapons, poisons, and other deadly tools, and I am particularly perceptive in this regard. It must be noted that in this respect, I share a significant resemblance to Tang San, although Tang San, being a member of the Tang sect, possesses far greater mastery over hidden weapons. Of course, had I emerged from the Tang sect, my innate talent might well rival that of Tang San. Upon hearing these words, Douluo's eyes flickered with a complex light. What Lan had articulated was precisely the source of his profound anguish. Although he has cultivated his strength through poison, he endures tortures unimaginable to an ordinary person. Each time the poison rears its head, he is plunged into unbearable pain, a torment that defies description. Can you alleviate my poisoning? Douluo, though proud and concerned with appearances, could no longer maintain his facade in the face of such a life-threatening predicament. Lan's thoughts echoed the words of Douluo. He had already conceived a method to acquire the celestial herb, and the most prudent approach at present was to barter with the universal medicine. That is acceptable, provided you allow me to search for the herbs I desire within your garden, Lan remarked with a calm demeanor. Yet, in the next moment, Douluo's expression hardened, and he abruptly seized Lan by the throat, lifting him once more. You have yet to earn the privilege to negotiate with me, boy. Your life rests in my hands now. If you wish to survive, you must obediently assist me in neutralizing the toxins. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place. Lan regarded Douluo with a frigid gaze. Even in the face of mortal peril, her attitude towards life and death was beyond the comprehension of Douluo. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in her eyes as she coldly remarked, I may perish, but your granddaughter is unlikely to survive much longer. She is not a title de law. Douluo cast a fleeting glance at Douluo before immediately releasing Lan, his voice icy as he demanded, Give me a reason to believe you. Lan extracted a fifth of the universal elixir from the breath of the wind and presented it to Douluo. Though this fragment could not entirely eradicate the poison within him, it would alleviate his suffering. If you trust me, let us strike a bargain. If not, you may end my life at your discretion. Douluo, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, accepted the elixir from Lan's hand, scrutinizing the small piece that radiated a mystical aura. Merely holding it, he sensed an unparalleled purity emanating from it, as if it had the power to purify all that it touched. Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixir, which dissolved instantly upon contact, sending a refreshing chill coursing through his limbs and bones. Douluo was certain that this medicine could indeed dispel the toxins plaguing him. Following its consumption, he distinctly felt subtle changes occurring within his body. His demeanor softened considerably. At that moment, his perception of Lan transformed dramatically, from initial coldness to astonishment, and now to a hint of admiration. Such a prodigy was increasingly appealing to him. In truth, Douluo had only intended to intimidate Lan. He had no intention of ending the boy's life. The moment the sinister soul master appeared before him, he was wholly convinced of Lan's words. Here was a boy of merely 12 or 13 years, risking his own safety to venture into his herb garden in search of remedies to save the citizens of Zwan City. This revelation left him profoundly impressed. It must be noted that the perimeter of his garden was fraught with countless poisons, making it impossible for ordinary soul masters to enter. Yet this boy had dared to come alone. Not to mention his extraordinary talent, the sheer courage he displayed was enough to earn Douluo's admiration. Moments later, Douluo coldly declared, You have passed my test. This is my sanctuary, abundant with various herbs. Seek whatever you need. Once you find it, I shall personally accompany you to Zwan City. Acknowledging the boy's capability to alleviate his dire affliction, he added a cautionary note. Though my collection of spiritual herbs is vast, the poisons here are equally numerous. Should you perish from them, it would be your own doing. With that, Douluo led Lan onward. The trio stood at the threshold of his herb garden. Nearly at the entrance, they traversed through denser thickets, ultimately passing through a cavern, revealing an even more lush forest before Lan's eyes. At that moment, they found themselves atop a hill rising approximately 500 meters high. Were it not night, Lan was certain the scenery before them would be a vibrant tapestry of colors. Douluo, with Douluo Yin in tow, ascended the mountain path with ease. Although it appeared he was moving slowly, each of Douluo's steps spanned 10 meters. Lan's speed was not insignificant. It closely trailed behind, virtually indistinguishable from that of Douluo. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the illustrious Douluo, Lan ascended to the summit, where a wondrous glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Before him lay a conical depression, and they stood at the very edge of this hollow. A thick, steamy vapor surged forth from within. Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Lan, a faint smile gracing his lips, before leaping gracefully into the depths of the basin. In a flash, Lan transformed into a shark and plunged into the depths, swimming with remarkable swiftness. Empowered by the might of the shark, his speed was astonishing, leaving Douluo utterly astonished by the myriad surprises Lan presented. Within mere moments, the trio reached the basin's floor, revealing an elliptical pool of water that exuded a searing mist. This pool was unlike any other, showcasing a resplendent spectacle within its depths. And merely standing beside it allowed Lan to feel the overwhelming surge of energy. This formidable force bore a striking resemblance to the energy emanating from Taoyuan Peak. The Eye of Ice and Fire? To his astonishment, such a phenomenon existed here. In Lan's mind, the system's voice resonated, unmistakably filled with awe. Lan Enian inquired, "What is the Eye of Ice and Fire?" In an instant, a luminous screen materialized in Lan's mind, presenting an exposition on the Eye of Ice and Fire. After carefully examining the introduction, Lan's pupils suddenly contracted. So it is. The Eye of Ice and Fire is indeed this spring. The duality of one eye, with the two elements mutually countering each other, has a probability of occurrence that is a mere 1 in 10 million. Noticing the astonishment in Lan's gaze, Douluo said lightly, "Young man, let me offer you a warning. Do not approach the hot spring. It is beyond your capacity to endure. Even I can only withstand it for a few minutes at most. If you come into contact with it, you risk losing your life. This is my medicinal garden." He continued, "I will give you one night. Tomorrow morning, I will return to find you. Remember, do not damage my garden, or you will face dire consequences." With that, Douluo began to lead Douluo away from the medicinal garden, for Douluo's cultivation was not as formidable as Lan's. Remaining here for too long would expose her to toxins that she could not withstand. Douluo was considerate of this fact, which is why he dared not allow Douluo to linger. However, just as they were about to leave, Douluo suddenly turned and said softly, "Will you join our battle team?" "I have no interest," Lan replied coldly. "Grandfather," Douluo said, looking at Douluo with a hint of playful persuasion, "in 3 days, our team will compete against Shrek. With our current strength, we are certainly no match for the Shrek 7. If you join us, victory will be assured." Douluo cleared his throat a few times, forcing a gentle smile onto his otherwise rigid face. "Young man, consider joining my granddaughter's team. The champion receives generous rewards. I believe it includes a soul bone." Soul bone? A glimmer of interest sparked in Lan's eyes. This reward was indeed tempting. However, Lan had his own considerations. Even if he were to join a battle, he would only do so alongside Cai Wenji. Otherwise, he would inevitably clash with the Spirit Hall, leading to a confrontation with Cai Wenji, which was not his desire. Yet, the elderly man before him was one of the few titled Douluos in the Douluo continent, and he felt compelled to show him respect. After a moment of contemplation, Lan replied calmly, "I can help you fight in one match, but I cannot join the team." Douluo's brow furrowed slightly. From Lan's demeanor, he discerned that this was the young man's limit. Even if he were to force him into Douluo's battle team, it would be futile. To retain someone's presence, one must first win their heart. "Very well, then you shall assist Yen in one match." Douluo sighed and gently patted Douluo's head. "Yen, will this suffice?" "We cannot compel someone against their will." Douluo nodded. "Just one match is enough. The greatest threat to me right now is that wretched Shrek. They are simply too powerful." As the two conversed, they gradually departed from the medicinal garden. Once they had left, Lan began her quest for the celestial herb she sought. After half an hour of searching, an ethereal fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. Following the scent, Lan's gaze fell upon a delicate, pale pink blossom, leafless, with a stem extending 3 feet in height. The flower was immense, each petal appearing as though crafted from crystal, exquisitely translucent. The pale pink petals swayed gently with the water's dance, flourishing at the confluence of vibrant red and white springs along the bank. Lan quickened her pace, and the faint fragrance gradually intensified, bestowing upon her a refreshing sensation. Upon reaching the side, Lan's expression shifted dramatically, her countenance undergoing an unparalleled transformation. Excitement radiating from her features, her eyes shimmering with fervent light. Before her stood a magnificent flower, its stamens a delicate shade of lavender, resembling clusters of purple diamonds embedded within, exuding a delightful aroma that seemed to envelop the entire medicinal garden. Indeed, it was the fabled Wields.It in Lu herb. A smile broke through Lan's previously rigid demeanor, for this grand flower was an exact replica of the pattern depicted on the scroll. Lan crouched down and inhaled deeply. The fragrance was unique, serene, and subtly elegant. Without the slightest hesitation, Lan plucked the exquisite and fragrant celestial herb, carefully placing it into the breath of the wind. Such a herb is indeed a rare treasure in the mortal realm, likely the sole specimen on the entire Douluo continent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the storyline of Tang San, and for acquiring the Encyclopedia of Herbal Medicine from the Douluo continent. As the voice of the system echoed, a warm current surged into Lan's mind, as if he had gained newfound knowledge. Within mere seconds, a radiant light flickered in his eyes, and he perceived that every herb in this garden appeared familiar to him. Just then, an unusual aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Lan's expression suddenly tightened as he recalled the effects of the fragrant Qilua celestial herb. The delicate aroma emitted by this herb exerts an absolute suppression over any toxins, ensuring that while the fragrant Qilua remains unharvested, all poisonous entities within the medicinal garden are thoroughly restrained. Now that he had plucked it, those toxins were unleashed. Akin to a seal being broken, they surged forth with a violent ferocity, rapidly engulfing the entire area. As the noxious miasma spread, a resplendent sheen enveloped Lan's form. A protective radiance generated by the oracle battle armor, safeguarding him from harm. Lan took a deep breath. If an ordinary person were to arrive here, even without the protection of the fragrant and ethereal Xian grass, they would likely find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the terrifying toxicity. Logically, Lan should have departed after acquiring the fragrant Xian grass. However, just as he was preparing to leave, a crimson light ignited in his eyes, as if summoned by some unseen force, compelling him to follow the faint pull. Soon, he found himself beside a white herb, which resembled a large, white flower with an octagonal shape, its center glimmering like ice crystals, devoid of any fragrance. Yet, this herb radiated a crystalline light, cold and shivering, as if it were an embodiment of extreme frost. Octagonal shimbing grass? Lan gasped as he uttered the name of the herb, then promptly collected it into the breath of wind. Immediately, he began to search for other celestial herbs within the garden, for his intuition suggested that this garden could not possibly contain only a few varieties of herbs. After a thorough search, Lan successfully gathered all the most precious herbs from the garden. However, he had no time to study their properties at present. He resolved to conduct his research leisurely once he had left this place. After carefully storing the herbs, Lan approached the pool nearby. The eye of ice and fire appeared exceedingly enigmatic, imbued with the essence of the heavens and earth. Should one enter to cultivate within, their cultivation would undoubtedly ascend in a linear fashion. Yet, there were drawbacks. Entering the eye of ice and fire would inevitably subject one to the excruciating agony of both ice and fire, a torment not easily borne by an ordinary individual. A flicker of severity passed through Lan's eyes. Suddenly, he shed his garments and leapt directly into the pool. In the blink of an eye, his body began to tremble violently, as a layer of icy blue surged upward from beneath his feet. Within moments, he was entirely enveloped in this cerulean hue, only to be followed by a rising crimson, causing the water to boil as if it were in a tempest. The interplay of red and blue appeared exceedingly bizarre. Abruptly, two contrasting energies surged forth from the left and right halves of Lan's body, clashing as though they were forces of extreme yin and yang, repelling one another. The collision of these polar energies inflicted a torment that was undeniably on par with absorbing a fourth spirit ring. Despite the excruciating pain severely impacting his neural faculties, Lan's consciousness remained remarkably lucid. He swiftly retrieved 2 herbs from the essence of the wind and consumed them without hesitation. These herbs were the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. After swallowing the herbs, Lan inhaled deeply, feeling a slight alleviation of his bodily agony. However, such celestial herbs were not something he could easily endure, and soon the effects of the herbs began to manifest in a transformative manner. Lan's thoughts spun rapidly, and instinctively, he plunged into the depths of the pool. Possessing the formidable powers of the demonic path, he could effortlessly transform into a shark, gliding through the water without the need to hold his breath. Lan understood well that the 2 types of medicinal herbs represented the extremes of ice and fire, perfectly embodying the duality that both nourished and countered one another within the eye of ice and fire. As he fully immersed himself in the water, these opposing forces began to intertwine and merge within his body. The will of Lan is remarkably formidable. One can see him enduring excruciating pain, seated cross-legged within the pool, allowing the 2 radically opposing forces to erode him. Chapter 131, Eternal Slaughter, The Great Dragon of Heaven, Part 1. The next day, accompanied by a thunderous roar, two beams of blue and red light shot skyward from the vast forest, countless voices reverberating beneath the azure sky, refracting dazzlingly in the radiant sunlight like a multitude of oval, colorful stones. By the water's edge stood a youth with his upper body bare. A blood-red glow emanated from his eyes, cold and merciless like a bloodthirsty beast, while surging waves of slaughter formed red energy ripples around him, exuding an aura of terror. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the youth's body, rolling across his back and gradually forming a pair of crystalline wings. He gently raised his right hand, and a black mist, pulsating with a crimson light, surged forth, swirling around his form. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound erupted, and within the black mist, streaks of lightning danced, weaving through the blood-red glow as if connecting them. Even more terrifying, the black mist resembled a colossal dark cloud, imbued with an irresistible force of thunder. To his astonishment, the crystalline armor had evolved once again. Gazing at the thunderous wings on his back, the youth's eyes sparkled with wonder. Indeed, it was Lan, who, after a night of tempering, had undergone yet another transformation. While this was merely the initial evolution, it granted Lan a significant leap forward. The evolved crystalline armor acquired new attributes. Utilizing the thunderous wings would elevate his soul power by one level and provide a 50% increase in speed while in this state. This meant that the ice and fire dual eyes not only facilitated the evolution of his external soul bone, but also enhanced his physical constitution. Currently, there was no one else on the entire continent of Douluo who could match his physique. Having donned his clothing, Lan prepared to depart. He was now hastening towards the city of Zuin to rescue its denizens. Although he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, Lan perceived it as merely fleeting. For this mission might signify the end of his life. To save the people of Zuin, he would have to forsake his demonic powers, sacrificing all his strength to liberate them. Lan had just exited the medicinal garden of Douluo when he was met by Douluo himself as he prepared to head towards the outskirts of the forest. "Have you found the herbs to save the people of Zuin City?" Douluo inquired with a calm demeanor. Lan nodded slightly, then retrieved the fragrant Chi Luo fairy herb, the very remedy destined to save the citizens of Zuan City. Douluo's expression momentarily froze in astonishment. However, he merely sighed deeply, realizing that this herb was indeed the key to salvation for the people of Zuan City. "Enough of this," he muttered, hastily stowing the herb away. With that, the two proceeded directly towards Zuan City. As evening descended, they had already reached the summit of a mountain overlooking the vast expanse of Zuan City. Douluo's demeanor was icy, his eyes gleaming with fervent intensity, for he too was a denizen of Zuan City. It was precisely this connection that fueled his profound love for the land. At that moment, the skies above Zuan City were shrouded in a blood-red mist, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Strangely, the entire city of Notting was enveloped in an unsettling silence, as if it were ensnared in the depths of darkness. "What do you intend to do?" Douluo inquired gently, after Lan retrieved the fragrant and exquisite xian grass. She then removed the soul-guiding device, imbued with the breath of the wind, from her arm and handed it to Douluo. "If I perish, please ensure that this reaches a girl named Cai Wenji." Douluo looked perplexed, his expression a canvas of confusion. "What does this mean?" Lan forced a faint smile before turning to stride towards the city of Zuin. The demonic power gradually emanated from his palms, swirling around his body. Simultaneously, his soul energy infused into the external soul bone, causing the Thunderwing to unfurl abruptly. With a gentle push of his toes, he leaped into the heart of Zuin City. Accompanied by the resonance of thunder, a bolt of lightning surged directly into the city of Zuin. In the next moment, the figure of Lan suddenly emerged above the skies of Zuin City. Soon, the blood mist that enveloped the city surged towards him like a colossal wave. An immediate stir arose within the city. Several men clad in crimson robes leapt from the buildings, and beneath their feet, soul rings ascended one after another. A glance revealed a total of dozens of soul kings, among them countless soul sovereigns and soul emperors. These individuals shared a striking characteristic. Their eyes were all a vivid crimson. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the thick blood mist, arriving before Lan in the blink of an eye. It was a man dressed in black combat attire, his visage grotesque, with hollow eyes that seemed to embody death itself, emitting a blood-red aura. Most strikingly, the man was completely bald, and a peculiar rune resembling a coiling dragon was etched at the center of his head. In an instant, the hollow sockets of his eyes ignited with two crimson beams. The dragon spirit was summoned. With a sudden gust of wind, A crystalline light erupted from the man's body, enveloping him as a layer of shimmering scales gradually adorned his exposed form. As the luminescence flowed, his arms began to swell, elongating by a full foot, their surfaces covered in black scales that contrasted starkly with the shimmering ones on his body. His fingers curled abruptly, transforming into claws, each joint becoming remarkably robust. Then, a small green serpent spiraled upward from beneath him, and with its emergence, 7 soul rings ascended from his feet, encircling his body in a slow, rhythmic dance. These soul rings were white, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. Lan's pupils abruptly constricted as she realized that the man before her was, indeed, a soul sage. However, she felt a sense of relief upon noticing that his martial spirit was not a true dragon, but rather a great serpent adorned with dragon-like claws, bearing a striking resemblance to a Mandala snake upon closer inspection. Young one, I can sense your immense soul power. Should you choose to join our Demon Cloud sect, given time, you will undoubtedly rise to become the foremost individual on the Douluo continent. A deep and resonant voice echoed, as if it emanated from 100 miles away. Lan was certain she had not misjudged. The man had indeed remained silent, and even the sound of the dragon's manifestation seemed to have materialized from thin air. Such a bizarre scene was truly terrifying. In Lan's eyes, a chilling radiance burst forth, transforming into a solitary shadow that surged directly towards the man, as simultaneously 4 soul rings emerged around him. Observing this, the man let out a sharp exclamation, "Great might heaven dragon." Upon witnessing Lan's 4 soul rings, the man's expression abruptly shifted, filled with astonishment. How could he have anticipated that this youth before him was so extraordinarily gifted? The first soul ring, a millennium. The second soul ring, a millennium. The third soul ring, a millennium. The fourth soul ring, 10,000 years. Moreover, the second and third millennium soul rings were of a dark purple hue, indicative of their proximity to the 10,000-year threshold. However, what instilled the greatest dread in the man was the realization that this youth possessed a soul ring nearing 100,000 years. Indeed, he was certain his eyes had not deceived him. The fourth soul ring on this boy was unmistakably close to the age of 100,000 years. And that crimson halo could not possibly be a mere illusion. Hiss! The man couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Was this youth still human? Soon after, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Despite the extraordinary talent of this boy, he was merely a soul master. While he himself was a battle soul saint of over 70 levels, what was there to fear from a soul master? Moreover, his great might heaven dragon was poised to unleash its power. The man's expression darkened as azure light erupted from his right arm, followed by an unhesitating punch. Roar! In an instant, a dragon's roar reverberated, and a massive azure serpent surged towards Lan. Boy, your talent merits knowing my name. Remember it well, I am Yu Sanqian. Now you may die with your eyes closed. Yet at that moment, a beam of azure light pierced through the crimson mist, striking Yu Sanqian squarely in the chest, propelling him backward with overwhelming force. Presumptuous demon, such petty skills dare to display themselves before me. As the azure light receded, a colossal figure emerged before Yu Sanqian. Its emotionless dark green eyes fixed upon him. You are Douluo. Yu Sanqian's face turned pale with fear. Douluo scoffed disdainfully, surprised that a mere serpent possessed such prowess, stirring up a tempest of bloodshed in Zhuan City. You wait for me, he uttered with a menacing tone before Yu Sanqian inexplicably vanished into the crimson mist. With no recourse but to flee, he had no other options. Douluo sighed deeply, then approached Lan, gently patting his shoulder. Young man, I wish to know the meaning of this gesture. You need not concern yourself. I only hope you can deliver it into that girl's hands. Lan's voice was chillingly cold. He was unwilling to squander even a moment longer. As the sun dipped below the horizon, if the toxins enveloping the city of Zhuan were not eradicated, its inhabitants would be condemned to eternal damnation. Douluo seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. Are you intending to sacrifice yourself to save the people of Zhuan? Lanling declared. This is the only way. Douluo firmly grasped Lan's shoulder, exclaiming, No, even if a sacrifice is necessary, it should be me. Zhuan City is my home. You, an outsider, should leave at once. The rationale behind Douluo's actions was quite simple. A talent like Lan was unparalleled on the entire Douluo continent. Despite his usual reclusive and indifferent nature, he was aware of the gravity of the situation. He understood that the Douluo continent required an individual to restore balance, and more importantly, the youth before him lacked the strength necessary for survival. Should he separate his martial soul as a catalyst, the chances of survival would be nearly non-existent. Whereas as a titled Douluo, he would merely experience a reduction in soul power. Observing Lan's fearless spirit, Douluo felt a surge of respect. "Leave at once," he bellowed. Noticing Lan's unwavering resolve. "Senior, I, along with the wields.It herb, are essential to saving the entire city. You must depart immediately." Lan's tone brooked no argument. Before Douluo could respond, Lan lightly pressed his toes against the ground and soared into the sky like an arrow piercing through the clouds. Demonic power. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, ethereal and elusive, reverberating throughout the skies of Zuin City. Suddenly, the wind surged and dark clouds gathered, enveloping the city in a thick shroud of black mist. Within this murky veil, crimson stars flickered ominously, accompanied by streaks of scarlet lightning. In an instant, the black mist seemed to find its release, cascading downward with overwhelming force, akin to the heavens collapsing, threatening to annihilate the very earth beneath it. Blood-red flashes darted through every corner of Zuin City, penetrating the bodies of its inhabitants as anguished screams reverberated across the city. All malevolent energies fled in terror. Darkness. Zuin City was engulfed in an oppressive blackness, thoroughly shrouded in shadows. The sanguine mist vanished without a trace, as if wholly consumed by the night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the radiant glow of twilight swept across the desolate Zuin City, illuminating its expanse. With the arrival of light, it seemed as though all living beings within the city gradually began to awaken. However, the vast city would require considerable time to rebuild its civilization. All structures bore unprecedented destruction, resembling the remnants of a battlefield. Upon the mountaintop, a man clad in dark green attire held a young boy in his arms. After casting a glance at Zuin City, he departed with an air of indifference. A month later, he pondered in disbelief. "I never imagined I would still be alive." Lan opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with a bewildered expression. He found himself lying in a room approximately 30 meters in length. He yearned to rise, yet discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he could not muster the strength to lift himself. His body was utterly devoid of energy. The slightest exertion elicited a sharp crack, reminiscent of the sound of bones fracturing, accompanied by a faint twinge of pain. Nevertheless, he persevered through the agony, determined to stand. After what felt like an eternity of struggling, enduring unparalleled torment, he finally managed to rise from the bed. He attempted to descend, using the wall for support as he made his way to the window, gently pushing it open to gaze outside. Before him stood buildings that resembled palaces, with numerous guards clad in silver armor stationed at the entrance. Could this be the royal palace of the Heaven Do Empire? Lan furrowed his brow, recalling that he had visited this palace once before, on a mission to eliminate a target. After a careful examination, he confirmed his suspicions. This was indeed the abode of the supreme leaders of the Heaven Do Empire. Taking a moment to collect himself, Lan began to prepare for meditation and cultivation. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He lifted his right hand, his thoughts igniting a surge of demonic divine power that swirled and surged forth. With his soul force continuously pouring in, the magical energy emanating from his palm and enveloping his body in an ethereal embrace. At this moment, the demonic divine power appeared to have undergone subtle transformations, infused with a potent aura. Although he sensed the difference, Lan found himself at a loss for words. Abruptly, Lan felt an innumerable array of breaths flooding into her body from all directions, coalescing into a warm current that began to circulate throughout her limbs and bones. Lan gently closed her eyes, immersing herself in meditation. A chime resonated in her mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task and acquired the wings of the fallen angel." Lan's expression momentarily froze as he coldly commanded, "Open the system panel." Instantly, a radiant screen materialized before him. Gazing at the information displayed on the panel, Lan's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. Chapter 133. The Evolution of the Soul Bone. Is it true you wish to teach me the ways of humanity? The luminous screen prominently revealed details regarding the external soul bone. The crystalline scales had once again evolved, now adorned with 4 majestic wings, having transformed into the wings of the fallen war god. Subsequently, as Lan focused his thoughts, he infused his soul power into the soul bone. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed across his body, and behind him appeared a pair of somewhat tattered wings, resembling those of a broken angel, emanating a dark brilliance. The veins of the wings resembled bolts of lightning intricately intertwined. To his astonishment, the crystalline scales had evolved once more. Lan's eyes were filled with awe. He had not anticipated that his resurrection would bring forth the fortuitous acquisition of the fallen war god's wings. After calming his emotions, Lan resumed his meditative practice. It was not until the evening that he concluded his training. The pain throughout his body completely vanished, and he had fully recovered. A testament to the formidable healing prowess of the Oracle battle armor. As Lan rose to his feet, preparing to venture out in search of sustenance, the door was unexpectedly thrust open, casting a tall silhouette into the room. It was none other than the formidable Douluo. After their escapade in Zuin City, Douluo had brought Lan to the bustling Tiando city and had even summoned the finest physicians to attend to his recovery. You're awake," Douluo exclaimed, astonished, as he swiftly approached, gripping Lan's arms with palpable intensity. His every action revealed the depth of his excitement. "You truly possess an extraordinary tenacity for survival. I have never encountered anyone as fortunate as you. Indeed, the distinction between geniuses is immeasurable." "Thank you, Senior." Lan expressed his gratitude sincerely, acknowledging that had it not been for Douluo's intervention, he might not have emerged from his ordeal. Throughout the month of his unconsciousness, he had been aware, on a subconscious level, of Douluo's meticulous care. "There is no need for thanks. Rather, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Without your efforts, Zuin City would likely have succumbed to the dominion of the evil soul masters," Douluo replied with a calm demeanor. After a brief conversation, Douluo escorted Lan to the heart of Tiando City. As night fell, they strolled through the vibrant market, and the splendor of Tiando City rivaled that of ancient Chang'an. Despite the darkness enveloping the sky, the city appeared to awaken, with every corner illuminated and bustling with life. The streets were lined with eager patrons crowding the entrances of various establishments. Yet, Lan's expression remained icy, as if he were detached from the revelry surrounding him, his gaze devoid of emotion. "Let us head over there. I shall treat you to a splendid meal," Douluo said, placing a hand on Lan's shoulder as they made their way to a nearby restaurant. After a few minutes, they arrived at the establishment, where Douluo managed to muster a strained smile before they entered. A young man presented them with the menu, which Douluo took, promptly making selections before handing it back. From the adeptness of his gestures, it was evident that Douluo was no stranger to this restaurant, consistently ordering the same dishes. Within moments, the young man returned with their meal, and one could not help but admire the swift service of this establishment. Following dinner, Lan retreated to his room to meditate and cultivate his skills. Over the past month, he felt stagnant, his progress in cultivation having stagnated. All he could do was strive to make up for lost time. The following day, as Lan emerged from her meditation, she was greeted by the sound of a knock at the door. Before she could rise to answer, the door was pushed open. Entering was a young girl, possessing a pair of emerald green eyes and exuding an enigmatic aura. In that instant, Lan recognized her immediately. Indeed, it was Douluo. The essence that enveloped Douluo bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Douluo. They were almost indistinguishable. Upon entering, she promptly closed the door behind her. "Lan, I never expected you to awaken," Douluo exclaimed with delight, her gaze fixed on Lan. However, rather than feeling at ease in light of Douluo's peculiar smile, Lan became increasingly vigilant, for such a smile was not one easily praised by an ordinary person. "Is there something you need?" Lan queried coldly. Douluo replied with a gentle smile, "You previously promised me that you would join our team to compete in a match against Shrek. Our strength pales in comparison to theirs, which is why we have postponed it until now." Lan's expression darkened. Indeed, Douluo was persistently entangled, to the extent of postponing the competition for his sake. Such cunning was truly unparalleled. Were it not for Douluo's reputation, he would hardly regard Douluo with any significance. "When is the competition set to commence?" "In 3 days, at the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City." "Very well. Now, let us proceed to meet our team leader. Against Shrek, I am more than sufficient on my own." With that, Lan exited the room, making his way outside. The journey from Tiando City to Soto City was not far, merely a day's travel. Douluo hurriedly followed, but Lan's pace was exceedingly swift. In just a fleeting moment of distraction, she lost sight of him, leaving her stamping her feet in frustration. 2 days later, in Soto City, at the home hotel, the opulent room stretched over 200 square meters, featuring a colossal genuine leather sofa, exceeding 15 meters in length, comfortably accommodating several individuals. The entirety of the room was adorned with luxurious amenities, and a glance around imparted a sense of resplendent grandeur. At the center of the hall stood a crystal coffee table, laden with an array of fruits and beverages. Most striking were the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, which were not made of glass, but rather crystal, a testament to the significance of the central soul arena of Soto City. At this moment, the room housed 7 individuals, each possessing unique characteristics, appearing to be just over 20 years old. Sitting at the center of the sofa was a young man with long black hair and a tall, slender frame. While not conventionally handsome, his expression was rarely animated, as if his facial muscles were rigid. Clad in a simple blue outfit devoid of any embellishments, he emanated an air of simplicity. Yin, I still do not agree with your decision. Our Imperial battle team can triumph over Shrek even without external assistance. The youth declared sternly. Yin, I too believe we need not seek external aid. Their strongest member barely possesses a soul power of 39. We are all at least at level 40, so defeating them should be effortless, interjected a handsome young man of moderate height, with golden short hair and lively eyes. Reclining languidly on the sofa. Effortless. I fear you might truly find yourselves at a disadvantage. Do you know who their team leader is? Have you heard of the master? It is said that his research on martial souls has reached an unparalleled level. He claims to be the best, and no one dares to contest that. Dugu Yin replied coldly. Are you referring to that loudmouth? Honestly, upon seeing him, I just want to punch him. He acts so pretentiously. I fail to see what makes him so formidable. A true genius, combined with opportunity, has no need for a loudmouth to boast, all right? The young man scoffed dismissively. In fact, I too believe that man merely relies on bravado, another voice chimed in. At that moment, a young man clad entirely in black, with striking blonde hair and a beauty rivaling that of a woman, leisurely munched on a 13-centimeter sausage as he spoke. Indeed, leopard. It seems we heroes share a similar perspective, remarked the handsome youth, giving a thumbs up. The black-clad youth scoffed dismissively, who said we share the same perspective. I believe you should rest well tomorrow and let that newcomer take your place. Come on, exclaimed the handsome youth. You think he can replace me? Do you believe I wouldn't teach him a lesson in no time? Chapter 134. If you're unconvinced, let us settle it with a fight. Can we all be a bit quieter? Can't you be more mature, like the Sher family brothers? The blue-clad youth, who had remained still on the sofa, finally spoke up. The 2 individuals sitting cross-legged in meditation on the opposite sofa were the Sher family brothers mentioned by the blue-clad youth. They possessed strong, robust physiques and exuded an aura of solidity and steadiness. Boss, why should he replace me? I refuse to accept that. The handsome youth's expression shifted dramatically. For among their 7, he was not the weakest in terms of strength. No one needs to be replaced because he intends to take on all 7 of us alone, said Dugu Yin nonchalantly. Yin, are you joking? 1 against 7? I believe you mentioned he's merely a spirit master, right? Forget about 1 against 7. I doubt he could even defeat me, the handsome youth retorted dismissively. The blue-clad youth furrowed his brow. Yin, are you certain his strength is truly that formidable? Dugu Yin nodded. If you don't believe me, wait until he arrives. You can challenge him yourselves. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a masked youth slowly entered the VIP room. The moment he stepped inside, it felt as though all the air had been siphoned from the room. Everyone experienced a sense of breathlessness, almost suffocating. Lan, you've arrived. Dugu Yin quickly stood to greet him. To be fair, Dugu Yin was quite elegantly dressed today, adorned in a flowing black gown with a slightly low neckline, which, at first glance, revealed a glimpse of valleys and peaks, all shrouded in a misty white allure that was undeniably enticing. Noticing Dugu Yin approaching, a girl standing by the window instinctively looked up. She possessed exquisite features, wore a black outfit, and had a slender figure, even more delicate than Dugu Yin's. Her long, cascading blue hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes, matching the hue of her hair, held no emotion, emanating an aura of solitude and desolation. Lingling, could you help me take notes? Would you like to sit for a while? Standing consumes energy, the blue-clad youth said softly. The girl handed over the combat data booklet to him. I'll continue standing for now. The young woman is named Yu Lingling. She is a support-type soul master and the core member of the Royal Combat Team. Hey, are you the newcomer? I've heard you're quite formidable. Do you dare to face me in a duel? If you truly possess strength, make sure I concede with full respect. Otherwise, dreaming of having me as a mere spectator is futile. The handsome youth looked at Lan with a disdainful expression. Yufeng, are you certain you want to challenge Brother Lan? Dugu Yin stared incredulously at Yufeng, as if she could already envision him sprawled on the ground. The boy in blue stood up and approached Lan. Greetings, Brother Lan. I am Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Royal Combat Team. From Yu Tianheng's composure, Lan discerned a maturity of character that evidently surpassed that of others. Noticing that the team captain had stepped forward to greet, the remaining members understood the importance of etiquette and hurriedly approached as well. Hello, brother. I am Osro, a ghost leopard soul master. I am Yi Lingling, the only support-type soul master of the Royal Combat Team. My martial soul is the Nine-Heart Begonia. I am Yufeng. My martial soul is the Wind Bellbird. The two individuals engaged in meditation were the Shijiao brothers, whose martial souls were the Black Tortoise. Gazing in the direction indicated by Yu Tianheng, Lan spied the two robust men meditating. Just from sensing their aura, Lan understood that these soul masters possessed formidable defensive capabilities among their peers. Brother, do you dare to face me in a match? Yufeng challenged coldly. You are no match for me, Lan replied icily. Then walked to the window to gaze outside at the Soto City Soul Arena, a place he had not visited in quite some time. The moment he stepped in, it felt like returning home. Suddenly, a hand clasped Lan's shoulder. Brother, you're being quite disrespectful. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your strength. Enough. A cold voice resonated as the door to the VIP room swung open, and a figure entered. The arrival of this individual prompted all members of the Royal Combat Team, regardless of their diverse appearances, to adopt a uniform posture. Even the meditating Shijiao brothers opened their eyes and stood to respectfully acknowledge the newcomer. Teacher. Entering was a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance, simple black hair, and unassuming attire. Despite this simplicity, he exuded an impressive presence, highlighted by his exceptionally bright eyes. At the sight of this man, Lan's expression shifted, for reasons unknown. He sensed an aura akin to that of a master emanating from this middle-aged individual, as if there was a profound connection between the two. The man's expression was chillingly stern, compelling all members of the Royal Combat Team to lower their heads. Yu Tianheng stepped forward and whispered, Teacher Qin, has something occurred? Teacher Qin's bright gaze flickered with a profound light as he announced the change in strategy from Yufeng to Lan. This time, your adversaries will be the strongest team you have ever encountered, Shrek. Teacher Qin, are you suggesting that we are merely a gentle breeze destined to extinguish the ambitions of Shrek? I have gathered information indicating that every member of Shrek possesses an Iron Spirit badge, while we only hold Silver Spirit badges. Moreover, our strengths surpass theirs. Yufeng replied dismissively. Teacher Qin calmly stated, I have just received comprehensive details about all members of Shrek. Previously, they merely possessed Iron Spirit badges, but just 3 days ago, they all achieved Silver Spirit badges, and each of them has nearly reached your level of strength. Osro scoffed, Teacher Qin, Osro, believe they are truly inadequate. The only reason they acquired Silver Spirit badges is likely due to facing weak opponents. Given their meager strength, I am confident I could defeat 2 of them single-handedly. You're mistaken. The first match of Shrek's captain was against the Berserk team, a team whose strength you should be well aware of. If not for your own formidable martial spirits, how could you have triumphed over them? To put it bluntly, the Berserk team was utterly powerless against them. Teacher Qin's words left no room for doubt. Osro's expression changed dramatically. Just 2 weeks prior, their royal fighting team had faced the Berserk team, and he understood well the magnitude of their strength. Without the martial spirit advantages of their 2 captains, victory would have been exceedingly difficult. To easily defeat such a team within a year would be nothing short of impossible. Teacher, may we see their information? Yu Tianheng inquired softly. Teacher Qin handed over the scroll, and upon opening it, Yu Tianheng's expression instantly darkened. Observing the captain's reaction, Yufeng and Osro hastily leaned in to take a look. What? How is this possible? Chapter 135. Are they truly so formidable that they won't be defeated? As Yufeng examined the information on the Shrek 7, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his body trembling in shock. Impossible. This cannot be. Just 40 days ago, aside from the evil White Tiger Spirit Master, the others barely reached level 30. How could they have progressed so rapidly in just over a month? Teacher, how did the Shrek 7 achieve such advancement? Yu Tianheng asked. Teacher Qin replied solemnly, the Shrek 7 has faced unprecedented challenges, which ignited the fighting spirit within each of them. When one transforms their anger into determination, the potential for growth becomes immeasurable. Although their rate of strength enhancement is impressive, it still pales in comparison to our soul power. In team competitions, the focus lies on collective damage. Naturally, we are not lacking in one-on-one confrontations either. Despite the rapid ascension of the Shrek 7 monsters, Yufeng perceives a considerable distance between them and the Royal Combat Team. Teacher Qin, I too believe they are far from being our match. Just look at that soul master with the blue silver grass. Did you really deem it necessary to mark him? Is he truly formidable? Duguyen asserted with conviction. Teacher Qin cast a sweeping glance over the members of the Royal Combat Team, and in that instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. At the moment Teacher Qin regarded them, A formidable wave of energy emanated from beneath his feet. Your complacency will exact a heavy toll upon you, he warned. Hearing this, all members of the royal combat team lowered their heads, silenced by his words. This esteemed teacher Qin is not only their mentor, but also their overseer. Formerly known as Qin Ming, to lead the Royal Academy's team is no trivial feat at just 34 years of age. Qin Ming has already surpassed the threshold of level 60, attaining the rank of Battle Soul Emperor. Moreover, records from the Spirit Hall indicate that Qin Ming is the second youngest Soul Emperor in history, surpassed only by a uniquely gifted prodigy. Lan stood silently to the side, his expression subtly shifting. From the moment Qin Ming entered, he sensed that the individual before him was extraordinary. Since you believe I am merely boosting the ambitions of others while diminishing your prestige, I shall grant you an opportunity. You Feng. Are you not dissatisfied with the substitution request? Then let us see how you fare against this esteemed brother, Lan, Qin Ming stated calmly. Alternatively, you may all join forces. For I know that Brother Lan is the ultimate champion of the Grand Soul Arena, having never lost a single battle within its confines. What? Yu Tianhing's face paled momentarily. Teacher Qin, are you saying that this Brother Lan is the indifferent youth who has shattered the records at the Grand Soul Arena? In that instant, everyone in the VIP room gazed at Lan with astonishment, for this youth appeared to be at least 5 years their junior. Could it be? Was he truly human? How could someone so seemingly young, merely 12 or 13, achieve such remarkable feats? Each person pondered if they could ever reach such heights. And the answer was a resounding no. Now, Yu Tianhing, take these 6 individuals and proceed directly to register for the Free Soul Duel Mode. I have confirmed that since its inception, the Free Soul Duel Mode has consistently had dueling platforms available, Qin Ming declared with an air of authority. Having spoken, he turned and exited the VIP room. Yu Tianheng and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Upon arriving at the registration desk, they began the enrollment process. Newcomers. It seems that the free mode requires at least a Silver Soul badge to participate. You don't happen to lack one, do you? Yu Feng teased. However, just as he finished speaking, Lan produced a Golden Soul badge from the aura of the wind and handed it to the staff. A Golden Soul badge? Yu Feng's expression suddenly changed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stepped back. Just a moment ago, he was ready to strike the newcomer. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself utterly defeated. After registering, everyone promptly entered their respective battle arenas. The free mode battle arena was essentially the main arena of Soto City's Grand Battle Arena. Following the breaking of the rules for the arena battles by Zilan, Soto City's Grand Battle Arena had introduced a more rational battle mode. Upon entering the main arena, the 10 grand lights suspended from the ceiling flared to life. Their golden brilliance illuminating the space, all focused directly upon the battle platform, enveloping it entirely in a radiant glow. At the center of the platform, the ground trembled, and a wave of white energy rippled outward, causing circular pillars, each 2 meters high, to rise slowly, shimmering with golden light. Once the pillars fully ascended, a swirl of pink light spiraled upward to the pinnacle of one of the pillars, ultimately resting there. As the glow diminished, a young woman clad in a form-fitting pink dress appeared atop the pillar, seemingly around 20 years old. She possessed long golden hair, a voluptuous figure, and an enchanting waist and legs, exuding an extraordinary beauty. She gently lifted her right hand, golden light flickering as a conical soul guide materialized within her grasp. With a slight smile that captivated all present, she spoke, "It is my honor to meet you esteemed guests. I am Bai Fumei, the host of tonight's free mode battle competition." Her gentle voice resonated throughout the main arena, prompting an eruption of applause and even whistles from the audience. Wow, she is so alluring. Miss, may I inquire about your depths? Fumei, you are my dream lover. Darling, I love you. Hurry home, the children await your meal. Damn it. Fumei is clearly my wife. Apologies, brothers, I am Old Wang. Impressive. Brother, you truly are amazing. I'm Oldly from next door. Steamed buns, 4 for 1 yuan. Kiki. Damn, it's you again. As the applause subsided, the young woman smiled and said, "It is a privilege for me to host this free mode battle competition for all of you esteemed guests. I hope you enjoy yourselves tonight. This battle will be the most exhilarating in the history of Soto City's Grand Battle Arena, as it features a 1 versus 7 format. I believe when I announce the participants, you will all rise in awe." Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience, gasps echoing throughout the arena. 1 versus 7. Who on earth is so formidable? Such audacity. Are you certain you won't meet a dire fate? Alas, a mere plant, I can only shout in admiration, Oh, mighty one. May you remain unscathed. Could it be him? Now, allow me to present the circumstances of both contenders to our esteemed guests. The Royal Combat Team, led by Captain Yu Tianheng, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Soul Master. Hiss. Suddenly, a collective gasp reverberated through the crowd. Goodness. Chapter 136. The Return of the Shark Dagger. Everyone stand up. Who on earth possesses such a lack of foresight to challenge the Royal Combat Team alone? Frankly, among equals, I surmise that only that individual could dare to undertake such a challenge. Regrettably, that person has departed and is surely not present here. However, at that moment, the host, a stunning beauty, began to speak with a melodious voice akin to a nightingale. The Soul Master challenging the Royal Combat Team is undoubtedly a favorite among 90% of the audience at the Great Soul Arena. Indeed, he is the war god. The cold-eyed youth, Shark God. In an instant, the audience was nearly breathless, each face reflecting shock and unparalleled excitement. Throughout Soto City, any who had visited the Great Soul Arena had undoubtedly heard of Shark God, the invincible powerhouse of the arena, who once defeated 5 opponents in a single bout, and has repeatedly challenged numerous Soul Masters beyond his level. Such audacity could only belong to Shark God. It was precisely for this reason that the Great Soul Arena in Soto City underwent a transformation, now named the Shark God Soul Arena. Undoubtedly, the rationale behind this change was to commemorate Shark God. As the name of Shark God spread to other cities' Great Soul Arenas, it captured the attention of many formidable Soul Masters across Douluo continent, with many doubting that anyone could forge an undefeated legend within the Great Soul Arena. Consequently, within a mere month, Soul Masters from around the world flocked to Soto City's arena, some in admiration of Shark God, while others sought to challenge him. At this very moment, as the voice of the enchanting host resonated, the audience stood in stunned silence. Who would have imagined that this war god had returned? Could it truly be him? He has come, bearing the shark dagger. Everyone rise. A heart-wrenching roar suddenly surged through the entire Great Soul Arena. In that fleeting moment, the audience unanimously rose from their seats. Welcome back, Shark God. Shark dagger. Shark dagger. In an instant, the once mighty chant reverberated like thunder throughout the Great Soul Arena, and even this resonant sound echoed across Soto City, reverberating through the heavens and earth. By heavens, he has truly returned. The Shark God has truly returned, wielding the shark dagger once more. Shark dagger, I adore you, cried a spectator, their voice filled with raw emotion. Before fainting on the spot, it must be said that Lan's allure is undeniably potent. Observing the frenzied actions of the audience below, the 7 members of the Imperial battle team turned their gazes toward a figure shrouded in darkness, none other than the Shark God himself, unmatched among his peers. As the fervent cheers erupted from the crowd, the cold-eyed youth stepped slowly onto the soul-fighting platform, choosing to don a mask to avert any complications. In the northeastern corner of the spectator area, a young man clad in a black robe fixed his piercing gaze upon the platform, his eyes radiating a chilling aura of menace. Enough of the pleasantries, let us welcome the Soul Masters to the stage, announced the host, who then vanished in a flash of white light. Soon, both the 7 members of the Imperial battle team and Lan ascended the soul-fighting platform. The Imperial battle team positioned themselves on the right side, while Lan took his place on the left. Upon seeing the youth before him, Yu Tianheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Previously, he had not sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Lan, but now, inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping the entire platform. The moment Lan stepped onto the stage, this aura seemed to explode forth. Yu Tianheng quickly grasped that this individual was no ordinary Soul Master. He was undoubtedly the most formidable one he had encountered thus far. Among peers of the same rank, none possessed such a chilling presence. The other 6 members of the Imperial battle team were similarly affected. Their martial souls were not as potent as Yu Tianheng's, and thus, they felt the greatest pressure as Lan entered the arena, as if a suffocating force had descended upon them. The 2 sides locked eyes, cold and unyielding, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Though the battle had yet to commence, an invisible clash had already begun. However, in terms of momentum, the Imperial battle team found themselves slightly at a disadvantage, for as they gazed upon Lan, the already oppressive aura seemed to surge forth even more recklessly, as if attempting to invade their very minds. Each member felt a slight throbbing pain in their heads. Attention, Soul Masters participating in the soul fight. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. Attack may commence only once I declare the soul fight to begin, continuing until one side concedes, is entirely defeated, or falls from the platform. Furthermore, please be reminded that this is a free combat mode. Lethal force is strictly prohibited, or you will face the utmost sanctions from the highest authorities of the soul-fighting arena. Suddenly, the enchanting figure of a beautiful woman materialized above the soul duel platform, adorned with a pair of resplendent white wings. The moment Lon caught sight of those wings, his expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that this host was also a soul master possessing the ability to fly. To date, he had encountered only 3 soul masters with such capabilities. One was the venerable Grandpa Nork, another was Flandra, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, and the last was this exquisite woman. In comparison, her martial spirit was the most captivating of all. However, this assessment pertained solely to her martial spirit. For no matter how graceful she appeared, Lon would not cast her a second glance, as his heart was already claimed by another. The mere thought of that individual rendered Lan's demeanor even more frigid, especially in light of the upheaval in Zwan City, after which he had sent her away. It had now been a month since they last met. Thus, after Lon resolved to repay the favor owed to Douluo, she set off for Spirit City to find him. At this moment, the leader of the royal fighting team stood by the window of the VIP room, gazing at the main soul arena. He held high expectations for this battle. Although the overall strength of the royal fighting team was commendable, he perceived numerous deficiencies among the 7 members, particularly in terms of their temperament. On the central soul arena, within mere seconds, the 7 members of the royal fighting team simultaneously unleashed their soul power, an overwhelming surge of battle intent filling the air. The audience below could not help but shudder at the sight. Indeed, the royal fighting team was formidable. This sheer battle spirit alone was sufficient to rival many other teams. However, mere battle intent bore little significance when facing their opponent, Shark God, whose shark spirit was of the highest caliber, a fact I discovered after extensive research. Particularly, Shark God's spirit was unparalleled among the elite. I sensed that the royal fighting team might triumph in this contest, but Shark God was known for defying all odds. Defeat? Shark God was not just any ordinary adversary. He was the god of slaughter, and his prowess was unmatched across the Douluo continent. In terms of equal rank, no one could rival him. Shark God, I adore you. May Amitabha bless you. What is this song? Is this your own composition? Captain, allow me to take on this challenge. It's merely a soul master, after all. It's not as if everyone isn't soul master. I feel that one person could easily conquer him. His previous successes were merely due to never encountering members of our royal fighting team, Yu Feng declared resolutely. Yu Feng, do not underestimate him. I can sense that his strength is undoubtedly superior to ours, reminded Yu Tianheng. Du Guyan added coolly. Yu Feng, do not be overly confident. Lon is a monster, not someone you can easily defeat on your own. However, Yu Feng merely smiled lightly. Yin Yin. You claim his soul rings are 3 purple and 1 black? That's implausible. It might just be one of his soul skills. I've heard of a soul skill called simulation, which can alter the colors of soul rings without changing their actual power. You all stay here and observe. I wish to see just how capable this pretentious fellow truly is. With that, Yu Feng lightly stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward Lon. Today, I shall show you why the flowers are so vibrant. Chapter 137, A Higher Realm Than Genius. As the formidable Yu Feng charged forward, Lon couldn't even muster the energy to glance his way. It wasn't until Yu Feng was mere inches away that Lon slowly raised his right hand, curling his fingers before suddenly clenching them into a fist. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided with a resounding thud. Yu Feng was sent hurtling backward, while Lon remained utterly unperturbed, his right hand raised in a steady manner, with no visible exertion. It appeared as if Yu Feng had been propelled away by an unseen force. Reacting swiftly, Yu Feng executed a somersault just before hitting the ground, and a pair of medium-sized wings burst forth from his back. These wings, a rich brownish hue, were a texture that was devoid of softness yet exuded a formidable solidity. The wings were not a spontaneous growth, but rather a transformation of his arms. Flapping his wings vigorously, he ascended into the air, surveying Lon from a vantage point above. Though his previous punch had not been delivered with full force, it had still contained at least 80% of his strength. Any ordinary soul master would have been sent reeling like he was. Yet, the indifferent youth before him remained completely unfazed. This realization instilled a sense of caution in Yu Feng. He understood the gravity of the battle ahead. Everyone, attack together, commanded Yu Tianheng in a cold tone. Upon hearing this, all members of the Emperor battle team prepared to engage, with the Shijia brothers, the Xuanwu tortoise soul masters, standing at the forefront. The two positioned themselves on either side, and at the moment the host announced the commencement of the battle, they roared in unison. A yellowish light erupted from beneath their feet, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones resonating from within. As their bodies swelled with newfound power, their clothing was torn apart, revealing muscles as solid as granite. With their martial spirits unleashed, the brothers leaned forward, their backs arching slightly as all their soul power coalesced into a yellowish glow behind them. Gradually, this energy formed a massive, dark yellow tortoise shell. The patterns on the shell were a lighter shade of yellow, and it seemed as though the brothers' very bones had undergone a transformation with the emergence of the shell. Surrounded by a faint blue light, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings spiraled around them from top to bottom. An overwhelming aura surged toward Lan. And upon sensing this presence, Lan's expression subtly shifted. The martial spirits of the 2 soul masters standing before him were undeniably formidable within the realm of defensive capabilities. Lan affirmed decisively that, among peers, if one were to merely compare the magnitude of defensive capabilities, the defensive prowess of the Shijia brothers would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. With a fierce roar, as their martial spirits manifested, an ethereal yellow light erupted from their beings. Standing behind them was Yu Tianheng, whose expression darkened as he bellowed, "Blue electric Tyrannosaurus, manifest." In an instant, a dazzling blue radiance ignited from the center of his brow, swiftly enveloping his entire form. Strands of blue-purple electricity snaked around him like serpents, dancing in the air. As the azure glow intensified, Yu Tianheng's arms began to transform, swelling dramatically. With a resounding crash, his sleeves tore apart, disintegrating into ash, revealing arms that extended over half a foot in length, robust and adorned with pale purple scales. Sharp claws emerged from between his fingers. The sight of Yu Tianheng in this martial spirit-imbued state inadvertently reminded Lan of the sinister soul master he encountered in Zhuan City, Yu Sanqian. Although Yu Sanqian's martial spirit was a colossal serpent, there was a striking resemblance to Yu Tianheng's current form. In that moment, Lan pondered whether Yu Sanqian might share a profound connection with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, for the similarities between the two were indeed remarkable. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's arms resembled 2 massive dragon claws, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. As the vice-captain of the Royal Combat Team, Douluo underwent the embodiment of her martial spirit, she felt little concern towards her spirit, Lan, which she had previously encountered. The dragon and snake spirits were incommensurable, belonging to entirely different tiers, and Douluo's soul abilities remained unaffected, having already experienced Lan's prowess. After casting a casual glance at Douluo, Lan's gaze shifted to another soul master. This particular soul master, upon embodying his martial spirit, donned an entire ensemble of black, his hair turning a deep shade of ebony. His face, pale and delicate like that of a woman, appeared devoid of color, exuding an unsettling pallor. His pupils unexpectedly elongated into vertical slits, emanating an aura of latent danger reminiscent of a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. His soul rings, like those of the others, comprised 2 yellow and 2 purple. The final soul master was the core of the Royal Combat Team, Yi Lingling, whose soul power had reached a formidable level of 40. Within the entirety of the Douluo continent, the enhancement of support-type abilities was notoriously arduous. Thus, Yi Lingling's possession of the 9 Hearts Begonia spirit astonished everyone. However, in terms of innate talent, the members of the Royal Combat Team fell short of the Shrek 7 monsters. It is noteworthy that the latter were merely around 12 or 13 years of age, while the former were nearly 20. In 7 years, they would undoubtedly ascend to a terrifying level of power. Indeed, contemplating 7 years hence, one could surmise that Lan's prowess would remain unparalleled. Approaching 13, he had already attained the astonishing rank of 50, coupled with a reserve of 5th-level soul power. Observing the 7 individuals before him, Lan's expression hardened slightly. The Royal Combat Team, cultivated by the royal family, may not boast the same overwhelming talent as the Shrek 7 monsters, but their soul ring configurations revealed a degree of innate ability that was undeniably formidable across the Douluo continent. It would be no exaggeration to label them as geniuses. Yet, there exists a term that transcends genius: monsters, prodigies. Undoubtedly, before the members of the Royal Combat Team stood a cold, indifferent youth, Lan, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Although the battle had yet to commence, the expressions of the Royal Combat Team members were grave. They had all witnessed the earlier clash between Yufeng and Lan, sensing a formidable strength they had only previously experienced from Qin Ming. "We must not underestimate our opponent. This will be the strongest adversary we have ever encountered," Yu Shenheng cautioned. "Captain, why do you sound so apprehensive? No matter how terrifying he may be, He is merely a soul zone. 7 of us should easily overpower him. Not to mention we have Lingling's support. Yu Feng retorted dismissively. The battle of souls officially begins. The crisp and melodious voice of the beautiful woman resonated through the air. Chapter 138. Draw out your shark dagger. The Sure family brothers simultaneously took a great stride forward, and with that single step, a thunderous roar reverberated around them. At that moment, the first soul rings adorning their forms shimmered brilliantly. Instantly, a profound aura emanated from these 2 tortoise spirit masters. As the golden light enveloping them flickered anew, they were now fully prepared to unleash their formidable assault. A glint of cold brilliance flashed in Lan's frosty gaze. With a surge of power from beneath his feet, he transformed into a solitary shadow, dashing forward with unparalleled speed, his right fist raised in readiness. Did he not utilize a martial spirit? This perplexing question echoed in the minds of the Sure brothers. In the blink of an eye, Lan reached the 2 of them, and the sheer magnitude of his speed hinted at the terrifying force behind his punch. Both fists surged forth simultaneously, crashing towards the Sure brothers. A torrent of power erupted from Lan's fists, accompanied by an ear-splitting howl of ferocity. Yet, just as his fists were about to strike, the Sure brothers executed an exceedingly peculiar maneuver, retreating their heads into the confines of their turtle shell. A sudden chill coursed through Lan's demeanor. Realizing it was too late to retract his punch, with a resounding clang, a sharp and crisp echo resonated throughout the grand arena. As Lan's fists collided with the Stone brothers' defensive shell, akin to a hammer striking unyielding iron, producing a dazzling shower of sparks, the unparalleled recoil propelled Lan backward, leaving a lingering sensation of numbness in his hands. At that moment, a blue figure materialized before him, its robust left arm shimmering with a radiant azure glow. A bolt of blue lightning coalesced in midair, forming a claw-like shape, and surged directly toward Lan's front. The thunderous roar of the storm erupted, and in an instant, the formidable lightning swept across Lan's body. Indeed, it was Yu Tianheng who, as Lan was being thrust backward, had launched his charge. As the mightiest blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul Master, Yu Tianheng's strike was undoubtedly the most formidable among his peers of the same rank. It must be acknowledged that his attack was perfectly timed, benefiting from the convergence of favorable circumstances. At that moment, Lan was simply incapable of unleashing his full potential. Why do you power-type Soul Masters always prefer to take the initiative, leaving us with no choice but to adapt our strategies? He mused with a triumphant smile. Just as the bolt of lightning was about to make contact with Lan's body, suddenly, in Lan's piercing gaze, a chilling brilliance surged forth, and at the critical moment, dark magical power erupted from his palm, instantly enveloping his form. Subsequently, 4 soul rings materialized simultaneously, rhythmically pulsating around him. Upon witnessing these 4 soul rings, the expressions of the 7 members of the Royal Combat Team abruptly transformed. How could this be possible? The first soul ring was a millennium. The second and third approached 10,000 years. The 4th soul ring neared a staggering 100,000 years. At that moment, the 7 members of the Royal Combat Team bore identical expressions of shock, rendered utterly speechless as they beheld the soul rings adorning Lan. Had they not witnessed this with their own eyes, they would have never believed that, in this world, someone's first soul ring could commence at a millennium, while the 4th reached the terrifying expanse of 10 to 100,000 years. What are you all staring at? It must surely be a simulated soul technique, merely altering the color of the soul rings. Among the 7, only Yu Feng remained skeptical of the authenticity of Lan's soul rings. As Yu Feng's voice broke the silence, everyone regained their composure. Indeed, just a few days prior, Teacher Qin Ming had informed them that some soul masters possess techniques to change the color of their soul rings. Although the hue may shift, the intrinsic power of the rings remains unaltered. At that moment, as Lan's soul rings illuminated, Qin Ming, positioned by the window of the VIP room, wore a somber expression, his pupils constricting as his eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Having seen much in his time, he recognized, upon observing Lan's soul rings, that the Royal Combat Team was destined to lose this battle, for at the instant Lan unleashed his martial soul. A formidable aura erupted with overwhelming force, an essence that only those of considerable strength could perceive. While Qin Ming may not be particularly powerful, he could still sense a hint of it. Thus, he understood that the soul rings adorning Lan were not merely a result of a soul technique altering their color, but were indeed genuine millennium and 10,000-year soul rings. It was over. How could Shark God have been so careless as to fall into the enemy's trap? The Royal Combat Team, 7 against 1, resorted to such despicable tactics, Indeed, the Royal Academy was brazen in its bullying. Shark God, draw your shark dagger. In an instant, the audience's hearts raced to their throats, for the majority present were ardent fans of Lan. Witnessing their idol being schemed against, they naturally felt a surge of discontent. Yet, at that very moment, Lan's figure abruptly vanished into thin air. The lightning dragon claw unleashed by Yu Tianhing swept past Lan's phantom, traversing a distance of approximately 30 meters before dissipating. As the bolt of lightning surged forth, the air erupted in a cacophony, accompanied by a profound sense of distortion. Its sound chillingly piercing and utterly terrifying. However, this was merely the commencement of the battle. In the next moment, Lan's form re-emerged upon the ground, enveloped in a dense, swirling mist. Within this mist, starlight flickered and lightning roiled, the surging energy causing the surrounding air to abruptly congeal. The moment the air came into contact with the demonic divine power, it was instantaneously drained, as if eternally consumed. Suddenly, the first soul ring on Lan's body illuminated with a brilliant glow. Suddenly, Lan dove into the ground of the soul arena, gliding beneath the surface, leaving only a colossal fin visible above, moving with lightning speed. In mere moments, a gigantic figure erupted from the earth before the Xiao brothers. A shark. The brothers were momentarily stunned. Who could have anticipated that a massive shark would suddenly surge forth from below? It was nearly as large as a freight truck. Its entire body is striking azure, emanating a luminous blue radiance. However, its gaping maw was filled with razor-sharp teeth that glinted like stars, exuding an ominous gleam. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the shark lunged towards the Xiao brothers with its cavernous mouth wide open. Gasp! The brothers instinctively inhaled sharply, immediately activating their fourth soul rings. Faced with this gargantuan creature, they had no reason to withhold their strength. The purple soul rings on their bodies gleamed with a vibrant light. In unison, two beams of light, one white, one red, erupted from their forms, and they extended their right hands, summoning two towering super shields, each standing a meter high. Aside from their different colors, the shields were virtually identical. The brothers positioned the shields before them and let out a fierce roar, unleashing their formidable power. No one could predict whether they would withstand Lan's impending strike. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound erupted. A wave of white energy rippled outward from their shields. Lan stood motionless, her gaze fixated upon the Xiao brothers with a predatory intensity. Yu Feng let out a cold snort, inwardly reflecting. Is this all? Chapter 139, The Master Slayer? Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the immense shield held by the Xiao brothers began to fissure, shattering with a resounding bang, akin to shattered glass. Simultaneously, a trickle of blood escaped the corners of their mouths, and their eyes bulged as if they might burst from their sockets. A surge of formidable energy erupted upon their shells, propelling them backward like kites severed from their strings. Bang, bang. The sounds of their collision echoed simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, the captain of the Huangdou battle team, Yu Tianheng, suddenly wore a grave expression. However, in an instant, the figure of Lan vanished before several onlookers, only to be replaced by a colossal shark that surged upward from beneath the ground with alarming swiftness. Its aim was unmistakably clear. It was targeting Yu Feng, who possessed the ability of flight. How could this be possible? Yu Feng's countenance darkened in shock. He never anticipated that Lan's objective would be him. As a soul master specializing in agility, he was renowned for his unparalleled speed within the ranks of the Royal Battle Team. Logically, one would expect the opponent to strike at the core of the Royal Battle Team instead. Yet, in a startling twist, Lan's secondary target was none other than himself. In that moment, despair enveloped Yu Feng, for he realized he had no opportunity to evade the impending attack. The speed of Lan was astonishingly swift. As if in the blink of an eye, the shark's gaping maw engulfed Yu Feng whole. With a resounding thud, Yu Feng was hurled down towards the arena floor, where any contact with the ground would strip him of his qualifications in this battle. Just as his body was about to make contact, the fourth spirit ring on Yu Feng suddenly illuminated, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended like a beam of golden light. Yet, at that moment, another dull thud echoed, and the golden radiance abruptly plummeted. No one could fathom what had transpired. All they witnessed was Yu Feng soaring upward only to crash down violently towards the arena below. Lying beneath the arena, Yu Feng's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He had never anticipated that someone could surpass his speed. He had yet to encounter an opponent of equal rank. His fourth spirit ability, named Mirage, granted him a 90% increase in speed, and he was acutely aware of how swift he could be. However, this youth before him not only outpaced him, but also managed to track his movements, delivering a lethal blow. At that moment, For beams of light simultaneously surged into the bodies of the three members of the Imperial battle team. Indeed, it was Yu Lingling's amplification skill. Yu Tianheng's eyes crackled with electricity as his right arm thrust forward, unleashing another thunderous dragon claw aimed directly at Lan. In midair, a cacophony of thunder erupted, with countless purple flames cascading about. Faced with the incoming thunder dragon claw, Lan did not flinch. Rather, he stood his ground, motionless. Just as the claw was nearly upon him, Lan executed a peculiar maneuver, and his right fist glowed once more with the activation of his first spirit ring. With a roar that tore through the air, he unleashed a mighty punch, from which an immense shark surged forth, obliterating Yu Tianheng's thunder dragon claw, and continued its relentless charge towards Yu Tianheng, suspended in midair. Witnessing this, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted to one of shock, momentarily appearing dazed. A profound sense of danger compelled him to gasp, and simultaneously, his second and third spirit rings flared to life. In that instant, he could not afford to hold back. His sole focus was on withstanding the assault of this colossal beast. Wrath of thunder, he bellowed, as an intensely radiant blue lightning surged from his body. Accompanied by a powerful explosion, a blue ripple expanded outward. The overwhelming force erupted in an instant, as Yu Tianheng coldly regarded Lan, contemplating that his wrath of thunder could, for a limited time, propel a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit master into a berserk state, enhancing lightning power by 100% and soul power by 50%, which should suffice to counter Lan's initial spirit ability. Boom. Two forces collided instantaneously, sending a tremor throughout the grand arena, as the surging energy distorted the surrounding air. Yet, Yu Tianheng was unaware that his thunderous fury merely sufficed to counter Lan's first soul skill. Before he could react, Lan's third soul ring suddenly ignited, transforming him into a shark that leapt into the air, dragging Yu Tianheng down to the ground and simultaneously pulling the remaining few competitors against the wall. In the face of Lan's third soul skill, the Royal Combat Team had no chance of resistance. In the blink of an eye, everyone was sent tumbling off the battle platform. Some even failed to make a move, as they were utterly unprepared for the swiftness of Lan, whose speed was astonishingly quick, leaving them without a target to strike. However, Lan provided them with no opportunity to aim. The disparity in strength was painfully evident. After the battle concluded, Lan departed the arena, leaving behind several spectators who were still entranced by the recent clash, gazing vacantly at Lan as he exited the battleground. No one had anticipated that the finest team trained by the Royal Academy would falter against a younger boy. As Lan stepped out of the grand arena, nearly all the spectators erupted in unison, chanting the same two words, Shark Dagger. Upon returning to the VIP room, the 7 members of the Royal Combat Team were met with the stern countenance of Qin Ming, prompting them to lower their heads. Now do you comprehend what a gap in strength truly signifies? Qin Ming's tone was chilling, making everyone feel as though they stood upon an icy precipice, the biting wind causing them to shiver. This battle had resulted in a complete defeat. Although this bout bore no stakes for them, they felt as though they had lost their very selves. Teacher Qin, we were mistaken. I have never encountered such a formidable opponent. During our fight, I sensed he was not exerting his full strength. It seemed he utilized merely 30% of his power, while we had all given our utmost. Yu Tianheng spoke with trepidation. Qin Ming replied coolly, indeed, from the onset of the battle, Lan had been conserving his strength. Consider this, if you were his adversaries, targets he was determined to eliminate, how long do you think you would survive? De Guyan's pupils constricted sharply as she coldly remarked, none. If we were his marked targets, he could have effortlessly obliterated us the moment we stepped onto the stage with his prowess. His first soul skill is dreadfully terrifying, and I am certain he retained a significant portion of his power. And what of you two, the Shi brothers? As Qin Ming gazed at the disheveled Shijia brothers, he noted their pallid faces. It was imperative to acknowledge that the force exerted by Lan during his assault was unparalleled, as that punch was intended to breach their defenses. Moreover, the most unfortunate among them was Yufeng, who, lacking any semblance of defense, bore the brunt of 2 of Lan's attacks, his complexion even more ghastly than that of the Shijia brothers. The brothers exchanged a glance with Qin Ming, shaking their heads in resignation. Such a monster was beyond their capacity to contend with. Lan, merely a 13-year-old child, stood in stark contrast to them. One could only ponder what the scene would be like if they were of the same age. Qin Ming's icy voice pierced through the bodies of the 7 members of the Imperial battle team like shards of ice. That night was destined to be one of desolation. None of the members of the Imperial battle team found solace in sleep, for the chasm of talent was a gap that mere effort could not bridge. Some individuals were born at the finish line. Lan returned to his residence at the hotel, and after completing the task assigned by the solitary bow, he began to prepare for his meeting with Cai Wenji. It had been many days since they last parted, and he felt a deep longing for her. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Lan's mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the meditation virtual illusion task." Lan furrowed her brow. A meditative virtual environment task? Indeed, once the host accepts the meditation cultivation illusion mission, their consciousness will be transported to the corresponding extreme cultivation space. The host must complete the task to receive rewards. Moreover, the meditative virtual environment is a formidable illusory realm, where the host has the ability to shape this world into a reflection of reality. However, every scene requires the host's creative molding. After a moment of contemplation, Lan mused that the virtual illusion task should prove rather intriguing, for it is known that as the system continually unveils tasks, the rewards become increasingly bountiful. After a few seconds of deliberation, Lan inquired, "Might I ask the system what penalties would ensue should this task meet with failure?" Ding. The environment of the extreme cultivation task is genuinely existent. Should the host meet their demise within the illusion, the host in reality shall likewise cease to exist. Lan's expression grew stern as he activated the system panel with a mere thought. Before him, a translucent screen illuminated the options for virtual quests. After a brief glance at the tasks, he promptly dismissed the panel. These missions were exceedingly arduous and beyond his current capabilities. Moreover, he still had several unresolved tasks, particularly the one involving the alteration of Tang San's storyline, which would likely only be feasible once he attained the rank of title Douluo. Over the years, Lan had diligently gathered information about Tang San. He discovered that Tang San was indeed the son of Tang Hao, a man who had single-handedly inflicted severe injuries upon 3 title Douluo, showcasing an almost terrifying level of power. Thus, the only way to fulfill this narrative mission was to eliminate Tang San. Once Tang San was dead, the plot surrounding him would come to a definitive end. Additionally, the task regarding the keyboard warrior remained unfinished. Although he had ventured into the city of Zhuan, he had yet to uncover even the slightest trace of the keyboard warrior's identity. His intuition hinted that this individual was not merely ordinary and possessed formidable strength. Furthermore, there was still a powerful evil soul master that needed to be dealt with. Completing this series of tasks was imperative for Lan, as vanquishing the evil soul master had always been his primary goal. As for the main quest of establishing a sect, Lan had come to a conclusion. Preparations could commence once he acquired the 5th soul ring. After mentally organizing these tasks, Lan entered a state of meditation to cultivate his abilities. Tomorrow, he would face the Shrek team once more. While he could not eliminate Shrek's members just yet, he could certainly weaken them. However, a sudden glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. What if he were to eliminate the master first? Chapter 140, Side Quest Task 1. Let us target Daimyo by first. It is crucial to recognize that the master currently serves as the core of the Shrek 7 monsters. Should the master be slain, it would undoubtedly precipitate a seismic shift in Tang San's storyline. The primary motivation behind Lan's contemplation of this course of action was that Tang San was the master's disciple. By extinguishing the guiding light of Tang San, the narrative's success would be nearly assured. Yet, a pressing concern loomed before Lan. Tang San's father seemed to be ever present, closely shadowing his son. If he recklessly proceeded to eliminate the master now, Tang Hao would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Lan's expression was exceptionally stern. This mission held particular significance for him. Completing the task of altering Tang San's narrative would unlock the gateway to an entirely new realm. This newfound clue had been acquired during his time in Douluo's medicinal garden. To clarify this lead, he must inevitably alter the course of Tang San's story. He could impose some degree of punishment on Tang San, yet he had to exercise restraint, for he certainly did not wish to confront the formidable title Douluo Tang Hao with the strength of a mere soul king. The following day, as dusk descended upon the soul arena of Soto City, the night quietly approached. The sky was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, and a massive star shimmered on the northern horizon, its white light radiating brilliantly, almost blinding, yet imbued with an ethereal quality. Lan emerged from the hotel, casting a glance at the North Star, his demeanor visibly softening. This celestial beacon seemed to have existed in the cosmos for millennia. It shone just as brilliantly in the realm of the King's continent, and upon sighting it, Lan's frigid heart felt a flicker of warmth. After taking a deep breath, Lan prepared to head to the Grand Soul Arena, fully aware that today's battle would undoubtedly be more challenging than that against the Royal Combat Team. due to Shrek's peculiar talents, which were indeed rare across the Douluo continent. Soon, Lan's figure melded into the throng, entering the Grand Soul Arena. And as soon as he stepped inside, he donned his mask. Aside from the spectators who had witnessed the previous day's match and recognized him as Shark God, the Shrek 7 monsters would surely fail to identify him in his current guise. It was worth noting that Lan had undergone a significant transformation in both appearance and physique. He had become even more handsome, his once brilliant eyes now exuding a hint of cold glimmer. On his strikingly chiseled face, a trace of icy radiance adorned him, resembling a statue carved from eternal ice. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, Lan made his way directly to the VIP room of the Royal Combat Team. At that moment, all members of the Royal Combat Team were present, including Qin Ming. As the door swung open, everyone stood in unison. "Brother Lan, you have arrived," called out Duguyan softly. Lan nodded slightly and coldly remarked, "When do we begin?" Qin Ming replied, "The next battle of the Soul Arena is between our Royal Combat Team and the Shrek team. You will replace Yufeng in the match. By the way, here is the information on all members of Shrek." As he spoke, Qin Ming handed a piece of cloth to Lan, yet Lan, showing no interest, gently raised his hand to decline the offer. Half an hour later, the combat match between the Royal Combat Team and the Shrek team finally commenced. Following the host's introduction, the members of both teams ascended the Soul Arena stage one after another. The audience below continued to chant the two-word slogan with unwavering fervor. Today's crowd was even larger than yesterday's, with many spectators standing in the aisles and others squeezed against the door, illustrating the staggering number of attendees. The Soto City Great Soul Arena had set a new record for audience attendance. Witnessing this overwhelming transformation, the arena's manager, an older middle-aged man, stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with excitement as he gazed at the throngs of spectators in the central arena. It was evident that the ticket prices for the central arena were at least twice as high as those for the smaller venues, and without a doubt, today's revenue records for the Great Soul Arena had also been shattered. All these spectators had gathered for one individual, the one whom they fervently called Shark Dagger. As the Royal Combat Team stepped onto the Soul Arena stage, a clear voice suddenly rang out from among the 7 members, declaring, "You 5 can rest on the sidelines. It will be just Lan and me in this battle." The meaning was clear, leaving Du Guyin in a state of confusion as she turned to the owner of the voice. Indeed, it was the core of the Royal Combat Team, Yilingling. She continued with an indifferent tone, "Lan has already stated that this battle belongs solely to him and the Shrek team. We need not interfere. After I enhance Lan's attributes, I will also stand aside." Yu Tianheng and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tightening as they realized that this battle had become a personal vendetta between Lan and Shrek. Yet, what could they possibly do? The prowess of Lan is beyond doubt, and it is evident that they cannot compete with such formidable strength. What could one do against 7? Soon, the Shrek 7 monsters stepped onto the soul fighting platform, each adorned with a mask. As the host announced the commencement of the battle, all members of the Shrek 7 monsters simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. The 7 of them released their martial spirits at once, and their soul rings ascended in dazzling brilliance, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that struck the eyes like a radiant galaxy. What was the situation on the opposing side? Only 2 individuals were arranged to face us in battle? This is nothing short of audacious. Ma Hongjun looked on in disbelief at Lan and Yilingling. "Fatty, you are mistaken. They are not merely arrogant, but are clearly disregarding us." The Shrek team, Dai Mubai remarked coldly. "Damn it, I must teach them a lesson." "To let them know that arrogance comes at a steep price," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his anger palpable. In truth, the Shrek 7 monsters had yet to encounter a formidable adversary at their level, yet the royal fighting team exhibited such brazen confidence. Lan stood silently in place, acutely aware of the increasingly ferocious aura emanating from the Shrek 7 monsters, as if they had sensed a provocation. With a gentle nod, Lan acknowledged Yilingling, whose understanding gaze flickered slightly. Accompanied by a subtle fragrance, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, taking on an extraordinary petal-like form that gracefully floated down and enveloped Lan's being. In an instant, a warm current surged through his veins, imparting an unparalleled sense of comfort. After the first glimmer of light entered his body, Yilingling recited another incantation, followed by 2 additional beams of light that entered Lan's form. At that moment, the 9-heart sea tang in Yilingling's palm radiated brilliantly. It was a pink begonia, adorned with petals of white and pink, a riot of colors that spoke of elegance. The leaves and vines cascaded from either side of her hand, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a maiden's affectionate gaze, evoking a sense of intoxication. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of Shrek, 3 figures stood by the window: Master, Flander, and Xiao Wu, silently observing the battle. What does the Royal Combat Team mean by this? Do they intend to challenge 7 with only 2? Such audacity. They clearly do not regard us, Shrek, at all. Flander's eyes blazed with intensity, sharply focused on the Royal Combat Team on the soul-fighting platform. The Master wore a grave expression, his eyes glinting with a chilling sharpness. Do you not find that this youth bears an uncanny resemblance to someone? Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the striking similarity. If it truly is him, Shrek may very well face defeat. His talent is simply terrifying, and even the full might of the Shrek 7 monsters would struggle to prevail. What are you discussing? Xiao Jiang, do you know that boy? Flander inquired, his face etched with confusion. The Master replied calmly, if Xiao Wu and I are not mistaken. He is the very youth who inflicted a severe blow upon Shrek a month ago, Lon. What? Flander's expression shifted dramatically, his entire being trembling as he stammered. How is this possible? How could he be connected to the Royal Academy's team? There is nothing impossible, the Master asserted. Look at his silhouette. Whose figure resembles Lon's so closely? Yet, there is no need for excessive worry. In this soul-fighting competition, we possess our own trump cards. The outcome remains uncertain. A true soul master grows stronger through continuous adversity. The tone of the Master was beyond doubt. At that moment, Flander's eyes suddenly caught sight of Qin Ming by the window across the way. His expression changed abruptly and without hesitation. He opened the door to the VIP room and made his way towards the opposite VIP chamber. Upon arriving at the entrance of the room occupied by the Royal Combat Team, Flander knocked softly. The door opened, revealing a group of individuals inside, who gazed at Flander in astonishment, yet welcomed him with warm smiles. Upon entering the room, Flander wasted no time and got straight to the point. I never expected you, young man, to become the leader of the Royal Combat Team. Qin Ming replied with a gentle smile. Yes, after graduation, I took a position at the Tiando Royal Academy. And now I serve as the leader of the Royal Combat Team. These youngsters are among the finest at the academy. We were supposed to meet you a month ago, but due to unforeseen circumstances, our meeting was delayed. How did he end up in your Royal Combat Team? Flander inquired, gesturing towards the fighting arena where Lon stood. Qin Ming candidly responded, to be frank, this student recently joined the Royal Combat Team, and his talent is the strongest I have encountered thus far. I believe you will undoubtedly bring a tremendous surprise to your Shrek team. After a long pause, Flander sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. This battle would likely transcend the ordinary arena combat, promising to be the most riveting contest in the history of the Soul Arena. The atmosphere was thick with past grievances, especially concerning Tang San and Xiao Wu. If they were to discover that the individual standing against them was the one who had severely injured them a month prior, one could only imagine the intensity of the ensuing conflict. Let us discuss this after the battle. I shall take my leave for now. Lest I be accused of favoring your Royal Combat Team, Flander remarked with a calm smile before departing from the VIP room of the Royal Combat Team. On the arena, Yi Lingling had unleashed all her amplification soul skills and stood at the edge of the fighting stage. Witnessing this, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters were filled with fury. The Royal Combat Team was not merely disregarding them. They were overtly treating them as inconsequential, sending one individual to challenge all 7 of them. Dai Mubai, known for his fiery temperament, stepped forward with a bold stride, releasing a powerful roar that resonated with intensity. A surge of fervent energy erupted from within him, accompanied by the crackling sounds of his bones like popcorn in a hot oil pan, causing his muscles to swell dramatically. As he brandished his arms, razor-sharp claws emerged, and his eyes seemed to align with his lethal appendages, exuding an extraordinary sharpness. I am eager to see just how capable they truly are. Chapter 141, SideQuest 1. Let us first target Dai Mubai, Part 2, with a fierce roar. Dai Mubai propelled himself forward towards Lon with tremendous force. In a flash, his first spirit ring illuminated, enveloping his body in a radiant golden glow. As Dai Mubai surged forth, Lan's eyes merely glinted momentarily, his right hand rising gently. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai's fury intensified. He was consumed by rage, knowing that Lan's arrogance would exact a heavy toll. In an instant, Dai Mubai stood before Lon, his right arm bending sharply, fingers coiling into a fist, summoning the fullest extent of his strength to unleash a powerful blow. At that very moment, Ning Rongrong expertly timed her enhancement. bestowing upon Dai Mubai a 30% increase in both speed and strength from the 7 treasures glazed tile. Dai Mubai felt a profound transformation within himself. His power surged, and the speed of his punch escalated accordingly. This strike was undoubtedly beyond the capability of an ordinary individual to withstand. The youth before him, without utilizing his martial spirit, would surely be no match for the might of his fist. Boom. The 2 fists collided instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Dai Mubai's expression morphed dramatically, even contorting in shock as he was violently propelled backward. In that instant, he had not even blinked, only to witness the indifferent boy before him casually raising a hand, without exerting any effort, as though using his fist as a shield to absorb the full force of Dai Mubai's explosive strike. It felt as if he had slammed into an iron mountain, one that did not quiver in the slightest. Indeed, to him, that punch felt akin to striking a mountain of iron. Soon, an overwhelming force erupted from the opponent's fist. That terrifying strength surged from the fist to the arm, and then throughout his entire being. Dai Mubai's clothing was violently shredded by the energy wave. As he teetered on the brink of falling from the fighting platform, Tang San acted without a moment's hesitation, activating his first spirit ring. A robust blue-silver grass vine ensnared Dai Mubai's waist, pulling him back onto the arena. Dai Mubai lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide with terror as they fixed upon the boy, his body trembling involuntarily. Only those who had experienced such horrifying power could fathom its true terror. If given another chance, he would never again engage in such folly. He should have employed his spirit abilities. His previous strike had relied solely on his own explosive strength. Now, he was filled with regret, yet also relieved that he had activated the white tiger barrier when he charged forth. Otherwise, he truly feared that he might have been torn apart by that overwhelming force. Oscar swiftly retrieved his sausage and placed it into Dai Mubai's mouth. At this juncture, what reservations could Dai Mubai possibly have? Oscar directly placed the sausage into his mouth, devouring it with great enthusiasm. In the VIP room, Xiao Wuxi's expression turned serious. He was acutely aware of the immense power behind Dai Mubai's punch. He pondered deeply whether he could withstand such might without resorting to his martial soul. Under the healing effect of Oscar's delicious sausage, Dai Mubai gradually regained his composure. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing exchanged glances and simultaneously launched themselves towards both sides of Lan in a surprise attack. Although their speed was astonishing, they appeared sluggish in Lan's eyes. Suddenly, a mist filled with starlight erupted around Lan's body, swiftly confronting the 2 assailants. In an instant, 3 beams of different colors intersected. The next moment, 2 cries of anguish echoed, as Lan's right hand firmly grasped Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, while his left hand pressed against Zhu Zhuqing's chest. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to break free, yet she found her body ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering her immobile. In Lan's piercing gaze, there was nothing but a chilling intensity. As for what he held in his hand, he did not cast a glance at it. Suddenly, with a fierce tug, he yanked up the ear of Xiao Wu, lifting her effortlessly. Then, with a swift rotation of his right arm, he flung Xiao Wu away like a pink arrow soaring through the air. In an instant, he retaliated with a powerful push, striking Zhu Zhuqing squarely in the chest, causing her to emit a suppressed grunt before being sent flying as well. Zhu Zhuqing felt a burning sensation in her chest, as if it had contorted under the force. At the same moment, Tang San unleashed 2 strands of blue-silver grass, catching both individuals mid-flight. To his astonishment, it was you. A flash of brilliance crossed Tang San's eyes, the moment Lan released his martial spirit. He recognized the young man before him. Indeed, it was the one he had always aspired to surpass, Lan. To encounter him again after a month was utterly unexpected. In an instant, Tang San activated the ghost shadow perplexing track, and his first soul ring illuminated magnificently as countless blue-silver grass surged from the ground, ensnaring Lan. Simultaneously, a fiery streak descended from the sky, launching a surprise attack on Lan. This fiery streak was the soul skill of Ma Hongjun, who, at this moment, had undergone the transformation of the phoenix, soaring through the air. To the left, Dai Mubai also rushed in. To the right were Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Though both had suffered significant injuries, their assaults were far less severe than the damage inflicted on Dai Mubai. After consuming a sausage each, they joined the fray without hesitation. Faced with this onslaught, Lan's expression merely tightened slightly, as 4 soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet. How is this possible? Ma Hongjun trembled, his face paling as he beheld the colors of the 4 soul rings encircling Lan. The remaining 6 members of Shrek were similarly awestruck. In just a month, The insurmountable peak they had once known had undergone a staggering transformation. Every face turned ashen, for this battle had only just begun. Yet it felt as though it was already concluded. The disparity in strength could not be balanced merely by numbers. Originally, the master had held a flicker of confidence. But upon witnessing the soul rings enveloping Lan, his expression shifted dramatically. He considered himself a theoretical master in the realm of soul masters, with extensive experience and countless theories studied. Yet, even within his 10 core theories, he had never encountered a phenomenon as bizarre as this. In a mere month, this young man had elevated all his soul rings to a higher age. This was beyond mere talent. At this moment, the master's mind was a blank slate. Did such a monster truly exist? The master wore a grave and somber expression. In this instant, he pondered whether there were undiscovered tomes within the secret text of the Spirit Hall. However, he had long since severed ties with the Pope, Bibi Dong. Would he have to swallow his pride and call out to Dong? The master's gaze exuded an unwavering resolve. He believed that as long as he stood before that woman and gently called out Donger, he would still have the opportunity to seek the hidden texts of the Spirit Hall. It is worth noting that he had once garnered considerable knowledge regarding spirit theories at the Spirit Hall. Those so-called theories were merely his own integration of the information from books, yet no one, save for her, was aware that they originated from written texts. Thus, he remained the revered master, a figure who commanded respect solely through his words. Why not simply apply for surrender? Flanders suggested nonchalantly. No. The master's tone brooked no dissent. Although there was a disparity in combat strength between the two teams, for them, this presented a superior opportunity for extreme training. I have studied this meticulously. The greatest potential of a spirit master can only be unlocked under extreme pressure. Xiao Gang, have you considered that this youth before us possesses not a shred of emotion? He would slay them, Flander nearly shouted, his concern for the children's lives overshadowing his desire for victory. Despite having wagered heavily on this battle, his worry for the children's safety eclipsed all else. Yet the master's stance remained resolute. The central battle arena forbade any form of killing, should anyone dare to act lethally. There would be intervention, of that you need not worry. I, too, am concerned for Xiao San and the others' safety, but you must understand. Since the day they suffered emotional wounds a month ago, they have resolved to surmount this peak. This is a path they must traverse. If we apply for surrender now, not only would Shrek's reputation be severely tarnished, but Xiao San and the others would never forgive us. Let them unleash their inner ferocity. This battle holds great significance for them. Master, why is this youth's talent so terrifying? It is utterly bizarre. In just over a month, all his spirit rings have advanced a level. If he reaches the title Douluo stage, will the continent not be plunged into upheaval? Xiao Wujia's voice trembled with trepidation. Recalling the battle with Lan a month prior, he still felt a flicker of fear, especially considering that at that time, Lan's spirit rings were nowhere near as formidable. The master replied calmly, I currently have no explanation for this phenomenon and can only seek answers after the conclusion of the battle. However, I sense that there is an extraordinarily powerful force backing this youth, one that likely includes a master of spirit theory who possesses an understanding that may surpass my own. Of course, I personally do not believe anyone's theoretical prowess surpasses mine, for I am the master. This title, apart from myself, I am confident no one else can embody. Xiao Wujia's lips twitched suddenly. He sensed that the master was being somewhat pretentious, yet he could not deny the validity of the master's words. To boast in a manner that leaves no room for rebuttal indeed requires immense skill. On the soul-fighting platform, Lan's eyes were fixed intently on the frenzied onslaught of the blue-silver grass vines approaching him. Suddenly, the first soul ring on his body radiated with a brilliant purple glow, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound, and in an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic shark erupted from Lan's fist, sending water splashing through the air, the sounds of slicing winds echoing incessantly. Tang San dared not be the slightest bit careless. The purple light flickered in his eyes, and at that moment, he set aside all else and activated his purple extreme demon eye. As he beheld the colossal creature charging towards him with its gaping maw, his expression initially darkened, only to transform in an instant. In a heartbeat, the blue-silver grass vines he had released disintegrated into a fine powder, as if they had been entirely consumed. The onlookers were oblivious to the unfolding events. Logically, it seemed impossible for the approaching behemoth to obliterate Tang San's blue-silver grass so effortlessly. What they did not realize was that Lan's punch was not merely a display of brute force. It was imbued with a formidable energy that transformed the surrounding air into razor-sharp blades of wind. It was precisely this that rendered Tang San's blue-silver grass to mere nothingness. Possessing the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San was acutely aware of what was transpiring. Lan's target was clearly him, and he swiftly executed a ghostly shadow maneuver, darting to the right. Blades of wind grazed past his body, and with a resounding crash, the wall of the soul-fighting platform caved in, leaving a massive dent that captured the attention of all present. By heavens! A startled shout erupted from the audience below, jolting the spectators who had been engrossed in the battle. Everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. The shark was utterly terrifying, gazing at the deep indentations on the wall. Tang San's expression darkened abruptly. The force behind Lan's punch was utterly terrifying. He was certain that the impact exceeded 2,000 pounds of pressure. Yet, what filled him with dread was the relentless blades of wind, possessing an ominous tendency to annihilate all in their path. As his body landed steadily, Tang San felt an overwhelming gravity in his demeanor. Lan before him was no longer the same, and he knew he could not withstand such power. Among their 7 members, only Dai Mubai had reached the soul sovereign level, while the others were still mere soul ancestors. This absolute disparity in strength could not be compensated by mere numbers. On the other side, after Lan unleashed a punch towards Tang San, he swiftly directed another blow at the airborne Ma Hongjun. Having witnessed the sheer might of Lan's previous strike, Ma Hongjun immediately dodged to the left the moment the fist was thrown. The tremendous force crashed into the ceiling of the soul arena with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire venue. Zhu Qing, hold back for now. Let me test just how powerful he truly is, Dai Mubai declared coldly. Following this, he released a fierce roar towards the heavens, his martial spirit, the white tiger, enveloping him in a majestic transformation. His muscles swelled grotesquely, ripping his upper garments apart, revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette. Strangely, a black stripe appeared across his skin. His tiger claws doubled in size, and the blades protruding from them gleamed a brilliant silver. He was completely enveloped in a radiant aura, as if gilded in gold. His blood-red eyes sparkled with a carnivorous gleam, emanating the dominance of the king of beasts. Accompanied by a ferocious tiger's roar, Dai Mubai's wicked gaze converged into one, releasing a dazzling burst of white light enveloped in the golden radiance of his transformation. The white light spread through the air like a laser, hurtling towards Lan in an instant. Lan raised his fist and unleashed another powerful strike. It was evident that he did not exert excessive force, yet the overwhelming aura remained undiminished. A colossal shark materialized once more, surging directly towards the beam of white light. The brilliant radiance emitted by Dai Mubai was instantly engulfed by the shark's gaping maw, failing to emerge thereafter. Witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai was consumed by despair, rendered completely motionless as he realized that his white tiger radiant light wave had been devoured by the shark. Sensing the impending peril, the fourth spirit ring on Dai Mubai's body suddenly illuminated, and in an instant, he struck forth with a powerful punch. Countless golden orbs, each the size of a fist, coalesced in midair, hurtling towards Lan with tremendous speed. Undoubtedly, this was Dai Mubai's fourth spirit ability, the White Tiger Meteor Shower. Lan's gaze sharpened momentarily, and in an instant, he transformed into a shark, diving effortlessly underground, thereby effortlessly shattering Dai Mubai's fourth soul skill. At that moment, a cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated throughout the entire soul arena. Once the thunderous noise subsided, Lan resurfaced from beneath the ground. It was at this juncture that a lithe figure flickered into view beside him. Such remarkable swiftness could only belong to Zhu Qing, whose phantom-piercing technique had propelled her speed to its zenith, creating a series of afterimages in the air. While her 3 soul rings flashed in unison, as Lan had just taken his stance, Zhu Qing's phantom claw was unleashed. Countless claw shadows intertwined, weaving a terrifying net of razor-sharp blades. Lan's expression turned grave, and a chilling light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he lunged forward, aiming to seize Zhu Qing by the neck. However, Zhu Qing's speed was astonishingly swift, causing Lan to misjudge his target. In an instant, his fingers curled and landed upon the prominent contours of Zhu Qing's chest. She let out a cry of agony, feeling as though her breast had been pierced by 5 sharp blades, rendering her utterly immobile. The power of Lan is astonishing. His fingers seemed to have embedded themselves deep within Zhu Qing's flesh, leaving her with no opportunity for escape. Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai charged towards Lan like a ferocious beast, his bloodlust fully ignited at that moment. As he rushed forward, A glint of menace flickered in Lan's eyes. He retaliated with a punch that sent Zhu Zhuqing flying, then swiftly harnessed his hunting prowess, transforming into a solitary shadow that met Dai Mubai head-on, a dagger inexplicably appearing in his grasp. While fury may augment one's combat prowess, it exacts a heavy toll. Amidst their intertwined forms, a cold gleam pierced through Dai Mubai's right chest, a spray of crimson blood erupting forth. Before anyone could react, Lan raised his left hand and struck Dai Mubai squarely in the face, causing another jet of blood to spurt from his mouth, along with 2 of his incisors. Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backward. Tang San swiftly drew a blade from his waist, unleashing a barrage of icy brilliance that shot towards Lan. However, Lan abruptly vanished, only to reappear gripping Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, lifting her effortlessly before slamming her onto the arena floor. Xiao Wu. Tang San swiftly materialized beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. At that moment, Xiao Wu had succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing her pale visage ignited a fierce coldness within Tang San's eyes. He was thoroughly incensed. He had vowed to safeguard Xiao Wu, asserting that anyone who dared to harm her would have to pass over his lifeless body. From Tang's left hand, a flicker of dark light emerged, and a small black hammer adorned with peculiar patterns silently manifested within his grasp. With a fierce roar, Tang San unleashed his fury. In an instant, the petite hammer expanded to twice its size, the intricate designs becoming vividly discernible, radiating a deep blue luminescence. With all his strength, he swung the hammer, sending it hurtling towards Lan. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, Lan's expression shifted abruptly. He had not anticipated that Tang San was also a dual martial soul wielder, with his left-hand martial soul being the renowned Haotian hammer, once proclaimed the mightiest weapon soul in the Douluo continent. In that moment, Lan activated his 3rd spirit skill, and as Tang San's hammer descended, he was abruptly yanked backward by a colossal shark. The Haotian hammer crashed down onto the arena floor with a deafening roar, forcing out the only external spirit bone Tang San possessed. In essence, his desperate strike landed squarely in the emptiness of the air. With a thunderous explosion, Tang San was propelled against the arena wall, his body indenting deeply into it. Had it not been for the external spirit bone absorbing a fraction of the impact, he would have surely met his demise. Zhu Qing, Yuming White Tiger. Dai Mubai strained to muster a shred of strength as he addressed Zhu Zhuqing, who was also gravely injured. With Tang San unleashing his trump card, what could the 2 of them possibly hold back? Accompanied by a fierce roar, Dai Mubai's form began to swell, white fur mingling with black stripes erupting from his body in a wild frenzy. Zhu Zhuqing, biting her delicate lip, was enveloped in a faint black light, her figure becoming ethereal, as if she were transparent, charging towards Dai Mubai. Lan cast a glance at the 2 individuals, fully aware that they were preparing to execute their martial soul fusion technique. After all, he had previously witnessed the likes of Xiao and Hulaina perform such a feat in the blink of an eye. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing vanished in a moment of fusion, leaving behind only a colossal white tiger. This ethereal creature, adorned with translucent fur, black stripes, and piercing purple eyes, coldly regarded Lan before it. Observing the martial soul fusion technique of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, the 6 members of the Emperor fighting team, standing nearby, instinctively broke into a cold sweat. Particularly, Yu Tianheng wore a grave expression. Facing a 7-member team was daunting enough, but the addition of their martial soul fusion technique was a trump card he could hardly withstand. Moreover, among the Shrek 7 monsters, there were even individuals with twin martial souls. At that moment, it was not only the Captain Yu Tianheng who appeared solemn, but the other members shared his sentiment. Grateful that Lan had assumed the responsibility of this battle, all eyes were filled with dread as they gazed at the cool-eyed youth before them. Just how formidable was his strength. He had already eliminated 5 of the opponents with merely 2 soul skills since the onset of the confrontation. Without hesitation, Lan activated his 4th soul ring, enveloping the entire battle arena in darkness. The soul power of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing plummeted by 2 levels, suddenly engulfed by darkness. Zhu Zhuqing's countenance shifted, her eyes brimming with intense fear. It was eerie, utterly bizarre. With a mere thought, the spectral white tiger raised its right paw and slowly descended upon them. With a soft thud, the faint purple leopard-shaped shadow shattered into countless specks of light, while the spectral white tiger's translucent form swayed slightly. In an instant, it transformed into a flash of light, darting towards a specific point in the darkness. Boom! The might of the martial soul fusion technique was indeed astonishing, piercing a hole through the darkness and revealing a sliver of light. Yet, The dark aura swiftly filled the breach once more. The next moment, a sharp, cold voice echoed, announcing the activation of the fourth soul skill, instant kill shadow formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless enormous figures surged wildly through the darkness, resembling shadowy sharks, yet possessing an unparalleled sharpness. At that juncture, Lon felt an intense heat radiating from the palm of his left hand, as if sensing the pull of some formidable force. The eternal night surged forth, manifesting as two blood-red beams that shot directly towards the spectral white tiger. Whoosh! As the sound of the two projectiles slicing through the air echoed, the spectral white tiger vanished. Blood gushed violently from Dai Mubai's mouth, for the target of the eternal night was none other than him. After passing through Dai Mubai's body, the eternal night returned to Lan's palm, emanating a blood-red glow. This phenomenon was not unfamiliar to Lon. He had encountered it before during the hunt of an evil soul master possessing a crimson tiger martial soul. He distinctly recalled that the eternal night had also been launched from him at that time. Could it be that the eternal night accumulates the value of slaughter upon the soul master with the tiger martial soul? Lan's expression grew serious as he strode towards Dai Mubai, wielding his blade without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 143, The Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong's Astonishment. As the tip of the sword pierced Dai Mubai's body, the radiance intensified, and the aura of carnage swelled even further. A flicker of intensity crossed Lan's countenance, confirming his suspicions. One more strike. With that, Lon plunged his blade once more into Dai Mubai's body, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. As Dai Mubai's life force waned, Lon discerned that the aura of slaughter emanating from Wangu Changye also began to dissipate. It appeared that the conditions for Wangu Changye to absorb the essence of killing not only required a formidable soul master, but also demanded a formidable vitality from the opponent. Retrieving Wangu Changye, Lon cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong and Oscar before extracting a miraculous herb from the essence of the wind and approaching Zhu Zhuqing to administer it to her. The instant the herb entered Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, it transformed into an invigorating essence that surged through her limbs and bones. Remarkably, within mere seconds, all her injuries vanished. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing awaken, Lon conveyed a few words to her telepathically and indifferently departed from the soul arena. As he faded into the distance, a flicker of fervor ignited in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Indeed, Lan's words held profound wisdom. After leaving the Grand Soul Arena, Lon prepared to set forth. He did not even bid farewell to Qin Ming, directly exiting the arena and heading towards the outskirts of Soto City. At this hour of midnight, a cool breeze swept through the air, and Lan's silhouette melded seamlessly with the shadows of the night. Once outside Soto City, Lon swiftly arrived at a nearby town and hired a carriage. The cost of hiring a carriage here was considerably lower than in Soto City. Settling into the carriage, Lon continued his journey. It must be said that this carriage was rather luxurious, offering generous space and remarkable shock absorption. Inside, one would scarcely feel any jolts. And if not for the view through the window, one might not even realize they were in motion. For days later, in Wuhuan City, after 4 continuous days of travel, Lon finally arrived in this city. Upon entering, he spotted a young girl clad in a flowing green dress standing atop the city wall. Indeed, it was Cai Wenji. Lon emerged from the carriage, tilting her head to gaze at the figure before her. At that moment, Cai Wenji's eyes fortuitously met hers, and astonishment washed over her features. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, a cradle materialized behind her, an exquisitely crafted infant carriage radiating a resplendent array of colors. She descended from the towering city wall, soaring downwards in her carriage from a height of several dozen meters. The two embraced tightly, enveloped in silence, for their hearts spoke volumes that words could not convey. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted, and Cai Wenji, with her lively eyes sparkling, smiled gently, saying, "Brother, I knew you would return for me." Lon gently stroked her head, a fleeting smile breaking through her icy demeanor. "Brother, I shall take you to meet my mother." "Mother?" Lan's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Brother, the teacher has accepted me as his daughter and proclaimed that I shall become the most remarkable saintess of the Spirit Hall in the future." The expression on Lan's face shifted slightly, acknowledging that with Wenji's exceptional talent, she indeed qualifies as a candidate for the highest leadership of the Spirit Hall. After exchanging a few words, Lon followed Cai Wenji toward the direction of the Pope's palace. Under her guidance, they navigated through the heavily guarded Spirit City with ease. Throughout the journey, Cai Wenji elucidated various aspects of the Spirit Hall structure. "Brother, the Spirit Hall is categorized into 6 ranks. The lowest tier is the Spirit Branch. akin to the branch in Taoli village, representing the most elementary level. Following that are smaller cities like Notting City, and above that is the sub-hall, for instance. In Soto City, the more developed the city, the higher the corresponding rank of the spirit hall. Above the sub-hall lies the main hall, with each provincial city of the empire housing one. Ascending further, we encounter the spirit sanctuary, with one located in each of the two imperial capitals. Ultimately, the highest two halls in the Douluo continent are the Pope's Palace and the Douluo Hall, with my current status being within the Pope's Palace, due to my innate talent. The teacher made an exception to allow me entry. However, access to the Douluo Hall requires one to possess the strength of a spirit Douluo or higher. With your talent, it is merely a matter of time, Juan remarked calmly. Indeed, Cai Wenji replied with a gentle smile, continuing, as one ascends through the ranks of the spirit hall, the strength of the affiliated spirit masters proportionately increases. Take Notting City as an example. It is a lower-tier spirit branch where the hall master typically possesses strength between spirit sovereign and spirit ancestor, while most other spirit masters fall within the range of great spirit masters. Their primary responsibilities involve assisting villagers in awakening their spirits and conducting spirit assessments. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the backbone of the spirit hall. I have perused the records of spirit masters within the hall and discovered that many of those with exceptional talent hail from underprivileged villages and cities. After Cai Wenji's thorough explanation, Lon grasped the structure. The sub-halls are governed by spirit kings and spirit emperors, with spirit sovereigns and spirit ancestors serving as the middle tier. Upon reaching the main hall, one encounters formidable spirit saints. In some developed cities, multiple spirit saints may be present. As for the spirit sanctuary, it undoubtedly houses spirit masters of spirit Douluo caliber. Lon had visited these places before and found them to align with Cai Wenji's descriptions. Regarding the Pope's Palace, even without having visited, Lon could surmise that it bears a significant resemblance to the palaces of his previous life, serving as the residence of the ruler. The Pope's Palace should be so, as this realm is imbued with an otherworldly essence. The concept of rulership here diverges entirely from that of bygone emperors. In the Douluo continent, a ruler's authority is inextricably linked to formidable strength. Without question, those who command the might of the spirit hall must be formidable beings akin to titled Douluos. Moreover, the influence of the spirit hall is far more intricate than it appears, undoubtedly comprising numerous spirit Douluos and titled Douluos. Brother, she concluded, I once heard an elder proclaim that my mother is the most capable pope in the history of the spirit hall. Under her stewardship, the spirit hall has flourished at an extraordinary pace, and it is said that it now possesses a power that can rival the two great empires. Lon furrowed his brow. Even without Cai Wenji's words, he discerned the formidable strength of the spirit hall. Over the years, he had heard numerous rumors. As far as he understood, the spirit hall currently wielded more than 60% of the soul master power among the 7 major sects. Apart from the top 3 that had already been incorporated into the spirit hall, should a contest of strength ensue, the spirit hall would undoubtedly emerge as the most powerful entity. If the two great empires did not merge to confront this force, it would be nearly impossible to defeat the spirit hall. Furthermore, this was merely a glimpse into what he knew. The number of titled Douluo experts within the spirit hall remained unknown. Such a formidable power would surely dominate the entire Douluo continent sooner or later. However, from Lan's perspective, this development seemed rather favorable. The spirit hall had been secretly exterminating evil forces while also assisting the common folk in awakening their martial spirits at no cost. To those ordinary people, such a ruler appeared to possess no objectionable qualities. True national peace and prosperity ought to be this way. Yet, the ambition to govern the entire Douluo continent is far from an easy endeavor. However, what Lon remains unaware of is that even a formidable force like Bibi Dong is confronted with an insurmountable challenge upon encountering Tang San, who possesses the aura of a protagonist. Throughout their journey, Tang San's extraordinary abilities only continue to amplify, rendering Bibi Dong's might seemingly inconsequential. How can one contend with a being who can resurrect after a mere 2 days of demise? Such a power is far beyond the realm of mere mortals. Moreover, Tang San embodies the fusion of dual divine spirits, possessing extraordinary advantages. As the most powerful antagonist, Bibi Dong, a pitiable figure, finds herself at a disadvantage when pitted against Tang San's enhanced capabilities. Originally, Bibi Dong had the potential to unify the Douluo continent, consolidating all forces to combat malevolence and ensuring that those without the capacity to detect soul power could lead tranquil lives, shielded from darkness. Yet, Who could have anticipated that all her aspirations would be thwarted by the rise of the powerful Tang San? Nevertheless, within this vast land, the concepts of good and evil hold little significance, and the distinction between protagonist and antagonist blurs. Tang San's quest for vengeance is understandable, while Bibi Dong's ambition to govern the Douluo continent is a natural progression. In essence, their paths do not inherently conflict. Rather, they diverge in their trajectories. However, one must acknowledge that the act of slaughtering soul beasts bears a striking resemblance to the cycle of life and death inherent in nature. It is merely a coincidence that the beast in question was a kin of Tang San, which precipitated a cascade of consequential events. All of this can be succinctly encapsulated in 4 words: differing perspectives. Soon, Lan, under the guidance of Cai Wenji, arrived before the majestic gates of the papal palace, a structure of unparalleled opulence that exuded an air of formidable authority. However, just as they were about to step into the grand hall alongside Cai Wenji, a brilliant beam of white light suddenly erupted from within the palace. Upon witnessing this, the expression of Lan suddenly shifted, and as the white light receded, an elderly man clad in white garments materialized before the two. "Elder Yu." Cai Wenji hastily greeted him with respect. Upon his arrival, Lan's gaze sharpened instantly. The aura emanating from this individual was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly on par with that of the poisoned Douluo. Could he, too, be a titled Douluo? The white-clad elder smiled serenely and inquired, "Wenji, who is this?" Cai Wenji promptly explained, "Elder Yu, this is my brother, Lan." The elderly man scrutinized Lan intently, a fervent light igniting in his eyes, and within, he could not help but marvel at the boy's imposing and dominating presence, which indeed reflected the exceptional talent of Wenji. "Young man, what level of soul power do you possess?" the elder asked nonchalantly. 50, Lan replied coldly. Faced with such a formidable being, Lan felt no inclination to conceal his abilities, for he understood that a power of this magnitude could easily ascertain his strength with but a slight exertion of pressure. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression momentarily froze. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded the boy, merely 12 or 13 years of age, who had already attained the realm of Soul King. How could this be possible? However, reflecting on the fact that Cai Wenji had already reached level 40, the astonishment on Yu Guan's face quickly dissipated. "Please, enter," Yu Guan spoke softly. Such a prodigy naturally need not undergo the customary assessments to gain entry into the Hall of the Pope, and crucially, Lan was the brother of Cai Wenji. As they stepped into the Hall of the Pope, an intense aura enveloped them. The moment they entered, their eyes were drawn to a striking woman seated in a position of authority. She possessed an exquisite visage, her wine-red hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. By all accounts, such a woman should be at least in her 40s or 50s. Yet, not a single wrinkle marred her flawless complexion, making her appear as if she were an ethereal being, both alluring and unattainable. So breathtaking, this mature beauty stirred the imagination, invoking thoughts of the fantastical. With merely a glance, Lan felt an enchanting allure emanating from the woman before him, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. So, this is the supreme ruler of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong. Lan possessed scant knowledge about Bibi Dong, having only received a brief introduction from Cai Wenji. As Lan observed the princess, Bibi Dong rose from her seat, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. She couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the strikingly cold beauty of Lan's visage. Realizing that perfection indeed exists in this world, not only did he possess an astonishing ethereal countenance, but he also bore an unparalleled talent. Chapter 144, Brother. Are you playing with snakes? Subscription requested. Mother, this is my brother, Lan, whom I often speak of. Cai Wenji's melodious voice, akin to that of a nightingale, resonated. In the next moment, as Bibi Dong stepped forward, she seemingly materialized before Lan, a gentle expression gracing her features. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she spoke. Indeed, you two siblings are extraordinary. Not only do you possess incomparable beauty, but you also harbor a talent unmatched throughout the ages. Would you consider becoming my son? At Bibi Dong's words, Lan's expression shifted to one of surprise. Noticing the sudden darkness that clouded his countenance, Bibi Dong's cool voice resonated once more. I apologize for my abruptness. You must be new here. Wenji, please take your brother and let him rest. Brother, allow me to escort you to your quarters, Cai Wenji said with a smile. Subsequently, Lan followed Cai Wenji to an opulent loft. Upon entering the room, Cai Wenji let out a deep sigh and said, Brother, you must have sensed the chilling aura emanating from Mother. In truth, Bibi Dong is a pitiable soul. I overheard Elder Yu remark that Mother was once a remarkably kind-hearted person. However, after being wronged by her mentor in a secluded chamber, her temperament underwent a drastic transformation, rendering her ruthless and unyielding. Beyond this, there lies an even more despicable reason. The person she loved turned his affections elsewhere, leaving her to endure a life of solitude. I once witnessed her weeping alone in the hidden chamber, lamenting that if she did not cultivate a heart of steel and strive for strength, she would merely become a puppet, subject to the whims of others. Although Mother has a biological daughter, their relationship appears to be fraught with discord. Lan's pupils slightly constricted, and a gentle light flickered in his eyes as he pondered whether the person who had strayed in affection was none other than the master. Otherwise, Wenji would not have acted so ruthlessly last time. Naturally, he had long heard of the fierce reputation of Bibi Dong, yet upon reflection, he recognized that to hold a high position as a ruler of a faction, one must act decisively and possess formidable strength, otherwise, death would be inevitable. Moreover, from what Lan had learned over the years, despite her notorious reputation for cruelty, Bibi Dong did not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Her targets were clear and solely focused on those who opposed her. In the papal palace, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, her gaze cold and piercing. Her fingers curled tightly around the scepter of power. Were it not for Qiang Sunji, how would she have reached this point? However, the thought of possessing Cai Wenji gradually softened her icy demeanor, as if everything had become inconsequential. As the supreme ruler of the spirit hall, she truly felt exhausted. Yet who could comprehend her thoughts? As night fell, the sky once again was adorned with countless stars. Behind the papal palace lay a vast lake, at the center of which stood a 3-story pavilion, accompanied by a gazebo of ordinary size. Bibi Dong stood on the balcony of the pavilion. Clad in a gown of pure white chiffon, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, the delicate fabric partially revealing her figure, Cai Wenji approached the pavilion, cradling a huqiao. Mother, what piece would you like to hear tonight? Upon entering the pavilion, Cai Wenji gently set down the huqiao, a faint smile gracing her lips. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong softly replied, "The moonlight over the west tower." Upon hearing this, Cai Wenji gently plucked the strings and commenced her performance. The melodious notes seemed to resonate throughout every corner of Douluo continent, cleansing the restless hearts of its inhabitants. Time passed, and gradually the music faded away. A faint smile appeared on Bibi Dong's cold visage. "Wenji, your artistry has progressed once more, as if bringing a glimmer of light to the suffering souls in the endless night." Cai Wenji smiled lightly, rising to embrace Bibi Dong. "Mother, the past is like the wind. Only by letting go of burdens can one truly forgive oneself. In truth, I have long since let go, yet we have a mission to fulfill, to unify Douluo continent and gather all factions together. Everyone claims I am ruthless. Yet how could they know that once our spirit hall is destroyed, darkness will descend? Then why not proclaim this to the world? Wenji, you are still young. Some matters are not as simple as they seem. The two great empires now appear as slumbering tigers and lions. Yet they are being insidiously eroded by dark forces in their sleep. That power awaits our destruction, ready to sweep across the entire Douluo continent. Mother, no matter what happens in the future, Wenji will always be by your side. Wenji, having a daughter like you brings great solace to your mother. However, the elder seer has forewarned me that before long, a formidable force will ignite the flames of darkness, seeking to obliterate our spirit hall. Therefore, we must be well prepared. Of course, Mother, Wenji will always support you. And let us not forget about brother. He will undoubtedly stand by you as well. For all that you do is for the sake of the world. Very well, you should return to rest now. All right, goodbye, Mother." After watching Cai Wenji depart, Bibi Dong smiled faintly. Since Wenji's arrival, she had indeed undergone considerable transformation. Upon returning to the attic, Cai Wenji made her way directly to Lan's room. At that moment, Lan had just entered the bathtub, preparing for a bath. Upon seeing his robust physique, Cai Wenji could not help but gasp in astonishment as she approached him, her face reflecting her shock. "Brother, your physique is impressive. Wenji, please step outside." "Wait until I finish my bath to speak with you," Lan replied calmly. Cai Wenji's presence made him feel quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance, extending her hands. "Brother, when we were young, you helped me bathe. Now, let me assist you with your back." In an instant, Lan felt a warm little hand gently pressing against her back, skillfully kneading her muscles. It must be said that Cai Wenji's technique was remarkably effective, bringing Lan immense comfort. After the soothing massage of her back, Cai Wenji approached Lan, extending her hand towards her chest. Just then, Cai Wenji suddenly furrowed her brow, her expressive eyes fixated on the bathtub. "Brother, why is there a black object down there? Are you playing with a snake?" Lan's expression suddenly darkened as he cast a glance below, his countenance clouded with concern. He hastily attempted to clarify. "That is not a snake. Rather, it is." At this juncture, Lan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "Indeed. It was a black snake, employed for my bathing rituals, serving to invigorate the circulation of my blood. In a moment of urgency." Lan could only provide this explanation to Cai Wenji. After completing their bath, the pair settled together in the attic, gazing at the luminous moon that adorned the sky. It must be noted that the positioning of this attic was remarkably astute. Not only was it tranquil, but the air was also refreshingly pure. With each breath, one could distinctly perceive a subtle fragrance of lotus lingering in the atmosphere, instilling a sense of serenity and relaxation. Cai Wenji leaned against Lan's shoulder, their gazes fixed upon the North Star twinkling at the horizon. Time had swiftly elapsed, marking over 6 years since their journey began. Both Lan and Cai Wenji had been steadfast in their rigorous training, and their relentless efforts bore bountiful rewards. Cai Wenji's soul power had ascended to level 42, while Lan had reached an impressive level 50. Notably, this was merely his current soul power, when accounting for an additional 5 levels accumulated through experience. Lan had already attained the status of a level 55 Soul King. Upon acquiring a soul ring, combined with the energy bestowed by it, Lan was poised to reach approximately level 57. Undoubtedly, Lan was poised to become the first prodigy on the Douluo continent to approach the rank of Soul Emperor by the tender age of 12, a feat unmatched by any other across the realm. Throughout these 6 years, Lan's height has significantly surpassed that of Cai Wenji, nearly reaching 1.80 m, while Cai Wenji stands at approximately 1.73 m. However, in terms of physical transformation, it is evident that Cai Wenji has undergone a more pronounced change. Her skin has become exquisitely delicate and fair, embodying the quintessential attributes of a beautiful young woman. Her long, flawless legs resemble those sculpted from fine jade, devoid of any imperfections. Her bosom is full and rounded, and her hips have developed towards a more mature form, creating an elegant S-curve when viewed from the side. "Wenji, you should consume these 2 celestial herbs. I believe they will be beneficial to you." Lan extracted 2 celestial herbs from the ethereal aura and presented them to Cai Wenji, who gazed at the remarkable herbs with wide eyes, intrigued by their potent presence. "Brother, where did you acquire these?" Lan Danran remarked. "This was obtained by chance. I have already consumed 2 of these. These 2 have been specifically prepared for you. For now, indulge in one, and once it has fully merged with your bloodline, you may partake of the other. Should you consume them both at once, I fear your body may not withstand it." Cai Wenji gently nodded, then placed one of the immortal herbs into her mouth. As soon as the herb entered her abdomen, a unique fragrance emanated from within her, and a delicate white mist began to rise from her skin's surface. Before long, this ethereal mist enveloped her body, swirling and billowing in a captivating dance. Lan's gaze slightly narrowed as he observed that after Cai Wenji consumed the celestial herb, she appeared to radiate an even greater nobility in her dazed state. The following day, as dawn quietly approached, the ethereal mist surrounding Cai Wenji gradually dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes, momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at her own hands, each fragment of her flesh seemingly rejoicing with excitement that was palpable. Her spirited eyes glimmered with a faint green hue. "Brother, my soul power has astonishingly increased by 5 levels. How is this possible? I have ascended directly from level 42 to level 47. A flicker of astonishment passed through Lan's eyes. Although he was aware of the considerable efficacy of the celestial herbs he had obtained, he was taken aback to discover such extraordinary power within them. One single herb had enabled Cai Wenji to elevate her soul power by 5 levels. The momentary astonishment faded, and a faint smile graced Lan's otherwise stiff visage. It appeared that this particular herb was exceptionally suited for her, yielding the most significant effects in her presence. Cai Wenji revealed a peculiar smile, stating, "Brother, I can hardly contain my eagerness to consume the remaining celestial herb as well. Shall we not resolve it now, allowing me to directly ascend to the rank of Soul King? This would surely enhance my strength even further." "No," Lan replied emphatically, "all medicines carry their own risks. You must wait until you have fully absorbed the effects of the first herb before partaking of the next." His tone brooked no argument. Though the celestial herb's efficacy was remarkable, it was still a form of medicine, and with medicine comes both benefits and drawbacks. Cai Wenji pouted and glanced at Lan, saying, "Brother, I was merely teasing you." It was at that moment, as Lan observed, Countless specks of light coalesced in Cai Wenji's right palm, and a golden radiance began to shimmer forth from her hand. Chapter 145, BB Dong. Come to my room at midnight, subscription requested. Wenji, your right hand. Cai Wenji furrowed her brow slightly, raised her hand, and then opened it. She noticed the golden points of light undergoing a peculiar transformation. Gradually, she felt an intense surge of energy as if it were about to burst forth from her palm. Moments later, the golden specks transformed into a shimmering, glass-like aura that enveloped her body, and a Hu Jiaqin materialized in her grasp. Gazing at the Hu Jiaqin in Cai Wenji's hand, Lan's expression turned serious, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Wenji, has your Hu Jiaqin changed from before? Cai Wenji stared at the instrument in her hands in disbelief, quickly nodding. Previously, the Hu Jiaqin was jade green, but now it had transformed into a glassy hue. What could possibly be happening? She felt an immensely comforting warmth coursing through her veins, flowing towards her limbs. The Hu Jiaqin in her palm was also undergoing a remarkable change, its glassy brilliance intensifying. At that moment, her mind became a blank slate. The transformation of the Hu Jiaqin from jade green to glassy was undoubtedly indicative of a mutation, as she had learned from the text in the spirit hall. Moreover, it was evolving towards a more powerful form. According to the records, the probability of a Hu Jiaqin mutating was 1 in 10,000. And if such a mutation occurred, it would inevitably evolve into a mightier spirit. Cai Wenji gazed at the Hu Jiaqin in her hands with incredulity, excitement radiating from her being. She was utterly bewildered. She forced herself to calm her racing heart, pondering, from now on, you shall bear a new name. Before Lan could react, Cai Wenji suddenly lunged at him, and with a soft thud, they both fell to the floor. In an instant, her arms encircled Lan's neck, and she kissed him passionately. The moment was surreal. Lan sensed a change in Wenji, yet he could not articulate how she had transformed. Brother, I love you. From this day forth, I shall be your most formidable shield. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall not hesitate to confront them. Lan furrowed his brows slightly and inquired softly, Wenji, what exactly is happening? Cai Wenji smiled gently. Brother, my martial soul has undergone a transformation, and it has evolved towards a more formidable direction. My Hu Jiaqin has acquired a new name, the Fairy Qin. What is the Fairy Qin? Lan was largely unfamiliar with the intricacies of martial souls. He had merely heard of the Haotian hammer, reputed to be the mightiest weapon martial soul in the Douluo continent. However, this was merely hearsay, and Lan did not necessarily believe that the Haotian hammer was the most powerful weapon martial soul in existence. He speculated that the Eternal Night might possess a formidable combat potential, considering it was formed from the essence of boundless darkness and represented a natural law of the universe. Cai Wenji continued, Brother, I wonder if you have heard of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It is said that their standing among support-type soul masters is unassailable. And in terms of rank, I have heard that only the Nine Hearts Begonia can rival it. Yet, the world remains oblivious to the fact that the Fairy Qin surpasses both of these esteemed support martial souls. I have meticulously studied ancient texts, and since the inception of the Douluo continent, there have only been 15 individuals with the Hu Jiaqin martial soul, of which only one possessed soul power. However, her soul power was not substantial, rendering her devoid of the potential for mutation. The fundamental criterion for the mutation of the Hu Jiaqin is that one must possess innate soul power of level 9 or above. At this juncture, a thought suddenly struck me. The so-called Grandmaster's 10 core theories are, in fact, the pivotal theories concealed within the most profound text of the Spirit Hall. I never anticipated that he would merely organize them and claim them as his own. Lan's expression darkened slightly as he recalled the first time he met the master, who had enlightened him with a wealth of knowledge regarding martial souls and even compiled a notebook of theories. In hindsight, it seems that these so-called theories may have merely been excerpts from the tomes of the Spirit Hall. Noticing the profound look on Lan's face, Cai Wenji speculated that she had perhaps ventured into some esoteric territory, prompting her to adopt a simpler explanation as she continued her introduction. Mutated martial souls are generally categorized into innate mutations and acquired mutations. Of course, the likelihood of acquired mutations is exceedingly rare, much like myself, who was granted the opportunity to evolve due to the celestial herb bestowed by my elder brother. However, strictly speaking, it is not so much a mutation as it is an evolution. Within the framework of martial soul theory, it is collectively referred to as a mutation. Upon concluding Cai Wenji's explanation, Lan suddenly perceived that the demonic power had undergone a significant transformation, but it was certainly not a mutation. Rather, It was an evolution that had enhanced his attributes considerably. The following day, as dawn broke with a grayish hue, Lon opened his eyes, shimmering with an unusual light. After an evening of meditation, his hunting skills had made new advancements. More importantly, his soul power was on the rise. Since he had refrained from obtaining a soul ring and remained at level 50, he had been unable to break through. Yet, he understood that once he acquired a soul ring, all the accumulated soul power would be unleashed like a torrent of sea waves finding an outlet. After breakfast, Lon and Cai Wenji made their way to the Hall of the Pope. Upon seeing Cai Wenji, Bibi Dong's icy demeanor softened considerably. "Wenji, what brings you here so early today?" A strange smile appeared on Cai Wenji's face as she glanced around the hall to ensure they were alone. Moving closer to Bibi Dong, she focused her intent and infused her soul power into her right palm. In an instant, a golden glow shimmered within her palm. And as the light swirled and radiated, a magnificent golden zither materialized, appearing crystalline and ethereal, exuding an aura that suggested it was beyond mere mortal creation. Upon witnessing the zither in Cai Wenji's hand, Bibi Dong's pupils contracted sharply, her eyes ignited with fervor. Could it be the unparalleled, legendary fairy zither? Astonishment washed over her, and she rose from her seat with undeniable excitement. As the ruler of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong's knowledge of martial souls was unparalleled, rivaling that of the master, if not exceeding it. It is well known that the master once humbly sought Bibi Dong's counsel regarding the dual martial souls accompanying soul rings. After scrutinizing the martial soul in Cai Wenji's hands, Bibi Dong's icy demeanor completely vanished, replaced by palpable excitement. Indeed, it was the fairy zither. Bibi Dong embraced Cai Wenji tightly, exclaiming, "Wenji, my dear daughter, you have truly overwhelmed me with surprises. From this moment forth, our spirit hall shall possess the most formidable auxiliary spirit in the entirety of the Douluo continent. Mother, allow me to share another delightful piece of news. Not only has my spirit undergone evolution, but my soul power has also surged dramatically by 6 levels. Originally, I had anticipated an increase of merely 5 levels yesterday, yet upon awakening today, I discovered that it had ascended by yet another level. My soul power now stands at an impressive 48 levels." Cai Wenji smiled. Bibi Dong was once again taken aback by Cai Wenji's words, her thoughts spiraling into confusion. It is well known that she is hailed as one of the most gifted titled Douluos in the history of the Douluo continent. Yet even she could not match the extraordinary speed at which Cai Wenji's soul power had escalated. To rise 6 levels overnight. It is remarkable to note that Cai Wenji is merely 12 years old. Goodness, at such a tender age, her soul power has already reached 48 levels, and she is on the verge of breaking through the soul ring realm. At this rate, she will undoubtedly become a titled Douluo before the age of 30. In that moment, Bibi Dong was utterly stunned. She was overwhelmed with excitement, never anticipating that this child, Wenji, would defy all expectations. "Wenji, please tell me, how have you achieved this?" "It was my brother who gifted me an immortal herb." "What immortal herb?" Bibi Dong's expression sharpened, her gaze suddenly fixed on Lon. "It is something I stumbled upon in a medicinal garden, and there is but one such herb," Lon replied calmly. However, he mentioned that the only 2 herbs intended for Cai Wenji were those 2. There are no more. Much like the elusive fragrant Qilua immortal herb, there exists only that singular specimen in the world. Bibi Dong's countenance dimmed slightly. She then casually inquired, "Where is that medicinal garden?" Lon could never divulge the location of Douluo's medicinal garden to Bibi Dong. Now, he had established a rapport with Douluo. Revealing such information would render him a traitor. Yet, if he chose to remain silent, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly not relent, employing every means at her disposal to uncover the whereabouts of the garden. After a moment's contemplation, Lon casually mentioned a location within the Star Doe forest to Bibi Dong. As for whether Bibi Dong would have the fortune to acquire rare treasures, that was no longer his concern. "Mother, I wish to accompany my brother in obtaining a soul ring," Cai Wenji stated with a calm demeanor. "What?" Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across her face as she turned to Lon. "Your brother has already reached the threshold of level 50? Cai Wenji nodded, affirming, "Indeed. He reached that threshold long ago. He merely needs to acquire a soul ring to break through." Hiss. Bibi Dong could no longer contain her astonishment, gasping in shock. The prodigious talents of these 2 children were simply staggering. She pondered that, aside from one individual on the entire Douluo continent, her own gifts were unparalleled. Yet here stood 2 exceptionally gifted youths before her. Amidst her astonishment, Bibi Dong's expression regained its composure, and she seemed to envision the day the Spirit Hall would unify the Douluo continent. Lon, From this day forth, the Spirit Hall shall be your home. Like Wenji, you shall have unrestricted access to all areas of the Spirit Hall and the Papal Palace, free from any constraints. There is no time to waste. Prepare yourselves now, for we shall depart tomorrow. I will have Elder you ensure your safety. The expression on Lan's face underwent a subtle transformation. Those who possess the freedom to traverse all areas of the Spirit Hall are indeed few and far between. It must be acknowledged that the authority bestowed by Bibi Dong is exceedingly significant. Furthermore, it is evident that Bibi Dong treats Cai Wenji with the utmost affection, akin to that of a beloved daughter. However, just as Lan and Cai Wenji were preparing to depart from the Pope's palace, a melodious voice unexpectedly reached Lan's ears. Come to my chamber at the stroke of midnight. Chapter 146. The bold idea of the chrysanthemum Douluo? Lan's expression briefly tightened as he turned slightly to glance at Bibi Dong, who was observing him with a gaze filled with intricate emotions. After departing from the Pope's hall, Cai Wenji took Lan on a leisurely stroll. With idle time on their hands, she led him to the King's Canyon of the Spirit Hall. This locale serves as a nurturing ground for talent, surrounded by towering walls that soar several meters high, and before them stood a semi-transparent door, crafted with intricate mechanisms. Cai Wenji concentrated her soul power in her palm and gently pressed it against the large crystal at the entrance. Instantly, the door to the King's Canyon swung open in a fan-like motion. Brother, this is a dedicated site for cultivating talent within the Spirit Hall. It was not originally named King's Canyon. I requested my mother to change it. The management here is militarized, with not only the iron-armored legion of the Spirit Hall stationed, but also 10 mentors of Soul Saint level or above overseeing the area. This grand entrance can only be opened by those granted permission by my mother, and that permission is represented by a handprint. The requirements for entry into the King's Canyon are exceedingly stringent. It only admits children aged 6 and above, with innate soul power no lower than level 3. Each year, a fair assessment is conducted, where the top 20 performers are allowed to leave the King's Canyon and enter Spirit City. Those who do not meet the standards face 3 years of rigorous training, after which they will be assigned to the branch halls of the Spirit Hall to assist commoners in awakening their martial spirits, serving the populace. The current golden generation of the Spirit Hall emerged from this very place, with all except myself achieving it in less than a month. As they walked deeper into the King's Canyon, Cai Wenji patiently elaborated on its conditions to Lan. Soon, they arrived at the main training ground, where all the students were diligently honing their skills. After a brief glance around, Lan and Cai Wenji decided to leave, as the environment here was notably complex, and the climate even differed from that outside. Lan vividly recalls that upon entering, the sky was a clear blue, yet as she gazed into the depths of the canyon, it was shrouded in an endless gloom, subtly concealing an insatiable spirit of battle. Evening descended. Lan quietly arrived at Bibi Dong's door, and before he could knock, a gentle voice emanated from within. Please, come in. Lan gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Bibi Dong reclining on the bed, adorned in nothing but a sheer veil, through which certain alabaster contours of her form could be faintly discerned. Observing Lan's icy demeanor, Bibi Dong offered a soft smile, gracefully rising from the bed and approaching Lan. Do you know why I summoned you? She inquired. Lan's expression shifted slightly as he coldly remarked, Please speak plainly. Bibi Dong, being a person of forthrightness, detested beating around the bush. She candidly stated, The Soul Master competition is about to commence, and I hope you will join the Golden Generation. The rewards this time include 3 soul bones, which are particularly suitable for both you and Wenji. You may take your time to consider your answer after we acquire the soul rings. A flicker of light passed through Lan's cold eyes as he glanced at Bibi Dong, then turned to leave her chamber. The soul bones hold significant importance for any soul master. However, Lan's hesitation to accept Bibi Dong's proposal stemmed from a straightforward reason. Joining the Golden Generation would unequivocally mean aligning himself with the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for the overarching task of establishing a sect, Lan might have readily acquiesced to Bibi Dong's invitation. Nonetheless, he needed to ponder this matter carefully. The following day, 2 carriages slowly exited the Spirit City. Elder Yu, are we heading to the Spirit Forest to hunt soul beasts this time? Cai Wenji inquired casually, glancing in the direction of the carriages. Her soul rings had previously been acquired in the Spirit Forest. After all, the Spirit City is in close proximity to the Spirit Forest, typically allowing for a journey of just over a day. Juju Douluo smiled gently. This time, we are venturing to the Stardow Forest. It has been quite some time since I last visited. Let us try our luck there. I wonder if we might encounter a humanoid soul beast. What is a humanoid soul beast? Without a doubt, the concept of a humanoid soul beast was yet another blind spot for Lan. Douluo explained, a humanoid soul beast is one that, after a century of cultivation, faces a significant life choice, either to languidly traverse a fleeting millennium, ultimately accepting the reality of death, or to embark upon the path of transformation. 100,000-year soul beast that chooses to take on human form can accelerate its cultivation speed, striving to break through the 100-level barrier and attain the legendary status of an eternal deity, free from the burdens of mortality. However, once transformed, they must start anew, leveling up just as human soul masters do, sacrificing the formidable powers they should possess after 100,000 years as the price for this choice. Yet, for us true human soul masters, the hope lies in encountering a humanoid soul beast, as it would allow us to procure a 100,000-year soul ring more effectively. After hearing Douluo's exposition, Lan felt as though a whole new world had opened in his mind. He had never imagined that soul beasts could undergo such a transformation. Furthermore, he gleaned a valuable piece of information from Douluo. This title Douluo had undoubtedly encountered humanoid soul beasts before, and specifically within the Stardew Forest. On the Douluo continent, Lan was aware of 4 soul beast forests: the Stardew Forest, the Hunting Forest, the Bewildering Forest, and the Spirit Forest. Among these, the Stardew Forest indisputably harbors the most diverse and advanced soul beast species, as Lan had encountered legendary-level soul beasts there. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, Lan firmly believed that they were plentiful in the Stardew Forest, particularly concentrated in its core area. Elder, which soul beast forest possesses the most comprehensive array of soul beasts? Cai Wenji smiled. A faint smile appeared on Douluo's face as he remarked, of course. The Stardew Forest is the first, followed by the Spirit Beast Forest. If we merely consider the variety of soul beasts, the Spirit Beast Forest seems to harbor a greater abundance than the Stardew Forest. However, when it comes to the age of the soul beasts, the Stardew Forest undoubtedly takes precedence. By the way, young man, what age of soul ring are you seeking? This question momentarily stumped Lan. His 4th soul ring was absorbed beyond the limits. Had it not been for sheer luck, he might have already become a member of the evil soul masters. The memory of the agony during the absorption of his 4th soul ring sent a shiver down his spine. He wished to never endure such pain again, for it was far too perilous. More importantly, he did not want to part from Cai Wenji. Had he arrived alone in this world, every one of his soul rings would inevitably be absorbed beyond the limit. It was precisely because of the myriad concerns in his heart that he became more prudent. After pondering for a moment, Lan replied calmly, 40,000 years. Excellent. Douluo nodded. He had already assessed Lan's innate abilities, given Lan's current physique and mental strength. A 40,000-year soul ring would be perfectly suitable, right on the brink of the limit. The Spirit City lay nearly 500 kilometers from the Stardew Forest, and the entire journey was spent in meditation by all. Yet, one person remained fixated on Lan. Undoubtedly, it was Douluo. From the moment Lan boarded the vehicle, he had been scrutinizing him with great care. Cai Wenji, having awakened from her meditation, noticed Douluo's infatuated gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. Elder, why do you keep staring at my brother? You don't harbor any intentions towards him, do you? Upon being discovered by Cai Wenji with his complex expression, Douluo's countenance darkened, and he hurriedly explained, Wenji, what you say is quite unfounded. I merely find your brother to be a once-in-an-era genius. Not only is he strikingly handsome, but his talents are also extraordinarily remarkable. My curiosity is solely directed towards his innate abilities. Cai Wenji nodded, understanding now. Upon witnessing Cai Wenji's unwavering confidence in her words, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief, for he was acutely aware of his own thoughts. He recognized that Lan's masculine vigor was indeed a rarity, perhaps a result of his innate talent. Frankly, he found Lan to be the most handsome man he had ever encountered, which stirred within him a flicker of admiration. For days later, 2 carriages arrived at a quaint town near the Stardew Forest. From one of the carriages emerged Xiao Wu, and a tall, red-haired man who matched Xiao's stature. Compared to Xiao, this red-haired man appeared even more robust, his muscular physique prominently defined. Upon seeing him, Lan furrowed his brow slightly. The soul power emanating from this red-haired man was not at all inferior to that of Xiao, and his aura was more intense, even bordering on volatile. With the enhancement of his 7th-level hunting skill, Lan was certain that this individual was a power-type battle soul master, specifically one with a fire attribute. After a meticulous observation, he sensed the searing heat of flames emanating from the man. While others might miss this sensation, Lan Having reached the 7th level of the hunting skill, could effortlessly discern the attributes of his opponents. Upon attaining the 8th level, the hunting skill would undergo a qualitative transformation, entering a new phase known as the God of Killing technique. In essence, the hunting skill serves merely as the foundational level of the God of Killing technique. To cultivate the latter, one must first solidify the former, ensuring it is devoid of any flaws. In his previous life, no matter how hard he trained, Lon could never grasp its essence. This lifetime, however, he finally understood the path to ascend to the realm of the God of Killing. Merely relying on the enhancement from soul rings was insufficient. The aid of divine herbs was also essential. It was precisely the fortuitous opportunity gained from the Medicine Valley that allowed Lon to make significant progress in his hunting skill. The fire-wielding man approached Lon with a smile, extending his right hand as he said, "Greetings, I am Yin. I was tracking the whereabouts of the keyboard warrior in Wuhuan City last time, which is why we did not have the chance to meet. I initially intended to surprise you before boarding the carriage, but upon reflection, I decided against it." Lon nodded slightly. Regarding this gesture of politeness, she naturally chose to disregard it. Yin, however, did not take it to heart, as Xiao Wu and Hulaina had already briefed him on Lan's character prior to their arrival. To alleviate the awkwardness, he pretended to grasp at the air, bringing his hand to his nose, and remarked softly, "I never imagined the air here would be so refreshing." Once everyone had disembarked from the carriage, Douluo spoke gently. "Tonight, we shall rest in this quaint town, and we shall set off early tomorrow morning." Upon entering the quaint town, Lon cast a sweeping glance at his surroundings. The town bore a striking resemblance to the one he had previously visited at the Starry Forest. In fact, it was almost identical. Flanking the main thoroughfare were various shops. And after a brief stroll into the heart of the town, the group of 5 settled into a hotel that appeared rather opulent. Once inside, Douluo promptly reserved a room for each individual. It was worth noting that a night's stay here cost no less than 50 gold soul coins. However, for the spirit hall, this trifling sum of a few hundred gold soul coins was inconsequential. After securing the rooms, Douluo ascended to his quarters to rest, while the others intended to dine before retiring. The 5 scanned the hotel's interior and found only a round table near the entrance, just sufficient for their party. Despite sitting together, an atmosphere of profound tension enveloped them. Both Xiao Wu and Lon appeared rather aloof, leaving only Cai Wenji, Hulaina, and Yin engaged in conversation. It was undeniable that the hotel was bustling with patrons. At a glance, numerous large round tables were filled to capacity. At that moment, a group entered from outside, led by a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 50s. Clad in a sleek black outfit, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage reminiscent of Stephen Chow. His hair impeccably styled in a classic gambler's fashion. Adorning his chest was an intricate gold thread pattern that subtly radiated a golden starlight glow. Following closely behind him were 9 young men, seemingly around the age of 22, dressed in matching blue and white spirit master robes, each bearing a prominent emblem on their chests. From the instant this entourage entered, Lon sensed a pungent aura, one that bore a slight resemblance to that of the evil spirit masters. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that these individuals bore no direct connection to the malevolent sorcerers. Yet, there was an unmistakable hint of sinister energy emanating from them, imparting a disconcerting sense of chaos. As the group made their entrance, the hotel proprietor hurried over to greet them, eager to serve them the finest food and drink, likely recognizing them as regular patrons. It was at this juncture that Lon noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Upon the arrival of this group, the other diners hastily settled their bills and departed, their expressions betraying an unmistakable fear. Ultimately, this new group chose to occupy a table adjacent to where Lon and his companions were seated. Once settled, one particularly fearsome-looking young man cast a glance in their direction. Upon spotting Cai Wenji and Hulaina, a peculiar smile crept across his face. "Gee, look at those 2 lovely girls," he remarked, especially the one in the light green dress. "Her skin is so delicate, it appears almost ready to drip." At that moment, the young man seated beside the grim-faced youth, whose face was marred by acne, cast a sidelong glance towards Lon and her companions. He could not help but gasp, saliva pooling at the corner of his mouth. I found myself more drawn to the girl clad in form-fitting attire. She was utterly beguiling. In an instant, the others also turned their gazes towards Cai Wenji and Hulaina. It must be said that both Hulaina and Cai Wenji possessed an irresistible allure. Their stunning features, the alabaster of their legs, and the jade peaks flanking the valley stirred desire among the young men in the group. save for the middle-aged man. They were simply too enchanting. Brothers, how about we drug them tonight and have our way? One suggested eagerly. Indeed, I can hardly contain myself. Let us drag them into the Stardow Forest for a battle that will shake the heavens and move the earth. I'll go first. As my endurance is the least, those of you with greater stamina can follow suit. Though their voices were hushed, Lon heard every word with crystal clarity. In an instant, a short blade materialized in Lan's hand, and with a deft flick, she hurled it forth, piercing the chest of one young man. A scream erupted as he collapsed onto the table. The speed at which Lon struck was astonishing. Even Xiao Wu and Cai Wenji, who sat nearby, were utterly oblivious to his actions. This strike directly pierced the heart of the young man, leaving him no opportunity for survival. Immediately, several individuals at the adjacent table rose in agitation and approached Lon and his companions. Among them, Yin was the first to stand, his eyes shimmering with fiery intensity. As a being of the fire attribute, he was far from the calm demeanor exhibited by Lon and Xiao Wu. His temperament was explosive, ready to reveal itself at the slightest provocation. However, he was puzzled as to why Lon had suddenly chosen to eliminate one of their adversaries. This bewilderment was shared by Xiao Wu and the others, as their table was approximately 4 meters from the opposing group, and their voices were too faint to discern. Had it not been for Lan's extraordinary hunting abilities, they would have been oblivious to the slurs directed at Cai Wenji and Hulaina. As the furious group approached, Yin scoffed derisively, stating, "Does a mere keyboard sect truly believe it can challenge us? The one who dispatched your companion deemed you worthy of death. Consider this a warning to refrain from provoking us, lest you regret it." The middle-aged leader of the keyboard sect showed no change in expression, remaining seated with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. Infuriated by Yan's contemptuous gaze, one of the young men from the keyboard sect charged at him. Despite their similar ages, the disparity in strength was undeniable. Yan merely raised his hand and unleashed a casual punch. The next moment, a dull thud resonated as the young man was sent flying back, crashing into the wall, where a wisp of flame flickered on his chest. After rebounding from the impact, he collapsed to the ground, his complexion turning a sickly shade, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. His heart felt as though it were engulfed in searing flames, throbbing with pain. Then, the young man let out a fierce shout, and from his palm, dark motes of light coalesced into the shape of a black keyboard. Indeed, it was a keyboard, the most inferior kind, with flat keys that offered negligible elasticity. This was his martial soul, the keyboard martial soul. Simultaneously, 4 soul rings began to rise beneath him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple. Undoubtedly, such a soul ring configuration was among the most pathetic in the Douluo continent. Upon witnessing the young man's martial soul, Yin sneered. Although it was a weapon-type soul, he was astonished to discover it was merely a low-quality keyboard martial soul. Truly, keyboard warriors were as fearsome as they were laughable. Chapter 148. The True Power of the Keyboard Sect. Terrifying indeed. Do not be too pleased with yourself, for I shall now reveal my true strength. The young man's expression suddenly grew stern, and in an instant, he began to frantically strike the keyboard. However, it was evident that the keyboard in his hands was utterly inferior, producing a feeble sound. Witnessing this, Yin scoffed disdainfully, thinking it was merely a lackluster martial spirit that lacked any formidable presence. The young man's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and at that moment, his fury was entirely ignited by Yin. With a cold shout, he unleashed his second soul skill, Barrage Arrow. As the command echoed, a surge of azure light erupted from the keyboard, transforming into countless barrage arrows that shot toward Yin. "Is this all you can do?" Yin sneered, then casually stepped forward. Fiery dark red flames erupted from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he had manifested his martial spirit, resembling a monstrous figure radiating flames. Simultaneously, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, slowly ascended from beneath his feet. You are also a soul master." The moment the 4 soul rings appeared, the young man's complexion dramatically altered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that this young man, seemingly of the same age, was also a soul master, and moreover, a remarkably powerful one. The 4 soul rings adorning him were, without a doubt, the hallmark of an exceptionally gifted soul master. Faced with such talent, the young man's confidence plummeted. As the martial spirit manifested, a fierce glint flashed in Yan's eyes. The first and second soul rings on his body illuminated simultaneously, and under their enhancement, his physique swelled dramatically. His clothing tore apart instantaneously, his muscles bulging like granite. and within moments, he had grown to over 3 meters tall, causing the entire hotel to tremble. Seeing this scene, Lan's expression tightened slightly. He too was astonished by Yan's strength. Among soul masters of the same rank, Yan's combat prowess was nearly unrivaled, save for himself. In an instant, Yan made his move. With a low growl, he unleashed a powerful punch, a burst of dark red flames erupting from his fist, seemingly devouring the barrage arrows aimed at him. Realizing the peril, the young man instinctively activated his fourth soul ring. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he had no choice but to unleash his full strength. Fourth soul skill, keyboard smash. With a sharp cry, he grasped one end of the keyboard, which suddenly expanded to at least 5 times its original size, and hurled it toward Yan. Boom. In an instant, his keyboard was shattered, keys flying in all directions. Observing this, Yin chuckled coldly, asserting once more that his martial spirit was nothing more than trash. At that moment, the young man raised his right hand, revealing that several keys had inexplicably materialized upon it, transforming his hand into a keyboard. The instant this keyboard hand took shape, a chilling glint flickered in the young man's eyes as he swiftly launched a punch towards Yan. Yan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated this. In a flash, he bent his fingers again, forming a fist. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided, producing a resounding clang. The surge of fiery energy propelled the young man backwards, crashing him through the hotel wall. Observing this, Yan's gaze turned icy. Witnessing his companion being sent flying, the remaining youths from the keyboard sect revealed their martial souls, yet their power was hardly distinguishable from that of the previous young man. Yan, known for his fierce temper, wasted no words. His fourth soul ring flared to life, its brilliance resembling flames igniting. In an instant, he charged forward, dispatching the remaining youths in less than 3 seconds. I have declared you all worthless. How dare a mere keyboard sect stir up trouble here? Yin cast a cold glance at those sprawled on the ground, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. However, just then, a mechanical keyboard sound echoed, and before Yin could react, he was hurled out of the hotel. The middle-aged man had finally made his move. Come, he shouted coldly, and in the next moment, countless brownish-green light points began to coalesce from his palm. As these points gathered, the man recited peculiar incantations. In reality, I am timid and meek, too afraid to clash with others or insult them, fearing their resentment and retaliation. Yet now, in my true form, filled with ambition, I look down upon the world. I insult my fellow cultivators, for I alone reign supreme. Heaven did not give birth to just one keyboard immortal. I shall spit forth the eternal night. Come. On the peak of immortality, I stand proud in this world. Where there is a keyboard immortal, there is heaven. The great river of keys descends from the heavens. One key across the sky subdues the world. Break free from the mundane. With a key in hand, I shall cleave through the 9 heavens. As the middle-aged man's lips sealed, a keyboard materialized in his grasp, an exquisite mechanical keyboard, each key crafted from high-quality blue switches, emanating a strange glow. Undoubtedly, the quality of the keyboard he held far surpassed that of the earlier youths. 6 soul rings suddenly rose beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and black. Upon seeing this individual, Xiao Wu furrowed his brow. He had not expected this elder to be his soul emperor. Moreover, the configuration of his soul rings testified to his formidable strength. Is someone causing a ruckus? Douluo lay upon the bed, his thoughts drifting to the handsome visage of Lan. However, the sudden tremor of the hotel shattered his tranquil reverie. Casually, he unleashed his spiritual energy to probe the source of the disturbance. Upon discerning the truth, a disdainful smile graced his lips as he resumed his daydreams. Oh, it turned out to be merely a worthless soul emperor. Let those few young ones play with him. To someone of Douluo's caliber, a soul emperor was but a trifling obstacle, and eliminating the middle-aged man would require little more than a flick of his wrist. Inside the hotel lobby, Yin was expelled by the middle-aged man, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. The pressure exerted by the man was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond what he could withstand. It is worth noting that he was still a mere soul zone of over level 40. As his rank increased, the chasm between soul masters widened. Just as Yin attempted to rise from the ground, the middle-aged man gently tapped on the keyboard, and in an instant, Yin felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon him. Have you heard of the Swordmaster? Chapter 149. Kai, brother, do you wish for pleasure? So, you are the one who once caused countless soul masters to feel revulsion. The eyes of Xiao Wu shimmered with an unusual light as he spoke coldly. Hulaina's expression hardened, and she inquired with a faint air of disbelief, "Brother, are you suggesting he is the one who defeated 15 Soul Kings with a mere keyboard? Back then, he seemed to be just a soul zone, correct?" "Indeed, it is he." Xiao nodded, a mocking smile escaping his lips. "I never anticipated my reputation would be so formidable. But do not presume that you will leave here alive. To provoke our keyboard sect is tantamount to a death sentence." First soul skill, Blade of Insatiable Mockery. As the somber command echoed, the sword master furiously struck the keys of his keyboard, producing a melodious symphony of clicks that reverberated throughout the hotel. Soon, countless crimson light points erupted from his keyboard, hurtling towards Lon and his companions. In their swift trajectory, these red orbs gradually transformed into razor-sharp blades. Gazing at the youths before him, the sword master smirked derisively, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would eradicate 5 extraordinarily gifted young men and women? Eliminating such monsters early on would indeed mitigate considerable threats to the future of the keyboard sect. However, just as his expression shifted, a piercing aura suddenly erupted. Countless streams of this chilling energy surged forth from Lan's left wrist, enveloping them all in an instant. A series of sharp sounds echoed, and the swordsman's expression darkened as he realized that his first soul skill had been effortlessly countered. He stared incredulously at Lon, aware that his first soul skill was a century-old technique, virtually unmatched among peers of the same level, especially considering that the opponent's power was purportedly inferior to his own. What astounded the swordsman even more was the apparent absence of a martial soul from the young man before him, as he bore no soul rings. He boldly surmised that Lon must have utilized some formidable soul device to withstand his first soul skill. "Kid, you possess some remarkable abilities. I truly underestimated your strength. If I am not mistaken, your power is merely that of a lowly soul master. Thus, you shall still meet your demise at my hands today." With that, the swordsman's second soul ring ignited with radiant light. He had previously held back, believing that Lon and his companions were not worthy of his full strength. However, he now resolved to unleash his entire power. After all, it would be a disgrace to struggle against mere youngsters. He was acutely aware that they were surrounded by spectators from all corners of the world, and failing to swiftly subdue these few young men would subject him to ridicule. The youths lying on the ground could hardly contain their excitement as they witnessed the middle-aged man prepare to strike, for they finally had the opportunity to exact revenge. But was the reality truly as they envisioned? In the next moment, Lon stepped forward, and a swirling black mist of starlight erupted from his palm, instantly enveloping his body. Accompanied by a roar, a colossal creature materialized from Lan's demonic power, drawing the astonished gazes of all present. "Is that a shark?" someone questioned. For although the entirety of the creature was obscured within the starlit mist, its form bore an undeniable resemblance to a shark. Subsequently, for soul rings descended from above Lan's head, orbiting rhythmically around him. Given such a formidable opponent, Lon had no reason to withhold his strength. If his restraint were to place Cai Wenji in jeopardy, he would never forgive himself. He was determined to eliminate the enemy without delay. "What? This? This is absolutely impossible." The swordsman's face paled as he beheld Lan's 4 soul rings, his shock overwhelming. He could hardly fathom that the young man before him was also a soul master. At first, he boldly speculated about Lan's age. Despite the remarkable talents of the children before him, it was evident that Lon and Cai Wenji were the youngest among them, and naturally, their abilities should be the weakest of the 5. However, he was taken aback to discover that one of the individuals he deemed the least powerful was, in fact, a soul master of the Soul Emperor rank, possessing a soul ring that approached a staggering 10,000 years in age. His eyes fixated on the 4 soul rings pulsating around Lon, his entire being trembling in disbelief. The first soul ring was a millennium old. The second and third rings were a deep purple-black, each aged around 10,000 years. "What kind of prodigy are you? You appear to be no more than 15. How could anyone possibly have a millennium-old first soul ring, along with a soul ring nearing 10,000 years? The swordsman instinctively took a few steps back, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. His thoughts were in utter disarray, shattering his understanding of genius. As a middle-aged man who had navigated the Douluo continent for several decades, he had seen many things, but the strength displayed by Lon conjured numerous possibilities in his mind. A talent of such caliber undoubtedly implied a terrifying background. His sect had spent decades recruiting soul masters to expand their power. Yet their overall strength was merely a speck of dust in the vast desert. They hadn't even reached the threshold of the top 3 sects, with such limited capabilities. Could they possibly provoke the forces behind this young man? The answer was unequivocal: absolutely not. But who was he? He was the swordsman. Since he had already offended this prodigy, why not act swiftly? Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in the swordsman's eyes, and his third and fourth soul rings began to shine brilliantly. Observing the dazzling light of the rings, Cai Wenji leaped in front of Lan with an enigmatic smile, saying, "Brother, I once read an account of a soul master battle in the ancient texts. It is said that one can fight without their martial spirit, which is particularly exhilarating. I wonder if it's true. Would you help me verify it? Fight without a martial spirit?" Gulaina gasped, glancing at the swordsman, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Wenji, are you sending your brother to his doom? This is a soul emperor we are facing. If Brother Lan does not use his martial spirit, he stands no chance whatsoever. To fight without one's martial spirit would only be feasible if the opponent's soul power were beneath that of Brother Lan or at the same level. Even then, it was unlikely anyone could match Lan's extraordinary prowess." Cai Wenji pouted and stepped behind Lan, saying, "Brother, it seems I underestimated him." Chapter 150. Swiftly defeating the Soul Emperor. Had the opponent's soul power level been of the same caliber as his own, Lan might have indeed chosen to forego his martial soul and engage in battle with the swordsman. However, the individual before him was no ordinary soul master, for he possessed an impeccably standard soul ring configuration. The swordsman cast a cold glance at Lan, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "I truly believed you might choose to confront me without your martial soul. Regardless of the formidable forces backing you, none of you shall leave here alive today. Humph. The keyboard sect is nothing but a trash sect. None of you are capable fighters. Wine alone has dispatched all of you worthless scoundrels." Observing the several young members of the keyboard sect, Cai Wenji scoffed in derision. Over the years, her studies extended beyond mere knowledge of martial souls. She had dedicated considerable time to analyzing the numerous sects across the Douluo continent. Aside from the reclusive Haotian sect, the most powerful sects were undoubtedly the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had managed to survive solely due to the presence of two titled Douluos. Otherwise, this so-called strongest support sect would have long since perished. "Little girl, your tongue is quite sharp," the swordsman retorted, his expression fierce and his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a raging inferno as he strode purposefully towards Lan. The fierce aura emanating from him elicited a simultaneous flash of intensity in the eyes of Gulaina and Xiao Wu. Lan coldly commanded, "Step back." As he spoke, a chilling aura abruptly erupted from his body. At that moment, the swordsman had already arrived before Lan. "Kid, I concede that with your innate talent, you are destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the Douluo continent, unmatched by any adversary. However, that day will never arrive, for I shall ensure you do not live to see it." The instant Lan's four soul rings ascended, the swordsman resolved to erase Lan from the Douluo continent. But could he truly accomplish such a feat? What are you even worth? Gulaina couldn't help but chuckle. Though your keyboard may be more expensive and of better quality than those of your subordinates, it ultimately does not change the fact that your martial soul is garbage. If memory serves me right, the mightiest among the keyboard sect's golden keyboard martial souls ranks merely in the lower tier of all martial souls, correct? You. The swordsman seethed with rage, his body trembling involuntarily, teeth grinding audibly. At that moment, he was thoroughly incensed. The oppressive aura surrounding him intensified, and a fierce chill swept towards Lan and his companions. Simultaneously, his fists became enshrouded with a multitude of keys, and as his fingers curled, the crisp and melodious sound of keyboard strokes echoed. He mused, "These youths truly do not grasp the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Instead of kneeling and begging for mercy before such a formidable opponent, they dare to provoke me, clearly disregarding their own worth. But that is fine. The more they provoke, the swifter their demise shall be." Unfortunately, the ones facing a swift death would not be Lan and his companions. Since the moment Cai Wenji was grievously wounded in the soul arena, Lan had secretly vowed to confront any opponent, regardless of their strength, with his utmost power. His most formidable strength was a terrifying attack that transcended all limits. In an instant, the swordsman felt as though the air around him had been suddenly evacuated, and he struggled to breathe. Simultaneously, darkness enveloped his vision, and it felt as though he had entered an unfathomable realm, with a myriad of blood-red lights above him and countless monstrous figures darting around. Boom! Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the swordsman's body was sent soaring backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the hotel wall and creating a large hole. He was propelled over 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. Initially, one would assume he had been struck with a powerful punch. However, A large area of claw marks appeared on his chest, as if he had been raked by a series of razor-sharp talons, crimson blood streaming down his body. What sorcery is this? What have you done to me? Why has my soul power diminished by 2 levels? The swordsman let out a chilling scream, truly gripped by fear in that moment, his very bones resonating with dread. Perceiving the immense surge of energy, Douluo stepped onto the balcony, coldly observing the swordsman sprawled on the ground. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his lips, a disdainful smile gracing his face as he mused in silence. How audacious for a mere soul emperor to boast about slaying a prodigy, especially one with such a wretched martial soul. Before the swordsman could rise, another piercing roar echoed in his ears, and this time he discerned the source of the attack. Yet, what could he do? It was too late for resistance. Suddenly, a colossal entity surged past him, its massive tail sweeping him off his feet. As the swordsman's body spun wildly in midair, countless shadowy blades erupted, the sound of their slicing through the air resembling explosive firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, innumerable dark blades pierced through every part of the swordsman's body, leaving a multitude of bloodied holes spraying crimson life force. At that very moment, everything around them returned to stillness, the onlookers gazing in horror at the now mutilated corpse trembling on the ground. They had all witnessed the immense power of the figure before them, a soul emperor adorned with a flawless configuration of soul rings. Yet, astonishingly, he had been dispatched in an instant by a mere soul zone. The spectators, perhaps oblivious to the intricacies of how Lan had achieved this feat, were left in awe. However, Cai Wenji, Lan's sister, understood all too well why the swordsman had been effortlessly vanquished. Although he was a soul emperor, he was only 2 soul rings ahead of Lan. Yet, Lan's first soul ring was more than sufficient to rival, if not surpass, the purple soul ring he possessed. Furthermore, the disparity in soul power was not vast, with Lan only trailing by a little over 10 levels. A moment's reflection revealed the significant gap between their capabilities. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in the swordsman's lamentable martial soul. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the young companions of the swordsman hastily scrambled to their feet, fleeing in panic. But would Lan truly grant them the opportunity to escape? With a chilling gleam in her eyes, Lan manifested her dual blades, and in a swift motion, the blades soared forth, swiftly eliminating the young men from the Jin clan. Lan's gaze swept across the surroundings, and the onlookers felt as though an immense mountain bore down upon them, rendering them breathless. Witnessing Lan's prowess, Douluo's pupils contracted slightly, a sense of astonishment blooming within him. He had known that the swordsman was no match for Lan, yet he had not anticipated the swiftness of his demise. Hulaina, Xiao Wu, and Yin exchanged glances, their faces reflecting sheer shock. The young man before them had grown even more formidable. Chapter 151. In the north, there is a fish. Its name is Kuan, subscription requested. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lan and his companions finished their meal and ascended to their quarters. While the meal bore little consequence for Lan, it was a rather uncomfortable affair for Cai Wenji and the others, as they endured the weight of numerous astonished eyes upon them. It is believed that maintaining composure under such scrutiny is no small feat without adequate cultivation. Upon returning to their room, Cai Wenji, as usual, insisted that Lan train with her to enhance her physical fitness. For her, training with Lan not only promised a significant improvement in her physical abilities, but also brought her immense joy. They trained vigorously until midnight, leaving the floor in disarray, with faint droplets of moisture scattered about, and an exaggerated spray of a 3-meter white arc gracing the wall. Breathless, Cai Wenji curled up in Lan's embrace. Her face flushed crimson as she pressed her body closer to him. Lan gently embraced Cai Wenji. Although he was not particularly eloquent, his presence afforded her a profound sense of security. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke and the first light of day began to emerge, everyone awoke. Among them, Lan was the earliest riser, having cultivated a commendable routine of rising early each day. However, it is worth noting that within this elite generation, each individual displayed remarkable diligence. Were it not for minor disparities in innate talent, this golden generation would undoubtedly surpass the Shrek 7 monsters in strength. Their industriousness is undeniably unmatched by the Shrek group. Without Tang San's emergence, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that Shrek would amount to nothing. The reasons behind Shrek's rise are widely acknowledged, with Tang San's brilliance playing a pivotal role. Otherwise, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda could not have ascended to the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, nor would the master have broken through the 30th level barrier. After everyone had finished breakfast, the sun gradually ascended from the east, expanding the pale hues of dawn as the sky brightened. The weather today was quite pleasant. Despite the early hour, looking up revealed an exceptionally deep blue sky, imbued with unparalleled purity that instilled a sense of profound comfort. As they exited the small town, the group quickened their pace, for they were now very near the Stardew forest, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away. Among them, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly Cai Wenji, as she eagerly anticipated what kind of Soul Ring Lan's fifth Soul Ring would be. The most crucial aspect is the skills that Lan will acquire. Although it remains uncertain, she is acutely aware that their collective objective is a soul beast with a lifespan of at least 40,000 years. No matter the nature of the soul beast, surviving for such an extensive duration undoubtedly confers significant benefits. After approximately half an hour, the group gradually vanished into the depths of the Stardew forest. Lan was no stranger to this enchanted realm, as most of his soul rings were obtained within its confines. However, each entry evoked a distinct sensation. As they ventured deeper into the Stardew forest, the vigilance of the group reached its zenith, progressing from the periphery into the heart of the forest. They encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts, ranging from those of a century to those of a millennium, numbering in the dozens. Yet, these soul beasts held no relevance for Lan, for his pursuit lay not among those traversing the land, but rather with the aquatic soul beasts dwelling in the water. Empowered by the formidable presence of the spirit Douluo, their journey unfolded smoothly. The smaller soul beasts, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the spirit Douluo, fled far away in fright, ensuring that no foolhardy creature dared approach them. It is essential to recognize that soul beasts possess a degree of awareness. When they detect potent pressure, they instinctively retreat to safeguard their own lives. In this instance, Lan's selection of soul beasts was not particularly clear-cut, as he lacked comprehensive knowledge of their attributes. He understood only that any aquatic soul beast should be intricately connected to his martial spirit. Naturally, what Lan yearned for most were fish-type soul beasts, as such creatures could further augment his speed to an extraordinary degree. For an assassin, speed is undeniably paramount. The swifter one is, the lesser the dangers encountered while hunting adversaries. Young man, what specific type of soul beast do you wish to acquire? The spirit Douluo inquired curiously as they walked. After all, having a clear target could significantly reduce the time required to obtain a soul beast, considering the myriad of soul beasts that populate the Stardew forest, with danger proportionate to their abundance. Even titled Douluo experts would prefer not to linger in such an environment. Lan Dao, known as Ju Douluo, was an astute individual. With just 2 words from Lan, he discerned the type of soul beast she sought. Naturally, within the depths of the lake, the predominant soul beasts would be aquatic creatures. The primary advantage was that these fish-like soul beasts possessed relatively feeble combat abilities, making them easy prey for a formidable warrior such as himself. Although he harbored a disinclination for water, after 3 hours of searching, they finally heard the sound of splashing water, indicating they had reached their destination. Following the sounds, an expansive and boundless lake unfolded before them. The sheer size of the lake was astonishing, its edges disappearing into the horizon, leaving all present in a state of disbelief. Ju Douluo was not unfamiliar with this lake. He had visited it many years prior. Along the lake's shore, numerous soul beasts basked in the sun. Some particularly audacious lobster soul beasts lounged with one claw draped over the neck of another, resembling a brash young man attempting to impress a lady. Before them, a few crab soul beasts ambled sideways, brandishing their claws. Witnessing the large lobster's antics, Yan's expression darkened as he strode over and kicked both soul beasts into the water. Yan's actions elicited exchanged glances between Xiao Wu and Hulaina, both of whom wore faint smiles. As they observed the lively fish leaping in the water, Cai Wenji was particularly exhilarated, recalling the days spent on a deserted island where Lan would grill fish for her daily. Elder Ju, shall we indulge in a barbecue first? Cai Wenji suggested playfully. Certainly. Ju Douluo nodded. Having not eaten since yesterday, it was not due to a lack of hunger, but rather his aversion to the hotel's cuisine. Thus, Xiao Wu and Yin ventured into the woods to gather firewood, while Ju Douluo set about catching fish. It must be said, the fish here were remarkably large. Catching just one was sufficient to feed several people. In addition to fish, he also caught a few smaller lobsters and crabs, which merely required a sprinkle of seasoning to create a delightful meal. Cai Wenji, with a penchant for spicy food, foraged for a plant resembling chili peppers, chopping it finely to create a dipping sauce. Consequently, a sumptuous seafood feast was successfully prepared. In comparison to the seafood meals served in restaurants, this outdoor barbecue was far more delectable, primarily due to its freshness. Just as they were savoring their meal, Yin suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. What is that?" Everyone turned to where Yin pointed, and in the center of the lake, a colossal creature burst forth, its wings flapping in a spiral ascent, clutching a massive shark soul beast in its jaws. In an instant, the gargantuan being swallowed the shark whole. Goodness, that was smoother than swallowing a date whole. Chapter 152. The soul beast of 100,000 years, the cosmic shadow of Kuan. Yin could not help but exclaim in expletives, his body trembling involuntarily as he gazed in terror at the colossal creature before him. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was equally filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Even Zhu Huaguan, a titled Douluo, found it hard to comprehend, his expression growing grave. The massive being that had just devoured the 2,000-year-old shark soul beast was a staggering sight, and it was easy to fathom the immense magnitude of the creature now looming before them. In his eyes, a fervent glow flickered, as he beheld a monstrous creature before him, measuring at least 10 meters in length. This indicated that the beast had existed for no less than 100,000 years. The soul rings he could absorb at this moment had a maximum age of merely 50,000 years, which was undoubtedly the utmost limit his body could endure. Should he forcibly absorb a soul ring surpassing his own threshold, he would risk being consumed by the malevolent energy it harbored, or worse, face bodily explosion. Starry River Phantom Kuan. After meticulously observing the creature's features, Cai Wenji could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Isn't this soul beast supposed to have gone extinct thousands of years ago? Kai, do you recognize this soul beast? Hulaina casually inquired. Cai Wenji nodded gently. I have read about it in the ancient text of the Spirit Hall. This soul beast is known as Kuan, a colossal fish. If classified by the ranks of soul beasts, it belongs to the legendary tier. Moreover, it is evident that this Kuan is a synthesis of 4 different fish. I recall that the texts mentioned that the more fish species involved in the synthesis, the stronger the Kuan becomes, as they cultivate through continuous amalgamation. Did you observe how? After it devoured that shark soul beast, its luster appeared even more radiant? Upon hearing Cai Wenji's remarks, everyone indeed noticed some changes in the creature before them. Its crystalline glow had become noticeably more translucent. Regarding the legend of Kuan, the chrysanthemum Douluo had certainly heard of it, but having lived for a considerable time, this was his first encounter with a legendary soul beast, the Kuan. Kai, please continue to share the tales of Kuan. Hulaina said with a gentle smile on her face. It was not only Hulaina who was curious. The entire group yearned to learn more about the story of Kuan, including the chrysanthemum Douluo, who, despite his familiarity with the name, was unaware of its origins. Cai Wenji continued. In the depths of the ocean, the competition among sea tribes is no less fierce than that among terrestrial creatures. Many fish species are destined to become prey for others. To strengthen their lineage, they attempt synthesis, which essentially involves consolidating all their powers into one. Upon synthesis, new and formidable species emerge, among which Kuan is a prominent representative. I vaguely recall that the most powerful fish in the synthesis of Kuan should be the salted fish, the fish that grazes, the multi-fish, and the wise fish. Furthermore, these 4 species must possess the same age and cannot differ too greatly in rank. For instance, if the salted fish ranks high while the multi-fish ranks low at the same age, the synthesis rank would be adversely affected. This directly impacts the probability of Kuan's synthesis and, more crucially, determines the rank of the resultant creature. However, even when synthesizing with the best-ranked fish, the probability of creating a Kuan seems to be merely 1 in 100,000. The last appearance of Kuan on the Douluo continent was 200,000 years ago, after which it vanished as if into thin air. The magnificent Kuan before us, despite being a legendary soul beast, must continuously consume other fish species to enhance its cultivation. Otherwise, even if it attains the status of a Kuan and is classified as legendary, inadequate strength will ultimately render it nothing more than prey for other soul beasts. The expression on Lan's face stiffened. He had not anticipated that the Kuan before him was also a legendary soul beast. The last time he absorbed the energy bestowed by a legendary soul beast, it had profoundly influenced his growth, not only granting him an unparalleled enhancement of his physique, but also initiating a chain evolution effect on all his soul rings. Undoubtedly, legendary soul beasts are the most formidable of all soul beasts on the Douluo continent, providing the most significant enhancement to soul masters. In simpler terms, when soul masters hunt such aquatic soul beasts, they reap high rewards with minimal investment. This is because the attacks of aquatic soul beasts are not as ferocious as those of the forest-dwelling ones. Rather, their assaults are rather straightforward. Let us go for it. Lan remarked nonchalantly. Are you joking? Zhu Douluo exclaimed in shock, almost instantaneously appearing before Lan, his sharp gaze piercing into him. Do you wish for death? Do you not see that this is a soul beast nearing 100,000 years of age? Moreover, it is a legendary soul beast, and the energy it possesses is certainly beyond your capacity to endure. Brother, perhaps we should reconsider our choice of soul beast, Cai Wenji chimed in, her alarm evident. Although the Kuan is also classified as an aquatic soul beast, its legendary status means its attack power is beyond our imagination. The lineage of legendary soul beasts is derived from ancient soul beast genes, and their bloodlines are undeniably unparalleled by those of common soul beasts. Lan's gaze was imbued with unwavering determination. It is said that once an opportunity to encounter a legendary soul beast is lost, it may never present itself again. Contemplating this, a sudden realization dawned upon Lan. He possessed a hidden ace, the system. With a mere thought, he inquired, System, is it possible for me to absorb this legendary soul beast before me? Ding. The system has initiated the divine creation plan. The creature before you, a Kuan, boasts an impressive cultivation of 100,000 years. Given the host's current mental strength, coupled with his unparalleled physical prowess, it would be impossible to absorb its soul ring. However, there is no need for concern. Proceed boldly, for the system has its own methods. A glimmer flickered in Lan's eyes. Although he did not fully comprehend the system's meaning, he was certain that if the system claimed there was a solution, then there undoubtedly was. All he needed to do now was to hunt down this 100,000-year soul beast. However, Lan had already experienced the ferocity of such a beast. The Titan Great Ape he encountered earlier was one such creature, and the terror of its attack power was still vividly etched in his memory. Elder Zhu, I have made up my mind. Please assist me in hunting this Kuan. Lan's voice was cold, and his tone revealed his unwavering determination to acquire the soul ring of the Kuan. Yet, despite Lan's resolute stance, Elder Zhu remained unmoved. He cast a frosty glance at Lan and replied, Young man, let us instead hunt a soul beast of 40 or 50,000 years for the sake of your safety, as well as our collective well-being. Elder Zhu, you cannot be saying you are incapable of defeating this legendary soul beast? Hulaina whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Yet Elder Zhu, as a titled Douluo, heard her clearly, his senses far sharper than those of others. Elder Zhu's expression darkened. It is not that I cannot defeat it, but rather that I believe it would be unwise to hunt such a legendary soul beast. After all, it has persevered to this day against great odds. Chapter 153, Elder Zhu, did my father strike me? Very well, let us hastily depart from this place. Should it discover us, we would be in grave danger. As I understand, this legendary soul beast is fiercely protective of its territory, and upon sensing intruders, it will launch a frenzied assault. Just then, a chilling growl resonated through the air, as a plume of white mist surged forth from the lake, hurtling towards everyone. The glint in Elder Zhu's eyes intensified. At this moment, hesitation was no longer an option. Even though he wished to avoid a confrontation with the Starry River Phantom Kuan, the circumstances left him no choice. The children before him were vital members of the Spirit Hall, and any misstep would incur the wrath of the Pope. With a fierce roar, he summoned forth a purple-yellow chrysanthemum from his palm, which blossomed under a cascade of luminous specks, his martial soul, the celestial chrysanthemum. Simultaneously, a series of soul rings descended from above him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Seeing the 9 soul rings adorning Elder Zhu, Lan felt a shiver run through him. Witnessing such power firsthand confirmed that Elder Zhu was indeed formidable. However, he was acutely aware that this title Douluo, with his chrysanthemum martial soul, was far from a match for the 100,000-year soul beast. It was essential to note that a 100,000-year soul beast not only possessed intelligence akin to that of an adult, but also wielded formidable abilities. Take the Titan Great Ape. For instance, throughout history, only one individual had ever triumphed over it, and that title Douluo was of unparalleled martial prowess. If the Titan Great Ape's combat strength was thus, how formidable then would a legendary soul beast be? As the fierce and tumultuous aura threatened to obliterate everyone, the third soul ring of Zhu Douluo suddenly radiated with brilliance. With a commanding shout, he unleashed his third soul skill, the aura barrier. In an instant, the petals of the extraordinary chrysanthemum swirled around them, enveloping all within and forming a protective barrier. Originally intended to immobilize foes, he now had no choice but to utilize the aura barrier to withstand the formidable assault of the Starry River illusion beast. In a flash, The colossal aura attack from the starry river Kuan collided with Douluo's aura barrier, resulting in a deafening explosion as the barrier shattered instantly. How could this be possible? Douluo was taken aback, unable to fathom that the overwhelming aura attack from the starry river illusion beast had so effortlessly breached his defenses. Both emanated from aura. Yet the disparity was staggering. Could it be because the starry river Kuan was a legendary soul beast? At that moment, Douluo's heart was a tumult of emotions. However, the onslaught of aura was far from over. It surged relentlessly towards them. A glimmer of determination shone in Lan's eyes as he swiftly sidestepped. Channeling his soul power into his left arm, a gust of wind bursting forth from his wrist, encircling each of them. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated as everyone was swept away by the overwhelming aura. All living beings a mile away were reduced to ash in an instant. Faced with such formidable power, Douluo coughed up blood, astonished by the sheer strength of the legendary soul beast. How could you be so powerful? Gazing at the Kuan, which was more terrifying than the Titan giant ape, his face turned pale as a ghost. After lying on the ground for several seconds, Douluo gradually rose to his feet, his expression twisted in rage, his cold eyes suddenly glistening with a chilling light. Taking a bold step forward, all 9 of his soul rings ignited, their brilliance dazzling beyond compare. The oppressive aura of lethal intent radiated from him, and the starry river illusion beast seemed to sense the imminent threat, letting out a roar as it emanated a crimson glow. A testament to its status as a 100,000-year soul beast, signaling its readiness to engage Douluo in battle. With a gentle push of his toes, Douluo soared into the air, his body flipping gracefully as petals rained down like stars, coalescing into a miniature tornado that rushed toward the starry river illusion Kuan. The tornado, originally composed of petals, swiftly absorbed water from the lake, merging with it to form a magnificent water tornado, powerful and majestic, petals swirling amidst the tempest. Witnessing this, Douluo furrowed his brow, realizing that the hurricane's strength had multiplied exponentially upon encountering the vast body of water. This was the art of leveraging power. The fierce winds howled, and the tornado lamented. At this moment, the hurricane of the chrysanthemum Douluo's soul skill possessed an almost cataclysmic force capable of annihilating everything. However, to the astonishment of the chrysanthemum Douluo, the celestial shadow Kuan effortlessly lifted its wings and casually struck. In an instant, a tempest arose, swirling the clouds and causing the lake's waters to surge, quickly forming a colossal water vortex. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all present turned grave. Was this truly not a case of a father overpowering a son? Yin, on the verge of tears, had initially believed that the chrysanthemum Douluo's soul skill would deliver a formidable blow to the celestial shadow Kuan, only to find that the latter had merely waved a wing, conjuring an enhanced version of the water vortex. Suddenly, the petal water vortex conjured by the chrysanthemum Douluo was engulfed by the super vortex summoned with such ease by the celestial shadow Kuan. Simultaneously, the powerful water vortex surged rapidly towards everyone. Lan's expression turned stern as he unleashed his demonic powers, transforming into a shark and charging towards the water vortex. While the water vortex may possess an unstoppable force for others, it held little power over Lan. This is the essence of the hunting technique. Upon reaching the 7th level, one gains formidable control over water. Thus, Lan plunged recklessly into the heart of the vortex. The center of the water vortex was remarkably tranquil. As Lan entered, he swiftly elevated the hunting technique to its pinnacle, and a white mist began to emanate from his body. As the mist spread, the colossal water vortex conjured by the celestial image of Kuan gradually dissipated. At the moment the vortex vanished, Douluo's expression shifted sharply. In the palm of his right hand, the mystical flower, Tangtianju, spun wildly. In the blink of an eye, a doppelganger appeared beside him, a female figure adorned in a white lace gown, with long white hair, brown skin, and a pair of elongated, pointed ears, her visage identical to that of Douluo. They exchanged a glance, and the female doppelganger transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards the celestial image of Kuan. The speed was astonishing, leaving no trace behind, as the white light swiftly struck Kuan's form. Douluo's lips quivered slightly as he raised his hand and gently pointed. A flurry of golden petals shot forth from between them, transforming into a golden beam that plunged into the doppelganger's body. Subsequently, Douluo's eyes turned fierce, and he let out a low growl, explode. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud erupted, and a surge of energy swept across the land, sending a towering wall of water soaring from the lake. It took several seconds for the water wall to gradually fade, revealing an empty sky. Douluo smirked slightly. Is this it? A legendary soul beast? Hardly impressive. However, at that very moment, a massive figure surged from the lake, catching Douluo completely off guard. With all eyes upon him, a starry light streaked directly towards Douluo. With a thunderous crash, he was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, his flower appearing somewhat wilted. Is this the might of a legendary soul beast? Douluo's anguished screams echoed throughout the Stardew forest as his body crashed through dozens of trees before finally coming to a halt. Yet, just as he began to descend, the onslaught from the celestial image of Kuan was far from over. It opened its mouth as if to consume all, drawing everything around it into its gaping maw. As its swallowing power intensified, it transformed into a fierce gale, launching a brutal attack towards Douluo. In that moment of peril, Douluo sprang from the ground. The flower wilted, leaving a trail of sorrow in its wake, as petals fell like tears of despair. Accompanied by a resounding and powerful sound, the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum erupted from the hands of the chrysanthemum Douluo, transforming into a myriad of petals that filled the sky. These petals coalesced into a colossal tornado of immense destructive force, hurtling toward the violent figure of the starry river phantom Kuan. This marked the 9th soul skill he had unleashed. If this technique proved ineffective against the starry river phantom Kuan, it was likely that their fate would be sealed here today. With a thunderous clash, the formidable wind generated by the starry river phantom Kuan collided with the 9th soul skill of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Yet, it was evident that the chrysanthemum Douluo found himself at a disadvantage. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the gale produced by the starry river phantom Kuan. It was crucial to recognize that this was his final struggle. In this moment, he clearly understood that even with the combined strength of himself and the ghostly specter, overcoming the soul beast was a daunting and terrifying prospect, even in the Douluo continent. Lan's expression shifted with a sudden intensity. He truly did not anticipate that a title Douluo of such repute as the Chrysanthemum Pass would prove so feeble before the formidable Star River illusion Kuan. What could they possibly do? In an instant, a glimmer of light flickered in Lan's eyes as the power of the demonic path enveloped his entire being, transforming him into a shark that whisked away Xiao Wu and the others. Given their current strength, they had little chance against this legendary soul beast, which had existed for 100,000 years. Douluo, pale-faced, managed to rise from the ground and swiftly retreated beyond the borders of the Stardew forest. Within minutes, they had all escaped to the outskirts of the forest. Leaning against a grand tree, Douluo appeared far from favorable, looking quite disheveled, with his clothes completely torn apart by the fierce winds, revealing his fair skin. It must be said that Douluo had taken good care of his body. His skin radiated a lustrous sheen, seemingly as delicate as a petal. After resting for over an hour, his complexion improved significantly, and with the support of Xiao Wu and Yin, he made his way out of the Stardew forest. For now, they could only wait for Douluo to regain his strength before re-entering the forest. As Lan's need for a soul ring was rather outrageous, even they would struggle against soul beasts of 40 or 50,000 years. Not just them, but even Douluo would find it challenging to contend with soul beasts of 50,000 years. Upon returning to the small town and settling into a hotel, Lan began meditating and cultivating. Although he had yet to acquire a soul ring, he did not allow himself to relax. After this calamity, he had rethought his strategy. For the 5th soul ring, he would simply hunt a soul beast of 40 or 50,000 years. As for the stellar illusion Kuan, he was determined to hunt it. But not just yet. He planned to attain his 5th soul ring and elevate his soul power to around level 60 before devising a way to capture the stellar illusion Kuan. This soul-hunting journey had dealt a significant blow to everyone. Had they been strong enough, they would not have been pursued and battered by the soul beasts. Kai, do you think the emergence of such a legendary soul beast in the Stardew forest will lead to conflict among the soul beasts? After all, the Titan giant ape is the king of the Stardew forest, and the sudden appearance of such a formidable soul beast would surely pose a threat to it. Upon entering the room, Hulaina expressed her intriguing thoughts regarding the soul beasts. Cai Wenji furrowed her brow slightly, offering a gentle smile. Sister Na, your question has indeed reminded me. The Kuan is inherently the nemesis of the Titan giant ape. I once came across a legend about these two species, which stated that the ancestor of the Kuan, in its quest to attain divinity, devoured a vast forest, which included the Titan giant ape species. Strictly speaking, the Kuan is not merely an enemy of the Titan giant ape, but of the entire supply chain, as its growth and strength depend on continuously consuming other life forms. Hulaina nodded, expressing her hope that when they re-enter the Stardew forest, this wretched Kuan would be besieged, allowing Lan to take advantage of the situation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two individuals commenced their meditation practice. 5 days later, in the quaint town of Douluo Forest, golden sunlight enveloped the entire area. Lon opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light shimmering within them. Through 5 days of rigorous meditation, his soul power had significantly increased. It is known that the longer one meditates, the greater the enhancement of soul power. During these 5 days, he had devoted himself to this endeavor, striving to directly break through the barrier of level 60 and ascend to the rank of a soul emperor. Of course, it was not only Lon who experienced advancements. Cai Wenji had successfully reached level 49, and it was believed that she would soon attain level 50. Her talent was unparalleled among the support classes of the entire Douluo continent. Additionally, there were also Xiao Wu, Hulaina, and Yin, who had not been idle. After arranging for the servants to deliver meals to the room of Douluo, the three engaged in their own grueling training. Their approach to cultivation was markedly different from Lan's. They entered the small woods daily to engage in combat, not to enhance their soul power, but to improve their physical abilities. They understood that in their current state, the first step to rapidly increasing their strength was to fortify their physical condition. For without a solid foundation, acquiring soul rings would present considerable obstacles. In a room, Douluo had just finished bathing. Upon observing the scars on his body, an overwhelming fury filled his gaze. How could a titled Douluo like him be relentlessly pursued and beaten by a soul beast? If this incident were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly render him a laughingstock within the spirit master community. Yet, as he recalled the power of the legendary soul beast, the starry river phantom Kuan, he could not help but tremble, swallowing his pride with a deep sigh as he exited the room. Upon seeing Douluo emerge, Yin respectfully greeted him. "Elder Ju, are you feeling better?" "Just a minor injury," he replied. "Call them. We are ready to depart." "All right, shall we continue hunting that legendary soul beast?" "Forget it. Let it be for now." Chapter 155. Lured by the soul beast at the mere mention of the starry river phantom Kuan, Douluo shuddered. He had been thoroughly intimidated by that legendary soul beast. When all his soul rings were activated, he had found himself utterly powerless to resist. A humiliation that was undeniably profound. As they set off back into the forest, he specifically instructed everyone not to divulge the incident of his defeat by the soul beast. After a grueling 3-hour trek, they once again reached the depths of the Douluo forest. To avoid detection by the legendary soul beast, Douluo led the group on a considerable detour, arriving at the opposite side of a lake. Although separated by a vast gorge, Douluo could still distinctly sense the aura of the legendary soul beast. "Be cautious, that legendary soul beast is still nearby, and I can feel that it is currently in a state of extreme rage." Douluo spoke softly. Regarding the point raised by Douluo, Lon also felt it. And from the moment he entered the Douluo forest, he sensed an overwhelming aura. It is worth noting that Lan's lineage is derived from the oceanic shark bloodline. The perceptive abilities of sharks in the ocean are undeniably exceptional, with a remarkably keen sense of smell for detecting prey. Furthermore, after absorbing the spirit ring of the thunder-howling shadow shark, Lon experienced a significant enhancement in his sensory faculties, allowing him to perceive that legendary spirit beast with an acuity that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Douluo. As everyone heightened their vigilance and scanned the surroundings, suddenly, a colossal figure emerged within Cai Wenji's line of sight. Unable to contain her astonishment, Cai Wenji exclaimed, "The 5-colored celestial fish." Following the direction pointed out by Cai Wenji, all present displayed expressions of disbelief. They beheld the fish, adorned in dazzling and ever-changing hues, with its dorsal and caudal fins highly developed, exhibiting a deep blue coloration interspersed with black stripes and edged in vibrant red. Its abdominal fins were filamentous, showcasing a blend of red and blue. The head was small, with a pointed snout, while its large, captivating eyes radiated a gentle allure, its movements exuding elegance and charm. It is no wonder that the group was astounded, for the 5-colored celestial fish is renowned as one of the most beautiful spirit beasts of the ocean, a rare and superlative entity whose quality transcends that of all ordinary spirit beasts, second only to the existence of legendary spirit beasts. However, beneath its resplendent exterior, which captivates all who behold it, lies an immensely terrifying lethality. Not only does it possess formidable agility, but it also wields powerful assassination skills, capable of eliminating prey weaker than itself in an instant, leaving no opportunity for escape. Moreover, this represents merely one facet of its predatory prowess when confronted by formidable adversaries. Its strength amplifies significantly, unleashing a skill akin to a domain that instantaneously enhances all its attributes while simultaneously having the movement speed of its foes. Moreover, the five-colored celestial fish is shrouded in an ancient legend, believed to be a descendant of the rainbow dragon, possessing draconic bloodline. The rainbow dragon, a ferocious beast from the primordial era, suffered treachery from other dragons during its tribulation, leading to its failure to ascend and eventual descent into a demonic form. Who could have imagined that such a resplendent lineage harbors such a tragic history? In the realm of Douluo continent, all spirit beasts regard dragons as their ancestors, as the draconic bloodline is overwhelmingly powerful. Even after millennia, the strongest spirit beasts remain those of the dragon lineage. You do not intend to claim it as your spirit ring, do you? Julius Douluo glanced at Lon, discerning the unwavering determination in his gaze. Lon nodded slightly and coldly remarked, "This one will do." Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of despair, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. Alas, I have come to realize that this boy possesses an exceptionally discerning eye, consistently selecting the most formidable opponents. The five-colored divine fish before him, though somewhat familiar, is undoubtedly one of the dominant rulers of the aquatic realm, seldom encountering natural adversaries. Elder Ju, although this soul beast possesses a rather potent bloodline, I believe you should be able to triumph over it, right? Cai Wenji casually inquired. Douluo smiled with a flick of his fingers, a trivial matter. With that, Douluo strode forward, yet as he advanced, his expression abruptly darkened, becoming exceedingly grave. Earlier, he had merely cast a casual glance, neglecting to pay attention to the age of the soul beast. Now, as the entirety of the five-colored divine fish was laid bare before his eyes, he was taken aback. How can it be 40,000 years old? Douluo's body shuddered involuntarily. A 40,000-year-old five-colored divine fish is already extraordinarily formidable. Its power on par with that of a soul Douluo, even surpassing the strength of the majority of soul Douluos. Blast it, a mere plant, Douluo lamented, realizing he had been misled by the soul beast. His earlier impulsiveness now filled him with deep regret. However, having already emerged, could he possibly retreat? Would that not invite ridicule from the children behind him? At that moment, Lon also took note of the magnificent physique of the five-colored divine fish, but felt reassured upon recalling that Douluo was a titled Douluo. Although he would stand no chance against a 100,000-year soul beast, he could still contend with one of this age. Contrarily, Cai Wenji held a different perspective. Despite Douluo's titled Douluo status, the age of the five-colored divine fish far exceeded 40,000 years, rendering it nearly invincible among soul beasts of its rank. She sighed softly, contemplating that Elder Ju was about to face considerable hardship. Soon, the five-colored divine fish spotted Douluo, and its entire form shimmered with a radiant glow. Its captivating eyes blinked gently at Douluo, while its alluring body arched gracefully, revealing an enchanting shape that exuded an exquisite allure. Among all present, Yin reacted the most intensely. He felt an inferno igniting within him. His thoughts were consumed by the five-colored divine fish, captivated by its stunning form. With its curvaceous figure and alluring, glistening rear, particularly its provocative posture, which caused him to nearly lose control, the five-colored divine fish, disregarding Douluo, directed its gaze towards Yin, sending forth an invisible wave of thought that resonated within his mind. Yin trembled as a soft, enchanting voice unexpectedly filled the air. "Young man, come, let us indulge." Chapter 156, The Battle of Mermaids. The soul beast calls him little brother. "I have arrived, my dear." Accompanied by the gentle whispers echoing in his mind, Yin's eyes radiated a fervent glow, completely entranced by the mesmerizing form of the five-colored divine fish. Even Douluo couldn't help but shudder at the alluring figure of the fish. The thought of capturing such a soul beast seemed utterly absurd. If it were to transform into a human form, would it not become an unparalleled beauty? Yet, he was wary of its potential to drain vitality. At that moment, Douluo's heart was a tumult of emotions, but when his peripheral vision caught sight of Lon, the audacious thoughts regarding the five-colored divine fish vanished instantaneously. For his interest in the motherly figure had waned significantly. Instead, it was the strikingly handsome man with a robust physique who captured his attention. Noticing Yan's infatuation with the five-colored divine fish, Cai Wenji promptly unleashed her martial spirit, her fingers delicately plucking the strings of her zither. A melodious and crystalline note resonated, instantly dispelling the fish's enchantment. "What just happened to me?" Yin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though his senses had been shrouded by some unseen force. rendering him unable to reclaim his consciousness. Cai Wenji, having stowed away her celestial zither, calmly remarked, "You were ensnared by its charm. This is a unique skill of the five-colored divine fish. Those with insufficient resolve, once they make eye contact, will be captivated in less than 3 seconds. If the enchanted individual is not swiftly rescued, they will become a puppet devoid of soul, a mere pawn of the five-colored divine fish. It consumes the essence of its enemies' souls to enhance its own power. Therefore, everyone must exercise caution and avoid gazing at it, especially its eyes." After hearing Cai Wenji's explanation, Yin took a few steps back, a sense of trepidation engulfing him. He then turned and positioned himself behind Lan, exclaiming in fear, My resolve is insufficient. You all should stand in front." Lan's expression turned serious as his gaze fixed intently upon the body of the radiant fish, feeling its attention upon him. The fish swiftly glanced back, revealing 2 rows of teeth, seemingly smiling. In an instant, a flicker of azure light flashed from its eyes. And with the emergence of the light, a strange aura surged into Lan's mind. "Dear boy, I find myself quite fond of you," it seemed to whisper. Yet, within Lan's heart, a chilling coldness prevailed. As his pupils constricted, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. And he promptly utilized his hunting skills to expel the voice from his consciousness. At that moment, Douluo had arrived at the location of the radiant fish. His expression suddenly darkened, and his martial spirit quietly manifested, petals cascading upon the water's surface as he advanced towards the fish. The radiant fish's body contracted abruptly, generating towering waves that soared several dozen meters high. "Is that all?" Douluo scoffed, dismissing the waves as inconsequential to him. However, at that moment, from the splashing waves, each droplet instantaneously crystallized into ice, transforming into countless blades that shot directly towards Douluo. Undoubtedly, a fierce battle between man and fish had commenced. Douluo's soul rings illuminated, revealing 3 in total, for he recognized the formidable strength of this soul beast and thus unleashed his most potent abilities from the outset. Man and fish entwined within the depths of the water. Half an hour later, blood began to seep into the water, and suddenly, the radiant fish leaped out, followed closely by Douluo, who now stood upon a bed of petals. The radiant fish crashed heavily before Lan and his companions, indicating the intensity of the battle. Against a formidable opponent like Douluo, this aquatic creature had remarkably endured for half an hour. S. gaze was fixated upon the majestic form of the five-colored celestial fish, which was enduring a harrowing assault. A third of its spiritual scales had been stripped away, and its body bore numerous gashes, the longest of which extended over a meter in length. These wounds were undoubtedly inflicted by the petals of the miraculous sky-soaring chrysanthemum wielded by the formidable Douluo. The blood that flowed from the celestial fish radiated a mesmerizing brilliance, clearly indicating a lineage far beyond that of ordinary soul beasts. At this moment, it lay quietly on the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Yet, its countenance was grotesquely contorted, its features seemingly distorted, with sharp teeth glistening ominously from its petite mouth, and a pair of blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at all present. Witnessing the five-colored celestial fish in such a feeble state, Cai Wenji, being a compassionate girl, felt a surge of empathy. However, her sympathy was not directed towards the soul beast itself, but rather towards the interconnectedness of all life. As the saying goes, all things coexist in a cycle of creation and destruction. Every living being, simply by existing, must inevitably confront its own fate, especially in such an otherworldly realm where only the strong can endure. This principle holds true not only in this world, but also in the perilous realm of the King's continent, where the dangers are even more pronounced. Observing the imminent demise of the five-colored celestial fish, retrieved a dagger from the essence of the wind and approached the creature. With a swift and brutal thrust, crimson blood erupted, rendering the scene profoundly macabre. After several minutes of relentless stabbing, finally rose, shaking off the remnants of the gruesome act, and sheathed the dagger. For the five-colored celestial fish had succumbed to his merciless onslaught. Soon, from the lifeless body of the celestial fish, black specks of light began to coalesce, gradually forming a dark soul ring. Upon witnessing the fish's demise, Douluo regained his composure, speaking calmly, "Young man, you must ponder this carefully. This soul beast is no ordinary creature. From my previous observations, its age is at least 46,000 years. It is a formidable being among its kind. And I wish to impress upon you the gravity of this situation. Its resentment is palpable. After your ruthless actions, that resentment has intensified to a perilous degree. Should you misstep, you may find yourself consumed by it, inadvertently granting it a measure of victory. Understood, replied. His gaze icy as he regarded the soul ring upon the celestial fish's corpse. With a mere thought, the demonic power within him was subtly unleashed, and, guided by his soul force, the five-colored celestial fish's soul ring began to drift toward him. Witnessing this, Douluo could not suppress a sigh of amazement. Well, it seems you have made your choice. Enjoy it fully, but if you feel overwhelmed, do not hesitate to relinquish it. After all, life is of utmost importance. Preserving your existence is paramount, and everything else can be negotiated. Chapter 157. I apologize, but women only influence the speed at which I draw my blade. Lan nodded slightly, acknowledging the response to Douluo. Soon, the dark soul ring descended upon Lan's head, enveloping him in a rich and profound black light. The surging power cascaded down upon Lan like a mighty tsunami. Lan's body resembled an unfathomable abyss, and upon discovering a breach, this terrifying energy surged forth uncontrollably. He could distinctly sense that this force was beyond his capacity to resist. He could only yield to its overwhelming influx. The energy contained within the soul ring produced by the five-colored divine fish was extraordinarily formidable, capable of annihilating all in its path, both tyrannical and divine. In an instant, Lan's expression hardened. Even his evolved physique struggled to withstand the onslaught of this energy. As his soul quivered, faint echoes of screams resonating within him. This voice seemed to emanate from the deepest recesses of his being, yet it felt elusive and enigmatic, leaving Lan bewildered. The sharp pain coursing through his body was unmistakably a sign that the age of the soul ring was beginning to exceed his limits. Undeniably, the power of the five-colored divine fish was extraordinary, rivaling that of legendary soul beasts. Although this particular creature was merely 40,000 years old, absorbing its soul ring felt akin to assimilating that of a typical 500,000-year-old soul beast. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of relief, for his physical form was immensely robust. And with the protection of his external soul bones, he could endure this fearsome energy, bolstered by his formidable mental strength. In an effort to alleviate the pressure exerted by the soul ring and the searing pain that erupted within, he swiftly channeled his hunting prowess to elevate his attributes to their zenith. Yet, Lan understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve for each soul ring. In addition to its inherent formidable energy, harbored the intense resentment generated by the soul beast at the moment of its demise. This was the true test of absorbing a soul ring. Thus, he dared not let his guard down. As the energy flooded in, he intensified his mental focus and infused his soul power into the external soul bones, enhancing his body's resilience. With the bloodline inheritance of a legendary soul beast, Lan remained confident in his ability to absorb the soul ring of the five-colored divine fish, ensuring that he would remain outside the realm of danger. However, before long, his countenance began to darken, growing increasingly frigid. Initially, the energy flowed seamlessly through his limbs and bones, permeating every vein. This was normal, and the energy even began to merge with his own internal power. Yet, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. This energy appeared to be undergoing a mutation. Indeed, Lan was resolute that this energy was indeed mutating, opposing the original energy within him. A chilling aura began to emanate from Lan's eyes, as a faint white mist enveloped his form, causing everything in the vicinity to crystallize with frost. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped Lan's vision, and his soul was immediately transported to an unknown realm. Before him lay an expanse of ocean, beneath a boundless azure sky devoid of clouds. What place is this? Lan stood at the center of the vast ocean, gazing around in a state of bewilderment. He discovered that this world was wonderfully warm, resembling a new paradise devoid of any malevolence or chill. This is your sea of spirit, the ethereal voice resonated. Sea of spirit? What does that mean? Lan inquired. Just then, a maiden strolled down from the azure sky. Her eyes like sparkling gems, clear and bright, twinkling like countless stars. Her smile revealed two charming dimples, as if the enchanting essence of her spirit was radiating forth, captivating all who beheld her. Approaching Lan, the maiden smiled gently and said, "The Sea of Spirit is, in essence, the realm of your innermost self, a reflection of the place you yearn for in your heart, and also a representation of your darkest world, where an unceasing struggle ensues between the two." Lan scrutinized the young girl before him, realizing that the spiritual realm he was familiar with was not represented by her presence. This girl, whom he had never encountered, had abruptly materialized in his world. Before she could react, a cold glint flickered in Lan's eyes as his right hand rose, conjuring a short blade that appeared from thin air. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into her body, piercing through completely. After withdrawing the dagger, he swiftly aimed another strike at her neck. The girl, clutching her chest in terror, recoiled several meters backward, crying out in desperation, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Yet, in his eyes, there resided only indifference, his expression exuding an icy intensity. As he moved forward, the arcane power of the demonic path was instantaneously unleashed. Strangely, as he released this power, the once azure sky began to transform, gradually morphing into the cloak of night, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. From the depths of this darkness, a colossal shark surged forth, its roar echoing ominously, a true embodiment of ferocity beneath the celestial canopy. How did you discern my entry into your mental ocean? Is it that I lack allure? Is it that I do not captivate you enough? The girl posed her queries, her soul resonating with fervor. Yet, the heart of Lan was beyond her influence. With a mere thought, the shark lunged directly at the girl. Startled, she quickly evaded the beast's assault and then, with determination, launched her own counterattack. Lan transformed into a solitary shadow and charged forward, only to be taken aback as the enormous shark leapt into the air, swiftly pivoting to lunge at the young girl once more, its speed nothing short of astonishing, leaving behind only a streak of azure light. The girl's eyes sparkled with a brilliant radiance, yet before she could make a move, the shark swept her away with a single flick of its tail, subsequently devouring her whole. You possess no emotions. A melodious voice echoed within the belly of the shark. The creature extended its tongue to wipe its mouth clean before vanishing into the depths of the night. The invisible aura of slaughter faded as Lan retracted his martial soul, and the darkness dissipated in an instant. Before him lay the azure sea and cerulean sky, rendering the preceding events as mere interludes. At that moment, however, his brow furrowed, for a warm current began to surge through his veins, instilling him with profound comfort, while his Thunder Champ battle armor radiated an extraordinary glow. Lan boldly speculated that he had likely completed the absorption of the soul ring from the five-colored fairy fish. The energy emanating from it was indeed overwhelmingly potent, and he had an inkling that this soul ring would prove to be extraordinarily formidable. As he opened his eyes, a sharp glint shimmered momentarily within them, akin to a dazzling light. However, it was fleeting. His body seemed to radiate like a miniature galaxy, resembling a celestial body surrounded by twinkling stars. 5 soul rings, 1 purple and 4 black, danced rhythmically around Lan's form. Observing the 5 soul rings adorning him, Lan's expression was one of astonishment. He distinctly recalled his previous configuration of 3 purple and 1 black. Now, it had astonishingly transformed into 1 purple and 4 black. What could have caused such a change? Chapter 158, The Phantom Shadow Domain. Lan attempted to harness the soul power within him, and, upon perceiving the subtle transformation of the external soul bone, a glimmer of astonishment illuminated his eyes. So this is how it is. Lan could never have anticipated that the soul ring of the 5-colored divine fish would resonate with the Thunderchant armor, thereby triggering the growth attributes of the 4th soul ring. Consequently, the longevity of all soul rings had increased, and the 4th soul ring had now evolved to an impressive 60,000 years. The 5th soul ring had similarly attained the same age, leaving no doubt that his body had reached its energy-carrying limit. As Lan absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring with such remarkable speed, Douluo gazed in disbelief. He had never witnessed anyone absorb a soul ring so swiftly, accomplishing it in a mere few hours. "Young man, you truly are a prodigy," exclaimed Douluo in astonishment. Xiao Wu stood completely dumbfounded, his expression one of shock as he stared at Lan. It was as if the words stunned were written across their faces. As soul masters, they had all experienced the arduous process of absorbing soul rings, yet each of them pondered one question: why was their experience so vastly different from Lan's? It was important to note that the soul ring Lan was absorbing was nearly 50,000 years old, and throughout the entire ordeal, his demeanor remained icy, betraying no sign of turmoil. This was far too effortless. Everyone harbored serious doubts, suspecting that the soul ring Lan absorbed could not possibly be of 10,000 years. Some even feared they were hallucinating. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. The color of the soul ring was vividly apparent to them, a radiant black halo, undoubtedly a 10,000-year soul ring, with no possibility of error. "Elder Ju, what is happening here?" Yin asked in astonishment, turning to Douluo, eager to uncover the reasoning behind this, as the absorption process differed drastically from his own experience. Douluo furrowed his brow slightly, unable to comprehend the rationale behind it all, for it was simply too incredible. "Xiao Wu, Hulaina," and Yin stared at Lan as if he were a monster. Why was there such a vast disparity among individuals of the same kind? Furthermore, why had the soul rings on his body transformed? How had he accomplished this? Each of them was filled with questions. Brother, please tell us why your second and third soul rings have turned into black 10,000-year soul rings? Cai Wenji could not contain her curiosity. Everyone else nodded in agreement, eager to uncover the mystery behind this phenomenon. Lan gazed at the soul rings adorning his body, poised to speak when, suddenly, a peculiar radiance erupted forth from within him. 5 beams of distinct colors shot out, their dazzling brilliance almost blinding. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a pair of wings shimmering with iridescent hues. These wings, semi-transparent and composed of the 5 radiant beams, appeared both sacred and inviolable. As this magnificent pair manifested, Lan felt an unparalleled transformation sweeping through his entire being, particularly in his offensive capabilities, which surged to an extraordinary level, akin to a mortal transcending to immortality. What is this? Douluo's jaw dropped in astonishment. Trembling as he exclaimed, "Is this an external soul bone? My goodness!" His gaze burned with envy as he beheld the resplendent wings behind Lan. Despite being a titled Douluo himself, he had never possessed a single external soul bone, while Lan, merely around 13 years of age, had already acquired one. Brother, I never imagined you would possess a second external soul bone, Cai Wenji remarked in disbelief. The shock among the onlookers was profound, but upon hearing Cai Wenji's words, their expressions contorted in disbelief, their minds blank, staring at Lan with an exceedingly complex gaze. Is this a prodigy? This surpasses even the most extraordinary talents. Terrifying. This is utterly fearsome. It is beyond human comprehension. The crowd was left in disarray, as Lan had completely shattered their expectations. They were acutely aware of the rarity of external soul bones. Across the entire Douluo continent, few possessed such treasures. Many had not even encountered a typical soul bone. It is essential to understand that external soul bones evolve alongside their hosts, representing the pinnacle of treasures on the Douluo continent. Furthermore, Douluo was astounded to realize how seamlessly this external soul bone harmonized with Lan. The speed of fusion was beyond his comprehension. Barely had Lan absorbed the soul ring when the soul bone perfectly integrated, a feat unimaginable for an ordinary individual. For Lan, the external soul bone of the 5-colored celestial fish could rival the enhancements provided by the legendary Thunder Sound battle armor, as it granted him an elevation comparable to that of the fabled soul beast, Thunder Sound Shadow Shark. Lan's expression grew solemn as he retracted his pair of wings with his mind, already having settled upon a fitting name for the feathers adorning his back. The wings of the fallen angel, complemented by the splendid wings of the 5-colored fish, would henceforth be known as the light of the demon god. The fallen angel could be referred to as the demon, while the 5-colored fish would simply draw from the divine. My boy, do you truly possess 2 external soul bones? Douluo inquired in astonishment. Lan cast a glance at Douluo. Though no words were exchanged, her eyes conveyed the answer to him. Hiss. Douluo drew in a sharp breath. How utterly monstrous. Brother, what kind of skill did you acquire after absorbing the 5th soul ring? Cai Wenji inquired with curiosity. Lan's previously cold expression softened slightly as he spoke. My 5th soul skill is known as the shadow domain of Qi Wen. When I unleash this ability, my agility is elevated to 100%, allowing me to launch a lethal ambush on my foes in the blink of an eye. For any adversary beneath my strength, the chances of escape are virtually non-existent. However, this is merely one facet. It can be deemed a passive skill. The true essence lies in the activation of the shadow domain of Qi Wen, which enhances all of my attributes by 100%. Within the confines of this domain, the movement speed of all enemies will be diminished by 50%, rendering them nearly immobile. The air within the shadow domain will transform into countless shadows, executing a shadowy assault on my foes. In simpler terms, my agility is augmented by 200%, while all other aspects are amplified by 100%, granting me a collective explosive attack capability. Yet, this was not the source of Lan's astonishment. What truly captivated him was the striking similarity between this 5th soul skill and the 4th. He pondered whether soul skills could indeed merge. Regarding this query, he resolved to have Kai investigate further upon their return. This skill is undeniably formidable, exclaimed Douluo, who had come to regard Lan as the chosen one. One must wonder, in the entire Douluo continent, who possesses such extraordinary talent. It is not merely talent but also luck, a combination that is unparalleled. Lon was utterly astonished to discover yet another soul bone upon the magnificent five-colored fish. At this moment, he found himself grappling with profound skepticism regarding the purported probability of external soul bones appearing. It is said that the likelihood of such a phenomenon is a mere 1 in 100,000. However, having just acquired his 5th soul ring, he had already obtained 2 external soul bones, rendering that statistic utterly inaccurate. It seemed more plausible that the occurrence of external soul bones was indeed more frequent, suggesting that the so-called ancient records were flawed. For now, Lon could only entertain this thought. Moreover, he realized that the enhancement brought by these external soul bones was remarkably significant. When he invoked the light of the demon god, his soul power astonishingly surged by 2 levels from its original foundation, and he was bestowed with a demon god sword. Yet, at this juncture, he deemed it unnecessary to reveal this newfound capability. Having successfully completed our mission, let us embark on our departure, came the soft, feminine voice of Douluo. His tone was peculiar, exuding no semblance of masculine strength, often leaving an odd impression. Elder Ju, I fear we cannot leave just yet, Lon replied nonchalantly. Douluo furrowed his brow slightly. Young man, the Stardow forest is fraught with peril. It is imperative that we depart promptly. Do you intend to reside here? This forest is no place for humans. Hurry and leave. Brother, you haven't possibly advanced to level 60, have you? Cai Wenji exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lon nodded. My soul power has indeed reached level 60, thus we must acquire another mixed soul ring. Douluo's expression changed dramatically, his eyes gleaming with an intense sharpness as he gasped. What did you just say? Lon Dao, Elder Ju, I find myself in need of a soul ring. In truth, I have long since reached the threshold of level 50, with my soul power lying in a state of accumulation. Upon acquiring the 5th soul ring, the energy I had amassed surged forth, propelling me directly to level 58. Coupled with the immense energy of this 5th soul ring, I have now reached the brink of level 60. Therefore, I require another soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. Might you assist me in this endeavor? Elder Ju stared at Lon, his eyes wide with disbelief, while the 3 members of the Evil Moon, who were attempting to relax, exhibited expressions of utter astonishment. Their faces contorted, jaws agape in shock. Cai Wenji, in her excitement, leaped into Lan's embrace and, tilting her head, placed a kiss upon his cheek. Each onlooker was equally taken aback. To ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor at the tender age of 13? A collective gasp echoed through the air, as astonishment washed over them once more. Elder Ju wiped the cold sweat from his brow. As far as he knew, in the entirety of Douluo continent, the most prodigious talent had only just managed to reach the rank of Soul Zone at such a young age. To achieve Soul Emperor status at 13 is unprecedented, a feat not even whispered in legends. It is important to note that each breakthrough at these thresholds signifies a new realm for Soul Masters. Possessing a 6th soul ring brings one tantalizingly close to a qualitative leap. Countless Soul Masters aspire to surpass the realm of Soul Zone, as it promises boundless potential. Moreover, many Soul Masters yearn to break through the 70-level barrier. For those who achieve this milestone secure a significant position within Douluo continent. This threshold represents a true leap in quality. Yet, now, the 13-year-old Lon stands on the precipice of such an achievement, and upon acquiring the 6th soul ring, his soul power is sure to rise further. Elder Ju boldly speculates that, given Lan's extraordinary talent, he will undoubtedly reach level 70 within 3 years, perhaps even sooner. Observing the profound shock on the faces of those around him, Lon felt a sense of bewilderment. He could not comprehend why they were so astonished. Was the elevation of soul power truly so arduous? In comparison to the cultivation methods of his previous life, this advancement seemed trivial. Young man, you have utterly reshaped my imagination. Now tell me, what duration of soul ring do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, Lon casually remarked that anyone from 60,000 years would suffice. Douluo. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the core of the Stardow forest, as a surge of energy swept forth violently. Instinctively, Douluo unleashed his martial soul and conjured a protective barrier to shield the children from the terrifying wave of energy, which obliterated everything in its path, reducing it to mere powder. The water in the lake instantaneously froze into a thick layer of ice, nearly a meter deep. Could this be the clash of tidal Douluos? Judging by the overwhelming energy waves, it bore a striking resemblance to battles only seen among tidal Douluos. This menacing aura seemed even more formidable than that which emanated from Elder Ju. Xiao Wu and his companions huddled closely behind Douluo, each brimming with curiosity about the source of such immense power. Douluo cast his gaze towards the heart of the Star Do forest, where the sounds of combat resonated continuously, exuding an extraordinary intensity. With a mere thought, Lan activated his hunting instincts, his formidable mental energy swiftly extending towards the core of the Star Do monochrome. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and a tremor coursed through his heart as he discovered that 3 soul beasts were engaged in a ferocious battle. The strength of these soul beasts was undeniably on par with that of a tidal Douluo, if not surpassing it. Through his perception, he discerned that 2 soul beasts were assaulting a single one, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. Although one side had the numerical advantage, their combined strength barely matched that of the solitary soul beast. In the interest of the children's safety, Douluo hastily led everyone away. After all, these children represented the future of the spirit hall, and should any harm befall them, he would have no justification to return to BB Dong. However, just as they were about to depart, Lan felt an invisible force silently seize control of him. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. This immense power seemed to enclose him entirely. He called out to Douluo, but his voice went unheard. Suddenly, that force dragged Lan in the opposite direction. In the face of such power, he found himself utterly immobilized. Within mere seconds, he was transported to an exceedingly remote area within the Star Do forest. This location was known as the Bone Region, where countless remains lay scattered, and the aura of death sent shivers down one's spine. Even Lan felt the chilling presence, akin to invisible blades slicing through the air. Despite wearing the thunder armor, he could still sense the sharp sting of these blades against his skin. He dared not lower his guard and scanned his surroundings apprehensively. Out of nowhere, his gaze fell upon a remarkably concealed canyon, within which lay a colossal entity, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The pupils of Lan Tong suddenly contracted, her face filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? Chapter 160. Assisting Kuan with childcare? Lan could hardly fathom that the colossal creature, lying on the brink of death in the canyon, was none other than the legendary soul beast, the Starry River Phantom Kuan, which had triumphed over the formidable Douluo just days prior. At this moment, the Starry River Phantom Kuan was riddled with countless gaping wounds, as if it had been pierced by a multitude of sharp blades. Yet, this was not its most critical affliction. Upon closer inspection, Lan discovered that the creature's back was marred by deep fissures, as though some tremendous force had struck it down. As Lan approached, the Starry River Phantom Kuan raised its head slightly to regard him, and a faint voice resonated in Lan's mind. "Child, do you not seek my soul ring? I am prepared to offer it to you now." The expression on Lan's face suddenly turned grave. The legendary soul beast before him was actually willing to voluntarily sacrifice itself to become his 6th soul ring. Lan stood before the ethereal figure of the Starry River Kuan. Although he yearned for the soul ring of this legendary soul beast, his urgency to acquire this soul ring had diminished. With your current physique and mental fortitude, you are not equipped to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. However, I am willing to sacrifice myself and unreservedly bestow my soul ring upon you, provided you agree to one condition. The faint voice echoed again. "Speak," Lan replied coldly. "You are the strongest human I have ever encountered, and I know that despite your icy exterior, you steadfastly guard the light within. Therefore, I implore you to protect my daughter and ensure her well-being." As these words were spoken, a white crystal orb floated forth from the mouth of the Starry River Kuan, revealing a little girl of 6 or 7 years, currently in a state of unconsciousness. Gazing at the child within the crystal orb, a glimmer sparkled in Lan's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So, it is true that soul beasts can transform into humans? Though he had heard of this legend, he had never witnessed a soul beast's human manifestation with his own eyes. The little girl was adorned in a resplendent, crystalline one-piece gown, her exposed skin radiating a tender whiteness, and her exquisite features appeared as if they had been meticulously sculpted. "Strikingly delicate. I accept," he affirmed. Lan nodded gently. After all, such a small little girl, if discovered to be transformed from a soul beast, would undoubtedly be hunted for her soul ring. Upon seeing Lan acquiesce to his plea, a beam of starlight emanated from the eyes of the Starry Phantom Kuan and entered the little girl's body. She let out a mournful cry, and then fell back into a deep slumber. I have erased her memories. She shall never recall the events of today. Now, let us begin. As the faint voice of the Starry Phantom Kuan gradually faded from Lan's mind, an excruciating wail erupted from its mouth. A lament akin to the song of dolphins, yet imbued with boundless sorrow. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the body of the Starry Phantom Kuan, surging into Lan. Everything around him seemed to settle within a river of stars, with flora and fauna cloaked in a shimmering celestial hue. As this starlight continuously poured in, Lan's form grew increasingly transparent, while every vein within him underwent a profound baptism. He could distinctly feel his soul power surging, zealously shattering one barrier after another. Once the starlight dissipated, the faint voice resonated once more in Lan's mind. "Child, you are the most gifted prodigy I have ever encountered. I hope you will always maintain a heart that is bright and fervent. Soul beasts possess distinctions of good and evil. I wish for you not only to protect my daughter, but also to rewrite the Douluo continent." In that moment, Lan's expression grew even colder. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes radiating an unparalleled brilliance. To rewrite the Douluo continent was no easy feat after the voice of the starry phantom Kun faded. A starry jade pendant appeared in the sky. As Lan raised his hand, the pendant flew directly into his grasp. However, he did not adorn himself with it. Instead, he placed it around the little girl's neck, for this pendant rightfully belonged to her. At that instant, Lan's dark divine power surged forth silently, enveloping him like an immense galaxy. Simultaneously, soul rings began to descend from above his head, black, 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 and red. The immense blood-red halo formed by the energy of the galaxy phantom Kun was the last to manifest, cascading from the heavens with a luminous starry flow, ultimately enveloping Lan. This halo positioned itself as the outermost layer of the remaining 5 soul rings. Upon acquiring this 100,000-year soul ring, all of Lan's soul rings underwent a remarkable evolution. The original first purple soul ring had transformed into a 10,000-year soul ring. Although the 4th and 5th soul rings remained black, they now emanated a faint crimson glow. The legendary energy of a 100,000-year soul ring is immeasurable, as Lan's soul power surged by 5 levels. Even the mighty Titan Great Ape, known as the King of the Forest, could scarcely bestow such energy and sacrifice. Simultaneously, a sudden streak of starlight pierced the sky and surged into Lan's right arm bone. He felt an intense, searing warmth radiating from his arm. As colossal energy vibrated within him, layers of starlight swirling around his forearm, as if flesh and veins were ablaze. After several minutes, the overwhelming heat dissipated, and Lan gazed in astonishment at his arm, which had transformed into a starry hue, appearing semi-transparent, akin to the void itself. Could this be yet another external soul bone? Lan was taken aback by the transformation in his right arm. There was no doubt it was indeed another external soul bone, one produced by a 100,000-year soul beast, and the accompanying energy was undoubtedly formidable. Upon obtaining the soul ring of the galaxy phantom Kun, Lan directly acquired 2 powerful soul skills, supplemented by an additional skill from the external soul bone, totaling 3 skills from his 6th soul ring. It is undeniable that the energy of a 100,000-year legendary soul beast soul ring is truly terrifying. Lan's mental acuity and physical constitution underwent a complete metamorphosis. Given his current attributes, absorbing an 80,000-year soul ring during his 7th soul ring would be a mere trifling matter for him. However, Lan could not help but feel relieved that the soul beast willingly sacrificed itself. Had he attempted to forcefully absorb it, the consequences would have been dire. It is crucial to understand that while the energy absorbed by the human body can seamlessly integrate and enhance all attributes, an overwhelming influx, especially surpassing one's limits, could lead to ruptured meridians or even catastrophic bodily destruction. In this moment, Lan finally comprehended why the system had advised him against attaching soul rings to a second martial soul. This soul-hunting expedition proved immensely beneficial for Lan, as he not only acquired 2 formidable soul rings, but also 2 external soul bones. With a sigh of relief, he gathered the little girl lying on the ground into the breath of the wind and prepared to depart the deadly area. As he exited the perilous zone, he encountered Douluo and his companions, who were approaching in search of him. "Brother," Cai Wenji exclaimed as she leaped into Lan's embrace, having desperately searched for him after his sudden disappearance. "Finally, I found you." Lan raised her hand to wipe away her tears, her previously cold demeanor softening as a gentle smile appeared. "I am fine, Wenji. We can return now." "What exactly happened?" asked Douluo, his tone calm yet inquisitive. Lan recounted the sequence of events to Douluo. Upon hearing it, everyone was left utterly bewildered. Indeed, within a mere few hours, these individuals had completely lost their composure. Lan had shattered their understanding of reality. Each face bore an expression of astonishment, gazing at Lan as though he were a prodigy. Particularly, Douluo's expression was the most intricate. This youth, merely 13 years of age, had already ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor and was on the verge of breaking through to Soul Sage. Such extraordinary talent is unmatched across the entirety of the Douluo continent. Lan directly held onto Cai Wenji's hand and walked towards the outskirts of the Stardew forest. With Zhu Douluo and the others trailing behind them, their minds a blank canvas. Xiao Wu, Hulaina, and Yen, known as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, seemed to be mere specks of dust in comparison to Lan. By the time everyone returned to Spirit City, it was already the afternoon of the fourth day. Upon hearing of Zhu Douluo and the others' return, Bibi Dong immediately grasped her scepter and made her way to the entrance of the papal palace to await their arrival. Her concern for Lan and Cai Wenji remained profound, particularly her affection for Cai Wenji, which resembled a mother's meticulous care and warmth towards her child. From a distance, Bibi Dong observed Cai Wenji, a smile gracing her lips. "Mother, Wenji." Cai Wenji dashed into Bibi Dong's embrace. "Was your quest for the soul ring successful?" Bibi Dong inquired with a smile. Cai Wenji glanced at Zhu Douluo and softly replied, "Not quite." Elder Zhu was thoroughly beaten by a soul beast. Zhu Douluo's face flushed with embarrassment, his expression darkening as he stared at Cai Wenji. He had promised not to disclose this incident to anyone. Yet Cai Wenji had directly revealed it to Her Holiness the Pope, leaving him at a loss for where to hide his face. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and asked, "Did you encounter the Forest King?" "No, we encountered a soul beast even more formidable than the Forest King, a legendary creature known as the Stellar Void Koan. And it is 100,000 years old, possessing terrifying power, far surpassing that of the Forest King." Elder Zhu was utterly defenseless against it. Cai Wenji, being an honest child, recounted Zhu Douluo's misfortune to Bibi Dong. "The Stellar Void Koan?" A hint of surprise flickered across Bibi Dong's face. "Such a creature has not been seen for thousands of years, has it?" Bibi Dong has undoubtedly conducted extensive research on the classifications of soul beasts, and the ethereal figure of the galaxy Koi naturally falls within her purview. In comparison to the master, Bibi Dong possesses a truly profound breadth of knowledge. Her studies on martial spirits, soul rings, and the grading of soul beasts render her the most formidable authority across the entire Douluo continent. Her theories are grounded in substantial evidence, unlike the master, who merely compiles the findings of others and presents them as his own. It is worth noting that Bibi Dong was the first in history to resolve the conundrum of twin martial spirits endowed with unparalleled innate talent. Were it not for Tang San's incessant fortuitous occurrences in the original narrative, she would undoubtedly be regarded as the most gifted prodigy on the Douluo continent, even surpassing Qianren Xue, who possesses a congenital soul power of 20. Strictly speaking, there is no ordinary member within the Tang family. Tang Hao, when confronted by 3 titled Douluos, similarly exhibited extraordinary prowess. A newly ascended titled Douluo managed to decisively overwhelm 3 of them, one of whom was even a 95-level pope. It is not that Xian Xuanji, the chrysanthemum Douluo, and the ghost Douluo are inept, but rather that they have the capacity to unleash their latent abilities at any moment and retaliate in the face of such formidable foes. No matter how exceptional one's talent may be, it pales in comparison to the advantages of extraordinary circumstances. If a single titled Douluo is insufficient, then we shall dispatch several to hunt them down. Yueguan, please enlist the ghost Douluo. The 3 of us shall proceed, Bibi Dong stated with an air of indifference. Your Excellency the Pope, that legendary soul beast has perished. It appears that it was defeated by the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape, and the Emperor Tianqing Bull Python. And this young man managed to seize the opportunity. As soon as this matter was brought up, the chrysanthemum Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Why had such fortune eluded him when he broke through the 90th level barrier? Heavens, why dost thou treat me so unjustly? Is it because I lack sufficient flair? Indeed, such luck seems reserved for only the most monstrous of talents. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with fervent intensity as she gazed incredulously at Lan. Child, did you truly absorb the soul ring of a 100,000-year legendary soul beast? This defies logic. With your current physique and spiritual power, you should not possess the capacity to contain the energy of a 100,000-year soul ring. Lan nodded, feeling no need to conceal the truth regarding the matter. He spoke candidly. It came willingly. Bibi Dong's expression turned to one of astonishment. It came willingly? Was that not akin to a sacrifice? A soul beast voluntarily offering itself to a human? Such a phenomenon defied logic. However, she refrained from asking further. For nothing irked a man more than a woman who pried incessantly with her questions. My dear child, you are indeed exceptionally gifted. It seems you are the chosen one. Bibi Dong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The most powerful genius in the Douluo continent now resided within her spirit hall, and could unifying the continent be far off? Since acquiring Cai Wenji as her adopted daughter, Bibi Dong had completely abandoned her initial ruthless ambition to obliterate Douluo continent. Now, her sole desire was to unify the continent and provide a stable home for the suffering populace. After her astonishment subsided, Bibi Dong gently patted Cai Wenji's little head. Smiling as she remarked, "Wenji, look at your brother. He is working even harder than you. He has already broken through to level 50, and his 5th spirit ring is 100,000 years old." Cai Wenji pouted, replying, "Mother, you mentioned that brother is now a sole emperor above level 60. Bibi Dong shot her a disapproving glance. "Wenji, when did you learn to deceive? How could a 100,000-year spirit ring directly elevate one's spirit power by 10 levels? It's absolutely true, mother." Cai Wenji lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. After brother acquired the 5th spirit ring, combined with his previously accumulated spirit power, he immediately ascended to level 60 before obtaining the 100,000-year spirit ring. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression dramatically shifted, her body trembling as shock overtook her features. She regarded Lan with a gaze that grew increasingly intricate. Was he truly human? Once hailed as the unparalleled genius of the Douluo continent, she found his extraordinary prowess unfathomable. Indeed, there existed a chasm between genius and monstrosity, one soaring above, the other sinking below. Noticing Bibi Dong's dazed demeanor, Cai Wenji continued, "Oh, and mother. Brother also acquired an external spirit bone." "What?" Bibi Dong's face paled again, her body shaking violently, her astonishment beyond words. Her thoughts were in disarray, her bright eyes radiating disbelief. After a few moments, she regained her composure, though her soul seemed yet to return to its original state. She gazed at Lan with a mix of terror and awe, aware that with his talent, he could undoubtedly shatter records and become the youngest and most powerful title Douluo in Douluo continent. What excited her further was the realization that this prodigious youth was right within their spirit hall, if she treated him well and brought him into the fold. The unification of the continent by the spirit hall would merely be a matter of time. "Lan, with your talent, you are destined to become the strongest person in Douluo continent. I have heard from Wenji that you wish to establish your own power?" Bibi Dong inquired with a calm demeanor. Noticing the sudden change in Lan's expression, she smiled lightly and said, "If you are indeed prepared to establish your own power, I can offer my unconditional assistance." Lan did not refuse Bibi Dong's goodwill, yet he also refrained from giving a direct affirmation, fully aware that should he accept her help in forming his own faction, it would fundamentally remain a branch of the Spirit Hall. "I am not yet inclined towards that," he stated candidly. "Then when you do have an inclination, do let me know," Bibi Dong replied with a smile. With that, Bibi Dong led Hulaina, Cai Wenji, and Lan towards her residence. Throughout the journey, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes frequently glanced at Lan. His prodigious talent was undeniably formidable, even instilling a sense of caution within her. If relations were not managed wisely, the prospect of conflict with Lan could yield dire consequences. Before long, they arrived at Bibi Dong's loft, where she had prepared a meal consisting of Cai Wenji's favorite dishes. After dining, Lan intended to commence his cultivation. Despite having continuously broken through barriers during their excursion to the Stardow Forest, he had yet to fully assimilate the energy from the spirit rings. That evening, Bibi Dong entered Lan's room. Observing him in meditation, she chose not to disturb him and carefully sat nearby. As she gazed upon Lan's handsome features, her expression subtly shifted. Talents like his, possessing both beauty and unparalleled ability, were exceedingly rare. After more than 2 hours, Lan finally completed his meditation. "Though your talent is exceptional, advancing at this stage proves to be quite challenging. If you wish to enhance your strength rapidly, I believe I know a place that would suit you well," Bibi Dong remarked nonchalantly. "What place?" Lan replied coolly. A glimmer sparked in Bibi Dong's eyes as she proclaimed, "The City of Slaughter." "The City of Slaughter?" Lan's countenance shifted, for he had never heard of such a place. Bibi Dong continued, "Indeed, it is a place where one can truly grow stronger. The enhancement of one's absolute power must come through real combat, particularly through life and death struggles. I have heard from Kai that you have spent years battling on the edge of life and death, yet those encounters were merely with inconsequential foes, far beneath your capabilities. It is precisely for this reason that your potential remains only partially awakened. True potential must be tested at the precipice of absolute demise to be fully realized. Your current killing intent can only augment certain attributes. But have you ever considered materializing that killing intent? Materializing killing intent?" And Lan's eyes flickered a sharp, chilling glimmer. He had never contemplated that the aura of murderous intent could manifest in such a tangible form. In an instant, Bibi Dong's pupils abruptly constricted, and an intensely frigid aura suddenly emanated from her being. This presence lacked any explosive force, yet when it swiftly enveloped Lan, he was momentarily taken aback. The sheer intensity of the cold caused him to tremble involuntarily, every hair on his body standing on end. Lan could only sense a chilling aura, malevolent and terrifying, as if a great predator had awakened and unleashed a thunderous roar. The overwhelming force surged forth, freezing the very air around him, rendering all things sluggish. A glance at Bibi Dong revealed an expression of extreme coldness. She spoke with a frigid clarity. This is the embodiment of killing intent. When a person's power reaches a truly formidable realm, their killing intent can materialize, transforming from the formless into the tangible. However, such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare, even among titled Douluos. You are strong, I perceive that. I believe you possess a rudimentary understanding of killing intent, for I can sense this terrifying aura emanating from you. Yet, that is far from sufficient. True killing intent can render life and death inconsequential, allowing you to unleash your full potential, even surpassing your limits. It can amplify your attributes several-fold in an instant, and even when faced with opponents far superior to yourself, you will feel no fear. In summary, if you wish to grow stronger, you may venture to the city of slaughter. How do I get there? Lan inquired, intrigued by the mysterious locale. This is a map. Simply follow the directions indicated, and you will surely find your way, Bibi Dong said, producing a piece of parchment from her sleeve and handing it to Lan. Upon examining the symbols on the map, Lan furrowed his brow slightly, for he recognized many locations he had previously visited. I hope you will return within 3 months. It would coincide perfectly with the finals of the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong reminded as Lan turned towards the door. 5 days later, Lan arrived alone at the marked location on the blueprint, where a quaint little town lay before him. Although the town appeared modest in size, the moment he stepped onto its soil, he sensed a suffocating atmosphere enveloping him. Even the air seemed thick and murky, instilling a profound sense of eerie stillness. Lan did not ponder much and directly walked into the town. As he gazed around, he noticed an array of peculiar shops lining both sides, predominantly taverns. With scarcely any ordinary restaurants in sight, Lan stepped directly into a tavern. Upon crossing the threshold, the air grew increasingly murky. The decor within was entirely cloaked in shades of black, creating a stark contrast with the outside world. The atmosphere conveyed a sense of chill and darkness, reminiscent of a hellish realm. At that moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons, with nearly every table occupied. Lan cast a sweeping glance at the individuals present, then quietly unleashed his mental energy to probe their essences. His expression abruptly turned frigid as he sensed an aura of slaughter emanating from one among them. After casually selecting a seat, a service attendant with a stoic demeanor approached. "What would you like to order?" Lan Lang said casually. The waiter's expression darkened slightly. "Very well." A short while later, the waiter approached, bearing a cup filled with a murky liquid. The liquid was a deep crimson, exuding a strong metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Lan's expression turned cold, yet she found nothing peculiar about it. Without hesitation, she lifted the quilt and tilted her head back, swallowing the liquid in one gulp. As the substance coursed through her abdomen, Lan felt her blood surge, as if a wild energy was surging within her. Suddenly, a crimson radiance emanated from Lan's eyes, captivating the attention of those around him, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The boy's blood resonated with the Bloody Mary, suggesting it must be exceptionally delectable. To slay him would grant a taste of that tender blood I have long been deprived of. In an instant, the patrons, seemingly bereft of reason, surged toward Lan with reckless abandon. As Lan rose to his feet, the crimson light in his eyes intensified. In Chapter 163, The Knight's Fear, one cannot deny the sheer strength he possesses. Before Lan could make his move, several men lunged at him with their massive cleavers, their tactics ruthlessly fierce. An aura of slaughter instantly emanated from Lan's being, and in that fleeting moment, he comprehended the truth in Bibidong's words. Only in the face of true violence can one awaken their own murderous intent. Although he had changed significantly since arriving in this world, he remained unyielding in the face of adversaries. In a critical instant, 2 daggers, radiating a chilling glow, materialized in Lan's hands. A swift blur sliced through the throats of the assailants. Scarlet blood erupted from their necks as Lan's speed left no room for retaliation. Without pause, he stepped forward, his gaze transformed into an icy glare. The crimson pupils exuded a ferocious bloodlust, and it seemed as though a chilling aura seeped from every pore of his body. With a delicate step on his toes, Lan instantaneously vanished from his original position. The chilling blades in his hands danced through the air alongside his solitary figure. In the blink of an eye, dozens of men lay lifeless in pools of blood. The final adversary was decisively pierced through from behind by Lan's swift strike. The tavern, once bustling with numerous patrons, now held only Lan and a solitary server amidst the overwhelming stench of blood, as the floor had transformed into a vast expanse of crimson. Lan gently wiped the blood from the blade and calmly exited the tavern. To him, these individuals were no different from ordinary folk. Even the strongest among them was merely a soul master. However, in the interest of expediency, Lan did not afford them the opportunity to unleash their martial spirits. You may strike with ferocity, but I see you are merely a child of about 13. The city of slaughter is not a place for someone like you, one of them remarked. With a swift motion, a shard of cold light pierced the chest of the attendant before returning to Lan's hand. After sheathing the dagger in the essence of the wind, he approached the counter, having come to a profound realization: the denizens of this realm were all but killers, himself included. Here, one must either take a life or risk losing their own. In any case, compassion was a luxury one could not afford. Witnessing Lan's swift brutality, the remaining attendant stood frozen in shock. He had never encountered someone capable of dispatching foes with such rapidity. Within mere seconds, dozens of men, each a soul master, had been slain. Reaching the counter, a glint of determination flashed in Lan's eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a thunderous roar, summoning forth a colossal shark that obliterated the counter into fragments, revealing the ground below. Long before arriving, Bibidong had informed him of the entrance. Indeed, the threshold to the city of slaughter lay behind every tavern's counter. Moreover, during his earlier mental probing, he had sensed anomalies at the counter, reinforcing his certainty. With a resounding crash, the ground opened up, a vast chasm forming as a chilling wind surged forth from the depths below. Lan's expression shifted slightly as he leapt into the abyss below, enveloped instantly by the suffocating darkness. Despite plummeting into the shadows, his countenance remained remarkably serene. He unfurled his mental energy to commence a probing exploration, advancing along an interminable corridor. After traversing an undetermined distance, a chilling voice resonated from all directions, proclaiming, "Welcome to the city of slaughter, the infernal metropolis, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, you may attain all that your heart desires, but the price is your very life." The melodious yet ominous tone darkened Lan's expression as he discerned the formidable strength of the voice's owner. In that moment, his demeanor turned frigid, his instincts urging him to remain vigilant at all times. Continuing onward, he walked for several minutes until, at last, light emerged before him. As he progressed, the illumination intensified, revealing a grand door. Upon exiting the corridor, he was met by several armored warriors, each encased in gleaming armor and wielding hefty broadswords. Among them, one individual sat regally upon a towering steed. "You are the fifth to defy the rules," a deep voice intoned, emanating from the knight clad in black armor atop the horse. Lan disregarded him from the moment he emerged from the corridor. His gaze fixated upon the black city looming behind the armored warriors. This city appeared vastly different from those on the surface, characterized by its imposing black walls and shrouded in an ominous, swirling darkness, as if the very essence of the city were upheld by this eerie mist. What astonished Lan even more was the presence of a violet moon suspended in the sky, merely a few hundred meters from the city itself. After scrutinizing the scene, Lan unsheathed his dagger and strode towards the grand entrance. "I am the dread Night Scott," the figure in black armor declared coldly, wielding a massive sword. "You have defied the rules and must face the consequences. Defeat me, and you may earn the right to enter the City of Carnage." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lan's eyes as he grasped his dual blades and charged directly at Scott. His speed was astonishing amidst the dimming light. He left no trace of a shadow. In an instant, the cold gleam of his blade illuminated Scott's neck. With a resonant clang, Lan was thrust back several meters. Observing the curled edge of his short blade, he discarded it, realizing that Scott's armor was impenetrably formidable. No ordinary weapon could pierce it. Scott let out a sharp command, and his warhorse suddenly surged forward, propelled by a fierce aura that bore down upon Lan. In that fleeting moment, Lan felt a chilling wave of murderous intent crashing toward him, a presence steeped in the essence of slaughter. Lan instinctively unleashed his martial soul, intending to employ his soul skill to swiftly eliminate Scott. However, when he attempted to activate the soul skill, he discovered that it was inexplicably inaccessible. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense that although the soul skill was unusable, his soul power and hunting prowess remained intact. A tremor coursed through Lan's heart as his thoughts raced with fervor. Perhaps this was the decree of the City of Carnage, where no soul skill held sway. Even soul masters were restricted to their fundamental powers and the forms of their martial spirits. Yet, despite these constraints, Lan remained unfazed. All he required was the possession of soul power, for even in the absence of soul skills, his current prowess allowed him to unleash a force of approximately 5,000 weight with a mere punch. Subsequently, Lan clenched her fists tightly, showing no intention of evading the oncoming Scott. With a tremendous roar, an overwhelming force surged forth from Lan's fists, accompanied by a deafening sound, sending Scott and his warhorse hurtling backward. How could you possess such strength? Chapter 164. The Shock of the Veiled Girl. The might of Lan's punch was utterly formidable. As Scott was propelled away, his armor disintegrated into mere powder, and even the weapon he wielded dissolved into nothingness. Simultaneously, a web of cracks appeared across his chest, with visible streaks of blood that resembled fissures abruptly deepening and extending in all directions across the ground. Observing the marks upon Scott's body, Lan's pupils narrowed slightly. The force of this punch surpassed his initial expectations. Although he had held back some of his strength, its eruption was beyond his capacity to control at will. It is essential to understand that after the enhancement of his hunting skills, the surge of power resonated with the bloodline within him. Casting a glance at Scott, who lay on the ground struggling, Lan strode forward, his shadow elongated by the glowing purple moon. Why you stop? Scott grasped Lan's calf, his face etched with unwillingness. Lan lowered his head, casting a cold gaze upon the grotesquely contorted face of Scott. His fist clenched suddenly, and a crimson radiance began to swirl ominously around it. A chilling aura erupted from beneath his feet, forcefully propelling Scott backward. The expression in Scott's eyes, upon beholding Lan, transcended mere terror. It embodied a profound despair, a gaze devoid of hope for survival. Do not misunderstand me. I merely wish to inform you that you have successfully passed the assessment and earned the right to enter the City of Slaughter, Scott stammered, trembling with fear. The aura emanating from the youth before him was unlike anything he had ever encountered. While most soul masters would instinctively feel trepidation at the inability to utilize their soul skills in such an environment, this young man appeared utterly unfazed, as if his inherent strength rendered him immune to such concerns. Scott retrieved a token and handed it to Lan. Upon accepting the token, Lan glanced at the emblem inscribed upon it before striding forward. As he approached the ominous black gates of the city, a dark mist began to emanate from his being. It was merely a primal response of his physical form, yet the atmosphere surrounding him grew deathly silent and oppressive, instilling a profound sense of dread. The air was tinged with a sharp, metallic scent of blood, as Lan gazed upon the sign hanging above the grand gates. Emblazoned with the name of the City of Slaughter, his expression darkened slightly. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. At that moment, a woman clad in a veil of black fabric emerged from within. She approached Lan, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation. Without a shred of hesitation, Lan followed the woman through the city gates, unimpeded by any obstacles along the way. Upon entering the city, his gaze swept across the surroundings, revealing a realm awash in hues of blue and violet. Illuminated lanterns adorned both sides of the street, casting only blue and purple glimmers. A multitude of people populated the thoroughfare, each engrossed in their own pursuits, entirely oblivious to his presence. Nevertheless, Lan's vigilance remained unyielding, for his instincts whispered that such tranquility was surely deceptive. Who are you? Lan inquired coldly. I am your guide, she replied, and the beacon for every newcomer who arrives here. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Within the span of 12 hours, I shall address all your inquiries. Once those 12 hours have elapsed, this will become your home, and you will officially join the ranks of the City of Slaughter. Do you not wish to inquire how the City of Slaughter came into existence? Or perhaps the rules that govern it? It is worth noting that every newcomer who arrives here typically poses these two questions, the girl in the black veil stated calmly. Lan furrowed her brows and said, Then I must trouble you to explain it to me. The girl in black silk smiled faintly and began. The City of Slaughter has existed for a millennium. According to legend, it is a realm left behind by a formidable soul master who transcended the 100th level. Within these confines, no soul master can wield their skills. Survival hinges solely on instinct and innate strength, with soul power serving as the source of might. As for the rules, they are in essence, non-existent. After 12 hours, once you become an official member of the City of Slaughter, you may act as you wish. Even the title Douluo from outside will find themselves weakened in this place. Their soul techniques rendered ineffective. Under the dominion of the Slaughter King, we have no cause to fear them. In simpler terms, strength reigns supreme here, where life and death are but a fleeting thought. The absence of rules means that every soul within these walls constantly faces the specter of mortality. Moreover, those who cannot survive in the outside world will find refuge in the City of Slaughter. This is something Lon need not inquire about. Even the average person, upon entering this world, would likely lack the qualifications to even approach the gates of the city, let alone pursue their enemies within. Furthermore, the lack of rules in the City of Slaughter is indisputable. Should you arrive here seeking vengeance, you, too, become part of this realm, and your life may be claimed by another at any moment. The so-called protection is, in truth, merely an illusion. I nearly forgot to mention. The City of Slaughter is a paradise of entry, but no exit. Throughout history, only a scant few have managed to leave. Many have attempted escape, only to meet their demise. It is important to understand that the city has endured for a millennium due to its harsh order. There exists a dedicated enforcement team, and the knight you encountered is but one among them. The formidable Slaughter King governs all, and these enforcers have been granted his favor. They are the sole soul masters permitted to employ their soul skills here, with the captain being a titled Douluo and the others ranked as soul Douluo. Of course, should you wish to depart, there exists a path. One must attain victory in the Hell Slaughter Arena to gain the qualification to challenge the Hell Road. And upon breaching its confines, one may escape. However, I must caution you that in the 1,000 years of the City of Slaughter's existence, only 8 individuals have ever emerged from this place, each bestowed with the title of God of Slaughter. In summary, here, it is a matter of success or death. In Lan's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered. The concept of slaughter was not foreign to him. In both his past and present lives, he seemed perpetually immersed in violence. In his previous incarnation, he had executed tasks assigned by his master, whereas in this life, he fought solely for survival. Since encountering Cai Wenji, he understood that this mission would be everlasting. Take me directly to the hellish arena of carnage. Lan's voice was resolute. He wished to squander not a moment of time. The 12-hour protection period held little significance for him. If possible, he would forego it entirely. The girl in black gauze was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Once you enter the hellish arena of carnage, it is a matter of life and death. It is known that less than 1 in 10 who enter ever return. This is the place where our City of Slaughter faces the greatest decline in population. Each individual is permitted entry only once a year, and survival for another year requires triumph in battle. Lan Lung remarked, I am certain. Chapter 165, The Shock of the Veiled Girl. The girl in black gazed with eyes aglow with astonishment. From Lan, she sensed an overwhelming aura, seemingly emanating from the City of Carnage, yet distinctly different. Nevertheless, Lan was the youngest individual she had encountered to have ventured into the City of Carnage, and the audacity to do so at such a tender age was indeed commendable. Lan quietly followed behind the girl in the black veil, unaware that he had already entered the inner city of the City of Slaughter. Along the way, the girl provided him with a comprehensive introduction to everything about this grim metropolis. It was through her words that Lan came to understand that the true essence of the City of Slaughter resided within the inner city. Here, survival depended on 2 harrowing choices. The first was to endure the baptism of the Hell Arena each year, and the second required a monthly contribution of twice the quantity of Bloody Marys, essentially, human blood. Moreover, to obtain sustenance in this place, one must barter with human bones or skulls, underscoring the extreme horror that permeated this world. Gradually, the two of them found themselves at the heart of the inner city, where the inhabitants starkly contrasted with those outside. Almost every face bore a pallid hue, resembling individuals who had endured days of starvation, their bodies reduced to mere skeletons. Occasionally, the chilling aura of slaughter would wash over them, yet it held no significance for Lan. For beside him stood the girl in the black veil, whom he learned was the emissary of the King of Slaughter. In the City of Slaughter, no one dared to infringe upon the King's formidable authority. With her presence, there was a guarantee that for 12 hours, none would dare lay a finger upon him. As they ventured deeper into the inner city, the terrifying atmosphere grew increasingly intense. The surroundings appeared opulent, reminiscent of a frenzied world adorned with vibrant colors, yet the ambience instilled a sense of dread. The air was incessantly filled with boisterous laughter, anguished cries, and an array of unsettling sounds. It would not be an exaggeration to declare this place a hell on earth, perhaps even exceeding such a description. As Lon continued onward, he became the target of numerous scrutinizing gazes. The people lining the streets regarded him as prey, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Despite the apparent luxury, chaos reigned supreme. After a brief trek of several minutes, guided by the girl in the black veil, Lon finally beheld a structure that stood apart from the rest. The building was an irregular cone shape, broad at the base and tapering as it ascended. This was the Hell Arena, the very heart of the city of slaughter, holding the highest status within this grim realm. The girl in the black veil spoke with an air of indifference, guiding Lon into the building while elucidating the nature of the competitions held within. Upon entry, one was to register with their identity token and await the commencement of the match. During this interval, no aggression was permitted. Each group entering the arena consisted of 10 individuals, and regardless of the methods employed, only one could emerge alive. In essence, of the 10 who entered, merely one would survive. To claim victory, one must achieve triumph in every battle. How does one gain entry to observe? Lon inquired coolly. A glass of Bloody Mary, yours or another's, can secure your place, she replied. The girl in the black veil responded rather succinctly. However, should you choose to actively provoke your adversaries, the protection afforded to newcomers will be rendered ineffective. Lon cast a glance at the audience surrounding him. At that moment, a burly man adorned with a tattoo of Peppa Pig strode past him, casting a fleeting gaze in his direction. The corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smirk. And from this individual, Lon could only sense a malevolent aura. In front of the man, Lon coldly commanded, "Hand over the Bloody Mary in your grasp." The man's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the girl in black veils, a fierce crimson light igniting in his eyes. He had been contemplating how to use her as a Bloody Mary once the protection time for newcomers had elapsed, yet she had delivered herself right to his doorstep. With a wicked grin, he declared, "How fortuitous." In an instant, a massive axe materialized in his right hand, striking towards Lon without warning, although his movements were not swift. The force behind them was formidable, an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from him, manifesting as dark waves of energy. "Die!" he bellowed as the axe approached ominously. However, at that critical moment, Lon sprang into action. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. The man felt his abdomen cave in, as an immense energy propelled him backward. Before he could touch the ground, Lan's figure surged forward, with a flicker of black-red light in his left hand. He severed the man's left hand, which clutched the blanket, and caught the blanket effortlessly. In a swift motion, he slashed the man's throat with the other hand. Crimson blood gushed forth, and Lon skillfully collected it, fashioning a fresh Bloody Mary. "Let us depart," he said coldly, glancing at the girl in black veils. She stood frozen, utterly dazed. The man, whom she recognized as having survived 11 matches in the hellish arena, had been effortlessly dispatched by this boy. What kind of overwhelming power could achieve such a feat? Upon entering the arena, without needing Lon to speak, the girl in black veils eagerly volunteered to register him. By this point, she was completely enthralled by Lan's formidable prowess, which left her feeling an unprecedented emptiness. This boy was chillingly ruthless, showing no mercy in his killings. With no intention of lingering, Lon was acutely aware that time was not on his side. Soon enough, the first match in the hellish arena commenced. He officially embarked on his journey of slaughter. As he entered the battleground, 9 fallen ones charged at him like wild beasts, for among the 10, Lon was the smallest in stature. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all 9 fell to the ground, and Lon walked out of the arena nonchalantly, his actions unseen due to his astonishing speed. In less than 5 days, Lon had claimed the lives of hundreds, participating in 30 matches, encountering almost no adversaries capable of pushing him to his limits. Lon meticulously allocates her strength each day. For the true peril does not lie within the hellish arena of slaughter, but rather in the lurking assailants who, sensing her fatigue post-battle, may strike at her weakest moment. Thus, Lon must remain ever vigilant, reserving 1/3 of her power to emerge from the infernal battleground. After a fortnight has passed, Lon has triumphed in 50 contests within the Hell's arena, shattering the long-standing record for victories. As her winning streak continues to grow, so too do the strength and prowess of her adversaries. Consequently, Lan's speed has begun to wane. A month later, a chilling atmosphere envelopes the Hell's arena, shrouded in the acrid scent of blood. As the gates of the arena swing open, 10 figures slowly make their entrance. Lon was among them, the last to step inside. Due to his age, he instantly became the focal point of the gathering. A heavily tattooed woman approached Lon, her lips curling into a mocking smile as she declared, Little brother, you are my first target. Chapter 166. The halo of slaughter. Lan cast a cold glance at the woman, his eyes devoid of warmth, embodying an aura of chilling intensity. The tattooed woman involuntarily gasped, hastily diverting her gaze, for she perceived that Lan's look was imbued with an invisible murderous intent. Even a fleeting glance felt as though her mind would be obliterated in an instant. Once all participants entered the infernal arena of slaughter, they each took their positions around the perimeter of the battleground. It was imperative to understand that among these 10 individuals, only one would emerge alive. Here, emotions were utterly non-existent. However, alliances were forged, as they would unite to eliminate the most formidable among them, the strongest fallen one. Soon, the collective gaze of the remaining 9 converged upon Lan. It was well known that his current record had shattered all previous ones in the hellish arena, rendering him a public figure in the city of slaughter and a common enemy to countless fallen souls. No one dared to contemplate ambushing Lan as they exited the arena. For those who had attempted to do so had met their demise at his hands. Dozens had perished, including several powerful soul masters, yet their objectives remained conspicuously ambiguous. Lan cast a fleeting glance at the 9 individuals before him, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. After spending a month in the hellish arena of slaughter, Lan had undergone a profound transformation. His once frigid demeanor now bore an additional layer of chilling malevolence, emanating an aura tinged with the faint scent of blood, cold and ferocious. It was a palpable essence of inevitable carnage. Here, soul power was not the key to survival, as evidenced by the numerous soul masters who had perished at Lan's hands. Some even at the soul sage level, seemingly superior in rank yet ultimately dispatched with ruthless efficiency. With each confrontation, Lan's aura of slaughter intensified. Undoubtedly, he had not diminished in strength. Rather, he had become increasingly formidable, resembling a relentless killing machine within the infernal arena. A burly man surveyed the others, his voice icy as he proposed, "Let us unite our efforts to eliminate him." The remaining individuals exchanged glances, acutely aware that this young man had shattered all previous records in the hellish arena, a testament to his terrifying prowess. Among them were 4 soul sages and 5 soul emperors, all seemingly powerful, yet none dared to claim they could confront Lan individually. It was crucial to recognize the swiftness of Lan's strikes. Many of his previous adversaries had scarcely had the chance to retaliate before finding themselves on the ground. After a moment's contemplation, the others acquiesced to the man's suggestion, realizing it was one of their few paths to survival. If they did not eliminate this youth first, they would have no chance. No one wished to face such a relentless slayer alone. With a chorus of low growls, the 9 fallen ones each summoned their martial spirits. Among them, 5 wielded weapon spirits, while 4 possessed beast spirits. Although their martial spirits appeared commendable, their quality was rather lacking. It is essential to understand that a soul master's true strength is not solely determined by innate soul power, but significantly influenced by the caliber of their martial spirit. Lan cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his attention drawn to a woman adorned with the tattoo of an abalone. For he was profoundly familiar with the characteristics of fish. It was precisely this familiarity that led him, after a mere cursory glance at the woman, to fixate on a man gripping a black vial. It is noteworthy that the use of soul skills was prohibited in this setting. However, certain soul masters possessed inherently toxic abilities linked to their souls, compelling Lan to remain vigilant. With a low growl, 9 fallen rushed towards Lan. Yet they gravely underestimated his prowess. In an instant, 2 short blades emanating a black-red mist materialized in his left hand. With a deft maneuver, crimson light transformed into afterimages, swiftly slicing across the necks of 2 men. The vibrant blood was immediately consumed by the blades. From the onset of the first battle in the Hell's Arena, Lan had observed that the eternal night became exceedingly ferocious, devouring the blood of slaughtered foes as if to replenish its own aura of carnage. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 9 were dispatched, leaving the remaining 7 utterly stunned. They had not anticipated that their combined forces would so swiftly be diminished by Lan. The pallor of fear washed over the faces of the remaining soul masters as they hastily retreated, instinctively succumbing to the primal fear of death. Although they were all killers by nature, the instinctive response to the specter of death revealed their innate trepidation. This is the essence of humanity, an immutable truth. Even the most fearless individuals will inevitably sense dread when confronted with mortality. Suddenly, Lan charged forward with determination, the short blade in his hand gleaming with a breath-stealing crimson light. As the red radiance flickered, piercing screams echoed through the air, for fallen foes collapsed to the ground. Devoid of any chance against such a formidable opponent, Although Lan was unable to wield soul abilities, the soul rings adorning him bestowed unparalleled power, rendering him unmatched among his peers. Even a typical title Douluo would find it no simple task to extinguish his life. Minutes later, Lan emerged slowly from the arena. The blade in his grasp stained with the vivid red of fresh blood, the acrid scent transforming into a faint crimson mist that swirled around his form. Upon exiting the battleground, he noticed that the Eternal Night had coalesced into at least a pale red halo, reminiscent of a 10,000-year soul ring, though it appeared hazy and ethereal. However, with each fallen adversary, Lan distinctly sensed the potency within him surging, filled with a violent energy and a profound aura of slaughter. By the time he stepped out of the arena, twilight had already descended. As Lan was on the verge of sealing away the eternal night, the ground suddenly trembled. In the next moment, countless figures surged forth from the distance. Their objective was unmistakable. It was Lan. Within mere seconds, several men had rushed to stand before Lan, encircling him without the need for any command, all charging forward in unison. In his eyes, brilliance shone forth, and the eternal night suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. The originally faint red halo grew significantly more intense at that moment. Confronted by a multitude of slayers, Lan's expression turned strikingly fierce. With a mere thought, he swiftly activated his hunting prowess, causing his form to vanish from sight. Like a streak of red lightning, he began to weave through the throng, leaving trails of crimson in his wake. The air was filled with the agonizing screams that resonated throughout the city of slaughter, as scarlet blood splattered everywhere. There were simply too many of these fallen souls. Even with Lan exerting all his strength to eliminate them, they continued to pour in relentlessly, despite Lan possessing overwhelming power. The sheer number of reckless assailants gradually pushed him into a disadvantageous position, and he found himself periodically struck by their blades. Yet, the violence had rendered his body entirely numb. Chapter 167. The Slaughter Halo 2. After several minutes, it finally came to an end. Lan emerged from the heap of corpses, his body marred by numerous grievous wounds. Yet, his will remained indomitable. Despite the severity of his injuries, beneath him lay hundreds of lifeless bodies, the assailants having paid a heavy toll for their aggression. Once freed from the gruesome pile, Lan swiftly sought refuge in a secluded corner. Given his current predicament, a discovery by others could easily lead to a surprise attack. Observing his wounds, Lan maintained his characteristic composure. Throughout the ordeal, he did not even draw a sharp breath. Such injuries had become second nature to him, merely more severe this time. He gazed at the blade known as Eternal Night, its short edge radiating an intensified brilliance, glowing red and translucent, existing in a semi-transparent state. The halo surrounding the Eternal Night had sharpened into clarity, resembling the richness of a 10,000-year aura. Lan profoundly sensed the immense energy concealed within the halo of Eternal Night. This formidable power was undeniably domineering, rivaling that of a 100,000-year soul ring. At present, he remained unaware of the true nature of this halo. He only understood that it thrived on the essence of slaughter. Each time he vanquished an adversary, the halo's luster would subtly shift, and the strength bestowed by Eternal Night was unparalleled. Ever since the emergence of this phenomenon, Lan had grown increasingly formidable in battle, seemingly able to unleash his utmost potential, rendering him perpetually invigorated. After resting for half an hour in a secluded corner, Lan rose and made his way back to his dwelling. Safety was a constant concern outside, requiring vigilance from all directions. Such heightened awareness was immensely taxing on one's stamina, and even Lan was not exempt from this burden. 5 days later, the wounds from his battles had completely healed. One must note that the Thunder armor possessed a remarkable 50% healing capability. At this moment, Lan appeared as though nothing had transpired, coldly striding into the Hell's arena of slaughter. Since the events of that fateful day, he had crafted an arsenal of hidden weapons and concocted various poisons. Remarkably, he had yet to reveal any of his trump cards, and the dark divine power lay concealed. Instead, he relied on Eternal Night, for in the arena, where soul techniques were prohibited, weaponry was undoubtedly the optimal means of combat. As Lan's reputation burgeoned, he garnered a fearsome moniker in the city of slaughter, the Shark God. This title stemmed from the spectral presence of sharks and their roaring cries that accompanied Lan's every strike, a distinctive manifestation of his innate ferocity. As Lan stepped into the arena, he found 9 individuals already present. For the past 5 days, the hellish slaughterhouse had remained closed, devoid of any fatal contests. As Lan's overwhelming prowess had deterred many from participating in such deadly matches, the fewer the challengers, the more apparent it became that facing such a formidable opponent was a futile endeavor. They were merely courting death by entering the fray. Consequently, Lan's aspiration to achieve 100 victories in the shortest possible time became an arduous task. Upon Lan's entrance into the hellish arena, a significant portion of the 9 adversaries trembled in fear, while only 2 or 3 remained foolishly defiant. They were not without intelligence. As soon as the door to the slaughterhouse closed, they swiftly encircled Lan, recognizing that their only chance of survival lay in unity. To defeat him was their only hope. Otherwise, none would escape unscathed. Yet, those who had attempted such tactics before had perished, and the thoughts of the fallen mirrored their own. It must be acknowledged that this approach was indeed their sole recourse, yet they had encountered Lan. The suppression of absolute power could not be countered merely by collaboration. To avoid being overwhelmed, one must possess a collective strength that far surpasses that of the adversary. From Lan's blood-red pupils emanated a terrifying glow, an icy, bloodthirsty aura that swiftly enveloped the entire arena. This formidable presence was akin to an invisible blade of slaughter, threatening to punish any movement within its reach. In just over a month, Lan's soul power had ascended 2 levels. However, he understood that such an enhancement was a mere trifle, overshadowed by advancements in other realms. He sensed that he was undergoing a profound transformation, one distinct from the evolution brought about by external soul bones, representing 2 different natures and levels of progression. Recalling Bibi Dong's words, Lan now comprehended that only through relentless struggle on the brink of life and death could he grasp the essence of combat and truly perceive himself. With a roar, the 9 opponents charged toward Lan. Lan's expression turned grave, his eyes seemingly devoid of emotion. In his gaze, his adversaries appeared no longer as mere humans, but rather as embodiments of a murderous aura. In the shadows, the girl draped in black silk, who once guided the path of death, silently observed Lan. For over a month, she had attended every one of his matches. She discerned an extraordinary essence within this youth. From him emanated an endless aura of slaughter. Yet it was not mindless carnage, for it was tempered by reason. As she witnessed more of his battles, she gradually succumbed to a peculiar attachment, a sentiment she had never experienced before. Gently, she took a lengthy cucumber and savored a bite with a knowing smile before turning to leave. She felt no need to witness the outcome of this fight, for she already knew it. In less than 3 minutes, Lan emerged from the arena of hellish slaughter. His weapon, the eternal night, gleaming with added luster, a testament to the increased duration of this bout. The opponents arranged for him in the arena had grown progressively formidable. Today, he faced 5 soul saints and 4 soul emperors. While the men exiting such a place typically sought the company of women for relaxation, Lan was different. Upon his departure, he returned directly to his dwelling, indulging in a modest meal before resuming his training. By evening, having concluded his meditation, he prepared to return to the arena. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. It was the girl in black silk, who entered carrying a bamboo basket. Upon opening it, she laid out the food on the table, urging him to eat before he departed. Lan was no stranger to the girl. She often brought him meals. Initially, he had declined her offerings, but over time, he accepted her sustenance, for finding food suitable for a normal person in this place was exceedingly difficult. Here, the daily fare consisted of either human blood or flesh. In this city of slaughter, if one lacked sufficient strength, their own flesh could become someone else's meal. At that very moment, a harsh voice echoed from outside, declaring, "He resides here." With a sudden change in expression, Lan placed the hexagonal hidden weapon into the breath of the wind and stepped outside. Chapter 168, The Killing Halo 3. Upon exiting, Lan gently closed the door. The owner of the voice just heard was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wielding a curved blade, flanked by 10 other middle-aged men of similar age. Each appeared to be fully prepared, already unleashing their martial souls, well aware that without summoning their powers in advance, they would stand little chance of resistance. "Are you 007? The man asked coldly. 007 was the code name assigned to Lan upon entering the city of slaughter. Anyone who entered this realm would receive a designation akin to this. In his eyes flickered a sharp, cold gleam, and as the eternal night shifted with a mere thought, a crimson light materialized in his hands. Witnessing this spectacle, the man felt he had already found his answer. The youth before him was indeed the one he sought. Without hesitation, 10 men charged towards Lan. In but an instant, a remarkably sharp bullhorn cleaver was swung down at Lan, the assailant's technique exuding an icy ferocity. Instinctively, Lan raised his hand, wielding a short blade, with a resounding clang. He was swept aside by the force of the blow. From the aura emanating during the previous skirmish, Lan discerned that these individuals were all soul saints of over 70 levels. After witnessing Lan being cast aside, the remaining men launched a renewed assault from various directions. Yet Lan's composure was unshakable, his form flickering like a specter amidst the fray, deftly evading their attacks. In an instant, he materialized before a man wielding a massive iron hammer. The man's face contorted with fear as he stood frozen, seemingly unable to fathom that Lan's target was none other than him. In a flash, a red glow darted across the man's throat, and he crumpled to the ground. As an assassin, each of Lan's strikes found their mark at the enemy's vital points. Those who fell victim to his assault seldom escaped unscathed. After dispatching the middle-aged man, Lan's figure vanished once more. It was crucial to note that these men were soul master-level opponents. Should he linger even for a second, he would surely expose himself to a deadly ambush. Fortuitously, this was the city of slaughter, where soul techniques could not be employed. Otherwise, as a soul emperor facing 10 soul saints, he would undoubtedly be in grave peril, given their concerted effort to bring about his demise. It was highly probable they possessed a martial soul fusion technique. Observing one of their comrades had already fallen to Lan, the remaining men surged forward in a frenzied attempt to overwhelm him. Lan clenched his hands tightly, embodying a furious intensity. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged between the men, and an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped the scene, flashing crimson so swiftly that even the cries of agony were silenced. Within mere seconds, the battle concluded, culminating in the demise of 11 men, including the one named Lan. The girl in black gauze, standing by the window, witnessed the fierce confrontation with her eyes shimmering with a unique light. At the moment she beheld Lan transform into a streak of lightning, her heart trembled violently. Over a month ago, she had led Lan into the city of slaughter, and his ascension in strength had reshaped her understanding. She felt a surge of joy for Lan's progress, for she knew that without such enhancement, survival in this perilous realm was utterly impossible. After all, countless formidable beings lurked here, and even a random passerby might be a fallen soul of the Soul King level. This profound realization stirred feelings deep within her, leading the girl in black to acknowledge her burgeoning affection for the young man. If it were not for her fondness for him, why would she yearn to see Lan? Yet, she chose not to reveal her sentiments to him, for love does not always necessitate words. Merely gazing upon him was sufficient. Upon returning to her room, Lan finished his meal and resumed his training, his thoughts consumed by one person, Cai Wenji. He understood that only through relentless self-improvement could he hope to escape the city of slaughter. After placing the dishes into a bamboo basket, the girl in black quietly departed. In a dark and expansive chamber within the city of slaughter, a tall figure settled into an exceptionally large chair adorned with blue and purple crystals, intricately shaped like a drum tower. Everything else in the room was drenched in deep crimson. The girl in black entered at that moment and respectfully announced, "Shark God has won yet another match." "I am aware," came the response from the shadowy figure, whose silhouette hinted at a slender frame. "The great king. Should we initiate contact with him?" "It has been a long time since such a powerful individual has joined the city of slaughter," the girl in black inquired. "Do you perceive him as strong?" The man seated in the chair countered. She nodded. "Indeed, he is merely 13 years old." The emergence of Shark God feels akin to a colossal black hole, consuming life itself. His soul power is formidable, and his techniques are exceptional, instilling fear in all who witness. "It has been ages since I encountered someone so terrifying. Frankly, even a titled Douluo within the city of slaughter, without utilizing soul skills, would likely find him a daunting opponent. I am certain he possesses many hidden cards, preserving his strength." Upon hearing this, the king of slaughter's expression darkened slightly. "Do you believe he can achieve 100 victories and then challenge the path to hell?" The girl in black lace boldly declared that achieving victory in every battle would likely be a trivial matter for him. With sufficient competitors, he could undoubtedly accomplish it. As for the path to hell, it probably posed no challenge for him either. I am eager to witness the full extent of his power, for since entering the city of slaughter, he has been deliberately concealing much of his strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the king of slaughter. "Are you suggesting that he has never exerted his full strength in the competitions?" Indeed, today, facing 11 soul saints, he required less than 15 seconds, and his prowess instilled a profound sense of dread. The girl in black lace did not hold back, recounting the scene of Lan confronting the 11 soul saints to the king of slaughter. Is he truly that formidable?" The king of slaughter's expression shifted dramatically. This youth had single-handedly faced 11 soul saints and achieved it in under 15 seconds. He pondered inwardly whether he could kill 15 soul saints in the same time frame without utilizing soul skills. The answer was a resounding no, in his view. Eliminating 11 soul saints within 15 seconds was utterly impossible. What terrifying speed of instant death would that require? Oh, great king, what do you propose we do now? Should we recruit him? The girl in black lace had her own ulterior motives in suggesting this, as she secretly wished for Lan to remain here. She had spent countless years in this place and had never encountered anyone who stirred her heart. Undoubtedly, Lan was the first, and he was the one she yearned to protect the most. Chapter 169, The Conclusion of 100 Victories. The arrival of the shark god subscription requested. The primary reason she advocated for recruiting Lan was to prevent him from traversing the perilous path to hell, from which only a handful ever emerged alive. She did not want to see him meet his demise there. If the King of Slaughter were to recruit Lan into the City of Slaughter, it would not only ensure his safety, but also allow her to gaze upon her beloved every day. After a moment of contemplation, the King of Slaughter stated, "This individual undoubtedly possesses the potential for divinity. He must be recruited. With his addition, the City of Slaughter will inevitably become invincible in due time. With him, we shall surely unify the Douluo continent, and then we can sacrifice to the heavens, ensuring the eternal glory of the City of Slaughter. However, before proceeding with this endeavor, I need you to investigate his background. As long as he is not a descendant of the god of slaughter or affiliated with the Spirit Hall, we can recruit him. After all, we cannot provoke either of those two powerful factions, especially the god of slaughter. It is known that those who traverse the path to hell can still utilize soul skills within the City of Slaughter, and I do not wish to see our city meet its demise." The girl in black lace gasped. This was truly terrifying. What if he chooses not to join us? After all, the emergence of each god of slaughter heralds an unprecedented crisis for the City of Slaughter. I recall that our city's teachings have recorded such a warning. The arrival of the god of slaughter brings hellish calamity. In the past instances of the god of slaughter's appearance, the City of Slaughter has paid a grievous price. The King of Slaughter spoke in a deep voice. If he ultimately refuses our invitation and lacks a formidable background, we shall eliminate him to prevent future troubles. As you command, replied the girl in black veils respectfully. Very well, you may depart. Until he declines to join our City of Slaughter, ensure his protection, for in this realm, even the mightiest can fall victim to treachery. The King of Slaughter spoke softly. After the girl in the black veil exited, the King of Slaughter waved his hand, and a rich, dark red liquid surged forth from before him, forming a vast pool of viscous blood in the shadows. He inhaled deeply, drawing the entire pool of blood into his being, revealing two faintly visible fangs in the dim light. In a somewhat dilapidated hut, Lan opened his eyes. After a period of meditation, his soul power had not only been restored, but had also experienced a slight enhancement. An intense chill radiated from his body, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped him. Remarkably, Lan remained unaffected by this murderous energy. His mind was unusually tranquil. Having spent over a month here, the championship of the slaughter arena was now within reach. Each day was consumed by bloodshed, rendering his nerves almost numb. Over a month later, in the Hell Slaughter arena, Lan staggered out, his body weary from the relentless battles. Time had swiftly passed, and he had now spent a full 80 days here, with just 10 days remaining until the originally planned 3-month duration concluded. Only 2 battles stood between him and the championship of the Hell Slaughter arena. This latest combat had brought him to the brink of collapse. In a mere 2 months, thousands of fallen souls had perished at his hands. Yet Lan appeared to crave further hunting. Through his experiences, he had come to realize that this place was a breeding ground for evil soul masters. Though these individuals had not yet fully succumbed to corruption, they bore a 90% resemblance to evil soul masters. Consequently, his slaughter became increasingly fierce, and the very killing intent that surrounded him intensified, propelling his strength to new heights. The protracted duration of his quest for victory was primarily due to the scarcity of participants in the Hell Slaughter arena. As usual, the girl in the black veil brought him his meals, and they happened to cross paths on the way. Upon seeing Lan's fatigued face, she felt a pang of sympathy and quickly supported him towards the hut. With her by his side, even the boldest of assailants would think twice before attempting an ambush. Not to mention the formidable power that lay behind the girl in the black veil. Her own strength was enough to instill fear in any would-be attacker. Once they reached the hut, she prepared a basin of hot water for him to soak his feet. Every time Lan returned from the Hell Slaughter arena, she performed this gesture. Though he felt no romantic inclination towards her, nor any aversion, He recognized that she had saved him on several occasions. Thus, he held a 70% trust in her. At the very least, he sensed that she would not harm him. After soaking his feet, the girl retrieved food from a bamboo basket and placed it on the table. The meal was quite ordinary, yet it consisted of 2 dishes and a soup, an exceptional find in the brutal environment of the slaughter city. As far as Lan had seen, others had resorted to cannibalism when hungry, consuming human flesh, and drinking human blood when thirsty. This was the grim reality of survival in the slaughter city. It seemed as though the fallen souls of this underground city were inexhaustible, as many continued to arrive daily, becoming bloodthirsty wretches. Observing the killing intent surrounding Lan, the girl in the black veil could not help but be taken aback. He was indeed a unique individual, while the rising aura of killing intent might initially seem inconsequential. Beyond the threshold of 100 deaths, even the most seasoned soul masters would undoubtedly be affected by such malevolence. These murderous intents can render individuals bloodthirsty, causing their emotions to fluctuate erratically, ultimately driving them to madness. Upon encountering any living being, they are compelled to annihilate. Yet, you are the most ferocious harbinger of slaughter I have ever encountered, and paradoxically, the sole person untouched by this malevolent aura. Lan glanced at the girl in the black veil before lowering his head to continue his meal. As for this dilemma, he himself was uncertain, yet he had noticed that each time he took a life, the eternal night seemed to undergo a transformation. It was as if all the murderous intent was devoured by this endless darkness. Nevertheless, he possessed the ability to unleash this aura of death at will. In previous contests, he had harnessed this very essence to secure victory at pivotal moments. Observing that Lan exhibited no change in demeanor, the girl in the black veil continued, "With your capabilities, why venture into the outside world? Why not simply join us in the city of slaughter? Here, you could enjoy the finest privileges in the entire Douluo continent. And more importantly, it would empower you to grow even stronger." A chill ran through Lan as he coldly remarked, "If you seek to recruit me, there is no need." Raising his goblet, he drained it in one swift motion and stood, striding directly out. As he watched Lan's silhouette gradually fade from view, the girl in black gauze felt her eyes glisten with tears. "I do not wish to recruit you either. However, if I do not take this course of action, the King of Slaughter will not spare you." Chapter 170. The End of 100 Battles. The Descent of the Shark God. Subscription requested. Upon departing from the cottage, Lan concealed himself within the shadows. His current objective was 5 soul saints. Through his observations over time, he discerned that those possessing such formidable strength were predominantly located within the private trading venues of the City of Slaughter. Apart from the battles in the hellish arena, he assigned himself a daily task to hunt 5 powerful fallen ones. This strategy would swiftly amplify the aura of slaughter around him. To avoid detection, Lan leaped onto the rooftops. He had become a notorious figure in the City of Slaughter, and many weaker fallen ones turned pale at the mere mention of his alias. 007. It must be said that Lan had instilled a profound sense of unrest among the fallen of the city, for his methods were exceedingly ruthless. Any target marked by him was as good as doomed. Before long, Lan found himself atop the trading venue. The crowd was sparse, numbering only a couple of hundred individuals. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his mental probing. In an instant, his spiritual force enveloped the entire trading area. As his mental search continued, the first target materialized. The first target of Lan is a middle-aged man clad in black armor, approximately 50 years of age, a soul sage of level 70. This target poses a relatively effortless challenge for Lan. In the next moment, as he concentrated his thoughts, a crimson radiance flickered in his left palm, coalescing into the form of an eternal knight. Suddenly, he grasped the short blade and deftly hurled it with a swift motion. The man's reaction was incredibly swift. Sensing the imminent threat of death, he immediately summoned his soul energy, and a massive shield materialized in the palm of his hand. Clang! Lan's expression tightened. He had not anticipated the man's vigilance to be so formidable. Reluctantly, he withdrew the eternal knight and leaped into the trading arena. Upon sighting Lan, everyone immediately fled in terror, scrambling to escape the venue. "The Shark God is here. Run for your lives." A ferocious aura of slaughter erupted from within Lan, rendering the shield-bearing man feeling as though he were frozen in place. "If you wish to kill me, do not hesitate to come forth. Though you possess great prowess, even if you achieve 100 victories, you shall never traverse the path to hell unscathed." Confronted with Lan, the man realized his demise was inevitable, yet he would not yield so easily. However, at that moment, the crimson glow of the eternal night in Lan's grasp intensified. Suddenly, A silent crimson beam pierced through the man's chest. Lan stepped out of the trading hall, leaving behind the eternal night. As he exited, he encountered a group of individuals approaching the hall. Lan's expression shifted, his eyes turning crimson, for the remaining 4 targets were among this assembly. The wind howled, and a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. In less than 3 seconds, several lifeless bodies lay on the ground. After casting a glance at the fallen, Lan turned towards a nearby cottage, noting that today's targets were slower than those of previous encounters. Nonetheless, successfully completing the task was a commendable achievement for him. It was noteworthy that the formidable beings of this city of slaughter had met their demise within the hellish arena in just over 2 months. Today, he had taken 1 minute and 25 seconds longer than before. The girl in the black veil spoke calmly. The path to hell is what it is. What is the path to hell? Lan inquired coldly. The girl in the black veil was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Lan to pose such a question at this juncture. Although she had mentally prepared for this moment, she hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Yet, for his sake, she was willing to divulge the secrets of the path to hell. Since you cannot remain here, I shall ensure your safe departure. To love someone is to silently offer everything, even if they remain unaware of the depth of one's affection. After a brief silence, the girl in the black veil continued, the path to hell is a necessary route for every victor in battle. What I must convey is that while you are on the verge of achieving victory, thereby proving your strength, the peril of departing from the path to hell is immense. Where is the entrance? Lan pressed further. The girl's demeanor darkened as she replied, it lies within the hellish arena, the very place where you engage in combat daily. Every soul that perishes there has their blood and spirit consumed by the path to hell. I cannot speak with certainty about what lies within, as I have never traversed it, but I do know that entering guarantees a slim chance of survival. To date, a mere 30 individuals have ventured into the path, with only a scant few managing to return. Without overwhelming killing intent as protection, one is swiftly engulfed by the malevolence of the path. Do you remember when I told you that the city of slaughter is a special realm left behind by a great being who transcended the 100-level limit? This realm is known as the realm of the god of slaughter. To conquer the path to hell is tantamount to gaining the recognition of the god of slaughter's domain. This domain will absorb your own killing intent, forming a unique realm of its own, often referred to as the innate domain of martial souls. Gaining this enhancement equates to passing the trial of the path to hell, consequently bestowing a special domain skill upon you. Typically, this domain skill is only attainable by soul masters who reach the level of title Douluo at the 9th spirit skill, and its appearance is a rare occurrence. With a probability of merely 1 in 10, domain skills, often dubbed as supreme soul skills, can only manifest at such a high level or through innate martial soul abilities. Within one's own domain, personal strength is amplified infinitely, while that of the opponent is suppressed, producing an effect of terrifying proportions. For countless centuries, innumerable formidable individuals have sacrificed their lives for this realm. Although many may never attain the exalted status of a titled Douluo, they are nonetheless willing to embrace peril in pursuit of self-improvement through such means. With a sudden chill in his expression and a glint of fierce determination in his eyes, Lan's heart quivered. This was indeed the domain of the god of death. He had to acquire it. He must acquire it. For this was the very purpose of his arrival here. Upon learning of the path to hell from the girl in the black veil, Lan commenced his rigorous training. As he closed his eyes, a tempestuous aura of slaughter began to emanate from him, causing the girl to retreat in terror. The murderous energy surrounding him sent shivers down her spine. 8 days later, in the arena of hellish slaughter, a roar echoed through the air. The last opponent fell before Lan, pierced through the chest by the evernight blade he wielded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, a spark of exhilaration flickered in his eyes as the terrifying aura of death swirled around him, a chaotic dance of triumph. After 100 battles, he had finally achieved his goal, taking just shy of 3 months. The nearly tangible killing intent coalesced in the air, forming a colossal vortex, while numerous spectators, the fallen, stood petrified, too afraid to move, even to breathe, in the presence of his overwhelming aura. The title of Shark God signified not only the essence of a death deity but also heralded the resurgence of ancient beasts. Chapter 171. The Wrathful Slaughter of Daimubai. Everyone regarded the god of death as the most fearsome entity across the Douluo continent. Since the moment the Shark God entered the arena, no opponent had survived more than a minute in his presence. Most perished in the blink of an eye. The terrifying aura of slaughter caused every fallen soul in the city of slaughter to tremble in fear. The mere mention of the name Shark God instilled dread in the hearts of all. "Congratulations, Shark God." A low, piercing voice suddenly resonated from all directions. The aura of slaughter emanating from Lon was abruptly shattered, repressed, and drawn back into his being, leaving him momentarily astonished. The atmosphere within the hellish arena of carnage surged to an extreme intensity as a blood-red figure descended from the heavens. The cries of the fallen echoed, chanting "King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter," with no intention of abating. Lon lifted his head, his gaze piercing as it fell upon the crimson figure before him. It was a man of imposing stature, enveloped entirely in a grand scarlet cloak. His pallid complexion and blood-red eyes were striking as his body descended from the heavens, seemingly unaffected by the force of gravity. The King of Slaughter looked down upon Lon and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Shark God, deity of the sharks, you have bestowed upon me the formidable aura of ancient beasts, truly remarkable. The 100 victories have not graced us with their presence for many years, yet you, at such a tender age, have achieved this distinction. Very well, I shall bestow upon you the title of Shark God, but I find it inadequate. Therefore, I shall also grant you the title of Shadow Spear Emperor, for you are the most formidable assassin I have ever encountered, without exception. Henceforth, you may freely enter and exit the city of slaughter and shall be recognized as a guest official beneath my command." Lan's expression turned stern as he coldly declared, "No need for that, esteemed King of Slaughter. I have but one purpose for being here, and that is to challenge the Hell Road." The King of Slaughter's gaze sharpened, and he replied, "You may not fully grasp the terror of the Hell Road. Life is but a singular venture. Should you enter, there shall be no chance of return." Undeterred, Lon firmly stated, "My resolve is unwavering. Please, grant me passage to the Hell Road." This day had been long awaited. With merely 2 days remaining until the finals of the Soul Master competition, he must reach Soul City before the grand event, lest the consequences be dire. Cai Wenji would undoubtedly participate, and it was well known that Tang San harbored a deep-seated enmity towards her, which would surely lead to confrontations. It was precisely for this reason that Lon yearned to depart hastily. The King of Slaughter's countenance shifted abruptly as a series of faint crimson halos emanated from him. He felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate the youth before him, adhering to the notion that if one cannot possess something, it is better to destroy it, thus eliminating future troubles. Yet, upon reflecting on Lan's formidable talent and immense power, he found it a regrettable loss. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of red light flashed in his eyes. "If you wish for me to open the Hell Road, there exists a condition you must agree to." Lan's expression turned serious as he coldly inquired, "What are the conditions?" The King of Slaughter replied indifferently, "I require you to kill a man named Tang Hao within 3 years and bring me his head. Otherwise, you shall never leave this place today." Confronted by the ruler of the city of slaughter, Lon understood that he had no means to resist. Before him, he felt as insignificant as an ant. This condition was one he had no choice but to accept. "All right. Very well." The King of Slaughter's tone was chillingly cold. Yet he harbored a flicker of faith in the young man before him, for he was undoubtedly the most formidable genius he had encountered in years. If he could not utilize him and could not eliminate him directly, then the only option left was to use him to dispose of one of the formidable beings that instilled fear in him, the formidable Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lan's eyes, although he had acquiesced to the conditions set forth by the King of Slaughter. He swore that this individual must also be eliminated, for in his eyes, the so-called King of Slaughter was nothing more than a nefarious soul master. A thick crimson mist suddenly emanated from the King of Slaughter, and the immense aura sent Lon staggering back several meters. Was this not the aura of death? Lon furrowed his brow. The energy released by the King of Slaughter was not merely murderous intent, but rather an essence of profound malevolence that rendered his very marrow rigid and frigid in that fleeting moment. The sinister, chilling red ripples gradually dispersed, swiftly enveloping the entire arena within mere seconds. As the path to hell slowly opened, the fallen souls who had been cheering from the audience began to wail in agony. "Let the sacrifices commence." The ominous voice of the King of Slaughter reverberated throughout the hellish arena. In the brief span of mere seconds, all the fallen souls, save for Lon, met their demise, becoming the offerings for the opening of the path to hell. Vivid crimson blood transformed into rivulets, flowing into every crevice of the ground, gradually coalescing into a colossal, blood-red emblem upon the surface. Lon endeavored to unleash his mental prowess, gradually discerning the vast, blood-red emblem before him. That shape, which initially appeared avian, revealed itself to be a bat. Young one, I wish you good fortune on your journey through hell, intoned the voice of the king of slaughter. Sharp and sonorous. As his words faded, Lon felt a sudden emptiness beneath his feet, and everything around him began to dissolve into the ethereal. His body seemed to be tearing apart, and the agony of this rupture compelled him to draw several sharp breaths. As he navigated the nebulous space, Lon sensed an aura of lethal intent enveloping him, providing a protective cocoon akin to an eggshell. It was unclear how much time elapsed, but with a violent tremor, all peculiar sensations dissipated, and the sanguine light surrounding him vanished. Lon cast a sweeping glance at his surroundings and discovered that he was situated upon a circular platform. Upon further investigation, a chilling realization dawned upon him. This place was indeed far more perilous than he had initially envisioned. Everything around him was suffused with a faint blood-red hue, and beneath his feet, the platform's edges descended into a bottomless abyss. Moreover, directly ahead lay a narrow path, barely half a foot wide, capable of accommodating only one pair of feet, leading into an ominous darkness. Taking a deep breath, Lon set forth without hesitation, choosing to traverse this narrow route without seeking alternatives. After more than an hour of walking, the temperature steadily rose, and Lon noticed that the blood pool below was gradually climbing. Initially, it had been approximately 1,000 meters deep, but now it had dwindled to just over 700 meters. 2 days later, in the Pope's Hall, the grand finals of the elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies had commenced. Tang San observed the auxiliary Soul Master Cai Wenji from the Spirit Hall team and remarked to Dai Mubai and the others, "That is the one who once severely injured our teacher. We shall make her our primary target. Once she is dealt with, the competition will become significantly easier." A glint of determination flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he coldly suggested, "Little San, why not eliminate her directly?" Chapter 172, The Wrathful Kill of Dai Mubai 2, subscription requested. Although this was the Spirit City, it was inevitable that casualties could occur in the finals. As long as our performance is convincing enough, we shall prevail. Tang San's expression suddenly hardened as he lowered his voice to a whisper, "Act according to the situation." Both teams stepped onto the arena. The Shrek 7 and the 6 members of the Spirit Hall exchanged fierce glances. The vacant position in the Spirit Hall team was specifically reserved for Lon, a strategic maneuver orchestrated by BB Dong. As the two sides entered the arena, a palpable tension surged, akin to the scent of gunpowder, reaching its zenith in an instant. The Shrek Academy's team moved in unison, a surge of soul power erupting from their bodies. Leading the charge were Dai Mubai and Tang San, both of whom had ascended to the realm of Soul Kings, their 5 soul rings radiating a dazzling brilliance. Dai Mubai's rings consisted of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, undeniably presenting the optimal configuration. In contrast, the configuration of Tang San's soul rings immediately captured everyone's attention, as they exuded an even more formidable presence than Dai Mubai's. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. Following the last encounter where Lon had dealt them a devastating blow, the Shrek 7 had dedicated themselves to relentless training day and night, with Tang San being the most diligent among them. In addition to continually challenging foes of higher ranks, he insisted each night that Xiao Wu engage in physical training with him. The two engaged in tumultuous battles each evening and in pursuit of greater strength. Xiao Wu urged Tang San to hold nothing back and attack her unreservedly. It was worth noting that she was no ordinary individual. Her physique was extraordinarily resilient. During their training sessions, Tang San often found himself questioning his own existence, astonished by Xiao Wu's remarkable endurance. Despite all the strength he possessed, Xiao Wu remained resolute. Unwilling to retreat, her determination unwavering. She harbored similar sentiments towards Tang San, recognizing the formidable prowess of this man. He consistently maintained his dominance over her, showing no signs of fatigue. Each night, they trained until the stroke of midnight, refusing to relent. Behind them stood Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar occupied the back row. The Shrek team arranged themselves in a 2-3-2 formation. As she observed Tang San's soul ring configuration, BB Don's expression turned icy. In this match, Tang San undoubtedly shone the brightest, for his soul rings were truly remarkable. If Lon cannot arrive in time, we may struggle to secure victory in this contest, Jiao Huaguan whispered, striving to lower her voice. From every angle, it seemed that Shrek held the advantage. "I am well aware," BB Don replied coldly. From the previous match, she had gleaned the strength of Shrek's 7 monsters, who had effortlessly triumphed over the opposing team. She could sense that Shrek had yet to reveal all their cards, presumably saving them for a showdown with the Golden Generation today. The master cast a glance at BB Dawn, pondering to himself, "You have become even more beautiful than before, but alas, you cannot tolerate Erlong, and he cannot tolerate you. Otherwise, the two of you could join me." After all these years, the master could not forget this woman. His rise to prominence as a theoretical master in the Soul Master realm was significantly influenced by BB Dawn, who provided him with the foundational texts of the Spirit Hall, enhancing and enriching his theoretical studies. The match commenced. As the deep voice of the Cardinal resounded, the Spirit Hall Academy team sprang into action. Hulaina glided forward gracefully, her form shifting effortlessly to the forefront. A faint, clear smile appeared on her face. And as she unleashed her martial spirit, she became even more enchanting, a fluffy tail sprouting from her back. A soft, rosy glow emanated from her, and her eyes sparkled as they landed on Dai Mubai and Tang San at the front of Shrek. Noticing the composed demeanor of Shrek's 7 monsters, Hulaina furrowed her brow slightly. She had not anticipated their calmness in the face of her allure. All senses shielded, Tang San quickly urged the other 6. Upon hearing this, all members of Shrek immediately closed their eyes and covered their ears with their hands, completely blocking out sight and sound. Consequently, Hulaina's charm lost its effectiveness. Suddenly, Xiao Wu stepped forward, offering Hulaina a radiant smile as her second soul ring shimmered with a soft light. In an instant, a pair of eyes transformed entirely into crimson. The second soul skill of the soft-bone charm rabbit, Charm, was unleashed. In a clash of enchantments, the one with the stronger mental prowess would prevail. However, to the astonishment of the Spirit Hall Academy, Xiao Wu's target was not Hulaina, but rather the last figure standing, Cai Wenji. This unexpected assault caught Cai Wenji completely off guard, rendering her unconscious in an instant. Observing this, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun activated their 4th soul skills simultaneously, unleashing a concentrated barrage at Cai Wenji. The expressions of everyone from the Spirit Hall Academy changed dramatically. Who would have anticipated that the Shrek 7 devils would set their sights on the rearmost Cai Wenji? There was no time to react. Even Yin, who was closest to Cai Wenji, could not intercept the onslaught from the 3 of Shrek in time. The moment was fleeting. In an instant, Cai Wenji spat blood, her entire being propelled like a fiery phoenix, flung away by the force of Ma Hongjun's 4th soul skill, Phoenix Crying Sky, and subsequently struck by Dai Mubai's White Tiger meteor shower. Thus, as she soared through the air, flames enveloped her, resembling a true fire phoenix. However, Tang San's intentions defied all expectations. His target was the other members of the Spirit Hall Academy. He unleashed his 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Cage, ensnaring everyone in its grasp, allowing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to unleash their full assault on Cai Wenji. Dai Mubai's tactics were ruthlessly precise. Just as Cai Wenji's body was about to crash to the ground, a burst of white light erupted from his mouth. In a heartbeat, the blinding radiance sent the unconscious Cai Wenji flying several dozen meters, her body crashing against the wall, causing the entire arena to tremble. Witnessing this scene, BB Dong's expression darkened profoundly, her eyes glinting with cold fury, fingers tightly gripping her scepter. The master, having observed BB Dong's icy demeanor, had already prepared an escape route. Should she decide to act, he could swallow his pride and call out Donger, aware that she still harbored feelings for him. A gentle invocation could potentially sway her, rendering them rulers of the world. Yet, he was uncertain of its efficacy. If BB Dong's heart turned ruthless, she could easily eliminate Dai Mubai. As for Tang San, he was confident of his survival, for Tang Hao was nearby, and should anything go awry, he would undoubtedly rush in with his hammer. Chapter 173. The Wrathful Execution of Dai Mubai. The remaining 5 members of the Spirit Hall gazed at the motionless Cai Wenji, their eyes gleaming with menace, particularly Hulaina, Xiao Wu, and Yin, whose expressions were chillingly severe. They understood all too well the significance of Cai Wenji to the Spirit Hall. Not only was she the Holy Maiden, but she was also the daughter of the Pope. Hulaina made her move, her gaze flashing with intensity as her 5 soul rings shimmered in unison. Starting from the 5th ring, the ones preceding it began to illuminate, with each flicker intensifying the red light surrounding her. Xiao Wu followed suit, wielding 2 crimson moonblades that radiated a blood-red glow. With both hands gripping the blades at their center, he suddenly unfurled his body, launching himself towards Hulaina from behind. A crimson light burst forth, expanding outward, and at the moment their bodies collided, The radiant red aura enveloped them both. In the next heartbeat, the crimson light erupted, resembling a luminous sphere that encompassed half of the arena, engulfing the Shrek 7 entirely within its grasp. After a period of rigorous training, the synergy between the two individuals reached an exquisite perfection. At this moment, the skill they executed was the martial soul fusion technique, which was instantaneously enhanced to its optimal state. Witnessing the bizarre scene unfold, Tang San shouted loudly. The formation of the Shrek 7 devils transformed in an instant, with Tang San at the forefront and Ning Rongrong at the rear, all standing in a row. The 7 treasured glazed tile rose before Ning Rongrong, and with a grave expression, she clapped her hands, causing the soul rings on her body to illuminate in succession. In the blink of an eye, four radiant 9-colored halos burst forth from the lower 4 layers of the 7 treasure glazed tile, directly penetrating Zhu Zhuqing's body. Everyone rested their arms upon the shoulders of the person in front as the vibrant colors of light continuously transmitted forward, growing ever more intense. In less than 3 seconds, the luminous energy culminated and enveloped Tang San, who stood at the very front. Is this the fusion technique of 7 individuals? Zhu Huaguan was instantly astonished. It was indeed his first encounter with such a large-scale fusion technique, especially under the condition of differing martial souls. Bibi Dong's expression stiffened slightly. It was indeed unexpected for the Shrek 7 devils to execute a martial soul fusion technique. It is known that such skills typically manifest only among soul masters whose martial souls and soul skills are remarkably similar. Ning Fengji, as an observer, could not help but express his admiration at the sight, simultaneously glancing at the master, pondering how extraordinarily powerful he truly is to achieve such a feat. Amidst the surge of light, the Haotian hammer materialized in the palm of Tang San's hand. A torrent of dark energy surged from his palm. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head as a violet golden light erupted from his eyes. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the dark energy, the Haotian hammer ascended, soaring upward without any rotation, charging straight in one direction. As he unleashed it, a thunderous roar emanated from the Haotian hammer. Suddenly, enveloped by a tempest, the Haotian hammer expanded several dozen times, its diameter exceeding 10 meters. Majestic patterns radiated from the hammer under the light, exuding a terrifying aura infused with deep black energy. Boom! The black Haotian hammer descended with blinding speed, and faced with this indomitable force, Hulaina and Xiao were violently thrown aside. The remaining 3, positioned behind, were also swept away, not merely knocked back, but forcefully propelled by the hammer's shockwave. Observing the fallen members of the Spirit Hall team, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Tang San's eyes as he tightly gripped the Haotian hammer, vastly larger than himself, and fixed his gaze on Cai Wenji. "You have lost. Surrender now," Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked, her gaze fixed on Cai Wenji, who lay on the ground, her expression steeped in complexity. She recalled the words Lan had once shared with her. If Tang San truly intended to annihilate Cai Wenji, she would never allow it. "We have not yet lost," Yin said, propping himself up with his hands, gradually rising. For he awaited someone. Daimu Bai's eyes glinted fiercely, reminding Tang San that this was their sole opportunity. Otherwise, they might never have another. Tang San subtly nodded. Having awaited this day for far too long, he slowly raised the massive Haotian hammer in his grasp, the vast luminous patterns upon it erupting, radiating a dazzling dark golden light. In that moment, it seemed as though the very air around them roared and lamented. At this juncture, Tang San had become the very handle of the Haotian hammer, is being entirely fused with it. Is this the true form of a weapon spirit? The Duke of Jiu exclaimed in astonishment. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong trembled, her eyes sparkling with shock. She was all too familiar with this spectacle, having witnessed it years ago. Yet, after many years, the so-called supreme weapon spirit had re-emerged. It is understood that typically, only beast spirit masters reaching level 70, possessing a 7th spirit ring, can attain their spirit's true form, transforming into the essence of their weapon spirit, which exponentially amplifies the strength of their soul beast for a considerable duration. However, the circumstances for weapon spirit masters differ from those of beast spirit masters. The 7th spirit skill of a weapon spirit master is the true form of the weapon spirit, allowing the weapon spirit's power to reach its zenith. Should one possess a weapon spirit of terrifying might, the power unleashed by the true form of the weapon spirit would surpass that of a beast spirit's true form. Consequently, Bibidong's mind immediately turned to one person, Lan. Lan's martial soul, the demon path divine power, is an unparalleled divine level martial soul the true form of which could very well alter the colors of the sun and moon. At this moment, no one anticipated that the Shrek 7 monsters would manifest their martial soul in such a manner. Undoubtedly, this signifies that Tang San's soul power has ascended beyond level 70. Faced with a soul master boasting a level 70 martial soul, renowned as the finest weapon in the world, it is only reasonable that the Spirit Hall Academy lacks the capacity to resist. It is not that the Spirit Hall Academy is insufficiently powerful. Rather, Bibi Dong did not foresee this tactic from Shrek. Had she anticipated that the 7 monsters would employ the 7 fusion technique, she would have undoubtedly devised a countermeasure. A tremendous force surged in a peculiar cycle between Tang San and the Haotian hammer, as if this power were destined to pierce the heavens. Suddenly, Tang San lifted the Haotian hammer, and a dark golden light rapidly expanded before him, resembling the infinitely enlarging shadow of the Haotian hammer. Boom! The wind howled, and the sound of the air being torn apart resonated with a chilling ferocity. Accompanied by an overwhelming momentum, Yin was directly sent flying by a single strike, hurtling hundreds of meters away and embedding himself several meters deep into a wall. In the face of that terrifying hammer shadow, Yin possessed no remnants of resistance, for it was utterly beyond his capability. Is this the might of the world's finest weapon, martial soul? A tremor of concern gripped Zhu Hua. Had he been in Yan's position, he would likely have been unable to withstand such a blow. In the next moment, Tang San suddenly swung the hammer down towards the prostrate Cai Wenji. Dai Mubai's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart brimming with joy. For he had finally eradicated a significant threat to the Star Luo Empire. The next target would be him. Chapter 174. Furious Slaughter of Dai Mubai 4. Subscription requested. Everyone understood that should Tang San's hammer strike Cai Wenji, even the most resilient of bodies would be reduced to mere fragments, let alone a human. The master wished to intervene, yet he knew that once such power erupted, controlling it would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the force behind Tang San's hammer was not something an ordinary soul master could withstand. Even a titled Douluo would hesitate to confront it head-on without the assurance of emerging unscathed. In the entire arena, only one person had the potential to halt this calamity, Bibi Dong. This was the sole solution that came to his mind. Boom! Accompanied by a sound akin to tearing the very fabric of the air, the immense Haotian hammer was now less than 3 meters from Cai Wenji. Xiao San, splendidly executed. As Tang San raised his hammer, poised to strike Cai Wenji, a faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Wu's lips. The previous grievances had instilled in her a profound hatred for those close to Helan. She was about to witness the impending doom of the young girl before her, and exhilaration radiated from her being. However, in that fleeting moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal shark seemed to materialize from the void, colliding directly with the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp. The overwhelming force surged like a cataclysmic wave, propelling Tang San through the air. Even the Haotian hammer in his hands was swept away. From before Cai Wenji emerged a youth clad in black. Indeed, it was Helan. Wenji, I have returned. Lan swiftly retrieved the universal remedy and administered it to Cai Wenji, cradling her gently as he approached Bibi Dong. Gazing at Cai Wenji, whose breath was but a whisper, Lan turned to cast a glance at all the members of Shrek Academy. In that fleeting moment, the faces of the remaining 6 members of Shrek paled dramatically. Dai Mubai let out a piercing howl, summoning forth the brilliance of all his soul rings as he launched a ferocious assault toward Lan. In the face of Dai Mubai's onslaught of soul skills, Lan remained utterly unfazed, his eyes shimmering with a blood-red glow, his expression as cold as ice. Seconds later, a look of disbelief etched upon his features. The formidable Dai Mubai stared at Lan, astonished that this youth remained impervious to the full force of his soul abilities. How could this be possible? Suddenly, a surge of bloodthirsty malice erupted from within him, causing him to vanish into thin air. In the next moment, a semi-transparent dagger, reminiscent of a celestial river, pierced through Dai Mubai's chest without any forewarning. With a splatter, crimson blood gushed forth from the target's body. As Lan unleashed eternal darkness, he swiftly delivered another strike, severing Dai Mubai's head with a single blow. In that moment, all present were rendered speechless. Flinder, the master, Xiao Wu Jin, and Lu Erlong's eyes widened in disbelief. This was merely a finals match, and none anticipated that Dai Mubai would meet such a sudden and tragic demise at the hands of Lan. Lan stood still, casting a glance at the eternal night in his hand, his gaze suddenly fixating on Xiao Wu. In an instant, accompanied by a sudden surge in the air, Lan appeared before Xiao Wu, the eternal night in his grasp silently lunging towards her chest. Xiao Wu's response was remarkably swift. The moment Lan vanished, The fourth spirit ring upon her glowed brightly. A radiant golden light erupted from her, meeting the eternal night in a clash. The sound resonated like a striking bell. Suddenly, a chill swept over Lan's expression, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Invincibility, absolute invincibility. Only an unparalleled skill could withstand the relentless assault of eternal night. In the wake of her invincible form, Xiao Wu promptly executed a teleportation, appearing directly behind Lan in an instant, swiftly entwining herself around her. However, she had grossly underestimated Lan. The extent of Lan's formidable strength was beyond comprehension. Xiao Wu, being merely a soul master of over 40 levels, stood little chance against Lan, who boasted 6 soul rings. Lan seized Xiao Wu's whip and forcefully threw her to the ground, then delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Xiao Wu was sent skimming across the floor, her body crashing violently against the wall, blood spewing from her mouth. Xiao Wu. Tang San instantly entered a frenzied state, employing the ghost shadow perplexing track as he rushed towards her. However, just as he charged forward, Lan moved as well. If speed were to be compared, none in the entire Douluo continent could match Lan's prowess. He appeared before Tang San without a sound, his fingers clenched into a fist, striking out with tremendous force. Tang San was propelled backward in a U-shape, soaring 100 meters away and smashing through a solid wall, creating a massive breach. After sending Tang San flying, Lan stepped forward and arrived before Xiao Wu, kicking out once more. With a muffled thud, Xiao Wu was sent flying several dozen meters away, and a crystalline stone was expelled from her chest. Her expression changed dramatically as she clutched the stone with immense pain, pulling it tightly to her chest. In that fleeting moment, 5 sets of eyes simultaneously fell upon Xiao Wu. The 5 individuals, Lan, Bibi Dong, Zhu Huaguan, Gui Mei, and the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, were momentarily struck dumb, their expressions morphing into sheer astonishment. Except for Lan, the other 4 struggled to contain their emotional turmoil. In that instant, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming pressure from 5 different directions, her face turning as pale as a ghost, her eyes radiating intense resentment. Bibi Dong, Zhu Huaguan, and Gui Mei exchanged glances, their eyes betraying uncontrollable joy. At this moment, it seemed they had completely forgotten the competition. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong rushed onto the scene, hurrying to Tang San and the others. Although Lan's previous strike was devastating, Tang San's current physique was remarkably resilient, and the 8 spider lance's soul bone had absorbed much of the impact, leaving him with only minor injuries. Ning Fingji activated his 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda to heal all of Shrek's students, and soon, the surviving members of Shrek Academy began to recover swiftly. We concede. Your Holiness, Flinder stated coldly. Though seething with anger, he understood the necessity of restraint. Otherwise, the entire Shrek crew would likely perish today. All at Shrek gazed at the lifeless body of Daimubai, their fury reaching a boiling point. Yet they knew they must endure. In truth, everyone had already steeled themselves for death long before the competition began. They simply hadn't anticipated that the first casualty would be Daimubai. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were utterly terrified, their minds blank as they stared vacantly at the corpse on the ground. Please, the representative of the Spirit Hall Academy, step forward to receive the championship reward, the Cardinal proclaimed in a resounding voice. As the words of the Cardinal echoed, Pope Bibion received the ornate plate from the hands of the personnel of the Spirit Hall, casting a gentle gaze upon Lan. At this moment, all the students of the Spirit Hall Academy lay prostrate on the ground. This task could only be fulfilled by Lan. Lan approached, and Bibion gazed at him with a smile, her eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. You have truly enlightened me on what constitutes a genuine genius. Chapter 175, The Great Battle of Tang Hao subscription requested. With that, Bibion extended the brocade plate in her hand towards him. Lan felt the formidable aura emanating from the 3 soul bones, causing an involuntary tremor within his heart. Once again, soul bones, and not just 1, but 3, among them. The ethereal blue light of the wisdom soul bones seemed to harbor immense energy. As he gazed upon the trio of radiant soul bones, countless greedy eyes turned towards him. Undoubtedly, every soul master yearned for such treasures. With a gentle wave of his left hand, Lan effortlessly stored the 3 soul bones within the essence of wind. A subtle, chilling smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face as she remarked, the wind-left soul bone is ideally suited for agility-oriented soul masters, and without a doubt, it is perfect for you. Likewise, the wisdom skull, with its mental focus, aligns seamlessly with your unique martial spirit, enhancing your already keen senses. Truly, it is like adding wings to a tiger. While the Spirit Hall Academy celebrated their victory, the faces of the Shrek team remained somber. Your Holiness, we bid you farewell, the master said calmly. With that, he prepared to lead the Shrek members away, while Tang San had already stored Dai Mubai's body within a soul-guiding device. Intending to return it to the Douluo Empire, as Dai Mubai was a cherished part of Shrek. Zhu Zhiqing, however, stayed behind, holding Cai Wenji's form close. Standing beside Lan. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the Shrek team turned icy. They understood that Zhu Zhiqing's heart had long departed from Shrek Academy the moment she cradled Cai Wenji. You may all leave, but that girl must stay. Bibi Dong's voice rang out suddenly. Elders Zhu and Gue, what are you waiting for? Instantly, the crowd was taken aback. Tang San reacted swiftly, instinctively positioning himself in front of Xiao Wu, with all of Shrek's members stepping forward in solidarity. The master, astonished, exclaimed, Your Holiness, you have already won. What does this mean? Elders Zhu and Gue surged forth, ready to act, but Ning Fengji quickly stepped in front of them. Your Holiness, should we not clarify the situation first? Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Ning Fengji, replying indifferently, that you are one of the leaders of the upper three sects. Please maintain your dignity. Should you choose to intervene in this matter, do not blame me. Ning Fengji's countenance shifted dramatically. Bibi Dong's succinct words were clear. Although the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had deep roots, he was unwilling to confront the Spirit Hall. He glanced at Sword Douluo, signaling him not to interfere. Wait, the master called out sternly, striding forward to stand at the forefront of the Shrek team. With a flick of his wrist, he revealed the Elder's token. Displaying the token, he declared, I, too, am an elder of the Spirit Hall and have the right to know the truth. Your Holiness, while you may take people, you must at least provide a reason. On what grounds do you seize my Shrek disciples without justification? How utterly laughable, Bibi Dong scoffed. Do you not realize that your disciple is a transformed soul beast? Is that reason not sufficient? What do you say? Spirit beasts? The master exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly turning to look at Xiao Wu. Except for Tang San, the faces of everyone else were instantly filled with horror. Elders, take action. The Pope's voice was unequivocal, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhuhua and Gue Mei dashed out once more. If you wish to capture her, you must first step over my corpse. Tang San roared, clutching Xiao Wu tightly. In the original narrative, Shrek had the presence of the poisoned Douluo, but now everything had changed. The pivotal moments of the plot had shifted dramatically. It is no exaggeration to say that Shrek now stood isolated and defenseless. Even if the Golden Iron Triangle employed their martial soul fusion technique, they would be unable to withstand the two-tidal Douluo of the Spirit Hall. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost, how dare you harm my son? Begone! A deep voice suddenly resonated, as if it had detonated in the air. Though not loud, it carried an unparalleled dominance that made everyone tremble involuntarily. Upon hearing this voice, Bibi Dong's expression tightened. 9 soul rings rose beneath her feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. The first 8 soul rings may not have evoked much astonishment, but the final, brilliantly radiant red soul ring was sufficient to instill fear in everyone present. The red soul ring represented the supreme existence among all soul rings. 100,000-year soul ring that could only be found on spirit beasts of such age. For soul masters, 100,000-year soul ring was legendary. It signified that the spirit beast had attained sentience, comparable to an adult in its capabilities. They absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Just a step away from transcending the mortal realm, their status akin to that of tidal Douluo in the realm of soul masters. It is essential to understand that across the entire continent, the number of tidal Douluos is exceedingly rare. To date, there are undoubtedly fewer than 20. And those possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring are even more scarce. The reason for this rarity lies in the formidable nature of 100,000-year soul beasts, which are so powerful that even an ordinary tidal Douluo stands no chance against them. The only viable method for hunting such a soul beast is through collaboration, accompanied by immense fortune. Otherwise, it is akin to scaling the heavens. However, even Bibi Dong, endowed with a 100,000-year spirit ring, found her expression shift to one of grave concern upon hearing a deep and resonant voice, her cold gaze fixated on the sky. With a single low rumble, both Zhuhua and Gue Mei were uncontrollably propelled backward like cannonballs. Their expressions turned grim, for both were tidal Douluos. Yet they found themselves without the means to retaliate against this overwhelming force. A shadowy figure materialized silently in midair, floating as if it could command the winds. This was a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 50s, tall and robust, clad only in a tattered robe. His bronze skin, disheveled hair, and unkempt beard spoke volumes of his disarray. Upon sighting this individual, Tang San's countenance shifted dramatically, struggling to utter, "Dad. Dad." The man Tang San referred to was, without a doubt, on Douluo, Tang Hao. "Bibi Dong." Tang Hao's voice rang out coldly. His gaze filled with malice directed at the hovering Tang Hao, barely restraining his fury. Tang Hao remained unperturbed, flashing forward to stand before the Shrek team. Witnessing his presence, the three Douluos from the Spirit Hall unleashed their full spirit power. Tang Hao's might was so overwhelming that he merely stood with an air of arrogance, not even grasping his hammer, while the golden light of his spirit rings pierced the air, instilling dread in the surrounding spirit masters. "Bibi Dong, do you seek vengeance?" As Tang Hao confronted her, Lan's expression suddenly sharpened, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the craftsman who once forged weapons for him was indeed the legendary on Douluo, who had single-handedly vanquished 3 titled Douluos. This man's renown is unparalleled throughout the Douluo continent, and the spirit rings adorning him serve as testament to his formidable strength. A glint of coldness flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes as she abruptly waved her hand, unleashing a piercing shriek from her fingertips. In response, for shrieks echoed within the Hall of Spirits, as if in unison. Observing the Spirit Hall's reaction, Tang Hao smiled, declaring, "Feel free to summon them. My purpose here is not to target an individual, but to confront all of you." Tang Hao's tone exuded a remarkable arrogance, and Lan could sense a unique aura emanating from him. It was as if the overwhelming forces before him were utterly insignificant, for this individual remained astonishingly composed. As Tang Hao advanced step by step, soul rings gradually ascended one after another from beneath his feet, rising at a deliberate and measured pace. With the emergence of these soul rings, Tang Hao's expression began to grow increasingly solemn. The immense pressures before him were strangely subdued by the deepening gravity of his presence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The 9 soul rings that adorned Tang Hao were strikingly identical to those of the Pope Bibi Dong, with the final soul ring on him also astonishingly being of 100,000 years in age. The expression of Lan deepened once more. Although Tang Hao and Bibi Dong possessed identical soul ring configurations, the aura radiating from Tang Hao was palpably more formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that his presence surpassed that of Bibi Dong entirely. Following Tang Hao's arrival, the members of Shrek were left in a state of astonishment, particularly the master, whose eyes gleamed with respect upon beholding Tang Hao, revealing a rare admiration. It is worth noting that in the master's heart, Tang Hao has always been his sole idol. Once, he single-handedly defeated 3 titled Douluos, and now he has re-emerged, effortlessly suppressing the might of the Spirit Hall with his own strength, exuding an extraordinary aura that few could rival. A glance from Lan revealed that there were, astonishingly, 7 titled Douluo present within the Spirit Hall. Truly, the Spirit Hall was formidable. One would be hard-pressed to find another force across the Douluo continent that possessed such power. However, Lan also discerned that, despite the presence of 7 titled Douluo, they were still unable to suppress Tang Hao's formidable aura. Tang Hao cast a frosty gaze towards the Pope's palace behind Bibi Dong and disdainfully remarked that he had underestimated the Spirit Hall's might with its 7 titled Douluo. Yet, they were still rather ineffectual. What could these 7 do before him? It was time for him to demonstrate his prowess, and he invited them to watch closely. Tang San and the master exchanged puzzled glances, wondering when the Haotian Dao had acquired such flamboyant speech. The term showing off indeed sounded rather agreeable. Tang San mused silently, unable to fathom his father's delight. In the next moment, a radiant light emanated from the 7th soul ring encircling Tang Hao, and the immense black Haotian hammer behind him erupted forth, exuding a powerful and intense black glow. The colossal hammer expanded dramatically, increasing in size by more than 100-fold, stretching out to at least 100 meters away. The massive hammerhead resembled a small mountain. Striking red patterns began to emerge from the gigantic Haotian hammer, and the 10,000-year red soul rings adorning Tang Hao suddenly flared to life, transforming the black hammer entirely into a brilliant red. "Ah, the Pope's palace. What a splendid Pope's palace!" he bellowed with laughter. "Today, you shall learn why the flowers are so vibrant, the power of the grass." After a few boisterous laughs, Tang Hao suddenly let out a fierce roar, and then he sprang into action. The colossal hammer, measuring 100 meters in length, plummeted downward, targeting not the 3 titled Douluo, but rather heading straight for Lan. None anticipated that the illustrious Haotian Douluo would suddenly direct his assault towards a mere 13-year-old boy. In an instant, the very air within Spirit City became distorted, rendering every non-titled Dao soul master utterly immobile. "Lan," the Pope Bibi Dong called out urgently. her gaze flashing with cold fury, her anger palpable. She, alongside the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, surged forward almost simultaneously to confront the enormous hammer. Additionally, for more figures shot forth from the Pope's palace, a total of 7 figures, all converging upon the hammer suspended in the air. Lan never anticipated that Tang Hao's target would be himself. He couldn't fathom why Tang Hao would choose to direct his aggression towards him. Not only was Lan perplexed by Tang Hao's actions, but all those present were equally astonished. As Tang Hao's colossal hammer hurtled downwards, Lan refused to be outdone. Suddenly, his expression hardened, and the power of the dark arts surged forth. The air around him became suffused with tension, accompanied by the piercing sound of air being split apart. After 3 months of rigorous training, Lan had undergone a remarkable transformation. The power of the dark arts had completely evolved within him, and his attributes had significantly improved. In an instant, it appeared as though he was enveloped by the very galaxy itself, radiating like a star amidst the vast cosmos. In the next moment, soul rings began to ascend from beneath his feet, rising in a manner reminiscent of musical notes, their echoes lingering briefly before the next one emerged. Compared to Tang Hao's display, Lan's soul rings exuded a far greater grandeur. With the emergence of each soul ring, an overwhelming pressure surged toward Tang Hao, causing a flicker of unease even in him. Black, 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 red, red. As Lan's soul rings rose, he instantly became the center of attention. Bibi Dong glanced back, her mouth agape in disbelief. Could this truly be the Yu she recognized? Juhua Guan and Gue Mei were equally astonished. Who could have imagined that this 13-year-old boy, after merely 3 months, had ascended to the rank of a soul sage? Moreover, his first soul ring began at an astonishing 10,000 years. While it would not be peculiar for a level 70 soul master to possess a black soul ring, this young boy astonishingly bore 5 black soul rings. Furthermore, his 6th soul ring was red, spanning 100,000 years, and the 7th was also red, equally 100,000 years. With over 70 levels, 5 black soul rings, and 2 red ones, there was no doubt that such a configuration of soul rings would send shockwaves throughout the entirety of Douluo continent. Even the renowned Hao Douluo and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who stirred the continent, possessed only 100,000-year soul ring each. Yet here he was, at merely 13 years old, surpassing level 70 and wielding 200,000-year soul rings. Tang Hao looked at Lan in disbelief, his lips trembling, unable to comprehend how this was possible. Chapter 177, Shadow Divine Power. The Lost Horizon. Confronted by the Hao Douluo, Lan did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. Almost instantaneously, as his 7th soul ring ascended, it was immediately followed by the radiant glow of his 7th soul ring. The brilliance emanating from the 100,000-year soul ring was utterly dazzling, leaving all present in sheer astonishment. Who could have anticipated that a mere 13-year-old boy possessed such formidable strength? In the next instant, the entire sky became suffused with a heavy atmosphere, akin to the onset of an apocalypse. Above the Spirit Hall, the heavens transformed into a breathtaking panorama of the Milky Way, imparting an overwhelming sense of vastness. This was the manifestation of Lan's 7th soul skill, the true embodiment of his martial soul, where the power of the demonic path metamorphosed into the light of the galaxy, harnessing the immense divine force of the Milky Way. All soul rings below the 7th level were elevated to the offensive prowess of a 100,000-year soul ring, allowing unlimited use of all skills within a span of 10 seconds. If the 7th soul ring were to be a million-year soul ring, then all soul skills below the 7th would be directly enhanced to the attributes of a million-year soul ring, likewise permitting infinite usage within that time frame. Shadow Divine Power. Amidst the vastness of the galaxy, a chilling voice resonated sharply. Boom. The entire sky abruptly turned a dismal gray, as though enveloped in a shroud of gloom. The souls of all present were rendered blank, their vision obscured by a murky haze, as if light itself had been extinguished. In the midst of the indescribable cacophony, soul masters below level 70 collapsed to the ground. It was as if the world were facing its end. All living beings lost their breath, and the entire Pope's palace was instantaneously obliterated, appearing as a desolate wasteland. Tang Hao, wielding the colossal Hao hammer, which stretched over 100 meters, was initially poised to strike downwards. However, to everyone's astonishment, the immense hammerhead tilted back along with Tang Hao's body, spitting a mouthful of blood. Tang Hao gazed in disbelief at the gray sky above. How could this be possible? Boom. Suddenly, another earth-shattering roar erupted, causing Tang Hao's body to plummet towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, he crashed down. Boom. Instantly, the ground erupted, sending debris soaring to heights exceeding 100 meters. The terrifying sound rendered all present deaf. And those soul masters with levels below 40 were killed outright by the shockwave alone. From the moment Lan's seventh soul ring shone brilliantly, no one knew what had transpired. The 7 figures suspended in midair were left stunned. They had yet to make a move. Yet the once indomitable Tang Hao was already being punished by an irresistible force. Spirit Hall, one day, I shall return. Tang San, let us depart. From the depths of the massive pit, a red figure soared into the sky. In an instant, as the sound of breaking air resonated, Tang Hao vanished, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Emerging from the vast expanse of the galaxy, Lan walked forth slowly, his eyes radiating a blood-red glow, and his right arm shimmering with the colors of the Milky Way. The body of Pope Bibi Dong descended to the ground, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue. She involuntarily inhaled deeply, allowing the crimson hue on her cheeks to gradually fade. Behind her, in addition to the 2 title Douluo, Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, stood 4 individuals clad in resplendent crimson robes, their faces obscured by a faint glow. Each of these 4 bore a cascade of white hair, clearly indicating their advanced age. At this moment, the eyes of the 7 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall shimmered with astonishment. Tang Hao's strike was immensely powerful. Even if they relied solely on their own strength to withstand it, the odds would likely be evenly matched. However, Lan, with his singular strength, was able to withstand the true manifestation of Tang Hao's martial spirit, even imposing an absolute dominance over it. Such prowess is something even Bibi Dong could not achieve. Lan retracted his martial soul. Just moments ago, when he unleashed his martial soul's true form, he discerned that Tang Hao's strength did not appear to be at its zenith. It seemed he bore the weight of old ailments. Had Tang Hao been in peak condition, Lan would have found it impossible to exert any pressure in their encounter. Presently, Tang Hao was merely at the level of an average title Douluo, somewhat stronger but not overwhelmingly so. Should we pursue the advantage? The Pope, Bibi Dong, inquired with a casual gesture towards an elder. No need to chase, Bibi Dong replied. Over the years, she had relentlessly trained, finally attaining the rank of title Douluo, with Tang Hao as the imaginary rival in her mind. Yet, today, in the presence of Tang Hao, she realized that despite the similarity in their soul rings, she could not match his imposing aura. However, when Lan made his move, she found herself entranced. This young lad was exceedingly extraordinary. Having reached the realm of Soul Sage at merely 13 years of age, with every one of his soul rings representing the pinnacle of excellence. It was precisely due to Lan's emergence that she recognized her long-imagined adversary was still woefully inadequate. Henceforth, she resolved to invite Lan to train with her. For engaging in combat with such a prodigy would undoubtedly catalyze her own strength, yielding results that were both efficient and effective. Lan approached Zhu Zhuqing and took Cai Wenji from her hands. With a mere thought, he transferred the healing capabilities of the Thunder Enim battle armor to Cai Wenji. Zhu Zhuqing stood silently beside him, captivated by the man before her. He was utterly extraordinary. It was astounding to realize that while Tang San and his companions were heralded as prodigious talents, they paled in comparison to Lan. The disparity between geniuses was indeed vast, as if one existed in the heavens and the other on the earth. Moments later, Lan retracted the healing ability. Although the healing effects of the Thunder Enim battle armor were quite pronounced, it was impossible to transfer all the energy to Cai Wenji at once. The healing energy contained within it was intertwined with his own formidable bloodline power. Transmitting too much at once could potentially harm the delicate meridians of Cai Wenji. Aside from the members of the Spirit Hall, both Ning Fengji and Jian Deng gazed at Lan with equal reverence. Such admiration was typically reserved for those older and more powerful than themselves. Yet they found themselves united in thought. This young man before them was truly worthy of their awe. Lan embraced Cai Wenji and departed with Zhu Zhuqing, leaving no one aware of their destination, nor did anyone dare to inquire. Lan go. Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Lan halted his steps, casting a glance back at Ning Rongrong, and then at Sword Douluo. After all, Sword Douluo had once rendered him assistance, a kindness that Lan has forever cherished in his heart. A faint smile graced Sword Douluo's face as he gently nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Subsequently, Lan cradled Cai Wenji and took Zhu Zhuqing away directly. It was imperative to provide Cai Wenji with an exceptionally comfortable place to rest, leaving the remaining matters to be handled by Pope Bibi Dong. In mere minutes, the vast Pope's palace transformed into a desolate wasteland. A hint of worry graced Bibi Dong's otherwise serene countenance. It seemed she would have to reconstruct the palace anew. At that moment, the master stepped forward and earnestly declared, "Donger, I have always loved you. Bibi Dong's expression immediately darkened, her icy gaze directed at the master. She had not anticipated such a confession at this juncture. Deep within her heart, she had long awaited these words, having waited for decades, while her attention also shifted to Lu Erlong standing behind the master. Xiao Gangyu. Lu Erlong was taken aback, never imagining that Yu Xiaojiang would utter such sentiments at this moment. Not only was Lu Erlong stunned, but Flinder and Zhao Wujia's expressions also froze, their minds momentarily blank. In that instant, everyone from Shrek was rendered speechless. They understood the master's character well. He was a man who would never bow, even before death. Yet here he was, humbling himself before Bibi Dong, attempting to win back her heart. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in the master's mind, not even Bibi Dong, who was astute enough to have risen to power in the spirit hall. Thus, she speculated that the master must have ulterior motives. Over the years, she had come to terms with the fact that some people were destined to leave. Love that needed to be salvaged was not true love, but rather a forced endeavor. However, hearing these words from the master stirred profound emotions within her. I will spare you. You may leave, Bibi Dong stated. Once, a sincere love lay before me. Yet I failed to cherish it properly, only to regret its loss. Donger, you must believe me. I truly love you. That was all a scheme of Cai. Although Bibi Dong displayed no visible emotion, the master felt that a part of her heart still belonged to him. After all, they had spent many years together, establishing a certain emotional foundation. Memories of their discussions under the azure sky flooded his mind, as if those moments were vividly replaying before him. Enough. If you do not depart at once, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Bibi Dong's voice was unequivocal, a surge of killing intent emanating from her being, enveloping everyone from Shrek in an instant. They were in the presence of Bibi Dong's domain of slaughter. Even a soul master like Oscar could not withstand it. Collapsing to the ground. Very well, I shall take my leave now. The master hastily remarked that if matters continued down this path, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly eliminate the remaining members of Shrek. With a flourish of her sleeve, Bibi Dong turned and departed. The papal palace lay in ruins, compelling her to temporarily reside within the spirit city. Under the watchful eyes of numerous spirit hall soul masters, all members of Shrek turned to leave. Following the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, Ning Rongrong officially graduated from Shrek Academy, escorted away by Ning Fingji. As all were acutely aware that offending the Spirit Hall would lead to arduous days ahead. Typically the most loquacious, Ma Hongjun and Oscar found themselves rendered speechless. For the magnitude of this battle had profoundly shaken them. Who would have imagined that the illustrious Haotian Douluo was not even a match for him? Why did he possess 7 soul rings at the tender age of 13, including 5 black rings of 10,000 years and 2 red rings of 100,000 years? Ma Hongjun felt his mind go blank. Thank heavens you did not harbor the intent to kill that maiden, or else you too, Oscar said softly. However, I did not foresee Xu Zhuqing aligning herself with him. She has always been with Shrek, never straying from our side. I can provide the answer to that. Do you all recall the match against the Imperial battle team at the Great Fighting Arena? Flinder interjected. At this mention, memories flooded back to everyone. Throughout their journey, the countenance of the entire Shrek group remained grave, especially that of the Master, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujin. As the Academy's leaders, the loss of a member, particularly that of a prince from the Star Luo Empire, would undoubtedly stir up a tremendous uproar. Xiao Gang, what did your earlier words imply? Lu Erlong finally spoke, unable to believe that the Master would betray them at such a critical juncture. Flinder replied calmly, Erlong, do you still have doubts about Xiao Gang's character? His actions are undoubtedly driven by a desire for revenge. The Master spoke in a somber tone, indeed. My actions are fueled by revenge. Land's martial soul is exceedingly peculiar, entirely beyond my theoretical understanding. The world is vast and full of wonders. All things exist in a state of mutual creation and restriction. I believe there must be another martial soul or force capable of countering him. As you have witnessed, he is merely 13 years old. Although his soul power has only reached the rank of Soul Saint, the strength he has demonstrated far exceeds that of any Soul Saint. I dare say that even a typical title Douluo would struggle against him at present. The defeat of Hao Ian Douluo is attributable to the oppressive aura emitted by the 7 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. However, the primary reason lies in the lingering afflictions Hao Tian Douluo suffered after his protracted battle with the Spirit Hall many years ago. Even at the zenith of his power, a title Douluo would likely require considerable skill to triumph over Lan at this moment. I sense that the power he exudes does not entirely belong to the soul techniques of the Douluo continent. Rather, It resembles a divine force that transcends all worldly existence. I once perused ancient texts, which claimed that upon reaching the 100th rank, a title Douluo ascends to a near-divine status. Upon acquiring divinity, one may transcend to the realm of gods, thereby becoming an everlasting deity, their power potent enough to obliterate the entirety of Douluo continent. The reason I spoke those words to Pope Bibi Dong was to seek enlightenment from the ancient scriptures of the Spirit Hall, hoping to discover the principles of mutual creation and restraint. Perhaps only through this understanding could we defeat the Spirit Hall and vanquish him. At this juncture, we must endure, as our sole hope rests with the remaining Shrek 7 monsters and the Star Luo Empire. Upon our return to Shrek, I shall immediately seek an audience with the Star Luo King. This matter requires careful deliberation. As night fell, a refreshing breeze rustled the leaves, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the ground under the moonlight. Cai Wenji awoke from her stupor. The healing energies of Lan's Thunderhowl battle armor had significantly alleviated her injuries, although her complexion remained as pale as parchment. Zhu Zhuqing sat silently beside her, her serene visage betraying no emotion, her eyes glimmering with a myriad of complex thoughts. "Wenji, you're awake," Lan said, approaching with 2 golden-brown roasted rabbits, offering one to Zhu Zhuqing. The trio had not eaten since their journey began, and although Zhu Zhuqing had remained silent, Lan heard the rumbling of her stomach. Upon entering the forest, they had caught 2 rabbits for a barbecue. Cai Wenji leapt into Lan's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, I missed you so much." Chapter 179, How He and Douluo Submit. The two had been apart for 2 months, and none could have anticipated such a reunion under these circumstances. Lan gently stroked her head, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, everything will be fine." This time, Lan vowed never to leave Cai Wenji again. Currently, Tang San and his companions harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them, creating a situation of stark contrasts. The Spirit Hall was no longer the safest haven. Lan had witnessed Tang Hao's formidable strength and sensed no fear from the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. Had he not appeared in time, Cai Wenji might have already perished at the hands of Tang San and his allies. "Where shall we go now?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, realizing she could not return. The death of Dai Mubai would undoubtedly invoke vengeance from both the Dai and Zhu families. In that moment, Lan too fell into contemplation, recognizing that from henceforth, Cai Wenji and Zhu Zhuqing would have to follow him, and he must ensure their safety. But where should they go? Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, Tang San had awakened and, upon seeing Tang Hao, his excitement was palpable. It had been over 8 years since he last laid eyes on his father, and such exhilaration was understandable. However, instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, seeking the presence he yearned for, and his excitement lessened slightly. "Father, where is Xiao Wu?" "She has departed, and it was imperative for her to do so. Given your current circumstances, you are utterly incapable of safeguarding him. You have witnessed the terrifying prowess of that individual." Tang Hao spoke in a grave tone, his eyes glinting with a sharp light. "He is the most formidable genius I have ever encountered, having attained soul sage status at the tender age of 13. Moreover, I discern an aura of demonic energy surrounding him. The impression he imparts is that of a demon, utterly fearsome. Is Lan truly that formidable?" As he listened to his father's words, Tang San felt a tremor in his heart. His father, a legend of the Douluo continent, was defeated today by a soul sage. Though his father bore injuries, Tang San was certain that even at his peak, his father would likely only be able to achieve a stalemate against Lan. Lan possesses 7 soul rings, among which 5 are of 10,000 years and 2 are of 100,000 years. It is already quite rare to have a 100,000-year soul beast. Yet Lan has 2, which transcends mere talent and requires extraordinary fortune. Tang Hao took a deep breath, observing the dazed Tang San. "Little San, your innate gifts are beyond your imagination. Even during my prime, I could not guarantee a complete victory over him. For the sake of Xiao Wu's safety, I allowed her to leave. Now, only the rulers of the Star Doe Forest can protect her. Your talents and capabilities are commendable, so I am certain your future achievements will not fall short of my peak. Once you possess the strength, seek her out. Otherwise, she may become a soul ring for the Spirit Hall. I am certain that from this day forth, the Spirit Hall will regard her as their primary target." "Dad, I understand," Tang San nodded. With his current strength, he could hardly protect Xiao Wu, let alone himself. The paramount task now is to elevate his power, though he still cannot fathom how Lan became so formidable in such a short span of time. "Do you believe you can defeat him?" Tang Hao gazed at Tang San, his eyes filled with determination. Undoubtedly, Tang San has become his sole hope. He understands that certain grievances must eventually be resolved, and the resolution is simple: Either you perish or I do. A glimmer of light flashed in Tang San's eyes. I can. Tang Hao managed to force a smile on his stiff face. My son, little San, possesses the potential of an emperor. I shall await that day. Meanwhile, Cai Wenji and Zhu Qing exchanged incredulous glances as they looked at Lan. Brother, are you saying that your seventh soul ring was voluntarily offered by a soul beast? Lan, could you explain how this came to be? As Lan's thought stirred, he infused his soul power into the breath of the wind, accompanied by a flicker of white light. A crystal orb emerged from the zephyr, gracefully settling before Zhu Qing and Cai Wenji. Within the orb lay an enchanting little girl, currently in a deep slumber. My seventh soul ring was a sacrifice made by her stepmother. The intricate details of this tale need not be elaborated upon. Is she transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast? A flicker of astonishment crossed Cai Wenji's eyes as she recognized that the aura emanating from the girl within the crystal orb mirrored that of Xiao Wu. Indeed, she is a 100,000-year soul beast. Lan remarked nonchalantly, feeling no need to conceal the identity of the little girl from Cai Wenji and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's previously icy countenance shifted in surprise. I have heard from you, Xiao Zhang, that a 100,000-year soul beast holds a status among soul beasts akin to that of a title Douluo among humans. They have reached the pinnacle of power, and at such a stage, their strength is formidable in one-on-one encounters. Even a title Douluo may not stand a chance against them and could very well be countered. When their intelligence rivals that of humans, they face two paths. One is to maintain their innate power and live in a muddled existence, for reaching 100,000 years marks an existence defying the heavens. However, no matter how powerful they become, they can live no more than 1,000 years. The other path is to transform and cultivate anew. If they can reach the realm of a title Douluo and successfully break through the 100-level barrier, they can transcend the constraints of lifespan, achieving immortality and becoming godlike entities. Upon hearing this, Lan's expression subtly tightened. Immortality? Such notions exist in his world as well, yet no one has achieved it thus far. He had not anticipated that the Douluo continent also harbors such truths. Ascending to the 100 level and becoming a deity poses no insurmountable challenge for him. While the allure of immortality is undeniably strong for soul beasts, those who choose to transform and cultivate are exceedingly rare, as they must confront myriad dangers. It is vital to understand that once a soul beast undergoes transformation, there is no turning back. They become true humans, albeit still exuding the aura of a soul beast. It is precisely because this aura cannot be entirely shed post-transformation that their sole recourse is to diligently cultivate, striving to challenge the 100-level threshold. However, the difficulty is palpable. Upon transformation, all previous abilities vanish, and soul power must be painstakingly regained through cultivation. Although their cultivation speed surpasses that of humans, and they do not require soul rings from the soul beast forest, they must engage with humans to progress in their training. Brother, what exactly is your seventh soul ring? It feels so powerful. Please, do share with us. Cai Wenji implored, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lan. Had it not been for his intervention, the consequences of today's battle at the Spirit Hall would have been unimaginable. Lan's cold visage broke into a faint smile. My seventh soul skill, named Shadow Divine Power, has transformed the original demonic divine power into the radiance of the Milky Way. It harnesses the vast power of the galaxy, elevating all skills below the seventh ring to the might of 100,000-year soul ring, allowing for unlimited use of all soul skills within a span of 10 minutes. Zhu Qing's body trembled instantly, exclaiming, Lan, this is simply terrifying. Chapter 180, The Grand Conclusion, Part 1, Shura, Judgment. A torrent of crimson light and an endless aura of slaughter erupted from Tang San's being. As the Shura sword fell with a solemn authority, shattering the resentment within Bibi Dong in an instant. In a fleeting moment, she was wholly engulfed. The ghastly green flames of the Azura scythe in her grasp began to dim. In the air, anguished wails echoed, and soon Bibi Dong's complexion turned ashen. The tendrils of red light continued to emanate, 6 in total, blooming like resplendent flowers. Accompanied by the most harrowing cries, red lightning enveloped Bibi Dong from head to toe. As Tang San, inheritor of the Shura divine power, exuded formidable strength, even though Bibi Dong attempted to parry the Shura sword with her Azura scythe. The demonic light emanating from the sword rendered her defenseless, as the terrifying crimson light swiftly penetrated her form. The light of divine revelation. At that moment, a melodious and cheerful voice rang out, seemingly emanating from the heavens, or perhaps existing within the vast expanse of the void. In the next instant, a golden pillar of light descended upon Bibi Dong, enveloping her entirely. As the pillar descended, countless melodic notes swirled around it, dancing joyfully. The demonic light that had invaded Bibi Dong's body shattered instantaneously. Simultaneously, she felt a tingling warmth coursing through her entire being. As a fervent current flowed through every part of her body, rapidly healing the wounds sustained in battle. What is this? Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been prepared to sacrifice her life in a desperate gamble, only to be unexpectedly saved by a beam of light that appeared from nowhere. Rescuing Bibi Dong. Before the gaze of all present, 3 meteors streaked across the sky, each distinguished by its hue: pale green, purple, and blue. As these 3 distinct luminous trails approached, 3 figures emerged gracefully. 2 women and 1 man. The girl on the left donned a flowing pale green gown, her clear green eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky, holding a zither as if she were a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. The youth in the center was clad in white satin, his raven hair tied with a white ribbon, a long white silk sash cinched at his waist, adorned with a piece of mutton fat jade. He wore a soft, gauzy outer garment, his eyebrows elegantly arched, icy blue eyes, a refined nose, and fair skin, resembling a divine being gracing the mortal realm. As for the girl on the right, she was dressed in tight leather pants, her form wrapped tightly, her oval face radiating an aura of coldness, revealing a flicker of emotion only when glancing at the girl beside her. Lan, Wenji, Zhu Zhuqing. Bibi Dong instinctively called out the names of these 3 individuals. Upon hearing their names, Tang San and the others were taken aback, unable to fathom that the trio, who had vanished for 5 years, had suddenly reappeared here. Moreover, the aura emanating from each of them instilled a sense of dread. Cai Wenji took a gentle step forward, instantaneously appearing before Qian Rinxue. She lifted her delicate hand and softly touched Qian Rinxue's forehead. A glimmer of light surged from her fingertips into Qian Rinxue's brow, rapidly healing her body. As this brilliance flowed in, Qian Rinxue began to emit a translucent glow, her 6 wings transforming in a dazzling manner, exuding an overwhelming power that rendered Tang San and the others breathless. Tang San's expression hardened, his heart trembling, pondering the nature of this phenomenon. After a few moments, Qian Rinxue opened her eyes, golden light radiating from her gaze, and to everyone's astonishment, her body had completely healed. Cai Wenji revealed a sweet smile, softly saying, "Sister Shui, although your body has recovered, you still need to rest for a few days. Leave the rest to us." Chapter 181. The conclusion, Part 2, as the words Shura God. See God escaped Cai Wenji's lips. A surging aura of murderous intent erupted from Lan, her eyes flashing with a glint of coldness as she stepped forward with determination. The speed of Lan was astonishingly swift, leaving Tang San utterly unprepared. In an instant, Lan's right hand had grasped Tang San's neck, lifting him high. A chill ran through Tang San's heart. Even with the purple extreme magic eye, he failed to detect how Lan had executed his move. The speed was so extraordinary that there was not a trace of an afterimage, resembling teleportation, yet distinctly different. In summary, Tang San sensed that Lan's power had reached an unparalleled magnitude. Before Lan, Tang San was engulfed in fear, as if his own strength had been sealed the moment Lan charged forth. The onlookers were equally astonished, particularly the master, who stood in utter disbelief. After all, Tang San was a prodigy inheriting the powers of both the Shura God and the Sea God. Yet, he was rendered helpless against Lan. Killing God domain. Tang San roared. And with that, the killing God domain erupted. As the domain unleashed its power, the feeling of helplessness vanished instantly. In that very moment, Tang San summoned all his strength to break free from Lan's grip. The next instant, he distanced himself from Lan, now more than 100 meters apart. Lan's expression remained as frosty as ever, his gaze devoid of any alteration, still as profound as it had been 5 years prior. The only transformation lay in his eyes. Now a piercing azure, sharp and fierce, hinting at an inexhaustible capacity for slaughter. Tang San regarded Lan, the cerulean brilliance morphing into a surging tide. The once blue radiance instantaneously turning to gold. Faced with an adversary of Lan's caliber, he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. As intense golden light erupted in waves from the sea god's trident. Kill! Tang San roared, suddenly charging fiercely towards Lan. Star god's light. In the face of Tang San's overwhelming assault, Lan's eyes flickered momentarily, and a chilling voice emerged from his lips. Boom! The 2 figures collided with tremendous force. A dazzling explosion of light erupting forth. In the next instant, Tang San spat forth a spray of blood, this strike representing his utmost effort, his most formidable strength, which even an opponent of Lan's unfathomable power should not be able to withstand. Yet, the icy youth before him stood unmoved. How could this be possible? Tang San felt as though he had been struck by a million points of anguish. His all-out attack was rendered utterly ineffective against this frigid boy. How could he endure such a crushing sense of disparity? This was the undeniable chasm of strength. The master, observing from the sidelines, was left with no doubt. Before Tang San could regain his composure, Lan struck once more. Two daggers materialized in his hands, transforming into twin beams of cold light that surged towards Tang San. Sizzle! The harsh sound echoed as sparks erupted from the sea god's trident in Tang San's grasp. It must be said, the sea god's trident could indeed be regarded as a divine weapon, yet the daggers in Lan's hands had long since evolved beyond mere comparison, now radiating a brilliant starry luminescence. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and to Tang San's astonishment, cracks began to appear on the sea god's trident. Why? Tang San's heart roared in turmoil. Even this typically composed individual found himself faltering in that moment. What manner of weapon was the sea god's trident that it could fracture? Boom! Suddenly, the sea god's trident shattered. Synopsis: he is a solitary youth, named Lan, an abandoned orphan. He gradually ascends to become an unmatched assassin due to his terrifying shark-like prowess. No one knows the chilling exterior and the sharp, resilient blade hide the tumultuous heart within. Until one day, during a pursuit of the royal seal, he encounters her, wounded Lan alongside the target, Cai Wenji, who, unexpectedly, becomes his savior on a deserted island.